In front of you are two cards. Choosing different cards will grant you different abilities. Choose the left one, and you will gain a top tier 3's talent. As long as you diligently practice, you will surely stand at the pinnacle of the 5th level in the future. Choose the right one, and you will gain a top tier summation system. As long as you are in a class with others, you can simultaneously absorb all their cultivation. Without any hesitation, Yushio picked up the card on the right. Relying on others while not putting in effort himself, after Yushio made his choice, a prompt sounded. The human-level summation system has been bound to the host. Ultimately, the strength will be granted through the summation of the entire class. Yushio was overjoyed. According to this world's advancement system, 10 points of vitality corresponded to a 9th tier dancer, 20 points of vitality equate to an 8th tier dancer, and so forth. 100 points of vitality would be a master level. If we calculate for a class of 100 students, that would be 400 points of vitality, corresponding to the cultivation level of a 4-star master. It's important to note that even younger geniuses, with the backing of powerful families, have only reached the 6th tier martial artist level, and Yushio was at least a master level himself. At this moment, he saw many students in front of the team choosing the academic exam, and his heart ached. This was all his own strength. Seeing this, Yushio shouted, "I refuse to accept this." However, halfway through his words, the system's prompt interrupted him. "Congratulations, host, you have formed a class. It has been detected that there are 52 students in total, with a vitality value of 220 points. No weapons, techniques, or special talents detected." The system automatically summed up the values, congratulating the host for reaching the 2-star master level. Yushio felt the surge of power and could no longer hide the excitement on his face. He then confronted the principal angrily. "Why does our school have a class for underachievers when other schools do not? We're just a bit slower in our cultivation. Why should we be abandoned by our school? Is it just to allocate the resources of us 174 students to support your niece, Xiaoruoyu?" The group of abandoned students also stood up to voice their opinions, saying, "We also refuse to accept this. Why should our cultivation resources be taken away? We want fairness." The principal did not speak, but Xiaoruoyu stood up from the crowd and yelled angrily, "You worthless trash with vitality values below 5. What right do you have to demand fairness? If you're not satisfied, the 52 of you can come at me together. I won't mind knocking you all down." At this moment, the 52 strangers united and marched towards Xiaoruoyu. Time was running out, and Yushio stood still, facing a battle against a 4th-tier dancer, and it would have to be a group fight. It would be so embarrassing if word got out, but Xiaoruoyu, oblivious to the danger, directed her words at him, "And you, coward. I said I would knock all 52 of you down. It has to be all 52. Yushio was dumbfounded and couldn't help but curse. "Are you stupid? Your father is standing here without saying a word, and you insist on starting a fight? Today, your father will show you whether I am a man or not." As soon as the words fell, Yushio appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and slapped him across the face. It was just a simple slap, but Xiaoruoyu was instantly sent flying. The principal reacted first and quickly rushed to Xiaoruoyu's side. At this moment, Yushio's lazy voice rang out, "Don't worry, she won't die." After checking, the principal found that there was no serious harm. He turned to Yushio angrily and said, "As a student of our school, is this how you treat your classmates?" Yushio replied with a teasing smile, "You're right, but unfortunately, I am no longer a student of this school. I'm done with it. As for your niece, she is simply too arrogant. Principal Xiao, you should know that the royal family cannot be insulted." The principal trembled with excitement. A 16 or 17-year-old royal powerhouse had never appeared in the history of Huaxia. He immediately changed his tone and said kindly, "Lin, you are right. Xiaoruoyu's provocation of royal dignity indeed deserves punishment. I will ensure she receives a serious reprimand. I have some fine tea in my office. Let's go there to chat over tea." The teachers and students present were shocked by this scene. The principal's change of attitude was quicker than flipping a book. Yushio spread his hands and mocked, "With this broken school, you think you deserve to chat with me? Go eat shit in the toilet, and I might consider it." At this point, the principal's expression instantly turned cold, but Yushio showed no concern and instead smiled mockingly at Principal Xiao. "Are you trying to silence me here? I may not be able to beat you, but I can escape. I advise you to suppress your killing intent, otherwise, if you provoke me, I will truly wipe out your entire clan before long." Principal Xiao chuckled as well. People strive to rise higher. Since Lin has better opportunities, I, as the principal, will naturally not hold him back. The surrounding teachers and students breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. Yushio turned to glance at the 51 classmates behind him, said nothing more, and left directly. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the first high school. As soon as he stepped inside, he was stopped by a person in a security uniform who sternly warned him, "You little brat from the 7th school, you can't go in here." Yushio finally realized. He was wearing the 7th school's uniform, and the next moment he began to speak seriously but absurdly. Principal Xiao sent me to find Principal He. It concerns a secret between the 2 schools, and I can't disclose it to you. The old man rolled his eyes. Isn't it just about the genius training camp? Other schools have teachers. Why should it be you from the 7th school? Yushio was momentarily taken aback but maintained his composure as he replied, it is indeed about the genius training camp. Our principal is busy, so he sent me first, and he will follow shortly. If you don't believe me, I can call our principal over right now. The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes again. You really want to get me in trouble? Just hurry and go in. Yushio slyly smiled and swaggered inside. After entering the school gate, he headed straight for the main teaching building but was stopped by someone on the way. Yushio, you're back to look for Xiao again? You're unlucky this time, he's in a meeting. Yushio turned around and realized it was an old middle school classmate, while Xiao was his childhood sweetheart. Yushio smiled and shook his head. I'm not here to find him this time. I have other matters, so I'll take my leave. He quickly arrived at the Dijing building, but just as he was about to enter, a clear female voice interrupted him. Yushio, how many times have I told you not to come looking for me? Are you really that annoying? Yushio looked up to see his childhood sweetheart, Xiao, who was just average looking. Just as he was about to casually brush off the situation, an arrogant man stepped in between them. Isn't this the useless Yushio? You, with a pitiful score of 4, dare to cling to Xiao. At this moment, Xiao, who was standing beside him, spoke up. Yushio, please don't bother me again, and you, Shinkai, I don't like you. Please don't pursue me anymore. Yushio remained calm but took note of the man before him. If it weren't for his upcoming discussion with the principal, he wouldn't mind teaching Shinkai a lesson right now. Ignoring them, Yushio continued walking ahead. The scene shifted as Yushio arrived at the principal's office. Hello, principal, I'm Yushio. I'm here mainly about transferring schools. I am a 2-star master. The principal was about to refuse but was stunned by Yushio's statement and stood up straight. However, he quickly composed himself and waved for Yushio to leave. After all, a 16-year-old 2-star master was simply outrageous. Yushio smiled and said, Principal, I also want to prove myself here. Though your office might get wrecked, Yushio said, deliberately revealing his aura. The principal was once again startled and grabbed Yushio's hand, rushing towards the testing room. Students from the first high school were left in shock along the way. The principal was actually running frantically with a student from the 7th high school. Who was this illegitimate child of his? The scene shifted to the front of the testing room, where a woman came into Yushio's view as the door opened. Seeing the girl and the friendly demeanor between her and the principal, a name flashed in Yushio's mind, Yang Dueling, the school beauty and a favored daughter of heaven. At this moment, the principal was overly excited and quickly called for Teacher Jiang to come test the student. Soon, Teacher Jiang walked over from the office, startled. The principal immediately agreed, and the 4 of them entered the testing room together. At Teacher Jiang's invitation, Yushio stepped into the machine. Shortly after, Teacher Jiang pressed the button, and a mechanical female voice announced, followed by circles of red light scanning down from above Yushio's head. After several scans, the mechanical voice spoke again, scan complete. Ancient spirit, 16 years and 8 months, blood value, 221, strength, 22,000 kilograms. Once the mechanical voice finished reporting, 3 gasps of astonishment echoed in the room. The principal, regaining his composure, excitedly announced, Lin, we warmly welcome you to transfer to our art school. The school will grant you 5 million each year, and you can also choose 5 items annually from the school's mentor resource pool. Is that acceptable? Yushio also. He was momentarily stunned but readily accepted the offer. After leaving the testing room, the principal personally led Yushio to the senior year group. The scene shifted to the 3rd year group, where the principal took Yushio directly to a middle-aged female teacher. Ms. Wu, this is Yushio, who will be joining your class starting today. Ms. Wu looked at Yushio in his 7th high school uniform and inwardly resisted. Only the top 50 students in the grade could enter her class. He complained a bit, Principal, it's only been a week since the last assessment and practical training. Isn't it a bit sudden to arrange for a student to transfer now? The principal spoke again, then let the student who ranked 50th last time go to a secondary school. To be honest, Yushio is at the level of a 2-star master. The results from the testing room have likely already been uploaded to the school's internal system by Teacher Jiang. You can take a look. Ms. Wu was taken aback and hurriedly ran to the computer to check. The other teachers in the office were equally eager to see. After reviewing the results, Ms. Wu couldn't help but swallow hard and turned to the principal again. Do you have any objections now? Ms. Wu suddenly smiled foolishly and quickly shook her head, absolutely no objections. I warmly welcome Yushio to join Class 1, MS. Wu's reaction was anticipated by the principal, who couldn't help but chuckle as he turned to leave. Hello, Yushio. I am the dance instructor for Class 1 and will be your guiding mentor in the future. Of course, I know you might not need my guidance, just call me Old Lou. The principal has likely already provided you with benefits, so do you have any other requests for me? Yushio smiled lightly. I wonder if any of you teachers know someone named Shinkai? At that moment, someone stood up excitedly, thinking it was good news, but little did they know that as soon as he finished speaking, Yushio's expression turned serious. I have some grievances with this person. He publicly mocked me as a waste. It's better for teachers to handle matters between students, don't you think? The previously mentioned teacher responded angrily. Yushio, this is my teaching credential. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. MS. Wu said as she led Yushio to his class. Soon, they arrived at the classroom, and MS. Wu called out to the students, everyone, please stop what you're doing. I have important news to announce. After entering the classroom, she continued, this is Yushio, who will officially join Class 1 today. As MS. Wu announced this, a system prompt echoed in Yushio's mind, detected host entering a new class. Class size, 49 students, vitality, 1,300 points. The system automatically harmonizes and grants cultivation. Congratulations, host has reached the level of a 1-star grandmaster. Feeling the powerful aura within him, Yushio couldn't help but smile. Just then, someone raised a question, Miss Wu, does that mean someone from our class has to leave? Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in chaos, and the student ranked 50th angrily exclaimed, this isn't fair. I got here based on my strength. If I have to leave, he should at least have to fight me first. MS. Wu sighed, I understand how you feel right now, but I can tell you, Yushio is a 2-star master. If you are confident you can defeat him, I can allow you to challenge him. The student ranked 50th gritted his teeth and looked at Yushio. Perhaps what MS. Wu said was true, but he wanted to give himself a convincing reason. I want to challenge you, please accept my challenge. Upon hearing this, the whole class frowned. At that moment, Yang Dueling suddenly spoke up, I happened to be in the testing room when he was tested. He is indeed a 2-star master. Li Hao's face showed a mix of disappointment and realization as he picked up his backpack and prepared to leave Class 1. At that moment, Yushio called out to him, I admire your character. Just as you said, you need to give yourself a convincing reason, and I need to provide you all with a reason as well. So next, I will give Zhu Jun a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushio raised his hand and immediately released his aura. The classroom was instantly filled with a strong pressure that gradually intensified. In just 30 seconds, no one in the class could sit upright. Everyone was awkwardly leaning over their desks. Yushio smiled lightly and waved his hand to disperse his pressure. Zhu Jun seemed satisfied with this reason, but no one in the class responded. However, everyone looked at Yushio with eyes full of awe. Seeing that the situation had settled, Ms. Wu chimed in with a smile, from now on, you can sit with Li Hao. The principal just messaged me, asking you to come to his office. Yushio nodded and left the classroom. Shortly after, he arrived at the principal's office. Upon seeing Yushio, Principal Li stood up and poured a cup of tea, smiling, this is a 5 yuan card issued in your name. It contains records of everything in the classroom resource pool. Take a look at what you need, and I'll have someone bring it to you. Yushio nodded, took the black 5 yuan card, and soon selected the remaining 5 items, none of which were for his own use. All were for his parents and younger sister. 2 items were for treating his sister's injured leg and repairing her meridians, while the other 3 were for healing hidden injuries and nourishing the body. The principal had already investigated the information on page Yushio, knowing that his sister could not walk, and that his father had suffered from chronic injuries for years. At this moment, she couldn't help but say, you chose these for your family, didn't you? I have an old friend at the first hospital who is very skilled in medicine. I will contact him so you can take your sister to see him. After finishing the conversation, Yushio returned home. As soon as he got home, he fed the medicinal herbs to his sister. Then he took his family to buy a full set of equipment and also purchased a villa in the city, not forgetting to include those who had once helped him. He brought them all into the villa and discussed starting a business together. The family's situation gradually improved, and soon it was the morning 3 days later. Yushio said to his sister, who was in a wheelchair, Shanshan, come to school with me. There's an event today. Upon hearing this, Shanshan's face lit up with excitement. Really? Can I? Yushio confidently smiled. Your brother is a 2-star master. Even the principal and homeroom teacher can only take my whip. With that, he carried his sister and flew directly to the school gate, which was adorned with banners and balloons. This was all to welcome a group of people who had come specifically for Yushio, led by a team of teachers including the principal. At that moment, someone was looking around as if searching for someone. Zhuang Wenye saw the banners and then looked at Yu Chanxian, sighing, "What should we do now? With the principal and so many teachers at the gate, we can't get in at all." Zhuang Wenye, your cousin, who also saved you from prison, simply smiled faintly and continued pushing the wheelchair inside. The principal saw her and immediately came over, saying, "You brat finally made it. You'd better make me proud at today's afternoon event." Yu Xiu was a bit confused. "Isn't this about the genius training camp selection? What does it have to do with me?" Yu Chanxian looked at the principal in shock. Why is the principal being so kind now? Why is he treating my brother so warmly? At that moment, the principal began to explain, a 16-year-old master. When this news of a strong master spreads, it will send shockwaves through the city's elite. Not only that, but the top 10 universities have already prepared to give you early special admissions. This group is here specifically for you. Yu Xiu thought carefully about it. It would be impossible to attend university now. It would be better to stay here and participate in the genius training camp. He chuckled and said to the principal, "Principal, you've invested so much in me. I must repay you by becoming the top scorer in the martial arts exam." This year's top scorer? I'll reserve the next campus in advance. If they come, it won't work. The principal was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. "You brat, you have the same arrogant and cocky taste as I do." Yu Xiu raised an eyebrow and smiled, seeing Yu Chanxian's amused expression. The principal couldn't be bothered and turned to Yu Chanxian, saying, "Whatever you do, don't follow your brother's example. Once you recover, you can come to Uncle Principal's school to study. How about that?" Yu Chanxian nodded heavily. Soon, it was the time for the genius camp selection. The rules for the competition were simple. The last person standing wins. All the talented high school students gathered together, while the principal stood on the platform watching. The mayor added some excitement to the event. He even specially added a new competition where schools would battle it out, and the last one standing on the stage would receive a reward from the mayor. As the selection competition was about to begin, the principal of First High School approached Yu Xiu. During the exchange competition later, you need to participate and give those students from other schools a good beating. Yu Xiu was silent for a moment. Yu Xiu smirked, "Then you'll have to pay me." The principal was momentarily taken aback but readily agreed. "You brat don't lack anything now. Once Chanxian comes to First High School, I can provide her with 3 times the resources compared to the other students." Yu Xiu readily agreed. The selection competition in the First High School quickly reached its conclusion. Although Yu Xiu did not compete, he still secured first place. Students from other schools felt dissatisfied, but only those from First High School knew that this result was absolutely fair. Soon, the exchange competition began. After handing his sister over to Yang Dueling, Yu Xiu jumped onto the stage, and the host teacher announced the start of the defending match. As everyone was in awe of Yu Xiu's strength, someone stood up and shouted, "Yu Xiu, I want to challenge you." To everyone's surprise, the first to jump out and challenge him was a student from First High School. Yu Xiu looked at the challenger and was taken aback to find it was Chen Kai from before. Once on stage, he began to boast loudly, "You, with a mere blood value of 4, dare to stand here as a defender? What gives you the right?" This statement caused an uproar in the audience, especially among the First High School students. The students from other schools looked on with amusement. Yu Xiu had long been displeased with Chen Kai. He scanned the crowd coldly and then raised his hand. A powerful master's aura instantly spread throughout the venue. Chen Kai had no ability to resist and collapsed to the ground in a very awkward manner. Yu Xiu looked at Chen Kai with an expressionless face and remarked, "Didn't you say I was a waste with a blood value of 4? I have already given you a chance to make amends for your previous insults. Since you don't appreciate it, I will show you what cruelty means." Yu Xiu stepped forward, and his aura suddenly intensified, causing Chen Kai's bones to fracture simultaneously. On the platform, the principal of Second High School snapped back to reality and shouted, "Chen Kai is our student. Moreover, the mayor just stated that we must not cause severe injuries." Just then, the mayor interjected, "We won't intervene in this matter." His words clearly implied that the principal of Second High School had to handle it himself. At this moment, the principal no longer cared about saving face and directly threatened Yu Xiu. "Don't think that just because you're a young master, you can do as you please. You still don't count for much in front of me. I advise you to let Chen Kai go now." Yu Xiu glanced at him, easily seeing through his cultivation level of merely a 9-star master. With his current status as a grandmaster, he could easily defeat him. Yu Xiu angrily shouted back at him, "What are you? If you have the guts, come over and lick your father's boots. The principal of second high school could no longer hold back and charged directly at Yushio, revealing his strength as a 9-star master. Yang Juling's expression turned serious as she yanked the necklace from around her neck. She suddenly threw it towards Yushio, shouting, "Catch! This is a defensive device that can withstand Grandmaster-level attacks." Yushio turned to look at the necklace flying towards him and casually swatted it away. "I won't need that. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time." At that moment, the principal of second high school's fist was already close. Yushio smiled lightly and casually raised his hand, effortlessly grabbing the principal's fist. Indeed, this kid possesses the strength of a grandmaster. He truly is a prodigy. Although the mayor and President Liu had their suspicions, seeing Yushio effortlessly block the attack from the principal of the second high school made their lips twitch involuntarily. A 16-year-old grandmaster. It was simply terrifying. "I'm curious, isn't it better to keep a talent like Yushio under wraps? Why must he be exposed?" President Liu asked, puzzled. "Sigh, I don't want to either. But news has come from home that the ruins are about to open again. If our Jiangtan city doesn't have anyone to hold the fort, we won't get a single spot. At that time, Jiangtan City, having lost resources, will only fall further behind other cities." "Do you want Jiangtan City to follow in the footsteps of Jiangyan City and be merged with other cities?" President Liu's expression grew serious. "Are you sure the news is accurate?" "Absolutely accurate. If that's the case, this genius training camp will likely be even more intense, and the conflicts between cities will grow larger." President Liu sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, there will be deaths in this genius training camp, and many of them. Should we remove these people from the preliminary class to prevent them from going in and dying?" The mayor shook his head. "It's useless. The matter of the ruins is a secret, and for the common people, it's unheard of. If we do that, it might cause trouble. The path of martial arts is fraught with danger. Once chosen, one must be prepared for death. Perhaps we are just letting these students face the harsh reality of martial arts competition earlier." President Liu said, "So you want Yushio to become the leader of Jiangtan City, while also attracting the attention of many talents?" The mayor nodded. "If it were anyone else, I would never do this, because it would mean sending him to his death. But Yushio is different, a 16-year-old grandmaster. Don't you have confidence?" President Liu grinned. "How about a bet? Bet on when Yushio will break through to Martial Sovereign?" "Martial Sovereign? You really dare to think that?" The mayor smiled wryly. 20 years ago, we were both 9-star grandmasters, and after all these years, we are still 9-star grandmasters. You should know how difficult it is to break through to Martial Sovereign." President Liu chuckled lightly. "It's difficult for us, or perhaps we will never have the chance to break through to Martial Sovereign in our lifetime. But shouldn't you think about what level we were at when we were 16? The mayor laughed. "I was a 6th-rank martial artist at 16, you were probably about the same. So, what is extremely difficult for us might not be a problem at all for Yushio." President Liu asked, "So, do you want to take the gamble? If we're betting, then let's bet. I bet Yushio will break through to Martial Sovereign within 5 years. The mayor said, "I bet 1 year." President Liu grinned. "If you lose, you have to marry your daughter to my son." "You wish. My daughter is a mentor at Huaxia University. Does your son even match her?" "Whether he matches or not isn't for you to decide. Let the two young people talk it out. Just say, will you agree or not?" "I can agree, but what do you lose if you lose?" "I'll give you that treasure of mine. You've been eyeing it for over a decade anyway." "Deal." After the two reached an agreement, their gazes turned back to Yushio, who at that moment had the principal of the second high school sprawled on the ground like a pile of mush. Neither of them was surprised by this. Instead, the teachers and students present, as well as the principals on the high platform, were dumbfounded. "Am I seeing things? The principal of the second high school is a 9-star grandmaster, and he was just humiliated by Yushio? What level is he at? Are you stupid?" Yushio humiliating a 9-star grandmaster means he is at least a grandmaster himself. "No. Are you sure Yushio is the same age as us, both being seniors, and not some old monster in disguise? Damn, no wonder the first high school has him pegged as the top candidate for the selection. With this strength, even the principal isn't his match." As the crowd discussed, Yang Duling, Xiao Wan, Zhuang Wenya, and Xiao Ruoyu all displayed various expressions. How could he be the Grand Master? The thoughts of several people were in agreement, but their expressions were all different. Yang Duling's expression was complex. Zhuang Wenya was excited. Xiao Ruoyu was panicked. Xiao Wan was confused. "You should be glad this is No. 1 high school. If it were anywhere else, I would kill you." Yu Xiu turned away from the principal of No. 2 high school and looked at the unconscious Chen Kai, whose bones were now shattered. With current medical technology, he could be repaired, but he would have no hope of practicing martial arts for the rest of his life. From now on, I do not want any school to admit Chen Kai. Yushio's light remark directly pronounced Chen Kai's death sentence. No high school means losing the chance to participate in the martial arts exam. Although Chen Kai's family had some influence, without strength to support it, they would gradually decline. Moreover, with Yushio, this formidable figure, around, it was likely that no one in Jiangtan City would dare to associate with Chen Kai's family. Because what was terrifying was not the Grand Master, but the 16-year-old Grandmaster. The defending competition continues. After Yushio's calm statement, he said no more and stood quietly in place. The host teacher waved for someone to carry Chen Kai and the principal of No. 2 High School away. Chen Kai was truly unconscious. The principal of No. 2 High School was pretending to be faint. 1. He was too embarrassed to wake up. 2. He was afraid Yushio would cause him more trouble. Now he understood. It turned out the mayor had no grudge against Yushio. Rather, the mayor was aware of Yushio's strength. The defending competition continues. The host teacher repeated, but the students present exchanged glances, intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yushio, yet no one took action. What a ridiculous defending competition. With this Grand Master here, all the rewards would ultimately belong to No. 1 High School. They had already lost their motivation. More importantly, they had lost their fighting spirit. Mainly, the stimulation and pressure Yushio exerted were too strong. Now I announce that the first place in this defending competition is No. 1 High School and Yushio. At this moment, the mayor stood up and said, in the next match, Yushio will take the stage, the rest of you continue, and there are still rewards for the top 10. Yushio, you go on stage. Yushio said, Mayor, I have one more request. What request? I want to spar with the principal of No. 7 High School. After the spar, I will step down. Upon hearing this, the principal of No. 7 High School saw Yushio's half-smiling expression and couldn't help but curse inwardly. This bastard really holds a grudge. Forget it, it's just a beating anyway. With the principal of No. 2 High School in front, I won't lose too much face. It's only natural for a 9-star master to lose to a Grand Master. The mayor smiled and looked at the principal of No. 7 High School, asking, what do you think? I agree to the spar. The principal of No. 7 High School was helpless. He knew he couldn't avoid this beating. With Yushio's vengeful nature, he could dodge the first strike but not the 15th. Here, it was likely just a beating, but it might be a bit heavier. If he walked out of here, Yushio might take revenge privately, and he might not survive. You're smart, Yushio mouthed to the principal of No. 7 High School. During the spar, the principal of No. 7 High School focused entirely on defense. He knew he was no match for Yushio and hoped to minimize his injuries. Thank you for your guidance. At this moment, the principal of No. 7 High School had a bruised face. To be precise, there wasn't a single piece of skin under his clothes that was intact. However, Yushio had no intention of killing him. It was just to vent some frustration. Yes, it's out should be. As soon as the principal of No. 7 High School opened his mouth, he immediately gasped in pain. At this moment, he knew he had survived this ordeal, and Yushio would not trouble him again. Although he lost some face, it was all worth it. After all, he had saved his life. Sigh. Watching Yushio turn and leave, the principal of No. 7 High School sighed lightly and then limped toward the high platform. Brother, you're amazing. Yu Chanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although she still didn't understand what being a Grand Master meant, the fact that her brother could defeat the principal was enough to prove everything. The expressions of the students present, along with their offer as brother, were clearly felt by Yu Chanshan. Little clever girl. Yushio smiled as he patted Yu Chanshan's head, then turned to Yang Dueling and said, thank you for taking care of Chanshan, and about the defensive necklace earlier. I didn't really help much. Yang Dueling shook her head. I just never expected you to be a grandmaster. You really kept that hidden well. I'm curious, earlier in the testing room, your vital energy was clearly at the 2-star master level. How did you suddenly become a grandmaster? Did you really break through from a 2-star master to a grandmaster in just one day? Yang Dueling's last remark was clearly a joke, just a tease. Why not? Yushio smiled lightly and said, I'll take my sister back now. Yang Dueling was momentarily stunned as she watched Yushio walk away, then muttered, could it be that Yushio really broke through to grandmaster in one day? Pfft, how is that possible? How could I believe that guy's nonsense? But that guy is really abnormal. He's only 2 months older than me, yet his strength is worlds apart. I can't even imagine how he trains. It's terrifying. Back at the villa, their parents and aunt were still discussing the shop opening. Upon seeing Yushio and the others return, they looked up and asked, why are you back so soon? Before Yushio could respond, Zhuang Wenya excitedly rushed over, chattering away. Mom and Dad, cousin is amazing. He's actually a grand master. And just now at school, he beat up the principal of the 2nd high school and the principal of the 7th high school. The principal of the 2nd high school was knocked out, and the principal of the 7th high school was bruised all over. You know, the principal is a 9-star master. Cousin completely crushed them. Grand Master? The first to exclaim was Yushio's father. Previously, he only knew his son was a master, and now he had suddenly become a Grand Master. Brother, didn't you just say that Xiao Xiao is a master? The aunt asked. I was also deceived by this kid. Yu's father glanced at Yushio with a complex expression, momentarily at a loss for words. The impact Yushio had on him was too great. When he first learned his son was a master, he had managed to stay calm on the surface, but that night he was so excited he couldn't sleep. And now, he was directly a Grand Master. When did martial arts become so easy? A Grand Master at 16. Thinking about himself, he was already over 40 and still hadn't become a martial artist. Could it be a genetic mutation? Brother, no matter what, Xiao Xiao becoming a Grand Master is a huge joy. We must celebrate. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Wenya happily said, Great, we can eat meat again. You go back to class. Mom, let's go tomorrow. No way, if you don't go to class, do you think your teacher will let you off? Zhuang Wenya giggled, Don't worry, with cousin here, our homeroom teacher won't say much. Not to mention our homeroom teacher, even the principal has to give cousin face. Cousin is cousin, you are you. If you were also a Grand Master, I wouldn't interfere. Do you think Grand Masters are like cabbages, something you can just break through to by opening your mouth? Seeing that her mother wasn't buying it, Zhuang Wenya immediately put on a pitiful look and turned to Yushio. Cousin, I want to eat meat. Yushio chuckled, Aunt, there's an event at school this afternoon. Wenya doesn't have to go to class. It's fine to go tomorrow. Alright then. The aunt finally relented and then said, You all stay at home. I'll go out with your aunt to buy ingredients. Let's celebrate tonight. It had been 3 days since the last celebration. During this time, their parents and aunt had been busy coming and going all day. Thus, the responsibility of taking care of his sister in Zhuang Wenya had completely fallen to Yushio. Mom and Dad, after I go to school today, I might have to go to the genius training camp. I don't know how long I'll be gone. You guys shouldn't be so busy with the shop all day. Pay more attention to Chanshan over here. I already used the nourishing spiritual materials on Chanshan yesterday. It shouldn't be long before she can stand up. Father nodded and said, Don't worry, we've already settled the shop matters, and we won't be busy anymore. Just let your mom take care of Chanshan at home. You don't need to worry. Next to him, Zhuang Wenya chimed in, Cousin, Chanshan and I have already discussed it. We're planning to go to class together, and our homeroom teacher has agreed. You don't have to worry about Chanshan being bullied. I'm the big sister at No. 1 high school now, and no one dares to bully me easily. If anything happens, I'll contact Senior Yang immediately. If she can't handle it, I'll go find the principal, so don't worry. Yushio rolled his eyes. You're quite the clever one. Yang Dueling is going to join me at the genius training camp too. Oh, right. Zhuang Wenya smiled awkwardly. Anyway, don't worry. With me around, no one can bully Chanshan. To this, Yushio really wasn't worried. In this small territory of No. 1 high school, both students and teachers would give him some face. In fact, he was just worried that his sister would be bored. Now that his cousin was taking her to class, Yushio felt completely at ease. When you start practicing martial arts in your 2nd year, I'll give you a big gift, cousin. Yushio smiled, then bid farewell to his family and headed straight to No. 1 high school. At the school gate, the bus for students going to the genius training camp was already ready. Parents were everywhere, sending off their children, creating a sea of people. Yushio! The principal spotted Yushio from a distance and immediately called out, waving at him. However, this shout made the previously noisy scene fall silent. Both students and parents focused their attention on Yushio. Clearly, after the last selection competition, Yushio had become well known. During this time, reporters from Jiangtan City had wanted to interview him, but he had refused them all. In the end, he had to seek help from the mayor to finally send all the reporters away. This genius training camp might be a bit dangerous. I don't ask too much of you. If you can help our No. 1 high school students within your capabilities, please do. The principal pulled Yushio to a secluded spot and said in a low voice, I know what you want to ask. The person leading this time is President Liu, and he will explain it to you later. It's almost time. You should get on the bus and gather at the Martial Arts Association. Hearing this, Yushio didn't ask more questions. Just as he was about to find an empty seat, he heard Yang Dueling calling him. He turned to see her waving from the window. You brat! The principal smiled meaningfully. Yang Dueling is a good girl. She truly deserves you. Yushio was speechless. Principal, if you're really bored, when I come back from the genius training camp, I'll spar with you every day. The principal's mouth twitched, and he didn't respond, quickening his pace. Before leaving, he turned back and said, I must tell you, the defensive necklace Yang Dueling threw to you last time is worth 100 million martial yuan. and it's priceless, it's a one-time item. After saying that, the principal walked away quickly. Yushio couldn't help but frown. Teacher Wu? Once on the bus, Yushio saw his homeroom teacher inside. Thanks to you, I'm the teacher leading our one high school students to the genius training camp this time. Teacher Wu chuckled, however, I'll only be taking you in. Afterward, I'll return with President Liu and the others. Take your seats. Yushio nodded and walked over to sit next to Yan Dueling. Half an hour later, the bus drove into the Martial Arts Association and stopped in a square. After Yushio and the others got off, they found that students from other schools were already standing neatly there. Yushio's arrival reminded these students of the shocking scene from that day. Since everyone is here, let me talk about this genius training camp. President Liu said loudly, as we all know, the genius training camp is located in Wushan of our Jizhou province, and at that time, students from other cities will also gather there. The competition between people and between cities will ultimately select outstanding students for the upgraded training camp, which is known as the provincial training camp. As for the situation of the provincial training camp, I won't elaborate further. If any of you can pass, the instructors of the training camp will inform you at that time. What I want to emphasize today is that the competition for the genius training camp has escalated. In previous years, no deaths were allowed, but this year, there are no such restrictions. At that time, in order to compete for resources, some of you may end up staying there. Now I give you a choice: withdraw or move forward. As soon as these words were spoken, the students present began to stir, more out of panic and unease. They originally thought that going to the genius training camp was about competing for resources, but now the competition for resources could pose a life-threatening risk, especially for the students in the preliminary class. Many hesitated for a moment but ultimately could not overcome their inner fear. In just 3 minutes, 300 people had chosen to withdraw from the genius training camp, and looking around, they were all students from the preliminary class. Is there anyone else? This opportunity is only once. If you reach Wushan and want to withdraw again, you will be treated as a deserter. President Liu scanned the crowd and, seeing that no one else chose to withdraw, waved his hand. Those who are withdrawing, stay where you are, someone will take you back to school. The rest, get on the bus. Everything was swift and decisive, as the long line of vehicles departed with great momentum. The students standing in place looked at the convoy, their expressions becoming complex. In fact, they knew that perhaps this farewell would mean that those who were once similar to them, or even weaker, would likely distance themselves from them in the future. Many familiar faces would ultimately remain in Wushan. Regret? Disappointment? These emotions were certainly present, but they could not overcome their inner fear. In the afternoon, the convoy arrived at Wushan. The road into the mountain had checkpoints, all manned by armed personnel. However, they were not equipped with guns but carried swords on their backs and daggers at their thighs. Pass. After checking President Liu's credentials, the convoy started again, entering the winding mountain road. After winding around for another half hour, the convoy finally reached the summit. It was a flat area, seemingly leveled by a knife, surrounded by trees and many constructed camps. Get off! At this moment, 3 young men and women were waiting here, indicating they had received reports from the foot of the mountain. Students from Jiangtan City participating in the preliminary class, step forward, said the man with a dark face. Although they did not understand why, the man's oppressive presence was strong, and the students dared not hesitate, quickly lining up beside him. The rest of you, the backpacks over there are all marked with weights. Choose a backpack that suits you, start from here, register at the checkpoint as you enter the mountain, and then return here to pass. Of course, the heavier the backpack you choose to complete the assessment, the more points you will earn, but I advise you to act within your means, because once you fail the assessment, you will lose your status as a formal student of the Genius Training Camp and be downgraded to the preliminary class. Here, I need to remind you that points are very precious in the Genius Training Camp. Let me tell you this, 1 point is equivalent to 100,000 martial yuan. Now choose your backpacks. As the dark-faced man finished speaking, Yushio and the others walked towards the backpacks not far away. Looking down, they found that the lightest backpack weighed a staggering 1,000 kilograms. The backpacks were divided into 6 levels: 1,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms, 8,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, and 20,000 kilograms. Which backpack are you choosing? Yang Juling asked as she walked over. 20,000 kilograms, I suppose. Yushio did not hesitate at all. With his Grandmaster level strength, 20,000 kilograms posed no pressure for him. I knew it. Yang Dueling looked at him with envy. Points are very important, but I suggest you apply for a higher level backpack because it's easier to earn points when you first enter the camp. Can I apply for a higher level? This is a genius training camp. As long as you make a reasonable request, it will be fulfilled. I understand. Yushio's current vitality value was over 1,300, and his strength was 130,000 kilograms. Hello, I would like to apply for a higher level backpack. The man with a dark face rarely showed a smile. You must be Yoshio, right? How many kilograms do you want to apply for? 100,000 kilograms. The man with the dark face frowned. Although you are a Grand Master and your strength is 100,000 kilograms, strength and load bearing are two different things. You need to calculate the stamina consumed. I understand. Yoshio nodded. I still insist on 100,000 kilograms. The man with the dark face didn't say much more but turned to the woman beside him. Nightingale, go get the 100,000 kilogram backpack. At that moment, the students who were choosing backpacks were already shocked by Yoshio's choice. As the man with the dark face said, strength and load bearing are two different matters. So among the crowd, some were gloating, praying for Yoshio to fail the assessment, while others had shining eyes, showing awe. Are you really going to choose 100,000 kilograms? Yang Dueling asked with a worried expression. I am confident. It should be noted that Yoshio had 4 major talents, especially extreme strength and divine speed, which could be a great help here. To others, a load of 100,000 kilograms seemed like Yoshio was overestimating himself, but to him, it was just a piece of cake. The assessment starts now, with a time limit of 2 hours. You can take breaks, but you must not take off the backpack, otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. At this point, the man with the dark face pointed to the drone above. Don't try to cheat, every move you make will be under our watch. Yoshio also put on the 100,000 kilogram backpack, feeling it and discovering it wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. To be precise, 100,000 kilograms was still too light for him. Just as Yoshio was considering whether to change his backpack, Yang Dueling came over with a 3,000 kilogram backpack. Let's set off. Okay, let's go. Yoshio thought for a moment and decided not to change it. As the students began to descend the mountain, the woman named Nightingale suddenly asked, Do you think Yoshio can pass the assessment? Her question drew the attention of the pre-selection class students and several teachers, including President Liu. I don't comment on unknown matters, the man with the dark face replied seriously. I think it's doubtful, said another slightly shorter man named Sanglong. He continued, although Yoshio is a Grand Master, he hasn't undergone high-intensity training, and in terms of stamina, he is not as good as us. Compared to us, Yoshio has no advantage at all. Nightingale nodded. Stamina is also a very important factor for Grand Masters. But there's no need to worry, even if Yoshio fails the assessment, with his strength, he can quickly return to the pre-selection class. It's just a loss of some points. But in the Genius Training Camp, having strength means you don't have to worry about points. Sanglong agreed and then mocked. I wonder if you all noticed that when Yoshio chose the 100,000 kilogram backpack, many students from Jiangtan City were gloating. It's simply pathetic. They have no idea how fortunate it is to have a Grand Master level leader in the Genius Training Camp. Whether in team competitions or facing oppression from other cities, Yoshio's presence is a terrifying deterrent. Originally, Jiangtan City's strength was not too strong compared to other cities, and now they have offended Yoshio. Once they lose his protection, they will probably suffer. Nightingale seemed to think of something and showed a sympathetic expression. Indeed, if I had the protection of a strong person like Yoshio when I participated in the Genius Training Camp back then, it wouldn't have been so. Nightingale didn't continue, instead shifting the topic. But that girl next to Yoshio is very clever. Sanglong nodded. When I attended the Genius Training Camp, I also suffered a lot, but fortunately, there were no deaths allowed back then. Otherwise, I might have become a member of the early deceased at under 18. While the two were discussing among themselves, President Liu and the teachers were blushing. They had noticed the students' little thoughts earlier, but it was indeed embarrassing to have them publicly stated now. That old guy was hoping that with Yoshio around, this time the students participating in the Genius Training Camp would secure more resources. But before it even started, this situation arose. Given Yoshio's vengeful nature, it would be lucky if he didn't retaliate against them, let alone protect them. As President Liu sighed, in the crowd of the preliminary class, Xiaowan was deep in thought, seemingly pondering something. If what those two said is true, if I seek Yoshio's help, can I quickly improve my strength and become an official student of the Genius Training Camp sooner? But after offending Yoshio last time, he probably won't help me. Should I ask Dad to talk to Uncle Yu? Let Uncle Yu put in a good word? Yoshio is known for being filial, he would definitely listen. Let's do that. Before entering the camp, I'll find a way to contact Dad. While Xiaowan was contemplating, Nightingale took out a device similar to a tablet, displaying the footage from the drone. The students from Jiangtan City are indeed a bit lacking, their overall strength is clearly not as good as the students from the previous 2 cities. Why are you looking at those rookies? Quickly switch the screen to see how Yushio is doing, Songlong urged. His steps are light and steady. Goodness, if I didn't know he was carrying 100,000 kilograms, I would think he was just taking a stroll, Nightingale replied. It seems we underestimated Yushio's stamina. It's obvious he's deliberately controlling his speed. If it weren't for taking care of that girl next to him, he would probably be even faster. The man with the dark face suddenly interjected. It's just begun. Yushio should be grateful for that girl beside him, as she indirectly helps him manage his stamina. If he were like those other fools, just speeding up and competing with each other, it would probably become increasingly difficult later on. Sanglong chuckled. That's true, but those fools are really amusing. The assessment doesn't require rankings. They just need to complete it within the specified time to earn points corresponding to the weight of their backpacks. At that moment, Nightingale suddenly exclaimed lightly, laughing, it really is interesting. Sanglong's gaze shifted as a strange phenomenon appeared on the screen. Many students were lined up neatly, closely following Yushio and Yang dueling, moving neither too fast nor too slow, their steps very rhythmic. This Yushio is a smart person. If I'm not mistaken, those students following him are from the first high school, Nightingale nodded. They are probably Yushio's classmates, otherwise, he wouldn't be meddling. Now that they're going downhill, it won't consume too much stamina. I'm looking forward to seeing the expressions of those fools who don't conserve their energy when they go uphill later. Sanglong laughed heartily. They'll probably look like dead dogs, dragging their exhausted bodies forward step by step, while crying for their mothers inside. Nightingale suddenly asked, how many people do you think from Jiangtan City will pass the assessment this time? If those fools don't wake up and continue rushing at this speed, I fear more than half won't make it. Sanglong seemed to think of something amusing again, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Jiangtan City is already weaker than other cities, and now the number of people passing the assessment is so few. Once there is no protection from Yushio, I'm afraid that after entering the camp, they will completely become slaves to the students from other cities. Without any rules to restrict them, the law of the jungle will be even more vividly displayed, and the life of a slave will only become more miserable. President Liu was already feeling ashamed. Although he had not witnessed the foolish actions of those people, the images had already formed in his mind based on the descriptions from the 2 nightingales. More than half of the people failed the assessment, and by then, the students from Jiangtan City would not know what kind of exploitation they would face after entering the camp. If things got worse, they wouldn't know how many would die or how many would be left behind. No, we must contact that old guy and have him speak to Yushio on our behalf. That's right, it would be best to offer some benefits as a bribe, otherwise, Jiangtan City is doomed. If the martial arts assessment fails, it's unlikely that we will gain any benefits from the ruins. What awaits Jiangtan City will be a merger, sighed. Once President Liu had an idea, he immediately moved to a secluded spot to contact the mayor. Hey, old guy, it seems that this genius training camp is going to have a big problem. Here's the situation, Yushio chose a backpack weighing 100,000 kilograms. But our group of fools in Jiangtan City mocked him behind his back. Not only that, but during the initial assessment, they actually competed fiercely against each other, disregarding their stamina to fight for rankings. Once we lose Yushio's protection, if even fewer students pass the assessment, I'm afraid something big will happen to our students in Jiangtan City. So, can you think of a way to persuade Yushio? After all, we need to consider the bigger picture. If the genius training camp has issues, the only outcome for Jiangtan City will be merger. President Liu detailed the events that had occurred here to the mayor. We must act quickly. Once Yushio and the others enter the camp, communication will be restricted, and it will be difficult to reach out again. After hanging up the phone, President Liu couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his face filled with worry. Mr. Wu, right? President Liu knew that Mr. Wu was Yushio's homeroom teacher and tried to seek his help. I heard you are Yushio's homeroom teacher? I am. President Liu sighed. Mr. Wu, you should have seen what happened earlier. I hope you can persuade Yushio later. Mr. Wu smiled bitterly. President Liu, I'm afraid I can't help with this matter. Although I am Yushio's homeroom teacher, I have no personal connection with him. You probably know that Yushio transferred from the 7th middle school, and I have spoken to him only a handful of times. If anyone can persuade him, aside from his parents, it would probably be the principal. However, contacting Yushio's parents might leave him feeling resentful. Mr. Wu made his point clear, and President Liu nodded in understanding. Sigh. Watching President Liu walk away, Mr. Wu also sighed helplessly. Although he wanted to help, he understood that he had little influence and could not possibly persuade Yushio. Jiangtan City. After the mayor hung up the phone with President Liu, he slammed his desk in anger. A bunch of fools, idiots. I originally thought that with Yushio around, Jiangtan City would have a protective umbrella, But who would have thought that this group of fools would be so stupid? After venting his frustrations, the mayor couldn't help but rub his aching temples. Yushio was different from others. He was a grandmaster level powerhouse and only 16 years old. Using power to coerce him might force Yushio to comply due to his parents living in Jiangtan City. But the consequences of such actions were something the mayor dared not even imagine. Not to mention what level of strength Yushio would reach in a few years. But just the title of a 16-year-old grandmaster, if he were willing to be subordinate, many would fight to the death for it. Those big shots would do anything to appease Yushio. A single word from him could lead to the downfall of their entire family. The mayor was certainly not foolish enough to engage in such a killing the chicken to get the egg scenario. It seems the only option now is to offer substantial benefits, hoping Yushio will be willing. I still need to find old he. The mayor picked up the phone and said, "Prepare a car to go to the first high school." Principal's office at the first high school. After the mayor's arrival, he openly spoke about the genius training camp. The principal furrowed his brow, but he did not scold him face to face. "What do you want me to do?" "Persuade Yushio, hope that he can agree to protect the students of Jiangtan City. Of course, the city will also show its sincerity." The principal hesitated for a moment and said, "I can't guarantee this. I do have some connections with Yushio, but you understand the situation. After all, we haven't spent much time together." "I understand. This matter is not Yushio's fault. Even if he refuses, I will understand." The mayor sighed. "We can only blame those fools. I also bear some responsibility for not informing them in advance about the harsh realities of the genius training camp, allowing them to naively believe that they could obtain resources just by working hard." The principal said helplessly, "The genius training camp is no longer just a matter of individual strength. To gain fairness in that place, one can only rely on the power of the team. This is not just a battle between students, it is also a battle between cities. Moreover, this time the genius training camp has removed the death limit. Those people will likely act even more recklessly." The mayor said with a bitter smile, "I won't hide it from you, the ruins are about to open. If Jiangtan City cannot stand up this time, we will probably face the outcome of being merged." "Merged?" The principal suddenly looked up, his expression instantly serious. He thought of the cities that had been merged in the past. Although they were not oppressed, they lost the resources to cultivate students. Resources sent from above to the higher level cities meant that the merged subordinate cities would hardly receive any resources. But that was secondary. Once merged, it would be equivalent to losing one's hometown. Decades later, future generations would no longer remember the name of their hometown. Just thinking about it is such a sad thing. The name Jiangtan City would eventually fade away, only to be preserved in history. Is it that serious? Sigh, I don't want it to be this way. But the emergence of the ruins has accelerated the competition between cities. If the martial arts exam does not go well, Jiangtan City will lose the qualification to participate in the ruins. The mayor asked, "Principal think about it. In this way, Jiangtan City will be eliminated in a short time, and merging will probably become an undeniable fact." The principal sighed, "Yes, merging cities, under the guise of strengthening cultivation. But who in this world is without selfish motives? How willing are the higher-level cities to allocate resources to the merged subordinate cities?" The mayor said, "This world is one of survival of the fittest. These unspoken rules are well understood by those above, they just don't want to talk about it. Merging means weakness, and weakness leads to elimination. Elimination means losing value." The principal nodded, "Rest assured, I will do my best to persuade Yushio. I believe with his intelligence, he will definitely understand the stakes involved." Genius Training Camp. Previously, due to Yushio's suggestion, all the students from the first high school saved their energy. Now, as they climbed the mountain, the students from the first high school, who were originally at the back, were now far ahead. The summit was within reach. "Shoshin, thank goodness for your guidance, otherwise, their fate would be my ending." "No kidding, Shoshin is the pride of our first high school. In this genius training camp, I only listen to Shoshin. If he tells me to go east, I will never go west. Even if the instructor comes, I will only listen to Shoshin. You know, our first high school needs to unite. With Shoshin leading, I believe we can definitely rise." Listening to the students behind him chatter, Yang Dueling spoke up, "The fact that you have such thoughts now only shows how smart you are. In fact, the real genius training camp is not as good as you imagine. The competition inside is brutal. It's not just individual battles, but also battles between cities. Moreover, this time the death limit has been removed, and it will be even more brutal. Without strength, death may be the best relief." As she said this, she looked at Yushio again. "However, if someone is protecting us, we will live comfortably, even though it will also be hard, but we will definitely not lose our human rights." A high school student's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. They had thought there would be conflicts, but they had not considered it so deeply, because in their subconscious, everything was bound by the laws of martial arts. The environment they had lived in since childhood was peaceful, and they had never suffered attacks from ferocious beasts, so they had never imagined that conflicts between students could be so brutal. Losing human rights? Isn't that equivalent to being a slave? Goddess Yang, don't the instructors of the Genius Training Camp intervene? The death restrictions have been lifted. Do you think that if you suffer humiliation and become a slave, the instructors will care about such trivial matters? Yang Dueling said seriously, you must understand that the path we are walking now is one that the instructors have walked before. Do you think they would still be shocked by these things? To have come this far, their past experiences must have been 1,000 times, 100 times more brutal than this. And I can guarantee that those instructors will definitely envy our Jiangtan city for having a grandmaster like Yu Xiu, because his presence will only intimidate students from other cities. Upon hearing this, the high school students no longer laughed, all wearing serious expressions. You don't need to look at me like that. Before we set off, I promised the principal that I would help you within my capabilities, Yu Xiu said expressionlessly. However, I need you to remember that I am not your babysitter and will not help you with everything. When facing difficulties, you still need to rely on yourselves. Of course, I can guarantee you a clean fighting environment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Shoshin, this is already the greatest help to us. Just as you said, seizing resources requires us to do it ourselves. Indeed, the path of martial arts should be one of overcoming obstacles, and a clean environment is the greatest help to us. Shoshin, don't worry. Although we cannot keep up with your pace, we will definitely not bring shame to our school. Yu Xiu scanned the crowd and saw the resolute faces, feeling quite gratified. At least these students had a correct worldview. Li Hao, do you still remember our agreement? This is the best opportunity. Shoshin, I remember. I will work hard to return to class 1. Yu Xiu nodded, then his gaze landed on a boy wearing glasses. Zhang Yinping, your talent and strength are very strong. This is your stage to shine. Work hard to improve yourself. Shoshin, you actually remember my name. I am so happy, thank you, Shoshin. I will work hard. Everyone looked at Zhang Yinping, who was so excited he was incoherent, and couldn't help but show strange expressions. In their eyes, Zhang Yinping was the epitome of aloofness, usually silent and focused solely on martial arts, never participating in socializing. But now, what an eye-opener. Yu Xiu, congratulations on gaining a little fanboy. Yang Dueling was also somewhat surprised, so she turned to tease Yu Xiu. That's right, I am Shoshin's little fanboy. Ever since the last time in the classroom, I started to admire Shoshin. Later, when I saw you defeat 2 principals in succession, I was so shocked that I got goosebumps. I really admire you and hope that one day, I can also become a domineering person like you. Yu Xiu looked at Li Hao's excited expression and was momentarily speechless. He had originally just wanted to motivate these people to work hard in the Genius Training Camp to help himself improve. As a result, a little fanboy emerged. I believe you can do it. Yu Xiu nodded, then looked at the others. You all need to work hard too. Under Yu Xiu's encouragement, the high school students were instantly filled with passion. Those who had been slightly out of breath now had rosy faces, giving the illusion of a revival. Just like that, under Yu Xiu's leadership, the high school students collectively reached the mountaintop. Congratulations, you are now official members of the Genius Training Camp, said the man with a dark face. Based on the weight of your backpacks, you will receive corresponding points. The ratio of weight to points is 1:10. For example, if Yu Xiu's backpack weighs 100,000 kilograms, he will receive 10,000 points. As soon as these words were spoken, a high school student saw expressions of envy on the faces of Sun Long and Yang. This made them even more curious about the actual use of points in the Genius Training Camp. Seeing the curiosity on your faces, I will reluctantly enlighten you, Sanglong said. Let's take Yu Xiu as an example again. You could say that he has 10,000 points, and even if he does nothing after entering the camp, he can still live a life like a deity. Not only that, but he can also enjoy preferential resources from the Genius Training Camp. Let me put it this way, many resources in the Genius Training Camp require a certain level to purchase, and the higher the level, the more discounts you can enjoy. I've been here for almost 10 years, and my points are not as many as Yu Xiu's, nor is my level as high as his. You should understand now, right? The high school students were instantly shocked. Although they still did not know the specific uses of points, they had already understood their importance through Sanglong's explanation. Sanglong's 10 years of effort were actually not as good as Yu Xiu's one assessment. What kind of look is that? I am stronger than you show. Sanglong couldn't stand the strange looks from the high school students and snorted coldly. Here, the stronger you are, the harder it is to earn points. Do you think anyone can be as abnormal as you show? A 16-year-old grandmaster? Look at your own points, and then think about it, and you'll understand. Moreover, I can responsibly tell you that the points earned from assessments are a new benefit for you from the Genius Training Camp. After this, even if you want to earn 10 points, you will need to put in 1,000 or 100 times the effort. A bunch of ignorant fools, daring to underestimate me. Once you enter the camp, you will understand what cruelty is. Yang suddenly interjected, you might be overthinking it. After they enter the camp, they might not experience cruelty. At most, they will just suffer a bit, but they won't be humiliated. As she said this, Yang's gaze was intensely fixed on Yuxiu. Women often have a tendency to admire the strong, and especially for someone like Yang, who had experienced various hardships, she understood the principle of leaning against a big tree for shade even more. Although she was already in her 20s, what if Yuxiu liked older sisters? What kind of look is that from her? Yang Dueling frowned at Yang's gaze. However, Yang showed no signs of retreat, returning Yang Dueling's gaze with a provocative look. Damn, and there's Yuxiu too. At this moment, Sanglong reacted, looking at Yuxiu with a face full of resentment. Why didn't I have such good luck back then? If I had a thigh like you to lean on, I wouldn't be working in this Genius Training Camp now. Yuxiu smiled bitterly but did not respond, as he didn't know how to reply. Instead, the high school students now understood even more the benefits of Yuxiu's existence, and their gazes toward him were filled with increasing gratitude and admiration. After the man with the dark face announced that the high school students could rest freely, President Liu immediately took Yuxiu to a nearby secluded area. Yuxiu, I know that some students from our Jiangtan city are quite foolish, and I wish I could just slap this group of idiots. But since it concerns the future of the entire Jiangtan city, I can only shamelessly come to ask you to protect our students from Jiangtan city after they enter the camp. Of course, I won't let you do something like repaying kindness with enmity, as I am well aware of the horrors of human nature. How about this? I will contact the mayor now and have him talk to you. What do you think? Yuxiu nodded. Just as President Liu said, he would not do something like repaying kindness with enmity. It is precisely because he understands the terrifying nature of humanity that he spoke those words when facing a middle school student earlier. As the saying goes, a favor in rice is a grudge in a. As for the future of Jiangtan City, he was not clear about the specifics. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. After all, through the memories of his past life, Jiangtan City had never shown any kindness to him or his family. Perhaps this was the fate of the lower and impoverished classes, but now Yuxiu was no longer the same as before. Why should he contribute to a city that had shown no goodwill towards his family? Moreover, it was about helping a group of worthless people. Yuxiu considered himself not to be heartless, but he certainly would not be a saint. Yuxiu, it's me. The voice of the mayor came from the other end of the phone. Yuxiu replied, Mayor, this is Yuxiu. He did not ask questions, merely stating his identity, which was enough to indicate his stance. Next to him, President Liu sighed helplessly. Yuxiu, I actually shouldn't be calling you, but this Genius Training Camp is related to the future of Jiangtan City. The mayor then recounted the relics and the merging of cities. After all, this is our hometown, and I believe you wouldn't want it to be lost to history. I know it's a bit difficult to ask you to protect the students of Jiangtan City, but this is a contribution for the entire Jiangtan City, a significant decision for its future, and the city will compensate you. The city has decided to grant your parents the title of honorary citizens, enjoying benefits equivalent to those of the mayor. As for your sister Yu Chanshan, all her future martial arts training expenses will be covered by Jiangtan City, and finally, you will receive an annual reward of 100 million martial yuan. All the benefits mentioned will be valid for life. I will include them in the internal system of Jiangtan City, and regardless of whether I am the mayor in the future, these benefits will not expire. Upon hearing this, Yuxiu was also very shocked. Granting his parents benefits equivalent to those of the mayor included not only various medical guarantees but also resources for martial arts training. Although he did not have the authority of a mayor, it was already an enviable existence for countless people. And then there was his sister and the 100 million martial yuan, especially the last statement about being valid for life. This meant that in the future, whether it was his parents or sister, they would be supported by Jiangtan City. Yuxiu. Just as he hesitated, the principal's voice came again from the other end of the line. I do not interfere with your decision, but I hope you can consider it. As the ancients said, fallen leaves return to their roots. For people like us, the older we get, the more we miss our hometown. Once the cities merge, the name Jiangtan City will also be abolished, and our hometown will lose its name. For decades to come, our descendants will forget that they were born in a place called Jiangtan City, and they will forget that there is still Jiangtan City in Huaxia. Hearing this, Yushio fell silent. The principal's words were not meant to persuade but were a heartfelt expression. It was precisely this that touched Yushio's heart. Although he was an outsider, he also had a hometown, that ancient capital with a long history, and the passionate blood of the Qin people rising. If the name of his hometown were to be abolished, Yushio would certainly not be willing. After all, this was the dignity defended by his ancestors with their blood. Just like the 800 brave men who left Sichuan, they defended the dignity of the motherland in the name of the Sichuan people. Once they lost their roots, it would be like floating duckweed. Moreover, his parents would surely not want to lose their roots either. If he did not agree, they would probably scold him. Mayor, I can agree to protect, but I will definitely not agree immediately. Yushio said, I want them to see the cruelty of the genius training camp, to be in a desperate situation before begging me on their knees for protection, because I do not believe in human nature. The mayor did not hesitate at all. No problem, you have your way of doing things, and I will not interfere, as long as you are willing to protect. Rest assured, everything I promised just now will be implemented immediately. I heard your sister's legs are still recovering. I will contact the best doctor immediately to take care of her until she can stand up, and I will ensure there are no after effects. Yushio replied, Thank you, Mayor. No need, this is what you deserve. For now, I won't disturb your assessment. After hanging up the phone, the principal asked, You offered such generous treatment. He didn't finish his sentence, but the mayor understood everything. In the past, Yushio was at the bottom. The city of Jiangtan did not show him any kindness, so I morally blackmailed him with a sense of belonging to this city. If I were in Yushio's previous position, I wouldn't have any sense of belonging to this city either. People's hearts are complementary. The current Yushio is no longer the same. We need him to contribute to this city, and I will definitely not be stingy, treating it as an investment. You can think of me as snobbish, but as Yushio said, he doesn't believe in human nature, and I believe even less in it. What I can do is exchange sincerity for sincerity, allowing Yushio to develop a sense of belonging to this city. The principal fell silent upon hearing this. You are right, Yushio is different from us. We were born into decent families and have enjoyed the support of this city since childhood. Although they now have resources to supplement them, children from lower-class families do not enjoy the same resources as we do. We are willing to contribute to this city more because the better Jiangtan is, the more beneficial it is for us. The principal smiled wryly. The establishment of a class for underperforming students at No. 7 high school almost included Yushio. If he hadn't revealed his true strength, the outcome would have been even worse. Perhaps Yushio had some fortuitous encounters, but for him to have his current strength, our city of Jiangtan indeed contributed nothing. The mayor sighed, given this situation, it seems I need to intervene in the establishment of the underperforming class at No. 7 high school. I originally thought everyone should do their own job. My responsibility is to manage urban construction, while education is the responsibility of you principals. But now it seems that the students' sense of belonging is also a significant issue. The principal smiled wryly. If you ask me, you should have stopped the establishment of the underperforming class at No. 7 high school earlier. School should ultimately remain clean. Teaching without discrimination is the principle. At the Genius Training Camp, 2 hours quickly passed, and as expected, all students from No. 1 high school passed the assessment, while the pass rate for the other students was pitifully low, with just over half of the total number passing. Among the 7 high schools in Jiangtan City, there were originally 700 formal members, but now the number of those who passed was less than 400. From now on, those who pass the assessment will become official members of the Genius Training Camp, and you will also receive corresponding points. The man with a dark face turned to Nightingale. You two take them into the camp. Sanglang and Nightingale ignored whether the newly admitted students were tired and simply glanced at them before leading the way down the mountain. The pale-faced students, with weak legs, had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. They arrived at the foot of the mountain. The military trucks waiting to take them into the camp were already parked there, and Nightingale and Sanglang each took a seat in the front passenger seat of a truck. As for the other students, they could only sit in the cargo area of the military trucks. Yushio, there are still a few front seats available over there. You should distribute them. We can't let resources go to waste. Yang Dueling, you go to 1. Yushio turned to the student from No. 1 high school. The others can choose for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushio walked to the nearest military truck, opened the door, and got in. Seeing this scene, the students showed expressions of resentment, but they dared not voice their objections. Among the crowd of the preliminary class, Shawan frowned and angrily thought, I have known you since childhood, why can't I sit there, and instead, Yang Dueling gets to. It's been so long. Has Dad contacted Uncle you? Why hasn't Yushio reacted yet? He really doesn't care about me, his daughter. This genius training camp has no death limit, he just wants me to die. At that moment, Nightingale shouted, "Everyone else, get in the car quickly. You have 1 minute. If you're late, you'll have to run behind." Hearing this, the students scrambled to get into the vehicle, not daring to mind the crowding, only wanting to board within the time limit. The carriage, which could originally hold only a few dozen people, became overcrowded due to the frantic rush, a true case of people squeezing against each other. Even so, no one was willing to get off. "What a good show," Sanglong observed, a sneer on his face, but he did not intervene. 10 seconds left. Yushio sat in the passenger seat, watching the students like ants on a hot pan, glancing at the smirking Nightingale and Sanglong. He remained expressionless, feeling that here, the weak had no rights, the weak were merely the slaves and toys of the strong. "Time's up, let's go." As the military truck started, Yushio withdrew his gaze, indifferent to whether anyone would run behind. The destination was deep in Wushan, where the real genius training camp lay. About half an hour later, the military truck stopped in front of a forest. Nightingale shouted, "All members of the preliminary class, get off the truck immediately." As over 1,000 people disembarked, Nightingale continued, "This forest will be your home from now on. There are wooden cabins for you to live in, instructors for you to consult, and resources for you to exchange, but all of this requires points. Here, there are no rules. If you want to obtain anything, you must do it with your own hands. Of course, I must remind you that this genius training camp has no death limit. Danger can come at any time, not only from people but also from ferocious beasts. As for how to survive, there are people selling strategies over there in the forest." At this point, Nightingale chuckled, "But to get the strategies, you must first go to the cellars." Upon hearing this, both the preliminary class members and the official members turned pale. From Nightingale's words, they understood the level of danger in this forest. Moreover, living and food required points, which the preliminary class simply did not have. So, they could only resort to stealing and fighting. In a situation without a death limit, the fighting would only become more brutal. I want to go home. I don't want to participate in the genius training camp anymore. You are treating lives like grass. What kind of ridiculous genius training camp is this? This is abuse. I want to leave." Starting with just a few people, soon more joined the resistance. Among the crowd, Xiaowan trembled all over, her face devoid of color, clearly frightened by Nightingale's words. I don't want to die. Yushio, that's right, Yushio can definitely help me, he's so capable." Thinking of this, Xiaowan lunged toward the military truck where Yushio was sitting, as if grasping a lifeline. Yushio, I'm Xiaowan, please help me, I really don't want to die here. We were childhood friends, you liked me so much before. I can agree to your pursuit now, please help me." With this outburst, the entire venue fell silent, even Nightingale and Sanglong exchanged glances. What poor taste, I actually liked this kind of person before. Nightingale thought to herself, then her expression changed to one of surprise. If Yushio can like this kind of person, it seems I have a chance too. Nightingale smiled and looked back at Xiaowan, wanting to see what Yushio would do. Yushio, I know you can hear me, can you help me? I'm my father's only daughter. He has such a good relationship with Uncle Yu. If I die, my father will definitely be sad, and Uncle Yu will be very upset too. Yushio, please help me. However, no matter how much Xiaowan shouted outside, Yushio never rolled down the car window, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Yushio, you are truly heartless. You used to sneak into the first high school to find Xiaowan, but now that she is in trouble, you turn a blind eye. You are so selfish and cold-blooded, may you die a terrible death. Thinking that becoming a grandmaster means you can look down on others, someone as selfish and cold-blooded as you, Yushio, even if you become a martial emperor in the future, we will still look down on you. Loving someone you can't have, resenting Xiaowan, Yushio, you are just a coward. Originally, those students who also wanted to seek help from Yushio, seeing Xiaowan in distress, understood that they had no chance at all. They began to curse loudly, seemingly transferring all their resentment onto Yushio, trying to vent. Perhaps some wanted to make Yushio feel guilty, hoping he would help them in return. However, no matter the intention, it seemed all was in vain. Yushio ignored them from start to finish, as if their words were nothing but air. You bunch of bastards, what right do you have to talk about the god of repair? How were you gloating on the mountaintop before, and now you want the god of repair to help you? What are you even worth? Moral kidnapping? Do you have the right? A bunch of idiots who can only bark like dogs. Besides, it's only natural that the god of repair doesn't help you, a bunch of worthless dogs. I'm not afraid to tell you, there are students from other cities in this forest, and now you're barking here, I'll wait for you to be played with like dogs. Shut up, all of you. Nightingale originally wanted to see Yushio's attitude, but he remained indifferent. Losing patience, with the constant noise from both sides of the students, Nightingale felt irritated and shouted angrily, continue on. The whole place fell silent, and Nightingale, too lazy to linger, leaned back in her seat. After more than 10 minutes, the military truck stopped in front of a huge iron gate. Nightingale and Song Lang took out their credentials, and the sentry waved them through. At this point, they were already in the very center of the forest, the True Genius training camp, covering an area of over 1,000 acres. Get out! Nightingale led Yu Xiu and the others into a 3-story building. On the first floor, they registered Yu Xiu and the others and issued each of them a watch. I remind you, it's best not to lose or damage it. It's not only your identity symbol but also your wealth. Nightingale said seriously, let's take Yu Xiu as an example. If Yu Xiu loses his watch, others can use it to squander freely without any hindrance. Of course, the watch cannot be replaced. If someone picks it up or steals it, you can demand it back. If the other party refuses to return it, there's only one way to make it useful. The students listened very attentively, as this concerned their wealth. Nightingale squinted and smiled, saying, that is to kill him and then take it back. Although killing was allowed here, the students couldn't help but change their expressions. He. Nightingale sneered, then said, now I'll take you to the leaderboard. Nightingale and Song Lang led the way out. Before long, they arrived at a square, which wasn't very large, but there stood a stone tablet with 2 large, flamboyant characters, live. At the end of the square was a 10-meter wide screen with many sections, including the points leaderboard, strength leaderboard, and so on. This is the leaderboard of the Genius Training Camp. As you can see, the current top of the points leaderboard is Yu Xiu, with 10,000 points. As for why Yu Xiu is not at the top of the strength leaderboard, you'll have to verify that for yourselves. Nightingale explained, I now want to tell you that it's best to give your all to compete for the leaderboard, because the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive daily point rewards. For example, if Yu Xiu is at the top of the points leaderboard, as long as he stays for a day, he will earn 500 points. However, you must remember that the leaderboard rewards are calculated at midnight. If someone steals your tower, then you can only miss out on the leaderboard rewards. Of course, there are other ways to earn points, such as going to the task center, where there are all kinds of tasks available, not only hunting ferocious beasts but also cleaning toilets and the like. Alright, my job is just to tell you these things. If you want to know more, then go buy a strategy manual. Everything you need is in the supermarket. After saying this, Nightingale walked up to Yu Xiu, took out a strategy manual, and chuckled, Yu Xiu, shall we be friends? Nice to meet you. Yu Xiu, with a mindset of saving whenever possible, naturally accepted the free strategy manual. After all, he had nothing to lose. I am Nightingale. Seeing Nightingale extend her delicate little hand, Yu Xiu shook it. Yu Xiu. Nightingale smiled sweetly and winked at Yu Xiu. See you next time. After Song Lang followed Nightingale away, he finally couldn't help but ask, you don't have a crush on that kid Yu Xiu, do you? Why not? Nightingale chuckled. Not only is he handsome, but he is also powerful. I have no reason not to like him. But you're older than Yu Xiu. He's only 16 this year, just a high school student, while you graduated from university many years ago. Nightingale scoffed. So what? What a young girl can do, I can do too, and I can do it even better. Besides, I'm the one taking the initiative. I definitely won't be shy or reserved. Don't you men just like those who are virtuous outside but wild inside? I can do that. Song Lang was speechless and waved his hand. Suit yourself, just don't come crying under the covers if Yu Xiu doesn't like you. Song Lang and Nightingale were college classmates and even part of the same team. They often did tasks together in college and knew each other well. Despite Nightingale's tough exterior, she was still a young lady who had never been in a relationship. She was obsessed with martial arts in her early years and had never dated. This is interesting. The content of the strategy manual was not much, just some methods to earn points and how to survive, and finally, a standard map of the Genius Training Camp. Yu Xiu quickly flipped through it. When he saw that both accommodation and meals required points for payment, he muttered to himself, this is a method of taming wolves. In other words, everything here required points. As long as one had enough points, they could live freely like a deity. First, let's verify strength. Since he had just entered the camp, only the points leaderboard and strength leaderboard had rankings, while the other leaderboards were not yet open. So Yu Xiu decided to verify his strength first and aim for the top of the strength leaderboard. The Genius Training Camp also had class divisions, but they were mainly based on cities. However, each class had 100 people. Yu Xiu originally thought that he might not be able to improve his strength in the early stages of the Genius Training Camp, but after looking at the strategy manual, he found that he could still improve a bit. Although the students from Jiangtan City were not very strong, every little bit adds up. System, if I form a class here and it includes my classmates from class 1, will their strength be counted? It will be counted. The system only calculates the total of the class and does not care about duplicates. Hearing this, Yu Xiu felt relieved. What he was thinking was to gather the 100 students from Class 1 who passed the assessment to form a class. If there were no duplicate calculations, then 50 of them would be from Class 1, and his improvement would definitely not be too much. You all take a look too. Yushio handed the strategy manual to Yang Dueling and said, "Now let's go verify our strength. You can read it while walking." Yushio walked ahead, followed by all the students from Class 1. On the other hand, the students from other schools were left dumbfounded, staring at each other. Should we follow them? Follow what? Can't you see that Yushio doesn't even want to pay attention to us? In his eyes, there are only students from Class 1. So what should we do now? I suggest we form an alliance. After all, there are students from other cities in this genius training camp, and we are stronger in numbers. I think that's reasonable. We should form an alliance. But who will be the leader? We'll discuss that later. For now, let's go to the supermarket to buy the strategy manual and understand the situation of the genius training camp. That sounds good. But where is the supermarket? Figure it out. That thing under your nose, can it only eat? On Yushio's side, the final verified strength was a 1-star Grandmaster. With the registration system, the top name on the strength leaderboard also changed to Yushio's name. As for Yang Dueling and the others, their strengths had not changed much. With their strength, they couldn't even make it into the top 10 of the strength leaderboard. Before Yushio, the top name was Linen Moso, a 3rd grade warrior. Below that, many were 4th grade. With Yang Dueling's 5th grade strength, he could probably only rank around 40 or 50. You all should have read the strategy manual. Next, we need to form a class, exactly 100 people. What do you think? We will listen to Shioshin. Yushio nodded and said, also, we need to hire an instructor. My suggestion is to hire one. After all, this is a genius training camp, and we are newcomers unfamiliar with many rules and matters here. Hiring an instructor can help us handle many things. Of course, you can also consult the instructor about martial arts issues, find your own instructor, and earn points with discounts. Hiring an instructor costs 100 points a month, and each person will bear a little of the points. In fact, theoretically, there was no need for an instructor. With Yushio's strength, he could handle all the instructor's duties, such as guiding martial arts techniques. However, Yushio had his own matters to attend to and didn't have time to babysit these people. Since no one has any objections, let's go to the academic affairs office now. 20 minutes later, Yushio and the others formed a class at the academic affairs office, naming it Zhongtan No. 1 Middle School. The hired instructor was named Liang Tai, whose strength was slightly stronger than Yushio's, a 4-star Grandmaster. Ding dong, detecting that the host has formed a class, calculating the total. Calculation complete. The class has 100 students. Total calculated as 99. New talents added: meditation, secondary defense, secondary speed, vitality, 2614. Martial arts techniques: basic fist technique plus 99, basic sword technique plus 34, basic shadow step plus 29, basic knife technique plus 13, basic. Would you like to grant immediately? Grant. Congratulations, host has reached 4-star Grandmaster, with new talents, meditation, secondary defense, and secondary speed. Basic fist technique has reached peak mastery, basic sword technique has reached peak mastery, basic shadow step has reached peak mastery, basic knife technique has achieved minor success, basic staff technique has reached initial understanding. As the granting prompt sound fell, Yushio first checked the newly added talents. Meditation was a deep sleep that could help comprehend some techniques. However, at this stage, he couldn't cultivate techniques, so the student who obtained meditation was quite unfortunate, as it was rather useless. After all, given his situation, whether he could cultivate to use meditation was still unknown. But for Yushio, it was useful. However, Yushio didn't need it at all because he didn't need to comprehend techniques, he just needed to calculate the total, and the techniques would gradually improve. As for secondary defense and secondary speed, they were weakened versions of defense and speed. With 3 martial arts techniques reaching the highest level of peak mastery, strength at the 4th grade Grandmaster level, in this genius training camp, it's equivalent to being an instructor. Yushio smiled and then put these thoughts aside. Now that the class was formed and strength had received an initial boost, Yushio just needed to wait for the other leaderboards to open. After thinking for a while, it seemed there was nothing else to do. I'm going to the supermarket. What about you guys? Yushio asked. Shoshin, we are preparing to team up and take on tasks to earn points. Indeed, the good houses in the training camp are too expensive for us to afford, and we can't bear to buy the lesser ones. It's better to take on missions and make do with resting in the wild. We came here to improve our strength, not to enjoy ourselves. Yushio nodded and said, since that's the case, you all go ahead. Remember to report the class name of Zhongtan No. 1 High School when you're outside. Now Yushio was at the top of the strength leaderboard, and he had many tags behind him. Jungtan Yusho, 1-star Grandmaster, Jungtan No. 1 High School. Don't worry, Xioshin, we will definitely report our class name when we go out. That's right, the watch shows real-time updates of all the leaderboards. I bet the other students in the Genius Training Camp already know the name of Xioshin and are secretly shocked. We are all members of Jungtan No. 1 High School, so ordinary people probably wouldn't dare to provoke us. Yusho smiled and reminded, but you still need to be careful. These people might not dare to act recklessly in the open, but they won't be friendly behind your backs. Rest assured, Xioshin, we won't cause trouble. We'll just focus on our missions and we'll be cautious and vigilant, ensuring nothing goes wrong. Yusho nodded, said no more, and turned to walk towards the supermarket. I'll go with you, Yang Dueling suddenly said. Yusho asked, aren't you going to join them for the mission? Not for now, Yang Dueling replied. I think we should have a place to stay first. After completing the missions, we need somewhere to rest. I don't have a boy's strong physique. After every mission, I definitely need to recuperate for a few days. Then let's go together. Before long, the two of them arrived at the supermarket, and from a distance, they saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance, at least several hundred people. It's them. Yang Dueling glanced at the crowd and noticed many were students from Jiantan City. Yushio, help us. The crowd, having spotted Yushio and Yang Dueling, hurriedly shouted. Yushio? The new top name on the strength and points leaderboard? That grandmaster with 1,000 points? The group surrounding the Jiangtan City students clearly already knew Yushio's name. At this moment, they all froze in place, looking at Yushio with fear on their faces, not even daring to breathe. Although they were somewhat shocked by Yushio's strength and points, no one was foolish enough to doubt it. After all, this was the Genius Training Camp leaderboard. How could there be any mistakes? With Grandmaster level strength, he could easily kill everyone present with a wave of his hand. Thud. As Yusho got closer to the supermarket, these students could no longer bear the pressure in their hearts. Their legs went weak, and they all knelt on the ground. Lord Yusho, we didn't know these were your classmates. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths, and we are willing to compensate. We only ask that Lord Yusho spare our lives, please. The Genius Training Camp had no death restrictions. Yusho could kill them all if he wanted. So how could these people not be afraid? In the face of life and dignity, most people would choose life. After all, there's a saying, better to live poorly than to die well. Now you know fear? Weren't you just robbing our points? Now hand over all your points, or don't blame us for being merciless and taking action. Damn it, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you kneeling now? I preferred the rebellious look you had earlier. Please get back to that. You kicked me just now, and now I'm going to show you what cruelty is. Seeing this group kneeling, the Jiangtan City students immediately became arrogant. However, when Yusho walked over, he didn't even look at them, walking into the supermarket with an indifferent expression. This action left the kneeling students exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss. Boss, what does Lord Yusho mean? Does he not know these people? The male student at the forefront quickly turned his eyes at his companion's words. Let's not take any risks for now. We should kneel and wait. If Lord Yu doesn't pay us any mind after he comes out, it will prove that he won't protect these trash. But be careful, we can't let these people escape, and we shouldn't offend them. Even if our brothers get beaten, we mustn't retaliate. At this point, the male student's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, if Lord Yu doesn't protect us later, then let our brothers deal with them properly. Just like that, the atmosphere became increasingly strange. The students from Jiangtan City seemed to sense something was off and dared not move to insult anyone further. It seems Lord Yu isn't paying attention to us. What should we do now? Should we take the chance to escape? That damned Yu, we all come from Jiangtan City, yet he's so ruthless. Those from the preliminary class weren't wrong. Yu is indeed cold-blooded and selfish, a real bastard. Stop cursing for now. If Yu doesn't care about us, we're definitely doomed. Let's think about how to get out of this. Take the chance to escape? A student who had previously suggested escaping brought up the idea again. We can't escape. If we do, our use of Yu's name will be exposed, and these people won't let us get away. We must use strategy. Listen to me, here's what we should do. The crowd nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruoyu, you take care of this. Among this group, Xiao Ruoyu's 6th grade strength was already outstanding. Me? Xiao Ruoyu frowned. He had originally thought to take this opportunity to escape directly and then take on a mission to hide from the Genius Training Camp. But now being pushed forward, he felt reluctant, yet faced with everyone's gazes, he ultimately chose to agree. However, he had already made up his mind to leave immediately after this matter because he knew very well that Lord Yu wouldn't care about them at all. You must be their leader, right? Xiao Ruoyu walked up to the person, looking down with an arrogant expression. We from Jiangtan are just entering the camp. Although there are strong figures like Lord Yu, we don't want to cause trouble. According to the training tasks given by Lord Yu, we shouldn't use his name, but today you just happened to run into him, so you can only blame your bad luck. Now it's up to you whether to fight or not. You should pray for your own fortune." After Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, he walked seriously into the supermarket. The students from Jiangtan City were left dumbfounded, confused. Their plan was to use Lord Yu's name to intimidate these outsiders, but what was Xiao Ruoyu doing now? Going in to find Lord Yu? Who didn't know that Lord Yu had the greatest grudge against your school? Not only had your principal been beaten, but you, Xiao Ruoyu, had also been beaten by Lord Yu. Are you sure Lord Yu will pay you any mind? Boss, do you have a back door here? Xiao Ruoyu entered the supermarket and immediately asked the owner. 10 points of credit. The owner understood Xiao Ruoyu's meaning and directly stated his position. No problem. Xiao Ruoyu's backpack from the previous assessment weighed 2,000 kilograms, earning him 200 points. Although 10 points made him feel a bit pained, it was nothing compared to his life. Boss, give me a strategy manual as well. That'll be 11 points in total. After Xiao Ruoyu paid the points, the supermarket owner pointed to the lounge behind him, the door on the right side of the lounge. Xiao Ruoyu bypassed the cash register, entered the lounge, quickly pushed open the door on the right, and ran out. I'm still clever. After running a good distance, Xiao Ruoyu felt extremely lucky. He had originally thought that if the supermarket didn't have a back door, he would have to escape recklessly. Fortunately, the supermarket had a back door, and he didn't have to take any more risks. Yushio purchased a 1-month usage right for a villa and bought some daily necessities, spending over 1,000 points in total. As for Yang Dueling, she bought a 1-month usage right for a regular wooden house and some daily supplies, spending over 100 points. Welcome, Lord Yushio. When Yushio and Yang Dueling walked out of the supermarket, the group of people from the outer city remained kneeling and shouted loudly. However, Yushio maintained a blank expression, not even glancing at them. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they slowly distanced themselves from the supermarket. Brothers, we don't need to kneel anymore. Lord Yushio isn't familiar with them. The leading student saw Yushio walking away, smirked, and immediately stood up to shout. Hearing this, everyone got up, their faces dark as they looked at the students from Jiangtan City. Especially the students from Jiangtan City who had been insulted and beaten, their gazes were the coldest. Boss, kill them. A bunch of trash dares to insult and beat us. That's right, boss, kill all the men, and the women must become slaves. If we don't deal with them properly, I can't swallow this anger. Just as these outer city students were angrily shouting, the students from Jiangtan City were thinking, where did Xiao Ruoyu go? Some of them had felt quite moved earlier, thinking that Xiao Ruoyu, despite having a grudge against Yushio, still went to plead for their safety. But what was the situation now? Xiao Ruoyu, damn you, you bastard. Someone in the crowd quickly figured out the problem and realized that Xiao Ruoyu had run away. Immediately, the curses grew louder. Xiao Ruoyu? Could it be that guy who just went into the supermarket to find Lord Yushio? The supermarket has a back door. That guy probably escaped. Forget it, let him run. The leading student sneered, brothers, we take revenge for grievances. Don't rush. Just as everyone was preparing to act, someone suddenly spoke up. Boss, I suggest we don't kill them. After all, they are Lord Yushio's fellow townsmen. If something goes wrong, it could be a disaster for us. I suggest we take them back as slaves for 10 days first, and temporarily don't harm them. Once we figure out the situation, if Lord Yushio really doesn't care, then we can decide how to deal with them without any worries. The crowd couldn't help but nod at this suggestion. As this person said, these people were indeed Yushio's fellow townsmen, who knew what other hidden circumstances there might be. Then let's take them back first. The leading student waved his hand and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and stepped forward to ask, do you know the female student next to Lord Yushio? Yes, her name is Yang Dueling. Upon receiving the answer, the leading student immediately checked his watch and finally saw Yang Dueling's name ranked 47th on the strength list. No wonder she's Lord Yushio's woman. Her strength is indeed not weak. Ha, Jiangtan No. 1 High School. He quickly flipped through Yushio's information and found a label for Jiangtan No. 1 High School at the back. It seems Lord Yushio has already formed a class. Immediately inform our subordinates and our allies that Yang Dueling must not be provoked, and the students from Jiangtan No. 1 High School must also not be provoked. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yushio enjoyed life in the villa. To ensure he had meals, he even specially hired a chef who came to the villa daily to prepare nutritious meals. However, the next day, Yang Dueling came over and told Yushio that she was going to take on a task, and she had a meal at the villa. This meal completely shattered Yang Dueling's image as a lady. She devoured her food like a wolf, leaving Yushio unable to help but click his tongue. In fact, this was not Yang Dueling's fault. Mainly, during her days in the wooden house, she had been saving points to buy resources, and every meal consisted of jerky, the kind that only had salt and no other seasonings. I must work hard to complete tasks, earn points, buy a villa, enjoy big meals, and soon live a life like yours. After Yang Dueling left this sentence, he stood up and left. Beep beep beep. After breakfast today, Yushio was soaking in a bath with various precious spiritual materials when his watch suddenly rang. The martial arts ranking and the hunting ranking? Yushio looked and found that these two rankings had officially opened. Let's first check the challenge situation on the martial arts ranking. The hunting ranking required leaving the genius training camp to hunt ferocious beasts in the forest, so Yushio decided to challenge the martial arts ranking first. Moments later, Yushio was dressed neatly. His outfit was a special martial arts uniform made from top-grade materials, which not only had strong defensive capabilities but was also fireproof, waterproof, and primarily resistant to dust. This black martial arts uniform accentuated Yushio's already handsome appearance, making him look even more elegant and capable. Stepping out of the villa, Yushio's presence formed a stark contrast with the students he encountered along the way. These students were either covered in dirt or wore tattered clothes. Occasionally, a few were decently dressed but had dark skin. In contrast, Yushio was in a league of his own, like the difference between a beggar and an emperor. Who is he? Wearing a special martial arts uniform and with such fair skin, he clearly hasn't gone out on any missions. He must be some rich kid with a powerful background, having people at home take care of his food and living arrangements, completely avoiding missions. Sigh, I really envy him. Why can't I have a good dad like his? Look, those girls' eyes are sparkling. It's just because he's handsome. Here, without strength, everything is just talk. These people walked towards the martial arts arena with Yushio, gossiping behind his back, clearly filled with jealousy and envy. I've seen Lord Yushio. As Yushio entered the martial arts arena, those from the outer city who had taken away students from Jiangtan City hurriedly approached him to greet him respectfully. However, Yushio ignored them completely and walked towards the other side of the arena, where he spotted an acquaintance. Lord Yushio? Could it be the top master on the strength ranking? No wonder he can wear such expensive martial arts attire, and his skin is so clean. I said it, just looking at Lord Yushio, he is clearly a powerful person. Weren't you just saying how good Lord Yushio has it and looking down on him? I didn't, don't misquote me. Upon learning Yushio's identity, their tone immediately changed, while the girls' gazes became even more intense. You've all gotten dark. It seems you've been working hard these past few days. At this moment, in front of Yushio were students from Jiangtan No. 1 High School. Lord Shio, these are all minor matters. As long as we can improve our strength, that's what matters. However, we are very grateful to Lord Shio. During our missions these past few days, we have seen many horrifying things. What kind of nonsense genius training camp is this? It's clearly a hell on earth. These people from the outer city have no bottom line in their actions. It's utterly insane. We also encountered many pre-selection class students in the forest. They are suffering greatly. Listening to everyone's complaints, Yushio merely nodded lightly and said, "The path of martial arts is inherently fraught with danger. Just focus on your own matters and don't worry about others." Lord Shio, we understand. We won't meddle in others' affairs here. That's right, aside from our own people, we won't trust anyone else. In such an environment, human nature is simply terrifying. It can't be trusted at all. Yushio was surprised and asked, "What, has something else happened these past few days?" "It's about Xiao Wu. He encountered a student from his own class in the forest, a pre-selection class student, and tried to save him, but that person almost got Xiao Wu killed. He was simply heartless." Yushio didn't know who Xiao Wu was, but he wasn't surprised by these events at all. Learn from your mistakes. As Yushio's words fell, he looked at Yang Dueling in the crowd, his expression showing surprise. "Why did you cut your hair short?" At this moment, Yang Dueling no longer had her flowing long hair, it had been cut to shoulder length. Without the previous ethereal aura, it instead gave off a capable demeanor. Moreover, the skin had darkened significantly. There's no choice, there are too many bugs in the forest, and if you're not careful, they'll crawl into your hair. And washing my hair is a hassle, so I just cut it short. Yushio nodded, saying no more. However, he didn't notice that at this moment, the crowd gathered in the martial arts arena had all their eyes focused on him. Through the earlier spread of information, Yushio's identity had already been known to everyone. Previously, the Genius Training Camp had only circulated rumors about Yushio as a powerful grandmaster. But now, these people finally saw Yushio in person. To be precise, Yushio stood out like a crane among chickens in the martial arts arena. His attire and fair skin formed a stark contrast with the others present. With just one glance, one could find Yushio's figure in the vast sea of people. Remember the appearance of Lord Yushio, and those around him, especially that short-haired girl. Her name is Yang Dueling, suspected to be Lord Yushio's girlfriend. At this moment, the leaders in the martial arts arena were reminding their subordinates. One could only say that the gap between Grandmaster Yushio's strength and these people's was simply too vast. It made them feel no inclination to chase or challenge him, only a deep sense of dread and respect. "Yushio, please save us, we really can't take it anymore." Just then, a group of students resembling beggars suddenly rushed over, kneeling in front of Yushio and crying loudly. What started as one person quickly turned into dozens, then hundreds. "Is it them? The students from Jiangtan know." One middle school also recognized these people's identities, and while surprised, they felt immensely relieved. Without Yushio's protection, their fate would likely be no different from those before them, because they bore the name of Jiangtan no. One middle school, no one dared to trouble them, whether in the forest or during missions. They only needed to quietly complete their tasks, earn points, and improve their strength. "Yushio, we don't want to be slaves anymore. These past few days, we've lived like neither humans nor ghosts. We really can't endure it. Yushio, we beg you, help us. We'll do anything you ask. We don't want to be slaves anymore. We really can't go on like this. Yushio, please." As these students spoke, they knocked their heads on the ground, and the scene looked very tragic. However, when everyone looked at Yushio, they found that he remained expressionless throughout. After a long silence, Yushio finally spoke, "I allow you to live like humans." Just that one sentence made everyone in the martial arts arena understand Yushio's meaning. He would protect these people. Many even cast envious glances at these students. In this genius training camp, receiving a word from Yushio was a tremendous blessing for anyone. If possible, they would rather be treated like cattle or horses in exchange for that one word. Thank you, Yushio. We apologize for our past actions. We were wrong before. Thank you for not holding a grudge and still being willing to help us." After the experiences of these past few days in the genius training camp, these students had long lost their previous arrogance. They were very clear about the benefits that Yushio's words brought them. They also understood that during their time as slaves, the reason they hadn't died was that those from the outer city feared Yushio. Understanding this, they knelt down to plead desperately today. Return their points, and don't provoke them again in the future. Understood, boss. The younger brothers behind him had no complaints about the boss's decision. This was the deterrent power of Yushio's words. "You're returning our points?" The students from Jiangtan were incredulous upon learning the purpose of the visitors, then glanced at Yushio. They knew that all of this was caused by Yushio's words. While they felt excited inside, they were even more grateful to Yushio. "I've finished what I promised." Yushio glanced at the students of Jiangtan, silently saying a word in his heart, then turned his head and ignored them. As for the fate of these people afterward, it had nothing to do with him. "Thank you." The students of Jiangtan, seeing Yushio's attitude, understood the meaning and quietly distanced themselves from him. Splash! The 20 large doors directly opposite the martial arts arena suddenly swung open, and a man dressed in instructor's clothing walked over and said, "The martial arts ranking is officially open. Within these 20 doors are 20 devices that can verify your martial arts level. Rankings will be based on the level, and multiple martial arts can be combined for ranking." After the instructor finished speaking, he turned and left, but no one in the audience moved. They all silently looked at Yushio. Yushio understood this situation. They were waiting for him to challenge first. "You all go ahead and challenge," Yushio said, then walked toward one of the doors. As he entered, the door closed behind him. "Please select the martial art to challenge." Fist technique. Immediately, the scene in front of him changed, revealing 3 tiger-like ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Yushio muttered, "Looks like this is mirror technology." At that moment, the 3 tiger-like ferocious beasts charged at him, and Yushio simply swung his fists with ease. In just 3 punches, the 3 beasts vanished from sight. Beginner fist technique, a glimpse of the path. "Would you like to continue?" "Continue." As he spoke, 10 tiger-like ferocious beasts appeared before him again. Bang, bang, bang. After quickly resolving them, the prompt sounded again. Beginner fist technique, a small achievement. "Would you like to continue?" "Continue." Beginner fist technique, entering the room. "Continue." Beginner fist technique, reaching perfection. "Continue." Beginner fist technique, reaching the peak. After finishing the fist technique, Yushio's beginner sword technique and beginner shadow step also reached the peak level. "Let's leave it at that for now." Yushio thought for a moment and decided not to continue challenging. The levels of the other martial arts weren't high, and there was no need to waste more time. 3 peak levels were enough for him to secure the top spot on the martial arts ranking. Splash! When Yushio walked out of the door, the students waiting in the martial arts arena immediately checked their watches. When they saw the 3 peak level tags behind Yushio on the martial arts ranking, they couldn't help but gasp. This is too abnormal. It should be known that improving martial arts is very difficult. Many people specialize in one martial art and are still stuck at the glimpse of the path or small achievements. Yushio actually had 3 martial arts reaching the peak level. This Yushio's danger level has risen again. It seems we must contact the organization to have them take action early to resolve this. Among the crowd, a male student stared coldly at Yushio. If someone familiar saw him, they would definitely recognize him as the previous top of the strength ranking, Linen Mosu. You're still so abnormal. When Yushio came out, Yang Dueling and the others had already come out early. When they saw Yushio's achievements on the martial arts ranking, they couldn't help but click their tongues. Yushio knew Yang Dueling was just joking, so he didn't respond but instead asked, "Next, are you going to continue with the tasks? Or challenge the hunting ranking? Let's do it together." Anyway, doing tasks and challenging the hunting ranking don't conflict. We don't have a place to stay in the genius training camp, and we've gotten used to this nomadic life. If we suddenly rest, we might not adapt. Yeah, if I can't hear the sound of mosquitoes at night, I can't sleep. Yang Dueling asked, "Are you also planning to challenge the hunting ranking?" Yushio nodded, "I do have that intention. I'm planning to go to the task office later to see if there are any suitable tasks." Yang Dueling softly said, "I suppose the place you're going to is definitely deeper into the forest, where the ferocious beasts are of a higher level. But you need to be careful. Deep in the martial mountain, there are not only ferocious beasts but also other martial artists entering to hunt the ferocious beasts." Yushio questioned in confusion, "Isn't Wushan the place for the genius training camp? How could other martial artists enter here?" The genius training camp only occupies the area south of the forest. As for the depths of Wushan to the north of the forest, it is not occupied, Yang Dueling explained. 200 years ago, Wushan had ruins, and although those ruins have lost their function and there are no treasures, some people still come here hoping to find something valuable. If you plan to hunt fierce beasts in the depths of Wushan, you must be cautious of anyone. Even if you encounter instructors from the genius training camp, do not trust them at all. Once you leave the area of the genius training camp, they are no longer in the role of instructors. Yushio nodded, understood. After that, Yushio bid farewell to Yang Dueling and the others and went alone to the mission office. After looking around the mission list, Yushio couldn't help but frown. It must be said that these missions did not pique his interest at all. They were simply too easy, and the rewards were pitifully low. "Hello, are there any higher-level missions here? Young man, don't aim too high." Although these missions have low points, they at least give you a chance to complete them. "I am Yushio, and my strength is that of a grandmaster. These missions really have no meaning for me in terms of experience." Yushio had no choice but to reveal his identity and strength. "You are Yushio? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The person chuckled lightly. "Indeed, these missions aimed at students have no significance for you in terms of experience. How about this? Here is the instructor's mission list. Take a look and see if there are any you can accept. I can also register you here." "Alright, thank you." Yushio took the mission list and carefully browsed it for a while, ultimately selecting 4 suitable missions. These missions were all aimed at the Grand Master level, and Yushio was confident he could complete them. Exiting the mission office, Yushio headed straight for the forest, with his destination being deeper into Wushan. However, he was unaware that as he left the genius training camp, a pair of eyes had been watching him from the shadows. Unaware of the danger, Yushio entered the forest and, after only about 500 meters, immediately sensed someone hiding in the nearby trees. Soon after, a cold arrow shot swiftly towards him. Yushio snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the cold arrow, and activated his Mind Master talent, causing the arrow to pause momentarily in midair before returning along its original path. Thud! The next moment, a person wrapped in leaves fell from the tree. The cold arrow was now embedded in the center of the person's forehead, and Yushio merely glanced at the terror frozen on their face before ignoring it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, the birds in the nearby trees took flight, clearly indicating that those who had been lying in ambush were fleeing. "You think you can attack me and get away?" Yushio sneered, waving his hand to use his Mind Master talent to pluck dozens of leaves from the air, then waved again. The leaves shot towards the fleeing individuals like blades. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 more people, all covered in leaves, fell from the trees. They all shared a common feature, bloodlines on their necks. Yushio scanned the area, seeing no one else lying in ambush, and slowly shifted his gaze away. It seems this group of pre-selection students are also ruthless, thinking they could ambush formal students here. Judging by the hiding techniques of these people, they were clearly experienced. It was evident that many formal members of the genius training camp had suffered. However, none of this concerned Yushio. He pinpointed the direction leading deeper into Wushan and continued to walk leisurely. Along the way, whenever he encountered fierce beasts, Yushio would raise his hand to kill them and then cut off their left ears. As for the other parts of the fierce beasts, Yushio did not bother with them. After all, his backpack had limited space, and if he tried to collect everything, he probably wouldn't be able to fit much. His purpose for this trip was to hunt for the leaderboard, so leaving just the left ear would suffice. Here come those pre-selection class students again. At this moment, a group of students, numbering around several dozen, approached Yu Xiao. From the looks they cast his way, Yu Xiao guessed they had ill intentions. TSK, still a fat sheep. The leading student licked his cracked lips upon seeing Yu Xiao's martial arts uniform, a mocking expression on his face. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your watch and take off your martial arts uniform, and I might let you go. Yu Xiao glanced around, not even interested in responding, and raised his hand to use his telekinetic ability, instantly sending leaves flying. Ever since he had used his telekinetic talent, Yu Xiao had truly come to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his telekinetic level was still too low to kill everyone present with just a single leaf. He could only rely on quantity and kill indiscriminately, but even so, it was still very exhilarating. The feeling of killing with a snap of his fingers was both time-saving and labor-saving. It's a telekinetic. Everyone, charge at him. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. With so many of us, how many can he kill with leaves? Charge at him, or you'll all die. Faced with the leader's threat, the dozens of students could only grit their teeth and rush forward. However, this behavior was no different from seeking death. Although Yu Xiao's telekinetic level was low, his strength was formidable, and the intensity of his mental power was not proportional to his telekinetic level. While others at this level might only be able to control a few leaves, Yu Xiao could easily control dozens, even hundreds. Despite the high intensity of consumption, Yu Xiao felt no strain at all. Thud, thud. As leaves sliced through the students' necks, the sound of bodies hitting the ground was incessant. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it's easier to kill humans. Just a slice across the neck is enough. On the other hand, ferocious beasts are really tough-skinned and meaty. This way of killing is really satisfying. I should ask at the supermarket later if I can craft a few hundred blades like leaves. That way, ferocious beasts can be easily taken down too. While Yu Xiao was lost in thought, several people from the charging crowd had already fallen, all with bloodlines appearing on their necks. Run! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the originally charging group immediately fell into chaos. Yu Xiao merely stood in place, controlling the leaves to kill, which left these people terrified. They looked at Yu Xiao, who appeared calm not far away, as if they were staring at a devil. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way. Yu Xiao saw the leading student had already fled and coldly shouted, kicking a stone out with incredible speed. Even though the leading student was running for his life, he was still much slower compared to the stone. He felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, his vision blurred, and he fell forward, sliding for a distance before collapsing and not getting back up. Yu Xiao, that's enough. At this moment, two men in instructor uniforms jumped down from a tree and approached Yu Xiao, their faces filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. What, do you want to stand up for them? Yu Xiao asked coldly. TCH, whether this group of rookies lives or dies has nothing to do with us. It's just that in less than an hour, you've killed so many people, and so many ferocious beasts, one instructor scoffed. Others take down ferocious beasts and at least take the bodies away, but you just kill without caring about burying them. This area is under our responsibility. If you keep killing like this, our workload will be too much. The other instructor looked at Yu Xiao with a face full of resentment and added, why is it so hard for us to earn some points? If it weren't for our lack of strength, we wouldn't be doing this. I promise you, Yu Xiao said expressionlessly, as long as they don't provoke me on the way ahead, I won't kill again. But I can't promise the same for ferocious beasts. The hunting list is open, you should understand. As the words fell, Yu Xiao said no more and continued deeper into Wushan. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Lin Gu, what should we do? This guy Yu Xiao is too strong. It's like an elephant entering an ant pile. If those rookies provoke him, he could easily wipe them out with a wave of his hand. Moreover, we just saw it. This guy doesn't act like a student at all. He kills without even blinking. He's very ruthless. Lin Gu helplessly shrugged. Why don't you go and intimidate him with force? Are you kidding? That guy is a grandmaster, and I'm only a 7-star master. Intimidate him? Am I asking for death? Lin Gu scoffed. Then why are you still here complaining? Since we can't stop him, let's just follow behind and bury the bodies. I don't want to lose a month's worth of points over this. Looks like that's the only way. Lin Gu, I don't know if you've noticed, but Yu Xiao seems to have the talent of a mind master. What's wrong with the mind master talent? Didn't he always have it? It's not recorded in the data. I specifically checked Yu Xiao's information before. He's a 1-star grandmaster and has no recorded talents. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's expression immediately turned serious. This matter must not be told to anyone else. Since it's not recorded, it means Yu Xiao is intentionally hiding it. Let's pretend we didn't see what happened today. No, Lin Gu, What I actually want to say is that Yushio might have more than one talent. I observed that there were traces of the speed talent in his movements, I'm sure of it. Speed talent? Lin Gu frowned. You yourself possess the speed talent, so it's reasonable that you can see it. The Mind Master talent is A-level, and the speed talent is B-level. This means Yushio has both A-level and B-level talents? It's not like that, Lin Gu. To be precise, Yushio possesses S-level talent. What do you mean? Lin Gu couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Mind Master talent was originally S-level, but because martial artists and Mind Master talents can't progress simultaneously, those with Mind Master talent can't break through to Grandmaster. This leads to Mind Master talent holders being limited to long-range attacks, with very weak close combat abilities. You can think of it like a mage in a game. Because of this, the Mind Master talent was downgraded. But now Yushio not only has the Mind Master talent, but he is also a Grandmaster, so I say he is an S-level talent holder. What the hell, an S-level talent holder? Lin Gu said incredulously, are you sure you're talking about that S-level talent with only 18 types, known as the world-destroying talent? That's right, the world-destroying talent. Yushio has the Mind Master talent for long-range attacks and his own martial arts strength for close combat. You could say Yushio is a well-rounded warrior. I've even heard that as martial arts realms progress, S-level talent holders have unique advantages. As for what those advantages are, I'm not sure, but this is absolutely true. Lin Gu frowned. Then we definitely shouldn't let anyone know about Yushio's talents. Otherwise, it could easily offend someone. That guy Yushio is so ruthless, if he gets upset, we might end up dead, and no one above will care about it. In that case, we shouldn't follow Yushio anymore. To be safe, let's check the places Yushio passed by every so often to collect the bodies. I think so too. The two reached a consensus and no longer mentioned Yushio, instead focusing on cleaning up the bodies on the ground. After all, this was a forest with many ferocious beasts roaming about. The genius training camp allowed students to fight each other, but absolutely did not permit the bodies of students to be used as food by ferocious beasts. Moreover, if too many bodies piled up without being dealt with, it could easily lead to disease outbreaks. On the other side, Yushio encountered a familiar face, his childhood friend Xiaowan. At this moment, Xiaowan had long lost her previous innocence and arrogance, and her long black hair had now been cut into a buzz cut. The skin was dark and rough, and most notably, there was a 3-centimeter scar on the left cheek that looked like a knife wound. Yushio, long time no see. When Xiaowan saw Yushio, there was neither hatred nor joy in her expression. Her gaze was calm, like a pool of clear water. Yushio? The group of students following Xiaowan all gasped at the name. Yushio's reputation was not only well known among the official students of the Genius Training Camp but also quite famous in the preliminary class. Everyone knew that there was a great demon king in this Genius Training Camp, named Yushio, a 16-year-old grandmaster. In this forest, anyone associated with Yushio was generally not dared to be provoked. Actually, I should thank you. After coming to the forest, in order to survive, I borrowed your name to avoid being bullied, which gave me time to develop. Xiaowan chuckled lightly, even though everyone knows that before entering the camp, I cried and begged you for help, and you ignored me. But they didn't dare to gamble. After all, my childhood friend's status is real, and they didn't dare to bet on whether we were in conflict or if we had really fallen out. Hee, that's human nature. Of course, I also envy Yang Dueling. Everyone is saying she might be your girlfriend, but I know she isn't, yet I didn't explain. Just like my childhood friend's status, no one would believe an explanation, and no one dared to gamble. Fortunately, I now have this group of brothers behind me, and my strength has also broken through to the 9th rank warrior, not far from the 8th rank. I believe we will meet again in the Genius Training Camp soon. Yushio remained silent throughout, quietly listening, actually curious about Xiaowan's changes. Although Xiaowan's gaze was calm, Yushio could see the madness hidden in her eyes. Clearly, she had killed many people. Thank you, I was too selfish before. Seeing Yushio about to leave, Xiaowan said sincerely, my apology isn't meant to make you forgive me, but to ease my own conscience. In this forest, perhaps one day I will be left to rot in the wilderness, and I hope that when that time comes, you can tell my dad and mom I'm sorry. This is a reward. At this point, Xiaowan threw a black jade pendant towards Yushio. This pendant might be related to the ruins deep in Wushan. As her words fell, Xiaowan turned and left, not caring whether Yushio would catch it. Clang! The pendant fell at Yushio's feet. He stopped, using his Mind Master ability to grasp the black pendant from a distance. Then he walked away without looking back. After walking for a while, Xiaowan suddenly asked, has the person you had them monitor left the Genius Training Camp? Emosu? Sister Xiao, when Yushio left the Genius Training Camp before, Emosu was always watching him but didn't follow. Xiaowan said coldly, find a way to lure him out and take him out. Take him out? But Emosu is someone the organization arranged, and he is the head of our area. If we take him out and the organization finds out, we might. Don't worry about it. I will take full responsibility for this matter, and it will not implicate you. One of her subordinates said in confusion, Sister Xiao, is it because of Yushio? But how did he treat you before? If it weren't for the organization's help, we might have already died here. Slap! Xiaowan slapped back, coldly snorting. It wasn't the organization that saved you, it was me, Xiaowan, who saved you, understand? Understood, Xiaowan said coldly. No matter what method you use, whether it's poisoning or ambushing, Emosa must die. After her subordinates left, Xiaowan looked in the direction Yushio had gone, muttering to herself, Yushio, this time I help you, let's consider it mutual achievement. I need power, and you don't want to be disturbed by mice, right? You all are still alive? Not long after Yushio left, the two instructors from before arrived and encountered Xiaowan. At this moment, they looked around and, finding no bodies, were even more astonished. Did you not encounter Yushio? Yushio just left. Although Xiaowan did not understand why the two were asking this, she still held a sense of respect for the instructors. That shouldn't be. That guy has such a strong killing intent. How could he let you go? Strong killing intent? Xiaowan frowned and replied, Instructors, Yushio and I are childhood friends. I see. Upon hearing this, the two relaxed their brows, finally understanding why Yushio hadn't killed anyone. Has Yushio killed many people? Xiaowan asked tentatively. You still don't know what kind of personality your childhood friend has? Perhaps due to their relationship, the two's attitude towards Xiaowan softened a bit. Yushio has come through, and whether it's beasts or people, not a single one has survived. Fortunately, you are childhood friends, otherwise, you all would be dead. Xiaowan frowned and said, Yushio shouldn't be the kind of person who kills innocents. Actually, he's not killing innocents, it's just that these rookies overestimate themselves. You know that in the forest, it's survival of the fittest. They tried to rob Yushio, it's hard not to die. Hearing this, Xiaowan's expression finally eased. I said he couldn't possibly kill innocents, and he definitely couldn't have changed this much. Alright, enough chatting. You all continue with your business. My brother and I need to hurry and help those rookies collect the bodies. Finally, it's quiet. At this moment, Yushio had slain the seventh wave of roadblocks and finally exited the forest. Students are not allowed to leave the forest. At the forest exit, there was a checkpoint for the genius training camp. Upon seeing Yushio arrive, the person there coldly reprimanded him, not even glancing his way. I'm going out to carry out a mission. Carry out a mission? The checkpoint guard scrutinized him and finally asked, Are you Yushio? Now, Yushio's name was known throughout the genius training camp. With a little thought, they could guess Yushio's specific identity. Scan your watch. Yushio nodded and stepped forward to scan. The guard then confirmed Yushio's identity. Yushio, the depths of Wushan are different from the genius training camp. Although your strength is formidable, you still need to be cautious. Thank you. Yushio nodded and then walked out of the checkpoint. 500 meters outside the checkpoint, there were no signs of life, as this area still belonged to the genius training camp. Ordinary martial artists naturally did not wish to have conflicts with the genius training camp. It wasn't until Yushio had walked 2 miles that he finally saw signs of life. That kid, it's you. A few rugged-looking men looked over, and one of them, a bearded man, shouted coldly, Come here immediately for inspection. Yushio ignored him entirely. Instead, he stood still, surveying his surroundings, looking for the direction he was headed. Damn it, looking for death. This behavior immediately angered the few men. They surrounded Yushio and prepared to attack. Just a few first and second star grandmasters dared to make a move against him. Bang, bang, bang. Yushio struck out 3 punches, and the 3 men were sent flying. This situation stunned the others. Get back, quickly. The bearded man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately called for the others to retreat. At such a young age and with such cultivation, the bearded man had never encountered anyone like this. Even his own young master did not possess such strength. It was truly terrifying. For a moment, the bearded man believed Yushio must be a young master from a prominent family. Otherwise, an ordinary family could never cultivate a terrifying figure like Yushio. Please stop, young master. We meant no offense. The bearded man hurriedly said, We are from the Chu family in Qin province. It's just that my young master is looking for something very important, and we have been quite rude. I hope you can overlook it for the sake of the Chu family. So much nonsense. Yushio glanced at him impatiently and charged towards the group again. Run, go find the young master. As Yushio rushed over, the bearded man signaled for his companions to retreat frantically. Want to escape? Divine speed. Yushio immediately activated his divine speed talent, his steps quickening twofold. In the blink of an eye, he blocked everyone's path. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks. Since the opponents didn't intend to kill, Yushio refrained from taking lives. Each person ended up with a broken leg and bruised faces. Young master, we were really wrong. Thank you for showing mercy, young master. Seeing Yushio stop, the The bearded man realized Yushio had no intention of killing them and hurriedly expressed his sincere gratitude, without a hint of resentment. Yushio looked down at the bearded man, coldly saying, "If there's thanks to be given, it should be for your own lack of murderous intent." With that, Yushio determined his direction and walked forward. "Boss, is there really someone in Chin province who dares to disrespect our Chu family?" Watching Yushio walk away, a middle-aged man beside the bearded man asked. The bearded man rolled his eyes and replied, "Did you notice that young master's age? Did you notice his strength? He can't be over 20, and in terms of strength, at least a grand master. Then think a bit harder with your pig brain and connect the dots." "Damn, boss, under 20 and already a grand master, that's terrifying." The bearded man rolled his eyes again. "Are you brainless? Think about our young master. How old is he now and what is his strength? Our young master is 17, currently a first-grade martial artist. If he weren't focused on solidifying his foundation, he'd probably already be a grand master." "Right, and that's with the old master providing a lot of precious materials to help him improve." The bearded man asked, "Now think about that young master from earlier. What kind of family power could cultivate such a genius? Do you think a family that can raise such a genius would fear the Chu family?" "Boss, you make a good point. We should be grateful that young master is reasonable, otherwise, we would all be dead." "Boss, our young master is still nearby. If he encounters that young master, will there be a conflict?" "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and catch up. We can't let our young master clash with that young master, or we're done for." The bearded man's expression changed, and he immediately dragged his broken leg, enduring the pain as he ran. A few minutes later, they finally caught up to Yushio, which was also due to Yushio's slower pace. "Young master, are you looking to settle the score, or are you planning to use the Chu family to pressure me?" Feeling Yushio's icy gaze, the bearded man trembled and quickly explained, No, we just wanted to let you know our young master is ahead. We were worried about a conflict between you and our young master, so we specifically came to catch up." "Hoo-ya!" At that moment, a furious shout came from not far away. "Who hurt you? Bastard, how dare you provoke someone from the Chu family?" The bearded man's face changed drastically. The newcomer was also from the Chu family, the captain of another team that had come to Wu Mountain. "Oldly, shut up." The bearded man, whose real name was Huya, had some elders who called him Huya Z. "Shut what? Who the hell hurt you?" Oldly merely glanced at Yushio, thinking he was someone Huya had brought and not realizing he was the one who had attacked. Instead, Huya kept winking at Oldly, signaling him. "Is your eye also injured?" Oldly asked with concern. "Was it that bastard who struck so hard?" Yushio suddenly interjected, "If I heard correctly, are you cursing at me?" "Cursing you?" Oldly frowned. "Little brat, don't interrupt. When you see the young master later, if you don't have that item on you, our Chu family won't harm you." As he spoke, he looked back at Huya and asked, "That bastard hasn't gone far, right? You're cursing me again." Yushio's cold voice came through once more. At this moment, Huya was almost fainting. Feeling the chill emanating from Yushio, his heart raced with fear. With Yushio's strength, even if they all combined their efforts, they would definitely not be a match. Previously, Yushio had already shown mercy. If Oldly continued to insult him and provoked Yushio's anger, they would probably all be doomed. "Oldly, shut your mouth. If you say any more, don't blame me for turning against you. You little tiger tooth, I was thinking of helping you take revenge, and you dare to throw a tantrum at me, huh?" Oldly looked aggrieved. "I don't need your help." Huya couldn't dare to say that he and the others were injured by Yushio. He could only provoke Oldly like this, hoping he would get angry and leave. "You dare to." Oldly pointed at Huya, opened his mouth, and turned to leave. Huya finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after taking 2 steps, Oldly turned back. "You can be ungrateful, but I can't. With you acting like a coward, you might not die, but you'll definitely be crippled." As he spoke, he stepped forward to support Huya, and his own people also came forward to help Huya's team. "You little brat, walk in front. Don't even think about running away, or don't blame me. Oldly, I swear I want to sever ties with you." Huya exploded upon hearing this. "If you want to help, then just help obediently. Why the hell are you butting in? If you want to die, I don't want to die. Captain Lee, can you please stop talking?" "Exactly." The members of Huya's team cautiously glanced at Yushio, then looked at Oldly with a face full of resentment. "What's wrong with you all today? I tried to help you, and now I'm causing trouble?" Huya said, "If you just shut your mouth and don't talk, I would be grateful." All right, I'll keep quiet." Huya then looked at Yushio with a pleading expression. "Young master, Oldly speaks without thinking. Please don't hold it against him." Oldly, upon hearing this, had a strange expression. At this moment, he sized up Yushio and realized that the other party had an extraordinary aura. Then, recalling Huya's attitude, he began to have some guesses. Could it be that this kid has some background? Huya isn't even a match for him. Then I, gulp. Old Lee couldn't help but swallow hard. Lowering his head, he dared not say more. He speculated that Yushio might be a scion of some big family, someone so significant that even Huya wouldn't dare provoke him. However, he never expected that Yushio possessed the strength of a grand master. Young master, I see you're going the same way. Can I introduce you to our young master? Huya looked at Yushio with a humble expression. Old Lee increasingly believed his guess. Yes, young master, I spoke without thinking earlier, I apologize. Yushio remained silent for a moment, but eventually nodded. I happen to want to meet this Chu Tianjiao from the Chu family. The Chu family is the #1 family in Qin province, and Chu Tianjiao is also the #1 genius in Qin province, very well known. Even when Yushio was still a nobody, he had heard of Chu Tianjiao. Of course, Chu Tianjiao was once the #1 genius, but now the #1 genius is Yushio himself. Not long after, Yushio met Chu Tianjiao. In the crowd, the young man lounging in a recliner, with someone fanning him beside him, was definitely Chu Tianjiao. Huya, how did you get hurt? The woman beside Chu Tianjiao frowned, and Chu Tianjiao also sat up. However, when he saw Yushio, his expression changed instantly, from surprise to delight. Wow, boss, I didn't expect to run into you here. Chu Tianjiao sprang up and came to Yushio. I heard you were at the genius training camp before, and I was thinking of finding you there after I finished my business here. I didn't expect our fate to be so deep that we would meet here. Chu Tianjiao's attitude not only puzzled Huya and the others, but even Yushio was confused. Do we know each other? We didn't know each other before, but now we do. Chu Tianjiao laughed heartily. Boss, I've always admired you. Especially with your experience, such strong strength, you actually managed to endure for so long before exploding. Even my family's old master praised you for being impressive, with a temperament beyond what ordinary people can reach. But that's just the old master's opinion. What I admire most about you is your strength. Those bastards in the capital, relying on their little bit of power and fast cultivation, have bullied us outsiders quite a bit. Before, we outsiders were bullied a lot when we attended the National Genius Training Camp. My older brother was bullied terribly back then. Now that your reputation has spread, we outsiders couldn't be happier. Boss, I bragged last time that you and I are really close, and when we go to the National Genius Training Camp, you'll protect them. At this point, Chu Tianjiao lowered his voice again. Boss, I absolutely won't let you cover for them for free. Privately, I've already set a price for them. 3 pieces of A-grade spiritual materials, or 1 piece of S-grade spiritual material, otherwise, no deal. Boss, if you think the reward is too low, I can negotiate for you. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and added, Boss, my cousin admires you a lot, especially after hearing that you beat up 2 unscrupulous principals. She thinks about you all day. Although my cousin has a bit of a temper, she looks and has a figure that's really great. At this moment, Yushio had a speechless expression. The rumors said that Chu Tianjiao was proud and aloof, but now seeing him, he was just a chatterbox. You need to stop. You're not like the rumors. Chu Tianjiao waved his hand. Boss, don't mind those rumors. It's all my mom's doing. She says geniuses should have the demeanor of a genius, especially since you're the future heir of the Chu family. Both reputation and strength are important. Anyway, I don't care. In front of the boss, I think it's better to be natural. There's no need to put on an act. Well, boss, you sit here for a moment. I'll go handle some things. Chu Tianjiao pulled Yushio to sit on the lounge chair. Make sure to fan my boss well. After giving that woman a reminder, he walked over to Huya and asked, So, who beat you up like this? Huya felt bitter inside. Can I not say? Once I say it, I might get beaten up by my own young master again. It was clear that his young master had a different attitude towards this boss, even showing some flattery. Seeing Huya stammering and looking troubled, Chu Tianjiao frowned. Huya, looking at you like this, could it be that the one who beat you is my boss? Chu Tianjiao seemed to think of something, narrowing his eyes and looking at him with a half-smile. I didn't mean to. Huya said with a bitter face, Young master, I've already been beaten. Look, you getting beaten is your business. If I want to beat you, that's my business. Huya, I'm still a reasonable person. Chu Tianjiao's expression suddenly darkened. Take Huya down and beat him hard. At least let him lie down for half a month before we talk. Young master, how should we beat him? Beat him repeatedly. Understood, young master. Huya was taken away with a face full of grievance, and only then did Chu Tianjiao return to Yushio's side. Boss, the subordinates are ignorant. Just a beating won't kill anyone, right? Yushio shook his head. If I wanted to kill, I would have done it beforehand. What the boss said is right. Chu Tianjiao chuckled. Boss, once I finish my business here, I'll go to the genius training camp with you. From now on, I'll stick with you. I don't have time. I know, boss, you probably came here to take on a task. Chu Tianjiao smiled. As for the tasks, I'll handle everything for you. The more people, the easier it is to handle things. Anyway, these tasks won't help you train at all. Yu Xiu was silent for a moment, feeling that what Chu Tianjiao said was indeed true. These tasks really had no training effect on him. Boss, just tell me what the tasks are. Not only did I bring my family, but I also stopped many people over there, just in time to help you complete the tasks. Yu Xiu nodded and said, these are the 4 tasks, plus the hunting leaderboard challenge. They're all small matters. Chu Tianjiao waved his hand. Go bring those people you stopped over here. I have something to instruct. After a while, more than 20 young men and women were brought over, but before they could get close, a voice came from the crowd. Yu Xiu? Yu Xiu turned to look and found it was Nightingale, with Sanglong beside her. Boss, do you know her? Yu Xiu nodded but didn't elaborate. He wasn't too familiar with Nightingale. However, since she had previously given him a strategy manual, he could return the favor. Since she's with the boss, let her come over. Chu Tianji waved. Be honest, you. In the crowd, Sanglong tried to step out but was scolded. Let him come over too. Hearing Yu Xiu's words, Sanglong shot a fierce glare at the other party and then followed Nightingale to Yu Xiu's side. How come you're here? Nightingale asked, glancing at Chu Tianjiao, clearly wanting to inquire about her. But she didn't dare to ask directly due to Chu Tianjiao's status. Sister-in-law, you don't need to give me hints. My boss came out to do tasks and happened to run into me, calling you over to help him with the tasks. Nightingale's expression turned strange at this, and she shook her head, saying, I'm not his woman. His woman is Yang Dueling, who is also in the genius training camp. Chu Tianjiao chuckled lightly. Even if you're not a sister-in-law now, you will be in the future. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful and have such a good figure. As long as you're a bit proactive, the boss definitely won't be able to resist. Hearing this, Nightingale looked at Yu Xiu with a gaze full of aggression, making Yu Xiu feel uncomfortable. You two are enough, Yu Xiu explained. Yang Dueling is not my girlfriend. We're just classmates. Girls care about their reputation. This kind of thing can't be joked about. Chu Tianjiao nodded seriously. Boss, don't worry. I definitely won't call you sister-in-law in front of her. Sister-in-law, you can rest here. I'll have someone bring some food and drinks later, and you can have a good chat with the boss. Before leaving, as Chu Tianjiao passed by Nightingale, she whispered, Sister-in-law, actually my cousin also likes the boss. It's hard to deal with one woman, but if it's a group of women, they can definitely pry open the boss's pants. I'll introduce my cousin to you later. You two can form an alliance. Nightingale's eyes darted quickly, clearly pondering Chu Tianjiao's words. Do you two think I'm deaf? Yu Xiu said helplessly. Am I really that bad at hearing, being a grandmaster? Chu Tianjiao awkwardly smiled and said, Boss, which strong person doesn't have a few women? Take me for example. I have 2 women on the surface, but for more privately, the 2 on the surface were even arranged by my family's old master as betrothal gifts. Yu Xiu knew that Chu Tianjiao wasn't lying. In this world, strong individuals could have several women, and even marry. Of course, this was limited to the strong. This was also a national policy to ensure that the genes of the strong could be better passed down. The state even openly encouraged the strong to marry multiple wives and have children. With a background like Chu Tianjiao's, and given his strength among peers, having several women was quite normal. Stay out of my business. Yu Xiu didn't want to argue with Chu Tianjiao about this. He had no thoughts in that direction at all. If Yu Xiu were traditional, it wasn't really tradition. He just preferred a slow approach when choosing a partner. Ideally, it would be someone with whom he had shared many experiences along the way. Then I won't say more, but my cousin, boss, think about it. She's really beautiful and has a great figure. Chu Tianjiao chuckled and then turned to leave. Before long, the Chu family members and the people who had been stopped all set off to complete their tasks. Of course, they wouldn't forget to hunt the ferocious beasts, leaving only the left ears behind. Those who had cultivated to such a level had basically all participated in the genius training camp, so they were quite familiar with the challenges of the hunting leaderboard. How could Chu Tianjiao recognize you as the boss? After everyone left, Nightingale finally asked, I remember you were always at Jiangtan and never left. So how could you possibly have any interaction with someone like Chu Tianjiao? Yu Xiu replied, what if I said that the first time he saw me, he immediately recognized me as the boss? Would you believe it? Pfft, I don't believe it. Nightingale shook her head and said, since you don't want to say, I won't ask. But Chu Tianjiao can have deep connections. I should say the Chu family can have deep connections. Yu Xiu frowned and asked, what do you mean? You don't seem to know him well either? Because of Old Master Chu, Nightingale said seriously. Chu Tianjiao was taught by Old Master Chu himself, so I don't believe old Master Chu would raise a grandson with poor character. I've heard about old Master Chu, Yushio nodded. However, he didn't elaborate on his relationship with Chu Tianjiao or whether he would believe her words about forming a deep connection with him. He then leaned back in the lounge chair, closed his eyes, and remained silent. Nightingale looked at Yushio, her eyes filled with increasing resentment. In the afternoon, Chu Tianjiao returned with his group. Seeing his dejected appearance, it was clear he hadn't found what he was looking for. Boss, we've completed all 4 tasks, and here are these left ears of ferocious beasts above the Master Realm, with 30% being the left ears of Grand Masters. This should be enough for you to top the hunting leaderboard. Yushio glanced at the 4 large woven bags on the ground and nodded. Since the tasks are completed, I should head back. Chu Tianjiao responded, Boss, I'll go with you to the genius training camp. Aren't you going to look for anything? I'm not looking anymore, let them search here. Anyway, that item is hard to find. Let's just leave it to fate. After saying this, Chu Tianjiao stepped forward to carry 2 of the woven bags. Sanlong, seeing this, hurriedly stepped up to carry the other 2. The Chu family members couldn't enter the genius training camp area, so the 4 woven bags had to be carried back by themselves. However, with someone like Chu Tianjiao carrying them, Sanlong looked around and realized he was the only one left. As for letting Nightingale carry them, Sanlong didn't dare. After all, Nightingale was now Chu Tianjiao's sister-in-law. Regardless of whether Yushio acknowledged it, at least Chu Tianjiao himself did. Chu Tianjiao was not someone to provoke, and Yushio was even less so. This labor had to be done by himself. You're not bad. Chu Tianjiao smiled. Bring over 2 A-grade spiritual materials, 1 for this brother and 1 for my sister-in-law. A-grade spiritual materials? Sanlong was instantly dumbfounded. In the genius training camp, even as an instructor with discounts, 1 A-grade spiritual material required 100,000 points to exchange. Yet now, he had easily obtained 1 just for carrying 2 woven bags. Sanlong felt like he was dreaming. Thank you, young Master Chu. When the A-grade spiritual materials were handed to him, Sanlong finally felt it was real. No need. Chu Tianjiao waved his hand and looked at Nightingale, sister-in-law. The spiritual materials I brought this time aren't many. Make do with these for now. I'll bring you more when I get back home. No, it's fine. Even Nightingale herself was a bit flustered at this moment. After all, this was the most valuable gift she had ever received in her life. Truly, he was the eldest young master of the Chu family. What kind of good person gives away A-grade spiritual materials as gifts? That's just too extravagant. Use them, sister-in-law. Don't forget what we talked about regarding the alliance. Hearing this, Nightingale looked at the A-grade spiritual materials in her hand, then at Yushio, and nodded heavily. I will, and I'll strive to team up with your cousin to take down Yushio. Sister-in-law has the awareness. Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but give Nightingale a thumbs up. It was Yushio who, with a speechless expression, lazily ignored the 2 and walked ahead. Soon after, the 4 arrived at the forest checkpoint. After Yushio and the others verified their identities, Chu Tianjiao also took out a watch. I am Chu Tianjiao, and I have direct access to the provincial genius training camp. According to the regulations, I can come to the city-level training camp for training. After verifying their identities, the checkpoint allowed them to pass, and the 4 entered the forest. What does it mean to have direct access to the provincial genius training camp? Yushio asked. Chu Tianjiao explained, this is an invitation card issued based on the database information before the genius training camp opens. Students ranked in the top 100 in strength from the entire Qin province database can receive an invitation card for direct access to the provincial training camp. Of course, some of it is due to family reasons. In total, there are about 500 invitation cards. Logically speaking, you should also have an invitation card, but you revealed your strength too late, so you can only participate in the city-level training camp with them. Yushio nodded. He had been curious before. The genius training camp gathered talents from all cities in the province, yet the strength ranking seemed somewhat lacking. Now, hearing Chu Tianjiao's explanation, he understood the key point. But that made sense. If someone like Chu Tianjiao were to come over, it would likely cause chaos. From the attitude of Nightingale and Sanlong towards Chu Tianjiao, it was clear that they feared him. If even the instructors had such an attitude, who could restrain them? It was like an elephant entering an ant colony. Just like Yushio now, with his Grandmaster level strength, he felt somewhat out of place in this genius training camp. By the way, boss, don't use the points you earn here for now, Chu Tianjiao suddenly said. The warehouse of the city-level training camp doesn't have anything good. Rather than waste them, it's better to save them. With your current strength, you can walk sideways in both the city-level and provincial training camps. So I suggest you save your points for use in the national training camp. There, not only are there more good things, but there are also entry quotas for secret realms and relics. and you can even use points to apply to become the leader of a team. Just like my grandfather, who exchanged points for the position of a 1,000-man team leader back in the day, which is why our Chu family can dominate in Qin province and walk sideways. Because the team you form is completely privatized, all resource consumption needs to be borne by yourself. And if the country wants to leverage your team, they need to pay a fee. Yu Xiu asked, similar to legal mercenaries? You could understand it that way, Chu Tianjiu said. Boss, I know that suddenly approaching you, you must be on guard and won't trust me right away. But I won't hide it from you, I sincerely recognize you as my boss, and even my family elder is willing for me to acknowledge you as my boss. It's just to follow you in forming a team because you have that kind of strength, and through investigation, the elder trusts your character and ability to handle matters. I know these words might make you uncomfortable, no one wants to be investigated, so you can hit me or scold me if you want. In short, I sincerely recognize you as my boss, and if I have to keep these words bottled up, I would feel uncomfortable, and I don't want our relationship to be mixed with interests. After saying this, Chu Tianjiu stared intently at Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu did the same. Minutes passed like this. Suddenly, Yu Xiu smiled. If you hadn't said this today, perhaps we would never become friends in this lifetime, let alone anything like boss. Now, I don't mind starting as friends with you. Chu Tianjiu immediately became excited upon hearing this. I knew it. Boss, you are different from others. My parents even advised me not to say these things to you. It turns out they were all wrong. Chu Tianjiu, was right. Chu Tianjiu, recognize my boss, and indeed, he is different from those ordinary people. Chu Tianjiu smiled and suddenly said, Boss, I remember the old man seemed to mention that chaotic times are approaching, vaguely hinting at something about secret realms and ruins being in turmoil. However, I do know that many troops up there are stationed in secret realms and ruins. It seems that the ferocious beasts there are more numerous and stronger, which is why many families want to gain the right to form teams in this training camp. I've heard the boss mention this as well. At this moment, Nightingale also chimed in. It seems to be some kind of centennial feast. Every 100 years, there is a hunting event on the ferocious beast side, and they call this hunting event a feast. Yu Xiu frowned and said, according to your words, do the ferocious beasts have controllers? Nightingale shook her head and replied, I'm not very clear about that. I haven't been to the ruins and secret realms, so I don't know the situation of the ferocious beasts there. After saying this, she looked at Chu Tianjiu. In her view, since Chu Tianjiu was from the Chu family, he must know about these matters. Boss, actually, ferocious beasts also have races. Ferocious beasts is just what we humans call them, while they refer to themselves as the holy race, Chu Tianjiu explained. Among the ferocious beasts, there are also highly intelligent races. I heard the old man in my family mention that some ferocious beasts can speak human language, and their wisdom far exceeds that of humans. Are there any ferocious beasts that can transform into humans? Yu Xiu suddenly asked. Boss, what are you thinking? Ferocious beasts are still ferocious beasts. If they could transform into human form, it must be some divine means. I'm afraid our human race would have been conquered by ferocious beasts long ago, Chu Tianjiu said. As for the ferocious beasts outside the secret realms and ruins, they are all low-level ferocious beasts, lacking intelligence, just purely strong in body and power. Once an intelligent ferocious beast appears, they will immediately send people to exterminate it. Perhaps you are curious why our world has ferocious beasts. I heard the old man say that this dates back to the early days of martial arts when the secret realms and ruins erupted, and ferocious beasts invaded. These are what remained after the Great War. One reason is to train humans, and the other is that the bodies and blood of these ferocious beasts are also very beneficial for human martial artists to temper their bodies. As long as there are no intelligent ferocious beasts, they won't pay attention. Yu Xiu nodded slightly. Once intelligent ferocious beasts appear, they can easily control the ferocious beast army, and if they launch an attack on cities, it would be a beast tide. What Yu Xiu saw and heard today made him realize that he previously did not understand this world. Even the powerful Chu family in Qin province felt a sense of crisis, so how should he position himself and protect his family? It seems I must quickly establish my own power. The application for team qualifications that Chu Tianjiu mentioned might be worth a try. Although Yu Xiu had plans in his heart, he did not say them out loud. After all, he was only in a city-level training camp. He would discuss it again when he reached the national training camp. As for his own foundation, it was indeed appropriate to look for it in the training camp, and it would be necessary to pay attention to it later. After a long time, Yu Xiu and the others returned to the genius training camp. This time, with Nightingale and Sun Lung as instructors accompanying them, they did not encounter any roadblocks. Let's go submit our tasks first. The 4 of them arrived at the task office, and Yoshio's 4 instructors' tasks earned them 2,000 points. After that, he took out the left ear of the ferocious beast he had hunted. When the 4 woven bags appeared, the person at the task office was shocked. According to the strength and toughness of the ferocious beast's skin, the levels are divided into 3 grades. These are all level 2 or above ferocious beasts, and there are even level 3 ferocious beasts. The person exclaimed after testing the toughness of the left ear with a device. The so-called level 2 ferocious beasts are master-level ferocious beasts, while level 3 are grandmaster-level ferocious beasts. The strength of a level 2 ferocious beast can be compared to a master, and a level 3 ferocious beast can be compared to a grandmaster. Yoshio, I can't calculate the score for this. The scoring standard for the hunting leaderboard only classifies level 1 ferocious beasts. Don't worry, the ferocious beasts you've hunted are definitely ranked first, and they'll remain at the top until you leave the camp. In this person's eyes, even if all the trainees combined their scores, they would absolutely not surpass Sue's. So having Sue become the top of the hunting leaderboard is truly well deserved. Then it's settled. Sue didn't care about the score. Being first was enough for him. Beep beep beep. As soon as Sue stepped out of the mission office, he heard a sound from his watch. Looking down, he found that another leaderboard had opened, and it was opened early because of Sue. Mission leaderboard? Sue glanced at it and saw that he was already at the top. The hunting leaderboard also had Sue in first place. However, strangely, the data above Sue's name on the hunting leaderboard was 3 question marks. Jiangtan Su? Unlike other trainees, whose names were followed by numbers indicating their scores. Moreover, the Genius Training Camp had specifically marked a small note under Sue's name. Score too high to calculate. In the forest, Yang Dueling and the others were resting, and when the watch rang, they immediately checked. Upon seeing Sue's ranking and the explanation from the Genius Training Camp, Yang Dueling couldn't help but smile wryly, still so abnormal. Sister Yang, how many ferocious beasts do you think Sue has actually hunted to make the training camp unable to calculate his score? But no matter how many, it can't be that they can't calculate his score, right? Yang Dueling chuckled. I guess the ferocious beasts Sue hunted are at least level 2 or above, and the training camp doesn't have corresponding scores for these beasts. And I suspect that the number of level 2 or above ferocious beasts Sue hunted is so high that the training camp couldn't calculate a specific score, so they just replaced it with 3 question marks. Now Sue's specific score is clearly no longer important. The training camp believes that no one can surpass his score. The people around them suddenly realized. As expected of Sue, he now occupies the top of all leaderboards. Look at the mission leaderboard. For Grandmaster level missions, Sue is not giving anyone else a chance to surpass him. We're still struggling with warrior level missions, and Sue has already completed 4 Grandmaster missions in one outing. If I remember correctly, our mission was assigned earlier than Sue's, right? We're still fighting, and Sue has already returned to the training camp to enjoy his rewards. I think you're just being foolish. Comparing yourself to Sue is just asking for punishment. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Sue is just too terrifying. 3 question marks, he might go down in history. Something like this has probably never happened in the training camp before. And look at the mission leaderboard. Sue has already completed 4 Grandmaster missions. If you ask me, letting Sue compete with us is just bullying the weak. Isn't it said that the training camp has direct invitation cards? With Sue's strength, doesn't he qualify for an invitation card? If that's the case, how strong must those who received invitation cards be? You're overthinking it. I actually know a bit about this. It's not that Sue doesn't qualify for an invitation card, nor is it that those who received invitation cards are stronger than Sue. It's just that when the invitation cards were issued, Sue hadn't revealed his strength, so no one knew. This led to the situation where, after the invitation cards were issued, Sue could only advance step by step through the city-level training camp. Speaking of which, we really had bad luck, especially those ranked second on the leaderboards. They must be feeling the worst. 3 days had passed since they returned from the last mission. Chu Tianjiu had also bought a villa next to Sue's, spending his days either enjoying himself or visiting Sue. The two could be said to be outliers in the entire Genius Training Camp. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for reaching the 5-star Grandmaster realm. At this moment, a system notification suddenly rang in Yoshio's mind, indicating that he had advanced a small realm, which meant that each member of his class had increased their vitality by an average of 10 points. Their speed of improvement is already quite fast. In fact, Yoshio had previously considered helping his classmates enhance their strength but ultimately did not implement it. Firstly, these people were not his subordinates, just classmates. Once he expended resources to help them improve, although their strength would increase, they would still be outsiders in the end. System, if I form a team, is there a way to request a merge function? Replying to the host, the system only calculates the total of the class, not including the total of the team. Hearing this, Yushio smiled confidently. Since it only merges with the class, I'll find a way to make it part of the class. After all, the names are all chosen by me. I just won't name it as a team. Yushio chuckled, increasingly focused on the idea of forming a team. Once the team was successfully formed, these people would become his own force. Even if it was an investment, there would be returns. Ding dong! Ding dong! At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yushio went to open the door, knowing without thinking that it was Chu Tianjia. Boss, I heard today is the assessment day for the training camp. Those in the preliminary class have a chance to become official members. It's bound to be a good show. Let's go see the excitement. Yushio nodded in response. Since returning, he had been staying in the villa enjoying a leisurely life. Now, going out for a stroll was also fine. The two walked along, once again becoming the subject of discussion. However, last time it was just Yushio alone, this time it was two people. Now Yushio had already made a name for himself in the genius training camp, and the students all recognized him. Therefore, Yushio's incongruity was seen as a matter of course by the students. Only Chu Tianjiao was not recognized by anyone. Moreover, with Chu Tianjiao following Yushio, the students unconsciously began to speculate. However, Chu Tianjiao did not care at all. With his status, he was used to being the center of attention and discussion at any occasion. Boss, look over there at the martial arts arena. I heard the assessment will take place here soon. According to the rules of the training camp, generally, the lowest 500 official students will participate in the assessment. If an official student fails, they will be downgraded to a preliminary student. Conversely, a preliminary student can be promoted to an official member. Yushio nodded to indicate he understood. However, after walking a few steps, he saw a group of people approaching. Yushio, we meet again. I said before that I would definitely become an official student of the training camp. I'm here to fulfill my promise. As Xiaowan finished speaking, she turned to look at Chu Tianjiao beside her. Hello, I'm Xiaowan, Yushio's childhood friend. This time, Chu Tianjiao did not respond with the same enthusiasm as when he met Ying. Instead, he replied with a blank expression and did not introduce himself. Then I won't disturb you too. Seeing that neither of them acknowledged her, Xiaowan tactfully left. Boss, your childhood friend seems to be quite something. Watching Xiaowan walk away, Chu Tianjiao frowned and said to Yushio, don't mind her. In fact, Yushio had also noticed. The first time he encountered Xiaowan in the forest, he had already sensed her change, which made him quite uncomfortable. How to put it? It was like a poisonous snake. Chu Tianjiao, how could he be with Yushio? After walking away, Xiaowan thought to herself, her brows tightly furrowed. It seems the previous method to ambush Chu Tianjiao is no longer feasible. After thinking for a moment, Xiaowan turned to the person beside her and whispered, contact the higher-ups, the mission has changed. Chu Tianjiao is traveling with Yushio. Ever since Xiaowan arranged for someone to poison Emosu, she had officially become the head of the genius training camp. Moreover, with her childhood friend status with Yushio, she was exempt from the organization's punishment. Although everyone knew that Yushio did not acknowledge her as his childhood friend, Xiaowan could remain unscathed, clearly showing she had her means. Students from the preliminary class who are registering for the assessment, please step forward. In the martial arts arena, as a coach called out, over 1,000 people stood up. Xiaowan was among them. At a glance, Yushio even saw many students from Jiangtan City in the crowd. They were all capable individuals who had previously failed the camp assessment. Now, their strength had undergone a tremendous change, but compared to the students from Jiangtan High School, their progress was not as significant. Choose your opponents freely. The winners will automatically become official students. As the words fell, the coach turned and exited the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, the preliminary class students began to find their opponents. Boss, how do you think Xiaowan will win? Chu Tianjiao asked with a smile, but when he looked at the arena, his face was filled with shock. Xiaowan had already finished her battle. She rushed in and, with incredible speed, slashed her opponent's neck with a sharp blade. The opponent was left in a state of shock even in death. In contrast, Xiaowan remained calm, walking up to the coach to report her name and receiving a certificate of passing, which she could use to claim a watch. Boss, something's off about this Xiaowan. Although it was just one move, I saw a killing technique in that slash. Chu Tianjiao explained, it's similar to an assassin's killing technique. Logically, she shouldn't have learned such martial skills. Yushio did not respond, maintaining a blank expression throughout. Despite Xiaowan's significant change, to him, she was still just a minor character, not worth his attention. Perhaps Xiaowan had some opportunities, but it still wouldn't make Yushio regard her highly. Strength was the ultimate truth. Between martial artists and grandmasters, fists were the only truth. Boss, from the battle just now, I suspect this Xiaowan is a 7th grade martial artist. Yushio nodded. He had sensed Xiao Wan's strength during their last encounter in the forest. She was indeed a 7th grade martial artist. When she entered the camp, she was not even a 9th grade martial artist, and now, in less than half a month, she had already reached the 7th grade. Yu Xiu was somewhat surprised, but not overly so. In his view, the only possibility for Xiao Wan to improve so much in such a short time was that she had taken shortcuts. However, every shortcut had its drawbacks. Yu Xiu, something's off with Xiao Wan. At that moment, Yang Duling approached, looking serious as she gazed at Yu Xiu. I know. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Why should I? Yu Xiu replied, everyone must pay for their own choices, and besides, I'm not familiar with her. As for Uncle Xiao, Yu Xiu merely frowned slightly and didn't think much more about it. By the way, there's one more thing. It seems that Lin and Emoso, who was ranked first on the strength list, has died. Yang Duling reminded him, my family sent word that the current genius training camp is not safe, and I should be extremely careful. As for the specifics, my family didn't elaborate, so I'm not very clear. You should also be cautious. Before Yu Xiu could respond, Chu Tianjiao suddenly interjected, hello, big sister-in-law, I'm Chu Tianjiao. You don't need to worry about my boss's safety. I know which organization is causing trouble. Don't worry, my family's old master will intervene. Their experts can't enter the genius training camp, at most, they're just minor characters, which won't harm my boss. Chu Tianjiao? From the Chu family in Qin province? Yang Duling already knew Chu Tianjiao's identity but was not overly surprised. Instead, it was Chu Tianjiao's big sister-in-law that made her blush instantly. You misunderstood. I'm not Yu Xiu's girlfriend, and I'm definitely not your big sister-in-law. Yang Duling emphasized the term big sister-in-law heavily, casting a slightly resentful glance at Yu Xiu. You don't need to mind. Tianjiao is just talking nonsense. As soon as Yu Xiu said this, Yang Duling nodded. I understand. There's no misunderstanding. However, as she spoke, she felt a bit disappointed inside. After the assessment was nearly over, Yu Xiu turned to leave. On the way back to the villa, Chu Tianjiao asked, Boss, it's obvious that the big sister-in-law likes you, but you seem indifferent. Yu Xiu clearly did not want to answer this question and instead asked, what exactly is the organization you mentioned before? The Blood God Cult. Chu Tianjiao explained, the Blood God Cult is a group of research fanatics, formerly from government departments, specializing in gene and bloodline research. However, they became increasingly extreme, wanting to conduct experiments on living people, which infuriated the higher-ups, who ordered the research to be shut down, and these people were dismissed from their positions. Later, they secretly established the Blood God Cult to continue their research on genes and bloodlines, believing that the enhancement of martial artists could primarily rely on developing genes and bloodlines, which is a shortcut for rapid strength improvement. Many Western countries are also developing genes and bloodlines, and their strength does indeed improve quickly, but the drawbacks are also very serious. Yu Xiu asked, has the higher-ups not taken action against the Blood God Cult? At first, the Blood God Cult acted relatively within the rules, and the higher-ups turned a blind eye, considering their past contributions to the country. Chu Tianjiao explained, but later, the Blood God Cult's actions became increasingly outrageous, and the higher-ups sent people to clean them up multiple times, but the Blood God Cult seemed to have been well prepared. Not only did the higher-ups fail to eliminate them, but they also suffered heavy losses. Later, due to issues with secret realms and ruins, most of their forces were stationed there, shifting their focus. This is why the small fry couldn't clean up the Blood God Cult, and the strong ones had no time. Yu Xiu nodded and asked, so why is the Blood God Cult looking for me now? Because you're too much of a genius, boss. Chu Tianjiao said, a 16-year-old grandmaster, unprecedented, the Blood God Cult would naturally be tempted, even crazed. 10 years ago, the Blood God Cult suddenly raised the issue of genius genes and bloodlines, and since then, they have been targeting geniuses for research. 7 years ago, the genius training camp attack in Wu province, you must have heard of it, right? That was done by the Blood God Cult. But in our Qin province, my family's old master would never allow the Blood God Cult to run rampant. Moreover, we have also grasped some of the people the Blood God Cult has subverted. The previous head of the training camp here was Lin Anzemosu, but he suddenly died a while ago. However, after seeing Xiao Wan today, I suspect she is very likely the new head cultivated by the Blood God Cult. After learning that she is your childhood sweetheart, I am even more certain that Xiao Wan must be the new head here. Otherwise, her strength couldn't have improved so quickly, nor would she have killing techniques. Yu Xiu asked, since your Chu family already knows, why not clean it up? Chu Tianjiao chuckled lightly, in the words of our old master, it's easier to control the visible ants than the hidden rats. Yu Xiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, visible ants are easier to control than hidden rats. Rather than killing Xiao Wan and forcing the Blood God Cult to change heads, it would be better to monitor Xiao Wan and understand her every move. You should go back too. As the two chatted, they had already returned to the villa. Yushio said this and walked into his own villa. In contrast, Shu Tianjiao pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, now that both the big sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law have met, I think it's necessary for them to meet and have a good chat. I originally thought the boss would be like me, not refusing beautiful women. The big sister-in-law, whether in appearance or figure, is on par with my cousin, yet the boss remains indifferent in front of such beauty. Either the boss is asexual, or he simply doesn't like women. With the boss's development, his future is certainly limitless. If he could marry my cousin, that would mean he's one of us in the Chu family. Anyway, my cousin has said that as long as she can be with the boss, she wouldn't mind even being a concubine. Thinking of this, Shu Tianjiao no longer hesitated and turned to find Yang Duling and Ying. Half an hour later, in Shu Tianjiao's villa, Yang Duling and Ying had all gathered here. Sisters-in-law, I want to ask you a straightforward question. Do you really like the boss? Shu Tianjiao said, this is the key to our discussion today. Ying answered without hesitation, I definitely like him. Back when they were in Wushan, Ying had already cast aside her reserve, so now she was no longer evasive at all. What about you, big sister-in-law? Shu Tianjiao and Ying looked at Yang Duling. For a moment, Yang Duling didn't know how to respond. After all, she had never encountered such a thing before, and she felt a bit flustered. Big sister-in-law, you don't need to worry. It's just the three of us here, all of us are on the same side, and we won't tell anyone, Shu Tianjiao said. I know your Yang family, and anyway, with the boss's strength and age, your family would definitely not oppose it. Yang Duling remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, I don't know. Shu Tianjiao chuckled lightly, not knowing means you like him. It seems like I haven't reached the point of liking yet, Yang Duling added. Shu Tianjiao asked, big sister-in-law, let me ask you this, on a quiet night when you're alone, do you often think about the boss? Yang Duling was taken aback, and finally nodded with a flushed face, I do think about him. When the boss is in danger, do you feel very worried or think of ways to help? I do. When the boss is close to other women, do you feel jealous or unhappy? I do. When you meet the boss's relatives, do you care about them because of him? I do. After a few questions, Shu Tianjiao smiled and asked, big sister-in-law, do you still think you don't like the boss? Yang Duling shook her head, I don't know, it seems like I haven't reached the point of liking. We don't have that kind of deep experience, nor do we have each other's stories. Stop, Shu Tianjiao said speechlessly, big sister-in-law, what you're talking about is love. Let me put it this way. Liking is a full sense of affection, a first entry into the heart. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Love is an addictive poison. 3 autumns apart feels like one day. Yang Duling was stunned for a long time, looking doubtful as she asked, is it really like that? Of course it is. Shu Tianjiao patted her chest and assured, based on my experience of dating dozens of girlfriends, it's definitely correct. Big sister-in-law, believe me, you must like the boss, no doubt about it. Yang Duling nodded foolishly. This expression left Shu Tianjiao speechless. According to the investigation data, Yang Duling was a wise woman with high intelligence. How could she become foolish when it came to love? Shu Tianjiao turned to look at Ying again. Goodness, another one lost in thought. Shu Tianjiao couldn't help but sigh. Can these two really get things done? Shu Tianjiao couldn't help but doubt. It seemed necessary to take a bold step. Sisters-in-law, don't just stand there in a daze. I have something very serious to discuss regarding the boss. The two women instantly snapped back to attention. According to our Chu family's investigation, the boss doesn't like women. When Shu Tianjiao said this, she was already praying that when Su would beat her, it would be a little lighter. Su doesn't like women? Ying suddenly looked up, dumbfounded, while Yang Duling's face turned pale. Think back, has the boss ever shown special care for any woman? Or looked at them differently? Take you two as examples. Your looks and figures are at least top tier among women, right? But think about it, has the boss ever looked at you with special attention? Or with the kind of longing gaze that other men have? The two women pondered for a long time and shook their heads. Shu Tianjiao said again, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. When men see beautiful women, they can't help but look a little longer, and women feel the same way when they see handsome men. But the boss has never done that, isn't it strange? Sisters, think about it, isn't there a problem? The two women nodded again. So, the boss has a problem. Now you need to put aside your reservations and work hard to seduce the boss. This is not the time to worry about appearances. We need to help the boss with his condition. Sexual orientation is a psychological issue. It must be addressed early, or else, once it becomes entrenched over time, it will be difficult to change. I suspect the reason the boss is like this is closely related to his childhood sweetheart. I've heard that the boss used to really like her, but later, due to some events, he suffered emotional pain. The boss is still in the initial stage. we must correct this as soon as possible. The two women were naturally aware of the situation with Xiao Wan, the childhood sweetheart. Moreover, what Chu Tianjiao said was very reasonable, which made the two women believe it. But I don't know how to seduce him, Yang Duling said, looking troubled. You don't know either, second sister-in-law? At this moment, Nightingale stopped pretending to be bold and blushed, saying, I haven't really interacted with other men much. The most I've interacted with are my teammates, the Tsanglong team. My interactions with them have always been during missions. Chu Tianjiao looked speechless. How about this? I'll find some materials for you later, and you can study them well. The boss's condition really can't be delayed any longer, otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Under Chu Tianjiao's persuasion, the two women occasionally turned pale, but ultimately, out of concern for Yuxiu, they chose to agree. Sisters, I will definitely find materials tomorrow. No, I will definitely find videos so you can imitate them. Chu Tianjiao smiled, and the two women were so embarrassed that they didn't want to stay in the villa any longer and quickly got up to leave. Yuxiu? As soon as the two women walked out of Chu Tianjiao's room, they ran into Yuxiu, who was coming out the door. For a moment, the two women panicked. Nightingale stammered, wanting to explain, but found her mind blank. Yang Duling, however, lowered her head, not daring to look at Yuxiu. Damn, the boss? At that moment, Chu Tianjiao walked out and saw Yuxiu, her expression changing drastically. The two women's cheeks turned red as they came out of their villa. The more Chu Tianjiao thought about it, the more terrified she became. Damn, the boss won't misunderstand that I'm with these two sisters, will he? Chu Tianjiao opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Do you have something to discuss? Yuxiu looked at the two women and the door with a blank expression. No, nothing. The two women shook their heads frantically. Yuxiu then turned and left. This scene left Chu Tianjiao dumbfounded. What was going on with the boss? How could he remain indifferent and oblivious to such a huge misunderstanding? Could it be that the boss really has a problem? Chu Tianjiao pondered as she approached the two women. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sighed. Sisters, you saw it with your own eyes. The boss is really not well. Nightingale nodded heavily. Yang Duling also looked a bit dazed. If Yuxiu could remain expressionless in such a misunderstanding, it either meant he didn't like them or there was something wrong. We must hurry to treat this tomorrow. Nightingale nodded seriously. Instead, Yang Duling frowned and said, what if Yuxiu doesn't like us at all and only sees us as friends? Nightingale was taken aback. Now she remembered that Yuxiu had never said he liked them. It seemed they had really been misled by Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao, you misled us. The two women were now filled with anger. Chu Tianjiao chuckled and said, Sisters, let's not talk about whether the boss likes you or not. At least you both like the boss, right? The two women nodded slightly. In that case, why don't you hurry up and pursue the boss, so he will like you? Chu Tianjiao asked, do you really want to watch the boss share a bed with another woman, whispering sweet nothings? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the two women changed, clearly indicating that this was not what they wanted to see. Sisters-in-law, the era where men must pursue women is long gone. If you truly like him, then you should boldly pursue your happiness. Not to mention, the boss has looks and strength. Who knows how many wealthy young ladies are eyeing him right now? As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. If you don't seize the opportunity to win the boss's heart, will you have another chance in the future? The boss will only move further away. Sisters-in-law, ask yourselves, do you have the ability to keep up with his pace? Perhaps after leaving here, you may never see the boss again. That would be a regret. Chu Tianjiao said passionately, do you want to wait until your hair turns gray and your children and grandchildren are around, looking back at your youth, and sighing, I once had a love, but because of my reserve, I missed it. Live in the moment. At this point, the two women were already in a daze. They asked themselves if they would regret missing out on Yuxiu. The answer was undoubtedly yes. After having encountered a true dragon soaring in the sky, could they really still be interested in a mudloach in the ground? The answer was no. I don't want to have regrets. I want to actively pursue Yuxiu. I want to be his woman. The nightingale seemed to have made up her mind, her gaze resolute. Yang Duling's mind flashed with the image of Yuxiu coldly walking away just now, and her heart suddenly panicked. She nodded heavily and said, I also want to be Yuxiu's woman. Chu Tianjiao said seriously, hearing you two say this truly comforts me. Wait for my news tomorrow. As the two women left, Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but sigh, these two really are thick-headed. If you don't win the boss's heart first, who will help you whisper sweet nothings to my cousin later? After saying this, Chu Tianjiao helplessly added, Boss, don't blame me. Underground organizations are emerging all over the country. Although Qin province seems peaceful, there will come a day when the Chu family cannot hold out. Rather than marrying into another family and worrying about being schemed against every day, it's better to marry you, boss. At least you value loyalty. Chu Tianjiao walked back to the villa with a worried expression. Not far behind the bushes, Yushio stepped out. He had heard everything just now. However, his expression remained unchanged. Is the situation really this serious? Yushio didn't think Chu Tianjiao was talking nonsense. His expression grew serious. In fact, whether the world was chaotic or not had nothing to do with him, but he was still worried about his family. Although Qin province appeared calm on the surface, it was the Chu family that was holding the line. Once the Chu family could no longer withstand it, if chaos erupted in the entire Qin province, the safety of his family would definitely be threatened. He couldn't possibly stay by their side all the time. That was clearly impossible. It seems necessary to talk to the Chu family then. Yushio withdrew his gaze, and a hint of a teasing smile appeared on his face. Chu Tianjiao, you've made progress. You actually dared to fabricate my sexual orientation. In fact, Yushio was not averse to women. It was just that right now, all his thoughts were on how to improve his strength. Moreover, after hearing some things from Chu Tianjiao, he became even more eager for power, even a desire for influence. Shouldn't one strive to achieve something in life? No, in Yushio's view, one should establish the rules of life. The next afternoon, the two women agreed to find Yushio. However, looking at their faces, there was still a blush present, clearly very shy. At noon, Chu Tianjiao had found many videos on how to seduce men. Every frown and smile, every flirtatious glance, every act of being coy and cute, all in a soft voice. The two women thought about what they would do to Yushio later, and the more they thought, the redder their cheeks became. It was truly too embarrassing. Ding dong, ding dong. As they rang the doorbell, Yushio came out and, seeing the flushed faces of the two women, already guessed what they were preparing to do. However, he remained indifferent, still expressionless. He would absolutely not expose the fact that he had eavesdropped on the three of them yesterday. Do you have something to discuss? Usually, Yushio would let guests in right away, but today was different. Since he had already guessed the purpose of the two women, he naturally wouldn't let them in easily. Can we go in and talk? Nightingale mustered her courage and said, it's not convenient today. Yushio shook his head and said, starting today, I will be in seclusion and don't want to be disturbed. Nightingale still refused to give up. Suddenly recalling something she had learned from a previous video, she put on a pitiful look and said in a babyish voice, Brother Yushio, it really won't take up too much of your time, just a little while, can we? Yushio felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. Damn it, when a woman acts cute, it's really hard for an ordinary person to resist. Seeing Nightingale starting to use her charm, Yang Duling also stopped holding back. Yushio, can we sit down for a bit? Yang Duling's voice was also babyish, but unlike Nightingale, she didn't make any exaggerated expressions. Instead, she blinked her eyes and said seriously, giving off a naturally cute vibe. Damn, big sister is impressive. Not far away, Chu Tianjiao was stunned by this scene, and after coming to his senses, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in approval. Usually, Yang Duling gave off a cold, aloof, and wise impression, but now she looked adorably silly. This contrast was truly remarkable. Moreover, her serious demeanor would make any man's heart flutter. I'm very busy. Yushio watched the two of them and felt a severe headache. He decided to stop wasting time with them and directly closed the door, returning to his room. Are we really that unappealing? Looking at Yushio closing the door, Nightingale asked Yang Duling with a disappointed expression. Maybe we really are. Nightingale frowned and said, but those men in the video weren't like this, right? And those women in the video weren't as pretty as us. Nightingale asked two questions in a row, and Yang Duling didn't know how to respond. Maybe we haven't learned enough. Let's go find Chu Tianjiao and continue our seclusion. Nightingale didn't linger at Yushio's door and turned to walk towards the neighboring villa. Inside the villa, Yushio sat on the sofa with a bitter smile, muttering to himself, it seems I must leave here. These two women are really annoying. Yushio felt helpless. He had never been so bothered by two women that he wanted to run away. I might as well go do a mission. Now that the training camp's leaderboard was out, Yushio was at the top of every list. After thinking it over, there didn't seem to be anything that piqued his interest. The only way to pass the time was probably to go out and do missions. Oh right, there's this thing. Yushio suddenly thought of the black jade pendant Xiao Wan had given him. According to Xiao Wan, it might be related to the ruins deep in Wushan. But I can't fully trust what Xiao Wan said. I should check the information first. The training camp also had a data room, and its system was connected to the national database. According to the levels, each level had different point requirements for reading permissions. With this in mind, Yushio got up and left the villa, heading straight for the data room. Identity verification passed. Yushio, please enter. After verifying with his watch at the entrance of the database, Yushio walked in. Surprisingly, there weren't many books piled up inside. Instead, there were only individual data rooms. Yushio chose a data room that was unoccupied and entered. Inside was a device resembling a liquid crystal computer. 9 levels of reading permissions? Yushio looked at the screen of the device, which displayed 9 simulated books marked with a lock symbol. Each level was marked with its respective points. Level 1 reading permission, 100 points/hour. Level 2 reading permission, 200 points/hour. And so on, with level 9 reading permission being 900 points per hour. Select level 9 reading permission. Without a second thought, Yushio directly purchased the level 9 reading permission. After entering the interface, Yushio typed in the keywords, Black Jade Pendant, Ruins Deep in Wushan. After pondering these 2 keywords, dozens of pieces of content appeared on the screen. The first entry was about the Black Jade Pendant, accompanied by images. Dragon Pattern Jade? Qilin Jade? Yushio clicked to enter, and the screen displayed images of 7 or 8 types of jade pendants. Is this Qilin Jade? The Black Jade Pendant was easy to identify. The Dragon Pattern Jade was blue, the Phoenix Jade was red, the White Tiger Jade was white. Only the Qilin Jade was black. More precisely, it was ink-colored. Assessment Jade Pendant? Through the introduction, Yushio was astonished to discover that the Qilin Jade was actually an assessment qualification jade pendant found in the ruins deep in Wushan. The Qilin Jade in his hand could allow entry into the Qilin assessment, and once passed, one could gain the Qilin's talent. According to the historical records of martial arts, someone had once obtained the bloodline of a dragon, and once activated, their power would surge dozens of times. Based on the assessment levels, those who passed 1 level could gain a random talent, those who passed 2 levels could gain 2 random talents, and so on. Passing 5 levels would grant all talents. In other words, once all 5 levels were passed, the recipient would be equivalent to a humanoid divine beast. How is that possible? How could something like this appear in a fantasy novel in the world of high martial arts? When Yushio saw this, his first reaction was disbelief. If someone possessed such a talent, it would be a complete dimensionality reduction strike. The fierce beasts in the secret realms and ruins had probably long been cleared out. So strange. Yushio frowned and continued to browse the next piece of content. He flipped through 4 entries in a row. Finally, he saw another entry about the assessment jade pendant. This content was narrated by someone who had once obtained a talent, so it should have some credibility. About 10 minutes later, Yushio raised his head and let out a long breath. I knew it. How could something from a fantasy novel appear? It turns out that the so-called divine beasts are just speculations from some researchers. According to the explanation from the person who obtained the divine beast talent, he also did not see the so-called divine beast. He merely passed 1 level by luck. He only obtained a talent related to tiger eyes, which, when used, could intimidate opponents, especially effective against fierce beasts. According to his speculation, this is a capability similar to that of a mind master, using intent to intimidate the opponent's soul. Moreover, this ability cannot be enhanced or used across levels. Once one's strength exceeds 2 minor realms, the effect would be greatly reduced. Yushio pondered. According to this person's account, the talent ability he obtained is of a low level, and there are stronger talent abilities with growth potential. After clarifying the origin of the Black Jade Pendant, Yushio sat in place and thought. This person had a strength of 4-star master when he participated in the assessment. If his talent ability is relatively low, then is the talent obtained related to strength? The stronger the strength, the higher the difficulty of the assessment, and the stronger the talent obtained. Yushio knew nothing about these matters. Then, he searched for Qilin Jade again. The screen displayed many pieces of content. However, after browsing through them one by one, he found nothing he wanted to know. For a moment, Yushio found himself in a dilemma. Should I ask Chu Tianjiao? The Chu family has a deep foundation. Perhaps they know more about Qilin Jade. As soon as this thought emerged, Yushio immediately dismissed it from his mind. According to the information, assessment jade pendants were extremely precious. Although the assessment was fraught with danger, many were still willing to take the risk. Once one obtained a talent ability, they could rise to great heights from then on. This kind of gamble that could change one's fate was something ordinary people might not be able to resist. The Chu family? Yushio still couldn't truly trust them. Cooperation was possible, but he was still unwilling to reveal such an important matter to the Chu family. Firstly, there was no trust. Secondly, my current strength is still not enough to compete with the Chu family. Once the Chu family develops greedy thoughts, I would only harm others and myself. After understanding the origin of the Black Jade Pendant, I searched for information about the fierce beasts in secret realms and ruins, as well as about forming teams. I found that currently, in all of China, there are only 17 people who have their own teams. Among them, one person commands a team of 10,000, and the leader is the former saint of martial arts from Luo. There are 5 people with teams of 1,000, while the most numerous are the teams of 100, with 11 members. I checked the leaders and found that all these people are now powerful figures, similar to the grandfather of Chu Tianzhou. In the past 10 years, only one person has obtained the right to form a team. In Kyoto, Luo Yangxing, who is the great-grandson of the saint of martial arts, leads a team of 100. Originally, I wanted to see the points required to form a team, but I learned that the point requirements vary each year. Moreover, points are only part of it. To form a team, one primarily needs the recognition from above. Otherwise, with the power of those big families, obtaining enough points to form a team would be incredibly easy. In this way, it would be like feudal lords each occupying their own territory, and the country would likely fall into chaos. It seems the road ahead is still long. I sighed deeply and then got up and walked out of the information room. Right now, I only have one thought in my mind. Time, hurry up. I want to enter the provincial training camp as soon as possible, and then the national training camp. This way, my strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, all crises will be easily resolved. On the way back to the villa, I saw Yang Dueling and Ying waiting at the door from a distance. I couldn't help but sigh again. However, this time I didn't avoid them but walked over. Before the two could speak, I waved my hand and said, "Come in and talk." The two women looked at each other in surprise. I ignored them and walked into the villa. "What do you want to drink? Go get it from the fridge." After I finished speaking, I grabbed a bottle of chilled beer and sat down on the sofa. Whether in my past life or now, I have always loved chilled beer. As for red wine and foreign liquor, I really have no interest at all. I occasionally have some white liquor. "We don't drink." The two shook their heads and sat down on the sofa beside me, one on each side, just enough to sandwich me in the middle. Gulp, gulp. I chugged down 2 mouthfuls of beer and then said, "I know what you're thinking and I understand what you want to do, but I can tell you very frankly that I currently have no intention of looking for a partner. Also, regarding what Chu Tianzhou said about my sexual orientation, I can tell you very frankly that I am perfectly normal. I would also be moved when I meet beautiful women, especially very pure and desirable ones. However, I am only 16 now, and in a month I will be 17. Right now, I only want to complete the national training camp and then pass the martial arts exam. As for matters of the heart, at least it will be after I have enough strength, perhaps after entering university. Can you understand that?" The two women exchanged glances and awkwardly nodded, saying, "We understand. You can rest assured that we will never believe Chu Tianzhou's words and mess around with him." Now, thinking of what I just said, their cheeks were flushed, and there was a hint of worry on their faces. "Just say what you want to say." I looked at the two women, who opened their mouths but didn't speak, and took the initiative to say, We really are not those kinds of messy women. This is our first time, and we were just imitating from a video." After Ying finished speaking, Yang Dueling beside her also nodded, saying, I am too. I have never held a boy's hand before, this is my first time, just imitating from a video." I nodded and said, "I understand, this was all Chu Tianzhou's idea. I didn't misunderstand anything, and you don't need to explain to me. Doing anything is your right. I don't have such a strong desire for control. It matters." The usually shy and silent Yang Dueling surprisingly spoke up first this time. I've been waiting for you, and I will work hard to keep up with you. I know my talent can't be compared to yours, but I'm willing to put in more effort, even if it means enduring more hardships. I can only qualify to stand by your side. I don't want to be a vase. I hope to become your helper and will do my best to be your support." At this moment, the nightingale, biting her lip, also spoke. "From today on, I won't bother you or disturb you. I will also work hard to improve myself. But I'm older than you. Can you give me a chance? A chance to pursue you?" Upon hearing this, Yushio fell silent. "To be honest, I won't make any promises to you, nor will I guarantee anything." Perhaps these words would be very touching to others, but for me, I really don't feel anything, and I won't see you differently because of these words. Whether to pursue or not, opportunities or whatever, to me, it's all your one-sided wish. I won't take any responsibility for it. Do you understand? The two women nodded heavily. "We understand. No matter what you say, we will definitely work hard to get closer to you. As they spoke, the two women couldn't help but have red eyes, tears sliding down their cheeks. They choked up and said, "We don't want any promises. We will definitely work hard to get closer to you. Even if in the end we gain nothing, at least we tried." Yushio shrugged expressionlessly, his tone indifferent. "It's up to you, it's your freedom." Just as Yushio was about to send them away, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Yushio's first reaction was Chu Tianzhou, but when he opened the door, he found it was Xiaowan. "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to invite me in?" As Xiaowan spoke, she peeked inside the villa and saw Yang Dueling and the nightingale, noticing their tearful expressions. TSK, with two delicate little beauties like this, you let them be sad. Yushio, you've really changed. Yushio shot her a cold glance and was about to raise his hand to close the door when Xiaowan immediately added, I have something about your family that concerns their safety. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Yushio paused his movement. Then he turned and walked into the villa. The meaning was very clear. Xiaowan smiled and then walked into the villa, conveniently closing the door. Get to the point. Xiaowan glanced at the nightingale and Yang dueling, her playful demeanor fading as she said seriously, someone wants to harm your family and plans to use them to threaten you. You can leave now. Although Yushio's expression was unchanged, his heart was already filled with rage. If Xiaowan knew this information, then the one wanting to deal with his family must be the Blood God sect. Since the Chu family was handling things on his side, the Blood God sect could only set their sights elsewhere. Do you believe me? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Yushio remained expressionless and did not respond. Xiaowan sighed, forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Uncle Yu and the others have been very good to me, and I don't want them to be harmed. After saying this, Xiaowan turned to leave. Yushio, you don't have to worry too much. When my family reminded me to be cautious before, I had them arrange for someone to secretly protect your parents and your aunt and uncle. When Yushio heard Yang Dueling's words, he was taken aback and nodded. Thank you. The nightingale chimed in, why not ask Chu Tianzhao for help? Even if you go back now, you probably won't be able to deal with the Blood God sect. It's more reliable to ask the Chu family for help. On the other side, after Xiaowan left Yushio's villa, she walked alone into the forest, stopping only when she reached the very edge, then imitating the sound of birds and calling out twice. You did well. A figure jumped straight down from the dense treetops. Upon seeing the person's face, Xiaowan's expression turned cold. You don't have to look at me like that. You want to kill me and take my place, Xiaowan. How naive you are. I'm not one of those rich kids from the Blood God sect. I, Emoso, have climbed to this position step by step over the corpses of others. Do you really think your little schemes can fool me? The person was Emoso, the one everyone believed to be dead in linen. When Xiaowan arranged for someone to poison him, it turned out to be a conspiracy. Emoso had gone to great lengths to secure a backup plan for himself. He had long known that the Chu family was monitoring him and that the main forces of the Blood God sect could not enter Qin province. So, when he learned that Xiaowan was childhood friends with Yushio, he brought her into the Blood God sect and gave her Blood God No. 1, allowing her strength to surge overnight. Then, he gradually nurtured Xiaowan's ambition and intentionally leaked the news that the Blood God sect wanted to assassinate Yushio. Sure enough, Xiaowan fell for it. However, he couldn't be sure if Xiaowan would follow his plan. But he was willing to take the gamble. After all, his life had been a gamble. What was there that he wouldn't dare to bet on? Fortunately, he won. Then came Xiaowan's poisoning. Emosa faked his death to escape, supporting Xiaowan to become the public leader. He successfully retired, advancing his position within the Blood God sect. The Blood God sect in Qin province was divided into 4 regions, and Emosu was now the head of one of those regions. Because of this, he obtained the coveted Blood God No. 3, allowing his strength to break through the master realm overnight. Where's my stuff? Now that Emosu was a master, Xiaowan knew she was no match for him and didn't want to waste more words. Xiaowan, I advise you to be a bit more respectful to me. While I can't kill you, the organization won't care if I torment you. Emosu revealed a twisted smile and continued, I wonder if you've heard of cuckoo grass. If I were to imprison you with a ferocious beast that has consumed cuckoo grass, what do you think the consequences would be? At his words, Xiaowan couldn't help but shudder. She knew about cuckoo grass. It was a herb cultivated by the Blood God sect to stimulate desire. It was developed into a drug to make it colorless and tasteless, undetectable even with sophisticated instruments. I still have value. Yushio needs me to make contact. Although Xiaowan was reluctant to back down, thinking of cuckoo grass softened her tone. I know. You are now the organization's precious gem. How could I bear to torment you? Emosa chuckled twice, pulling out a glass test tube the thickness of his thumb, filled with a deep red liquid. This is Blood God No. 2. After consuming it, you will break through to the 6th rank martial artist. Seeing Emosa take out the test tube, Xiaowan seemed to lose control in that instant. Her whole body trembled as she stared at the test tube with longing. Give it to me, hurry. Emosa, seeing Xiaowan's expression, sneered, a dog is still a dog. With that, he threw the test tube to the ground. Xiaowan lunged forward, trembling hands opening the test tube. Then she tilted her head back and drank it down. In that moment, Xiaowan displayed an expression of pure enjoyment, as if she were soaring. Ugh! In just 30 seconds, Xiaowan's neck veins bulged, and she writhed in pain on the ground. This continued for 5 minutes. Finally, Xiaowan quieted down. When she opened her eyes again, her strength had indeed broken through to the 6th rank martial artist. Tell me after Yushio leaves, Emosa scoffed, then climbed back up to the treetops. Meanwhile, Xiaowan stood there in a daze. Consuming the Blood God series of potions could indeed cause a rapid increase in strength, but the side effects of the potions were severe. Those who consumed them could never rely on their own abilities to break through realms for the rest of their lives. Moreover, users become severely addicted and will uncontrollably go mad without interruption. To maintain normal thinking, one must regularly take the special potion provided by the Blood God cult. Regret it? Xiaowan whispered softly, but she quickly shook her head. If Emosa hadn't given her Blood God one back then, she wouldn't be alive now. In this forest where people eat people, even those who are not martial artists cannot survive. A 6th grade martial artist. Many people never reach that level in their lifetime. Although the cost is being controlled, at least one doesn't have to live like a dog, or a slight misstep could cost one their life. Of course, this is also why the Blood God cult can recruit so many followers. Even if some people know there's something fishy about it, they are still willing to jump in. Rather than living worse than a dog, it's better to hand over one's life to the Blood God cult and be a person. Don't worry, boss, in this little piece of land in Qin province, the people we, the Chu family, want to protect, even the King of Heaven cannot touch, let alone the Blood God cult, which is like a rat. After learning about this matter, Chu Tianjiao immediately brought Yuxiu to a 4-story building deep within the training camp. The high-ranking officials of the Genius training camp are all here, including the chief instructor, Chu Tianjiao explained. Once you enter the Genius training camp area, all communication devices become unusable. We need to find the chief instructor and ask him to help us contact the Chu family. While explaining, they had already entered the 4-story building, and the guard at the door, upon seeing Chu Tianjiao, didn't even glance at them. Yuxiu and the others easily walked into the core area of the Genius training camp. Old Deng, are you there? Chu Tianjiao clearly knew the way, shouting as he pushed open the door to an office. My little ancestor, why do you come here every few days? Inside was a middle-aged man, also dressed in instructor's attire, but his uniform was light blue, unlike the military green of the other instructors. Yuxiu, nice to see you, Old Deng said, looking up and standing to greet Yuxiu. If you want to build rapport, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, but right now my boss doesn't have the time to deal with you, Chu Tianjiao interjected. Hurry up and take us to the communication room. I need to contact my family. Contact your family? The situation is urgent. The Blood God cult is preparing to attack my boss's family to threaten him. Upon hearing this, Old Deng's expression changed drastically, and he stopped wasting words. No need for a pass. I'll personally take you to the communication room. Old Deng was well aware of the Chu family's regard for Yuxiu, and since this matter involved the Blood God cult, he naturally dared not be careless. You all hurry up. Just a moment ago, it was Chu Tianjiao who was anxious, but now it was Old Deng who was urging them. In the communication room, Chu Tianjiao immediately contacted the Chu family and specifically handed the phone to his grandfather. He then explained the situation about the Blood God cult targeting Yuxiu's family. The call didn't last long, but Chu Tianjiao made everything very clear. Boss, I know you're worried about your family and can't stay in the training camp, Chu Tianjiao said, turning to look at Old Deng. You know my boss's situation, he is fully capable of going directly to the provincial training camp. With his strength, he has no use in this small temple. Just give a pass to let my boss return to Jiangtan. But I must tell you, the points that should belong to my boss cannot be less. Otherwise, I'll go to my family's old master and speak ill of you. I don't believe you won't be in trouble. If my family's old master doesn't care, I'll go find my Uncle Deng. He has always spoiled me since I was little. Let's see if he'll beat you up. Old Deng's father was once a member of the Chu family's old master's team. Now, due to old age, he had long since retired from the team. You keep chattering away. Have I ever said half a word of disagreement? Old Deng looked speechless. It seemed he hadn't said he disagreed. The old man, always mentioning the old master. I'm just giving you a warning, so you don't find excuses to back out. Old Deng rolled his eyes, not wanting to pay any attention to Chu Tianjiao, but turned to Yuxiu and said, I know your strength as well, and it really doesn't do much for you here. Just like what Tianjiao said, if you're worried, I'll write you a note, and when the time comes, your points won't be short at all. But this is just our opinion, it mainly depends on you. Yuxiu nodded to show he understood. I want to go back. Yuxiu felt that being in the training camp was either enjoying life or enjoying life, with no effect on his strength improvement at all. Although the Chu family would arrange for people, and there were also people arranged by Young dueling in secret, Yuxiu still felt uneasy and couldn't help but worry. No problem, let's go back to the office. I'll write you a note, and then arrange for someone to take you back to Jiangtan City. Not long after, Yuxiu took the car arranged by Old Deng, leaving the training camp and heading straight for Jiangtan. It was only after Yuxiu left that Xiaowan found Emosu again. Yuxiu has left. Emosa chuckled, licking his lips, and said, Next, we catch Yang dueling in the forest and lure Chu Tianjiu over to rescue her. Without Yu Xiu around, Chu Tianjiu is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At this point, Emosa looked at Xiao Wan. If this goes well, the organization will make an exception and reward you with a bottle of blood god no. 2. If the main personnel of the blood god can enter Qin province, I will also apply to the organization for blood god no. 3 for you. Hee. Don't you want to be like Yu Xiu and become a young master? Xiaowan took a deep breath, suppressing the desire deep within her, and then asked, since Yu Xiu has already gone back, shouldn't we withdraw the people in Jiangtan? Why withdraw? Emosa retorted, then laughed strangely. If we don't let them sacrifice their lives, how can we show their loyalty to the organization? We need deaths. Only when people die will it be fun. I don't know if you've heard of human bombs. They're very entertaining, thrilling. Walk into a crowd, and with a bang, flesh and blood will splatter everywhere. Oh, right, and there will be internal organs, brain matter, hee. Emosu instinctively licked his lips, saying with a twisted expression, I really want to see such a feast with my own eyes. Xiaowan, do you think I should arrange a feast in the training camp? No way. Xiaowan shook her head decisively, everyone here is my person. I won't allow you to do that. I know. Emosa nodded repeatedly with a strange smile, but we can negotiate. How about this? For one human bomb, I'll personally reward you with a bottle of blood god no. 1. This deal is very cost-effective. Don't you want to see such a wonderful feast with your own eyes? Xiaowan, it's not about having many subordinates, but having capable ones. Blood god no. 1 can help you cultivate martial artist subordinates. Xiaowan fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, she finally spoke. I'll give you a maximum of 5, no more. Hee. Xiaowan, I originally just wanted to see one human bomb, but I didn't expect you to be so cold-hearted. They are willing to risk their lives for you. Xiaowan said seriously, they are not my subordinates, they are people of the organization, and dying for the organization is their honor. Emosa laughed while trembling uncontrollably. It's settled then, I can give you 5 bottles of blood god no. 1 right now, on the condition that the human bombs must follow my arrangements. They must bloom as I instruct. Xiaowan nodded, no problem. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yu Xiu finally returned to Jiangtan City. Earlier on the road, he had already called to contact his parents and others. His parents and aunt's family were at the newly opened shop. Meanwhile, his sister Yu Qianshan and cousin Zhuang Wenya were currently in class at the first high school. Master Yu, I am from the Chu family, codenamed Qingshan, and I am the person in charge of this operation. The old master has instructed me to follow your arrangements. As Yu Xiu just arrived at his doorstep, he saw a young man in his 20s waiting there. The young man approached Yu Xiu and introduced himself. How many people do you have? There are a total of 50 people stationed at Jiangtan, among which 14 are below the level of a 3-star Grandmaster, the rest are Grandmasters, and my strength is 7-star Grandmaster. Qingshan said, if you think the manpower is insufficient, I can apply to the old master. No need. Yu Xiu shook his head and said, these people are already enough. You must have already learned about my family members, right? Qingshan nodded, I just saw it. Yu Xiu continued, there are a total of 6 people to protect. You should know who they are, so I won't elaborate further. You are the professional in this area, so I won't interfere much. All actions will still be under your command and arrangement. I only ask for one thing, my family must not be harmed in any way. Understood. Qingshan nodded, then turned and left, walking straight to the villa's entrance. He casually waved his hand, and a black sedan appeared from nowhere. Master Yu, this is the driver arranged for you by the old master. You can use it for as long as you want. This car is also assembled with special materials, the same specifications as the old master's vehicle, so you can use it with confidence. Yu Xiu nodded, thank you, please thank the old master for me. After this matter is over, I will personally visit him. I will convey that. Qingshan nodded, if there's nothing else, I won't disturb you any longer. Yu Xiu nodded. After watching Qingshan leave, he returned to the villa and changed out of his martial arts uniform. Dressed in casual clothes, he got into the black sedan and headed straight for his parents' shop. Master Yu, if you need anything, you can let me know at any time. This is the communicator given to you by the old master. It contains my contact information as well as the old master's. Yu Xiu took the communicator handed to him by the driver, Xiao Li, and said, thank you, brotherly. During this time, I am your servant, just call me Xiao Li. When Yu Xiu arrived at his parents' shop, he found out that they ran a noodle shop. It was a small 2-story building, and the shop was named One Bite Fragrance. In Yu Xiu's memory, this was a traditional noodle dish from Jiangtan. 16 yuan for a meal, with free side dishes, unlimited side dishes and noodles. Half price for sanitation workers. Yu Xiu glanced at the sign next to the noodle shop and then got out of the car and walked inside. Upon entering the noodle shop, Yoshio was surprised. The place was packed with customers. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, well past lunchtime. Yoshio scanned the room but did not see his parents or aunt. The first floor only had 4 or 5 young girls serving customers. He watched as they occasionally brought plates from the kitchen and placed them on the customers' tables, each plate containing 6 bowls of noodles. "Hello, it's a bit crowded in the noodle shop right now. Do you mind sharing a table?" A young girl hurriedly asked Yoshio. "I don't mind." Originally, Yoshio had just come to check on his parents. He was planning to visit his sister later. Now that the waitress had asked, he suddenly felt a bit hungry. In the past, when the family was struggling, during festivals, his parents would make this one-bite fragrance, and the taste was still fresh in his memory. "Young man, come sit here, I have a free spot." At that moment, an elderly man who looked to be around 70 waved at Yoshio. After Yoshio sat down, the old man smiled and asked, "Young man, is this your first time eating noodles here?" Yoshio thought for a moment and realized it was indeed his first time. Although he often ate the one-bite fragrance made by his parents, he had never been to a noodle shop before. "That's right, it's my first time." "Then you've come to the right place. The one-bite fragrance here is very authentic. The mayor and the president of the Martial Arts Association often come here." The old man chuckled lightly. "Those big shots are quite picky. If they can't forget it, you should savor it well." Yoshio smiled and said, "I was also recommended by a friend." "Now that you mention it, I think I'll have a few more bowls." Just as the two were chatting, a bowl of fragrant noodles was brought to Yoshio. The aroma made his appetite surge. Although he had been eating precious ingredients every day at the training camp, none had truly whetted his appetite like this. As the saying goes, the best food uses the simplest ingredients. In just 3 minutes, Yoshio had already eaten 6 bowls of noodles. The so-called one bite of fragrance meant that there was only 1 bite of noodles in the bowl, and the main focus was on the soup. "Not bad, huh, young man? Absolutely authentic." Yoshio nodded with a smile and then called the waiter for another plate. Another 6 bowls went down. Yoshio decided not to eat anymore. "Young man, your appetite is lacking. I eat over 10 bowls every meal. You really can't keep up. You keep eating." Yoshio got up to pay, not wanting to disturb his parents any further, and turned to leave the noodle shop. Earlier on the way, Yoshio had learned from Chingshan that there were people of theirs both inside and around the noodle shop. The waitress who had served him, despite being very discreet, gave off a strong aura, likely due to her being a thought master. Yoshio guessed she must be one of Chingshan's people. "Yoshio has returned. Should we initiate the banquet plan?" Watching Yoshio leave, the old man who had shared a table with him suddenly took out a small communicator and sent a message. "Brotherly, go to Jiangtan No. 1 High School." Yoshio got in the car and soon arrived at the entrance of Jiangtan No. 1 High School. Outsiders are not allowed inside. At that moment, a young guard blocked Yoshio's path. He was a stranger. Yoshio looked at him with a half-smile. He noticed the guard's strength was not weak, likely one of Chingshan's people, but suddenly acting so dedicated was quite surprising. "Hey, kid, why are you stopping him?" A voice came from the guardhouse, and shortly after, an old man hurried out to stand in front of Yoshio. "Master, didn't you say outsiders can't enter our school?" "You little brat, he is Yoshio, not an outsider." The old guard sighed helplessly and then looked at Yoshio, asking, "I remember you were at the genius training camp. Why are you back so soon?" "I came back on leave for some matters." The old guard showed a skeptical expression. He had been guarding the gate for over a decade and knew exactly who attended the genius training camp each year. He had also heard about the camp's end time and some rules. "Leave? You think I'll buy that? You better get inside." The old guard knew Yoshio didn't want to reveal the truth, so he didn't press further. "Sir, your disciple is quite impressive. He's very strong." Before leaving, Yoshio walked up and patted the young guard's shoulder intentionally. The young guard felt a tremendous force, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. He realized he had been exposed. However, he didn't think much of it and maintained his previous expression. "Of course, my little disciple is expected to become a true martial artist in the future. I think he has potential too." The young guard noticed the look in Yoshio's eyes, and his mouth twitched slightly. "Potential to become a martial artist? I'm a master." Moments later, Yoshio arrived at the principal's office. He knocked and walked in, and the principal suddenly stood up and asked, "Aren't you at the genius training camp? Why are you back so suddenly?" "I came back for some matters." The principal looked at him strangely and asked, "Can you return from the genius training camp at any time?" The answer was obviously no. "You didn't do something that made everyone angry at the training camp and got kicked out, did you?" Yoshio replied speechlessly. "Do I look like a troublemaker in your eyes? What do you think?" The principal rolled his eyes. "I've been teaching for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a student beat up the principal. Do you think your image is good?" Yoshio shook his head and smiled. "If you say that, I have no words to respond." At that moment, the principal suddenly withdrew his smile and said seriously, "Speak, did something happen? In the past 2 days, a new security guard suddenly came to our school, along with 4 new teachers, all of whom went to teach in your sister and cousin's classes. This can't be a coincidence, right? According to what the higher-ups say, they are connected people, coming to our school to gain prestige. Do you think I believe that?" Upon hearing this, Yushio frowned sharply. The principal glanced at Yushio and asked, "They are here to protect, right?" Seeing your frown, I know what you're thinking. What they say is deliberately meant to let others know. This is a warning. Those people know that there are so many protecting your sister and cousin, so naturally, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Hearing this, Yushio nodded slightly. The principal knows about the blood god cult, right? I knew it. The principal's expression became serious. With your strength and age, I guess that the blood god cult would eventually target you. The blood god cult? The principal sighed. Have you contacted the mayor and President Liu for help? Even though I don't know who these people you brought are, I think we should be more cautious when facing the blood god cult. Their methods are very extreme, even unscrupulous. I know you. Just as the principal was speaking, 2 loud explosions suddenly rang out from outside. Yushio's expression changed. He hurriedly rushed out of the office. The sound of the explosion was similar to that of a bomb. In a situation like this at school, Yushio's first reaction was that the blood god cult had struck. Boom! As Yushio was running, another loud explosion occurred. At that moment, Yushio's expression grew even darker. Based on the sounds, he roughly deduced the locations of the explosions. One was in the middle school section, and the other was where the first-year high school class was located. These 2 places happened to be where his sister Yu Chanshan and cousin Zhuang Wenye were. You go to the middle school to check on Chanshan, and I'll go to the first-year high school to check on Wenye. The principal also guessed that it might be the blood god cult's doing and looked worried. Yushio glanced back at the shouting principal and headed straight for the middle school. Master Yu, brother! When Yushio arrived at the middle school, he saw a female teacher carrying Yu Chanshan out of the classroom building. Follow me to the first-year high school. Seeing his sister Yu Chanshan safe and sound, Yushio breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't ask too many questions but led the teacher to follow him. At this moment, the female teacher no longer concealed her aura, exuding the presence of a grandmaster, and followed Yushio as they rushed toward the first-year high school. Upon arriving, there was also a female teacher holding Zhuang Wenye, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Her grandmaster aura erupted, and even the principal was not allowed to come close. Master Yu, cousin? When she saw Yushio and her teammate, the female teacher approached them. Principal, you should first check on the students' casualties. Handling the situation is urgent. Seeing Yushio arrive, the principal hurriedly rushed into the classroom building. What happened? Yushio then asked with a grim face. Human bombs. This is our negligence. We didn't expect the blood god cult could make students willingly act as human bombs. Upon hearing this, Yushio's murderous aura erupted, and the coldness on his face was chilling. The 2 grandmaster-level female teachers felt Yushio's aura and were extremely shocked and anxious. Although they were both at the grandmaster level, the aura Yushio displayed gave them a strong sense of crisis. This showed that Yushio was far stronger than them. Ding dong! At that moment, the communicator in Yushio's pocket suddenly rang. It was the communicator that the driver Shaoli had given him earlier. The noodle shop was attacked. Human bombs. The personnel are safe and sound. Seeing the message on the communicator, Yushio let out a sigh of relief, but the coldness deepened. Take them back to the villa. Yushio replied to the message and then looked at the 2 female teachers. You 2, gather the staff immediately and send them back to the villa. Understood. Brother, aren't you going back? Yu Chanshan looked at him with a worried expression. Don't worry, you know my strength. I still need to find out who the murderer is. Facing Yu Chanshan, Yushio's originally cold face immediately softened. Wenye, are you scared? The little witch is scared already? Seeing Zhuang Wenye in a daze, Yushio couldn't help but tease her. And no, I'm not scared. Zhuang Wenye snapped back to her senses and pouted. You arrogant cousin, go on with your business. I'll take care of Chanshan here, don't worry. Yushio smiled and ruffled Zhuang Wenye's hair, which immediately drew a look of dissatisfaction from her. Send them back. After watching the 2 girls leave, Yushio quickly rushed up to the teaching building. With the level of explosion earlier, Yu Chanshan and the others had the protection of a grandmaster, but the other students did not, and the casualties would definitely be significant. Principal, what's the situation? Out of more than 50 students in the class, over half are dead, and the rest are seriously injured. The school doctor is already treating them. Hearing this casualty figure, Yushio's breath momentarily halted. Although he was decisive and sometimes cold-blooded, the casualties of these students were indeed related to him. What about the middle school department? The principal suddenly fell silent for a moment before speaking. None survived. They hadn't started practicing martial arts yet. Their bodies are no different from ordinary people. With that level of explosion and being so close, it was hard for them to survive. Yushio took a deep breath and said, I will cover the compensation for these children. I will take revenge for them. The principal shook his head. I won't stop you from seeking revenge, but the compensation must come from the school. I don't want you to get involved in this matter, and I won't let anyone know that the Blood God sect is targeting you. Human hearts are complex. Remember, this incident is just a terrorist attack by the Blood God sect. But, Yushio was about to speak when the principal interrupted him. I understand what you mean. But have you considered that if we tell the victims' families that their children were involved because of you, how they would react? The real culprit, the Blood God sect, would not be hated by them. But if we tell them this was a terrorist attack by the Blood God sect, both the victims' families and the citizens of Jiangtan will hate the Blood God sect immensely. You can surely understand the difference between the two. This is not about hiding the truth. It's about preventing the Blood God sect from taking advantage of the situation again. If this blows up because of your matter, the Blood God sect will definitely take the opportunity to create chaos. By then, the casualties won't just be at the school, it could very well be the entire Jiangtan. Yushio took a deep breath and nodded. I understand your point, but I still want to provide the compensation. I will put up 20 million martial yuan, no matter what name you use, as long as this money can reach the victims' families, that's fine. Of course, I will also take revenge on the Blood God sect. Yushio said coldly, next, I will uproot all the Blood God sect's forces in Jiangtan. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushio immediately took out the communicator that the driver Shaoli had given him and dialed the number recorded for the old master of the Chu family. Hello, is this Yushio? It's me, old master Chu. You're friends with Tianjiao, just call me Grandpa, no need to be so formal. A strong, aged voice came from the other end of the line. Is there something you need? I want to eliminate all the Blood God sect members hidden in Jiangtan City and hope Grandpa Chu can provide me with some intelligence. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before he said, logically speaking, keeping them is the best option. With their ability to manipulate people's hearts, if we eliminate one wave, another will follow. Well, since you brought it up, I have nothing more to say. Go find Qingshan, he will give you all the information about the Blood God sect. Thank you, Grandpa Chu. Don't just thank me with words. Come visit this old man when you have time. I will definitely come. After hanging up the phone, the principal beside him asked in a probing tone, was that the old man from the Chu family in Qin province you were just talking to? If the principal is referring to the old man from the Chu family who formed the team, then yes, he is the one you have in mind. Really? The principal raised his voice suddenly, displaying an exaggerated expression of disbelief, and asked, how do you know this old man? Although our Huaxia still has a national system, there are still strong leaders in various regions, similar to local lords. The mayor and the provincial governor are responsible for people's livelihoods, while the Martial Arts Association is in charge of martial arts. The old man from the Chu family you know is actually the top authority in Qin province, a veritable local emperor, with Qin province being akin to the Chu family's fief. Yushio nodded, saying, I understand all this, I know about the Chu family's influence. The principal asked, I haven't heard that you have any connections with the Chu family? Just a coincidence. Yushio explained, actually, I've never met old man Chu, I only know him through Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao? The principal asked. He shouldn't need to go to the genius training camp, right? He has direct access to the provincial training camp. That's a long story, I can't explain it all right now. Let's discuss the matter of eradicating the Blood God sect later after you help me arrange a meeting with the mayor and others. The principal nodded, alright, then you should go back and comfort your family. I'll transfer the money to you later, Yushio said and then left. Jiangcheng. This is the capital city of Qin province, and the Chu family is located in the western suburbs of this city. Western Suburb Manor. The people of Jiangcheng refer to this vast estate, covering thousands of acres, as Western Suburb Manor. Grandpa, is Yushio going to eradicate the Blood God sect in Jiangtan City? At this moment, in an ancient-style room, a pure and lovely girl blinked her eyes and asked the elderly man in front of her. That's what the little guy said. Old man Chu chuckled lightly. Why does your eye light up when you hear Yushio's name? Do you like him? I do like him. The girl was Jiang Zui, the cousin of Chu Tianjiao, and her mother is the youngest daughter of old man Chu. But I haven't interacted with him personally, I like him mainly because of his strength. I think it's more admiration. Even so, it's the first time in so many years that I've felt such a strong feeling. I want to try to get to know him. Old man Chu was not surprised by this. He seemed to be accustomed to Jiang Zui's personality and was clearly not taken aback by her frankness. Yushio is a good kid. I think you can try to get to know him. Jiang Zui asked, what do you think of Yushio? A person destined for great things. Such a high evaluation? Jiang Zui was shocked. You only said my brother was just okay. But then again, Yushio is only 16 and already a grandmaster. My brother can't compare to that. Old man Chu shook his head. No, my evaluation of Yushio is not based on his strength, but rather on his character and way of handling matters. After reviewing his information, I often doubted whether there were two Yushios because the difference in his personality before and after is too great. If his previous self was hiding his talents, then his evaluation would be even higher. Zhang Zui nodded and asked, Grandpa, I want to go to Jiangtan. Do you have any advice for me? Stay by Yushio's side, don't ask anything, don't say anything. Just do whatever he tells you to do. Old man Chu thought for a moment and added, when you meet Yushio for the first time, you can't go empty-handed. Bring him the storage device that was developed above. By the way, Yushio might not have leadership skills. Since you're going over this time, help out a bit if you can, and maintain the status quo if possible. I understand what to do. Zhang Zui nodded, then stood up and walked out of the room. Gather at Jiangtan in 2 hours. Yushio is going to eliminate the blood god cult in Jiangtan City. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Zhang Zui took out his communicator and sent a message. Replies flooded in the group chat. The boss is going after the blood god cult. Don't worry, Sister Jiang, I'll make it in 2 hours. The boss is up to something big. I have to be there. The boss is finally waving the flag. Received. Received. Hundreds of messages followed, and Zhang Zui glanced through them. Just as he was about to put away the communicator, another message came in from Chu Tianjia. Damn, the boss is actually going to do something big. Poor me can't make it. The boss still has 2 sisters-in-law here. I need to take care of them. The boss is easy to get along with. Just roll up your sleeves and get to work with him. Zhang Zui frowned and sent a message asking, I haven't heard that Yushio has a girlfriend. Chu Tianjia replied, actually, it's not a girlfriend. I'm just trying to set them up. The boss is a bit hard to deal with, so I'm finding you an ally. From my interactions with the boss during this time, he's different from those guys in the group. He doesn't pursue women. If you don't find an ally, cousin, trust me, you won't be able to pursue the boss. Zhang Zui, are those two reliable? Don't just throw any woman around Yushio, but quality absolutely can't be poor. How about this? I'll come over with Yushio later and arrange for them to meet. By the way, in my name, send those 5 pieces of S-grade spiritual materials. Chu Tianjiao, got it. I'll adjust them from home right now. Zhang Zui glanced at it, then put away the communicator and walked towards the helipad. Jiangtan. After Yushio returned to the villa, he found his parents and aunt in a daze. Xiao, your sudden return this time, is it related to this matter? His father looked up and asked upon seeing Yushio. Yes, it is related to this matter. Yushio explained, these are all actions taken by the blood god cult targeting me. The blood god cult is a cult organization. They study genes and bloodlines, taking shortcuts to enhance their power. A few years ago, they created a batch of potions that rapidly enhance strength by studying the genes and bloodlines of geniuses. They came after me this time because of my age and strength. Previously, in the genius training camp, they couldn't target me, so they aimed to threaten you. His father asked, then who are Xiaomi and those young people? They are the ones I arranged to protect you. Yushio guessed that the Xiaomi his father mentioned was the waitress he had seen before. Brother, was that teacher Lin also someone you arranged to protect me? And teacher he? Yu Chanqian and Zhuang Wenya asked. They all are. Upon receiving Yushio's confirmation, everyone in the villa showed surprised expressions. According to their guesses, the people protecting them must have at least master-level strength. Could these people be Yushio's subordinates? This left them somewhat incredulous. Cousin, are teacher he and the others your secretly trained subordinates? No. Yushio shook his head and explained, they are from the Chu family, our first family in Qin province. The Chu family in Qin province? Everyone exclaimed. Perhaps the people of Jiangtan City didn't know who the mayor was, but absolutely no one was unaware of the existence of the Chu family. The Chu family is helping you so much, you must get along well with them in the future. One must never forget gratitude, understand? His father looked at Yushio with a complex expression and said seriously, don't worry, I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. His father nodded and didn't say more on that topic. Then he changed the subject and asked, I heard Chanqian and Wenya say that they encountered an attack from the blood god cult at school. How are those kids doing? Yushio was momentarily taken aback by the words. He didn't know how to begin. In Yu Chanqian's class, not a single student survived, while in Zhuang Wenya's class, more than half were dead. These were all teenagers, and Yushio really didn't want to tell them the truth. He was worried that Yu Chanqian and Zhuang Wenya wouldn't be able to bear the psychological burden. Brother, just tell me. Yu Chanqian spoke up, such a big event, even if you don't say it now, it will come out in a few days. I want to know what happened to my classmates. Their father nodded, Chanqian is right. Whether it's the noodle shop or the school, such a big matter will definitely require an explanation to the public. It can't be hidden. Yushio took a deep breath and said, not a single student in Shanshan's class survived, and more than half of the students in Wenya's class are dead, with the rest severely injured and unconscious. Everyone was stunned by the news. The two girls' eyes instantly turned red, and soon large tears began to roll down their cheeks. How could this happen? They are just teenagers. Their mother, with red-rimmed eyes, choked out, how can their parents live with this? In an instant, the villa fell into silence, the atmosphere exceptionally heavy. After a long while, it was their father who broke the deadlock first, saying, since this incident was caused by you, you must take responsibility. You need to go door to door to apologize, and the compensation must not be less, even if it means going bankrupt. You must satisfy those children's parents. Do you understand? I understand. Yushio nodded and then repeated the principal's words. After we finish clearing out the blood god cult, I will do as you say. Their father nodded and waved his hand. Go take care of your matters. We don't need you to worry here. Give those children's parents an explanation and completely eradicate the blood god cult from Jiangtan. Be careful. I will. Yushio nodded and turned to leave the villa. Outside, Qingshan was already waiting there. Seeing Yushio come out, he immediately stepped forward and handed him a device similar to a tablet, saying, Master Yu, the old man has already sent word. This is information about the blood god cult in Jiangtan City. Yushio took the device and said, the safety of the villa must be guaranteed. There can be no mistakes. Qingshan replied, a 10-man team has already been arranged here, all of whom are Grand Masters. There will definitely be no mistakes. Yushio said, go to the first high school. You ride in the same car with me. I have some questions to ask you. Qingshan followed closely and got into the car with Yushio. As the car drove, Yushio asked, what about the casualties at the noodle shop? Qingshan answered, 2 weaker individuals died, and the rest were severely injured. Give me a detailed account of the situation. Qingshan nodded and then recounted the events that occurred at the noodle shop in detail. Are you saying that the old man who sat at my table before was from the blood god cult? Qingshan nodded. The blood god cult chose only weak individuals as human bombs this time. Not only did you not notice, but we didn't either. We never even thought the blood god cult would act this way. According to their past methods, such a heartless act has never occurred. This time is very strange. It doesn't quite fit the blood god cult's usual way of doing things. Yushio didn't know much about the blood god cult, so he refrained from commenting on the matter. After a while, the car arrived at the first high school. The principal had previously sent a message, arranging for the mayor and Chairman Lu to meet in the conference room. The rest will wait here. Qingshan, you come in with me. Arriving at the school gate, the security guard did not stop them or ask questions, clearly having been informed by the principal beforehand. You brat! The security guard suddenly called out. The old man knows you're powerful. You must get rid of those harmful scum, not leaving a single one behind. I'm begging you. At this moment, Yushio noticed that the security guard's eyes were red and swollen, clearly having just cried. I know those kids. They are all good kids, really good kids. That little brat Xiaolin always likes to tease me, but he's kind-hearted and often brings me home-cooked braised pork. And then there's that Chen Hao, who is always late. I've caught him several times. Yushio quietly listened as the gatekeeper shared many names and stories about the students. It wasn't until the gatekeeper's tears flowed freely, choking on his words, that Yushio spoke up. Don't worry, I will make sure to clean out those troublemakers without leaving a single one behind. With that, Yushio walked into the school without looking back, heading straight for the conference room. Yushio, sit. Who is this? By this time, the principal and the mayor had arrived in the conference room and couldn't help but show curiosity at the sight of Qingshan behind Yushio. With their keen eyes, they could naturally see that Qingshan was extraordinary. This is Qingshan, from the Chu family. He is assisting me in the eradication of the blood god cult, Yushio said. Qingshan will be responsible for providing information on the blood god cult in Jiangtan. As he spoke, Yushio handed over the device containing the information. I've already looked it over on my way here. You can take a look. Next, the three took turns reviewing the materials. The mayor said, the information is very detailed. With this, our operation against the blood god cult will be much more convenient. I will have the city's public security bureau cooperate with this operation, President Liu added. The Martial Arts Association will also fully cooperate with this operation. Yushio nodded and said, now let's discuss the regional issues. For the next period, they began to discuss coordination. This discussion lasted for 2 hours. The only problem now is that there aren't many strong fighters in the Public Security Bureau. I'll have Qingshan arrange for some people to help the security office. Then there's no problem. After everything was settled, they left the conference room, ready to mobilize personnel for the eradication at the first opportunity. Who are those people? As they reached the school gate, they saw hundreds of people standing neatly in the distance. Just as the principal was about to ask the gatekeeper, this group suddenly shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." "Boss?" The group exchanged glances. Ultimately, their eyes fell on Yushio. Most of these people were around 16 or 17 years old, and calling someone boss could only mean it was Yushio. "I don't know either." Noticing their gazes, Yushio shook his head. "Let's go ask." As they approached, Shinshan immediately spotted Jiang Zui standing at the front of the crowd. He then scanned the rest of the group, his expression instinctively turning to one of shock. The look in his eyes towards Yushio grew increasingly respectful and curious. He naturally recognized this group. Jiang Zui was the granddaughter of the old master, but she had grown up in the Chu family, so there was little difference from being a granddaughter. The others were all renowned prodigies from within Qin province, all qualified for direct access to the provincial training camp. "What, do you know them?" Shinshan nodded. "I do." Sensing their gazes, Shinshan explained, "The girl at the front is the granddaughter of our family's old master. The group with her consists of prodigies from within Qin province. Many of their families have considerable influence, and they are all qualified prodigies with direct access to the provincial training camp." Hiss! The others gasped in shock. Upon learning the identities of this group, their astonished expressions were beyond control. The gathering of these individuals was no longer just about being prodigies. The family powers behind them were formidable, and their combined strength could shake the entire Qin province. Moreover, these were all individuals qualified for direct access to the provincial training camp. 10 years later, when these people grew up, what kind of force would they become? Even so, this group called Yushio boss, which left them even more stunned. "Yushio, you little brat." The principal opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly glanced at the group of talented individuals and immediately changed his tone. "You really are a hidden gem." It was clear that the principal now spoke to Yushio with much more respect than before. "I don't know them," Yushio said, then walked over and asked, "I don't know why you came to Jiangtan, but I want to say, I'm not your boss, nor do I want to be your boss." "Hello, Yushio, I'm Jiang Zui, the cousin of Chu Tianzhou. You should have heard him mention me." Jiang Zui stepped forward and said, "I know our appearance may seem a bit inexplicable and might make you a bit wary, but I want to say, we are all sincere. In the provincial training camp, our Qin province needs a leader. Moreover, we want to become preparatory members of your future team. Whether it's us or the families behind us, we can serve you. That's the situation. I hope that through this action, we can deepen our understanding of each other, and I hope you can see our sincerity." Hearing Jiang Zui say this, the others echoed, "Boss, we all sincerely want to follow you. First, our Qin province has been kneeling for too many years. We want to stand up. Second, we want to join your future team. We want to become legends." Just like Sister Jiang said, during this action, we hope to deepen our understanding of each other and hope you can see our sincerity. Although this group thought they were speaking passionately, Yushio remained expressionless, showing no signs of being moved, nor any hint of smugness. In fact, he only felt that these people were a nuisance. He needed to form a team of those who would absolutely obey his commands, not these pampered young masters. "Agree. These are all connections." Seeing Yushio's silence, the principal and the mayor felt anxious. In their view, this was an opportunity that many people would never encounter in their lifetime. But Yushio seemed indifferent. "I still say, I'm not your boss, nor do I want to be." Yushio spoke, "If you came to Jiangtan to help eradicate the blood god cult, then I welcome you. If not, then leave. Right now, I have no interest in playing house with you, understand?" The principal and others couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Whose character is this? So stubborn. Saying a few false words could bring in a whole network of connections. It seemed like a good deal. The principal and others looked at Yushio, then cautiously glanced at Jiang Zui and the others. Now that they had learned the identities of this group, they naturally understood that these people were not easy to get along with. Which pampered young master didn't have pride? Being spoken to like this by Yushio would surely make them angry. "Yushio, what are you? If it weren't for your investment value, do you think I would call you boss? You should weigh yourself. You're just a bit talented in martial arts, lucky enough to become a grandmaster. You should know that the further you go in martial arts, the more resources you will need. Without our support and investment, you will stop at grandmaster for the rest of your life. You should be grateful and keep going." Slap. The person had just spoken halfway when he inexplicably received a slap. When he saw that it was Jiang Zui who hit him, he looked aggrieved and said, "Sister Jiang, what are you doing? Previously, it was rumored in the circle that you liked Yushio. I actually know this was just an attempt to win him over, a deliberately created facade. Now that Yushio is treating you with such disrespect, it seems he is not worth our investment. Sister Jiang, you don't need to pretend anymore." Slap. Jiang Zui slapped him again. Then she remained silent, coldly staring at the young man in front of her. Slap. Another slap. Sister Jiang. Slap. Another slap. This scene left not only the beaten boy dumbfounded, but even Yushio was the same. He couldn't understand why Zhang Zuiyi would do this. Weren't they on the same side? Is there anything else to say? The venue fell silent, and it was only then that Zhang Zuiyi slowly spoke up. The boy hurriedly shook his head, not daring to utter a single word. You can leave Zhang Tan now. At this point, Zhang Zuiyi scanned the crowd and said, if anyone shares his thoughts, you can leave now. Don't worry, I won't take revenge on you, because I'll leave that to Yushio. See you at the training camp. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of wealthy young masters exchanged glances, and many began to turn and leave. The originally 100-strong group quickly dwindled to just over 100 standing in place. Zhang Zuiyi took a glance around. Then he looked at Yushio and said, whether to accept us, you can decide after this cleanup operation is over. Yushio was silent for a moment, but eventually nodded slightly, as a form of agreement. Let's move, Yushio said, leading the way out. According to their previous discussion, he would take charge of the cleanup in the northern city of Jiangtan. The next stop was the Xiaoye tattoo shop. This is a gift from my grandfather to you, sent in my name. While on the road, Zhang Zuiyi handed the storage device he had brought to Yushio. Yushio glanced at the blue-green bracelet but did not reach out to take it. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you about its use. This is a storage device. I don't know what material it is made of, only that it was created from materials brought back from ruins by the Research Institute. If you've read fantasy novels, you can think of it as a spatial container, though it's not that grand. The storage device requires a dedicated controller to open, to select and retrieve items. As he spoke, Zhang Zuiyi took out the controller for his own storage device, which looked like a card. He fiddled with the card a couple of times, and a large knife fell out. This is retrieval. Next is storage. Zhang Zuiyi fiddled with the controller again and then put the large knife back. This storage device has about 5 square meters of space, which should be enough for you. This is a gift, with no other implications, so you can accept it with peace of mind. Zhang Zuiyi extended his hand, placing it in front of Yushio, silently watching him. I'll accept it. Next, Zhang Zuiyi helped Yushio register his fingerprint and iris, entering his information into the controller. From then on, this controller could only be used by Yushio himself. Even if others picked it up, they wouldn't be able to use it. You probably don't have a weapon yet? I do have some here. What martial skill are you practicing? Yushio shook his head and said, no need. I'll lend you one for now. You can't fight without a weapon. Zhang Zuiyi chuckled lightly. You wouldn't want to get yourself all bloodied, would you? Your uncle and aunt would worry. Do you have flying knives? I have a set. Zhang Zuiyi fiddled with the controller, and a set of silver flying knives fell out. These are T4 bright silver flying knives, as thin as a cicada's wing, 6.4 centimeters long. Zhang Zuiyi handed the knife set to Yushio and said, very few people practice flying knife techniques. I haven't practiced flying knife techniques, Yushio replied, then strapped the knife set to his waist. He reached out to test it, feeling the position was good, and then looked up at Zhang Zuiyi. I'll return it after use. Zhang Zuiyi seemed not to have heard this and instead asked, since you haven't practiced flying knife techniques, I suggest you switch to a weapon that you do practice. In battle, the enhancement of weapons is significant. I have other weapons here. You can choose one that matches your martial skill. Yushio shook his head and said, no need, this set of flying knives is fine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuiyi didn't say anything further, but he felt a bit disappointed in his heart regarding Yushio. In her view, fighting is meticulous. Only by battling in areas where one excels can safety be maximized. She felt that Yushio, having achieved fame at a young age and possessing the strength of a grandmaster, had gradually become somewhat arrogant. Forget it, let Qingshan stay close for protection later. It's good for him to face some setbacks. Zhang Zuiyi sighed and shook her head, then followed behind Yushio without saying another word. Their destination, the small tattoo shop. Qingshan, find someone to take them to deal with those small fry. Yushio glanced at the group of wealthy young masters behind him, his brow furrowing slightly. Understood. Qingshan nodded. He had actually thought of this earlier but hadn't spoken up. After all, these were all from wealthy families, and despite their prestigious titles, their strength was ultimately too weak. In the face of masters and grandmasters, they had no ability to fight back. If casualties occurred during the battle, the consequences would be quite serious. Speed up. After Qingshan arranged for a grandmaster to take the group of wealthy young masters away, Yushio urged the driver to accelerate. Before long, they arrived at the tattoo shop. According to the information, the shop's owner was a grandmaster who often used tattoos to facilitate the distribution of blood god potions. Many frustrated young people had been tricked into taking the blood god potion here. Please wait a moment for the tattoos. The owner, a middle-aged man, paused his actions upon seeing Yushio and the others enter, then looked up and greeted them with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dashed towards the window. Whoosh! Yushio seemed to have sensed something. At the moment the owner moved, a flying knife from his waist shot out rapidly, so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. The man has run away. Aren't you going to chase him? The owner broke through the window, and Qingshan was momentarily stunned before he rushed out. Jiang Zui, seeing Yushio still standing in place, couldn't help but feel puzzled. No need to chase. No need to chase? Jiang Zui frowned and said, when I came to Jiangtan before, I saw the information on the Blood God sect. The owner of this tattoo shop has the talent of incredible speed. Although Qingshan is strong, he might not be able to catch up. If he takes a hostage on the street, it would be troublesome. Yushio did not explain. The flying knife had already grazed the owner's neck, and due to its speed, even the tattoo shop owner himself hadn't noticed. What are you looking for? Blood God potion. Without turning his head, Yushio simply said this and continued to search. Click. Sure enough, he found a mechanism latch on a tattoo machine. Yushio gently pulled it, and a door slowly opened in the wall behind him. Entering the dark room, Yushio saw 2 shelves filled entirely with Blood God potions, the blood-red liquid in the glass vials gleaming brightly. How to deal with this? Jiang Zui followed in and, seeing this, turned to Yushio to ask. Destroy it. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying knife at Yushio's waist shot out again, and all the support points at the bottom of the shelves broke in an instant, causing the shelves to crash down, and the Blood God potions were destroyed in an instant. Is this the talent of a mind master? Seeing this scene, Jiang Zui's face showed shock. But according to the information, it seems you have no talents at all, right? The information must be correct? Jiang Zui's expression froze, and she looked at Yushio meaningfully before saying, do you know these Blood God potions could sell for over 100 million martial yuan on the black market? So what? Yushio glanced indifferently at the Blood God potions flowing on the ground, then turned and walked out of the dark room. Did you not catch him? At that moment, Qingshan returned, and Jiang Zui frowned to ask. No need to catch him. Qingshan looked at Yushio with a strange expression and said, the man is already dead. The man is already dead? Jiang Zui suddenly thought of the mind master talent Yushio had just displayed and looked again at the flying knife at Yushio's waist. At that moment, she finally understood why Yushio chose the flying knife despite not having practiced the flying knife martial arts. After all, no martial skill could compare to innate ability. Thinking about her earlier desire for Qingshan to protect Yushio, she couldn't help but blush. This guy truly had hidden depths. Master Yu, how did you kill that boss? I didn't see you make a move. Qingshan finally asked what was on his mind. Earlier, while chasing, he had seen the tattoo shop owner suddenly collapse, the line of blood on the man's neck leaving him both horrified and puzzled. He had been thinking about it on the way back. He knew it was Yushio who had acted, but he couldn't fathom how it had been done. Mind master talent. Jiang Zui spoke up. Qingshan glanced at the flying knife at Yushio's waist and suddenly understood, but he remained curious. I've seen many mind masters, but none could manipulate objects with such speed. Even I, a grand master, didn't notice. Jiang Zui was also taken aback, clearly having overlooked this issue earlier. Let's move to the next location. Yushio did not answer but suddenly flashed out of the tattoo shop, leaving an afterimage in that moment of speed. Divine speed talent? Jiang Zui and Qingshan exclaimed in unison. Although Yushio did not respond, his actions had already provided an answer. However, both remained puzzled. They hurried to catch up and asked, even if you have divine speed talent, the speed of manipulating the flying knife can't possibly be that fast. Divine speed talent can only act on oneself, not on weapons. Qingshan nodded heavily. I'm special. In truth, Yushio himself was unclear about the reason. Since the last system calculation, the divine speed talent seemed to have exhibited some strange phenomena under accumulation. The current divine speed talent appeared to be an upgraded version, faster than the ordinary divine speed talent, and it could also act on weapons. Master Yu's divine speed talent seems a bit off. I have someone with divine speed talent in my team, but their speed is nowhere near Master Yu's, Qingshan explained. This guy is really mysterious. Jiang Zui sighed helplessly. Since he doesn't want to talk, let's not pry. With that, she quickly chased after Yushio. Along the way, Jiang Zui occasionally glanced at Yushio, her mind filled with the words her grandfather had told her before leaving, along with her grandfather's evaluation of Yushio. A person destined for greatness. Just the ability to conceal his talents was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The more Jiang Zui thought about it, the more engrossed she became, trying to see through this small man full of mystery. His sudden rise, mind master talent, strange divine speed talent, and his always calm demeanor. All of this made Jiang Zui increasingly curious, almost feeling an impulse to dig into Yushio's mind and see what was inside. Have you seen enough? I was lost in thought. Jiang Zui blushed and quickly averted her gaze, offering an explanation. The rest of the journey was quiet. It seemed that her earlier actions had made Jiang Zui shy and embarrassed, so she remained silent all the way. Before long, Yushio and the others arrived at a chemical factory. This was a secret production base of the Blood God sect, where the Blood God potions supplied to Jiangtan and surrounding cities were produced. On the surface, it was a chemical factory, but in reality, it was a factory for making Blood God potions. All the employees in the chemical factory were followers of the Blood God sect. According to the information, there were at least 1,000 employees here. Are they all in place? Standing at the entrance of the chemical factory, Yushio turned to look at Qingshan. 10 members of Qingshan's team had split off to support the Public Security Bureau, and 3 others had led that group of wealthy young masters, leaving only about 30 members. Nevertheless, every member of Qingshan's team was at least a Grand Master level. They are already in position. Qingshan waved his hand, and from all directions, young people dressed in martial arts uniforms emerged, all members of Qingshan's team. Yushio scanned the area and said calmly, "The people in this chemical factory, your data explains it all. None are innocent, they are all followers of the Blood God cult. So, leave no one alive." Understood. With the response from the Qingshan team, Yushio was the first to head towards the chemical factory. The members of the Qingshan team, however, were sprinting towards the factory. The guards trying to block them were instantly killed. By the time Yushio entered the factory, many followers of the Blood God cult, dressed in factory uniforms, were already rushing out. These people were also ruthless. Seeing the Qingshan team approaching with ill intent, they immediately engaged in close combat without hesitation. "Stay close to me." Yushio turned to Zhang Zuyi and said lightly, then activated his psychic abilities. The 9 bright silver flying knives in the sheath at his waist instantly floated around him. As he stepped forward, the 9 bright silver flying knives left behind several afterimages, heading straight for the followers of the Blood God cult. Each one aimed for the neck. Enhanced by the upgraded version of the speed talent, the bright silver flying knives clearly left these followers with no chance to react. Zhang Zui, witnessing this scene beside him, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In her understanding, psychics could only manipulate objects singularly, but she had never seen anyone like Yushio. The 9 bright silver flying knives were like the sides of death, leaving a trail of corpses and blood in their wake. The combat style of a psychic is truly enviable. Could this be the aesthetics of violence? No, perhaps only Yushio's psychic talent can achieve such violent aesthetics. It's so shocking. Despite being surrounded by bloodthirsty followers of the Blood God cult, many of whom were much stronger than her, Zhang Zui felt surprisingly calm standing next to Yushio, not sensing any danger at all. This unusual sense of security made her unable to stop staring at Yushio. The psychic is weak, rush in and kill him. At this moment, a leader among the followers of the Blood God cult had already noticed the extraordinary presence of Yushio, his face dark with anger as he shouted, "Protect Master Yu." The Qingshan team also realized that the followers of the Blood God cult were recklessly charging towards Yushio, their expressions changing drastically as they hurriedly called for support. However, before they could act, the scene before them left them dumbfounded. Even many years later, they would still vividly remember this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, every follower of the Blood God cult rushing towards Yushio inexplicably fell to the ground within 2 meters of him, and it wasn't until over 10 seconds later that they saw blood gushing from the necks of those who had fallen, staining the ground red. No matter how fiercely the followers charged, not a single one could get close, as if the area within 2 meters of Yushio was a forbidden zone for humans. "Captain, should we provide support?" A teammate beside Qingshan instinctively swallowed hard and turned to ask. Hearing this, Qingshan shot a fierce glare at him and said, "This mission is over. When we return to the camp, you will practice the basic fist techniques 100 times. No food until you finish." After saying this, Qingshan scanned his teammates and shouted, "Be alert. We must not let a single follower of the Blood God cult escape. No need for support." Noticing the gaze of his teammates, Qingshan ultimately added, "Is this what it means to stand alone against 1,000? The teammates began to move, and Qingshan couldn't help but glance at Yushio again. Damn, this is really demoralizing. Qingshan couldn't help but mutter, then gripped his short blade and charged back into the crowd, his strikes becoming increasingly forceful, as if venting his frustration. "Keep charging, who dares?" The leader's furious roar echoed again, but his words were abruptly cut off. His pupils dilated as he clutched his neck, trying to say something, but no sound came out. Crimson blood seeped through his fingers, his face contorted in rage, and the veins on his forehead bulged at that moment. With bloodshot eyes, he collapsed to the ground, and in the moment his arms fell naturally, blood gushed from his neck. Finally quiet. If it's a fight, then just fight. So much nonsense makes the listeners annoyed. Yushio saw the leader fall and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Although his voice was low, Zhang Zuyi beside him still heard it. Put. Zhang Zuiyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. You, even when killing, want to strike at the heart. Zhang Zuiyi smiled and then shouted loudly, your leader is dead. Do you still want to resist to the end? As soon as these words were spoken, the Blood God cultists also realized their leader's death. Many suddenly showed hesitation at that moment. Run! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the Blood God cultists, who had originally surged towards Yushio, instantly scattered in all directions. Once they give up resisting and flee, they become lambs to the slaughter. The Qingshan team will suffer fewer casualties. Zhang Zuiyi said this as if he wanted Yushio to praise him. Like a child who had done a good deed, he looked proudly at the adults. This is not to be repeated. However, the praise did not come. Instead, he heard Yushio's cold remark. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuiyi felt a wave of grievance. I was just trying to prevent the Qingshan team members from getting hurt. Did I do something wrong? Yes, Yushio replied coldly. Why? The consequence of that statement could also be the Blood God cultists fighting to the death. You should have heard the saying, the sorrowful soldiers must win. Yushio said, perhaps you would say the Blood God cultists have no loyalty, but they are loyal to their own lives. To survive, in a leaderless situation, they will only think about killing enough to break even. Their strikes will be lethal, exchanging injury for injury, life for life. After saying this, Yushio no longer paid attention to Zhang Zuiyi. At this moment, the Blood God cultists present were either dead or had already scattered and fled. No one would harm Zhang Zuiyi anymore. Yushio transformed into a shadow and chased after the fleeing Blood God cultists. During the frantic run, an absurd thought suddenly popped into Yushio's mind. What if my telekinetic ability were enhanced to a certain level, enough for the objects I control to carry my body? If so, could I achieve something like flying with a sword in a Xinsha novel? Other telekinetic masters might not be able to, but as I continuously calculate the total, my innate ability can also stack. I wonder if the telekinetic talent can also transform into an upgraded version of the telekinetic master talent, like the talent of divine speed. The cleanup of the chemical factory ended very quickly. Under Yushio's seemingly superhuman strength, the Blood God cultists had no power to fight back. In the following time, Yushio moved through several locations, hiding in the Blood God cult strongholds in Jiangtan City, and wherever there was strong power, he led people to eradicate it. During this period, Yushio's strength was fully displayed. Whether it was the members of the Qingshan team or the wealthy young masters, they all looked at Yushio with awe. Meanwhile, the Jiangtan News Department could also report on the Blood God cult's human bomb incident, calling on the public to stay away from the Blood God cult, especially warning young people. The news also provided a detailed introduction to the side effects of the Blood God potion. In the short video about the eradication of the Blood God cult, Yushio's back appeared multiple times. This was also due to Yushio's unwillingness to show his face. The host specifically introduced Yushio as the Burden Walker. At just 16 years old, a grandmaster, at an age when he should be enjoying life, yet he willingly bears the burden, worthy of the name hero. Light of the Walker. After the news aired, the entire Jiangtan populace was shocked. A 16-year-old grandmaster, truly worthy of the name hero. In an instant, Yushio became the idol of countless young people, and many young people rushed to imitate him. His black martial arts uniform and the silver knife sheath at his waist had already become his signature image. Mom, I want to become a great hero like Su Xiu in the future. Dad, can I take a photo with Su Xiu? Su Xiu is invincible. I have formed the Su Xiu Support Association, calling on all Su Xiu fans to join. Membership requires approval. If you don't like Su Xiu, please do not disturb. Under the promotion of the news, combined with the identity of a 16-year-old grandmaster, Su Xiu became a sensation overnight in the entire Jiangtan city. Meanwhile, at the genius training camp, Emosa's expression turned increasingly sinister upon learning of Su Xiu's actions. He never expected that Su Xiu could eradicate all the hidden Blood God cult strongholds in Jiangtan City in just one day. He also felt a bit fearful of the Chu family's intelligence system. Previously, he knew he was being monitored by the Chu family, but he didn't expect that they were not only watching him but also monitoring all the Blood God cultists in Jiangtan City. The thought of such power made Emosa's heart race. Xu Tianzhou must be caught soon. Thinking of the human bomb incident in Jiangtan City, which was originally his idea, he realized that this incident had uprooted all the Blood God cult strongholds. At that time, the high-ranking members of the Blood God cult would definitely hold him accountable for this. Before that, it would be best to deal with Chu Tianzhou so he could take credit. However, he didn't plan to take action himself. With the Chu family's intelligence, Emosu was already preparing to leave Jiangtan early. He could use the pretense of faking his death to sneak out of Jiangtan City. Damn Su Xiu, are you out of your mind? I never even thought about harming your family. Why are you going to such lengths to target me? Bastard, scoundrel, you're a beast. He had originally thought of staging a human bomb incident at the genius training camp, but now it seemed he really didn't dare to act recklessly. He was afraid of attracting the Chu family's attention, which would ruin his escape from Jiangtan. With this in mind, Emoso found Xiaowan. He mentioned the plan to capture Chu Tianjiu and promised, if you do this well, not only will you get the title of Blood God No. 2, but even Blood God No. 3 is possible for you. Moreover, you could leap to become a high-ranking member of the Blood God cult. Strength. Do you really want Su Xiu to look down on you for the rest of your life? Emoso smiled sinisterly. He knew that Su Xiu had always been a sore spot in Xiaowan's heart, so mentioning it now would surely elicit a strong reaction from her. Sure enough, noticing the resolute expression on Xiaowan's face, Emosa secretly laughed to himself. When do we act? Starting tomorrow. Emosa chuckled lightly. After capturing Chu Tianjiao, someone will assist you, and you can leave with them. I understand. Xiaowan nodded and turned to leave, but at the moment she turned her head, a strange smile appeared on her face. She returned to the genius training camp and waited until nightfall before stealthily arriving at Chu Tianjiao's villa. After knocking on the door, Chu Tianjiao opened it and, seeing Xiaowan, couldn't help but frown. Why are you here? Although Xiaowan was Su Xiu's childhood friend, Chu Tianjiao, having seen Su Xiu's information, was well aware of what Xiaowan had done in the past. Moreover, she was still a blood god cultist and seemed to be the new leader, which made her even less favorable in Chu Tianjiao's eyes. Can I come in to talk? I have something very important. Seeing Chu Tianjiao's scrutinizing expression, Xiaowan continued, you should know that the last time the blood god cult wanted to attack Su Xiu's family, it was me who leaked the information. Although I have done wrong to Su Xiu in the past, our more than 10 years of childhood friendship is absolutely genuine. I won't harm him, nor anyone around him, including you. Chu Tianjiao scoffed. Even if you wanted to harm me, you would need the strength to do so. The reason I don't want you in is simply that I don't want to deal with you. Xiaowan said helplessly, this time the blood god cult wants to kidnap you, using yang dueling. And Emosu is still alive. I didn't succeed in killing him. The human bomb incident in Jiangtan City was also planned by him. I originally wanted to create a human bomb incident at the genius training camp as well, but I stopped it because everyone here only listens to me, and he has no one to use. Chu Tianjiao frowned upon hearing this. Come in and talk. Once inside the villa, Chu Tianjiao spoke first. How can you make me believe you? Xiaowen shook her head. I can't make you believe me. I'm just here to pass on a message. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your business, and I have no right to interfere. Chu Tianjiao nodded slightly and asked, what do you want to do with my sister-in-law? Then kidnap me. Sister-in-law? Upon hearing this term, Xiaowan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, but she quickly adjusted herself. She then revealed Emosa's arrangements, the plan to use yang dueling to kidnap Chu Tianjiao, and the purpose behind it all. You can leave now. I hope you can tell Yang Dueling not to take on any tasks recently. After saying this, Xiaowan decisively turned and left. When facing Chu Tianjiao, she had always appeared sorrowful, but the moment she stepped out of the villa, Xiaowan revealed a cold smile again. The reason she said this was that she guessed Chu Tianjiao was used to being proud. Moreover, she specifically pointed out that Emosu was the planner of the Jiangtan human bomb incident. After some time of investigation, she was well aware that Yu Xiu was Chu Tianjiao's boss. In fact, it was Chu Tianjiao who was fawning over him, while Yu Xiu remained indifferent. After receiving this news, Xiaowan was also very shocked. She was clear about Chu Tianjiao's identity, but she never expected Yu Xiu to be so indifferent about it. This made her even more unable to see through Yu Xiu. Of course, with this premise, Yu Xiu had now also cleared out the blood god cultists in Jiangtan City. Therefore, according to Chu Tianjiao's character, he would definitely capture Emosu himself and hand him over to Yu Xiu for handling. In this way, Xiaowan could not only eliminate Emosu but also use her relationship with Yu Xiu to take over Emosu's current position. After all, Jiangtan was already a forbidden zone for the blood god cult, and they had no one to use here. Perhaps Xiaowan could leap to become the head of all Jiangtan. After Xiaowan left, Chu Tianjiao indeed found old Deng and made arrangements for capturing Emosu. Meanwhile, in Jiangtan City, after a day and night of clearing, the hidden blood god cultists were uprooted, and no hideouts were spared. After the news was broadcast that night, the people of Jiangtan were also invigorated. Yu Xiu's name became even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, the next morning, a group of parents of students surrounded the gate of the first high school with banners. Upon learning this, Yu Xiu furrowed his brows. According to the principal, along with the 20 million martial yuan provided by Yu Xiu, the school had compensated the parents a total of 30 million martial yuan. The deceased received more compensation, while the seriously injured received less. Nevertheless, each family was compensated at least 200,000 martial yuan, equivalent to 2 million huabei. However, given the current situation, these people were still not satisfied with the 2 million compensation and were trying to get more. There's a disturbance at the school gate? Yushio asked the principal over the phone, and his father beside him also heard. Indeed. Yushio nodded. His father had previously mentioned apologizing to each family. Although Yushio had promised, it was a very sensitive time, and his father's emotions were unstable, so he did not refute. In Yushio's mind, he was still more inclined towards the principal's approach. Is it because of the students? His father looked up at Yushio and asked. They are dissatisfied with the compensation, Yushio explained. I previously put out 20 million martial yuan, and the school also contributed 10 million martial yuan, totaling 30 million martial yuan, compensated to each family, at least 200,000 martial yuan, which is 2 million huabe. 2 million huabe? His father was greatly surprised upon hearing this. It should be noted that when he worked in the factory, he only earned a few thousand huabe a month. Now these people are not satisfied even with 2 million huabe, which makes him furious. I'll go with you to take a look. Yushio also had the same intention. In his understanding, his social status had changed, and he needed his father to see some things clearly and change his way of handling matters. This was a good opportunity to let him witness the greed and ugliness of human nature. We'll go too. His mother and aunt chimed in. Yushio nodded and then took a few people to the first middle school. From a distance, they saw many people holding banners and shouting loudly, Master Yu has found out the truth. At that moment, Xingshan walked over and said, these students' parents have been incited. Among them, 3 people, after receiving 3 million huabi, went gambling that very night and lost everything by dawn, even ending up with a debt of 1 million huabi. Because of this incident, the 3 of them united to incite other students' parents, trying to demand more compensation. Moreover, one of them is not a victim's parent but an uncle, whose nephew came here from the town to study. After receiving the compensation, this uncle has yet to inform the victim's parents, trying to swallow the compensation for himself. At this point, Xingshan glanced at Yushio's parents and others beside him, then continued, Master Yu, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the compensation you provided is too much based on humanitarianism. A little kindness breeds resentment. 30 million Wu Yuan in compensation will only make these parents more greedy. Although this incident was caused by the blood god cult, the human bomb executors are those students from the classes, which means these students have already become traitors to humanity. Furthermore, the mayor has also provided compensation. The victims' parents receive a full subsidy from the city every year, and the victims' siblings can enjoy free schooling. Yet, even so, these people are still not satisfied and want more. Also, you previously asked me to investigate the home addresses of these victims' parents, and you plan to apologize to each one. I do not agree. If that happens, with these people's greed, your family will not only be harassed, but your sister and others will also be unable to live normally. If you choose to continue compensating, these people will only become more greedy, thinking you care about your reputation, using this as leverage to demand compensation long-term, with unimaginable consequences. Especially those 3 gamblers, their greed will only grow. At that time, not only will your reputation be damaged, but the city's prestige will also decline. Because right now, you are the great hero promoted by the city. Upon hearing this, Yushio remained silent, but his parents' and aunt's expressions changed drastically. Elder brother, you previously asked Xiaoxiu to apologize to each family, and I do not agree. I think this young man is right. These people are too greedy. When we were working before, we only earned a few thousand a month, yet these people are making a fuss with millions. Do you remember those co-workers from before? When accidents happened in the factory, how much did the factory compensate? A death was only a little over 100,000. And serious injuries were just a few tens of thousands. Xiaoxiu is already being very generous by offering so much money. Asking him to apologize is not doing a good deed but rather harming him. Xiaoxiu has finally endured through tough times. What if this incident ruins him or prevents him from taking the martial arts exam? In short, I do not agree. Xiaoxiu has done enough. Meanwhile, his mother looked at Yushio's father with a resentful expression, clearly dissatisfied. I also do not agree with cousin apologizing. Besides, this is not his fault. Although cousin arranged for people to protect me in Shanshan, if the blood god cult attacked in other ways, I believe the students in our class would also be protected. But the current situation is that students within our class initiated the human bomb. This is not cousin's fault at all. Moreover, cousin has already put out 20 million Wu Yuan. My parents have raised me for so long and haven't spent that much money. The crowd nodded slightly at his words. Brother-in-law, Xiaoxiu really shouldn't apologize. You're putting psychological pressure on him. Your way of handling things shouldn't be imposed on him. It's unfair to him. At this moment, the uncle also spoke up. We are just ordinary people in this life. If it weren't for Xiaoxiu's help, we probably would never have become martial artists. But Xiaoxiu is different. he is now a grandmaster and a hero of Jangan City. The path he will take in the future is different from ours. If he continues to think like an ordinary person, he might suffer greatly in the future. Since we can't help Xiao Xiu, at least we shouldn't interfere in his matters or impose our weak-minded thoughts on him. Doing so will only ruin him. Upon hearing this, the father fell silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. I know you are right. Xiao Xiu has already done enough, but I can't help but feel uneasy about these young lives being lost. However, seeing the behavior of these parents today also makes me feel uncomfortable. I was wrong in my thinking. I only pity these children, but I absolutely cannot pity these greedy parents. Let's go home. This matter ends here. We won't harm others, but we absolutely cannot let others harm us. We are kind, but we are definitely not easy to bully. Master Yu, the Public Security Bureau has already gathered evidence of the gambling. Should we let them handle this matter? At this point, Xingshan asked. This matter was originally to be handled by the Public Security Bureau, but due to Yu Xiu's attitude, they had delayed taking action. Let them handle it. Yu Xiu nodded and then walked with his father and others towards home. His father's attitude had also changed, which was the purpose of his visit. Witnessing the situation, Yu Xiu did not attempt to explain or argue with his father. Instead, he let his father see for himself. The overall outcome was good. This matter could be considered concluded. When Yu Xiu and the others returned to the villa, the Public Security Bureau also took action. They presented evidence of the three gamblers and explained how they had deliberately incited emotions. They emphasized that the main reason for the suffering of the victims' class was that the students had joined the blood god cult and become traitors to humanity. They also stated that they would conduct in-depth investigations into the friends and family of the student, as well as the school's acquaintances. Upon hearing this, the parents of the students causing trouble immediately changed their expressions. They all insisted that their children had absolutely no connection to the cult, claiming they were also misled. They guaranteed that they would not cause any more trouble. And so, this matter passed. The three gamblers were taken away. That night, Yu Xiu had dinner with his family and chatted until late into the night. The next morning, he hurriedly left after receiving a call from Chu Tianjiao, saying they had caught the mastermind Mo Su and informed him about the situation of the fake death. As for the group of wealthy young masters, they gradually left Jiangtan City. After this incident, they genuinely admired Yu Xiu and increasingly respected him as their leader. As for Jiang Zuiyi, she accompanied Yu Xiu to the genius training camp. Boss, we caught Mo Su. But there's one more thing. Xiao Wan and her group of subordinates are missing. As soon as they met, Chu Tianjiao detailed how they had captured Mo Su and the news about Xiao Wan. Don't worry about her. Chu Tianjiao nodded and then asked, what does Mo Su plan to do? Kill him. Now, all the Blood God cult members in Jiangtan City, along with their hideouts, had been eradicated. Mo Su was of no use to keep alive. Speaking of which, the only remaining Blood God cult members in Jiangtan City were Xiao Wan and her group. Of course, Yu Xiu was also aware that Xiao Wan was deliberately hiding. This cleanup operation in Jiangtan City had already demonstrated the strength of the Chu family's intelligence department. Xiao Wan would naturally not show herself easily again. As for the time that followed, everything returned to calm. Instead, Jiang Zuoyi took the initiative to buy a villa, gathering Yang Dueling and Nightingale to live together. As for Yu Xiu himself, the strength has once again improved, reaching the realm of a 6-star grandmaster. It is evident that the students of Jiangtan No. 1 High School have also made rapid progress during this time. This is all due to Yu Xiu. After Yu Xiu eradicated the Blood God sect, the news reached the genius training camp, causing the students from the outer city to become increasingly wary of targeting the students from Jiangtan City. Even the students from Jiangtan City who had previously been abandoned by Yu Xiu benefited greatly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The city-level genius training camp concluded. Unsurprisingly, all the students from Jiangtan No. 1 High School, including Yu Xiu, advanced to the provincial training camp. Their current strength is all at the 7th rank, with a few being 6th rank martial artists. As for the already strong Yang Dueling and Zhang Yanping, they have both reached the ranks of 3rd rank martial artists. However, advancing beyond the 3rd rank is difficult. If they do not have ample resources for support afterward, their progress may slow down even more. Let's go! On that morning, after the welcome ceremony, Yu Xiu and the others set off for the provincial training camp by car. The provincial training camp is located 50 miles north of the capital, in the Wushan Mountains. This time, it also gathered outstanding talents from various provinces. In this way, Yu Xiu's strength will once again improve. His talent and martial skills will also grow. During this period, Yu Xiu also called his parents to inform them of his situation. While they were happy, they also urged him to continue working hard and strive to become the top scorer in the martial arts examination. Get off! In the evening, Yu Xiu and the others arrived at Wushan near the capital as scheduled. However, as soon as he got off the car, Yu Xiu sensed something unusual. After a thorough check, he ultimately discovered it was the dark-colored Qilin jade pendant given by Xiao Wan, which is the assessment pendant. It signifies that there is a place for assessment within this Wushan. Thinking of the Qilin talent, Yu Xiu felt a surge of excitement. Regardless of whether it is the rumored Divine Beast talent, it is at least a super-grade talent that surpasses S-Level. Having previously tasted the sweetness of the Mind Master talent, Yu Xiu became increasingly attentive to talents. He even hadn't forgotten the little fantasy in his heart, flying with a sword. Perhaps as the Mind Master ability accumulates to a certain extent, it might be realized. By province, rest in place. At this moment, the instructor of the provincial training camp stepped forward and coldly shouted. Yu Xiu looked around, guessing they might be waiting for the students from other provinces to arrive. After that, the assessment would begin. The Genius Training Camp, whether at the provincial or national level, has preliminary classes. This is a resource allocation distinction. Of course, it is also to give some decent students a glimmer of hope. Although the focus is on cultivating the top talents, the other students also need to be nurtured, just with different emphases. Thus, until around 8 o'clock in the evening, all 24 provinces nationwide had arrived. Although there were more provinces, the number of students compared to the city-level training camp did not increase much. Instead, it decreased significantly. Now everyone is present. Cross through this forest, and those who arrive at the training camp by midnight will pass the assessment. I believe each of you has brought the watch from the city-level training camp, right? Those who seize it will claim all the points in the opponent's watch. Moreover, the more watches one seizes, the more points the training camp will reward. As the instructor finished speaking, he turned and left. Meanwhile, the young masters who had participated in the Jiangtan City eradication operation quickly came to Yu Xiu's side. Although the students who advanced from the city-level training camp were not familiar with Yu Xiu, they stayed close enough to seek safety. As for the students from other provinces near Qin province, they quickly distanced themselves. Before coming here, these provincial students naturally knew of Yu Xiu's name, the Grandmaster Realm, the eradication of the Blood God sect. Each of these matters instilled fear in them and felt unattainable. Among them, the strongest now is merely a first-rank martial artist. Of course, local students from Kyoto and other 3 major super cities may have many who have broken through to the Grandmaster Realm, but that still pales in comparison. Faced with a master-level powerhouse like Su, once encountered, the only option is to kneel and beg for mercy. Those who resist will surely die. Whether in the city-level training camp or the provincial training camp, killing is not prohibited. Boss, it's them. At this moment, Chu Tianjiao stepped in front of Su and pointed to a group of people not far away, all wearing provocative expressions. They are locals from Kyoto. Many of them have already broken through to the Master Realm. I heard before that they plan to target you specifically in this training camp. Su frowned and said, "Target me? That's right. To put it bluntly, boss, you've caused them quite a psychological trauma." Chu Tianjiao scoffed. Previously, because you suddenly broke through to the Master Realm, their families used many cruel methods and resources to prevent them from falling too far behind you. Although their strength has now broken through to the Master Realm, they attribute all the pain they endured to you. Su chuckled. If that's the case, it seems I have quite a few enemies. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao also wore a face of resentment. Indeed, speaking of which, boss, you are now the enemy of all the talents across the country. Including me, the old man also made things difficult for my cousin and me. It's just that our Chu family doesn't have that many resources, so we couldn't break through to the Master Realm. I suppose they are the same, having been tormented by their families. As he spoke, Chu Tianjiao pointed to the wealthy young masters from Qin province beside him. These people nodded in agreement. However, although they had grievances before, after the Jiangtan cleanup operation, they now held nothing but admiration for Su. By the way, Tianjiao, Su suddenly said, help me find the 100 strongest in terms of strength, talent, and martial skills among these people, and then we will form a class together. No problem, leave it to me. Chu Tianjiao readily agreed, as he saw this as Su's preparation to deal with the group from Kyoto. Thinking of Su's formidable strength and that terrifying talent as a thought master, Chu Tianjiao felt a surge of excitement. In the past, in the provincial training camp, only the locals from Kyoto held the upper hand, while students from other provinces could only follow behind and pick up the scraps. However, the previous training camps had restrictions, so there were no deaths. But this time it was different. Boss, it's Hong Chang and the others. At this moment, someone in the crowd pointed to the local students from Kyoto not far away. Everyone immediately looked over. Su did not know who Hong Chang was, but upon seeing the person's face, he recognized him as one of the wealthy young masters who had previously gone to Jiangtan, only to be chased away by Jiang Zuei later. What are they up to? They are defecting. Seeing Hongchang leading a group of wealthy young masters from Chin province to the side of the local students from Kyoto, bowing and scraping, everyone had already guessed their intentions. This scene filled the students from Chin province with anger. All along, the students from Chin province participating in the provincial training camp had been the primary targets. In fact, this matter dates back to the time of the old man from the Chu family. However, there was no training camp back then. The old man from the Chu family was also a once great talent in his youth, suppressing many from Kyoto, ultimately earning the qualification to form a team. Because of this, in every subsequent provincial training camp, Chin province became the target of suppression by the local students from Kyoto. It should be noted that the elders and brothers of these people had also suffered humiliation at the hands of the local students from Kyoto. Chin province and Kyoto are arch rivals, including Chu Tianjiao's older brother. Even though he now holds a high position, he was also severely bullied by the students from Kyoto back in the day. They are betraying us. They are defecting. Have they forgotten how our brothers and elders were humiliated by the students from Kyoto? Aren't they worried about their families punishing them for this? At this moment, Chu Tianjiao interjected, I guess the reason they are defecting is also due to the support and instructions from their families. As he spoke, Chu Tianjiao glanced at Zhang Zui beside him. He had heard about the events at Zhengtan before. Now that there were no death restrictions, they not only had to face the local students from Kyoto who hunted and bullied them in the provincial training camp, but they also had to confront top-tier figures like Xiao. In such a desperate situation, the families behind these people naturally did not want their children to die in vain. Although allying with the local students from Kyoto meant kneeling, at least it meant survival. In the face of interests, these wealthy families could completely abandon all hatred. This was also a result of the change in rules. If the death restrictions had not been lifted, perhaps these families would not have encouraged defection. At most, they would let their family members suffer some humiliation in the training camp, but they would not lose their lives. It would just be considered a form of training. But these people opened their mouths but ultimately did not continue, because if they encountered such a situation, perhaps their families would also encourage defection. After all, training was one thing, death was another. Let's go! Yushio was indifferent to their defection. The reason he came to this provincial training camp was merely to enhance his strength and improve his talent. As for the hatred between the two provinces, to be honest, he did not care much. Even if the people from Kyoto held a grudge against him, he would just crush them. He had already thought about snatching these people's watches. After all, he needed to form a team and would naturally require a lot of points. Now that these people held a grudge against him, they would surely come looking for him. There was no need for him to search for them throughout the forest, saving time and effort. Of course, after the dark-colored Qilin jade pendant had reacted, Yushio had another goal: to enter the ruins deep in Wushan and start the assessment. Quick, follow me. As Yushio took the lead into the forest, the people from Chin province hurriedly followed behind. Yushio is already at the Grand Master level. I heard he is at least a 5-star Grand Master and has the talent of a Mind Master. What do you think those people from Kyoto are thinking? Even if many of them have broken through to the Master level, in front of a Grand Master, having more people doesn't really help much. Looking at Yushio and the others entering the forest, a nearby instructor asked in confusion, do you really think the information we can know, those families in Kyoto wouldn't know? Look at the students from Kyoto now. When they face Yushio, do they show even a hint of fear or dread? Instead, they all look provocative, as if they are afraid Yushio won't find them. No one is a fool. So, I guess the students from Kyoto must have some way to restrain Yushio. At worst, they can ensure their survival. In short, if Yushio wants to kill these people, it probably won't be that simple. But the most foolish ones are those students from Chin province who defected to the Kyoto students. They have their trump cards and deep foundations, but what do they have? Do they really think that by allying with Kyoto, they can truly rest easy and enjoy the shade under a big tree? Little do they know, the conflict between Kyoto and Chin province is not that simple. Back then, the old master of the Chu family in Chin province was so strong. The things he did, forget it, let's not talk about it. To ignore a big tree like Yushio and instead head into the tiger's den is simply foolish. In the forest, after Yushio and the others entered, they found that students from other provinces had already left at an astonishing speed, not a single shadow remaining. Especially the students from Kyoto, who seemed to have prepared early, with a clear escape route. How interesting. In previous years, these Kyoto students would definitely set up checkpoints in the forest to confiscate the watches of students from other provinces, but this year they seem to be fleeing faster than rabbits. Don't you see what kind of strength our leader has? The youngest Grand Master in the history of martial arts. Those people from Kyoto should dare. It makes sense. With the strength of the boss, they really wouldn't dare to confront us head-on. As everyone discussed animatedly, their faces were filled with a sense of relief. In previous years, the students from Kyoto had bullied those from Chin province, but this year, thanks to Yushio's presence, that scenario did not occur. Instead, it was the Kyoto students who fled first, something that had never happened before. "Boss, what should we do now?" Shu Tianjiao asked Yushio. "The goal is points. We should rush to the training camp entrance as quickly as possible, block people there, and collect their watches. What do you think? What those Kyoto people did in previous years, we can do this year as well." Yushio nodded. "Let's go." According to past customs, there are definitely many ferocious beasts in the forest. This year, the overall strength of the students has greatly improved, so the level of the beasts in the forest must be high, including many at the Master Realm. Everyone basically knew these things, as many from their families had participated in the training camp in previous years. Whether it was the routes in the forest or the rules within it, everything was now quite transparent. There are ferocious beasts. Just as everyone was preparing to speed up, several angry roars suddenly came from not far away. Before they could react, several flashes of blades passed by, and a few ferocious beasts let out cries before collapsing dead on the spot. Many present were aware of Yushio's talent as a mind master. However, witnessing him use his abilities to kill ferocious beasts was still a terrifying shock. Humans and ferocious beasts are two different things. Even if an ordinary person possesses mind master abilities, they cannot break through the defenses of a ferocious beast. At this moment, Zhang Yinping, who was behind, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He was also a mind master, but compared to Yushio, his abilities were vastly inferior, like a child playing with a fruit knife. "When will I be able to do what Shoshin does, killing enemies from 1,000 miles away?" Zhang Yinping said with a face full of hope. Little did he know, Yushio's talent as a mind master came from him. Keep moving forward. After a long time, Yushio and the others had not encountered a single ferocious beast. Suddenly, Yushio stopped. Something's not right. Chu Tenjio and the others turned to ask, "Boss, what's not right? We've been walking for so long without encountering a single ferocious beast." The overall strength of this year's students is very strong. This is the training camp's assessment, so there will definitely be more ferocious beasts driven in. Just like you said earlier, there are many at the Master Realm among them. But now, the ferocious beasts we've encountered are few and far between. Do you really think the training camp's assessment would be that simple? Chu Tianjiao was taken aback and chuckled lightly. Could it be that your strength is so strong that the ferocious beasts are too scared to come near? Jiang Zui chimed in. Do you even have a brain? You're just like a ferocious beast. Although this statement didn't say much, it clarified all the issues. Ferocious beasts have no brains. They certainly cannot possess intelligence. This is the training camp area. Those with intelligence have long been killed. So how could the ferocious beasts be too scared to approach because of Yushio's formidable strength? It really is strange. Shu Tianjiao also realized this. Logically speaking, such a simple issue should have been thought of by everyone present. However, because Yushio was there, their vigilance had dropped to the lowest. Whether it was the threat from the ferocious beasts or the threat from the students, they had not paid attention, subconsciously believing that these people and beasts would not dare to approach them. Be a bit more careful. Yushio couldn't figure out the reason for the situation. He recalled how quickly the Kyoto people had fled before. There must be a problem. He couldn't help but become alert. Help! Help! Suddenly, cries for help came from not far away. Moments later, dozens of students were seen running towards them in a frenzy. So many ferocious beasts! So many ferocious beasts! Help! As the shouts grew closer, Yushio and the others finally saw the specific situation. Behind those students followed a group of ferocious beasts, numbering in the thousands. Not good. These beasts seem to be poisoned by the umatba flower. Their eyes are blood red. Yushio, run! Zhang Zui couldn't help but exclaim. Yushio glanced back at the people behind him, especially the students from Zhongtan No. 1, like Yang Duling. With their strength, escaping from such a horde of beasts was simply a fantasy. You all go first, I'll hold off the beasts, Yushio growled, and the 9 bright silver flying knives at his waist shot out in an instant. He charged forward as well. Zhang Zui, give me the sword. Hearing this, Zhang Zui immediately took out a black sword from her storage device, clearly made of exceptional material. Catch, Yushio! Without a second thought, Zhang Zui threw it. As for Yushio, his basic swordsmanship was already at the highest level, combined with the strength of a grandmaster. With each strike, either a beast's head flew off or its limbs were severed. For a moment, Yushio seemed like a god of war, leaving no trace of the beasts behind. Multitasking? I have to say, Yushio is truly terrifying. If we faced him head-on, I doubt we could even withstand a single move. From a dense tree in the distance, several students from the capital watched the situation through binoculars. The beast tide was indeed summoned by them using the Amatba flower. We originally thought that with Yushio reaching the Grand Master level, his combat power might be average. I didn't expect this guy not only has a bizarre talent as a thought master but also possesses martial skills at the pinnacle level. We initially planned to use these beasts to wear Yushio down, but it seems that plan might be in jeopardy. This guy is too formidable, he is far beyond what we can withstand. One person nodded and said, it's probably impossible to wear him down, but injuring him might be possible. The beasts from Bing Yan's side are probably arriving soon. If they sandwich him from both sides, those from Qin province will have to rely on Yushio's protection to survive. At that time, we might be able to injure Yushio, or even seriously wound him. A seriously wounded Grand Master cannot recover in a short time. By then, the training camp will still belong to us, the students from the capital. A mere wild kid from a small city thinks that just because he has some strength, he can stand above us nobles. It's simply wishful thinking. Another person asked, what if Yushio wants to escape? With his abilities, these beasts can't stop him. He won't. He might not save those from Qin province, but he will definitely save the students from Jiangtan No. 1. It is said that Yushio values emotions highly. Today we will see how he values them. Boss, it must be that group of bastards from the capital who are causing us trouble. There are beasts behind us too. We are completely surrounded. Hearing the shouts, Yushio turned around and saw that the people who had fled had returned. From a distance, there were even more beasts. Everyone, take out your weapons and fight. Those with weak strength, team up to attack a single beast, and be careful. Yushio shouted coldly, his movements not pausing for a moment. At this time, dozens of dead beasts lay where he had passed, including some at the Grand Master level. Ice and Fire talent, activate. Extreme Strength, activate. In that moment, Yushio no longer held back. All his talents were unleashed, and his overall strength surged again. Even the Grand Master level beasts were no match under his sword, falling like vegetables being chopped. This is Ice and Fire talent? Why can Yushio's Ice and Fire talent freeze and burn? Ice and Fire talent is merely a trash talent below S-level. Its possessor can only attach Ice and Fire abilities to their attacks, absolutely incapable of being as terrifying as he is. If that's the case, isn't the Ice and Fire talent equivalent to S-level talent? At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. With Yushio's display of Ice and Fire abilities, especially that flash of firelight, it was particularly dazzling. I don't know if you've noticed, but when Yushio struck down, it seemed even smoother than before, without any resistance. Just now, I saw with my own eyes a master-level beast being instantly cut in half by Yushio's sword. Could it be the talent of extreme strength? Hiss, hiss, hiss. This person gasped in shock. Just how much talent does Yushio possess? And each one is so bizarre, causing damage far beyond that of other talent holders. With his current strength, these beasts can't even lightly injure him, let alone seriously. It seems our plan this time is going to fail completely. Another person also had a serious expression, speaking in a low voice. Should we contact the capital and have those monsters come to the training camp? What are you thinking? Those monsters are treasures of their families. They are all honing their skills in secret realms and ruins right now. How could they possibly come to a place like the training camp? Logically speaking, Yushio, this monster, shouldn't even be appearing in the training camp. But this guy revealed his strength too late, forcing us to resort to these schemes to survive. It's really frustrating. When have our Kyoto students ever been this frustrated? This batch is probably the worst in the history of the training camp, the most unfortunate. Stop complaining. That person frowned and said, while Yushio and the others are still resisting the beasts, let's quickly contact Bing Yan and the others and sign up for the training camp immediately, and then escape from the training camp right away. We must not confront Yushio before that thing takes shape. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than those monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the big tree and sprinted towards the training camp at high speed. On the other hand, after Yushio stopped hiding, the pressure on the people from Qin province suddenly decreased, because Yushio's 9 flying knives were also helping them kill the beasts from time to time. All those master-level beasts fell under the flying knives, especially with the enhancement of Ice and Fire talent and extreme strength. Wherever the flying knives passed, there would be a charred blood hole left in the beasts' bodies. Strangely, no blood flowed out. It was all blood-colored ice crystals. This freak even has hidden Ice and Fire talent and extreme strength. That's already 4 types of talent. Jiang Zui observed Yushio's battle while fighting, occasionally gasping in surprise. Meanwhile, Yang dueling beside her showed a puzzled expression because she was also a holder of Ice and Fire talent, and the gap between them was too vast. During battles, she rarely used her Ice and Fire powers because the energy consumption was terrifying, and the effect was rather mediocre. After all, her type of talent could only be used freely after a leap in overall strength in the later stages. However, now, Yusho's ability to use it at will, both freezing and burning, made young Dueling feel she could never achieve that in the future. Boss is mighty. Xioshin is amazing. After about half an hour, all the approaching beasts were slaughtered. The ground was covered in severed limbs and blood. The people from Qin province felt a sense of survival after a disaster. It was incredibly satisfying. Boss, you are just too awesome. You actually possess 4 types of talent, and your swordsmanship is so powerful. Swish, swish, swish. Just a few moves, and master-level beasts are no different from chopping vegetables. It's terrifying. Xioshin, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Facing everyone's flattery, Yushio remained expressionless, his heart calm and undisturbed. Check the casualty situation. As Yushio's words fell, everyone finally reacted and began to look around. After a moment, Yushio also learned about the casualty situation. The death toll exceeded 400, most of whom were the students from Qin province who had been following Yushio closely. In contrast, the students near Yushio had not experienced any fatalities, though some were injured, but generally not seriously. Boss, we need to rush to the training camp immediately and settle accounts with that bunch of bastards from Kyoto. It's simply outrageous. Don't they realize how many lives their actions could cost? And this damn training camp, while it doesn't prohibit fighting, the use of umatba flowers has crossed the line. Can they really allow those bastards to act like this? Yushio frowned, his gaze fixed on the treetops not far away. He just watched silently. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, from the treetops Yushio was staring at, 2 instructors emerged quickly and approached him. Give me an explanation. Yushio's tone was extremely cold. The 2 instructors looked terrified, not daring to breathe. They had witnessed Yushio's battle and were fearful in their hearts. Although Yushio's strength was comparable to theirs, his combat power was terrifying. If he turned against them, a single move could send them to meet the King of Hell. They didn't dare to take that risk. Yushio was someone who truly dared to act. With the strength he had displayed and the 4 talents he possessed, he was undoubtedly a prized asset to those above. Even if Yushio killed them, it was likely nothing would happen. We have no ability to stop this matter, our strength is too low. We are just running errands on the periphery. For decisive matters, we can only report up and see how the higher-ups plan to handle it. As they finished speaking, the 2 of them cautiously watched Yushio, afraid of provoking his displeasure. I hope you can report this matter truthfully. If there is no reasonable explanation, I won't adhere to any rules in the coming time. Yushio's attitude was firm, and the 2 instructors understood the weight behind his words. A Grand Master was already like a god in the eyes of these students, and with Yushio's terrifying combat power, once he stopped following the rules, things would likely spiral out of control. Rest assured, we will report this matter truthfully. Can we leave now? The 2 instructors asked cautiously, receiving a nod from Yushio. They hurriedly fled. The pressure of being with Yushio was too great, their backs were soaked with sweat. Carry all these ferocious beasts back to the training camp. We won't need to spend points to buy food anymore. Yushio spoke, and everyone immediately moved forward to clean up the battlefield. About half an hour later, Yushio and the others carried the ferocious beasts to the entrance of the training camp, but they did not enter. Instead, they set up a blockade there. Although many students had already passed the assessment due to the beast tide, most still fled to the edge of the forest upon seeing the beast tide. Boss, what should we do with these ferocious beasts? Leave them at the entrance. With Yushio's words, everyone laughed and neatly placed the ferocious beasts at the gate, forming a small mountain that completely blocked the entrance. If they had previously feared the training camp, after what the people from Kyoto had done, they no longer held any respect for it. The beast tide was such a serious matter, the training camp could not possibly be unaware. Yet, despite this, they had not sent a single person for support. If it weren't for Yushio's sudden outburst, these people would likely have died in the forest. If they died in battle, they would only think it was due to their lack of skill and deserved it. But if they were to be killed by the underhanded methods of those from Kyoto, they would definitely not accept it. Hand over your watches. Soon, students from other provinces began to arrive one after another. When they saw the pile of ferocious beasts blocking the entrance of the training camp, they felt no sense of injustice. They had witnessed the beast tide firsthand and had deeply experienced it. Now, with so many beast corpses, it is evident that these people were the ones who slaughtered them. No need to think. They can guess that these are from Qin province, because within the entire training camp, only Yushio from Qin province possesses such strength. Even Kyoto does not have it. We will hand them over. After these students obediently surrendered their watches, they cautiously asked, now that we've handed them over, can we go in? Just go in. I'm not stopping you. But the entrance. It was only then that those from Qin province realized they had completely blocked the entrance of the training camp with the beast corpses. Damn it, Are you trying to die? Can't you see I'm busy? Wait until I'm done before you go in. Okay, I'm willing to wait. These students who surrendered their watches were all trembling with fear, not daring to refute at all. And so it went. Batch after batch arrived. The watches collected numbered in the hundreds and thousands. Of course, it was also due to the beast tide that the original forest assessment became much simpler. After Yushio and the others slaughtered so many beasts, the students in the forest could basically avoid danger as long as they paid a little attention. As a result, the number of students passing the assessment this year increased dozens of times compared to previous years. It was likely that there wouldn't be many students left in the preliminary class. Boss, that bunch of bastards from Kyoto must have already escaped, Chu Tianzhou said as he approached Yushio. I expected that. Yushio nodded and said, I'm afraid we won't see them in the training camp for a while, but there's no need to rush. If the higher-ups of the training camp don't provide an explanation, I won't mind hunting them down. In Yushio's view, as long as he could improve his strength after forming a class in the training camp, he would have achieved one of his goals for this trip. He had plenty of time to deal with those from Kyoto later. Just consider it a game. It was quite boring anyway. Boss, take me along when you go hunting them down. My brother was bullied terribly in the training camp. If I can follow you to hunt down those from Kyoto, I can show off in front of my brother later. Chu Tianzhou said proudly, my brother used to beat me up a lot, now I can use this to hold it over him for life. Yushio nodded, not commenting on it. He took Chu Tianzhou's little thoughts as just a joke. Boss, it seems everyone has mostly arrived. There might still be some people behind, and perhaps some have died in the recent beast tide. Should we continue waiting? Yushio waved his hand, no need. Then everyone stepped forward to carry the beast corpses, clearing the entrance of the training camp, and Yushio walked in. Not far inside the training camp, 3 instructors were standing there. They were clearly counting the names of those who passed the assessment. Xin Province Yushio. As Yushio spoke, the others behind him shouted in unison, as if to demonstrate. Xin Province Chu Tianzhou. Xin Province Jiang Zui. Xin Province Yang Duling. One voice after another rang out, and the 3 instructors exchanged glances. From what the 2 instructors who had come to report earlier said, they already knew about Yushio's combat power. Moreover, they had seen so many beast corpses blocking the door. They recognized they were not his match. Although they were instructors at the training camp, they were merely peripheral personnel, not the true higher-ups, and their strength was about the same as Yushio's. However, their combat power was far behind. Why you all passed the assessment? Given that you collected the most watches, the training camp rewards you with 50,000 points, and the points from these watches will also be distributed to you later. May I ask, are the points distributed to you, Yushio? Chu Tianzhou coldly replied, of course, if they're not given to our boss, are they going to be given to that bunch of bastards from Kyoto? Understood, they will be given to Yushio. Facing Chu Tianzhou's insolence, the 3 instructors glanced at Yushio and did not dare to scold him. Despite Chu Tianzhou's special status, if it weren't for Yushio's presence, the 3 instructors wouldn't fear the Chu family behind him. As long as they didn't offend too harshly, the old master of the Chu family wouldn't take action over this matter. But Yushio was different. Offending him on the spot would mean death. They were clear on the gravity of the situation. Boss, what should we do now? Chu Tianzhou asked. Form the class, and then wait for an explanation from the training camp's higher-ups, Yushio replied. How did it go with the 100 people I asked you to select? Chu Tianzhou nodded heavily. Don't worry, every single one, whether in talent or strength, is among the best in Qin province. Their overall strength is above second-tier warriors, and many are even first-tier warriors. Among the second-tier warriors, I prioritized those with high talent levels. I know you're picking people for the future team, and you won't be careless. Yushio calculated in his mind. The combined strength of these individuals was already enough for him to break through to the martial sovereign realm. More importantly, they had high-level talents. But my sister-in-law's strength isn't enough. Should we replace her with someone else? No need. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have formed a class. The total number of students is 100, with a calculated total of 99. Calculating vitality, talent, and martial arts techniques. Please wait. At the moment the class was established, a system prompt sounded in Yushio's mind. Reconciliation complete. Vitality value is 9,462 points. Martial arts, basic fist technique plus 99, basic sword technique plus 75, basic step technique plus 78, basic blade technique plus 65, basic staff technique plus 32, intermediate blade technique plus 45, intermediate sword technique plus 87, intermediate step technique plus 69, shoe style fist technique plus 2, talent, mind master, extreme strength, god speed, blood fury, blade enthusiast, absolute defense, sword heart, absolute meditation, disguise. Would you like to grant? Grant, Yushio silently responded, and the system immediately began to grant. Congratulations, host, you have reached the 1-star martial sovereign realm, and 7 new talents have been added. Mind Master level has reached level 2. Next came the martial arts. Since all the students this time were prodigies, Yushio's martial arts had all reached the pinnacle of their highest realm. What surprised Yushio the most was the increase in the Mind Master level. A level 2 Mind Master was equivalent to a martial artist at the Grandmaster level. Ordinary families lack resources, so those with the Mind Master talent usually cultivate it only after reaching the Grandmaster level. However, for these wealthy young masters, it was normal to start cultivating the Mind Master talent at the martial artist level. It seemed that there were definitely over a dozen students in the class with the Mind Master talent, otherwise, his Mind Master level wouldn't have reached level 2. Additionally, the Chu-style fist technique was clearly being cultivated by Chu Tianzhou. However, unless absolutely necessary, Yushio wouldn't use this fist technique, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. As for the 7 new talents, Yushio was very pleasantly surprised. As expected of the children of prominent families, their talents were at least A level. For the overlapping talents like extreme strength and Godspeed, Yushio could only experiment with them later. Boss, we don't need to hire instructors, we're very familiar with the training camp and don't need to waste points on that, Chu Tianzhou said. After a pause, he added, there's one more thing. The brothers who were looking for students from Kyoto came back and said those bastards all ran away after registering. They probably left the training camp area by now. The depths of Wushan don't belong to the training camp. Those bastards from Kyoto must have someone waiting for them there, likely at least peak grandmasters, and possibly even martial sovereigns. The martial sovereign realm is already considered above average combat power in all of Huaxia. After all, breaking through from grandmaster to martial sovereign is a significant hurdle. Many people spend their entire lives stuck at the grandmaster level without breaking through. A martial sovereign can achieve bone and meridian transformation, and their body has already been sublimated. With a strength of 1,000,000 kilograms, they can easily collapse a building with a mere gesture. A 20-story building leaped into the air, and even the strongest martial artists remained unscathed. At the brink of turning 17, Yushio reached the level of a martial sovereign, unprecedented in history. With various talents gathered throughout his body, his combat power likely far exceeded that of others at the same level. Boss, are we really going to demand an explanation from the training camp later? I heard the manager of the provincial training camp is a martial sovereign. Even for someone like Chu Tianzhou from a prominent family, hearing about a martial sovereign made him feel a bit uneasy. The martial sovereign was already on another level. According to human martial artists, a martial sovereign no longer belonged to mere humanity, they had transcended the mortal coil. Most importantly, a martial sovereign's lifespan was extended, allowing them to live for 300 years. Rules are rules. This time, the capital can use the Amatba flower to create a beast tide. Next time, they might use their family influence to oppress your family. This time, we must demand an explanation. As Yushio's words fell, he walked deeper into the training camp. Now that he had broken through to the martial sovereign level, he should have some say in this training camp and throughout China. His firm attitude this time was simply to avoid a repeat of the Blood God sect incident. If the prominent families in the capital united to threaten his family, and the higher-ups turned a blind eye, it would only make him increasingly passive. This time, it was not just about seeking justice, it was also about flexing his muscles. A 16-year-old grandmaster might be appreciated by the higher-ups, but a 16-year-old martial sovereign would definitely be taken seriously. Even the prominent families in the capital would have to be cautious when dealing with a martial sovereign. Once a martial sovereign went on a rampage for revenge, the prominent families would also suffer. If that martial sovereign acted without restraint, it would be a disaster. Generally, prominent families were reluctant to offend a martial sovereign too much. Let's go demand an explanation from the boss. Chu Tianzhou gritted his teeth and turned to shout, if it weren't for the boss, we would have died in the beast tide for nothing. And you people, if it weren't for our boss slaying the ferocious beasts, would you have had the chance to reach the training camp? The actions of the local students in the capital are not just harming us, they are harming you all as well. This time it was a beast tide. You were lucky that our boss saved you. But what about next time? What disgusting tricks will these bastards from the capital come up with? If you are unlucky then and get caught up in it, don't blame it on being an innocent victim. Whether to seek an explanation from the training camp is up to you, but I hope you remain this lucky next time. After finishing, Chu Tianzhou quickly chased after Yushio. The students from Qin province followed closely behind, their faces dark and grim. They were the main targets of the capital's students this time, so they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Should we follow? But the provincial training camp manager is a martial sovereign. Although Yushio is powerful, he is still just a grandmaster. the gap is too big. If this escalates, we definitely won't have a good outcome. Cowards, you are all cowards. Just like Chu Tianjiao said, we were implicated this time, but Yushio is in front taking the heat. If these people from the capital continue to act recklessly, next time when we are implicated and Yushio isn't there to shield us, we will still be the ones to die. Let's follow them, no matter how bad the outcome. It's better than dying from being implicated. Anyway, I'm going to follow. I don't want to suffer this humiliation, it's too damn frustrating. Once these words were spoken, many students present found resonance and quickly followed after Yushio. Cowards, cowards, deserving to be failures for life. As the departing students left, they turned their heads one by one to show disdain. The students left standing were furious, their faces flushed and eyes wide with anger. Fuck it, I was born into a common family. I could give up a 6-year girlfriend just to train, and now I'm turning around just to please some rich fat girl. I'm not afraid of being poor, so why would I be afraid of death? If I have to go, then I'll go. I don't want to be a coward anymore. Deep in the training camp, the same 3-story building, it seems the construction style of the training camp is all the same. Yushio? You should go back. With Yushio's arrival, the instructor at the door clearly already knew his intentions. He spoke earnestly, some things are not as simple as you imagine. In this world, even in this training camp, there is no fairness. Right now, you are just a grandmaster. In the eyes of many, you do have value, but that's all. You are a smart person, and only 16 years old. When you break through to Martial Sovereign, by then, you won't need to seek explanations. Someone will explain it to you, do you understand? At this point, the man glanced at Chu Tianjiao. Your grandfather is indeed very powerful, but he hasn't stepped out of Qin province for 30 years. You should know the reason. The causes created back then are now the consequences. He is bound by shackles to protect the Chu family's descendants. Go back. Kyoto is not as simple as you think. The training camp has no death restrictions. Any means are justified. Yushio said coldly, what if I also resort to any means? The man responded with a smile, perhaps tomorrow you will lie dead in the forest. A 16-year-old grandmaster is rare, but not so rare that they can do as they please. Some people's 3 generations of foundation are not something you can challenge. You are still young, you have time. The future is enough for you to do as you wish. The reason you are safe now is simply that someone above sees potential in you, that is your layer of protection. Once you make those who see potential in you feel that the value of keeping you is less than the loss, you will also be abandoned. In this world, no one is irreplaceable. Geniuses are even more so. Yushio suddenly laughed, his smile cold. What if I need an explanation today? What will the training camp do? The man said, for now, they will endure, then continue to test you, and finally kill you. I know your strength, around 5-star grandmaster, and you have a few talents, but it's still not enough. As he spoke, the man's aura was instantly released, overwhelming the entire room. Chu Tianjiao and the others trembled. Yushio glanced indifferently and saw the opponent's strength. 9-star grandmaster. Moreover, an old 9-star grandmaster who had been dormant in this realm for many years. 9-star grandmaster? Is that strong? Yushio raised his hand, and his own aura was released, pressing down towards the opponent. In an instant, the instructor's expression changed, and he stepped back several paces. Why, you are also a 9-star grandmaster? You've been hiding your strength? The instructor was shocked, and a look of regret appeared on his face. Yushio, since you have hidden for so long, you shouldn't expose it. As long as you step into Martial Sovereign, no one will dare to ignore your existence. However, breaking through to Martial Sovereign is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Even if you are a prodigy, it will likely take years of accumulation to break through. At this point, the instructor seemed to think of something and smiled bitterly. Back then, I was also a prodigy like you, perhaps not as monstrous as you, but still not bad. But now, I'm 37 years old, and I'm already a 9-star grandmaster. If I can't break through to Martial Sovereign before I turn 40, I may never have another chance to break through in this lifetime. Until you reach Martial Sovereign, you will never know the terror of those who have shed their mortal coil. 1,000 grandmasters are no match for a single Martial Sovereign, and in this building, there is a Martial Sovereign who has shed their mortal coil. Leave here before he gives you a chance. You can't offend so many families just because of you being a grandmaster. Do you understand what I mean? Yushio nodded slightly. He could sense the other person's goodwill. However, they were not on the same level, and their concerns were different, because he was already a Martial Sovereign. Today, I must have that explanation. What about the Grandmaster? What about the Martial Sovereign? After Yushio finished speaking, he looked up at the 3rd floor, his eyes filled with mockery. Earlier, he had already noticed someone watching from the window on the 3rd floor. Now, the two locked eyes. The mockery in Yushio's gaze was also reflected in the other person's eyes. What explanation do you want? The person at the window spoke as he leaped down. He was a 50-year-old man, but he appeared vigorous, seemingly in his prime. This man had a cold expression, looking at Yushio as if he were an ant. But to him, the Grand Master indeed seemed like an ant. I want the one who deserves to die. You don't have that qualification. What if I insist? The man fell silent and did not speak again, quietly blocking Yushio. After a long while, he finally said, change your request. Perhaps I can help you negotiate. Aren't you looking to form a team? I can help you negotiate terms, asking for a large sum of points. How about that? Yushio shook his head. I want the one who deserves to die. I told you, you still lack the qualification. The man shook his head. In this genius training camp, I have my own rules. I won't act against you, but my bottom line does not allow anyone to break it. Even if you, Yushio, are only 16 years old, the youngest martial grandmaster. Living means having a future. Yushio said calmly, your bottom line is your bottom line, but mine is not something anyone can break. You say I lack qualification. Then, how about this? Do I have qualification now? At that moment, Yushio instantly raised his aura to the level of a martial sovereign. The bones and meridians in his body emitted a series of rumbling sounds. This is the easy bone meridian? He was also a strong martial sovereign, and when the rumbling sounds erupted from Yushio's body, he resonated with it. Aura might be faked, but the resonance of the easy bone meridian could not be faked. The fact proved that Yushio was now a true martial sovereign, a 16-year-old martial sovereign. Moreover, he possessed multiple talents, including being a mind master. This meant that he was cultivating both martial and magical arts, and his combat power was several times greater. Although he was also a 1-star martial sovereign and an established 1-star martial sovereign, he was no match for Yushio. I admit it now. You indeed have that qualification. The man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock and hiding it. In that case, there are some principles I can discuss with you. If you want them dead, I suggest you don't do that, because the forces behind those people are very complex. A slight misstep could plunge you into an abyss of no return. I acknowledge your current strength and your voice in this matter, but you have not yet entered the core level, and the resources and connections you hold are limited. Your influence is not substantial. There are some pressures you cannot bear. With the strength you are currently displaying, the conditions you can negotiate will be more. In the future, you will need to form a team, and the resources required will be vast. Take this opportunity to ask those people for resources. It should be the most cost-effective result for you. This is my suggestion. As for whether you listen or not, that is your right. Whatever your answer is now, I will convey it word for word. As the man finished speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on Yushio, trying to discern something he wanted to see on Yushio's face. For example, contemplation, fear, compromise. But 30 seconds passed, and Yushio remained expressionless, appearing very calm. This made him sigh inwardly. Yushio was unlike someone of his age. Just the fact that he remained calm and unperturbed in the face of events was enough to overshadow many. Boss. At that moment, the previously silent Chu Tianjiao suddenly raised his communicator. My grandfather has something to say. Upon learning that Yushio was a martial sovereign, Chu Tianjiao immediately contacted his grandfather and recounted the events that had transpired in the training camp in detail. Yushio, I've already heard from Tianjiao about what happened in the training camp. I never expected you to have been hiding your strength all along. Martial sovereign realm. Ha, you kid are not bad. You have the style of this old man back in the day. I'm even more looking forward to your growth now. Who knows, you might have hidden strengths that could surprise me. These people in the capital have been lawless for too long. How you want to deal with this is entirely up to your own thoughts. Just because this old man isn't leaving Qin province doesn't mean I can't. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, I wouldn't mind making a trip to the capital myself. Some old friends from back then are probably gnashing their teeth thinking of me now. Ha, Yushio, go ahead and do it boldly. The sons of Qin province fear no battle. This old man has contributed enough to this country. Now that I'm out causing a ruckus, it's still living up to my ancestors. As for the bigger picture, I don't care. My own child has been schemed against and bullied, and if I endure it, others will say I'm a coward without guts. That's all I have to say. Hang up. After Chu Tianjiao put away the communicator, the training camp administrator finally lost his composure, his expression turning grim. The old master of the Chu family was not Yushio. Yushio was young and lacked resources and connections. But who was the old master of the Chu family? Even if he had offended many in the past, he had also saved many. Once things escalated, the entire capital would be thrown into chaos. Yushio, don't act recklessly for now. I will definitely explain this matter to you. Yushio smiled faintly and decisively shook his head. When I expressed my stance before, you showed me your martial power. When I displayed my martial power, you tried to reason with me. Now I have no patience left. I won't play along anymore. do as you wish. But I must remind you, you'd better pray that those people in the capital are well hidden, otherwise, I will show no mercy. As Yushio's words fell, he turned and said, Tianzhou, arrange for people to conduct a thorough search of the forest. All the trainees in the training camp are now under our command. If anyone has even a word of discontent, just kill them. I have only one requirement now. There can only be my voice in the training camp, no one else's. I mean anyone. Not even the instructors or the overall supervisor. Do you understand what I mean? At this moment, Chu Tianjia was also filled with passion, nodding heavily. Boss, I understand. I will definitely handle it properly for you. Yu Xiu nodded slightly. Before that, arrange for someone to sweep through all the rankings. The top 10 on the rankings can only be our own people. No one else is allowed to be on the list. Also, control the task office and the supermarket, all resource locations. We will choose the tasks first. If others want to take on tasks, they must pay points. And for the supermarket, if they don't allow us to pay points, then block the entrance. I don't want anyone to make purchases. Once Yushio said this, everyone present turned grim. This included the training camp administrator and the instructors, all of whom looked troubled. If Yushio did this, then these instructors would also be affected. Not only would there be no tasks to solve, but they would also have no way to earn points through odd jobs. They wouldn't be able to enter the supermarket to purchase resources either. Logically speaking, the people under Yushio were not the instructor's match at all. But they couldn't withstand Yushio. He was a genuine martial sovereign. Boss is mighty. Xioshin is mighty. Among all the people present, the students from Qin province were undoubtedly the most excited. First, they could access resources that others could only dream of. Second, since the training camp began, Qin province had finally risen. The entire training camp was under the control of Qin province. Even the administrators were helpless. This was strength. The strength of the martial sovereign. At this moment, they looked at Yushio as if he were a deity of their faith. Those wealthy young masters who had followed Yushio since the purge operation were now immensely grateful for their initial choice. Now, in this training camp, they were one person below, 10,000 above. Glorious, legendary. Indeed, in the history of the training camp, this cohort of students from Qin province could already be considered legendary. Yushio was even a legend among legends. With his own strength, he had forced the local students from Kyoto to hide and not dare to show their faces. He had even put the powerful administrators of the training camp, the martial sovereigns, in a difficult position. This was a historic moment. How can I not like such a man? Jiang Zui gazed at Yushio with fiery eyes, as if she wanted to devour him. Yushio, in this life, I will stick with you, even if I have to cling to you for decades or even centuries, I won't let go. Thinking of this, Jiang Zui turned to wrap her arms around Yang Duling's waist, teasing, Are you feeling a flutter in your heart? Isn't such a domineering man particularly charming? And no. Yang Duling finally reacted, hurriedly shifting her gaze away from Yushio. Faced with Jiang Zui's teasing, she also shyly avoided eye contact. Hee, I knew you were shy, but from now on, we need to cooperate well. One person's charm isn't enough, so we'll make it two. By the way, I'll find a way to get Sister Nightingale over here. I don't believe Yushio would remain indifferent to such a blessing. Yang Duling, with a dodging gaze, said, As suit yourself, I won't get involved. On the other side, the training camp administrator could no longer hold back and questioned, Yushio, this is a genius training camp, organized by the state. Have you considered the consequences of your reckless behavior? Consequences? Yushio shook his head lightly and retorted, Isn't this what you taught me? There has never been fairness in this world. Now that I am strong, what's wrong with me controlling everything? Perhaps my actions have touched the interests of you, the training camp administrator? It seems that way. Yushio suddenly spoke with a harsh tone. Remember what I told you before. Your bottom line does not allow others to touch it, and my bottom line does not allow anyone to touch it either. This is my strength. What can you do about it? As he spoke, Yushio suddenly activated his divine speed and blood rage talents. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the training camp administrator. At that moment, his speed and aura were terrifying, like a bloodthirsty demon. Under the effect of blood rage, Yushio's eyes turned a deep crimson. Blood rage talent? And this speed? The training camp administrator was also frightened by Yushio's actions, quickly retreating a few steps. Once he felt he was in a safe position, he let out a long sigh of relief. Why, you actually have hidden abilities? The training camp administrator was truly astonished. At that moment, he finally realized that Yushio was like an endless abyss. Just when he thought Yushio had exhausted his trump cards, the next moment would reveal new shocks. This kind of seemingly bottomless hidden strength instilled a sense of unknown fear. He was almost wondering if Yushio's current martial sovereign strength still had secrets hidden. After Yushio took control of the training camp, the students from Qin province began to sweep through all the rankings. In the strength rankings, Yushio, the martial sovereign held the top position, and in the points and task rankings, he dominated all the top spots. Not only that, but the top 10 spots on every leaderboard are occupied by students from Chin Province. Moreover, places like the task center and the supermarket have students from Chin Province setting up checkpoints. To accept a task at the task center, one must pay a certain amount of points, and 20% of the points earned from the task must also be surrendered. As for the supermarket, since the training camp manager is unwilling to pay points, it has become the quietest place in the entire training camp. Commander, the entire training camp is currently maintaining order under Yoshio's regulations. We simply cannot carry out our work here. Moreover, according to Yoshio's rules, all conflicts must not result in death or injury, just a light touch, which does not align with our original rules. If this continues, we won't be able to report to the higher-ups. The pressure from the secret realms and ruins is increasing. If we don't cultivate a group of newcomers who have seen blood soon, it won't be long before there are problems with the secret realms and ruins. The training camp manager sighed helplessly, his brows furrowed with worry. I understand the situation is serious, but what can we do now? Yoshio is a martial sovereign, and a martial sovereign with multiple talents at that. I am no match for him in terms of strength. Besides, the Chu family from Chin Province is backing him. What can I do? Just like old Master Chu said, he can leave Chin Province, but he had concerns before. Now, with Yoshio's appearance, old Master Chu has almost no worries, completely compensating for the Chu family's shortcomings. Do you know what kind of existence old Master Chu was back in the day? He was a madman, acting without any scruples, a thorough madman. If I force old Master Chu to leave Chin Province, do you know how big of a burden I would have to bear? Even if I am a martial sovereign, I wouldn't survive. The instructor asked in shock, Commander, is it really that terrifying? Humph, it will only be more terrifying. The training camp manager cursed angrily, those bastards in the capital have no rules in their own actions, and now they drag me down. Old Master Chu has spoken, and now they all pretend to be mute, afraid of taking the blame. Am I not afraid? After a long silence, he seemed to make a decision and said, one day, just one day. If those people in the capital don't respond, then secretly inform Yoshio about the whereabouts of those who used the Yamatba flower to create the beast tide. You bastards are throwing down your tools. I won't care about this anymore, as long as I don't take the blame. After all, it's not my son who's dying. The instructor asked with concern, Commander, are you really going to do this? Those people may not be the top talents from the families in the capital, but they are at least direct descendants. If it gets out that we leak the information, it won't end well. Idiot. The training camp manager frowned. I said to do it secretly. Don't you understand what that means? Can't you be a bit more discreet and not let others notice? This. The instructor nodded helplessly. Understood. I'll arrange it right now. I said 1 day later, it means 1 day later. Do you understand? Understood. The instructor left the office, cursing inwardly, with the intelligence of those big families. Do you really think it's that easy to do it secretly? If it goes wrong, in the end, I'll still take the blame. They're all bastards. Sigh. If only I had strength like Yoshio, I wouldn't have to care about these dogs' faces. A day quickly passed. There was still no response from the capital. The training camp manager urged the instructor to reveal the news to Yoshio. Boss, just now the brothers below reported that they found the whereabouts of those bastards from the capital. Chu Tianjiao arrived at Yoshio's villa, a mocking expression on his face. Although the messenger was very discreet, it doesn't take a guess to know it's someone from the training camp manager. Now he is the one stuck in the middle, feeling the most uncomfortable. Aside from him, I really can't think of anyone else. He also wants to muddle through. Yoshio smiled faintly, publicly proclaiming, thanks to the Grand Commander for his profound understanding and for leaking the news. Boss, this move of yours is truly brilliant. Chu Tianjiao was taken aback. He never expected Yoshio to have such a cunning side. This proclamation was essentially putting the training camp's administrators on the hot seat. Do you really think I'm that bored? Yoshio shook his head. The Grand Commander is at least a martial sovereign, and this time the families in the capital have practically sold him out. If he were truly wise, he should know how to choose sides. Recently, you've told me some things about the old master, so I think we need to take the initiative first. Once the old master leaves Chin Province, it means the table will be flipped, and there will be no turning back. At that time, Chin Province will definitely be in chaos. The Blood God cult will probably take the opportunity to stir up trouble in Chin Province. After all, we cleaned out the Blood God cult in Jiangtan last time. Such a deep-seated grudge, I believe the Blood God cult will not easily let it go. At this point, Chu Tianjiao's expression grew serious. Despite the Chu family's outward appearance of prosperity, they had long been mired in a quagmire. The old master's actions in his youth seemed carefree and strong, but there were many criticisms that had been suppressed. If the old master could become an unparalleled powerhouse dominating half of Huaxia now, perhaps the Chu family wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Unfortunately, the old master had limited talent. Thinking of this, Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but look at Yu Xiu. Just as the old master said, investing in Yu Xiu was a gamble. Once he could rise to prominence and secure a place, the Chu family's current predicament could be easily resolved. As he interacted more with Yu Xiu, Chu Tianjiao also believed that the old master had a keen eye. Yu Xiu was indeed worth the investment. Perhaps he would become a legend in the future. Or perhaps he would elevate the Chu family to new heights. Boss, that bunch of bastards in the capital are hiding in the ruins deep in Wushan. Should we go over? Yu Xiu shook his head. Not in a hurry. Let's first spread the news and let the bullets fly for a while, waiting for the Grand Commander to make a decision. The depths of Wushan are not a place you can just wander into. If the Grand Commander chooses to side with us, we can find a group of instructors to accompany us. If he doesn't choose to side with us, then I'll have to go alone. At this point, Yu Xiu paused. Now that he was a martial sovereign, it was a good opportunity to visit the ruins, to see the assessment of the Qilin Jade Pendant. Ever since he learned about the talent required for the assessment, he had been very tempted. That kind of assessment that could be passed down as a divine beast might not necessarily be a real divine beast, but it was enough to prove the strength of one's talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so outrageous. Yu Xiu, you bastard. After receiving Yu Xiu's instructions, in order to speed up the dissemination of the news, Chu Tianjiao not only rallied the students from Qin province but also forced students from other provinces to join in the proclamation. In no time, the entire training camp knew that the Grand Commander had leaked news about the students from the capital. Grand Commander, this Yu Xiu is really something. We kindly help him, and he actually turns around to slander you. Slander? The training camp administrator glared at the other person, shouting, "You're just trash. I told you to secretly pass on the message. How did Yu Xiu and the others find out?" The instructor protested, "Grand Commander, this isn't my fault. Think about it. Yu Xiu is clearly trying to frame you, regardless of whether the one passing the message is you." In fact, the instructor had unspoken thoughts. At this point, the only one who could pass a message to Yu Xiu was the Grand Commander. Even a fool could figure that out. Only you, now forced into a corner, are in a panic and throwing caution to the wind, completely flustered. Do I need you to remind me? Don't I know Yu Xiu's intentions? The training camp administrator fell silent, clearly deep in thought. The instructor beside him was cautious, not even daring to breathe. After a long while, the training camp administrator spoke. Now help me contact the old master of the Chu family. Okay. The instructor immediately connected the communicator. Not long after, a deep voice came through the communicator. Old Chu, it's me, Chen Sihai, the head of the provincial training camp. Oh, it's you. After a brief response, Old Chu fell silent. Chen Sihai could only continue. If I join your camp, can you guarantee my life and my family's safety? Beep beep beep. The communicator was abruptly disconnected. Chen Sihai was left in a daze. He sat there for a long time, and only after a while did a look of realization appear on his face. Then he called back. Old Chu, I know I was wrong. There was a long silence on the other end before Old Chu's voice came through again. You are not joining the Chu family. You should be aligning with Yu Xiu. Even the Chu family is now trying to get closer to Yu Xiu's camp. You are a smart man, many things need not be said. As for what to do, it all depends on your own considerations. Old Chu spoke briefly before hanging up the communicator again. Chen Sihai sat there in a daze, but inside, he felt like a storm was raging. The Chu family was trying to get closer to Yu Xiu's camp, but what did Yu Xiu have to offer? Chen Sihai couldn't make sense of it. In his view, Yu Xiu was merely talented, able to reach the martial sovereign realm at such a young age, and indeed had a promising future. But Yu Xiu had no foundation. He was just an ordinary commoner. After struggling for so many years, he had long understood that foundation and connections were the true path. Without these, one would need to be powerful enough to suppress an era. But Yu Xiu clearly did not meet these conditions yet. Why would someone like Old Chu have such high expectations for Yu Xiu? Could it be that Yu Xiu had some unknown secret? Upon reflection, Chen Sihai felt somewhat relieved about Yu Xiu's seemingly bottomless hidden depths. But should he take the gamble? Once he got close to Yu Xiu, it would mean he was completely opposing the capital. Moreover, given Yu Xiu's character, he would definitely have to eliminate those students from the capital. At that point, there would truly be no turning back. Chief, if Old Chu can leave Qin province for Yu Xiu, I think we can try to believe in him too. Seeing Chen Sihai's troubled expression, the instructor beside him suddenly spoke up. You make a good point. Old Chu leaving Qin province is betting the entire Chu family. What do I have to be conflicted about? This seemed to awaken Chen Sihai, and he stood up, saying, Let's go meet Yu Xiu. In the villa, Yu Xiu sat across from Chen Sihai. Chu Tianjia was nearby acting as a server, pouring tea and attending to them. Yushio, you know my situation. If I choose to join your camp, what guarantees can you give me? No guarantees. Yushio shook his head. Otherwise, the chief can leave now and test the limits of those in the capital. Perhaps they won't make things difficult for you. Chen Sihai opened his mouth. He knew he had lost again. Previously, facing old Chu, he could understand not having the initiative, but how could someone just over a decade old think like those old foxes? It made sense. His current situation left him with no qualifications for initiative. He was indeed being forced into a corner. Alright, what do you want me to do? Arrange for some instructors to accompany me to the ruins. Yushio got straight to the point. Of course, the chief must come along too. Yushio's trip to the ruins was primarily to eliminate those students from the capital. The reason for bringing Chen Sihai was to take this opportunity to establish a bond. In this way, even if Chen Sihai had ulterior motives, he would have no way out and could only follow Yushio to the end. Secondly, it was for the ruins assessment. Having held the position of head of the provincial training camp for so long, Chen Sihai surely knew a lot about the ruins assessment. He would just happen to serve as a guide. Alright, I'll go with you. Chen Sihai understood Yushio's intention and stood up, saying, I'll go back now to make arrangements. Notify me when it's time to depart. Yushio nodded slightly. Only then did Chen Sihai turn and leave. How come the boss never noticed before? You're really too scheming. After Chen Sihai left, Chu Tianjia scoffed. Once we follow into the depths of Wushan, there will be no turning back for our commander, and we must present our loyalty tokens. As a scion of a prominent family, Chu Tianjia could clearly see Yushio's intentions. Stop being so talkative. After I leave, the training camp matters will be handed over to you. Everything as usual. Chu Tianjiao asked, now that the commander has taken sides, should we continue to seal off those areas in the training camp? Yushio countered, since he is already one of us, what's wrong with pulling some points from the training camp? After all, we need a lot of points to form a team later. Taking this opportunity to gather more is a good idea. The training camp isn't short on points. What do you think? Chu Tianjiao grinned. Boss, you're still the schemer. I'm not as good as you. Bang! Yushio suddenly kicked out, and Chu Tianjiao flew back 2 meters. Next time you call me scheming, just wait to lie in bed for half a month. Chu Tianjiao chuckled, got up from the ground, and said with a face full of grievance, Boss, next time, could you be a bit gentler? He pointed to the footprint on the inner thigh. Look, it was just a few centimeters off. If it had been slightly to the left, my happiness for the rest of my life would be gone. My 6 delicate little wives would have to live as widows. Yushio was speechless. Fortunately, your mom has created a cult persona for you outside. Otherwise, if people knew that the heir of the Chu family from Qin province is a clown, the Chu family's image would probably take a big hit. Near noon, Yushio and the others set off for the depths of Wushan. Chen Sihai brought 30 instructors this time, all at the level of 9-star grandmasters. According to him, these 30 were his most trusted confidants. The reason for not bringing others was simply to avoid spies from the families in the capital. Yushio didn't care about that at all. Since they are all above the grandmaster level, let's speed up. As soon as Yushio finished speaking, his pace quickened instantly, and Chen Sihai followed closely without saying much. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the depths of Wushan. As they got closer to the ruins, the Qilin Jade pendant reacted even more strongly. However, Yushio wasn't in the mood to think about the assessment. Instead, he asked, which ruin are those people from the capital hiding in? The No. 9 ruin in the southeast. Yushio was naturally aware of the numbering of the Wushan ruins. The earlier the number, the greater the danger inside. The No. 9 ruin was the outermost ruin in the depths of Wushan, where the fierce beasts were only at the grandmaster level, which indeed suited the training of these students from the capital. Let's go! Yushio found the right direction and accelerated again. Chen Sihai was fine, but the 30 grandmaster instructors following behind were struggling. Yushio's speed was simply too fast. They were all desperately trying to keep up. Of course, they also knew that Yushio wasn't going all out and was considering them. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. This is the entrance to the No. 9 ruin. Inside the cave, there is a portal resembling a black hole. It used to be guarded and maintained by someone, but after the ruin was almost emptied, no one has been there to guard it anymore, Chen Sihai explained. Yushio then stepped inside. Upon entering the cave, it wasn't the expected pitch-black darkness. Instead, there were lights illuminating the walls. Although it wasn't as bright as at home, it was at least enough to see the path. After going in about 4 or 5 meters, they stopped in front of a portal resembling a black hole. Before Yushio could react, Chen Sihai stepped forward and said, I'll go in first. Yushio had no objections to this. He followed Chen Sihai into the black hole. This was his first time entering a ruin. The moment he entered the black hole, he felt a slight sensation of weightlessness, though it wasn't very strong. It was just for an instant. Yushio then noticed that the scene before him changed. Lush green mountains and clear waters created a remarkably beautiful environment. Is this the relic that appeared out of nowhere in the early era of martial arts? It certainly has a bit of a paradise feel to it. The area of Relic No. 9 isn't very large, probably around a few thousand acres. With our numbers, we can find people quickly, Shen Sihai said. Just find someone to go, and we can wander around. Shen Sihai clearly knew that it was Yushio's first time entering a relic and that he was curious about the place, so he went along with it. Sure, Yushio nodded, and the 30 instructors immediately scattered. Many of the spiritual materials we humans use come from relics in secret realms. In a relic like this No. 9, the highest grade that can grow is B-grade spiritual materials. In the past, there were attempts to artificially cultivate them in the outside world, but they mostly failed. Later, although some spiritual materials were successfully cultivated, the results were very poor. What is sold on the market now as F-grade spiritual materials is considered low quality. Moreover, there were originally ferocious beasts in the relics that had developed intelligence, but they were all cleaned out later. The beasts here now are just slightly stronger than those in the outside world, mainly in terms of physical strength. Research has found that there seems to be some special substance in relics and secret realms that can enhance physical constitution over long-term habitation. Shen Sihai explained, this is why many large relics and secret realms have human cities built within them. Of course, those who can live in the cities of relics and secret realms are not people like us. The Chu family you know from Qin province used to live in a secret realm city. However, due to some actions of the old Master Chu, most of the Chu family members were forced to relocate. Of course, the Chu family still has a base in the secret realm city, which is said to be managed by the two sons of the old Master Chu. The son currently residing in Qin province is the father of Chu Tianjiao. He is the youngest son of the old Master Chu. During this time, Yushio admired the beautiful scenery while listening to Chen Sihai's narration. It was his first time hearing about secret realm cities. All along, he thought that everyone in Huaxia lived in the outside world. Now it seems there are many things he didn't know about. The chaos in the secret realms and relics that Chu Tianjiao mentioned must be related to problems in these cities. However, it has nothing to do with him right now. He doesn't want to get involved in these matters at the moment. For him, the most important thing is to accumulate strength and build influence. As he learned more about this world, Yushio's desire to form a power grew stronger. Commander, we've found them. All the trainees from the capital and some trainees from other provinces who followed them are all here. At this moment, several instructors returned. They recounted the situation of those trainees and added, in addition to these students, there are also over 100 grandmasters, clearly arranged by the families of these students in the capital. Among them are 2 martial sovereigns. To avoid being discovered, we didn't get close. Shen Sihai nodded, then looked at Yushio and asked, they have 2 martial sovereigns and over 100 grandmasters. What should we do now? Just kill them. Yushio was very confident in his own strength. As long as these 2 martial sovereigns were not high-star martial sovereigns, anything below 4 stars would be fine. However, in his view, no matter how extravagant the families in the capital were, they wouldn't arrange for high-star martial sovereigns to protect them. I'll follow your lead. In fact, Shen Sihai had the same thought. He also didn't believe that the families in the capital would send high-star martial sovereigns for protection. After all, before Yushio revealed himself, his strength was only that of a grandmaster. Although the news had spread later, the people in the relic didn't know about it. Yushio? The students from Kyoto were momentarily stunned when they saw Yushio bringing someone over. Then one of them sneered, Yushio, I know you're impressive, and your strength is that of a grandmaster, but you shouldn't have come here. Some people are born to be above ordinary folks, and those people are us. In your eyes, grandmasters are indeed formidable, but in my view, a grandmaster is just trash. In my family, grandmasters are merely watchdogs. As this student spoke, the grandmasters behind him couldn't help but frown, yet they remained silent. Because what he said was true, they were indeed watchdogs in the other family. Martial sovereign. You haven't seen one, have you, Yushio? Today you're lucky, I have 2 martial sovereigns here. Impressive, right? Yushio turned his gaze to the 2 men. Both were elderly, over 60, and their vitality seemed somewhat diminished. Logically, martial sovereigns could live to be 300 years old, and 60 was considered middle-aged. Yet these 2 showed signs of declining health, clearly due to injuries. 2 one-star martial sovereigns. No wonder they were sent to protect someone. Shen Sihai, are you going to wade into this mess? Although the 2 martial sovereigns didn't know Yushio, they recognized Chen Sihai and were aware of his 1-star martial sovereign strength. I don't want to either, but your movements have exposed me, and I brought Yushio in. Based on the style of those people in Kyoto, do you think I can expect a good outcome? Upon hearing this, the two martial sovereigns stopped talking. From their understanding, Chen Sihai's actions clearly left no room for retreat. If you seek death, don't blame anyone. Although Chen Sihai was also a one-star martial sovereign, they didn't take him seriously. In terms of high-end combat power and the number of Grand Masters, they held the advantage. No matter how you looked at it, they were bound to win. Say whatever you want. Chen Sihai shrugged, choosing not to say more, and instead looked at Yu Xiu. Who are the participants in creating the beast tide? Yu Xiu asked softly. Just as Chen Sihai was about to answer, a young boy in the crowd suddenly laughed loudly. Yu Xiu, using the Amatba flower was my mastermind, and they are all participants. But what does it matter if you know? Do you think this is a genius training camp? Don't be naive. In the genius training camp, you're the peak of combat power, I admit, but in this no. 9 ruins, Yu Xiu, are nothing. As soon as these words were spoken, several young men and women nearby all wore mocking expressions, looking at Yu Xiu as if he were a clown. Are you itching to kill us? What a pity. In this world, you need to have a background. Relying solely on strength isn't enough. Seeing their arrogant demeanor, Chen Sihai also revealed a sneer. His gaze towards them was filled with pity and sympathy. It really is them. Feeling Yu Xiu's gaze, Chen Sihai quickly nodded in response. Including these few, not a single one of the others above the Grand Master level will be spared. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiu left a shadow in place, and the bright silver flying knives at his waist sliced through the air, heading straight for the two martial sovereigns. Upon witnessing this, Chen Sihai understood Yu Xiu's intention. He was going to take on the two martial sovereigns alone. But thinking about it, with Yu Xiu's strength, dealing with these two weakened martial sovereigns would be a piece of cake. Make your move. Chen Sihai waved his hand, a fierce look on his face as he charged towards the several grandmasters. Martial sovereign? As Yu Xiu approached, the two martial sovereigns were instantly taken aback, hurriedly preparing to counter. Boom! With the upgraded version of the extreme power talent, Yu Xiu's strength was at least 2 million kilograms. The two weakened martial sovereigns didn't even reach 1 million kilograms in strength. With just this one punch, they were sent flying. In the air, the sound of bones cracking echoed. How can you be this strong? You. As their vitality surged, their faces showed horror. But Yu Xiu didn't give them a chance to react. The 9 bright silver flying knives followed closely behind. Be careful! The two martial sovereigns, in a hurry, quickly rolled on the ground like a donkey, narrowly avoiding 9 shining silver flying knives. His speed. Covered in dust and looking disheveled, the two men barely caught their breath before noticing Yu Xiu's body rushing down from the air at high speed, like a cannonball. Old 5, hurry! Seeing that they couldn't dodge in time, one of the old men shouted in panic. Immediately, a light shield appeared, enveloping the two of them. Bang! As Yu Xiu landed with a foot, a sound like metal clashing echoed. Damn! Do they even have martial sovereign defensive gear? Not far away, Chen Sihai heard the loud noise, turned his head, and discovered the light shield surrounding the two men, his face showing shock. Defensive gear was extremely rare. The fact that the two had martial sovereign defensive gear left Chen Sihai astonished. Damn it, these two old geezers seem to be picking up a life. Seeing the martial sovereign defensive gear, Chen Sihai's face also revealed a look of regret. Bang! 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 At this moment, Chen Sihai raised his eyebrows, seeing Yu Xiu coldly attacking the light shield. Each kick produced a tremendous sound. Yu Xiu, that's a martial sovereign defensive gear, it can't be broken. Chen Sihai reminded, as long as they don't deactivate it, we can't do anything. However, their task is to protect these little brats. If they don't come out, we'll kill all these little brats, and then their mission will fail, and they won't escape death. There's no need to waste energy on them. Yu Xiu turned his head and asked, even if it's defensive gear, it must have its limits, right? Chen Sihai replied, indeed, there are limits, but not something a martial sovereign can break. Because this type of defensive gear is one-time use, not reusable, so its limits are even higher. Yu Xiu nodded, I understand. You all continue, don't mind me. At this moment, Yu Xiu had an idea. He could use this defensive gear to test his own strength limits. All along, he only knew the strength corresponding to his blood energy but had never truly tested his talent. In fact, some advanced instruments could measure it, but places like provincial training camps didn't have such high-level instruments at all. Because no one would think that a student could break through to the martial sovereign realm, Yu Xiu was indeed an exception. Blood Fury, Power Extreme, Chu Family Fist Technique. At this moment, Yu Xiu used all the means he could to enhance his strength, including the Chu Family Fist Technique, which he had been preparing to hide, was also used at this moment. Bang! With this punch, the force was at least 5 million kilograms, and the ground around the defensive light shield was blown away. Buzz! 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 The two martial sovereigns inside the shield suddenly felt a ringing in their ears. Old 5, what kind of freak is this guy? How can he have so much talent? That last cake had at least 5 million kilograms of force, right? Do you think we might get killed by the shock before the shield breaks? I don't know. Previously, the two had appeared indifferent to Yoshio's attacks, but now, they were gradually showing signs of panic. What does this kid want to do? He wants to. Before the two could finish their words, they saw Yoshio suddenly leap into the air. His body soared over 10 meters high. This kid wants to use the force. Doesn't he fear being rebounded to death? This is definitely madness. As the two exclaimed, Yoshio's foot had already landed on the light shield again. Boom! At the same time, the two martial sovereigns felt a ringing in their ears and sensed the ground beneath them rising significantly. Not good. If this kid comes a few more times, the shield will sink, and the ground will rise. The space we can stand on will only get smaller. At that time, we might be crushed to death by the shield and the ground. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and dig. Over here, Chen Sihai saw the actions of the two martial sovereigns and his expression became strange. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Commander, it seems like the two martial sovereign experts are digging a pit? Without digging a pit, we will die. Chen Sihai naturally understood the problem and sympathized with the actions of the two. Isn't it said that unless you overpower the defensive device, there's no solution? Isn't Yoshio now finding a way to counter the defensive device? Chen Sihai rolled his eyes and said, in the same realm, how many people can possess power like Yoshio? Take a closer look. That's the power of several talents stacked together. This move, aside from Yoshio, no one else in the world can execute. It's really monstrous. Time passed second by second. Yoshio had already attacked many times. Instead, the two martial sovereigns kept digging, and they were no longer visible from the ground. On the other hand, all the martial artists above the Grandmaster level had been slaughtered, and with him, a martial sovereign joining in, even more Grandmasters were useless. Let these little brats stay for now and see how Yoshio will deal with them. Now, let's watch the show. After hearing Chen Sihai's words, the instructors stood still and began to watch. Meanwhile, the students from the capital had pale faces, their bodies trembling. They never expected that Yoshio was also a powerful martial sovereign. Moreover, he had suppressed the two martial sovereigns to the point where they couldn't fight back. Now, they could only shrink inside the defensive light shield, continuously digging. It was ironic no matter how they thought about it. Don't panic, Yoshio shouldn't dare to kill us. After all, we are all direct descendants. That's right, Yoshio comes from a common family. We can negotiate, offer him many resources, and I believe he should agree. Let's try that later. With this thought, the few young heirs felt a bit braver. These two bastards, I must tell my father when we get back, and have them executed. The defensive device is meant to protect us, yet they used it for themselves. Those two bastards deserve to die. Chen Sihai turned his head and said, you still have the mood to curse? Those two bastards deserve to die, but they are martial sovereigns. Yoshio dares to kill them. Do you think you are worth more than a martial sovereign? I mean in Yoshio's eyes, not in your parents' eyes. One of the young men retorted, we can offer him many resources, and we can give him the qualification to enter the secret city. As long as he moves in, an ordinary person can quickly break through to the Grandmaster level. Yoshio also has parents, he wouldn't refuse such good conditions. Chen Sihai sneered, you seem to have forgotten what level of power Yoshio is at now. 16 years old, alright, he will probably be 17 in 2 months. Do you think it's hard for a 17-year-old martial sovereign to want to move into the secret city? It might have been difficult before, but now you know the situation of the secret city better than I do. Otherwise, why aren't you living in the secret city but are out here? Chen Sihai laughed coldly. The reason the genius training camp was reformed was to cultivate a batch of blooded talents, right? Isn't Yoshio stronger than those blooded talents? As long as he speaks up, I believe there are plenty of people willing to bring him into the secret city. Perhaps you forgot Yoshio's relationship with the Chu family of Qin province. As long as Yoshio speaks, would the Chu family refuse? This statement left the young heirs looking panicked. Just as Chen Sihai said, Yoshio seemed completely unconcerned. No, don't try to mislead us. Even if Yoshio doesn't need the qualification to enter the secret city, he still needs resources, right? He is now a martial sovereign, but the higher one goes in martial arts, the more resources are needed. I don't believe Yoshio wouldn't care about resources. Upon hearing this, Chen Sihai fell silent. It was indeed the case. For someone from a common family, resources were more important than anything else. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many willing to become the lackeys of big families. A martial sovereign is a top-tier powerhouse in any city or province. There are still martial sovereign experts willing to become the dogs of the big families. This includes himself. It wasn't always like this. They had only sought to please those families in Kyoto, hoping to gain resources. Crack! Just as Chen Sihai fell silent, a sudden crack echoed from not far away, accompanied by a scream. At that moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. What did that sound mean? It meant that the martial sovereign's defensive barrier had been violently shattered by Yushio. Damn it! Chen Sihai cursed. Then he saw Yushio approaching, dragging two bloodied individuals. Clearly, they were the two martial sovereigns, but now they were covered in blood, struggling to breathe. Are they still alive? Alive! Yushio nodded and then asked, do these two still have any value to the families in Kyoto? Probably not. Slap. As soon as Chen Sihai finished speaking, he saw Yushio suddenly raise his hand and slap the heads of the two martial sovereigns, sending them straight to meet the king of hell. Just like that? But they are two martial sovereigns. Chen Sihai looked incredulous, while also shocked by Yushio's decisiveness. If they have no value, why keep them? Yushio wore a look of indifference, then his gaze swept over the students from Kyoto, the instigators of the Beast Tide. Yushio, we are still useful. You need resources for your cultivation, you can exchange us for resources, a lot of resources. That's right, we are still useful. We are all direct descendants of our families. Trust us, our value will far exceed your imagination. At this moment, Chen Sihai also spoke up. What they said is correct. The further you go in martial arts, the more resources you will need. Keeping them to exchange for resources is the wisest and best outcome. I know. Yushio nodded, and just as Chen Sihai was about to say something, he suddenly heard Yushio speak again. Kill them all. What? Do I need to say it a second time? And no need. Chen Sihai looked helpless. Deep down, he didn't want to kill. Once he did, there would be no turning back. He had thought Yushio would compromise for resources, but he was not moved at all. Resources? Yushio didn't need resources to increase his strength. They were utterly useless to him. They were only somewhat useful when forming a team later on. Yet even so, he didn't want to keep these people alive. Since he had decided to kill, he didn't want to go against his own feelings. Are you really going to kill them? Yushio didn't respond, just stared expressionlessly at Chen Sihai. Alright. Chen Sihai felt a chill in his heart. He glanced at the two dead martial sovereigns and ultimately compromised. With a wave of his hand, several instigators of the Beast Tide all died under Chen Sihai's palm. Looking at the fallen individuals, Chen Sihai took a deep breath. From this moment on, he was tied to Yushio on the same warship. Only if Yushio grew stronger would he rise with the tide. What about them? Chen Sihai pointed to the other students. Didn't you say resources are very important? Just use them to exchange for resources. Use them to exchange for resources? Chen Sihai frowned. Do you know how many people you will offend by doing this? Haven't we already offended them? Yushio said, the students we just killed were all descendants of the big families in Kyoto. As long as they take the lead, do you think these medium and small families will stand by and do nothing? Or will they act to please? Chen Sihai was taken aback. He had to admit that he increasingly admired Yushio. After living for so many years, he found that a teenager like Yushio saw through things more clearly than he did. As this matter came to a close, Yushio asked, you've been the head of this training camp for so many years. You should know something about the relic assessment, right? Chen Sihai frowned. While he was horrified inside, he didn't dare to ask too much. I know. If you want to participate in the relic assessment, it cannot be conducted now, Chen Sihai explained. The relic assessment only officially begins on the night of the full moon each year. It will probably be about 2 months after you finish the martial arts exam. It's mid-May now, so by the time you enter university, your school mentor will likely bring you to participate in the relic assessment. Yushio asked in confusion. Isn't it said that you need the assessment jade pendant to participate? In theory, yes, Chen Sihai explained. The assessment jade pendant qualifies you to participate in all checkpoints. However, anyone can participate in the first level of the assessment. But over the years, very few people have gained talents at the first level. There are some who possess the assessment jade pendant and have gained some talents. I understand. Yushio nodded. It seems the relic assessment can only be postponed. Let's head back to the training camp. After leaving the No. 9 relic, Yushio glanced at the tallest No. 1 relic in the distance before turning to leave. The previous journey was quick because it was led by grandmasters, but now with these students, the return trip took more than 3 hours. It wasn't until dusk that Yushio and the others returned to the training camp. As for the students they brought back, they were all handed over to Chen Sihai for management. Then Yushio returned to the villa. Earlier, he had fought with 2 martial arts masters without expending much effort. The main fatigue came from breaking through the defensive light shield and the rebound force of the shield. Upon returning to the villa, he washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yushio felt refreshed. After instructing Chen Sihai to relay messages to the families of those students, he settled down to wait. Meanwhile, news of Yushio's martial arts master's strength spread. The upper echelons of Huaxia were shocked. A few months ago, several prestigious universities had expressed interest in recruiting Yushio, and now they were taking action again, even engaging in open and covert competition. For these prestigious universities, the addition of Yushio could instantly elevate their rankings. For the next 4 years, the school would have the confidence to crush other institutions. In university, there are many exchange competitions among prestigious schools, and even numerous international events. Additionally, there is a struggle for resources. The presence of Yushio could completely suppress all students from Huaxia's prestigious schools. This is the value of a 17-year-old martial arts master. While students from other prestigious schools are still lingering at the grandmaster level, suddenly a martial arts master emerges. This kind of crushing situation, even a fool would know the outcome. Boss, there are people looking for you outside. Chu Tianjiao walked into the villa and reported the situation of the visitors. Boss, this time the principals from the top 10 universities in the country have come in person. This is unprecedented. You have created history once again. Yushio looked up, thought for a moment, and then stood up to leave the villa. As he stepped out, a crowd immediately surrounded him. Hello, Yushio. I am the president of Huaxia University. Hello, Yushio. I am the president of Jinghai University. I am. A group of principals chattered, and Yushio raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Gentlemen, I only want to ask one question. If I agree to your special recruitment, can I enroll immediately, even starting from my senior year? Of course, junior year is also possible. If any of you can agree to this request, I will go with you right away. As soon as these words were spoken, the principals present fell silent. Yushio, that request is impossible. If it were in high school, perhaps skipping a grade could be considered, but not in university. University operates on a military merit system. Once enrolled, you become a reserve soldier. Every year, you must follow the military and complete the required tasks. If you want to skip grades or enroll early, we have no authority to make that decision. Because student records are not managed by us, you should understand that. You should change your conditions. No matter the resource supply or other conditions, we can offer you the best treatment. Think it over. Yushio shook his head. Resources were of no use to him. No matter how many resources were given, it was better to let him join a powerful class. In that case, his rate of improvement would not be comparable to the slow enhancement through resources. In fact, to Yushio, if he couldn't enroll early, then after completing the martial arts exam, when choosing a school, the major prestigious schools would still have to negotiate conditions and offer resources. Whichever school provided the most generous offer or had the greatest benefit for him would be the one he chose. The difference was minimal. Rather than that, it was better to wait in this training camp for a promotion. In the end, he could accumulate points and apply for the authority to form a team. According to the system's loopholes, once a team was formed, as long as it was named after a class, the summoning function would also be effective. Moreover, the number of team members would be greater. The right to choose team members would be in his hands. Bringing in a group of grandmasters would be more beneficial for his improvement. Furthermore, forming a team was also a way to plan for his future. There was no comparison between the two. Principals, I still say the same thing. If anyone can meet my conditions, I can leave with you immediately. If not, you can only wait a month until I finish the martial arts exam, and then we can discuss conditions. Upon hearing this, the principals understood that Yushio had made up his mind and did not press further. Besides, the martial arts exam was not far off. A month's time was not a big deal. In that case, we will take our leave. A month later, after the martial arts exam, we will come back. As they were leaving, the president of Huaxia University suddenly said, Yushio, the families in Kyoto have deep waters. You are still young. If you can endure, then endure. In the future, with your achievements, they will surely not dare to infringe upon you in the slightest. Yushio nodded and said, Thank you, principal. I know what to do. The president of Huaxia University sighed deeply. Although Yushio said this, he sensed through Yushio's eyes that the other party did not care about his advice at all. Boss, why do you insist on enrolling early and joining the 4th year? After sending off the principals, Chu Tianjiao asked curiously. Actually, from my perspective, with your current fame, it doesn't matter whether you participate in the martial arts exam or not, there's no need at all. Yushio replied, The reason I want to join the 4th year is simply that I don't want to be at the same stage as rookies like you. With that, Yushio turned and left, leaving Chu Tianjiao standing there. After a long while, he suddenly slapped himself. Look at your foul mouth. Why did you ask that? Aren't you being shameless? On the other side, after Chen Sihai conveyed messages to these families, they began to exert pressure. Various upper-level personnel from the training camp relayed orders to Chen Sihai to release the students. However, when Yushio learned of this, he directly declared, This training camp does not restrict death. All my actions are in accordance with the rules. Now that I am powerful, this piece of land in the training camp is my territory. As long as these students are still in the training camp, even if I kill them all, it is still in accordance with the rules. As for demanding resources, I am not clear, everything is just hearsay. Whether you believe it or not is up to your own feelings. Once these words were spoken, a huge uproar erupted in Kyoto. Yusho's statement was clearly a direct confrontation with these families, a head-on clash. Some insiders couldn't help but give Yushio a thumbs up. Of course, many others thought Yushio was overestimating himself. Meanwhile, from Chin province, there came the words of old Master Chu, young people are just too rule-bound, which is not good. The purpose of the training camp is to cultivate talented individuals who have seen blood. However, my child takes after me, he is still too kind-hearted. Let him do as he pleases. In short, I also want to take advantage of my still nimble legs to go out and see old friends, have some tea, and so on. The old man Chu's words clearly supported Yushio, and the families in Kyoto no longer stirred up trouble. Even those who had pressured Sensei had disappeared completely. Just like that, 3 days passed. Finally, news came from Kyoto, hoping that Yushio could meet to discuss the exchange. This immediately shocked many onlookers, as it meant Kyoto was backing down. Just as everyone was preparing to see how Yushio would respond, Sensei publicly declared, for those below the 5th rank, 100 S-grade spiritual materials, for those of the 3rd rank, 500 S-grade spiritual materials, for those of the 1st rank, 1000 S-grade spiritual materials, for masters, 5000 S-grade spiritual materials, no bargaining. After this clear pricing, the families in Kyoto fell silent. S-grade spiritual materials were indeed not much for the big families, but for some medium to smaller families, they were quite precious. A large amount of S-grade spiritual materials was needed to break through the master barrier. The quantity of S-grade spiritual materials indicated how many master-level experts could be cultivated. The students Yushio had detained numbered not less than 800. Collecting these S-grade spiritual materials would definitely amount to a considerable fortune. Boss, isn't that asking for too much? In the villa, Chu Tianzhou said, for a student below the 5th rank, asking for 100 S-grade spiritual materials, will those people agree? Especially those medium and small families. I estimate they will definitely be reluctant. Yushio replied, I don't know if they are willing or not, but right now I only care about how those people have fared these past few days. Chu Tianzhou scoffed, boss, you really are making good use of waste. Those guys helped us with tasks, and just the points alone are several tens of thousands, not counting the fierce beasts they hunted. They left some for the brothers to have extra meals, and the rest of the beast meat is all being sold at the supermarket entrance. They've also earned over 10,000 points. Moreover, with these students purchasing resources and task commissions, we have also accumulated several tens of thousands of points. Yushio thought for a moment and said, I heard through the grapevine that many students are already preparing to withdraw from the training camp? Chu Tianzhou nodded. This time we are asking for spiritual materials too harshly. Many families are anxious, worried that we will also demand resources from them later. So now they are all uniting to submit applications to the upper management of the training camp. Furthermore, some big families from Kyoto are involved, so I estimate the upper management of the training camp will definitely agree. At this point, Chu Tianzhou asked, Boss, should we take advantage of them not having withdrawn yet to harvest a wave of points? After all, here they have no ability to resist. We could take a wave of watches and collect all the points. Before Yushio could speak, Sensei hurriedly said, Yushio, you absolutely must not do this. These students in the training camp come from all provinces of China. Those who can become outstanding talents often have decent family backgrounds. If we do this, we will completely become public enemies of all of China. Even if old Master Chu steps out of Chin province, he might not be able to clean up the mess. Yushio nodded. Indeed, we cannot do this. If we do, it will really turn into a collective attack. Even if old Master Chu has some connections, he would be helpless in such a situation. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Tianzhou. Get your head straight. Right now we have the protection of rules in the training camp. Once we leave here, I'm not afraid. But what about you guys? When the martial arts exam ends and you enter university, you might suffer. Chu Tianzhou gasped at his words, his expression becoming awkward. I just didn't think that much. I was only focused on harvesting points. I overlooked these things. Yushio said, it's not that you overlooked these things, but rather that you have been dominating in this training camp for too long, and your mind has been muddled. Beside him, Sensei nodded heavily. Indeed, because of Yushio's presence, this group of people from Chin province was fearless in the training camp, gradually developing this lawless habit. What does Kyoto say? Sensei replied, they will probably start sending the spiritual materials over tomorrow. Yushio nodded, turned his head, and said, Tianzhou, contact the old master and have him arrange for someone to come over tomorrow to receive them. Chu Tianzhou replied, don't worry, my grandfather will come personally tomorrow. Yushio nodded. Indeed, they had offended the families in Kyoto too severely this time. If old Master Chu did not intervene, trying to take these spiritual materials away would likely lead to a major battle, and the road back to Qin province would not be easy. By the way, there's one more thing. Chen Sihai suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, after this incident, the training camp will probably have to close early. This incident has caused quite a stir, leading to the training camp losing its original significance. It is estimated that after this closure, the national training camps may need to change their approach. I heard that to strengthen the effort, the national training camps will be placed in secret realms. And Yushio, you are very likely to be excluded from continuing to participate in the training camp, mainly because your presence has exhausted those people above. Chu Tianjiao laughed heartily. You don't have to be so euphemistic. What exhaustion? Those people up there probably hate the boss to death right now. The boss's presence is not training at all, it's just bullying kids. How could these families in Kyoto be so foolish after suffering such a huge loss? Yushio couldn't help but frown. If he was not allowed to participate in the national training camp, how would he improve his strength? The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yushio. Could he use the fact that he wouldn't participate in the national training camp to propose a condition, directly exchange it for the qualification to form a team? This matter would still require old Master Chu's help, and he would be coming over tomorrow to discuss it. The next day, when the various families from Kyoto brought the spiritual materials, old Master Chu also arrived. However, accompanying him were some family members from Qin province. Previously, some students from Qin province had betrayed their home and acted as lackeys for the Kyoto students. In the know, 9 ruins, these students from Qin province were also detained. Yushio, we are all from Qin province, those kids were just being foolish. Can you let them go? Yeah, they just made a mistake in the heat of the moment. We will definitely educate them well when we get back. They are just kids. You are an adult, so don't make it hard for them. Kids being foolish? I seem to be only 17 myself. Yushio sneered inwardly. Shut up. Old Master Chu snapped. Since they made a mistake, they must pay the price. If they dared to betray Qin province and side with Kyoto this time, will they dare to betray humanity and side with the Beast Army next time? The grievances between Qin province and Kyoto over the years, although partly my fault, kindness is kindness, and resentment is resentment. Hand over the spiritual materials, and then get lost. Hearing old Master Chu's words, the representatives from the Qin province families dared not speak further. They had originally wanted to play the emotional card to have Yushio exempt them from these spiritual materials. Now they had only brought trouble upon themselves. With no other choice, they could only take out the S-grade spiritual materials they had brought. On the contrary, the people from Kyoto were very efficient. They left the spiritual materials and immediately took their people away without a word. Now I announce that this provincial training camp is hereby concluded. All students must leave the training camp area by today. With the transaction concluded, Chen Sihai also came out to announce. Not only that, but the students' watches also displayed notifications. At this moment, the students looked at Yushio with complex expressions. Clearly, they knew that the reason for the early end of the training camp was Yushio. However, some were very grateful to Yushio. Because of some of Yushio's regulations, they had preserved their lives in this training camp. Although they had to hand over commissions for tasks, at least their lives were safe, and they were not humiliated. During this time, their improvement had been far greater than in the municipal training camp. Under the regulations set by Yushio, hard work brings rewards. In the previous city-level training camp, the rewards for hard work mostly ended up benefiting others. Thank you, God of Repair. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Since the city-level training camp until now, during this time when you changed the rules, I can finally sleep peacefully without worrying about being attacked at any moment. In fact, we are also willing to hand over our commissions. At least during this time, our efforts have been rewarded. That's right. My parents always told me to work hard, and there would be rewards. But in the end, I realized that this saying is just a lie. Especially in the training camp, I believe even more that this is a ridiculous lie. Effort will bring rewards, but more often it becomes someone else's wedding dress. Sometimes, a few friends and I joke about it. We earn points by completing tasks, which feels just like being delivery workers, delivering for others. To be honest, God of Repair, at first, I hated you, cursed you behind your back, envied and resented you, and the words I used were quite filthy. But later I found that my strength was increasing faster, and I couldn't even curse anymore. Instead, I felt particularly grateful to you. At that time, I thought I was quite pathetic, but I liked this kind of pathetic. As soon as these words were spoken, many trainees burst into laughter. Even the usually stern old Master Chu couldn't help but grin. You really are pathetic. Chu Tianjia laughed, but I like your kind of pathetic. I was thinking of having the boss take advantage of the training camp's suspension to harvest you all, but now it seems you still have some conscience. I'm somewhat relieved that the boss didn't agree to harvest you. A bunch of little leaks, you should be secretly happy to meet the boss. Old Master Chu suddenly scolded, you little brat, if it weren't for the crowd, I would have wanted to hit you. You really know how to provoke. Chu Tianjiao shrank his neck, clearly a bit afraid of Old Master Chu. Hey, you, if we have the chance in the future, I'll treat you to a drink. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianjiao hurriedly shrank behind Yu Xiu, not daring to speak again. Alright, everyone, let's go. Yu Xiu waved his hand and followed Old Master Chu to his villa. Grandpa Chu, I heard from Chen Sihai that they want to restrict my participation in the national training camp? Old Master Chu nodded. Indeed, that's the intention, mainly because your strength is too strong and uncontrollable. In any case, this training camp is inconsequential for you, it won't serve as a training ground, so if you don't participate, then don't. Yu Xiu shook his head. Grandpa Chu, I want to use this as a condition to exchange for the authority to form a team, is that possible? Old Master Chu was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Theoretically, it is possible, but to achieve it, you must use some special means. Special means? Yu Xiu looked puzzled. Force those families in the capital to help you. Old Master Chu chuckled. According to the rules, you qualify to continue participating in the training camp. If they want to cancel it like this, they certainly won't let it go as they wish. I was originally thinking of helping you get more benefits regarding this matter. Since you mentioned forming a team, we can operate on that later. Yu Xiu asked, Grandpa Chu, please don't keep me in suspense. Old Master Chu smiled and nodded. When promoting to the outside, during the national training camp, you must seek revenge. The grievances between the capital and Qin province must come to an end. Once this is said, they will definitely think I am behind you teaching you how to act. With your current strength, do you think those families will be afraid? If you pull off another hostage deal, how uncomfortable would they be? Chu Tianjia suddenly interjected, if that's the case, those families won't let their children participate in the national training camp. What do you know? Old Master Chu sneered, in your eyes, the training camp is just a place to enhance experience. But to those above, the training camp represents qualifications, the seeds of Huaxia, the future of Huaxia. Once you carry the title of a seed, it will concern many matters in the future. You don't understand this now, but you will later. Think about it carefully. Currently, all of Huaxia's top combat powers have gone through the training camp, especially the national training camp. Moreover, one of the conditions for forming a team is that you must come from the training camp. The families in the capital will never allow their descendants to skip the training camp. Yu Xiu asked, so, you mean to say that these families in the capital will definitely help to prevent me from causing trouble? Exactly. Old Master Chu nodded. Even if the conditions you propose are for the authority to form a team. Of course, the authority you can obtain won't be too high, you don't need to consider a 1,000-person team for now. I estimate they will agree to let you form a 100-person team, but don't worry, I will make them agree to at least 500. Yu Xiu nodded, I understand, I will follow Grandpa Chu's lead. In fact, he also knew that without Old Master Chu, even if they cancelled his quota, there would be nothing they could do. It was precisely because of Old Master Chu's presence that if they cancelled the quota, they would have to provide an explanation. How about this? Tomorrow, you come with me to the capital to finalize this matter. Old Master Chu grinned and added, once the team is legalized, you can take the opportunity of missions to go to the secret realm where the national training camp is located. The only difference is that you will lose the protection of your student title. Those people in the capital can send a large number of experts to besiege you in the secret realm. Yu Xiu shook his head with a smile, you don't need to worry about that, Grandpa Chu. As long as I obtain the authority to form a team, even if there are many one-star martial lords watching, I won't be too concerned. Old Master Chu was taken aback by his words. Clearly, he did not understand what Yu Xiu meant and was very curious. Do you have candidates for team members? And are they all strong? Yu Xiu shook his head. No, but I am confident. Old Master Chu pondered for a moment. If you need manpower to form a team, I can support you. I guarantee they will only listen to you and have no ties to my Chu family. Yu Xiu nodded. If they are all at the Grand Master level, I can leave some spots in the team for myself to enhance my strength. In Yu Xiu's view, part of the team members would be reserved for his own improvement, while the other part would be used to recruit talented individuals with potential. Grand Master? Old Master Chu asked, I may not understand your meaning, but is this very important to you? Very important. Yu Xiu nodded heavily. Old Master Chu contemplated for a moment. In that case, I suggest you visit the black market in the city of Secret Realm No. 7. There is an underground city there, filled with many trained dead soldiers. They are all at the Grand Master level, and some even at the 9-star Grand Master level. However, they have no future, having overdrawn their potential through the secret realm and ruins, just like Qingshan and the others. At this point, old Master Chu couldn't help but sigh. These children, like Qingshan, were once exceptionally gifted. But due to the Chu family's misfortunes, they felt grateful for the Chu family's nurturing and voluntarily went to the secret realm and ruins to overdraw all their potential. This is why they can reach the Grand Master level in their 20s. Upon hearing this, Yushio suddenly understood. When he first met Qingshan and the others, he was amazed by the strength of the Chu family, realizing they could cultivate so many Grand Masters in their 20s. Now he understood everything. For the talented, losing their future must be incredibly painful. Grandpa Chu, if Qingshan and the others can overdraw their potential, do those families in the capital also have such people? Old Master Chu nodded and said, indeed, it exists. But some families do not have the authority to form teams. Such people are not many. Even if there are, very few possess the strength of a death warrior like you. To be able to push one's potential to the level of a martial sovereign, how powerful must their talent be? Even those families in the capital would be reluctant to let such prodigies overdraw their potential. Yushio nodded and asked, Grandpa Chu, what you just mentioned about the 7 Secret Realm City, the situation with the black market death warriors? Right, let's get down to business, old Master Chu said. This underground black market is similar to an ancient slave market. There is a model inside, which is arena battles, categorized by age. As long as you defeat a death warrior, you can win everything they have, including their life. However, these death warriors have a drawback. Their minds have been disturbed. Their thinking becomes colder, even more cruel and bizarre. At this point, old Master Chu added, you should know about the Blood God Potion, right? Yushio nodded. In fact, the Blood God Potion is inspired by overdrawn potential from secret realms and ruins, which led to its research. You also know that the founder of the Blood God sect was once a researcher for the state. After leaving, he established the Blood God sect, and their research on genes and bloodlines comes from secret realms and ruins. Strictly speaking, the Blood God Potion is a defective product of those who overdraw their potential. Those who take the Blood God Potion will gradually have their minds disturbed. They will become increasingly cold-blooded, bizarre, and their handling style will change significantly. Qingshan and the others have also shown changes in their thinking. The reason they haven't become completely cold-blooded and insane is due to the effects of many spiritual materials, which have stabilized some of their original thoughts. However, even so, they still differ from normal people. Yushio asked, what are the consequences of long-term use of the Blood God Potion? Madness, inhuman thinking. Yushio nodded slightly. Now he finally understood why Xiaowan had changed so much when he encountered her at the city-level training camp. It turned out to be the effect of the Blood God Potion, and that Emosu. The feeling he gave off was also abnormal. Brutal, insane. The side effects of the Blood God Potion are so severe. Won't the higher-ups prohibit it? Prohibit? Old Master Chu shook his head and said, smoking is harmful to health. Why do people still smoke? The suffering of the lower-class people cannot be easily changed. As long as people have desires, the Blood God Potion cannot be prohibited. The side effects of the Blood God Potion are serious, but the strength it brings is real. If you didn't have your current strength, would you choose to live your life in a muddled state like a dog, or would you choose to take the Blood God Potion for a brief moment of glory? Yushio fell silent at these words. His answer would definitely be for a moment of glory. In his past life, while struggling at the bottom, Yushio had thought countless times in his heart, he would be willing to trade 20 years of his life for 10 million. Brief, yet very carefree. But even so, such fantasies remained unfulfilled. Yet here, it could be realized through the Blood God Potion. Whether it was Xiaowan or Emosu, perhaps even more Blood God followers. Such a choice is also human nature. In fact, in life, living is the hardest part. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Old Master Chu sighed and said, I will have someone compile all the information about the black market and give it to you for review. What we need to do now is to exchange your training camp quota for the authority to form a team. Shinsei, handle the matters that are being publicized externally. You will take care of that later. Not just the families in the capital, but it would be best if more people knew. Only in this way, the more people worry, the greater the pressure from above will be. Then it will be easier to negotiate conditions. Shinsei nodded and said, rest assured, old master, I will handle this matter well. Old Master Chu nodded and said, you probably can't stay here any longer. I have 2 choices for you, either follow me back to the Chu family in Qin province, or join the team that Yushio is about to form. No need to rush your answer, we can discuss it when we leave Kyoto. That afternoon, after Shinsei's news broke, Kyoto was once again thrown into turmoil. When the aristocratic families of Kyoto admitted defeat and agreed to the deal, they had already lost face. Many had thought that the next step would be a frenzied retaliation from the aristocrats. However, instead of retaliation, they were met with Yushio's arrogant words once again. This was clearly a move to offend the aristocrats of Kyoto to the core. The atmosphere was charged. Shu Yunchang, what exactly do you want to do? Do you really need someone from the secret realm city to come before you will let this go? Around 3 in the afternoon, several Black State guest cars arrived at the training camp, driving straight in and stopping in front of Yushio's villa. 2 elderly men, roughly the same age as Old Master Chu, stepped out of the cars. After just meeting Old Master Chu, one of the elderly men spoke with an angry expression. Shu Yunchang was indeed Old Master Chu's name. What do I want to do? Old Master Chu snorted coldly. Why did you cancel my child's spot? You have been in high positions for years, used to bullying the common people, but my Shu Yunchang's child will not be bullied by you. I'll say it plainly, either let my child continue attending the training camp, or I will fight you. Let me make it clear, even if someone from the secret realm city comes, so what? I am in the right, my child is strong, yet because of your underhanded tactics, he lost his spot in the training camp. It won't matter who comes. The 2 elderly men frowned upon hearing this. Just as Old Master Chu said, he was indeed in the right regarding this matter. Canceling Yushio's training camp spot without reason was a violation on their part. But now, they had no choice. They were under immense pressure. When Yushio's words spread through Kyoto, many panicked. They had their own martial sovereigns, but none were 17 years old. Once Yushio participated in the national training camp, it would be Kyoto that ultimately suffered. Don't give me that look, just state your conditions. What will it take for you to agree to let Yushio not participate in the national training camp? They were all 1,000-year-old foxes. There was no need to play tricks. The 2 elderly men did not want to continue arguing with Old Master Chu and decided to get straight to the point. Conditions? Old Master Chu sneered. I only want my child to participate in the training camp. Chu madman, that's enough. We have already made concessions and offered you conditions. Don't be ungrateful. Ungrateful? Old Master Chu waved his hand directly. Yushio, you go directly to the national training camp. Whoever dares to stop you, I will guarantee to be at their door day and night, and anyone who comes out, regardless of age, I will kill them all. Yushio nodded heavily. Grandpa Chu, rest assured, the humiliation I suffered today, I will repay double in the training camp. As he spoke, Yushio displayed a fierce demeanor. This scene made the 2 elderly men frown even tighter. They looked at Yushio, filled with helplessness. Once this kid participated in the national training camp, it would be like a lone wolf entering a flock of sheep. The wolf might not get fat, but the sheep would definitely die. Chu madman, you. One of the elderly men was about to speak when the other, who had been silent, raised his hand to stop him. Old Chu, you know the importance of the national training camp. Yushio's current strength is indeed not suitable for entering there. I know that canceling Yushio's spot is against the rules, but we must consider the bigger picture. Compensation must be given. We came here this time with sincerity. You should calm down, and let's discuss the compensation. Saying this, he looked at Yushio and smiled lightly. Little guy, we all see your strength. This time, we hope you can understand, the country has its difficulties too. Yushio didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Old Master Chu. Old Chu, what do you say? The old man also sensed Yushio's intention, so he turned and smiled at Old Master Chu. After all these years, you're still the best at talking, and the most cunning. Old Master Chu glanced at the old man beside him and snorted coldly. Unlike some people, who were brainless in their youth, getting beaten up without knowing when to pick their battles. When asking for help, one should have the attitude of someone who was asking for help. What a thing. You, shut up. Seeing this scene, Old Master Chu chuckled and said, I won't make it difficult for you. If you want my child not to participate in the national training camp, we can discuss it. With his strength as a martial sovereign at 17, he absolutely qualifies for the formation of a 1,000-man team, don't you think? Chu madman, you're dreaming. Yushio is strong, but does he have military merit? Why should he have the authority for a 1,000-man team? Old Master Chu scolded angrily. Old man, stop showing your teeth at me. Have you forgotten how you got that set of false teeth? You dare tell me Yushio has no military merit? Cleansing the blood god cultists in Zhengtan City, tell me, isn't that military merit? You want to show your teeth again? You really don't learn your lesson. Yushio, let's not talk about it. Later, you go to the national training camp, and Grandpa will give you a list. According to that list, take care of all the little bastards related to this old man one by one. I'll make you show your teeth. In my youth, I could make you change to a set of false teeth. Now my child can make your ancestral grave get a new layer of soil. Hearing this, the irritable old man dared not say more, his face exceptionally ugly, feeling aggrieved. Now you're scared? In your youth, you couldn't handle me. Now the little bastards you raised can only be bullied by my child. Now it's not about who can shout louder, but whose child is stronger. Like a dog, look at what you've become. Still showing your teeth at me. At this moment, Chu Tianjiao also held back his laughter. He never expected that the usually stern old man would have such a rogue side, but it was really refreshing. Old Chu, the authority to form a 1,000-man team is impossible. At most, give you show the authority for a 100-man team. Old Master Chu suddenly grinned and said, I was just waiting for you to say that. I was still thinking about how to take revenge. Now that you say this, I have a good reason to refuse. Saying this, he looked at Yusho and said, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want to help you fight for it. It's just that these two old guys have no sincerity. Later, Grandpa will give you a list. Those old bastards forced me to stay in Qin province with the entire Chu family back in the day. Perfect. You go to the training camp and help these old bastards' ancestral graves get a new layer of soil. Yusho nodded and said, Grandpa, don't worry. As long as they are on the list, I will definitely take care of it clearly for you. Hearing this, the old man looked at Yusho knowingly. Although he knew they were putting on a show for him, he couldn't do anything about it. Mainly because Yusho's strength was too great, even a group attack would have no effect. Old bastard. Little bastard. Old Chu, that's enough. The old man sighed helplessly and said, 300-man team formation authority. 1,000-man team formation authority. 500. 1,000-man team formation authority. 700. Deal. Old Master Chu knew that 700 was already the limit, so he agreed without hesitation. Old Chu, you. The old man was taken aback and sighed. Well, with Yusho's strength and age, he indeed has this qualification. According to the regulations, the authority to form a 100-man team requires 1 million points. Yusho only needs to pay 7 million points, wait for the review to pass, and it can be filed. And points? Old Master Chu immediately refused. What kind of joke are you playing? My child has suffered such great injustice, and you want compensation and points? With my child's strength, it might be a bit difficult to get the authority to form a team of 700 at the national training camp. However, getting the authority to form a team of 500 is not hard. At that time, 5 million points can be extorted one by one from my list. No, I mean, as spoils of war. It's just a matter of 200 fewer spots. With my child's strength, it will still be easy to earn military achievements in the future. Isn't it better to exchange military achievements directly for the authority to form a team of 1,000? Think about it yourself, isn't that the case? In any case, there are no points. At worst, we can go to the national training camp. There are plenty of points there. The old man really didn't want to argue with old Master Chu, waving his hand and saying, all right, if you don't want the points, then don't take them. We also believe in Yusho's strength and have high hopes for his future. Consider it an early investment. But you also understand that the review needs to wait until Yusho finishes the martial arts exam, enters university, and his identity information is included in the military achievement system. Old Master Chu nodded with a smile. I understand that. It's just a little over 2 months. Yusho can wait. The old man slightly nodded. Since we've come to an agreement, Old Chu, we haven't seen each other for so many years. How about we go to my place for some tea? Let's skip it. I'm worried that some people won't be able to sleep if we go to Kyoto City. Old Master Chu waved his hand. I also need to take the kids back. The old man nodded. In that case, we won't stay any longer. As the words fell, the two left by car. Old Master Chu chuckled. You kid, I didn't let you down, did I? Grandpa Chu, you battled against the scholars. Yusho gave a thumbs up in praise. You brat. Old Master Chu smiled and said, we should head back to Qin province. The longer we stay here, the worse it is for us. Chen Sihai, what about you? Chen Sihai replied, I want to join Yusho's team. Old Master Chu nodded. That's good. The situation is unclear now, so you should temporarily protect Yusho's parents. When he can obtain a private secret realm as a base, you will have a solid place. Yusho asked curiously, Grandpa Chu, can a private secret realm be personalized? I didn't tell you this before because I thought you were still far from forming a team. Old Master Chu said, now that your team formation is a done deal, it's time to tell you. The reason these families want to form teams is mainly for the secret realms. This secret realm is not one that has already been developed, but one that has been discovered but not yet developed. However, secret realms vary in size, mainly classified by the level of the team. In short, having a privatized secret realm is not only beneficial for the family's future but also greatly aids the growth of team members. Of course, choosing a secret realm also depends on strength and luck. Later, I will give you the information about the black market of secret realm No. 7. Yusho nodded and asked, does the Chu family have its own secret realm? Old Master Chu shook his head. No. After I formed the team, I fought a big battle with many people, and the losses were significant, so I couldn't seize any secret realms. Otherwise, the Chu family wouldn't be constrained, and I wouldn't be stuck in Qin province. Now, Grandpa won't hide it from you. The main reason I sought you out back then was that I hoped you could seize a secret realm, and if possible, I hoped the Chu family could settle in it. Of course, at that time, the Chu family would only be your vassal. If you have concerns, you can wait until your strength can crush the Chu family before letting them settle in the secret realm. Grandpa is still in good health and can protect the Chu family for several more decades. Yushio thought for a moment and said, Grandpa Chu, I can't answer you right now. However, I guarantee that if I choose to settle down, I will definitely consider the Chu family first. Old Master Chu laughed heartily. Your words are enough. At least you young man have shown me sincerity. Unlike others, who make a series of promises to gain the Chu family's help, which sound unreliable. Alright, you all tidy up. Chen Sihai will handle the handover, and then we can go home. When leaving the training camp, the sky had gradually darkened. The road to Qin province was safe, and the Kyoto family had not laid any ambushes. Just like that. It wasn't until late at night that Yushio and the others returned to Qin province. Due to time constraints, Yushio did not rush back to Jiangtan City but stayed at the Chu family. Chu Tianjiao's parents had also prepared a lot of sumptuous food in advance. They were especially warm towards Yushio. The meal ended only in the early hours of the morning. The next morning, Yushio got into the car arranged by the Chu family, taking Chen Sihai towards Jiangtan City. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Yushio walked into the house with Chen Sihai and found his parents playing poker. After the Blood God cult incident, his parents had not been going to the noodle shop as frequently, mainly because his uncle was managing it. I knew you were back, shouting as soon as you got home. Dongling, play your cards, don't mind this brat. Yushio looked over and saw Yang Dongling was also at home. Before he could ask anything, Yang Dongling stood up and said, Commander. Commander? Yushio's parents looked on with curiosity. Chen Sihai chuckled, I'm no longer the commander of the training camp, I'm now Yushio's subordinate, so everyone can relax. Old brother, old sister, let's sit and chat. Chen Sihai was quite sociable, walking over to start a conversation with Yushio's parents. Sister Yang, what rank is the commander? Is it very powerful? Zhuang Wenya asked the question that Yushio's parents wanted to know. Yang Dongling glanced at Chen Sihai, saw he had no objections, and began to explain, the commander is the manager of the provincial training camp. Provincial training camp manager? Zhuang Wenya exclaimed, isn't that particularly impressive, like my cousin, a grandmaster? Yang Dongling shook her head, no, not a grandmaster? Zhuang Wenya was puzzled, shouldn't it be a master? Our principal is a grandmaster, and the provincial training camp commander shouldn't be. At this point, Zhuang Wenya's expression froze, and she exclaimed, could it be a martial sovereign? Indeed, it is a martial sovereign. Everyone gasped at Yang Dongling's confirmation. A martial sovereign, that's a big deal. No, wait. Zhuang Wenya exclaimed again, just now, the commander said he was my cousin's subordinate? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Chen Sihai chuckled, you didn't hear wrong. I am indeed Yushio's subordinate. Is that true? Zhuang Wenya asked, puzzled, cousin, how can a grand master have a martial sovereign as a subordinate? Yushio's parents also looked over, their faces filled with confusion. Knowing the truth, Chen Sihai smiled without speaking, while Yang Dongling wore a complex expression. Yushio could only speak up, actually, I am already at the martial sovereign level. Martial sovereign level? Is that true? When Yushio revealed his strength, his parents and others were all stunned, stammering their questions. It's true. Yushio nodded again. However, his parents still felt as if they were dreaming, looking back at Chen Sihai. Yushio is indeed at the martial sovereign level. With Chen Sihai's confirmation, Yushio's parents were once again dumbfounded. After a long while, they slowly came to their senses. Mom and Dad, no matter what my strength is, I'm still the same as before. Yushio's parents nodded slightly, especially his mother, who couldn't help but glance at young Dongling. She had previously thought about bringing the two together, but now that she learned Yushio was a martial sovereign, her thoughts of matchmaking dissipated. She believed her son's level was no longer something she could reach, so when it came to finding a girlfriend, she chose not to inquire further. Are you all hungry? I'll go make dinner. Auntie, I'll help you. Yang Dueling left with Yushio's mother. Chen Sihai took the initiative to approach Yushio's father and said, Old brother, shall we play a couple of games? Yushio's father nodded with a smile, sure, it's usually lonely. As for Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanshan, they surrounded Yushio, asking questions left and right. Not long after, the dishes were served on the table. After dinner, Yang Dueling got up and left the villa to go home. Chen Sihai and Yushio's father continued to set up the chess pieces and began their battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Sihai had completely integrated into the villa. Every day, he either played chess with Yushio's father or helped out at the noodle shop. During this period, Yushio had also talked to Chen Sihai. As a result, Chen Sihai expressed that he really enjoyed this way of life. It was very leisurely. Every day felt fulfilling. Compared to the decades of deceit and scheming before, he preferred this lifestyle. To this, Yushio had nothing more to say. Ding dong! Ding dong! As the doorbell of the villa rang, Yushio opened the door and saw Chu Tianjiao standing at the door, along with his cousin Jiang Zui. Surprised, big boss? Yushio asked expressionlessly. What are you two doing in Jiangtan? Chu Tianjiao replied, going to school and then participating in the martial arts exam. Jiang Zui explained, we have now transferred to Jiangtan No. 1 High School, preparing to take the martial arts exam here, and we are currently living in the villa next door to yours. Yushio nodded, let's go to your house. Saying this, he walked out of the villa and headed towards the neighboring villa first. You brought the materials, right? As soon as he entered, Yushio asked. I knew you would ask. Chu Tianjiao went to the side, took out a tablet, and plugged in a USB drive. You can take a look yourself. Yushio took the tablet and started flipping through it while Chu Tianjiao said, my grandfather said that if you plan to go to the No. 7 Secret Realm City recently, he can arrange for someone. However, he advised you not to leave Jiangtan City for now. The families in Kyoto are definitely feeling frustrated right now, and once you leave Jiangtan City, they will undoubtedly take action without hesitation. It's best to wait until the authority to form a team is granted. At that time, you will be under national protection, and those people from Kyoto won't dare to act recklessly in the open. Yushio remained silent, carefully reviewing the materials. He understood all the information about the underground black market in the No. 7 Secret Realm City and the details of seizing the secret realm after forming a team. Huff! He raised his head and let out a long sigh. Whether it was the black market or seizing the secret realm, it was not as simple as he had thought. I don't plan to leave Jiangtan City anytime soon. Let's wait until after the martial arts exam to make a conclusion. Yushio had already understood the materials, so he decided to take this time to make a detailed plan regarding the black market situation in the No. 7 Secret Realm City and the matter of seizing the secret realm. Additionally, there was the formation of the team and naming it. How to exploit the system's loopholes. A series of issues all needed detailed planning. He was very clear in his mind. After forming a team, for a long time to come, the direction of his strength improvement would mainly focus on the team aspect, the selection of members and the future development direction. Initially, he thought about going to the No. 7 Secret Realm City to win some death warriors from the black market. But after reviewing the materials, he realized that winning many Grandmaster-level death warriors from the black market was not easy. In short, what he needed to do now was to plan all these matters in advance. During this time, once the martial arts exam was over, he might have to go to university. Big boss, Grandpa also said that if there are difficulties in recruiting team members, you can always ask him for help. Moreover, during this time, he will also send someone to investigate the situation of the new secret realm to prepare for your future efforts to seize the secret realm. Yushio nodded and said, for the next period, consider it a vacation. You all should focus on your training, maintain your condition, and strive to achieve good results in the martial arts examination. We understand. Chu Tianjiao and Jiang Zui nodded. A month flew by. During this time, Yushio was truly enjoying himself and organizing his plans. From time to time, he would practice with Chen Sihai, focusing on Chu Tianjiao, Jiang Zui, and Yang Dueling. To make training more convenient, Yang Dueling also moved to the neighboring villa. Tomorrow is the martial arts examination. You all have prepared enough during this time. With your strength, as long as you perform steadily tomorrow, your results won't be too bad, Yushio concluded. Chu Tianjiao rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement, and said, Boss, don't worry, we definitely won't be careless. In Jiangtan City, you rank first, and we will definitely fight for second. It's also mealtime now. Auntie must have finished cooking. Let's not dawdle here. I can already smell it from so far away. Recently, Chu Tianjiao had been completely won over by Yushio's mother's cooking. Moreover, Chu Tianjiao was quite charming. Not only did he win over his parents, but even the two young girls, Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian, were particularly friendly towards him, often calling him Tianjiao Gu, brother Tianjiao. Not only that, Chu Tianjiao shamelessly acknowledged Yushio's parents as his godfather and godmother. Godmother, I can smell it from so far away. Is there braised pork today? I think of your cooking every day while training. Chu Tianjiao hurriedly peeked into the kitchen and then shouted, Godfather, old Chen, are you still not done fighting? If there's no braised pork to eat later, don't blame me for being quick-handed. The next morning, the whole family set aside all trivial matters and headed straight to the Martial Arts Association, where the martial arts examination in Jiangtan City was being held. Yushio. As soon as Yushio's family arrived at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, they saw President Liu and the mayor waiting there early. Brother Huang, Brother Liu. Because of Yuxiu, the mayor and President Liu were quite close to Yuxiu's father. Recently, after Chen Sihai's arrival, the four of them would occasionally meet at a tea house. Uncle Huang, Uncle Liu, Zhuang Wenyai and Yu Chanshan also stepped forward to greet them sweetly. Passers-by looked on with curiosity at this scene. They recognized the mayor and the president, but they did not know Yuxiu's family. Although Yuxiu's name had become well known in Jiangtan, many people had never seen him. More were speculating that Yuxiu's family might belong to some powerful clan in Jiangtan. Let's go to my office first. President Liu waved his hand. I have prepared some good tea. Yuxiu had no objections to this. Here, anyone passing by would take a few extra glances, as if watching a monkey. Make yourselves comfortable. Upon arriving at the office, the mayor looked at Chu Tianju and Zhang Zui, smiling lightly. You must be Tianju and Zui, right? Hello, Mayor Huang. Thank you for coming to Jiangtan City to participate in the martial arts examination. It is my honor. With their strength, Chu Tianjiao and Zhang Zui's arrival would surely not result in low rankings, which would benefit Jiangtan City's martial arts examination standings. After the training camp, the overall strength of Jiangtan City's students had significantly improved. Now, the mayor no longer had to worry about Jiangtan City being merged due to poor martial arts examination results. In fact, after the examination, Jiangtan City was set to welcome a period of rapid development. With the current strength of Jiangtan City's students, their rankings in the martial arts examination would undoubtedly be good, and the resources provided from above would also increase. Of course, all of this was thanks to Yuxiu. Yuxiu, speaking of which, I have something to thank you for. At this moment, President Liu suddenly spoke up, his face full of smiles, while occasionally glancing provocatively at Mayor Huang. Old Liu, you rascal. Mayor Huang clearly guessed what it was about and couldn't help but curse. A bet is a bet. President Liu laughed heartily. Previously, I bet with old Huang that you would break through to Martial Sovereign within a year, and he bet 5 years. Eventually, you broke through to Martial Sovereign at the provincial training camp. In just a few months, you've walked the path we take in a lifetime. So old Huang lost, and his daughter is going to marry my son, ha. Seeing President Liu's smug expression, Mayor Huang was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Old Huang, don't be mad. The two kids have been childhood sweethearts. It's only natural for them to be together. Nonsense! Mayor Huang shouted angrily, your son is worthy of my daughter? You're the one talking nonsense. My son is impressive. How could he not be worthy? Watching the two argue, Yuxiu and the others couldn't help but laugh. However, Yuxiu's father thought of something and pulled Yuxiu out of the office. Xiao, your uncle Xiao came by a few days ago asking about Xiaowan. Ever since the training camp, she hasn't come back. At first, your uncle Xiao thought Xiaowan might, but your Aunt Lin is persistent, so your uncle Xiao came to ask. Thinking of Xiaowan, Yuxiu said, Dad, Xiaowan didn't die at the training camp, but she joined the Blood God cult and disappeared after the training camp. To Yuxiu, Xiaowan was just a minor character. After she disappeared, he didn't pay her any more attention. Moreover, after taking the Blood God potion, Xiaowan might have initially retained some sanity, but with prolonged use, she would likely become inhuman. Whether she could still care about her parents was uncertain. However, recalling that in the forest, Xiaowan had given him the Qilin assessment jade and asked him to take care of her parents, it seemed she had already guessed her fate. Dad, Uncle Xiao is a close friend of yours. Xiaowan's matter is in the past. I won't interfere with your friendship with Uncle Xiao. If you want to help, then help. Yuxiu understood his father's intention. After the recent attack on the school by the Blood God cult, he was aware that his son's strength and status were no longer what they used to be, and his attitude needed to change gradually. Asking like this was merely seeking Yuxiu's opinion. That child Xiaowan is confused. How could she join the Blood God cult? Yuxiu didn't comment much, only saying, Dad, reply to Uncle Xiao and say that Xiaowan has died at the training camp. If she continues to take the Blood God potion for a long time, her personality will likely change drastically. Rather than let Uncle Xiao hope for a daughter who doesn't recognize them, it's better to let them give up sooner. A short pain is better than a long one. His father nodded, saying, You're right, a short pain is better than a long one. I want to help Uncle Xiao. You have no objections, right? No objections. Yuxiu chuckled. It's only natural for you to help your old friend. You know what to do. His father slightly nodded. After that, the two returned to the office and chatted for a while until the broadcast announced the candidates to enter. The Martial Arts Association's training ground could accommodate tens of thousands, and there were also spectator stands. After Yuxiu and the others verified their identities at the entrance, they received a badge. Yuxiu was number 01, while Chu Tianjiu and Zhang Zui were after number 10,000. Xiao Shun. Long time no see, Xiao Shun. As Xiao entered, students from Zhangtan No. 1 high school came forward to greet him. Even students from other schools watched from a distance, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Xiao. Although only students who attended the training camp knew about Xiao's breakthrough to martial sovereign, his strength as a grandmaster was well known. For these students, a grandmaster was already a powerful figure, let alone a grandmaster. Boss, look over there in the stands, the principals of the top 10 schools are all here. Xu Tianjiao pointed to the distant stands. He had seen the principals of the top 10 schools during the training camp. They really are interesting. It's only the first day of the martial arts exam, and they're all present. This is too competitive. They're afraid other schools will recruit you. Xu Tianjiao chuckled and asked, Boss, which school are you planning to go to? Xiao said without hesitation, whichever university has the strongest strength and the best conditions, that's where I'll go. Xu Tianjiao chuckled lightly, that's most likely Huaxia University. Although the top 10 universities are quite similar, in the hearts of students, Huaxia University is still ranked as the number 1 university. The first choice for all the talented individuals is Huaxia University. Xiao nodded slightly. Just as Xu Tianjiao said, whether in the hearts of students or the public, Huaxia University indeed holds the top position. A university named after the country naturally carries significant prestige. However, that's a discussion for later. As for whether to choose Huaxia University, that will depend on the conditions discussed later. The first item of the martial arts examination is the assessment of vitality and strength. Please enter the designated area according to your examination number for testing. As the announcement sounded, Xiao scanned the area and then headed towards an entrance. When he passed through the corridor and arrived at a hall, there were already hundreds of people inside. God of Cultivation. God of Cultivation. The students looked at Xiao with fervent expressions as soon as they saw him. Hearing the commotion, the staff responsible for the testing also turned their gaze over. They naturally knew who the title God of Cultivation referred to. Aside from that man, no one in Zhangtan City dared to be called that. It could be said that the God of Cultivation had become a belief and a benchmark in Zhangtan, both for them and the students. Whenever they encountered students from outside the city, upon hearing they were from Zhangtan, they would inquire about the God of Cultivation. It was a matter of pride. Candidate 01, Xiao, please proceed to instrument number 1 for testing. The announcement called out to Xiao, and everyone's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. Can the God of Cultivation start? Xiao walked over, and the staff asked respectfully. Let's begin. Xiao stepped into the testing light shield. As the instrument finished its operation, the report sounded. Vitality, 16723 realm, 1-star martial master boom. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Previously, these students were still discussing what level of Grandmaster Xiao was at. Now, they were dumbfounded. 1-star martial master? A 17-year-old 1-star martial master? Quick, slap me. Am I dreaming? This is too outrageous. Is the God of Cultivation really only 17? Is he really our age? I suddenly want to cry. I'm 18 this year, 1 year older than the God of Cultivation, and I'm only an 8th grade martial artist. An 8th grade martial artist is not bad, but that's still 26 small realms lower than the God of Cultivation. An 8th grade martial artist is indeed not bad, just like the last 2 digits of the God of Cultivation's vitality. You guys, are you even human? Listen to what you're saying. Is this even human language? Hee, you think we're talking about you? We're talking about ourselves too. Should we tell the examiner to delay the testing? Let's go cry together. Cry my foot. I personally witnessed the God of Cultivation become the National Martial Arts Examination Champion. That's something to brag about. That makes sense. Makes sense plus 300. On the other side, while the staff were shocked, they quickly regained their composure. God of Cultivation, are you testing strength? Isn't that obvious? If the God of Cultivation doesn't test strength, where would the results come from? Are you a spy from another city? Watching the 2 staff members bicker, Xiao merely smiled faintly and then walked over to the strength testing instrument. You have 3 chances for strength testing, God of Cultivation. As soon as the words fell, Xiao's fist had already struck the instrument. Strength, 1,691,832 kilograms. The announcements sounded again. The people present were already numb. 1,000,000 kilograms of strength. A single finger could crush them. Once is enough. Xiao glanced at the strength data and had no intention of continuing for a second test. Even without the support of talent and martial skills, he had already met the standard. Good, God of Cultivation. The staff nodded instinctively, then registered Xiao's results in the system. checking it repeatedly to ensure accuracy before clicking the button to upload. God of Cultivation, you have completed the first item of the examination. Yushio nodded slightly and turned to leave the hall. Candidates, due to the time we just spent, we may need to speed up the testing process. Please pay attention, the announcer said. When Yushio was being tested, the other testing points had all been paused. Naturally, the students had no objections. They were still immersed in heated discussions. As expected of my idol, a million-pound strength, a martial arts master, so impressive. I wonder if it's too late for me to change my gender now. Invincible in martial arts. Congratulations to the martial arts god for securing the top spot in the national martial arts exam ahead of time. Yushio walked out of the passage and then went on to test his speed and reaction ability. Undoubtedly, Yushio was a shocking presence throughout the venue. Boss, you're really a freak. At this moment, Shu Tianjiao and the others had also finished their exams and came to Yushio's side. They pointed at the screen above the training ground, which was over 10 meters high. Yushio's name topped the list. Whether in strength or overall score, he far surpassed the second place, Shu Tianjiao, and the third place, Zhang Zui, by a significant margin. To put it this way, the length of the score Yushio occupied was a full 10 centimeters longer than that of the other students. There shouldn't be anything else now, right? Only tomorrow's practical test is left, Shu Tianjiao nodded and said. Indeed, after tomorrow's practical test, the martial arts exam results will be finalized. In 3 days, we just need to take the liberal arts exam. Yushio nodded. Since there's nothing else, let's go home. Shu Tianjiao and Zhang Zui followed Yushio out of the training ground. The principals of the top 10 schools? These people are too eager. As Yushio and the others approached, they saw the principals of the top 10 schools surrounding Yushio's parents from a distance. Shu Tianjiao couldn't help but complain, but he was also quite envious. Although he was the prince of the Chu family, the principals of the top 10 schools wouldn't give him any face. These old guys might only be martial arts masters, but their students were spread all over the country, and each one was an outstanding figure. Ordinary families really wouldn't dare to provoke these people. A slight misstep could lead to a disaster. Yushio is back. Upon seeing Yushio, the principals of the top 10 schools immediately turned around, all smiles. Little Shio, you chat with the principals. It was clear that Yushio's father was not very accustomed to the enthusiastic manner of the principals. He seemed a bit flustered. Not only that, but Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian were also standing by, very well behaved. Both his aunt and uncle appeared somewhat awkward. Only Chen Sihai looked indifferent. Although there was a difference in status, they were all martial arts masters, so there was no need to be too formal. Principals, let's go back to my house to talk. It's not convenient here. What Yushio said is right. We have indeed been a bit neglectful. These principals all had their own cars, following behind Yushio's car all the way to the community. This kind of lineup left the security guards of the community stunned. However, upon seeing it was Yushio, they quickly relaxed. Who is Yushio? He is well known. The man who eradicated the Blood God sect. Brother Yu, has Yushio finished the exam? Brother Yu, congratulations. With Yushio's strength, he's likely to be the top scorer. Brother Yu, we must hold a celebration banquet later. We're neighbors, so we definitely need to come over to celebrate Yushio. As Yushio and the others entered the community, everyone they encountered greeted them with smiles. Here, a gap had indeed appeared. I remember when Yushio's family first moved in, it was said that they were just ordinary people. The neighbors didn't look down on them, but they were very indifferent. However, as Yushio's fame grew, and with Mayor Huang and President Lu frequently visiting, Yushio's parents, including his aunt and uncle, gradually became popular. Whenever neighbors met them, they would actively greet them with smiles. Even if a family had something good or a relative brought some local specialty, the neighbors would take the initiative to deliver it, claiming it was to have a taste. After Yushio's parents smiled and responded to the neighbors, everyone entered the villa. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough, otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. It was Zhuang Wenya and Yu Chanxian, the two young ladies, who hurriedly served tea and poured water. Yushio, with your current results, you have already secured the title of National Martial Arts Exam Champion. Our school offers rewards for champions. Doesn't our school offer anything? Exactly. Which school doesn't reward its champions? Stop bringing that up. Besides, how can Yushio be compared to those champions from previous years? Yushio, if you come to Jinghai University, we will offer you the highest Sss-Level admission treatment, and additionally, we can give you a bonus of 10,000 military credits upon enrollment. If you have any other conditions, feel free to mention them. Yushio, we at Huaxia University can also offer you Sss-Level admission treatment, and in addition, we will provide you with a training fund, a one-time payment of 1 billion martial credits. Furthermore, we can give you 10 admission slots to allocate as you wish. The president of Huaxia University added, not only that, but we can also grant you complete freedom. Aside from necessary semester tasks, you can arrange your time as you please. Moreover, after discussion, we at Huaxia University can grant you the title of honorary student in advance, allowing you to be featured in the Memorial Hall and even the school's Hall of Fame. As for spiritual materials, weapons, and martial arts attire, as long as you make a request, we will agree without hesitation. The conditions from Huaxia University immediately made the other presidents gasp in shock. However, despite this, they still took turns to present their own offers. Upon hearing this, Yushio pondered for a moment and looked at the president of Huaxia University. If your school can grant me a certain privilege, I will join Huaxia University. The president of Huaxia University was instantly excited. Name it, anything. I need to select the members of my class myself. The president of Huaxia University nodded without hesitation. No problem. According to school regulations, each class has 100 students and 3 mentors. Not only can you choose the class members, but you can also select the mentors. Yushio was well aware of the 100 class members. Universities operated on a military merit system, and many semester tasks were collective efforts of the class. Of course, Yushio's purpose in selecting class members was also to enhance his own strength. Additionally, he aimed to recruit fresh blood for his team. With 700 slots available, a portion would be occupied by the dead soldiers, while the rest would naturally focus on development and the future. After all, dead soldiers had no future, they could only help him improve in the present. In contrast, the talented students from Huaxia University could be a long-term investment. By the way, President, I might need to establish a club at the school, and I need you to arrange that for me in advance. In Yushio's view, the clubs established by the school would mainly serve as a reserve for his team. Outstanding individuals in the club could join his team. The reason for this was also to ensure the long-term development of the club. As his team grew, there might be a need for permissions for thousands or even tens of thousands of members. The club would also serve to supplement the team's fresh blood, training them as reserve members. Perhaps there would be better ways to cultivate reserve members in the future, but it was always good to be prepared. That's not a problem either. I will arrange the venue for your club. Yushio nodded. The president of Huaxia University immediately shot a provocative glance at the other presidents and happily said, Yushio, congratulations on joining Huaxia University. Yushio also stood up to shake hands. Aren't you leaving? What are you all still doing here? Do you want to poach someone? The president of Huaxia University, seeing that these people were still lingering, remained comfortably seated on the sofa, suddenly filled with anger. What are you so proud of? It's just good luck. What's there to show off about? Exactly, this old man is the least human. Look at that smug face. The president of Huaxia University proudly declared, I don't feel ashamed, I'm happy, and you old folks can just envy me. Yushio is now one of us at Huaxia University, and in the future, he will be our pride. By the way, I almost forgot, there's a university exchange competition coming up, and I will definitely have Yushio crush your school. According to the rules of the university exchange competition, freshmen from each school form teams to challenge various universities. Each university must prepare generous rewards and military merits. Moreover, there is one crucial aspect that concerns the reputation of all universities, the leaderboard. These challengers from other schools can also choose to challenge the leaderboard. However, in previous years, very few freshmen opted to challenge the leaderboard. After all, the leaderboard is dominated by senior students, and it is indeed very difficult for freshmen to make it onto the list. But this year is different. Yushio possesses the strength of a martial honor. Even the seniors on the leaderboard are far inferior to him. Once Yushio challenges the leaderboard, it would be a nightmare for all universities. You old fool, how dare you? The thought of their school's top spot being held by Yushio, a student from Huaxia University, is nothing short of a blatant humiliation. It's too much of a slap in the face, too embarrassing. If this really happens, all universities will be unable to hold their heads high. Isn't this one person suppressing thousands? Yushio alone will make all universities across the country unable to lift their heads. Chu Tianjiu and Zhang Zui exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and excitement. What do I have to be afraid of? This is all within the rules. The president of Huaxia University scoffed. Once you get on your leaderboard, you will have to give Yushio military merits and resource rewards every month. This is a great opportunity. I will have Yushio challenge as many times as possible, ideally occupying all your leaderboards. That's a lot of military merits. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other university presidents turned exceptionally grim, and there was panic in their eyes. They were well aware of Yushio's strength, and they also knew the capabilities of their own students. The idea of Yushio occupying all the leaderboards was not just a possibility, it was a certainty. The more they thought about it, the more regret they felt. Regret for the conditions they had previously discussed giving Yoshio, which were too meager. No wonder this old fox from Huaxia University could propose such terms. It turns out this guy had ulterior motives. In fact, it was also their fault. The leaderboard challenges had always existed, but it had never happened in all these years. This led them to overlook it. But this oversight. Sigh, this is going to be a huge embarrassment. Big brother, let's discuss this. Don't let Yoshio challenge the leaderboard. How about we give Yoshio the military merits and resources for the top spot every month? Let the little brother save some face. What do you say, big brother? The president of Huaxia University decisively refused. Does Huaxia University lack your little resources and military merits? Letting Yoshio challenge the leaderboard is mainly to gain fame, to elevate the name of Huaxia. Don't play the emotional card with me right now. This leaderboard must be challenged. Humph. Where did that scornful look go from earlier? I still prefer the rebellious attitude you had just now. Now, I ask everyone to restore that. Ha! The president of Huaxia University laughed unabashedly, while the other presidents turned pale. It seems this calamity cannot be avoided. Suddenly, the president of Jinghai University spoke up. Shu family kid, you too can join our school, and we can offer you the same conditions as before. Upon hearing this, the other presidents were momentarily stunned before quickly realizing the implication. They were all old foxes. They immediately understood that the president of Jinghai was trying to cut losses. They had heard about the relationship between Chu Tianjiao, Jiang Zui, and Yoshio. They had essentially come up through the training camp together. Moreover, the fact that the two were now at Yoshio's home already indicated the situation. Additionally, with the operations of the old man from the Chu family, Yoshio's ties to the Chu family had naturally strengthened. As long as they could recruit Chu Tianjiao into their school, they could play the emotional card later to prevent Yoshio from challenging the leaderboard. Chu family kid, we can offer better conditions than Jinghai. As long as you are willing to join our school, everything is negotiable. You guys' school ranking is so low, the Chu family kid will definitely join our school. Chu kid, your second uncle used to be from our school. No matter what, you should join us and inherit your second uncle's legacy. Just join our school, we'll give you double the benefits. Faced with the sudden enthusiasm of the various principals, Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but smile slightly. He was very clear about their intentions. Besides, the benefits they offered didn't seem to be lacking for the Chu family. Following my boss, enjoying the good life, is much better than being a workhorse at your school. Moreover, their intentions were so obvious. Once the new student exchange competition was over, I would still have to revert to my original form. All benefits would disappear. But being by my boss's side, I could walk sideways at Huaxia University. Thank you, principals, for your kindness, but I still choose to follow my boss. He is going to Huaxia University, and I will definitely go there too. Next to him, Jiang Zui also nodded. I will go to Huaxia University too. As soon as these words were spoken, the principal of Huaxia University laughed again, looking at the other principals with a mocking gaze. Chu family kid, congratulations on joining Huaxia University. Although the conditions we offer you two are not as good as Yoshio's, I guarantee you will still receive Sss-Level admission treatment. Benefits don't matter, the main thing is to be with my boss. The principal of Huaxia University nodded happily. This trip to Jiangtan was indeed a fruitful one for him, a definite big winner. Not only that, but he could also show off in front of the other principals, a feeling he hadn't experienced in decades. You old guys, make sure to clean up your rankings by then. With this remark, the principal of Huaxia University couldn't help but laugh again. This scene left the other principals feeling extremely frustrated, snorting coldly and turning to leave. Thank goodness. Watching the several principals leave, the principal of Huaxia University finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his earlier arrogance, he was still anxious inside, fearing something might go wrong. He was worried that the other principals might go crazy and propose conditions, and Yoshio might turn against them at the last moment. Yoshio, and the Chu family kid, after the practical exam tomorrow, I will personally bring you the admission notice. The principal of Huaxia University smiled, then greeted Yoshio's parents before turning to leave the villa. In contrast, Yoshio's parents were now beaming with pride. Their child was being fought over by the principals of the top 10 universities in the country. This was something they could brag about for a lifetime. I've decided, after Xiao Xiu's martial arts exam, we will go back to our hometown to pay respects to our ancestors. Once the father said this, the others nodded in agreement. This was enough to bring glory to their family, and returning home to pay respects was only natural. Yoshio naturally had no objections to this. Whether in his past life or this one, such matters were a tradition deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The next day, Yushio's family once again arrived at the Martial Arts Association's training ground. Today was the last item of the martial arts exam, which was the practical exam, identity verification. Entering the examination room, the training ground had already been divided into hundreds of assessment points. According to the regulations of previous martial arts exams, the practical exam was conducted in a defending the ring format. The students with the top scores from the previous items were responsible for defending the ring at the assessment points in order. The other candidates could choose which ring master they wanted to challenge based on their own preferences. Each person had 3 chances. The practical exam was scored based on a rating system. There were monitoring devices present to assess the candidates' martial skills, combat experience, and ultimately the outcome, which would provide the final score based on these 3 aspects. Undoubtedly, Yushio was the number 1 ring master. However, when he stepped onto the ring, not a single person came to challenge him. Even the second-ranked Chu Tianjiu had accepted challenges from dozens of people within half an hour, and the other assessment points were the same. Only his was completely empty. Why is there no student challenging the number 1 assessment point? Are you new here? Don't you see who the number 1 assessment point is? It's Yushio. Look at that big screen above, the strength of the martial sovereign. Don't even mention these candidates. Do you dare to challenge him yourself? That's right, challenging others can still earn some performance points, but if you challenge Yushio, once he exudes his aura, the candidates won't even be able to stand. No performance points, and no one wants to go through that. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. Although the win-loss record counts for scoring, performance points are also very important. With so many students participating in the martial arts exam, even a single point could mean hundreds or thousands of ranks. Just thinking about it feels like a loss. So, does that mean our Jangan will produce a national martial arts exam champion this year? As soon as this was said, the people around cast disdainful glances. When Yushio's strength was revealed, the title of national martial arts exam champion had already been tacitly accepted by countless people. No one mentioned it, as they felt that bringing up such a question was too embarrassing. A martial sovereign, even a fool knows who the national martial arts exam champion is this year. Boss, why don't you just tell the examiner to let you go home? You're just here to watch. With your reputation as a divine cultivator, only someone with a screw loose would challenge you. Next to him, Chu Tianjiu had just finished a match and teased Yushio with a smirk. But there will still be challenges among the champions later. I can challenge you. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiu's face turned green, and he pleaded, Boss, let's not do this, okay? If you don't like me, we can go home and you can do whatever you want to me. This is the martial arts exam. Give me some performance points. Once you make a move to challenge me, I estimate that there's no hope for Huaxia University. Boss, how about I bow to you? Let's not make a scene, okay? Yushio chuckled and said, then just keep your mouth shut. Chu Tianjiu hurriedly gestured to close his mouth, looking at Yushio with a pleading expression. The meaning was clear. The practical exam began. Yushio remained unbothered. In fact, he had anticipated this situation long ago. However, he had to complete the practical exam, otherwise, he would have left long ago. During the exam, all monitoring footage was recorded in the system, and scores were given by the instruments. If Yushio was not present, there would be no scores for the practical exam. Fortunately, Yushio had good composure. Until noon, the practical exam paused, and candidates were not allowed to leave the venue. They could only rest and eat in the examination room. The Martial Arts Association arranged nutritious meals, provided free of charge to these candidates. Looking around, aside from Yushio, the other candidates were exhausted, sitting on the ground. Chu Tianjiu was no exception. Facing so many challenges, their stamina would naturally be depleted. Fortunately, each successful defense would earn extra scoring bonuses. Otherwise, Chu Tianjiu would definitely not want to be the champion. It was too tiring. Boss, you're really lucky. Look at us, we're almost exhausted. I really envy you. During the lunch break, Chu Tianjiu, Zhang Zui, and Yang Duling, along with other students from Class 1, gathered around. Listening to Chu Tianjiu's words, they all looked at Yushio with envy. In Jiangtan, whether it was Yang Duling or Zhang Yanping, they were all champions. They were considered the top combat power among this year's martial arts exam students in Jiangtan City. Especially those who had followed Yushio all the way from the training camp, their combat power far exceeded that of the other students. Rest well, it's just one more exhausting afternoon. Others want to be champions but don't even have the opportunity. This is the key to widening the score gap. As long as you keep winning, even if you occasionally lose 1 or 2 matches, your score ranking will still be at the top in Jiangtan. Strive to get a ranking in Qin province, and you can also apply to the top 10 prestigious schools. In fact, Yushio knew in his heart that they understood these principles. They were just expressing their fatigue. It's time to eat. At that moment, President Liu came over with a team, pushing a cart full of nutritious meals. President Liu, why are you personally delivering meals? A student nearby chuckled. I was just idle, and since I saw you all here, I came to take a look. President Liu replied with a light smile. You all performed very well today. I believe if you maintain this state in the afternoon, your final rankings can be among the top in Qin province. The students responded with laughter. Then they eagerly grabbed their nutritious meals, as they were quite hungry. On the other hand, Yushio was eating his meal slowly while chatting casually with President Liu. If it were up to me, you should have brought a bed when you came over and just taken a nap at the assessment point. You would wake up and the exam would be over, Yushio responded. I would like to, but that would be too extravagant. President Liu laughed. I've been the president of the Jiangtan Martial Arts Association for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've encountered a situation like yours, practical exams with no one paying attention. Just this one thing alone will make you famous nationwide again. I don't know how many students are envious of you right now. Yushio shook his head. It's better not to have such envy. Rather than standing around here, I would prefer to have a good fight. President Liu rolled his eyes. You really think so? With your current strength, even I, the president, am not your match. How could these students possibly be your opponents? Your current opponents are probably only those old generation powerhouses, but they won't engage you in a fight. In my opinion, once you enter university, you should go to the secret realms and ruins to find fierce beasts to battle. After that, President Liu chatted a bit more before getting up to leave. Yushio and the others rested for 2 hours, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the practical exam began again. The result was still the same. Until the end, during the challenges between champions, Yushio remained unchallenged. Aside from watching the show, it was still just watching the show. For others, it was an important opportunity to change their fate, but for Yushio, it was a boring experience. This is the difference between people. After the practical exam ended, the other students were exhausted. Some were laughing loudly, while others were crying uncontrollably. Only Yushio remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Congratulations to the boss for locking in the National Martial Arts Exam champion early. After the practical exam, even Chu Tianjiu was invigorated. His loud shout also drew responses from other students. Congratulations to Xioshin for locking in the National Martial Arts Exam champion early. Congratulations to Xioshin for locking in the National Martial Arts Exam champion early. At that moment, with someone leading, the entire crowd of candidates began to excitedly roar. The National Martial Arts Exam champion had never appeared in Jiangtan's history. They felt honored to be part of it. Old Liu, in this situation, I think we should drink 300 cups. Mayor Huang looked at the tens of thousands of candidates shouting in the exam hall, feeling his blood boil. Indeed, it should be so. President Liu's face turned red as he laughed. Jiangtan is famous in Huaxia because of Yushio. I am very fortunate to encounter such a prodigy during my tenure. We are honored. Congratulations to Yushio for locking in the National Martial Arts Exam champion early. Ha! President Liu's shout also prompted Mayor Huang to join in the roar. Meanwhile, in the audience, they also began to cheer. The name Yushio echoed through the skies. In the hearts of the Jiangtan people, Yushio already had the name of a hero. Now, with such strength and having locked in the National Martial Arts Exam champion early, they felt honored as well. Mom, Dad, my brother is amazing. At this moment, Yu Chanqian's face flushed with pride. In contrast, Yushio's mother and aunt were in tears. Even her usually stoic father had red eyes, filled with pride. I want to be the champion too, Zhuang Wenye shouted excitedly. Chanqian, let's both aim for the champion. Yu Chanqian nodded vigorously. As the cheers rose and fell, the excitement continued. The national anthem of Huaxia echoed through the broadcast, and whether it was the audience present or the candidates, everyone looked up and sang along. This moment was so solemn. As the anthem concluded, Mayor Huang raised the microphone and shouted, if the youth are strong, the nation is strong. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Young people, I wish you a bright future. You are the pride of Jiangtan, and you bring glory to Jiangtan. Work hard, youth. As Mayor Huang's words fell, fireworks suddenly lit up around the examination hall. Under the gradually darkening sky, it instantly illuminated half the sky. Click! The door to the examination hall opened. The Huaxia national anthem played again. The young candidates walked out of the examination hall with their heads held high, facing the sky full of fireworks. The martial arts examination thus came to a close. 3 days later, the cultural exam also ended. In fact, for the students, the most important was still the martial arts exam. The cultural exam scores only needed to meet the standard line. A standard line of 300 points for the cultural exam was something everyone could achieve. The martial arts exam scores were the true standard for entering prestigious schools. The martial arts exam results are out. Boss, unless something unexpected happens, you really are the national champion of the martial arts exam. The total score for the martial arts exam is 400 points, the only perfect score in the history of Huaxia. That afternoon, Xu Tianjiao rushed into Yuxiu's house, excitedly shouting the good news. 400 points? A perfect score in the martial arts exam? Although Yuxiu's father and others already knew that Yuxiu would become the national champion, they couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing the score. And then there was Xu Tianjiao's statement, the only perfect score in the history of Huaxia's martial arts exam. Tianjiao, Zui, how did you do? Coming back to his senses, Yuxiu's father also asked. We did pretty well too. I ranked 5th in Qin province, and my cousin ranked 14th. Nationally, I ranked 67th, and my cousin ranked 196. With our scores, we can all enter Huaxia University. Xu Tianjiao chuckled, although we've already received our admission letters from Huaxia University, getting in based on our own strength feels more reassuring. Yuxiu's parents were also very happy. We must celebrate tonight. I'll go out with your aunt to buy groceries. Seeing that all her children did well in the martial arts exam, Yuxiu's mother immediately cheered up. More good food ahead. Love you, godmother. Love you, aunt. Yuxiu's mother and aunt laughed heartily and then turned to leave the villa. Originally, Yuxiu had planned to hire a few maids to cook and clean at home, and have groceries delivered, but his mother and aunt flatly refused. They insisted that the house should be cleaned by themselves to keep it lively, and the meals should be cooked by themselves. He remembered one time when he went grocery shopping with his mother and aunt, they haggled over a few yuan for vegetables, picking and choosing. He initially thought it was unnecessary, but seeing their joy when they successfully bargained, he finally understood the reason behind it. Perhaps parents have their own way of life. Moreover, in their hearts, the success of their children is a source of pride, but not being needed by their children would make them sad. After the celebration last night, the next day, Yuxiu and the others returned to their hometown with their parents. In a village around Zhangtan, they cleared the weeds from the family ancestral grave and made some repairs. Finally, they treated the uncles and aunts in the village to a meal before returning to Zhangtan. However, while in the village, the locals were very warm. Eventually, Yuxiu's family learned that the headlines in Zhangtan news were all about Yuxiu, the national champion of the martial arts exam. Even the village chief proudly declared, "Our Yu family village is the hometown of champions." Because of this leading example, whenever villagers went out, they would proudly show off that Yu family village is the hometown of champions. Boss, the national training camp starts in 2 days, this time it's by invitation only, and there are a total of 1,000 students participating nationwide. That day, Xu Tianjiao received news from the Chu family and hurried over to tell Yuxiu. Grandpa means to see if you want to set off together to the No. 7 Secret Realm City now. The national training camp is at the No. 19 Ruins, which is just on the way. Xu Tianjiao frowned and said, moreover, Grandpa said that this national training camp is different from previous years, with significant changes, but he doesn't know what those changes are. By the way, Grandpa also said that for the training camp points, do you want to exchange them for military merit? The exchange rate is 1:100, 100 points for 1 military merit. Yuxiu asked, do you know who from Qin province has received invitations to the national training camp? Xu Tianjiao nodded and said, besides me and my cousin, there are dozens of brothers who participated in the provincial training camp together before, and some seem to be returnees from the Secret Realm City, but I'm not very clear on the specifics. Only Zhang Yinping from Jiangtan has received an invitation. Yuxiu naturally knew Zhang Yinping. He was also a student from the same class. His mentalist talent was obtained from him. Yang Juling didn't receive an invitation? It seems she didn't. Xu Tianjiao thought for a moment and added, it seems that after the martial arts exam, she went to Kyoto with her family. I'm not sure about the specifics. Yuxiu nodded and said, in that case, I will set off with you too in 2 days. Going to the No. 7 Secret Realm City was already his plan after the martial arts exam. Now that it coincided with the national training camp, it was just right to travel together. Great, Xu Tianjiao said. I'll go back and tell Grandpa that we're going to the No. 7 Secret Realm City. He wants to arrange for some people to accompany you. That's fine. Yuxiu had no objections. He wasn't familiar with the No. 7 Secret Realm City, so having someone accompany him would be convenient. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, Xu Tianjiao found Yuxiu. According to the old man's instructions, Xingshan would accompany Yuxiu this time. In his words, Xingshan was familiar with Yuxiu, making communication and interaction easier. Xiu Shun. As Yuxiu stepped out of his house, he saw Zhang Yinping in the distance, carrying a backpack. It was also his request to bring Zhang Yinping along to gather in Qin province. Xu Tianjiao naturally had no objections. After the training camp, Xu Tianjiao and Zhang Yinping became familiar with each other. Although he appeared weak on the surface, as long as he executed Yusho's orders, he could instantly turn into a very crazy person. Shu Tianjiao often teased Zhang Yanping. With glasses, he was a scholar; without them, he instantly transformed into a madman. About an hour later, Yusho and the others arrived in Jiangcheng, the capital city of Qin province. When they brought Zhang Yanping and Shu Tianjiao to the national training camp gathering place, the expressions of those students heading to participate changed dramatically. However, a large portion of them was very excited. "Boss, are you going to join us for the national training camp this time?" Those students who had followed Yusho through the provincial training camp unconsciously recalled the scenes of him dominating the provincial training camp. It seemed that the national training camp would be the same in the next moment. How could they not be excited? On the contrary, those students who were not familiar with Yusho included some who had previously been held back by him in exchange for S-grade spiritual materials. Although they hated Yusho in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it at all. They even tried to avoid him. Now, seeing Yusho arrive, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. "I'm not participating. I just have something to do. I'm preparing to travel with you." When Yusho said this, those students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their tense emotions eased a bit. The boss isn't participating. Seeing their disappointed expressions, Shu Tianjiao chimed in, "What? Do you want to rely on the boss for a lifetime? Even though the boss isn't going this time, we can't lose face for him." Yusho waved his hand and said, "This time, you should act according to your abilities. If you can't win, just run, there's no shame in that." Yusho could anticipate that the students from Kyoto would definitely take advantage of his absence to deliberately trouble Shu Tianjiao and the others. So he reminded them, not wanting them to act recklessly. That wouldn't be good for them. "Boss, we understand, but we can't play fair, so we can resort to schemes. Xin Fei, you're our great inventor, we need you this time." Everyone looked at the boy with the watermelon hairstyle in the crowd, and Yusho couldn't help but smile. He had some impression of Xin Fei. It was said that his family had been craftsmen for generations, but when the era of martial arts arrived, craftsmen became blacksmiths. He began to study hidden weapons like the rainstorm pear blossom needle and the thousand mechanisms umbrella. During the Beast Tide, Xin Fei had saved many people using various hidden weapons. "Boss, you don't know, others play schemes, but this guy Xin Fei is dirty. His methods are dirty, his thoughts are dirty. Apart from this skin, nothing is clean." Yusho chuckled lightly. "No matter the means, as long as it can win, it's a good method." While chatting, 4 cars drove over and stopped beside Yusho. The people who got out were all grandmasters, but among them was an old man whom Yusho recognized as a martial arts master. "Boss, these are the people Grandpa arranged for you, and there's Grandpa Deng. He was a member of Grandpa's previous team and is also the father of the former head of the city training camp, Elder Deng." Shu Tianjiao explained in a low voice. Yusho stepped forward and said, "Grandpa Deng, I hope to trouble you this time." "No need to be polite, helping you is also helping me," Grandpa Deng replied with a light smile. "Your vitality is robust. You truly deserve the name of a cultivator. Let's discuss any issues on the way," Grandpa Deng said, and Yusho got into the same car. As the vehicle started, Shu Tianjiao and the others also set off. They drove onto the highway, heading west. Yusho had previously learned that the secret realms and ruins of Huaxia only existed within the martial mountains in the city. The rest were all to the west, either in the desert or in the Tibetan region. This was because the secret realms and ruins began to appear when the martial arts era first started in the west. Due to the ferocious beasts emerging from the secret realms and ruins, the local populace had to relocate. Of course, many people also perished during the attacks by the ferocious beasts at that time. Thus, a day passed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yusho and the others finally arrived at the entrance located in the west. Fortunately, Qin province was not far from the west, otherwise, it would have taken a lot of time on the road. "Please show your pass." At the entrance guard station, a group of men in military uniforms approached. Grandpa Deng took out a document and drove in. The others, including Shu Tianjiao, had undergone identity verification since they were participating in the national training camp. "We'll stay at the rest stop tonight, we'll continue our journey tomorrow." Grandpa Deng was clearly familiar with the area, getting out and heading straight for a hotel. He then took out his documents, requested a room, and ordered some food. Yusho remained silent throughout. "Wasn't the training camp supposed to provide you with food? How did you end up here?" Not long after Yusho sat down, Shu Tianjiao and Zhang Zui came over. "The food arranged by the training camp is simply inedible. Since you're here, I followed along to satisfy my cravings," Grandpa Deng scoffed. "With your sneaky and slippery nature, it might take you longer to break through to Grandmaster. Breaking through to Grandmaster requires opening the meridians. If the foundation is unstable and one forces the opening, it can damage the future martial body. Although there are spiritual materials for repair, it still falls short," Shu Tianjiao pouted. "I don't want to be like those people in Kyoto, forcibly opening the meridians now, making it even harder to transform later. They forced the meridians to break through to Grandmaster to suppress the boss, said Zhang Zui. And what was the result? They didn't expect the boss to be hiding his strength all along, and in the end, it was all for nothing. Hearing this, Grandpa Deng glanced at Yushio and couldn't help but laugh. Just as Chu Tianjiao said, the reason those families in Kyoto forced their descendants to open their meridians and spend huge sums to break through to Grandmaster was indeed to suppress Yushio. To be precise, it was to suppress the Chu family of Qin province. As a result, the attempt to steal a chicken ended up costing rice. Who would have thought that Yushio was hiding so deeply? Hiding strength? Opening the meridians? Yushio chuckled to himself. Because of the system, he faced no obstacles at all when breaking through to the master level and opening the meridians, not even feeling a thing. It was that easy. Logically speaking, the 9 minor realms of a master all required the opening of the meridians. They were Ren and Du meridians, Shou meridian, Dai meridian, Yangwei meridian, Yinwei meridian, Yangqiao meridian, Yinqiao meridian, and finally, the He meridian. As for the Grand Master, it was an enhanced realm of the master level, requiring only strong meridians. Only the breakthrough to martial sovereign posed a challenge, needing to unlock the profound and change the bones. The subsequent ranks of martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, and martial god each had their own hurdles. Of course, these hurdles posed no challenge to Yushio. They were as good as non-existent. Let's eat. Old Master Deng was perceptive. Seeing that Chu Tianjiao had brought up Yushio, he immediately changed the subject. At such a young age, Yushio had already walked the path that countless people would take in their lifetime. He surely had his secrets and opportunities. However, the Chu family did not wish to investigate. Anyone who tried to probe was stopped by Old Master Chu. Speaking of which, Yushio and the Chu family could be considered mutual investors, mutually achieving success. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rest station, many people became tense due to Yushio's sudden arrival. This included the Blood God sect and some families from the capital. News has come from over there that the teams entering the west were attacked by the Blood God sect. Only the Qin province side is safe. Isn't that quite normal? Besides Yushio, there's also Old Master Deng here. You should know that Old Master Deng is a 6-star martial sovereign. He was a renowned general in his youth, a capable aide to Old Master Chu. The Blood God sect would have to be out of their minds to actively attack a team from Qin province. This matter has nothing to do with us. Our duty is this sentry post. By the way, we should still inform Old Master Deng. After all, we are all people of Huaxia. Hopefully, Old Master Deng will be willing to lend a hand. I understand. A middle-aged man turned and left the sentry post, heading straight for the hotel. After a long while, he arrived at the hotel and found the table where Yushio and the others were eating. Hello, Old Master Deng. Old Master Deng chuckled lightly. You came suddenly. Could it be that something happened? Indeed, something has happened. The teams from various provinces coming to participate in the training camp encountered an attack from the Blood God sect on their way. What do you think? Can we provide some assistance? Old Master Deng chuckled lightly. This matter, the old man cannot help with. Although Old Master Deng smiled, his eyes were extremely cold. Back when Old Master Chu was forced to hide in Qin province, although the capital was the main culprit, the families from other provinces were certainly not innocent. Those who took advantage of the chaos, while the Chu family did not seek retribution, these grudges were all remembered in their hearts. The participants in the national training camp were basically all young heirs from the prominent families of various provinces. Old Master Deng naturally would not provide assistance. If it were the children of commoners, there was no need to say Old Master Deng would definitely step in. The Chu family in Qin province had always been clear about their grievances and would only assist those they deemed worthy. The middle-aged man left. Chu Tianjiao then raised his head and coldly snorted, "If you ask me, those people deserve to die. What do these wealthy families do besides oppressing the common people? In Qin province, the Blood God sect doesn't even dare to show their face, but in other provinces, they act with impunity. The reason the Blood God sect could grow strong is largely due to these wealthy families. If it weren't for them oppressing the common people and leaving them without resources, how could so many people willingly join the Blood God sect?" Old Master Deng sighed. The Blood God sect, simply put, is a force formed by a group of extreme research fanatics. They used to have rules when they acted, but later, they became increasingly lawless. In fact, it was all because of the joining of these commoners. After suddenly gaining great power, their first reaction was to seek revenge, to retaliate against those wealthy families that oppressed them. In Qin province, the Blood God cult does not run amok for two reasons. One is the control of the Chu family, and the other is that the common people are not being excessively oppressed. I do not deny that there will be issues, but it is definitely not as severe as in other provinces, where the common people see no hope of rising. If we talk about it, do these Blood God followers have any fault? In my view, they do not. They initially vented their private desires, and in the end, they were influenced by the blood god potion. At first, they were not wrong. Even after being affected by the blood god potion, they were still not wrong. One can only say they are a tumor. Yushio nodded slightly. The initial revenge of the blood god followers was merely a response to the excessive oppression by the wealthy families. Indeed, there was no fault in that, as he himself came from a common background and understood the pain of being oppressed to the point of not being able to survive. The blood god followers, influenced by the potion, were also not at fault because they were no longer themselves and were out of control. At most, they were just a tumor. In fact, the wrongdoers were not the people, but this damned world. Get some rest. We have to travel tomorrow. Old Master Deng seemed unwilling to say more, his emotions weary, and he got up to leave. Hey! Seeing this scene, Shu Tianjiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Yu Xiu looked puzzled. Next to him, Jiang Zui explained, the reason why Grandpa offended so many people when he was young is mainly that he fought for the common people. Grandpa has always had a wish to restore the rules of Huaxia before the martial arts era began. Everyone is equal. But in the end, Grandpa lost. He touched the foundations of the wealthy families. Ultimately, he was forced to be trapped in Qin province, while Grandpa Deng and those who were once his subordinates all came from common backgrounds. If we talk about hatred, it is actually Grandpa Deng and the others who hate the most. Because among the members of Grandpa's original team, there are only 100 survivors today. The people from Qingshan were orphans adopted by Grandpa. To protect the Chu family, they willingly overdrawn their potential and ruined their futures. At this point, Jiang Zui hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, the reason Grandpa is so dedicated to helping you is, first, because of your strength and way of handling things. Second, it is because you come from a common family. He hopes you can inherit the unfinished business he left behind and fight for a fair world for the common people. However, he does not want you to have suspicions about the Chu family, so he has never mentioned it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiu fell silent. If only there were countless houses to shelter all the cold scholars of the world. A line of poetry from his past life flashed through Yu Xiu's mind, and he ultimately shook his head slightly. He did not consider himself a great person. From beginning to end, he only wanted to rely on his own strength to provide a better life for his family. Just like at the start, his only goal was to have a house that could bask in the sunlight, so that his sister would not have to stay in that tall building for years, sitting by the window gazing into the distance, lost in thought for half a day. Later, he wanted to cure his sister, to relieve his parents of their burdens. Even now, the reason he works hard is merely to build a team, seize the secret realm, and improve his family's living environment, making it safer. As for bringing peace to the world, he had never thought about it. Selfish. Perhaps it is human nature. Yu Xiu could not avoid it. I'm tired. With that, Yu Xiu got up and walked back to his room. Cousin, you shouldn't have told the boss these things. Shu Tianjiao sighed. That is Grandpa's dream, but not the boss's. The boss owes nothing to this world, nor does he need to strive for it. You have to understand, he is only 17, the same age as you and me. Just because he is powerful and a martial sovereign, does he have to bear these burdens? In the past, no matter what you did, I could let you have your way. But on this matter regarding the boss, I hope it won't happen again. At this moment, Shu Tianjiao's expression was somewhat cold. I originally thought your feelings for the boss were genuine, but now I realize it is not. You have only developed a different emotion for the boss through Grandpa's stories. To put it simply, you are just fulfilling your grandfather's dream. Perhaps you did it unintentionally, but you did it nonetheless. After the national training camp, you should practice martial arts well within the family. After saying this, Shu Tianjiao left. Jiang Zui stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Eventually, his expression fell into despondency. In the early hours of the morning, teams from various provinces arrived at the rest station one after another. From their disheveled appearance, it was clear that this time the blood god sect's attack was particularly fierce. Yu Xiu, get out here. Old Deng, you old bastard, get out here too. On what grounds are you not providing assistance? As soon as this group arrived, they all had red eyes, standing in the hall and shouting angrily. Yu Xiu had already been unable to sleep due to Jiang Zui's earlier words. Now, he frowned as he stepped out. Looking at the angry faces before him and hearing their curses, his expression turned cold. Swish! A bright silver flying knife appeared at his waist. The soldiers on guard immediately shouted, Yu Xiu, they didn't mean it. Many people from various provinces died this time. Their emotions are unstable. Their unstable emotions have nothing to do with me. Yu Xiu's voice was icy, and in an instant, the few who had just been cursing found bloodlines appearing on their necks, collapsing to the ground dead. Well killed. At this moment, old Deng's voice came from behind, his expression equally grim. His gaze swept across the crowd in the hall. Give me a reason not to kill you? Old Deng said coldly. Otherwise, considering the grudges from back then, I don't mind going on a killing spree and wiping you all out." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically. Their emotions calmed down, and they looked at old Deng and Yushio in terror. It was only now that they realized they were standing before two martial sovereigns. One was the youngest martial sovereign powerhouse in Huaxia, and the other was a former member of the Madman Squad that had dared to challenge the prominent families of Huaxia alongside Old Chu. "Old Deng, these are all students participating in the national training camp. You can't kill them." The soldier on guard looked troubled. If these students were killed here, he would definitely have to take responsibility. "Do you have the right to plead for them?" Old Deng snorted coldly. "Let's not even talk about whether we should provide support or not. How did they know we weren't providing support? You put on a front in front of me while scheming behind my back. What? Only you have brains?" Hearing this, the soldier's expression also turned ugly. The fact that old Deng wasn't providing support had indeed been leaked by one of his subordinates. However, the person who leaked it was from a family in the capital. But looking around, there wasn't a single person from the capital in the hall. They were all from other provinces, being used as pawns by others, a bunch of fools. "Old Deng, this matter was indeed a slip of the tongue from my subordinate, but these students really can't be killed." Old Deng coldly replied, "If students can't be killed, then can they kill?" The guard couldn't help but frown. Just as he was pondering how to respond, Yushio had already taken action. The bright silver flying knife shot out fiercely. In the hall, apart from the students, all the escorting personnel were dead. This action surprised old Deng as well. He looked at Yushio and immediately noticed that Yushio's emotions seemed off. Chu Tenjiao, standing nearby, had clearly guessed the reason and couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Yushio, you." The guard's expression changed as he looked at Yushio, momentarily at a loss for words. Now that people had been killed, and with his subordinate scheming, he couldn't say anything further. "Everyone disperse." Seeing Yushio and old Deng leave, the guard helplessly waved his hand. "Let that bastard Zhang Hai get lost. This guard station no longer has him." After leaving the hotel, the guard said coldly to his subordinate beside him. Then he cursed and left in a huff. A night without conversation. After breakfast the next morning, Yushio and the others began their journey. The people from other provinces, on the other hand, still lingered at the rest stop. However, having entered the west, the blood god cult would no longer launch attacks. Yet, no one mentioned the incident involving Su Sha from last night. Half a day passed. Su Xiu and old Master Deng also arrived outside the No. 7 Secret Realm City. After parting ways with Chu Tianzhou and the others, under old Master Deng's guidance, it was Su Xiu's first time entering the Secret Realm City. "Are you surprised?" Su Xiu nodded. The environment of No. 7 Secret Realm City was excellent, with clear mountains and beautiful waters, and the architectural style had some characteristics of ancient Huaxia. Upon entering, Su Xiu almost thought he had traveled back to ancient times. Here, people wore loose martial arts uniforms, resembling the Hanfu of his previous life, but different in that it was not as complicated. In short, this place was completely different from the outside world. "Shall we go directly to the underground city, or take a look around here first?" "Let's go directly to the underground city." Su Xiu's purpose for coming this time was the death warriors in the underground city, so he had no intention of wandering around. "Beast carts?" Su Xiu's eyes lit up when he saw Qingshan had somehow brought a few beast carts. He knew that due to environmental issues, machines could not operate in the Secret Realm City. However, the ferocious beasts in front of him were so obedient, which made him very curious. Could they be tamed beasts? "Are you curious why these ferocious beasts are so obedient?" Su Xiu nodded. Old Master Deng smiled and explained, "This has to do with our Huaxia traditional medicine. After entering the martial arts era, the traditional medicine that we previously abandoned finally played an unprecedented role. Many principles of traditional medicine are based on the study of the human body, and even these ferocious beasts are involved in traditional medicine. Everything is due to pharmacology. The reason traditional medicine declined before was that there were no suitable medicinal materials. But after the martial arts era, various spiritual materials just happened to fill the gap in traditional medicine. Traditional medicine is profound and even has great benefits for martial artists. You will understand this later." As he spoke, old Master Deng took the lead and sat on the beast cart, with Su Xiu following closely behind. The roads here are specially constructed. This one is for beast carts, while the one next to it is for pedestrians, although there are also people riding bicycles. As the beast cart moved, it traveled at a speed comparable to that of a car due to being on a dedicated road. Along the way, whenever old Master Deng reached a place, he would introduce the situation to Su Xiu. About 3 hours later, the beast cart stopped. Old Master Deng got off the beast cart and pointed to the portal in front of them, introducing, "This is the passage to the underground city." In fact, the so-called underground city was once a lair of ferocious beasts, which was transformed into an underground city after construction. The underground city is dim all year round, so it is inhabited by ordinary martial artists. Perhaps their ancestors were once significant figures, but they have gradually declined here. To avoid leaving this place, they can only choose to move into the underground city. The underground city is also called a slum. While chatting, Su Xiu had already followed Old Master Deng down the stairs. Standing on the stairs, Su Xiu could see tall buildings rising from the ground and a dense crowd on the ground. Su Xiu estimated that the underground city was about 50 meters deep. Get lost. Upon reaching the ground, the streets were surrounded by dim yellow lights, and perhaps due to Su Xiu and the others' attire, the gazes of the people around them were filled with malice. Old Master Deng released his martial respect aura, and with a cold shout, the people around immediately hurriedly dispersed. Here, the worst thing to have is mercy. As long as someone dares to make a move against you, you must decisively strike to kill. Only by doing so can you deter others who might want to attack you. With Old Master Deng's clear objective, his pace was also very fast. Before long, they arrived in front of a tall building. Huang Quan. Su Xiu looked up and saw two red characters about 10 meters high on the building, which was the name of this place. You should have seen these two words. We all refer to this place as the Yellow Spring Tower, Elder Deng explained. The Yellow Spring Tower has branches in many secret realm cities. The No. 7 Secret Realm City is the closest to us, and the level of the secret realm here is relatively low. As he spoke, Elder Deng walked into the building and glanced at the man standing at the door, showing him the token in his hand. The token was made of gold, adorned with a vividly depicted vermilion bird pattern. Please, enter the VIP area. Elder Deng ignored the man and continued to explain. The Yellow Spring Tower VIP tokens are divided into 4 types, all made of gold. The only difference is the color of the vermilion bird pattern on the token. Crimson is level 1, silver is level 2, gold is level 3, and black is the highest level 4. Yu Xiu noticed that the color of the vermilion bird on Elder Deng's token was gold, indicating it was a level 3 token. Go in and familiarize yourself with the arena situation. Once you've chosen your Death Warriors, I'll arrange for you to go on stage and challenge. Remember, the Death Warriors you face are your own people. If possible, it's best to leave them alive and avoid serious injuries. Unless absolutely necessary, you can kill them directly. After a long while, Yu Xiu thoroughly understood the rules of the Yellow Spring Tower and returned to Elder Deng's side. In the Yellow Spring Tower, challengers can choose opponents of any realm, but they must sign a life and death contract and pay a challenge fee of 10 million martial yuan. Here, the Yellow Spring Tower does not care about the challenger's strength. Even if a martial sovereign challenges a grandmaster, no one will say anything. Which realm do you want to start from? Let's go with 9-star grandmaster. As for why Yu Xiu didn't directly challenge a martial sovereign, it was because there weren't many death warriors at the martial sovereign level in the Yellow Spring Tower. Challenging a martial sovereign requires the challenger's VIP level to reach level 3. And they must also pay a challenge fee of 1 billion martial yuan. Yu Xiu did not meet either of these conditions. Perhaps he could find the Chu family for the 1 billion martial yuan, but the VIP level was a hard constraint. Moreover, the Death Warriors at the martial sovereign level would not be easily let go by the Yellow Spring Tower. Wait a moment, I'll make arrangements, Elder Deng said, and after speaking, he took his VIP token to negotiate with the people at the Yellow Spring Tower and paid the 10 million martial yuan challenge fee. In 10 minutes, the No. 7 arena. When Elder Deng returned, he handed Yu Xiu a plaque with the number 7 written on it. Remember what I said, these death warriors can be seriously injured, but if you can avoid killing them, do so. Once they die, you will end up with nothing. Do you know why so few people leave the Yellow Spring Tower with death warriors? Yu Xiu shook his head. Because these death warriors are fearless in the face of death. Once they step onto the arena, their only goal is to kill you or be killed by you. So you need to win and not let them die. That's very difficult. Yu Xiu nodded to indicate he understood. The death warriors of the Yellow Spring Tower are not like those from Qingshan. When they overdraw their potential, the Chu family spent a great deal to prevent their thinking from becoming inhuman. However, the Yellow Spring Tower would never spend a great deal to stabilize the thinking of their death warriors. Next, there will be a grand challenge, the Level 9 challenge. It has been 2 years since anyone from our Yellow Spring Tower has initiated a Level 9 challenge. Today, the feast is about to begin. Dear VIPs, do not be stingy with your martial yuan. Feel free to place your bets. Now, let us welcome our Level 9 challenger to the No. 7 arena. As a middle-aged man with a goatee shouted, the atmosphere in the venue was instantly electrified. Just as he said, the Level 9 challenge had not been held for a long time. The people who came here were rarely just to hone their combat experience. Of course, more people came here seeking excitement. The level 9 challenge meant death warriors at the 9-star Grandmaster level. This was definitely an exhilarating and bloody spectacle. Who? When Yushio stepped onto the No. 7 arena, the venue fell into a sudden silence. Then a wave of boos erupted. It was simply because Yushio was too young. At the age of 16 or 17, in their eyes, challenging the 9th level was akin to seeking death. It had nothing to do with the excitement they imagined. There would certainly be bloodshed. However, in their view, the bloodshed would only be Yushio being brutally killed. What is this little guy's background? The manager of the Huangquan Tower, sitting upstairs, was also somewhat taken aback upon seeing Yushio. He had heard that someone was going to initiate the 9th level challenge, so he specifically came to watch. But when he saw Yushio, a look of surprise instinctively appeared on his face. Of course, he wouldn't look down on Yushio like those below, thinking he was seeking death. He would only think that Yushio was special. Manager. This person is called Yushio. He comes from outside, and he is currently the youngest martial arts master in Huaxia, at the age of 17. He just recently finished the martial arts examination, and he is this year's national champion in Huaxia's martial arts examination, achieving a perfect score. Hearing his subordinates report, the surprise on the manager's face grew stronger. No overdrawn potential? None. According to the data, this Yushio seems to have great opportunities. He suddenly rose to prominence 6 months ago, previously suspected of hiding his strength. Moreover, this Yushio possesses multiple talents. The manager nodded slightly and said, "Have the people below set the pace, let them all bet on the Death Warriors, and reap a big harvest." Understood. After this person left, not long after, the calls for betting on the Death Warriors suddenly grew louder, while Yushio was being disparaged mercilessly. Words like "still wet behind the ears" and "seeking death" were thrown around. In short, the comments about Yushio were overwhelmingly negative. No one believed he would win. Indeed, more and more people were betting on the Death Warriors, with some even emptying their savings to bet on them, just to seek immense wealth. Qingshan, bet all the martial yuan we brought this time on Yushio. Old Master Deng chuckled, a mere 300 million martial yuan, Huangquan Tower won't turn against us. Later, take half of the profits and transfer them to Yushio. That's what he deserves. According to Yushio's current odds, 300 million martial yuan would instantly turn into 3 billion martial yuan. Yushio's share would be 1.5 billion. This kid Yushio is really lucky. The martial yuan earned from this challenge will be enough to cover his team's expenses for the next few years. Old Master Deng smiled, his gaze fixed on Yushio at ring No. 7. At this moment, the opponent had already stepped onto the stage. He was a young man in his late 20s, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, his face somewhat pale and bloodless. Yushio looked up and found that the other party's eyes showed no fluctuation. To be precise, they resembled the gaze of a living corpse. The challenge begins. With the shout from the Huangquan Tower staff, the previously emotionless gaze of the Death Warriors instantly turned bloodthirsty. This is the taste. No wonder he's a 9th level Death Warrior. Look at that kid across, he's scared silly. Ha, in my opinion, this kid is just here to give us money. I really don't want him to die. If we could have a few more of these foolish kids, after today, I could move to the upper secret city. While the people below were discussing, the Death Warrior had already approached Yushio, standing less than 10 centimeters away from him. At that moment, the originally empty-handed Death Warrior suddenly produced a black blade about 7 or 8 centimeters long. The black blade had no handle. The Death Warrior pinched it between his fingers, aiming to slice across Yushio's neck. Yushio had clearly noticed this move long ago. Just as the black blade was less than 5 centimeters from his neck, he suddenly raised his hand and lightly flicked the black blade with his index finger. Whoosh! The crowd saw the black blade slip from the Death Warrior's fingertips, flying out at an incredible speed. It soared over the heads of the audience and then embedded itself into the wall behind. The black blade had already sunk into the wall. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This discovery immediately made the audience gasp in shock. Yushio had merely flicked his finger to produce such terrifying power. It was evident that Yushio's strength was unfathomable. With the cold expression on Yushio's face, the audience realized that something was off. Yushio was not as simple as he appeared. On the arena, the black blade was knocked away by Yushio, yet the Death Warrior showed no signs of emotional fluctuation or shock. His gaze remained bloodthirsty, and then he conjured another black blade out of thin air. In response, Yushio merely activated his Mind Master talent. The black blade in the Death Warrior's hand slipped from his grasp and, under Yushio's control, pierced into the palm of the Death Warrior's hand. Seeing this, the Death Warrior's other hand swiftly struck down on the black blade embedded in his palm. The blade instantly penetrated through his hand. Immediately, the Death Warrior aimed his palm at Yushio's neck. If he struck true, the black blade in his palm would stab into Yushio's neck. Bang! Yushio also kicked out. The Death Warrior was sent flying. During this, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yet, even so, the Death Warrior seemed to feel no pain and charged at Yushio with incredible speed. Witnessing this, Yushio understood how troublesome these Death Warriors were. They were like living corpses, reckless and devoid of pain, with only bloodlust and killing in their eyes. With this in mind, Yushio no longer held back. He unleashed his speed talent, creating afterimages on the arena. This speed. Upstairs, the manager of Huangquan Tower saw Yushio's speed talent and his previously calm eyes suddenly widened. Is this the speed talent? How could a mere B-grade talent possess such speed? With this thought, he abruptly turned around, his gaze cold as he said, "Are you sure there were no mistakes in the previous investigation? A mere B-grade speed talent, do you think such speed is possible?" And his Mind Master talent. Have you ever seen a Mind Master snatch a blade from a 9-star Grandmaster? Give me 10 minutes to investigate thoroughly. I want to know everything about Yushio and what great opportunity he has obtained. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, the subordinate was drenched in sweat, fear almost bursting from his head. I will investigate immediately. The manager shot a cold glance and said nothing more, his gaze returning to the arena. At this moment, on the arena, Yushio moved with incredible speed, breaking the limbs of the Death Warrior. Normally, even a martial arts master would not be able to break the limbs of a 9-star Grandmaster's Death Warrior, because once the Death Warrior sensed such a trend, they would fight to the death. By the time a martial arts master broke the Death Warrior's limbs, the Death Warrior would have already perished on the spot. But Yushio was different. His speed left the Death Warrior with no chance to react. Not only did he break the limbs, but he also dislocated the Death Warrior's jaw. This was also a precaution, worried that the Death Warrior might bite his tongue to commit suicide. Of course, Yushio was overthinking it. The Death Warrior could fight to the death, but would never bite his tongue to die. I won, right? At this moment, the Death Warrior lay limp on the ground, unable to stand due to the broken limbs. He could only struggle weakly. Unfortunately, Yushio had targeted the joints, not other parts, so even if the Death Warrior disregarded the pain, he could not rise. Challenger wins. With the announcement from the person at Huangquan Tower, it meant Yushio had won, and the Death Warrior before him now belonged to Yushio. From now on, your life belongs to me. Yushio looked down at the Death Warrior. Understood. Although the Death Warrior's mind was not normal, he could still understand human speech. He was well aware of the rules. From now on, his life no longer belonged to Huangquan Tower, but to Yushio. Xingshan, take him to get treated. Old Master Deng approached the arena and instructed Xingshan to take the Death Warrior away. He then exchanged glances with Yushio without speaking, as Yushio still had to continue his challenges. The 7th arena still belonged to him. The challenge continues. Start placing bets. The person from Huangquan Tower waited for 2 minutes. Seeing that Yushio was still standing in the arena, he understood his intention. Negotiate with the person looking for Yushio. After 5 matches, as long as he is willing to lose one, we can provide him with 59-star Grandmaster Death Warriors. Upstairs, the supervisor was very clear about Yushio's strength. The 9-star Grandmasters on his side were simply no match. Even a wheeled battle wouldn't work. Just from the earlier fight, it was evident that Yushio hadn't exerted much effort at all. According to the information, Yushio possessed various other talents. However, thinking about the special speed talent and the Mind Master talent he had just displayed, the supervisor couldn't guarantee that the other talents were still special. When faced with someone like Yushio, it was wise to concede. After all, Huangquan Tower was a business entity. One could also see Yushio's potential. With someone like him, backed by the Chu family, it was naturally unnecessary to offend him. It was smarter to befriend him. Moreover, the Secret Realm City was becoming increasingly chaotic, and even with Huangquan Tower's foundation, it was somewhat difficult now. Yushio had the authority to form a team, and the supervisor could imagine that with Yushio's strength, earning military merit and then increasing the number of team members wouldn't be a challenge. By the way, give Yushio a level 4 token from our Huangquan Tower. After the room was empty, the supervisor suddenly took out a communicator and dialed. He then detailed Yushio's situation to the person on the other end. Understood. After a call lasting only 2 or 3 minutes, the supervisor's face showed shock. He sat in silence for a moment before shouting to the outside, "Immediately invite Old Master Deng from downstairs to come up." He had just contacted one of the 5 major leaders of Huangquan Tower, who was also his direct superior. After explaining Yushio's situation, the leader surprisingly said that Yushio could be heavily invested in. He told the supervisor to trust the vision of the madman Chu. Anyone who could bet the entire Chu family on an investment was definitely not wrong. He immediately informed the supervisor that since Yushio came here for the Death Warriors, it was naturally to form a team. Since that was the case, they would send Yusho 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors. Of course, 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors were nothing to Huangquan Tower. However, the leader even wanted to give Yusho 5 Death Warriors at the martial respect level. This shocked the supervisor. Death Warriors at the martial respect level were also very rare and precious in Huangquan Tower. To give away 5 was simply unbelievable. Supervisor Jiang, long time no see. At that moment, Old Master Dang walked into the room, and the supervisor immediately came back to his senses. Old Dang. The supervisor greeted him with a smile and then said, "I won't hide it anymore. I called you here for Yushio. Our leader is willing to invest in Yushio and befriend him. To show our sincerity, Huangquan Tower is willing to give Yushio 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors, plus 5 Death Warriors at the martial respect level." At first, Old Master Dang still wore a smiling face, as he guessed the purpose of the Huangquan Tower supervisor's visit. 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors, although many, would only be a matter of time for someone with Yushio's strength to win them. However, what truly caught him off guard was the supervisor's last statement. 5 Death Warriors at the martial respect level. This was no joke. It was a significant investment. Are you sure it's 5 Death Warriors at the martial respect level? The supervisor was not surprised by Old Master Deng's loss of composure. After receiving the leader's instructions, he was not far off from Old Master Deng either. It took him a while to regain his composure. You heard correctly. It is indeed 5 Death Warriors at the martial respect level, plus 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors. Old Master Deng took a deep breath and asked, "I want to know why." Because of Yushio's potential. The supervisor hesitated for a moment and then said, "Old Deng should be very clear about the crisis in the Secret Realm City this time. This crisis is different from previous ones. Even for us at Huangquan Tower, it is somewhat challenging now. The reason the leader chose to invest in Yushio is that his potential is indeed worth such an investment, and secondly, because of Old Master Chu. The host said that anyone who could make Old Master Chu wager the entire Chu family must be someone worth investing in, and he did not pay attention to the refusal." Old Master Deng nodded slightly upon hearing this. However, he was not surprised by the actions of the host of Huangquan Tower. This was because Huangquan Tower was an unofficial force. The fact that multiple Huangquan Towers could be established within the secret city indicated that the host of Huangquan Tower was undoubtedly a clever person, and his methods were exceptionally skillful. Investing in such a venture indeed aligned with the host's style of doing things. "I can't make this decision, you need to discuss it in detail with Yushio." "I understand." The supervisor nodded and said, "The reason I approached Old Master Deng first was that I hoped you could help us plead our case. After all, Huangquan Tower does not have a good reputation in the eyes of outsiders, and I worry that Yushio might have a bias against us. But Old Master Deng, you should know that everything we do at Huangquan Tower is above board, laid out in the open. Yet those families, while appearing friendly and posing as philanthropists, are secretly engaged in activities that are far dirtier than what we do at Huangquan Tower. As the saying goes, if someone seems bad on the surface, they might not be bad at all. If someone appears too good, with not a hint of negativity, then they must be very bad." Old Master Deng nodded, clearly in agreement with the supervisor's words. He would rather sink into the same mire as Huangquan Tower than deal with those families. Huangquan Tower was straightforward in its dealings. If they said they would kill you, they would do so openly, using every means possible, whether lowly or despicable, but always above board. Those families were different. They smiled on the surface while stabbing you in the back. Old Master Chu had fallen victim to such treachery, which was why Old Master Deng still held no fondness for those families. "I originally thought that after 5 matches, I would let Yushio lose one." The supervisor chuckled, "But now it's different. The host has spoken, and I can't let Yushio lose one and tarnish his reputation. However, Huangquan Tower is ultimately a business, and I hope Old Master Deng can speak to Yushio. If we were to give these people an advantage for no reason, it wouldn't be a good thing." Old Master Deng nodded and said, "I will talk to Yushio, but I won't say much about how he should proceed. That goes without saying." The supervisor smiled and nodded, his gaze turning to the arena where Yushio had just used the same method to break the limbs of the dead warriors. Another victory had arrived. However, this time the audience below did not voice their complaints, instead, they shouted loudly. Because in this round, they had all bet on Yushio's victory. After all, in the previous match, Yushio's displayed strength had proven everything. If they didn't bet on Yushio now, they would truly be fools. Challenger wins. After the person from Huangquan Tower announced this, Xingshan approached the arena and repeated the supervisor's conditions. 209-star Grandmaster Dead Warriors, and 5 Martial Sovereign Dead Warriors? Even Yushio couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this condition. There's no need to continue the arena matches. Yushio immediately stepped down from the arena. Others had shown goodwill, and Yushio naturally couldn't be ungrateful. Moreover, he had come here merely to defeat the dead warriors, and now Huangquan Tower was proactively offering 209-star Grandmaster dead warriors, along with 5 martial sovereign dead warriors. One could say that this trip to the secret realm had already been a bountiful harvest for Yushio. Why aren't you continuing the challenge? My lord, don't go. My dreams have been shattered. Today was the closest I've ever been to moving up to the secret city, and now it's all gone. I regret it so much. If I had known, I should have bet everything I had in the last round. As Yushio left, the audience immediately erupted in lamentations. Such immense wealth, and just like that, it was gone. Too brief. In the room above, Yushio had already arrived. He had no intention of caring about the audience below. Hello, Yushio. Seeing Yushio enter, the supervisor took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with him. You should know that this is someone the owner values highly, and in terms of status, he is much higher than him. Moreover, Yushio's potential and age compel him to treat him with respect. Director Jang, let's get straight to the point. I want to know why Huangquan Tower is willing to pay such a high price? Although Qingshan had already informed Yushio of some details earlier, Yushio still asked again. I believe you already know what I said before, the director replied. This is the owner's instruction, I am just following orders. According to the owner's words, our Huangquan Tower has no other conditions. Sending out these 209-star Grandmasters and 5 martial sovereigns is merely to establish a good relationship with you. You can understand it this way. This is a unilateral gift from our Huangquan Tower, not a transaction. Yushio nodded. In that case, I will remember this kindness from Huangquan Tower. That's wonderful. The director chuckled. Since you are here at Huangquan Tower, I will make arrangements shortly. Let's have a meal first. I will have someone arrange the death warriors immediately. To this, Yushio had no objections. Afterward, under the director's guidance, Yushio and his group arrived at the top floor of Huangquan Tower. Here, meals and fine wine had already been prepared. Please take a seat, everyone. During the following time, Yushio chatted casually with the director. During this period, he also inquired about the crisis in the secret realm city. However, the director didn't know much either. He only told Yushio that this crisis was different from previous ones. It seemed that something significant was about to happen. Thus, they continued until the end. Huangquan Tower had also arranged the 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors and 5 Martial Sovereign Death Warriors. Yushio scanned these individuals and found that they were almost identical to the Death Warriors he encountered during the challenge. Their gazes were lifeless, as if they were emotionless corpses. From now on, your lives belong to Lord Yushio, understand? Understood. Then the director looked at Yushio. Yushio didn't say much. He merely glanced over these death warriors. To him, these people were nothing more than tools to help him enhance his strength. As for their loyalty, he didn't know, nor did he want to know. As long as they could achieve his goals, that was enough. If problems arose, he would just kill them. 209-star Grandmaster Death Warriors and 5 Martial Sovereign Death Warriors. Just the blood vitality of these individuals could bring him an increase of 1,800,000. Elevating him directly to the Martial King realm. It was a significant boost, especially in the later stages of martial arts. Indeed, exploiting system loopholes was a path to immense wealth. For a moment, Yushio was somewhat shocked. Now he just needed to wait for the school to start, obtain the authority to form a team, and add these death warriors to the team roster. By the way, the owner mentioned a place before. He said you might want to visit there. The director suddenly spoke. The Quest Realm. Yushio clearly had not heard of this place. But the old man Deng beside him gasped in surprise. Old Deng knows about this place? Yushio turned to ask. I do. Old Deng nodded. Our entire team followed the commander there once, but we didn't have the chance to enter. Only the commander went in. Later, we heard the commander mention that the Quest Realm, as the name suggests, is a place to explore the unknown. You can think of it as a mirror. Some say that in the Quest Realm, one can see the secrets of the martial god, while others say one can see their own future. In short, there are all sorts of claims, and to this day, nothing has been truly confirmed, which has made the Quest Realm increasingly legendary and mysterious. Yushio asked, you didn't enter. Could it be that there are obstacles to entering the Quest Realm? The Quest Stele. Old Deng explained. Only those whose names are inscribed on the Quest Stele can enter. We set off tomorrow. Now, Yushio had already taken care of everything, and there was still some time before the school started, so it wouldn't be bad to go to the Quest Realm for a look. Through the explanation of Old Master Deng, Yushio was also intrigued by the Quest Realm. The Quest Realm is deep in the west, and it takes 3 days to get there from here, said the manager of the Huangquan Tower. There are no rest stops along this route, so you will need supplies for survival in the wild. I will help you prepare everything you need. Yushio nodded. Then, under the guidance of the manager of Huangquan Tower, he went to the arranged room to rest. Until the next day, the manager of Huangquan Tower handed Yushio 4 storage devices, which contained all the necessary supplies for survival in the wild during the journey, such as tents, food, and water. Also, I have arranged vehicles for you outside the secret city. When Yushio and the others arrived, the vehicles were parked outside the No. 7 secret city. However, with an additional 200 death warriors of the 9-star Grandmaster level wanting to head to the Quest realm, new vehicles had to be arranged. I will see you off. After everything was arranged, the manager of Huangquan Tower followed Yushio and the others out of the underground city. Stepping out of the underground city passage, they saw hundreds of beast carts parked outside. Yushio, I hope we meet again by chance next time. We will. Yushio was the first to board a beast cart, followed closely by Old Master Deng. Then came the 200 death warriors and the group from Qingshan. The hundreds of beast carts moved majestically towards the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, any pedestrians would be stunned by such a spectacle, stopping to watch. Especially the 200 death warriors, with their cold faces, unblinking gazes, and an aura of death surrounding them. Dressed entirely in black martial arts uniforms, they gave the impression of a legion of the dead from hell. Soon, the beast carts stopped at the entrance, and Yushio remained still, while the 200 death warriors did not move an inch. As Yushio got off the cart, they quickly followed him down, always staying behind him. Exiting the secret realm, a young man hurriedly jogged over, bowing respectfully. Lord Yushio, these are the 4 buses arranged by the manager. Yushio glanced at the steel buses parked not far away, their tires much thicker and larger than those of other buses, clearly suitable for the western terrain. Get on the bus, Yushio ordered, and the 200 death warriors moved with precision, their actions clean and efficient, resembling a well-trained steel army. Meanwhile, Yushio took a seat in the vehicle that Old Master Deng had driven over from Qin province. The vehicle started and headed west. 3 days quickly passed. During this time, Yushio and the others did not encounter any trouble. They traveled during the day and kept watch at night. Although it was supposed to be survival in the wild, the supplies prepared by the manager of Huangquan Tower were abundant, so Yushio and the others did not suffer, instead feeling like travelers on a group outing. Up ahead is the Quest realm. Old Master Deng pointed to the distance and said, I haven't been here in a long time. The original village has developed into a small town. With the opening of the West, more people could enter freely, and the fame of the Quest realm attracted even more visitors. This had led to the formation of a moderately sized town outside the Quest realm. Quest Town. Yushio looked at the 3 large characters carved on the top of the stone brick wall and waved for the driver to continue forward. Stop. Vehicles are not allowed to enter Quest Town. At the city gate, several young men dressed in a flashy manner stepped forward to block the vehicle. Yushio had not intended to drive the vehicle inside, so he got out. Anyone entering the town must pay an entry fee of 100,000 martial yuan per person. 100,000 martial yuan? Yushio couldn't help but frown. With himself and the 200 death warriors, it meant they would need to pay over 20 million martial yuan in entry fees. Although he wasn't short on money, he certainly didn't want to take out over 20 million martial yuan to pay the entry fee. He then looked at the old man Deng beside him and asked, Old Deng, has there ever been a need to pay an entry fee to the city? Old Deng shook his head and said, No, the so-called Chosua town is merely a gathering place for commoners and has not received official recognition. At this point, he scoffed. Moreover, there has never been a place in Huaxia that required an entry fee. Oh, right, perhaps there was something like that in ancient Huaxia history. Among a few disreputable young men, the leader snorted coldly, there wasn't before. But now this Chosua town was built with our family head's money, so if you want to enter, you naturally have to pay an entry fee. Of course, if you don't want to pay the entry fee, we won't force you, but you'll have to stay 2 miles away from Chosua town. However, I need to remind you that in the West, there are occasional sandstorms and tornadoes, so don't be surprised if you wake up floating in the sky at night. As he spoke, the faces of the disreputable young men showed mockery. They had used this tactic before to scare those unwilling to pay the entry fee. At the mention of tornadoes and sandstorms, most would obediently pay the fee. Everyone, get down, Yushio said with a teasing smile. Old Deng, if we don't want to be taken advantage of today, we can only use some means. Old Deng chuckled, it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of killing a few more people. After all, behind him were 200 death warriors at the 9-star Grandmaster level, along with 5 death warriors at the martial respect level. Even if a fight broke out, with their strength, they wouldn't fear anyone. Old Deng couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It seemed he had found the days of adventuring with his teammates again. However, back then, their strength was not as formidable as the death warriors. Speaking of which, this was the confidence. What are you doing? I tell you not to act recklessly. our family head is a martial respect expert, so you'd better not mess around. 200 Grandmaster Death Warriors suddenly rushed down from the bus, causing a few disreputable young men to tremble and hurriedly retreat a few meters. It was evident that this person was trembling even while speaking, stuttering, and his gaze occasionally darted towards the 200 Death Warriors. Mainly, the aura of the Death Warriors was too cold, as frigid as the ice and snow of winter. You all stay here, I'll go notify the family head. The leading young man glanced nervously at Yoshio, then whispered something before running towards Joshua Town without looking back. Break a leg for each of them, and let's take them in. Yoshio smiled faintly, and the 200 Death Warriors surged forward, leaving the remaining disreputable young men slumped on the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking mixed with screams echoed outside the city gate. Yoshio merely glanced at it indifferently before stepping through the city gate. The few young men with broken legs were dragged forward by several Death Warriors. After entering the city, passers-by on the road saw this scene and hurriedly avoided it, then stopped to watch. Those people being dragged seemed to be the lackeys of the High family. Who are these people? They really have guts to offend the High family. Did you not see their aura? Clearly, they are not simple people. I just don't know if these people are overachievers or just mudfish. I hope they are overachievers and can deal with the High family. We've been oppressed by them for years. I doubt it. The head of the High family is a martial respect expert. Although these people have a terrifying aura, they all look young. Probably only at the Grandmaster level. How could they possibly be the High family's match? What you said is also true. No matter how many there are, Grandmasters are still just Grandmasters. The gap between Grandmasters and martial respect is too great. Yoshio naturally heard the murmurs of the crowd. They were just idle chatter and did not concern him. Instead, the situation in Joshua Town caught his attention. Everywhere on the streets, there were stalls selling spiritual materials. Although they weren't high grade, at best they were B grade. However, compared to areas outside the western region, they were considered very precious resources. As I continued to look ahead, I found stalls selling beast bones as well. It was truly a mixed bag. Now, Yoshio finally understood why these people chose to live in this harsh, lawless place instead of the well-environmented West. The area outside the West was under jurisdiction, but within the West, it was a lawless land. This place was different from the Secret Realm cities, even though both belonged to the Western region. The Secret Realm cities were officially established and developed, naturally having a governing system. The High family is here. Someone in the crowd whispered, and Yoshio looked up. A group of young people approached, led by a middle-aged man at the Grandmaster level. He looked imposing, with a dark expression, and beside him was the young man who had fled earlier. As he walked, he pointed at Yoshio and was saying something with his head down. So you refuse to pay the entrance fee and insult my High family? The middle-aged man looked towards Yoshio. Although he also saw the 200 Death Warriors, his level of cultivation made it impossible for him to discern their true strength. He merely assumed, based on their ages, that Yoshio and the others were at the master level or below. Moreover, in his understanding, it was absolutely impossible for so many Grandmasters to exist, especially all in their 20s. Although the Death Warriors had a terrifying aura, he merely thought they were well-trained. After all, Grandmaster-level Death Warriors were not common for someone like him. In his view, having 200 young Grandmasters appear at once was inconceivable. After some analysis, he assumed that Yoshio and the others were mostly masters, with the highest being a master. Yoshio, on the other hand, he guessed might be the young master of that family, showing off with a group of subordinates. It could only be said that this was a matter of perspective, and also a matter of class. Insulting the High family? Yoshio smirked, casting a cold glance at the young man beside the middle-aged man. It was clear that this person was embellishing the story, but it wasn't a big deal. Whether there was an insult or not, it was all trivial. However, the young man's actions made Yoshio very displeased. Bring him over. Yoshio looked expressionlessly at the young man and said in a flat tone. As soon as he spoke, a Death Warrior at the martial venerable level rushed over at lightning speed. Before the middle-aged man from the High family could react, the young man was grabbed by the neck and thrown in front of Yoshio. What? At this moment, the middle-aged man from the High family finally changed his expression drastically. He was a Grandmaster, but the speed of the Death Warrior was such that he didn't even have time to react, indicating that the Death Warrior's strength was likely much higher than his own. Could it be a martial venerable? A martial venerable in their 20s? A terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind, startling him. His arrogant and cold demeanor began to wane, and his gaze flickered uncertainly. You embellished the story and insulted the High family. Actually, this is nothing significant to me. I don't care. Whether there was an insult or not, it's all trivial. However, I really dislike people like you, do you understand? Remember to keep your mouth shut in your next life. As he spoke, Yoshio casually waved his hand, and the martial venerable death warrior immediately raised his hand and violently snapped the young man's neck. The young man died without uttering a single word, his face frozen in a look of terror at that moment. They killed him? They actually killed the High family's lackey in front of the High family. Isn't that slapping the High family in the face? If you don't understand, just shut up. Did you not see that young man just now? He effortlessly took Usan away from the fourth son of the High family, and even the fourth son of the High family didn't react in time? You should know that the fourth son of the High family is a 7-star grandmaster. If he didn't react, you can guess what level of power that young man possesses? At least a 9-star grandmaster, or perhaps, possibly a martial sovereign. Martial sovereign? Impossible. That young man is at most in his 20s. Even if he trained in the womb, he couldn't have progressed so quickly. Fool, can't you see it by now? These people are death warriors, and the young man at the forefront is likely a direct descendant of a prominent family. Otherwise, they wouldn't arrange so many death warriors for protection. I suspect they must be here for the quest realm. If I'm not mistaken, these people are definitely not to be trifled with, not even by the High family. Take me to your High family. Yusho glanced at the dead young man, then looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "Please, sir." The middle-aged man no longer dared to be arrogant. He had clearly guessed that Yusho and the others were not someone the High family could provoke. With the discussions of the people on the street, he finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Death warriors. To have so many death warriors, and with such formidable strength, even a fool knows that Yusho is definitely not to be trifled with. You must understand, death warriors who can overdraw their potential to reach the grandmaster level are definitely exceptional individuals. Ordinary families would never allow such talents to overdraw their potential prematurely. Such exceptional individuals, if they follow the proper path of advancement, could potentially become martial sovereigns or even surpass that. Once they overdraw their potential, they will be stuck at that level for life, unable to progress. Therefore, ordinary families absolutely lack the courage to do so. Only prominent families would. If the fourth son of the High family knew that the 200 death warriors behind Yusho were all grandmasters, he would only become more terrified. Moreover, he merely guessed that the death warrior who acted earlier was stronger than him, possibly a martial sovereign. If he were to find out that not only was that person a martial sovereign death warrior, but that there were also 4 martial sovereign death warriors behind Yusho, he would probably be paralyzed with fear. "Please, sir, this way." Shortly after, the fourth son of the High family brought Yusho to the central area of Quest Town, arriving in front of a manor surrounded by stone brick walls. Although it was called a manor, it was merely large in size but not as luxurious in decoration. However, in the western Quest Town, the High family already considered it a mansion. A 4-meter-high wall, a path paved with gravel, and even flowers and a man-made lake surrounded it. In this barren western region, it was quite a significant expenditure. Fourth master. Upon encountering the High family's guards at the entrance, the fourth son of the High family hurriedly said, "Quickly go inform my father and the others to come out and welcome our esteemed guests." The fourth son of the High family was now fully aware. He couldn't see through their strength, which was clearly higher than his own. Now that it was confirmed these people were death warriors, he no longer dared to underestimate them based on age. Moreover, there was an old man named Deng beside Yushio, and the fourth son of the High family guessed that the other's strength was definitely stronger than his father's. At the High family's residence, in a courtyard, a guard hurriedly came to report the fourth son's words. This immediately furrowed the family head's brow. Isn't the fourth son dealing with the unruly ones who refused to pay the entrance fee? Why is there suddenly such news? The head of the High family, appearing to be in his 70s, looked puzzled at the middle-aged man beside him. Although the fourth son is a bit disorganized, he would never relay such news without reason. It's obvious that the visitors are not simple. Perhaps the High family cannot afford to offend them. Thinking of this, the head of the High family immediately stood up and said, "Come with me to welcome them." "Dad, is it really necessary? Quest Town is our territory. Even those prominent family members who came before had to be polite to us. Indeed, I suspect these people are here solely for the Quest realm. No need to pay attention." "Shut up," the head of the High family scolded. "Our High family has been able to occupy this Chosua town for so many years and remain safe and sound mainly because of your father's smooth handling of affairs, his understanding of the times, and his refusal to be arrogant and overbearing. You must understand that in this western region, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The forces concealed in those secret cities are extremely formidable. If those people want to destroy the High family, they only need to lift a finger. Annihilating us is no harder than crushing an ant. I warn you, behave yourselves later. If you offend our esteemed guest, don't blame me for not showing any father-son compassion. Follow me to greet them." As soon as the head of the High family finished speaking, he immediately walked out of the courtyard towards the front yard. Meanwhile, his 3 sons, who followed behind, still wore disdainful expressions, clearly not taking their father's words to heart. "Sir, that is my father and my 3 elder brothers," the 4th son of the high family said respectfully as he spotted his father approaching from a distance. Yushio nodded and looked towards the head of the high family, who also glanced over. He was a 3-star martial sovereign. In terms of vision and experience, he was not something the 4th son of the high family could compare to. When he saw the 200 death warriors behind Yushio, he was immediately shocked. He instinctively gasped. He could tell that the strength of these death warriors was all at the 9-star Grandmaster level. Among them, there were even a few auras that were not inferior to his own, especially Yushio. He actually felt a sense of crisis. So young? Suspected to be a martial sovereign and not a death warrior. The head of the high family had already formed a preliminary guess in his heart. The family behind Yushio was probably terrifyingly powerful, beyond his level of contact. Otherwise, an ordinary family would absolutely not have the resources to cultivate someone like Yushio into a martial sovereign at such a young age. Haidongqing of the high family greets the young master. The head of the high family approached Yushio and immediately greeted him respectfully. As for his 3 sons, although they looked down on Yushio, they did not dare to go against their father's wishes and also casually greeted him. Boom! The attitude of the 3 sons of the high family was also seen by old Master Deng. He narrowed his eyes, and his entire aura erupted at that moment. At the same time, the people behind him, including Qingshan, also unleashed their own auras at that moment. Although the 200 death warriors did not do the same, they stood quietly, and no one dared to ignore them. Seeing this situation, not only did the head of the high family change his expression dramatically, revealing a look of horror, but the 4th son of the high family suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yushio, saying, "Sir, forgive me. I apologize on behalf of my 3 elder brothers, and I hope you can show mercy." Seeing his 4th son's actions, the head of the high family immediately reacted. He turned around and struck down his 3 sons, causing their heads to bleed profusely. This sudden action left the 3 sons of the high family dumbfounded. They never expected their father to suddenly act so harshly, and that their 4th brother would be so frightened as to kneel and apologize. "Young master, please don't be angry. It's all my fault for not teaching my sons properly." Yushio listened silently, never speaking. This attitude made the head of the high family break out in cold sweat, feeling flustered inside. The atmosphere on the scene grew increasingly oppressive, and one could vaguely hear the sound of heartbeats. After a long time, Yushio suddenly smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for such formalities, head of the high family. Since it's a matter of poor teaching, just break their legs as a slight lesson. There's no need to make a big deal out of it." The head of the high family nodded quickly. Then, with a cold face, he turned around, raised his foot, and forcefully stomped down, breaking the legs of his 3 sons decisively. Regarding this, Yushio did not pursue the matter further but said, "I came to the high family this time to inquire about some matters with the head of the high family. Young master and your companions have traveled a long way. I will immediately arrange a banquet. At that time, you can ask whatever you wish, and I will answer without reservation." Yushio nodded and said, "That's fine." Indeed, it was quite a journey from the secret realm city No. 7. Although there was no hardship and the food prepared by the manager of the Huanquan Tower was quite lavish, it still couldn't compare to a home-cooked meal. During the banquet, Yushio sat at the head of the table, accompanied by old Master Deng and several members of the high family. Yushio inquired about matters concerning the Quest Realm and learned that a group of people from the capital had arrived at the Quest Realm a week ago. He also discovered the ranking issue of the Quest Monument. It was rumored that the higher the ranking on the Quest Monument, the greater the future martial arts achievements would be. After so many years of experimentation, those ranked at the forefront of the Quest Monument indeed had impressive martial arts accomplishments, with many reaching the level of martial saint. "Young master, my 4th son is quite clever and knowledgeable about the Quest Realm. Let him be your guide." After the banquet, the head of the high family immediately spoke up. "Let him come along." Yushio nodded, realizing that he indeed needed someone to guide him through the Quest Realm. Since Haidongqing had suggested it, Yushio had no reason to refuse. "Please, my lord." With Yushio's consent, the 4th son of the high family immediately displayed a sycophantic demeanor, flattering to the extreme. Leaving the high family manor, Yushio and the others walked out of Quest Town. As they passed through the streets, many passers-by couldn't help but feel curious at the sight of the high family's 4th son being so obsequious. Yushio had killed a lackey of the high family in public, and in the face of such a slap in the face, the high family not only refrained from retaliation but also acted so servilely. This indicated that Yushio and his companions were not simple characters, as the onlookers speculated. Because of this, as Yushio approached, the passers-by all hurriedly stepped aside, fearing that they might inadvertently offend this esteemed gentleman and bring trouble upon themselves. "My lord, the Quest Realm is located 10 kilometers southeast of Quest Town." The 4th son of the high family stepped forward to open the car door for Yushio, then took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. One could say his work attitude was spot on, even stealing Qing Shan's job. Let's go! Upon hearing Yushio's words, Qing Shan also started the vehicle and drove southeast. After more than 10 minutes, Yushio and the others arrived in front of a massive black stone monument. According to the introduction from the fourth son of the Hai family, this black stone monument was the Quest Monument. As for the entrance to the Quest Realm, it was this Quest Monument. Once someone made the rankings, the entrance to the Quest Realm would appear. Are these the people you mentioned from the capital? Yushio got out of the car and saw many tents around the Quest Monument, with even more people gathered at its base. Indeed, but there are also some unfamiliar faces among them. The fourth son of the Hai family carefully surveyed the area and noticed many new faces. Let's go take a look. Earlier at the Hai family, Yushio had also asked the head of the Hai family about the requirements for making the rankings on the Quest Monument or how the assessments worked. However, the answer he received was that they didn't know. According to the head of the Hai family, the requirements for making the rankings on the Quest Monument varied, and even the assessments for making the rankings were different. It was said that the Quest Monument would provide different assessments for each individual. In short, making the rankings on the Quest Monument was quite difficult. Over the years, the number of people who successfully made the rankings was only a little over 181 people. Yushio approached and looked at the Quest Monument, indeed seeing that there were not many names on the list. From top to bottom, he saw the name Luo Wuxing, Luo Yanqing in the 18th position. In the 69th position, he saw the name of Old Master Chu, Chu Yunjiang. Yushio knew that Old Master Chu's strength was at the 9-star martial king level, just a step away from becoming a martial emperor. Now, after so many years, there were still no signs of a breakthrough. If he didn't have a significant opportunity in this lifetime, he would likely stop here. However, with Old Master Chu's martial arts achievements, he was only ranked 69th. Among the 81 slots on the Quest Monument, that was already considered quite low. As for the names of some prominent family heads from the capital that Yushio had learned about, it seemed they were not seen on the Quest Monument. It appeared that Old Master Chu had indeed overshadowed his peers in his youth, which was not without reason. In Yushio's view, the reason why Old Master Chu has not broken through to the martial emperor realm all these years is primarily due to the blockade imposed by those people in the capital. This has caused Old Master Chu to lose the resources needed for his breakthrough, and now, after many years, the hope for him to advance has become slim. Yushio? At that moment, a woman's surprised voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Yushio looked over and found it was Yang Dueling. What are you doing here? Previously, he had heard from Chu Tianjiao that Yang Dueling had gone to the capital with her family, but now she unexpectedly appeared in front of the Seeking Stone. I came with my two uncles, Yang Dueling explained. My mother is from the Su family in the capital. The Su family in the capital. Yushio had indeed heard of them. They were considered a moderately well-off family in the capital. Are you here to enter the Seeking Realm? Yushio asked with a frown. Yang Dueling had indeed improved very quickly during her time in the training camp and was now a third-grade martial artist, but in Yushio's view, her strength was simply insufficient to enter the Seeking Realm, and such an action was extremely dangerous. The death rate during the Seeking Stone assessment was very high, and the number of deaths during the assessment had become impossible to estimate. I just want to give it a try. Yang Dueling naturally wouldn't tell Yushio that the reason she came to the Seeking Realm was that she had overheard her uncles discussing it, mentioning some things about the Seeking Realm. Here, one could gain all sorts of unexpected surprises, such as talent, a surge in vitality, and very mysterious and bizarre martial arts techniques. After the provincial training camp ended, with Yushio's martial respect strength being exposed, Yang Dueling had long lost her previous confidence. Now, Yushio seemed too high and mighty to her, so after pleading with her uncles, she came here hoping to gain something that could bridge the gap between her and Yushio. So you are Yushio? Just as the two were conversing, two middle-aged men walked over. Although their tone was neither warm nor cold, their gazes were quite unfriendly. Old Deng is also here. The two glanced at Yushio and then saw Old Master Deng beside him, their expressions immediately turning respectful. Uncle! Hearing Yang Dueling's address, Yushio realized the identities of the two men. Hello, I am Yushio. Yushio naturally sensed the hostility from the two, and although he was curious, he didn't say much because of Yang Dueling. Instead, Old Master Deng beside them looked at Yushio with a gloating expression, then glanced at Yang Dueling. He also sensed the hostility between the two but showed a look of schadenfreude. Old Deng, we have something to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer, the two said to Old Master Deng and then pulled Yang Dueling away. Once they had walked quite a distance, the eldest uncle complained, Dueling, that Yushio is not a good person. He toys with your feelings, stay away from him in the future. The younger uncle chimed in, exactly, no matter how strong he is or how great his talent, I look down on him for playing with a girl's feelings. Yang Dueling hurriedly explained, uncles, you misunderstand. Yushio didn't toy with my feelings. It's just that I like him unilaterally. Maybe he doesn't have feelings for me. Actually, it's not Yushio's fault. The two showed a look of disappointment and said, still defending him? This young girl is quite pretty. Why do you seem uninterested in her? At that moment, old Master Deng asked with a smile, though his eyes were filled with schadenfreude. You also have an interest in these matters? Yushio retorted. Not really, old Master Deng shook his head. But this young girl is only a third-grade martial artist, daring to come here. I guess it must have a lot to do with you. Sigh. Actually, those girls who like you are quite pitiful. They will ultimately never catch up to your pace and will end up as strangers. Facing old Deng's sentiment, Yushio immediately changed the subject, saying, let's go take a look at the Seeking Stone assessment. Then, without giving old Master Deng a chance to speak, he took the lead towards the Seeking Stone. Yushio's arrival immediately attracted the attention of those around the Seeking Stone. First, it was Yushio's age and aura, and many people around recognized him. Second, there were the 209-star grandmasters behind him, which was hard to ignore. Since you are here, you can also try the assessment of the Seeking Stone, Yushio said to the death warriors behind him, then drew a bright silver flying knife from his waist, tapping it with his fingertip. Next, they saw a drop of blood being flicked towards the Seeking Stone. According to past customs, when blood dripped onto the Seeking Stone, it would respond to indicate whether one could pass the assessment. At this moment, those present who knew Yushio held their breath. Although they were quite displeased with him, they couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy at the talent and strength he displayed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yushio was the pillar of this generation in Huaxia, even if they were reluctant to acknowledge it. Facts were facts. So they were eager to see what Yushio's future achievements in martial arts would be. Seconds passed. However, the Seeking Stone showed no reaction at all. Normally, when others dripped blood onto the Seeking Stone, it would respond in about 30 seconds. But what was going on with Yushio? Did the Seeking Stone not recognize his talent and potential? Or was it that Yushio's current strength was actually a result of overextending his potential, meaning he had no future in martial arts at all? 2 minutes passed. The people from the capital had already shown signs of ecstasy on their faces. If Yushio could not gain the Seeking Stone's recognition, it would mean his future in martial arts was limited. The person who had previously made them feel threatened would no longer pose a risk. What's going on? Old Master Deng frowned deeply. He clearly found it hard to believe the situation before him. Yushio's talent and strength were unprecedented. How could the Seeking Stone not respond? Dingling, this shows that this kid Yushio has no future in martial arts. In my opinion, you won't be infatuated with him anymore, the two uncles said, feeling a pang of regret at this scene, but still turned to young Dingling. No way, it must be a problem with the Seeking Stone. Yushio absolutely cannot have no future in martial arts. He is the most astonishing man I have ever seen in my life. It must be a problem with the Seeking Stone. Young Dingling glanced at Yushio not far away, then decisively shook her head. Given Yushio's level of astonishment, she believed there was definitely an issue with the Seeking Stone. Humph, what a broken Seeking realm. Yushio doesn't need these lousy assessments, young Dingling said disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the Seeking Stone as if out of spite. Buzzing. At that moment, the Seeking Stone, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly erupted with a roar. It sounded like a furious wind howling, or like sandstorms raging. In short, the noise grew louder and louder. This attracted everyone's attention, and they were all filled with curiosity. Because in the past experiences of the Seeking Stone, such a situation had never occurred. This continued for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, the Seeking Stone rippled, and the names on the stone became blurred. Very briefly, the next moment, when the names on the stone reappeared, Yushio's name was already at the very top of the Seeking Stone. His name stood in stark contrast to the others, both in font size and color. Yushio's name was flamboyant, the font several times larger than the others, and it shone in golden yellow, occasionally radiating a rainbow-like glow under the sunlight. He's at the top. I knew Yushio would never fade into history. Good. Old Master Deng's emotions fluctuated wildly. He immediately burst into hearty laughter. It was clear he was very pleased at this moment. This is the Seeking Realm opening? At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, for on the Seeking Stone, a shimmering portal of rainbow ripples had appeared. This was unprecedented. In the past, the Seeking Stone would give assessments, and only those who passed could open the door to the Seeking Realm. Moreover, the portal to the void was not a spectrum of colors, but a rippling black. You dare! Just as everyone was in shock, two figures suddenly burst out of the crowd at incredible speed. heading straight for the colorful void portal. Old Master Deng immediately roared in anger. Clearly, someone was trying to seize Yushio's opportunity. With this situation, the others around began to harbor ulterior motives. Once again, someone charged forward. "Ha, Yushio, your opportunity is now mine." The middle-aged man who reached the colorful void portal first turned around and laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Yushio. However, Yushio remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the other's actions. "If you dare to go in, I will definitely wipe out your entire family in 10 generations. Instead, Old Master Deng's face twisted in rage, his anger reaching its peak. "So what?" As Old Master Deng was almost upon him, the man immediately turned and dashed into the void portal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the colorful void portal suddenly emitted a thunderous roar, and waves of colorful ripples surged out. The previously arrogant middle-aged man, upon contact with the colorful ripples, instantly vanished. Seeing this scene, Yushio's expression changed drastically, and he quickly activated his speed talent, reaching Old Master Deng's side in the blink of an eye, pulling him back swiftly. During this time, the few who had rushed toward the colorful void portal were all obliterated by the colorful ripples. What is happening? I seem to know the reason. The seeking stone has never been a lifeless object. It must have a spirit. Exactly, the colorful void portal opened because of Yushio, and only he can enter. How could a divine object like the seeking stone allow the theft of opportunities? Otherwise, it would be unworthy of being a divine object. Someone began to explain, and the surrounding crowd suddenly realized, their previous greedy thoughts decisively dissipating. No matter how important the opportunity was, it was not worth their lives, especially since it was an opportunity that could not be obtained even at the cost of their lives. Thus, it became even less worthwhile. At the same time, the gazes of the crowd toward Yushio were filled with envy and awe. Reaching the top of the seeking stone meant that Yushio's martial future was terrifying. Luo Yangxing, ranked 18th, was already a martial saint, so what level of power would Yushio, the one who reached the top, achieve in the future? A martial emperor? Or perhaps a martial god? Having gained such an opportunity, Yushio still appeared unfazed, instead scrutinizing Old Master Deng, seemingly concerned that he had been harmed by the colorful ripple. "Yushio, thank goodness you were here today, otherwise, my old life would have been forfeit." Remembering the terrifying colorful ripple, Old Master Deng felt a wave of fear. Even though he had seen much in his life, he had never encountered something so mysterious and terrifying. Capable of obliterating a person in the blink of an eye, it was truly frightening. "The cause of this matter lies with me, so saving you is only right. Besides, we are all family, no need for such formalities." Upon hearing this, Old Master Deng smiled and added, "Yushio, hurry and enter the seeking stone, we will guard you here." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Deng shouted to those around, "If anyone has ulterior motives later, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." Over here, Yushio also commanded, "From now on, you all follow Old Master Deng. If anyone acts with ill intent, kill without mercy." "Yes." 209-star grandmasters and 5 martial venerable warriors immediately responded. At that moment, their eyes turned red, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. The people around could not help but feel their hearts race at this scene, especially those from the capital. They couldn't help but curse inwardly, where on earth did this bastard Yushio get so many grandmaster warriors? The name of warrior was known to everyone present. These were all a group of battle maniacs, willing to fight to the death. Moreover, they were all grandmasters. Ordinary people truly did not dare to provoke them. Swish! As Yushio's figure unfolded, he appeared in front of the colorful void portal in the blink of an eye. He stepped forward, and the colorful void portal showed no signs of change. As his body faded into it, the portal vanished as if it had never existed. "Is this the Seeking Realm?" Yushio looked at the scene before him, his expression turning strange. According to what he understood about the Seeking Realm, it didn't seem to be like this at all. Before him stood a door. At first glance, it resembled a larger farmhouse courtyard, giving off an ancient vibe. "Saint's Tomb?" Above the door hung a worn plaque with 3 large characters. Filled with doubt, Yushio walked through the door. In the courtyard, directly opposite the entrance, stood a 3-story pavilion. To the left was another pavilion, but only 2 stories high, with the plaque reading Scripture Pavilion. Especially upon seeing the couplet on the door, Yushio's breath momentarily became disordered. "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Yushio exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this the Tao Te Ching from Earth? How could it appear here?" At that moment, he felt an impulse to go inside and see what was going on. Logically speaking, this was another world. How could Earth's scriptures possibly appear here? Yet now, they were undeniably right before his eyes. Strange, odd, mysterious. This was the first impression the small courtyard gave Yushio. He then shifted his gaze to the right. On the right was a tiled house, with the plaque reading Chi Pavilion. After pondering for a moment, Yushio ultimately decided to enter the three-story pavilion directly opposite. It looked like a residence, and perhaps there were records about this place inside. Resolute, Yushio no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the three-story pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion had tables and chairs arranged, clearly a reception area. However, aside from the furniture, there was nothing else. It was very empty. The only thing on the wall directly facing the door was a strange painting, depicting many oddly shaped little figures battling a tall giant. Yushio didn't think much of it, merely considering it a peculiar hobby of the pavilion's owner. He then followed the stairs up to the second floor. It was still completely empty. Climbing to the third floor, he looked around and finally spotted an ancient book on a tea table. The book's cover had no title and seemed to be bound with silk thread. Out of curiosity, Yushio picked it up and began to flip through it. The characters were actually in small seal script. Yushio's breath quickened. Although he couldn't read it all, he could roughly understand its meaning. It seemed to be a diary, recording personal feelings and frequently mentioning drifting here. He continued to check further. Eventually, he discovered that the so-called Seeking Realm appeared to be merely a graveyard. It should be said that it was a graveyard that had drifted from an unknown place. Now Yushio finally understood why everyone's assessments were different and why the scenes in the Seeking Realm varied. Because the places they entered were the graves of different individuals. The differing assessments were based on the gravestones providing different evaluations according to the circumstances. According to the diary, there were 999 graves in this graveyard. Currently, there were 81 names on the gravestone, which meant that 81 graves had already been entered. In other words, there were still 918 graves that had not been opened. The place he had arrived at was the residence of the gravekeeper. But what was the situation with the small seal script in the diary, and what about the Tao Te Ching? Was the gravekeeper really someone who drifted from Earth? Many questions flooded Yushio's mind. After thinking it over, he felt increasingly disoriented. Isn't this the martial Tao world? How could it be so absurd? How could there be that kind of fantasy? Shattering the void, drifting here? Yushio stood in place for a long time, then walked down the stairs, deep in thought, glancing around. Ultimately, he first walked towards the scripture pavilion. Creak! Yushio pushed open the large door of the pavilion. Contrary to his expectations, there was no dust covering the floor, nor was there a musty smell from long disuse. Instead, a fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. Chi induction technique? Fist, sword, palm. The first floor had many bookshelves, each labeled with small seal script descriptions. The shelves labeled with terms like fist, sword, and palm led Yushio to speculate that they might be martial arts techniques. What puzzled him the most was the chi induction technique. Could it be a method for cultivating chi? Yushio thought for a moment, then walked up to the bookshelf. The large shelf held only 3 ancient-looking books. He casually opened one to take a look. Upon seeing it, his expression immediately turned strange. The so-called chi induction technique seemed not to be about cultivating chi for immortality, but rather a method to mobilize one's vital energy and blood. The description here stated that by using the chi induction technique, one could channel their vital energy to perform martial arts techniques. Upon reflection, the martial arts techniques from the outside world seemed to mention nothing about mobilizing vital energy. They merely relied on the strength of the body and power to execute martial arts. The so-called levels of martial arts mastery were merely about the proficiency of techniques and the degree of integration between the techniques and the body. Comparing the two, they seemed worlds apart. The combat power that could be unleashed by mobilizing vital energy was clearly much greater than simply relying on physical strength and proficiency. At that moment, Yushio recalled a saying, having a mountain of gold yet being unaware of it. For those in the outside world, enhancing vital energy seemed to be merely a simple development of the body, with no deeper application of vital energy itself. After a long while, Yushio had roughly browsed through all the martial arts techniques on the 3 floors. Whether it was the chi induction technique or the martial arts methods, they were clearly of a much higher level compared to the outside world. If compared, the materials here were like university textbooks, while those from the outside were akin to elementary school textbooks. One fully developed and utilized all functions of the body, while the other merely developed without any application. Moreover, the chi induction technique and martial arts methods in this pavilion also had different levels, with the first floor being the most basic and the third floor being more advanced. I can train my team using these martial arts methods. I just need to use the system to calculate the total, without the need to put in effort to cultivate. The system stacking function is clearly much faster than cultivating on my own. With a plan in mind, Yushio did not linger any longer, turned around, and walked out of the scripture pavilion towards the chi pavilion. He pushed the door open. Inside, there was only a water pool, with thick mist rising from it, giving Yushio a feeling reminiscent of the celestial Yao Chi. Looking up, he saw words written on the wall. Those who grasp the source of chi can control the sacred tomb, the source of chi, hence the source of thought. Although Yoshio did not fully understand the meaning of the content on the wall, he grasped the general idea. It merely stated that this pool was generated from the source of chi, and the water within could refine the martial body, leading to sublimation. It indeed seemed like a treasure. As long as he could control the sacred tomb, he could bring his team members here to soak, and their strength would increase, which would also enhance his own. With this thought, Yoshio took off his martial arts uniform and entered the pool. According to the explanation on the wall, the source of chi was deep within the pool. He began to dive down. After descending about 10 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the pool. However, the water at the bottom was a light purple, and in the center of the pool's bottom was a purple chi mass over a meter in diameter. The closer he got to the purple chi mass, the deeper the purple color of the water became. This purple chi mass must be the source of chi. Yoshio slowly swam over, and the silver flying knife at his waist automatically flew out, slicing his fingertip to let blood fall onto the purple chi mass. In the blink of an eye, the purple chi mass seemed to come alive, spreading along Yoshio's arm, and in no time, it enveloped him completely. At the same time, Yoshio felt something continuously drilling into his body through his pores. A wave of heat surged through him. His body felt hot, yet very comfortable. Unknowingly, Yoshio felt his eyelids grow heavy, and a wave of fatigue quickly washed over him. As time passed, a layer of purple aura gradually enveloped Yoshio's skin, which was very strange. If one looked deeper, they would find that not only was Yoshio's skin like this, but even his bones and blood were also gradually tinged with purple. With continuous absorption, the purple spots increased more and more, densely packed, resembling the purple stars in the night sky. Just like that, it was unclear how long had passed. The purple on Yoshio's skin faded, making it tighter and smoother than before, akin to those noble, fair jade. However, his bones and blood remained deep purple, not fading at all. As Yoshio's eyelids twitched, the purple aura completely merged into his body, leaving a purple mark pattern at his brow, which flashed and then disappeared. Immediately after, another purple aura separated from Yoshio's body, but this time the color changed to light purple. At that moment, Yoshio slowly opened his eyes. His first reaction was shock. For some unknown reason, it seemed that some memories had suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if he had obtained the foundation of a martial god, along with an introduction to the sacred tomb. The so-called sacred tomb was merely within the sacred steel, that is, within the seeking steel. To truly master the sacred tomb, one needed to reach the martial emperor realm and completely integrate the source of chi into their body. At that time, one could enter the sacred tomb through the sacred steel, even from 1,000 miles away. Right now, he only had the qualification to manipulate some simple functions and had the right to enter the sacred tomb at any time. However, he still lacked the ability to open other tomb spaces, which was a regret. Because in his view, within the sacred tomb, other tomb spaces were not only resources but also issues of tomb inheritance. If his team members could obtain these inheritances, their strength would be terrifyingly formidable. Are you sure this isn't a fantasy world? How could there be such things in the martial arts world? Moreover, I am very clear about my own talent. If I had extraordinary talent, the original owner wouldn't have been exiled to the poor student class of the 7th Academy. Even if there were resource issues, talent still played a significant role. I can inexplicably gain the recognition of the sacred tomb and these memories in my mind. I guess it must be related to the system, Yoshio thought, then asked, "System, come out and answer my questions. Come out." However, after calling several times, Yoshio still received no response from the system. Of course, after having the system for so long, he indeed had not communicated with it. Aside from when calculating totals, the system would respond. At other times, it was as silent as the dead. Forget it, whether or not the system is playing tricks, this harvest is substantial. After thinking for a moment, Yoshio swam out of the pool, put on his martial arts uniform, and walked out of the Chi Pavilion. First, go get the martial arts techniques. The Chi Pavilion's pool couldn't be taken out, but the items in the scripture building could. He took some out to later give to his team members for cultivation. The main focus was still on the Chi induction technique. This was the most crucial part. About 10 minutes later, Yoshio had completely looted the scripture building, stuffing everything into his storage device. Then he realized he needed to figure out how to leave this place. As he walked out of the small courtyard's gate, he suddenly felt a heat at his brow, and a colorful void portal appeared out of thin air in front of him. Seeing this scene, Yoshio immediately reached out to touch his brow. There was nothing there. For a moment, he couldn't make sense of it and ultimately attributed it to the system. This trip to the Seeking Steel not only gave him a clearer understanding of this world but also a deeper insight into the system's tricks. The martial arts world? Now Yoshio suspected that this world was not merely a martial arts world, because the martial arts world didn't have such absurd things at all. It had some connection to fantasy, giving off a feeling of a high martial world. However, the martial arts level of the outside world seemed unrelated to high martial arts. It seems that there are still secrets in this world. I will investigate slowly in the future. In the world of high martial arts, doesn't it mean that the strong can extend their lifespan, and flying and escaping from the ground seem to be no problem at all? Yushio stood in place, pondering for a moment, then reined in his thoughts and stepped into the colorful void portal. Finally out. When the colorful void portal appeared on the Seeking Stone, Old Master Deng and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, as Yushio was about to emerge, a look of concern appeared on Old Master Deng's face. During the time Yushio had entered the sacred tomb, many people had already arrived. When Yushio first entered, there were only a few hundred people gathered here. But now, thousands had gathered, many of whom were martial venerates. What's going on? As Yushio stepped out of the colorful void portal and saw so many people around, he couldn't help but frown. Just then, Old Master Deng, accompanied by 200 death warriors, immediately surrounded him. You finally came out. Yushio frowned and asked, "What's the matter with these people? Why have so many suddenly gathered?" Old Master Deng explained, "In the month you've been in the Seeking Realm, news has spread everywhere. Among these people, there are many martial venerates, and with our strength, it will be difficult to deal with them. So I informed the commander about the situation here, and according to the timeline, reinforcements should arrive this afternoon." As Old Master Deng spoke, Yushio was left dumbfounded. A month? Had he really been in the sacred tomb for a month? How could that be? To him, it felt like he had only been in there for a few hours at most. In his surprise, Yushio seemed to realize something. It must have been when he fell asleep in the pool that time passed so long. However, sleeping for a month still left him a bit dazed. But after thinking about it, the information that later appeared in his mind about the Martial God Foundation seemed not so impossible anymore. Moreover, he had already guessed that this world was not simply a martial arts world. So, sleeping for a month didn't seem so hard to accept after all. Yushio, the Seeking Realm is a treasure of all of Huaxia. Now that the secret realm city of Huaxia is in imminent danger, I hope you can share what you gained in the Seeking Realm for the safety of the Huaxia people. That's right, the country comes first before the individual. I hope you can consider the bigger picture, Yushio. Yushio, share everything you gained in the Seeking Realm. Although the leaders of these people had kind expressions, their eyes were filled with greed, and the thousands around them were the same. For the greater good? Yushio suddenly found it laughable. You people talk to me about the greater good. In your city, when you exploited the common people and deprived them of cultivation resources, did you ever mention the greater good? When you forced the common people to join the blood god cult, did you talk about the greater good? Furthermore, regarding the training camp you proposed, which does not limit deaths, did you consider the greater good when you took these actions? You don't need to deny it. I know the change in the training camp rules was proposed by your family representatives. Now that the secret realm city is in crisis, the elders are all on the front lines and have no time to care about external matters. Yushio said coldly, "Now you talk to me about the greater good. With your selfishness as aristocrats, do you think I will believe you? Cut the crap. I'm too lazy to waste time with you here. Isn't it just about seizing opportunities? No need to use moral coercion. Besides, you just want to force me to take action, right? I'll accompany you to the end." The leaders of those people revealed a sly smile upon hearing Yushio's words. They naturally knew that Yushio would not hand over the opportunity. It was just a set of rhetoric. After all, they had already tried to persuade Yushio with the righteousness of the nation, and now it was just that he was ungrateful. In this way, under the greed of the crowd, they could take the opportunity to eliminate Yushio. At that time, there would be no need to worry about being blamed from above. After all, the law does not punish the masses. Yushio, your actions are nothing but a betrayal of your race, a betrayal of Huaxia. Do you know how serious this crisis is? How can you be so selfish? In your heart, are the lives of the Huaxia people so worthless? You would rather enjoy the opportunity alone than share it to enhance the overall combat power of the nation. You would rather see the Huaxia people suffer and die when the crisis strikes, still being selfish? This hat was placed on Yushio's head as if he were the greatest villain. These words made Yushio laugh. You keep talking about the Huaxia people, but when have you ever truly cared for them? If a crisis strikes, in my view, the ones who will protect the nation and quell the crisis will always be the common people you oppress, never you so-called noble families. With resources countless times more than the commoners, how many of you will actually show up on the battlefield when the nation is in peril? Now you use the common people to pressure me. I ask you, do you bastards even deserve it? At this point, Yushio's expression darkened again. When did my Qin province, the Blood God sect, ever dare to show its face? But what about in your provinces? How has the Blood God sect behaved? is this what you call caring for the Huaxia people? Fine. It's useless to say more. If we must fight, then let's fight. Keeping you small-minded people around during a national crisis only makes you a burden. As he spoke, Yushio simply stepped on the ground and moved towards the few leaders who had spoken earlier. Just as he leaped up, Yushio noticed something different. His body seemed lighter than before, his strength appeared more restrained, and both his speed and reaction had greatly improved. Even more astonishingly, Yushio felt his blood boiling within him, as if a mysterious force was urging his body into an excited state. It was truly magical. Not only that, he found he could glide through the air and briefly hover. Could this be the benefit of the martial god foundation? His body seemed to have transcended many levels, resembling a qualitative change. Boom! With just a single punch, several leading martial sovereigns were easily sent flying over 10 meters away. This power. To be honest, Yushio was a bit dazed, feeling his head buzzing. When did his strength increase so much? It was terrifying. Let's try the chi drawing technique. At this moment, Yushio prepared to simply attempt the chi drawing technique he had memorized in his mind. Although he had not officially practiced it to a proficient level, he could still mobilize his vital energy and blood. Moreover, it was no problem to use the initial martial skills while mobilizing his vital energy. Boom! Another punch. The several martial sovereigns attacking Yushio were instantly sent flying, spitting blood. Yushio was stunned. Was this really the power of an initial martial skill? Yushio, have you been hiding your strength all along? Are you a martial king? Yushio's ferocity had completely shocked those martial sovereigns. In their eyes, a martial sovereign would never possess combat power like Yushio. The outside world rumored that Yushio was only a one-star martial sovereign, but this combat power. When could a one-star martial sovereign so easily dominate an established martial sovereign? If Yushio had used multiple talents to defeat a martial sovereign, it would be understandable. But Yushio had not used multiple talents, he had only used initial martial skills. How could he completely overpower an established martial sovereign like this? No one would believe it. Could it be that Yushio was truly a martial king? Hiding strength again? Is this kid a martial king? In the distance on the battlefield, Yang Dueling's two uncles and others who did not wish to provoke Yushio were watching the fight. When they heard those people shout this, they were dumbfounded. Is this kid even human? What a freak! At this moment of emotion, the two uncles looked at Yang Dueling and said, "You don't have to worry now. That kid is a martial king, and these martial lords and grandmasters can't do anything to him. Don't be angry. It's not that your uncles don't want to help Yushio, but we only have the strength of grandmasters. There are so many powerful martial lords over there. Do you want your uncles to be cannon fodder? Moreover, you are only at the martial artist level. Any random person could kill you with a wave of their hand. Since you are one we brought out, we must take you back, otherwise, your mother will resent us for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Yang Dueling remained silent. In her heart, she knew her two uncles were right, but she was simply worried about Yushio. Now that she learned Yushio was a martial king, she felt happy yet increasingly despondent. She was only a third-tier martial artist. The distance between her and Yushio was growing wider. She knew she could never keep up with Yushio's pace in this lifetime. The gap between them would only widen. On the battlefield, Yushio was also exhilarated. The 1,000-strong team had descended into chaos after Yushio charged in. At this moment, Yushio had completely unleashed his abilities, using both his talent and chi manipulation technique. He was ruthless in his actions. These people wanted to rob him, which was a deep-seated grudge that could only be settled with blood. As for the family forces behind them, Yushio couldn't be bothered. Want to run? Yushio caught sight of the few leaders from before, sprinting away in the distance. He sneered and activated his speed talent. Under the influence of the chi manipulation technique, his body reached an incredibly excited state, enhancing his talent even further, as if he had a buff. Run fast! Yushio's actions drew everyone's attention. Seeing him chase after the leaders, the morale of the others immediately plummeted. Yushio was too strong like a great demon king. Moreover, he was so ruthless. Now, among the hundreds on the ground, most had been killed by Yushio. The hearts of the people were scattered. The alliance immediately collapsed, and they fled in all directions. Don't chase! Seeing that the 200 death warriors had become bloodthirsty, Old Master Deng immediately called them off. Yushio could be indifferent, but he had to care. The Chu family was already walking on thin ice. If they killed all these people, the Chu family would only face more difficulties. As for Yushio, Old Master Deng was not worried at all. A martial king. This was not a martial lord, it was too terrifying. Even those elders of Huaxia in the secret realm city would likely be moved. Moreover, Yushio now had the authority to form a team, protected by the state. At that time, Yushio could completely claim he was enforcing the law, as a commander with the right to form a team. Yushio, you can't kill us. We can submit to you, we can be your dogs. Really, we don't want to die, we can be your dogs. That's right, Yushio, as long as you spare us, we are willing to be the most loyal dogs. You are so young yet a martial king. We will definitely be loyal, absolutely no thoughts of rebellion. Breaking through the martial lord realm is difficult, blocking 7 out of 10 martial artists. A martial king blocks 9 out of 10 martial artists. Now in the outside world of Huaxia, apart from the old master of the Chu family trapped in Qin province, almost all martial kings are in the secret realm city. Although the old master of the Chu family is a martial king and invincible in the outside world of Huaxia, he has concerns and cannot act recklessly. But Yu Xiu is different. He has no concerns at all. He is completely a barefoot madman. No one dares to provoke him. Submit to me? Are you qualified? Yu Xiu sneered coldly, and the shining silver flying knives swiftly shot out, slicing through several people's necks. Why Yu Xiu, you will not die a good death, I curse you. Feeling the flow of life slipping away, these people no longer flattered him, their faces filled with resentment. Unfortunately, before they could finish their curse, they had already died from rage. After doing all this, 9 shining silver flying knives flew up under Yu Xiu's control. As for Yu Xiu, he leaped into the air, using the tips of his toes to lightly step on the shining silver flying knives. From this perspective, it seemed as if Yu Xiu was strolling in midair. Indeed, my thoughts can be realized. Now that Yu Xiu had gained the foundation of a martial god, his body felt light, undergoing a qualitative change. Thus, he accomplished these feats. Is this flying? As Yu Xiu excitedly attempted this, the crowd around him wore expressions of shock. Flying in the air. Wasn't this a myth? Yu Xiu actually achieved it. What the hell? Even the well-informed old Master Deng couldn't help but slap his thigh, his eyes wide as saucers. The people behind him, including Qing Shan and the 200 death warriors, were equally astonished. It was evident how terrifying and shocking Yu Xiu's actions were. Even the usually emotionless death warriors displayed expressions of shock. Why you kid, were you just flying? As Yu Xiu approached, old Master Deng stammered out his thoughts. Just some small tricks, really nothing to mention, Yu Xiu said with a smile. But old Master Deng was even more speechless. You call that a small trick? That's flying in the sky. You kid, tell me honestly, do you have hidden strength? Actually, you're not a martial king. Your true strength is that of a martial emperor, right? Yu Xiu explained. Old Deng, you misunderstood. I'm neither a martial emperor nor a martial king. I'm just a martial venerable. Do you think this old man is easy to fool? Old Master Deng scoffed. Does a martial venerable have such formidable combat power? I'm also a martial venerable, and a great one at that. My combat power can't be compared to yours. Despite old Master Deng's words, Yu Xiu could tell from his expression and tone that he was deliberately teasing. Yu Xiu opened his mouth but ultimately chose not to explain further. His current strength was indeed that of a martial venerable, but his combat power was comparable to a martial king. However, thinking about entering Huaxia University, he would gain team privileges. At that time, his strength would break through to martial king overnight. If he forcibly explained now and later revealed his martial king strength, it would be hard to explain. Alright, I admit, I do have the strength of a martial king. Upon hearing this, old Master Deng's expression turned playful, as if to say, see, you can't hide this from me, you're still you. Old Deng. At that moment, a shout came from not far away. Old Deng looked over and found that it was a team from the Chu family coming to support, led by Chu Tianjiao's father, but they had arrived late. Sorry, Yu Xiu, we ran into the blood god sect on the way here. Those bastards were deliberately harassing us, not engaging directly, clearly trying to delay our time. Fortunately, we encountered people from the Yellow Springs Tower. They were also coming to support. Let us go first. They are dealing with the blood god sect and should be arriving soon. At this time, Chu Tianjiao's father saw the corpses scattered all around and asked in surprise, the ones who besieged you, they couldn't have been dealt with already, right? But I heard there were thousands attacking, and many of them were martial venerables. Seeing his expression, old Master Deng chuckled lightly. Little Chu, the crisis has indeed been resolved. You worked hard for nothing. Really resolved? Chu Tianjiao's father looked at the number of people on Yu Xiu's side, astonished. You over 200 fought against several thousand, and there were so many martial venerables among them. How did you win? When this question was asked, everyone turned to look at Yu Xiu. Chu Tianjiao's father also sensed the gazes of the crowd and asked tentatively, could it be that Yu Xiu was the one who won? That's right, it was indeed Yu Xiu who won. To be precise, Yu Xiu single-handedly repelled the siege of thousands. Old Master Deng explained, Yu Xiu is hiding his strength again. He is actually a martial king. Hiding strength again? Martial king? Chu Tianjiao's father's expression suddenly stiffened. Clearly, old Deng's words were contradictory and awkward, yet why did they sound so pleasant? Especially the part about hidden strength. It seemed quite reasonable. But the martial king realm. If I remember correctly, Yushio is only 17 years old, right? Excluding those from the Secret Realm City, Yushio is practically invincible in Huaxia. Just get used to it. In fact, I even suspect that Yushio is hiding his strength. He might actually be at the Martial Emperor level. As soon as old Deng said this, Chu Tianjiao's father exclaimed in shock, still hiding strength? Martial Emperor level? Uncle Deng, are you sure you're not joking? This isn't reasonable. Not reasonable? Old Deng scoffed, everything unreasonable about Yushio is reasonable. Just now, he was flying in the sky. Do you think that's reasonable? Flying? In the sky? Chu Tianjiao's father looked at Qing Shan and the others, only to find them all nodding, their expressions increasingly fascinating. It seemed that hiding Martial Emperor's strength wasn't so unreasonable after all. Chu Tianjiao's father glanced at Yushio and thought to himself, even if someone told me tomorrow that Yushio is actually a Martial Emperor, I probably wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. From the first time he heard Yushio's name, he was just at the master level. Then, he turned around and became a grandmaster. After that, rumors spread that Yushio was hiding his strength and was actually a martial venerable. Now, he was hiding his strength again, reaching the martial king level. Moreover, there were various talents that Yushio had hidden. It seemed like he was a bottomless pit. Just when you thought that was Yushio's limit, he would reveal another trump card. It seemed that Chen Sihai had such sentiments back then. Those dogs from the blood god cult, if I catch them next time, I must kill them. Lord Yushio, this time it was all my fault, the support arrived late. At this moment, the manager of Huangquan Tower arrived, cursing, but when he saw the corpses around him, his words abruptly stopped. Is it over already? It's over. Chu Tianjiao's father answered him. Don't ask too many questions. I'll tell you the specifics later. The manager of Huangquan Tower looked at Chu Tianjiao's father and finally nodded. Now everyone was looking at Yushio, waiting for him to give orders. First, go to Chaosua town to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushio walked towards the Chaosua monument and sealed it up. From then on, no one could obtain the assessment. The remaining tomb inheritance inside the Chaosua monument was left for his team. The reason he didn't let the death warriors around him in was mainly that they had already exhausted their potential and had no future. It would be a waste to give them the tomb inheritance. However, he could let the death warriors soak in the water pool of the Chi Pavilion later, but not now. Right now, this place was the focus of attention. Once Yushio took his people inside, it was estimated that before he could even leave the West, tens of thousands would come looking for trouble. It might even attract martial kings, martial emperors, and possibly even martial saints. Perhaps others were unclear about what the Chaosua realm was, but those who had received the tomb inheritance were very clear. Once a martial saint arrived, Yushio believed he wouldn't be a match. Even if he was protected by the country, in the eyes of a martial saint, what good would protection do? Strength was the symbol of everything. After a long time, Yushio and the others entered Chaosua town, and passers-by immediately recognized Yushio, the fierce person who had slapped the Hai family in the face and remained unscathed. Moreover, now Yushio was followed by so many people, each with profound auras. Moments later, they arrived at the Hai family manor. The fourth son of the Hai family, who had witnessed everything, was now deeply respectful towards Yushio, a 17-year-old martial king, and with the support of the Chu family from Qin province and Huangquan Tower. Such power and influence, 100 Hai families would not be a match. Lord Yushio, the head of the Hai family, personally came to the manor entrance to greet him, accompanied by his 3 sons. However, this time, they were surprisingly well behaved, keeping their heads down and saying nothing. The banquet is ready. Previously, the fourth son of the Hai family had already sent someone to inform the head of the Hai family to prepare a banquet. However, there was no time to explain what had happened at the Quest Monument. As they walked into the estate, due to the large number of attendees, the head of the Hai family arranged the banquet in the open courtyard. Lord Yushio, and all the esteemed guests, please take your seats quickly, the head of the Hai family greeted as Yushio and the others settled down. Immediately, the fourth son of the Hai family exchanged glances with his father, and the two moved aside. The third son of the Hai family, seeing his father leave, did not dare to stay behind and quickly followed. Father, Lord Yushio is not as simple as we imagined. What did he say? The fourth son of the Hai family took a deep breath and then recounted in detail how Yushio had ascended the Quest Monument, fought against thousands of attackers, and concealed the existence of the martial king. Father, the situation is becoming increasingly unclear. If our Hai family wants to survive, I believe we must pledge loyalty to Lord Yushio. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Hai family. The head of the Hai family frowned and said, but Lord Yushio has provoked so many enemies. Once we pledge loyalty, those people may not dare to target Lord Yushio directly, but if they vent their anger on our high family, we would truly be doomed. The fourth son of the high family replied, Father, no opportunity comes without risk. Lord Yushio is only 17 years old, yet he is already a powerful martial king, and having ascended the quest monument, what will his strength be in the future? A martial emperor? Or perhaps a martial god? Let's take a gamble. If our high family wins, what will we become? Servants of the martial god. Servants of the martial god? The head of the high family suddenly felt his breath catch. He had to admit, his fourth son used the term perfectly, stirring his heart. Not to mention being a servant of the martial god, even being a dog by the martial god side would make the martial saints bow and scrape. Why not take a gamble? We must gamble. The fourth son of the high family nodded heavily and then looked at his three older brothers, saying coldly, but the premise is that the three of them must bow and apologize to Lord Yushio. We are willing. The three sons of the high family immediately nodded vigorously. Hearing what their fourth brother had just said made their hearts tremble. To single-handedly slaughter over 100 martial lords and fend off thousands of attackers, this ferocity, this age, this strength, each aspect left them in fear. Now, let alone bowing to apologize, they would have no complaints even if they had to send their wives out. An apology is necessary. However, whether Lord Yushio is willing to accept our high family's loyalty remains uncertain. We'll take it one step at a time. The head of the high family sighed deeply, looked at his three sons, and then at his fourth son, saying earnestly, Fourth, the future of the high family will depend on you. Once these words were spoken, the three sons of the high family clearly understood their father's meaning. This was a transfer of power. Although they were reluctant, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, the fourth son had the most contact with Lord Yushio, and they were unsure of the fourth son standing in Lord Yushio's eyes. If the fourth son was Lord Yushio's dog, they naturally would not dare to express any discontent. Come with me. Having made up his mind, the head of the high family no longer hesitated and turned to lead his four sons back to the banquet. Head of the high family, thank you for your hospitality. The head of the high family stepped forward to greet Yushio, who nodded and set down his chopsticks, saying, Lord Yushio, I have an unreasonable request, and I hope you can agree. The head of the high family's words immediately drew the attention of everyone at the banquet. Yushio replied, the head of the high family may as well speak and let us hear it. Lord Yushio, our high family wishes to pledge loyalty to you. We can be your most loyal dogs. The people present were not surprised at all. The strength Yushio displayed now was no longer that of a mere young genius. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a formidable figure. The voluntary loyalty of the high family was understandable to everyone. After all, their strength was not strong, and they resided in this western region. Lord Yushio, we have offended you many times before, and we hope you can forgive us. At this moment, the three sons of the high family suddenly knelt down, repeatedly knocking their heads on the ground, and soon their foreheads were bloodied. Lord Yushio, I am willing to follow you closely. Although the high family is small, we are willing to turn Chaosua town into your stronghold in the west. The fourth son of the high family also knelt on the ground, his face full of sincerity. Upon hearing this, Yushio fell into thought. He couldn't take the Chaosua monument with him now, and if he wanted to bring people over later, he indeed needed a stronghold, and the high family was just right. Once the high family became his subordinate force, he could come back here under the cover of night and quietly enter the Chaosua monument without attracting anyone's attention. Otherwise, if he brought people over in a grand manner, it would definitely draw attention. You can stand up now. Yushio raised his hand, and the head of the high family and the fourth son stood up, but the three sons of the high family did not dare to, still knocking their heads on the ground. You all get up too. Thank you, Lord Yushio. The three sons of the high family stood up and then retreated behind the head of the high family, lowering their heads and no longer speaking. Originally, I didn't plan to accept your high family, but what the fourth son said moved me. I do need a stronghold in the west, but what I want is not just the high family, but the entire Chaosua town. Yushio said, if you choose to pledge loyalty, I hope you can truly build Chaosua town. Do you understand what I mean? You did well, fourth high. Yushio praised the fourth son again, and the head of the high family understood, quickly saying, Lord Yushio, rest assured, the current head of the high family is my fourth son, and I am willing to step down and assist him. Yushio nodded in satisfaction and continued, fourth high, well done. I will help you break through to martial sovereign in a short time. If you don't do well, the high family won't need to exist anymore. The fourth son suddenly knelt on the ground, nodding, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations and will build Chaosua town. Get up! At this moment, Yushio already had a blueprint in his mind, planning to use Chaosua town as a foundation to build a city in this area. As the power of the sacred monument gradually opened up, it could be transformed into a vast secret realm city. The foundational city of Chaosua town could become the outer city of the secret realm city. The sacred monument, under his control, was different from other secret realm cities. Anyone could enter, but it had to be guarded. However, the sacred monument was different. As long as Yushio did not allow entry, no one could enter, and intruders would die. This could serve as a camp, which was quite fitting. He could arrange for the families of his team members to enter without worrying about their loyalty. Sit down and eat together. Yushio's words meant that the Hai family had become his own. Whether it was the manager of Huangquan Tower or the father of Chu Tianjiao, they were much more enthusiastic towards the head of the Hai family and the fourth son. 3 days later, Yushio and the others returned to the No. 7 Secret Realm City. After the manager of Huangquan Tower bid farewell, Yushio and the others set off again. Until the afternoon of July 20th, they finally returned to Jiangtan City. Since Yushio currently had no base, he temporarily arranged for the 200 dead soldiers to stay with the Chu family in Qin province. You little brat, you know how to come back. You have to report for school on the 25th. As soon as he walked into the villa, his father lectured him. Yushio chuckled and said, I definitely won't delay the registration. There are still 5 days until registration. No need to rush, his mother interjected. You say less, Xiaoxiu is back now. He's grown up and surely has plans for his own matters, so you don't need to worry. Alright, I won't say anything. This little brat is now a martial sovereign. Although his father's tone was teasing, his face was full of pride and satisfaction. After all, he was the father of a martial sovereign, the National Martial Arts Examination Champion's father. You. Mother smiled and said to Yushio, go take a shower and tidy up, then come down for dinner. Okay. Yushio smiled and turned to go upstairs. Father continued to play chess with Chen Sihai. This time, with Chen Sihai, the martial honor, at home and the Chu family looking after him, Yushio had no worries. However, as his enemies increased, Yushio became more focused on seizing the secret realm. After forming a team, he would begin to take action to capture the secret realm. The holy monument space could not be fully controlled yet, and he would have to wait for future development. For now, he needed a secret realm as a base, otherwise, the 200 dead soldiers and their families would have nowhere to settle. There were more and more tasks ahead. As the team members followed him, they would also make enemies. Only by settling the families of the team members could they be free of worries. Moreover, seizing the secret realm was not only to establish a base but also for resources. Yushio himself did not need resources, but the team members did. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yushio spent his time leisurely at home, during which he gave the martial arts techniques and chi induction methods he had brought from the scripture building to the 200 dead soldiers, allowing them to start their training. On July 25th, Yushio bid farewell to his parents and officially headed to Kyoto. The president of Huaxia University had called Yushio in advance, intending to arrange for someone to pick him up, but Yushio declined. He was very familiar with the university registration process. From July 25th to August 1st, these 5 days were not only registration days but also the new student ranking challenge days. This was also the source of the new student leaderboard, which offered resources and military merit rewards. Starting August 1st, there would be a month of military training, and classes would officially begin on September 1st. However, the military training projects at Huaxia University varied each year, and Yushio was not clear about it. As for after the school started, it would be the new student exchange competition. In short, the point was that in university, one had to constantly seize resources, with the victor being king. Therefore, for Yushio, resources were needed and could be reserved for team members, while military merit was even more essential, as it could be exchanged for resources and used to increase the number of team members. Classmate, you must be a new student, right? Just as Yushio was looking around, a girl wearing a volunteer badge quickly walked up to him and asked, I am a new student. I'm a sophomore, responsible for welcoming new students. This is my badge, the girl said, lifting her volunteer certificate for Yushio to see. It had her class information and the stamp of Huaxia University. Hu Jiali, that was the girl's name. As for the class, it was Martial Arts Class 7. At Huaxia University, there were only 2 departments, the Martial Arts Department and the Theoretical Research Department. One was for students who passed the martial arts exam, and the other was for those who passed the literature exam. As for the subdivisions of the Theoretical Research Department, Yushio was not aware and did not pay attention. Hello, Senior Hu. No need to be polite, Hu Jiali smiled. She originally wanted to help Yushio with his luggage but found that he had none. Yushio had a storage device, so all his belongings were inside, and he had indeed arrived clean and unencumbered. You didn't bring any luggage? Facing Hu Jiali's surprise, Yushio explained, my parents will send it over. I see. Hu Jiali nodded and asked, I can tell from your accent that you're from Qin province, right? From Jiangtan City in Qin province. Jiangtan City? Hu Jiali exclaimed, then excitedly asked, "Is there a Yushio from your place? The National Martial Arts Exam top scorer this year, perfect score, a martial honor level expert? Is it really true?" Yushio was taken aback, originally thinking Hujeli was going to ask something earth-shattering, but it turned out she was inquiring about him. "It is indeed true. So the rumors are true," Hujeli exclaimed in shock. "I heard my classmates mention it before, but I didn't believe it at first. Who can break through to the martial master realm at just 17? If the martial master realm is real, then he must have been killing it in the training camp, and the rumors say he's a great demon." At this point, Hujeli suddenly looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention to her. She let out a sigh of relief and cautiously asked in a low voice, "There are too many admirers of Yushio in our school. We need to be careful with our words. It's true that Yushio is a great demon, and he has killed many people in the training camp, right?" Yushio nodded. "He has indeed killed many people. Do you think Yushio is cruel?" Hujeli shook her head. "Not really. If we talk about cruelty, the main reason is that the members of the Family Representative Conference proposed to lift the death restrictions. If Yushio doesn't kill others, others will kill him. He has no choice. Moreover, I heard that Yushio comes from a commoner family. For him to be this powerful, he must have endured a lot of hardship. Sigh, it's really too difficult for commoner children to rise up." Yushio nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's hard for commoner children to turn their fortunes around." Hujeli smiled sweetly. "Actually, the country has treated us quite well, providing so many resources. I was able to get into Huaxia University thanks to these resources and the help of our local government." At this point, she suddenly asked, "By the way, Junior, do you want to join the military later? Our club was established for military service, and if you're interested, I can introduce our club to you." Yushio shook his head. "I have no intention of joining the military." In his view, after forming his own team, he would be a legitimate independent army. He could go wherever the military could go, and he could also go to places the military couldn't. However, for people like Hujeli, joining the military might indeed be a way out. The resource allocation in the military is relatively fair, and the powerful families wouldn't dare to extend their hands into the military. The military is the strong foundation of Huaxia, and the elders would never allow it. From what you say, it seems many people from Huaxia University will join the military? Yes, most of them join in their third year. Hujeli nodded. "But I want to join in my second year. That way, I can improve my strength faster. After all, during my time in the military, the school's resource allocation won't stop, so I can get 2 sets of resources." While the two were chatting, they arrived at a competition stage. Hujeli pointed at the stage and said, "This is the freshman competition stage, where the rankings for new students are determined based on strength and the number of matches defended. Junior, if you want to improve faster and distance yourself from other students in your first year, you must challenge the freshman rankings. Even if it means fighting hard, you need to achieve a high ranking." After saying this, Hujeli added, "But right now, you can't compete. You need to register with me first. After registering, you'll be assigned to a class, and then you'll receive your student number and student ID." Mentioning the class reminded Yushio that according to the principal, he was now a student of the martial arts class 1. However, since he had agreed to choose his classmates himself, he was the only one in the entire martial arts class 1, and there wasn't even a mentor. "Junior, this is the registration place." Hujeli pointed to a nearby area with a canopy and asked, "Junior, didn't you bring your admission notice?" Yushio replied, "I brought it." "That's good." Just as Hujeli was about to speak, she paused. Junior, where is your admission notice?" To her, Yushio seemed completely alone, as if he hadn't brought anything. "How about this? I'll help you register first. The school system has the information of new students. Later, you can come back with your admission notice to complete the information." Hujeli brought Yushio to the registration desk and explained the situation to the sophomore student in charge, which was not a big deal. The sophomore, upon seeing Yushio's good looks, did not make things difficult for him. "By the way, Junior, what's your name?" "My name is Yushio." "You, Yushio?" Hujeli was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly twisted her snow-white neck, her youthful and sweet face showing a flustered expression as she stammered, You just said, you are Yushio?" At this moment, the sophomore students in charge of registration were not much better than Hujeli. They never expected that the sunny and handsome boy in front of them was the rumored big demon king, Yushio. "I am Yushio," he said, taking out his admission notice from his storage device and handing it to the sophomore student in charge. However, they seemed a bit intimidated, their originally calm eyes now avoiding his gaze. After taking the admission notice and opening it to see the information, they fell silent, only lowering their heads to register the information. Instead, Hujeli occasionally raised her head, her peach blossom eyes curiously examining Yushio. This sunny and handsome boy, who looked very pleasant, was actually Yushio, but was he really the big demon king? Oh no, it seems I've been badmouthing him all the way here, even saying he was a ruthless killer. He wouldn't be angry, would he? He wouldn't silence me, would he? He is indeed the ruthless killer big demon king. I never expected that one day I, Jelly, would gossip right in front of him. You show, according to the school system information, you are classified as an Sss-Level new student and do not need to pay tuition. Here is your information receipt. You can use it to collect your student ID and other items. After completing the registration, the sophomore student respectfully handed Yushio a receipt stamped with the seal of Huaxia University. Thank you, senior. Yushio took the receipt, his long fingers waving it in front of Jelly, saying, Senior Hu, I'll need you to help me collect the items next. Oh, that's what I should do. I'm a volunteer. Jelly suddenly came to her senses, recalling her earlier behavior of staring at Yushio's face, and immediately became even more flustered. Jelly raised her snow-white wrist, and Yushio only saw a fair arm quickly snatch the receipt. When he looked again, Jelly was already taking quick little steps ahead. Yushio seemed to understand Jelly's sudden strange behavior. Gossiping about the person in front of you is indeed a very awkward thing. However, Yushio said nothing and just followed Jelly in silence. He didn't know how long they walked. Jelly suddenly stopped, turned around, her peach blossom eyes dodging as she forced a smile and said, I didn't mean to. Yushio smirked and asked, Are you referring to me being a ruthless killer, or to the big demon king? Seeing Yushio's expression, Jelly became even more flustered, stepping back 2 paces. Her face, which had been somewhat sweet, now showed wariness. She tried to appear calm, but her tone lacked confidence. I tell you, don't mess around, this is Huaxia University. If you kill someone here, you won't escape. I really didn't mean to, I didn't know you were Yushio. Besides, what I know is all hearsay. Yushio deliberately fell silent, then asked, Who told you? Just tell me their name, and I'll let you go. Jelly shook her head vigorously, saying, I can't say, she's my good friend, I won't say. Is that so? Yushio took a step forward, and Jelly's pupils constricted as she quickly stepped back 2 paces. I won't say. Jelly's voice suddenly choked, tears uncontrollably sliding down her face as she stubbornly said, I won't betray my good friend. Seeing this scene, Yushio stood there dumbfounded. His eyes, which were originally squinted, now showed an awkward expression. He had only thought that Jelly was amusing and wanted to tease her, but he never expected to make her cry. Senior, I was just joking with you. Although I've killed many people, I would never kill innocents indiscriminately. Jelly's face showed a silly innocence, her tear-streaked eyelashes trembling slightly as she tentatively asked, You won't kill me? Why would I kill you? Just because you said I kill without blinking, the big demon king? That doesn't mean I would kill to silence you. Are you sure? Jelly hesitated, clearly still skeptical. I'm sure. Jelly pouted, suddenly remembering something, and hurriedly said, You can't kill my good friend either. Yushio couldn't help but laugh. Senior, I don't even know who your good friend is. Seems like it. Jelly realized, sniffing as she raised her fair, slender arms to wipe her eyes haphazardly. Feeling that this wasn't effective, she then rubbed her eyes with both hands. You're really annoying. Once Jelly calmed down, she finally realized that Yushio was just teasing her. Yes, I am annoying. Jelly chuckled, blinking a couple of times and waving her hand. Forget about what happened just now, I'm not mad at you. Actually, you're quite nice. The rumors are all lies. You're nothing like the big demon king who kills without blinking. Yushio nodded with a smile. You're right, the rumors are all lies. Jelly pouted and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to get your student ID. By the way, then I'll take you to the freshman competition arena. With your strength. The more Jelly spoke, the more excited she became. Wow, I can't imagine what their expressions will be when they find out you're Yushio. It must be so much fun. I really look forward to it. Hurry up, walk faster. Under Jelly's constant urging, the two quickly arrived at the political education building. At this moment, there was a long line, clearly all there to get their student IDs. I almost forgot, today is registration day, there must be a lot of students getting their IDs. Let's wait in line. Jelly looked at the long queue, her face showing a disappointed expression. It seemed she was disappointed not to see those people's shocked expressions right away. God of repair. At this moment, a few students at the front of the line suddenly turned around and shouted in surprise. Yushio looked over and could tell that these students were not from Qin province. They clearly recognized him, having participated in provincial training camps. God of repair, are you here to get your student ID too? Our line is closer to the front. You can join us. Yushio originally wanted to refuse, but Jelly's eyes lit up. Thank you, classmates. I also want to take Yushio to the freshman competition. Freshman competition? God of Repair is going to the freshman competition? A few students seemed a bit confused. No one knew better than them about Yushio's strength. He was a martial honor. Who would dare to challenge him in the freshman competition? But thinking about it, it seemed like a very interesting thing. God of Repair, go to our spot. We'll accompany you later. Why should we let you cut in line? At this moment, a student frowned, looking very displeased. What does it matter to you? We're giving up our spot. How is that cutting in line? God of Repair, you can line up here. I won't get my student ID for now. I'll get it later. Originally, a few students behind were about to speak, but seeing them give up their spot, they had nothing to say. However, there were still some people in the line who recognized Yushio but remained silent. Of course, many people did not know Yushio. The martial arts exam admissions were based on provinces, not on the national martial arts rankings. This was also to give students from other provinces a chance to enter prestigious schools. This year, the top 500 students from Chin province are all qualified to enter the top 10 prestigious schools. This is still due to the training camp, which has enhanced the overall strength of Chin province, resulting in more slots for the province. In previous years, only the top 100 students from Chin province could enter the top 10 schools. Shoshin, I can't wait to see you dominate the arena. After receiving their student IDs and dorm keys, several students already showed eager expressions. Are you stupid? With Shoshin's strength, only a fool would challenge him. Once Shoshin's name is out, who would dare step into the arena? That makes sense. How about we keep Shoshin's identity a secret? The person couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think only we know Shoshin's identity? As far as I know, all the students who participated in the provincial training camp and had a chance to apply to Huaxia University basically came. In short, they all came for Shoshin. By the way, Shoshin, I saw in the school's promotional report that you plan to establish a club at Huaxia University. Can we join? That's right. The reason we came here is to join Shoshin's club and follow him from now on. The memories of the provincial training camp still linger vividly in their minds. Whenever they think of the scenes where the students from Chin province followed Yushio to dominate and sweep everything away, they can't help but feel excited and envious. They had no opportunity before. Now that Yushio is going to establish a club at Huaxia University, they naturally won't miss the chance. Many students probably share the same thoughts as them. Just as Yushio and the others were heading to the freshman arena, someone who recognized Yushio near the political education building immediately took out a communicator. Attention! Big news! I just ran into Shoshin, and he is about to challenge the freshman arena competition. Those who miss it can't blame me for not reminding you. Attention! Attention! Important things are said 3 times. Now I'm going to worship Shoshin's invincible talent. What the hell? Shoshin is fighting in the freshman arena? Are you kidding me? What level is Shoshin, and what level are the freshmen? How dare they compete with Shoshin? Damn it, no way. A bunch of low-level scum actually dares to compete with Shoshin. I'm going to take them down. That's right, we low-level scum have no right to compete with Shoshin. Brothers, gather at the freshman arena. Let's raise the name of Shoshin. At Huaxia University, Shoshin is supreme. Who dares to be reckless? Let's take them down. In an instant, the news of Yushio challenging the freshman arena spread rapidly. Many second and third year students also rushed to the freshman arena. Since Yushio's deeds became known, especially after he brutally defeated the children of wealthy families, the families in Kyoto could hardly lift their heads. Yushio instantly became the idol of the underprivileged students in Huaxia, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a faith. For one reason, Shoshin comes from a humble background. Once the news spread, the entire Huaxia University became restless. The originally crowded registration area now had only a few people left, and the place for collecting student IDs was also sparsely populated. Even though many people didn't know Yushio, upon hearing his name, they all crazily rushed towards the freshman arena. Perhaps this is the power of an idol. What's going on? Why is there suddenly no one in the arena? Hujeli looked at the empty arena, her previously excited face now showing a puzzled expression. Just a moment ago, when she passed by with Yushio, it was packed with people, and there were students fighting in the arena. But now, why is it suddenly empty? We're doomed. A few students who followed Yushio suddenly saw the message on the communicator. With a bitter face, they said, the news that Shoshin is coming to fight in the freshman arena has been exposed. I said we should keep a low profile. So many people know Shoshin, and now it's all over. Isn't it your fault? Who told you to shout so loudly over there? Now it's all over. Don't worry, there should still be many people who don't know about Shoshin. Although they have heard of the name, they don't recognize him. Do you really think there are fools? There should be, right? While a few were discussing, more and more people gathered around the freshman arena. Xiao Shun, someone in the crowd shouted, and immediately many others followed suit. Xiao Shun, Xiao Shun. Some confused students asked those next to them, who is Xiao Shun? He seems very famous? Damn it, you don't know Xiao Shun? Brothers, there are people here who don't know Xiao Shun. What should we do? As soon as this was said, the surrounding students immediately looked fiercely at the one who had just asked. This action instantly scared that student pale. Sorry. Alright, Xiao Shun is still here. Don't cause any trouble. Someone nearby said coldly, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Remember, Xiao Shun is this year's National Martial Arts Exam champion with a perfect score. Xiao Shun is Yu Xiao? That student exclaimed excitedly. I am Yu Xiao. No, I am a little fan of Xiao Shun. The reason I came to Huaxia University is to see Xiao Shun. So you're one of us. Kid, remember, it's best not to call Xiao Shun's name directly in the future, otherwise, someone will definitely beat you up. I will remember. I will never call Xiao Shun's name directly again. At this moment, Hu Jelly was truly shocked. She never expected Yu Xiao's charisma to be so terrifying. Just a single piece of news, and the freshman arena was surrounded tightly. Moreover, seeing these students shouting Xiao Shun, she suddenly felt a surge of blood boiling. It was simply exhilarating. Is it really that outrageous? A few students who came with her laughed at Hu Jelly's words. Senior, this is just the beginning. The name of Xiao Shun is now known by everyone in Huaxia. It is rumored that Xiao Shun kills without blinking. He is a great demon king. But have you heard anyone insult or slander Xiao Shun? Because Xiao Shun only kills those bastard rich kids. They are arrogant, unscrupulous, and disregard rules. But in the hearts of the poor students, Xiao Shun is the eternal god. Right now, it's just at Huaxia University, because many people don't have the opportunity to get in here. Otherwise, you would see what true charisma is. Yu Xiao slightly raised his hand. The scene immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fervently fixed on Yu Xiao. I am here to challenge the freshman arena competition. There is no need for everyone to act this way. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, Xiao Shun is invincible. As soon as this was said, the crowd echoed back, Xiao Shun is invincible. Xiao Shun is invincible. The cheers reached the sky, continuously echoing throughout Huaxia University. Not far away, the president of Huaxia University also heard the news and rushed over. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, Yu Xiao's charisma is truly terrifying. Because of his presence, this year's freshmen will become even more united. The middle-aged man beside him chuckled. It is our honor at Huaxia University. Huaxia University will rise to a new level because of Yu Xiao. The president of Huaxia University nodded with a smile. You go tell him that Yu Xiao doesn't need to participate in the freshman arena competition. He will be directly awarded the title of champion and enjoy all the benefits of being the champion. I understand. The middle-aged man nodded and then walked straight to the freshman arena. Fellow students, I am Jiang Hanwen, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. In light of the strength of student Yu Xiao, the school committee has decided to award him the title of freshman champion, allowing him to enjoy all the benefits of being the champion without participating in the freshman challenge. Do you have any objections? As soon as this was said, the scene immediately responded with cheers. No objections, Xiao Shun is invincible. Yu Xiao did not say much upon hearing this. He came here to participate in the freshman challenge, after all, just for resources and military merit. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to linger here. Yu Xiao, the principal is waiting for you over there, said the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, approaching Yu Xiao with a kind expression. Alright, thank you, Dean Jiang. Yu Xiao nodded and then said to Hu Jelly, thank you, senior sister, for helping me register. As soon as he finished speaking, just as Yu Xiao was about to leave, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Xiao Shun, when will the club you established recruit members? Yu Xiao thought for a moment. Since there was nothing to do in the first few days of school, he replied, the club will start recruiting tomorrow. The specific requirements and location will also be announced tomorrow. The club is named after the Qilin. It's called the Qilin class. Previously, Yu Xiao had also been troubled by the name of the team and the name of the club. It was only when he suddenly saw the dark-colored Qilin assessment jade that he finally settled on it. I must join the Qilin class. I want to join too. I came here just for Xiao Shun. I respect Xiao Shun. In the name of the Qilin, slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all enemies. Just as some in the crowd were puzzled about why Yu Xiao chose such a name, someone suddenly shouted this slogan at the top of their lungs. The crowd was stunned for a moment before erupting into a series of gasps. They all began to echo this slogan. I respect Xiao Shun. In the name of the Qilin, slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all enemies. I respect Xioshen. As more and more people roared, everyone felt their blood boiling. Even Yashio himself was silently chanting, in the name of the Qilin, slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all enemies. Interesting. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Yashio approached the principal. Naming it after the Qilin is good, but why do you end it with class? That's a bit strange. Yashio naturally wouldn't tell the principal it was to enhance strength and exploit system loopholes. Just a personal preference. Alright, your preference is quite unique. The principal smiled and then said, come to my office and sit for a while. Yashio nodded. A moment later, he followed the principal to his office. In 5 days, it will be military training. Do you have any suggestions for it? Yashio shook his head and said, no. The principal smiled and said, but I do have some opinions. I just don't know if you will agree. What do you mean? I want you to lead this year's new students' military training as the chief instructor. The principal chuckled lightly. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The reason I'm asking you to be the chief instructor is mainly for your own good. If I'm not mistaken, you formed the club to provide members for your team, right? If that's the case, then you should definitely accept the position of chief instructor. You can select your own team members during military training, and I can open all the information about the new students for you. Yashio was taken aback upon hearing this. I want to know why. The principal did not answer but got up to close the office door. After sitting back down, he finally spoke. This is the directive from above. Above? Yashio frowned. That's right. The principal's expression suddenly became serious as he nodded. I know you have some resistance towards the higher-ups because of the training camp, but I hope you can understand their decision. In fact, the sudden reform of the training camp is mainly aimed at the wealthy families. You should have noticed that the training camp is now controlled by the wealthy families, and the children from humble backgrounds have no way to enter. Even if they do enter, it's only as pre-selected students, and the resources they can access are very limited. All of this is due to the crisis in the Secret Realm City, which is very serious enough to potentially destroy the entire Huaxia. But because of this, those wealthy families are still plotting something in the Secret Realm City. However, the front line is tense, and the elders are personally involved in the battle, with no time to deal with these wealthy families. So under the guidance from behind the scenes, let them propose reforms for the training camp. You might think this is foolish, but what if the blood god cult was also deliberately arranged by those above? Yashio suddenly looked up, shocked, and said, but how do we explain the actions of the blood god cult and the issues with the blood god potion? The principal sighed and replied, as for the actions of the blood god cult, when have you ever heard of them targeting civilians? They have always focused on the aristocracy. As for the blood god potion, it's not as mysterious as it seems. Rapidly increasing one's strength will definitely have side effects, and those above have also worked to mitigate the side effects of the blood god potion. As long as one's willpower is strong, the side effects won't be that severe. The reason some blood god followers become crazed living dead is entirely due to willpower issues. However, the blood god cult also has methods to address the side effects of the blood god potion. Of course, those true geniuses from humble backgrounds will never be given the blood god potion. Those who receive it are usually of very ordinary talent or are unlikely to achieve great success in this life. Yashio asked, what does it mean for the principal to tell me all this? Those above hope you can inherit Chu Yunchang's will. The principal sighed. They have always felt guilty towards Chu Yunchang. If it weren't for Sai, with Chu Yunchang's talent, he would probably be a martial emperor or even a martial saint by now. The reason I'm telling you this is that you have broken through to martial king, and those above have decided to share this with you. They also hope you can help the Chu family to make up for the debt owed to Chu Yunchang. Of course, they absolutely will not let you become a second Chu Yunchang. They will provide you with all the resources and support to help you build a powerful iron army and grant you access to a resource-rich secret realm. You can think about it. If you refuse, those above will have no other thoughts. They only hope that when your strength is greater in the future, you can go to the front lines to help overcome difficulties. Yashio remained silent for a long time and asked, where exactly is the front line? Deeper in the west. The no man's land. To be precise, the current center of Huaxia is in the deeper no man's land. The principal explained, in the era before the revival of martial arts, the no man's land was a forbidden zone for humanity, filled with dangers. However, after the era of martial arts began, various secret realms and ruins emerged one after another. The no man's land provided Huaxia with vast resources, but correspondingly, it also brought disasters to Huaxia. Similar places include the Dragon Vein of Huaxia and the former Wild Man's Frame. Nowadays, the secret realm cities of Huaxia, after so many years of development, have formed a two-tiered differentiation from the mainland of Huaxia. The martial artists in the secret realm cities have overall strength far exceeding that of the mainland. However, the influence of the aristocracy in the secret realm cities is also very large. In fact, this is not due to inaction from those above, but during the early era of martial arts, in a time of great chaos, the aristocracy rose to power, and their combat strength was already sufficient to influence the decisions of those above. Yusho furrowed his brow and asked, "According to what you said, the creator of the blood god cult is not actually a true defector?" "That's right," the principal nodded. At that time, the aristocracy was powerful, and many disciples from humble backgrounds were constantly aligning themselves with the aristocracy for resources. If this continued for a long time, the aristocracy would become the clans of ancient times, with disciples from humble backgrounds serving as pawns. Once it evolved into this, Huaxia would fall into chaos, and disciples from humble backgrounds would have no chance to stand out. Thus, the purpose of the blood god cult is to secretly gather talented individuals from humble backgrounds, train them privately, and some are even sent to secret realm cities for training, preventing them from becoming pawns of the aristocracy. However, the elder left Huaxia for too long, leading to some within the blood god cult violating the original promises and beliefs. This is also the reason you see some blood god followers being very crazed. So the current blood god potions, some are genuine blood god potions, and their side effects can gradually be controlled. As long as they are not taken in large quantities, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But some blood god potions are pirated, they only pursue a rapid increase in power, and their side effects multiply. Yusho suddenly asked, "Principal, do you think these so-called pirated blood god potions are a ploy from above, deliberately used to confuse the aristocratic families? Or perhaps, the pirated blood god potions are actually concocted by the aristocratic families behind the scenes?" The principal was taken aback by the question and remained silent for a long time. "I'm not sure about that. It could be as you speculate, or it might not be. In any case, what is your choice now? Are you willing to fight for the commoners?" Yusho shook his head and said, "I'm not willing. Right now, I'm not thinking that far ahead. I just want to protect the people I care about and provide them with a stable and safe living environment." The principal nodded, indicating understanding. The instructions from above state that even if you refuse, they will still try to help you as much as possible and give you a green light. The best secret realms can also be made available to you, but you will need to fight for them yourself, and they will also give you a green light for forming a team. They hope to see your presence and team in the future battles in the uninhabited zones. The uninhabited zones? Yusho did not respond because he himself did not know what the future would hold. Perhaps he would go, or perhaps he would not. After bidding farewell to the principal, Yusho returned to his dormitory. Rather than a dormitory, it was more like a villa, as this villa area was the senior mentor apartments of Huaxia University. The mentors living here were all at least high-level grandmasters, with many being martial lords. Therefore, Yusho's strength was in line with the regulations for living here. In any case, these senior mentors did not harbor any dissatisfaction with Yusho's presence. Ultimately, it all came down to strength. The next day, Yusho arrived at the club area arranged by the school. It was a 3-story small building, entirely designated for club activities, and a sign for the Qilin class had already been erected at the entrance. Yusho took a look inside. There was a lounge, a training room, and even specialized equipment for testing strength and vitality. One must say, Huaxia University responded to Yusho's requirements with the best facilities. "Boss, we're here." Previously, Yusho had already informed the people from Qin province at Huaxia University. These were all students who had participated in the provincial training camp, and one could say they were Yusho's direct subordinates. "You guys will handle the recruitment for the club. According to the school's regulations, there is no limit on the number of recruits for our club. However, we can't just recruit anyone. Club members will be the reserve members for our future team. The quality of club members will directly affect the upper limit of our team. So I've decided that the club will only recruit those who are martial artists of the 3rd rank or above, and the difference between their inherent strength and realm strength cannot exceed 5%. That is to say, if the realm strength is 10,000 kilograms, the inherent strength cannot be lower than 99,500 kilograms. If someone possesses special talents, the requirement can be lowered to 5th rank martial artists." As soon as Yusho finished speaking, someone asked, "Boss, how do we handle loyalty?" "Club members are just reserves. Loyalty and character will be observed and assessed gradually," Yusho replied. "When recruiting, we can completely announce that the club members are reserve members for the team. The team has not yet been officially named. We can only wait until after military training for the upper management to grant us the legal authority to form a team. As for the future treatment of the team, it will gradually be improved and announced." The few people from Chin province chuckled. Boss, if these people knew you had the authority to form a team, they would definitely be shocked. Of course, by then, not only Huaxia University but students from other schools would probably be shocked too. The boss is the first student to obtain the authority to form a team. Although others have earned enough points in the training camp, their strength is too weak, and obtaining the authority to form a team has long been a thing of the past for them. Moreover, their teams generally consist of 100 members, unlike our leader, who commands a massive team of 700. With the leader's strength, it won't be long before he can exchange military achievements for more team members, and soon it will be a 1,000-member battle team, equivalent to a regiment in the military. The standard regiment size is 1,500, but for our leader, 1,500 is not a difficult task. Listening to the praises and compliments from a few people, Yushio remained indifferent. Alright, let's get down to business. Don't worry, boss, I've already contacted the forum administrator at the school, and the post has been edited. Now we just need to upload it to the forum and pin it to the top. Anyway, the conditions and regulations for recruiting people can just be posted at the entrance. Rest assured, boss, we will definitely handle the recruitment properly. I can already imagine the scene of a sea of people. After the announcement was made on the Huaxia University forum, only 5 minutes had passed, and the area in front of the club was already packed with people. This shows just how terrifying Yushio's appeal is. The crowd not only consisted of freshmen but also many second and third year students. Senior, why are you here too? Some freshmen, seeing the student who helped them sign up yesterday, couldn't help but ask curiously. I joined the Qilin class too. Aren't you already a sophomore? Why are you joining a freshman club? I withdrew from my previous club yesterday. The school doesn't have a rule that sophomores can't join clubs created by freshmen, right? Besides, can the god of cultivation be compared to other freshmen? The god of cultivation is a deity. Not only that, but other familiar second-year students also inquired among themselves. You came too? I didn't expect you to come. What a coincidence. Quiet. At this moment, a few students from Chin province responsible for recruitment shouted sternly. Instantly, there was complete silence. Today is the day we recruit for the Qilin class. Before we begin, everyone can take a look at the sign over there. That is our recruitment standard. If you do not meet the standards, please leave on your own. Of course, I also want to mention something off topic. Our leader, the god of cultivation, as some may know, has obtained the authority to form a team, and the team size is 700. This means that club members will be reserve members of the battle team. As for the benefits and treatment of the battle team, that has not yet been determined, but the leader will inform us later. Another thing, everyone present may know that our leader is a martial sovereign, but I can responsibly tell you that our leader is not just a martial sovereign, he is a martial king. A few days ago in the western region, our leader single-handedly fought against thousands of attackers, slaying hundreds of martial sovereigns, shocking everyone. Perhaps some of you already know this news, so I won't elaborate further. In short, being with our leader means a boundless future. Your achievements will only be greater. Of course, our club is not something anyone can just join. Those recruited today will only be reserve members of the club. According to the leader's regulations, reserve members can become official members through assessments, and outstanding official members can enter the battle team. I believe you should understand what being in a battle team means, so I won't say more. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence, followed by an explosive outburst of exclamations. Martial king? The god of cultivation is a martial king? If I remember correctly, the god of cultivation is only 17 this year, right? That's terrifying. I heard the principal strength is only a 9-star martial sovereign, but I didn't expect the god of cultivation to already be a martial king? Martial king? Does that mean the god of cultivation is already an invincible presence at Huaxia University? You can think a bit more broadly. The god of cultivation is likely an invincible existence within the borders of Huaxia. The martial emperor and martial saint are both in the secret realm city. Isn't the martial king invincible? In any case, I must join the Qilin class, even if it means doing menial tasks. If there's a martial king as the leader, my parents would probably faint if they heard about it. Is it just about strength? The god of cultivation also received the authority to establish a battle team, and it can have up to 700 members. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? A legitimate independent army, and it can also secure a secret realm as its base. The secret realm city is a place that countless people yearn for. Once it is established as a base, it means we can create a secret realm city. Do you understand? If we can join the Qilin battle team, our families can relocate their household registrations to the secret realm base established by the god of cultivation. Living in the secret realm not only prolongs life but also quietly enhances vitality and strength. Just as everyone was in shock, the forum posted again, revealing the news about Yushio obtaining the authority to form a battle team and his strength as a martial king. In an instant, the entire Huaxia University went wild. Many fourth-year students who had been too shy to join the club now rushed over without caring about their pride. Some fourth-year students from outside the school, upon hearing the news, also hurriedly made their way to Huaxia University. All the posts about Yushio are true. 2 minutes later, the president of Huaxia University also posted in his own name. At this point, the students who had still harbored doubts were left dumbfounded. The president himself had come forward to testify, which was enough to prove Yushio's strength as a martial king and his authority to form a battle team. Hello, I want to ask again, can students from other schools join the club? At that moment, a boy in the crowd suddenly shouted. He was a student from another school, having come to visit friends after registering, and now faced with this situation, he was very anxious. Although he knew that asking would provoke public anger, he felt he would regret it for life if he didn't. Get lost. What do you want? Our school's club is not for you outsiders. This is Huaxia University. That's right, outsiders get out of Huaxia University. You are not welcome here. Hurry up and leave. Don't think about taking our Huaxia University spots. Seeing the students getting angry, the boy felt a bit flustered. However, in order to follow Yushio, a determined look gradually appeared on his face. I don't want to take your spots. I just want a chance to follow the god of cultivation, a chance to join the battle team. The boy explained, then looked at a few students from Qin province and asked again, is that possible? No. A student was about to speak but was suddenly interrupted by someone next to him. Wait a moment, I need to ask the boss about this. Thank you very much. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately became excited and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. You're welcome. The person ran into the club building, found Yushio, and recounted what had just happened, then added, Boss, our school's club indeed cannot allow students from other schools to join. It doesn't comply with regulations, and organizing club activities would be very troublesome. But I do have an idea. Yushio turned his head and asked, what idea do you have? Boss, while we can't let students from other schools join the club, we can approve them to establish a Qilin class at our school, and we can promise that the Qilin class from other schools will also be eligible to join the battle team. This way, our reserve members will only increase, which will be a significant advantage for the future development of the battle team. Boss, you are now a living advertisement. At 17, with the strength of a martial king, I'm sure no one would be indifferent. Boss, what do you think? We can publicly declare that students from other schools who want to form the Qilin class must come to our headquarters to run for the president position. I think this idea is good. Yushio glanced appreciatively at the other person and said, I'll leave this matter to you. By the way, what's your name? Boss, my name is Lingyan. Got it. If anyone is willing to come over to run for president later, just contact me. Here's my contact number. Lingyan suppressed his excitement, trembling hands as he added Yushio's contact number. Boss, I'll go out and get busy now. Yushio waved his hand. Lingyan took a deep breath, forcing himself to walk out as calmly as possible. Yay yay yay! As soon as he stepped out of the club building, Lingyan immediately jumped up in excitement. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? It was just a question. Is it really that outrageous? Lingyan, are you out of your mind? What's going on? Quickly tell me what the boss said. Lingyan chuckled and said, I feel like I'm really about to go crazy. Hee, if you guys encountered something like I did, you would go crazy too. The others frowned and said, what happened? Why would we go crazy? Stop bragging. Lingyan took a deep breath and said slowly, I'll tell you, the boss just asked for my name and said he would remember it. What? The boss asked for your name? And said he would remember it? Damn. Why didn't this good thing happen to me? Why wasn't I the one who went in to ask the boss? Lingyan, you bastard, if it weren't for you, it would definitely have been me going in, and the boss would remember my name. Lingyan sneered, let me tell you, even if you went in, the boss wouldn't ask for your name or remember it. That's because I did something great. And also, Lingyan suddenly grinned mischievously and said, I exchanged contact numbers with the boss. As soon as he said this, several people were instantly dumbfounded. Their envious expressions were completely unmasked. These people had all been through the provincial training camp with Yushio. They knew very well that Yushio rarely exchanged contact numbers. They would directly find Chu Tianjiao for anything. It was said that Chu Tianjiao had to act cute and beg for a long time to get it. Now Lingyan had managed to add Yushio's contact number so easily. They were not just envious anymore. They were jealous enough to want to kill. Lingyan, you're stealing my opportunity. I'm going to fight you. Beat him up. You really deserve a beating. Several people rushed up and gave Lingyan a good beating, while those students waiting to sign up looked at Lingyan with envy. If Lingyan weren't Yushio's direct subordinate, they would have wanted to rush up and kick him a few times. The god of repair remembered his name, and he even had the god of repair's contact number. This is something to brag about. Hee hee, I just love seeing you all looking so envious and jealous. Despite being beaten up, Lin Yan still wore a proud expression. The farce came to an end. Lin Yan looked at the boy who had just spoken and shouted, "Brother, our boss said that students from other schools cannot join the club." The boy's face immediately showed a look of disappointment upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he politely said, "Thank you for relaying the message." Just as the boy was about to leave, Lin Yan suddenly called out, "Wait, I haven't finished speaking. However, our boss also said that you can form the Qilin class at your own school, and outstanding members of the Qilin class can join the battle team. Of course, the conditions for joining the Qilin class absolutely cannot change, and the candidate for president needs to compete and come to our school for a personal interview and assessment by the boss. Those who pass the interview and assessment can establish the Qilin class at their school, and we will notify you of any club activities we have here so you can participate together." The boy was instantly overjoyed, his face filled with excitement. My strength is not enough, I can't be the president. I'll go back and find someone now." Many people in our school initially wanted to apply to Huaxia University, all wanting to follow Xioshin, but in the end, they didn't get in. Lin Yan nodded and said, "The candidate you choose for president should be strong and have good character. Otherwise, if they fail the interview assessment, your school will not qualify to form the Qilin class." I understand. The boy quickly nodded and then turned to run away in a hurry. Over here, Lin Yan smiled and shouted, "We are starting to recruit now. First fill out the information, then we will screen it, and those who pass will be notified. Remember, the information must include strength, talent, age, etc." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately formed several orderly lines to fill out the information. As a result, this continued until 9 o'clock in the evening. But looking around, there were still many people in line. Lin Yan helplessly shouted, "Students, it's getting late, today's registration ends here, and we will continue tomorrow morning at 8. However, to speed things up, we will increase the manpower tomorrow. Thank you all for your hard work." The crowd shook their heads and shouted, "Not tired, as long as we can join the Qilin class, it's not tiring." That's right, as long as we can hang out with Xioshin, it doesn't matter how tired we are. As they spoke, the crowd slowly dispersed. Lin Yan asked, "How many people have you registered over there?" "I have over 2,000. I have about the same. Many are second and third year students. There aren't as many freshmen meeting the criteria as these seniors. It's fine, what we want is strength, there's no such thing as fairness." Just as Lin Yan and the others were chatting, people started arriving one after another. "Is the recruitment over?" "Hello, I came to register for the club, can you make an exception?" "Yes, we are too. We are all fourth-year students who rushed back from out of town after hearing the news. Can you make an exception?" Lin Yan and the others were taken aback and asked, "You came back from out of town just to participate in our club's recruitment activity?" "That's right, we hope to follow Xioshin, and even more so, we want to join the battle team. Originally, we planned to join the army after graduation, but now that there's this opportunity with Xioshin here, we don't want to miss it. Yes, we are very clear about the future of the battle team and what it represents, so we are even more eager to join than those younger students." Lin Yan nodded slightly. Their families were not bad, and they understood more than many children from humble backgrounds. Just as these fourth-year seniors said, they understood better than others what the battle team represented. This was also the reason they were willing to follow Yu Xiu without hesitation back then. One was because of Yu Xiu's strength, the second was because of the battle team. Living in the secret realm was like a second chance given to them by heaven. Many people do not understand the benefits of long-term residence in the secret realm, especially undeveloped ones. It not only refines and sublimates the martial body but also enhances one's physical talent. This is why peers in the secret realm cities are far stronger than their counterparts in Huaxia. Seniors, the recruitment hasn't ended, please come back tomorrow morning at 8. That's great. It's good that it hasn't ended. We'll come back tomorrow morning. After these fourth-year students left, Lin Yan and the others took the registration forms and found Yu Xiu, mentioning that there were too many new recruits. "Then let's first select some qualified people from today's applicants and let them join the club tomorrow." Lin Yan and the others nodded and asked, "Boss, should we choose the best?" "Choose the best." Yu Xiu said, "Let them become reserve members first, and we will assess them later." Lin Yan picked up the registration form and glanced at it, then said, "If we choose the best, there are more second and third year students. Among them, there are also those who have broken through to the master level. By the way, just now many fourth-year students rushed back." Yu Xiu said, "The official members of the club only need to be confirmed at 2,000. the rest can be registered according to the waiting list. Survival of the fittest, with periodic assessments based on strength, talent, character, and loyalty, we will approach it from these aspects. Lin Yan, for now, you are in charge of the club's affairs. Once Tianzhou and the others return, we won't be short on manpower anymore. For the first batch of waiting members, you can decide and notify them. Go back and rest early. Originally, the recruitment was supposed to end at 9 o'clock, but after delaying here for a while, Lin Yan and the others would likely be filtering through the pre-recruited waiting members late into the night. The next morning, by 6 or 7 o'clock, there was already a long line outside the club, resembling a dragon. After the news from yesterday spread, the number of people today not only didn't decrease but actually increased. Clearly, many fourth-year students had rushed back upon hearing the news. Fourth-year students, through their semester tasks and the experiences of the past year, had encountered many people and situations, making them more complex. Their eagerness to join the club was not like that of the freshmen. They were primarily drawn by Yushio's reputation. Their main goal was to join the battle team, and secondly, it was Yushio's martial king strength. The saying "a big tree provides shade" was something the fourth-year students had personally experienced during their year of wandering. Today we continue with the registration. By 8 o'clock, Lin Yan and the others arrived, but with them were also 200 students who had been pre-recruited. Most of them were second and third-year students, with not many freshmen. By noon, the recruitment event finally concluded. Lin Yan checked the registration form and found that the number of registered members had reached a staggering 13,000. Currently, there are only over 50,000 students at Huaxia University, and 13,000 of them joined the club. This number was simply unbelievable. Among the 13,000, there were only 2,000 to 3,000 freshmen, while the rest were all second-year students or above. This was still due to the insufficient strength of the freshmen. If the recruitment standards were lowered, it was likely that half of the students at Huaxia University would be club members. Boss, this time we have 13,000 people registered for our club. Yushio was not surprised by this. With his martial respect strength and being a thought master, it wasn't particularly difficult for him to estimate the number of people. He had already guessed that the number of people lining up these past 2 days would reach such a figure. However, 13,000 was somewhat beyond expectations. Whether for club activities or welfare events, the costs would be significantly larger. Just imagine organizing a club event with over 10,000 people. Those who knew would be shocked, while those who didn't might think it was a battle, inevitably causing panic. Moreover, there would also be the Qilin class from other schools. If they jointly organized club activities, that would be tens of thousands of people. Continue to filter, still selecting the best, and ultimately keep 5,000. 2,000 official members, 3,000 waiting members. Yushio said, "I've already spoken to the principal. You can use the school system to check these people's information. Look into their family backgrounds, the duration of their martial training, the time taken to break through each level, and their mastery of martial skills. The most important thing is character." At this point, Yushio glanced at the 200 people not far away. You all can cross-reference the information and record the registrations. After all, processing the information of 13,000 people was not something Lin Yan and a few others could complete alone. If you add in these 200 pre-recruited waiting members, each person would only need to review the information of about 50 to 60 individuals, significantly reducing the workload. Understood, boss. We will head to the school system room now. Yushio waved his hand. It's mealtime now. Take them to eat first. I'll transfer you 100,000 martial essence later. Lin Yan waved his hand. No need, boss. I can still afford to treat them to a meal. What's yours is yours, and what I give is what I give. 100,000 martial essence, you can use it as you see fit, just keep the excess for yourselves. Yushio waved his hand and then turned to leave the club. He had thought that forming a club would be troublesome, but he never expected it to be this complicated. Suddenly enrolling 13,000 people, this system truly caught him off guard. If it weren't for Lin Yan and the others' help, Yushio would probably be overwhelmed. This included the future management of the battle teams. He now believed that it was essential to cultivate more managerial talents. The people from Chu Tianjia were capable, but they were still participating in the national training camp. Calculating the time, they would probably return in about half a month. While Lin Yan and the others were organizing information, Yushio had become a bystander. He didn't have anything urgent to attend to. The important matters would come after military training. Yushio roughly calculated that after military training, the first step would be to register the teams and name them, followed by the freshman exchange competition. Next would be the relic assessment on the night of the full moon, and finally, the competition for the secret realm. However, up until military training, this was a rare time for Yushio to rest and relax. After this period, he would likely be busy again without end. Boss. At that moment, Lin Yan found Yushio. Yesterday, Lin Yan had already reported the selected club members to Yushio. After Yushio nodded, these 5,000 people officially became reserve members. Among them, seniors accounted for 30%, freshmen only 10%, while the rest were sophomores and juniors. Of course, Lin Yan was now acting as the club's president. Boss, this is the club badge made according to your instructions. The golden qilin is worn by formal members. I made 2,000 of them. The silver qilin is worn by reserve members. I made 5,000 of them. As Lin Yan took out the badges one by one, he introduced, and these black qilin badges, 700 of them, are the team member badges made as per your instructions. It was evident that when Lin Yan took out the black qilin badge, a longing sparkled in his eyes. Only by wearing the black qilin badge would it mean he was a member of the qilin team, truly becoming a direct subordinate. Lin Yan, you and the others were the black qilin badges, the rest were the silver qilin badges. The black qilin badge? Lin Yan was immediately stunned. What? Don't you want to wear it? And no, it's not that, boss. I really want to wear the black qilin badge. Lin Yan said excitedly, stumbling over his words. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Yushio waved his hand. Gather the club members later to distribute the badges. I will personally put on your black badges. In the afternoon, due to Lin Yan's gathering, the students officially joining the qilin club arrived one after another. Not only that, but those who had not joined the club also came here uninvited. It was certain that they were envious. God of Shio! God of Shio! As Yushio arrived, these people couldn't help but shout. The main reason for gathering you today is to distribute the club badges. Of course, I will also explain the identities represented by the different badges. But before that, let's first welcome our principal and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, thanking them for their presence. Upon learning that Yushio would distribute badges in the afternoon, both the principal and the dean had come. One must say, the principal's regard for Yushio was truly significant. In the 100 years since the establishment of Huaxia University, there had never been a case of a club holding activities with the principal and the dean present. Yushio was a special case. The qilin club was also a special case. However, the feat of enrolling 13,000 new members in the qilin club had never occurred in the history of Huaxia University. Dear students, and all the new members joining the qilin club, I am here today, actually with a selfish motive, because the qilin club's recruitment activity has reached an unprecedented 13,000 applicants, which I never expected. Next, we have Yushio, who has reached the martial king realm at the age of 17. His achievements have never been seen at Huaxia University, nor anywhere in all of Huaxia. At his age, I can say without hesitation that he is already a legend. So, can the club he forms also become a legend? And can you all become part of the legend? I am very much looking forward to this. I hope you will not only be the pride of the qilin club but also the pride of Huaxia University. As the principal finished speaking, the audience erupted in applause, especially the students who had already joined the qilin club. They were all filled with excitement and passion. Just as the principal said, Yushio was already a legend at this age, and whether a club formed by a legend could also become legendary was a question that filled the participating students with anticipation. They hoped the qilin club would become a legend, and they looked forward to the future qilin battle team also becoming legendary. They had confidence in this, simply because their leader was a legend. The principal speaks so well, Yushio joked, causing the students to burst into laughter. But then he continued, legend? I don't think I deserve to be called a legend. The true legend, in my opinion, is the martial god, and you all will be the brothers who accompany me on the path to becoming a martial god. Whether it's the qilin club or the qilin battle team, I hope you will also be legends. I have confidence in this goal. What about you? The path to becoming a martial god? When Yushio said this, not only the students present but also the principal and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy wore solemn expressions. A 17-year-old martial king. The martial god seemed to be within his reach. The principal looked at the spirited young man not far away and felt a longing for the martial god for the first time. He hoped that years later, he could proudly say, Yushio is my student, this martial god powerhouse came from Huaxia University. Have confidence. Have confidence. The martial god is invincible. The martial god is invincible. The students shouted at the top of their lungs. Even those fourth-year students who had long been accustomed to the ups and downs of life were filled with excitement, shouting along. Perhaps Yushio had shown them hope, or perhaps this was a long-suppressed release of emotions. In any case, at this moment, Yushio was their god. He was the faith that made them stand tall. Next, we will distribute badges. This is the badge I hold in my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushio called out, Lin Yan, you and your group step forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan and the others had already guessed what was about to happen. Although they pretended to be serious on the surface, their excited eyes betrayed them. I announce that from this moment on, Lin Yan and the 7 of them officially become members of the Qilin battle team. Then, Yushio stepped forward and personally placed the dark Qilin badge on each of them. Boss, I, Lin Yan, swear to be loyal to the Qilin for life. I, Wu Hai, swear. As the high-pitched voices of Lin Yan and the others rang out, both the students present and the reserve members of the Qilin Club showed envious expressions. Even the mentors from Huaxia University who had come to watch were the same. If they had had the opportunity to join the battle team back then, their achievements would likely have been even greater, and they wouldn't have ended up as mentors at Huaxia University. The benefits of staying in the secret realm were clear not only to the fourth-year students but also to them. Lin Yan and the others could join the battle team at the age of 17 or 18. And while their roots were still developing, staying in the secret realm would only accelerate their growth. Their future achievements were limitless. Next, we will distribute the silver Qilin badges. However, this time, Yushio did not personally place the badges, as there were too many reserve members, so he simply let them come forward to collect and wear them themselves. Nevertheless, when they put on the silver Qilin badges, their faces were still filled with pride. Because of this moment, they were one step closer to the black Qilin badge and had the opportunity to compete for it. Let's leave it at that for today. The club's rules are still not perfect. After military training, we will notify you separately. Everyone can disperse now. Yushio waved his hand and followed the principal and the dean of martial arts out. Martial God, Tisk TSK. You kid have a bright future, really impressive. The principal chuckled, you are the most astonishing young person I have ever seen, but your character also earns my respect. The dean of martial arts beside him nodded in agreement. The realm of martial god was something they would never dare to aspire to in their lifetime. Even just thinking about it felt blasphemous. Someone once said, a soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier. Since I have embarked on the path of martial arts, I naturally aim to reach the peak, and martial god is my goal. In Yushio's view, with the system by his side, if his goal wasn't martial god, the army of traversers would probably laugh him to death. Of course, this was also the reason why Yushio dared to set such a goal. He was confident he could reach the realm of martial god. For him, it was just a matter of time. What you said makes sense, and you have the qualifications for it. I look forward to your future and hope that Huaxia University can produce a martial god powerhouse. The principal smiled and said, come to my office, I need to discuss something with you. Your attempt to establish the Qilin Club at an external school has encountered some obstacles. In the principal's office, he explained, after your plan to establish the Qilin Club at an external school leaked, initially, it was fine, and there were no obstacles. At this point, the principal scoffed, you can blame it on your fame. I'm actually quite curious. During your time at the training camp, everyone said you kill without blinking, you're the big devil. Logically, your reputation should be quite bad, but why are there so many people who admire you within Huaxia? Without hesitation, Yushio replied, it might be related to me killing the children of the wealthy. The principal nodded, indeed, when you forced the wealthy families of various provinces to exchange resources, you must have become a god in the hearts of the commoners. For so many years, the wealthy have exploited the commoners too much. Upon hearing this, Yushio was too lazy to discuss this issue further with the principal. If he were unaware of the underlying situation, he might have said a few more words. But once he learned that the blood god cult was actually part of a larger scheme, he didn't want to say anything more about the exploitation of the wealthy. Because in Yushio's view, while the wealthy do exploit the commoners, there are also reasons for the inaction and indulgence from above. They play tricks to balance each other out. But in the end, it is still the common people who suffer. So Yushio didn't quite agree with this and didn't want to discuss it further. Principal, let's talk about the obstacles instead. Yushio asked. Getting older makes my mind a bit slow, and I can't help but ramble on. The principal laughed heartily and continued, I just mentioned that you are too famous, and that is indeed the reason. Originally, the mentors and principals of those schools didn't care about your establishment of the Qilin Club at their schools. But within a few days, this matter sparked a frenzy among the students, especially after your breakthrough to Martial King and the news of forming a legitimate team spread. The principal couldn't help but scoff again. These schools have started a competition for club president. For example, at Jinghai University, a senior boldly stated that only strong individuals can run for president, so he set up a challenge arena at the school. After the Jinghai University arena incident, other schools followed suit. In short, the top 10 prestigious schools have ignited an internal competition. The main reason for this internal competition is still for the clubs of other schools. This made those principals feel embarrassed, especially since they had previously proposed a new student exchange competition at Jiangtan, which made those old-timers quite displeased with you. Now that you know the Chilean society was created by you, you must stop it. In any case, students from major universities have already started protesting. The principal laughed and said, "So I say, you mustn't hold back during the freshman exchange competition. It would be best to sweep through the internal rankings of the top 10 universities. Now those old folks are trying to stop you from forming a society, you must retaliate. Yushio, you must remember, you are a 17-year-old martial king, and those old folks are not as strong as you. If they play tricks on you, you mustn't indulge them. You must hit them hard. In my opinion, during the freshman exchange competition, you should not only challenge the students but also sweep through their mentors. By the way, didn't you like to beat up the principal in high school? I think you should just give those old folks a beating too." The dean of the martial arts academy couldn't take it anymore and interrupted, "Principal, this is a school, not a den of bandits. You are the head of a school. How can you teach Yushio to beat up the principal?" The principal scoffed. "Yushio isn't beating up the principal for the first time. He knows this well. Yushio, don't you agree?" Yushio, with a dark face, asked, "Principal, why do I feel like you're scolding me? Do you think beating up the principal is something to be proud of?" "Of course it's glorious," the principal said confidently. "If students can beat up the principal, what does that mean? It means the principal has taught well, producing a talented individual. What is our purpose? Isn't it to educate? Isn't it something to be proud of to have a student who can beat the principal?" Just as the principal was getting into it, Yushio and the dean of the martial arts academy looked at him with half smiles. "What are you looking at me for? What kind of look is that?" The dean of the martial arts academy chuckled and asked, "Principal, are you sure that a student beating up the principal is a point of pride for the principal?" "Of course." However, as soon as the principal said this, he immediately realized something was off. "Damn it, isn't this just selling myself out? This kid Yushio is a martial king. He could probably beat several of me. This kid just killed over 100 martial lords not long ago in the Seeking Realm. Although they were all mid to early stage martial lords, that's still a lot. This kid killed over 100 martial lords while being besieged by thousands. And me, a 9-star martial lord? Isn't that just asking for punishment?" The principal awkwardly smiled and said, "I think respect for teachers is important. Yushio, don't you agree?" Yushio held back his laughter and nodded. "You're right, principal. Students should indeed respect their teachers. One shouldn't take pride in beating up the principal." Yes, you have great insight. No wonder you broke through to Martial King at 17. It makes sense." The principal smiled and said, "But other school principals have nothing to do with you. You don't need to respect them. In any case, I am your principal and will be your teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. You must respect me. Isn't that right, Yushio?" Yushio was speechless. "Principal, I'm really curious. What deep-seated grudge do you have with the other school principals that you must entice me to beat them up? Could it be that when you were young, a few principals beat you up and stole your girlfriend?" "Bullshit." The principal immediately exploded. "When I was young, I was a generation's pride. Those old folks were only there to be completely defeated by me. They weren't even worthy opponents. Do they think they can beat me? Steal my girlfriend? They get lost. What's stealing a girlfriend? In any case, when they were young, they couldn't even match me together. Otherwise, why am I the principal of Huaxia University and they are not?" Yushio exchanged a glance with the head of the Martial Arts Institute. Smiling as he nodded, "The principal makes a good point. The fact that you can be the president of Huaxia University already explains a lot. So, why does the principal repeatedly encourage me to beat up the heads of other schools?" The principal opened his mouth and said, "It's just because I can't stand them. They always band together trying to surpass us at Huaxia University. They're just dreaming. It's impossible in this lifetime. Having you beat them up is just to make them lose face. Being beaten by my student, I find it amusing just thinking about it." The head of the Martial Arts Institute suddenly said, "Principal, you're not even a match for Yushio." Upon hearing this, the principal couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After working together for decades, it was the first time he found the head of the Martial Arts Institute so displeasing. "At least I'm stronger than you." The principal snorted coldly. "Old Jiang, haven't we gone many years without discussing martial arts? Shouldn't we take this opportunity?" Before the principal could finish, the head of the Martial Arts Institute hurriedly stood up and said, "Principal, the new students have just enrolled, and I have many things to attend to over there. After all, work is important." With that, he gave no chance for the principal to speak, quickly waving his old arms and legs, and in a moment, he disappeared from the office. He wasn't a fool. It was obvious the principal wanted revenge. Discussing martial arts was just asking for trouble. This old guy really deserves a beating. The head of the Martial Arts Institute hurriedly escaped, and a look of disdain immediately appeared on the principal's face. Retracting his gaze, he said, "Yushio, have you thought about the matter of being the chief instructor for military training? I originally thought I would let you choose someone, but I didn't expect your charisma to be so strong. However, in my opinion, the military training conducted by school instructors will definitely not be as effective as yours. Besides, you haven't even selected classmates yet. This is a good opportunity to take a good look. After all, many tasks in the upcoming semesters will be class-based. Selecting good classmates will also benefit you in gaining military merit and resources. Yusho nodded and said, I can be the chief instructor for this military training. But how does the school arrange the military training? The principal shook his head and said, there's no arrangement, everything depends on your free play. But remember one thing, the moment they step into the university, they are already half soldiers. There must be military training, and secondly, teamwork and cooperation. Their strength is not like yours. Teaching them teamwork can help them survive in the tasks of the upcoming semesters. So how to carry out the military training is up to you, the school will not interfere. Yushio nodded and said, I understand. With that, he stood up and left. However, just as Yushio stepped out of the office, he received a message from Linyan. Running for club president? Yushio thought he had read it wrong. The principal had just mentioned that the formation of clubs by outside schools was being blocked. But now someone was coming to run for club president, which piqued his curiosity. However, he didn't think too much about it and headed towards the club. Boss, they're inside. This time, the ones who came are from Jinghai University, Nanchang University, and South China University. Linyan listed 4 schools in a row, each one being one of the top 10 prestigious schools. Yushio nodded and followed Linyan inside. As a result, he found that half of the people who came this time were familiar faces. Even Yang Duling was among them. The rest were students from Qin province who had previously participated in the provincial training camp with him. Boss, Yushio, Xiao Shun. Seeing Yushio enter, these people immediately stood up with excited faces to greet him. Linyan told me you all came to run for club president? Yushio looked at Yang Duling and the others, a smile appearing on his face. Although Yang Duling's martial arts exam results did not meet the standards of Huaxia University, she was now a freshman at South China University, which was also one of the top 10 prestigious schools, just one rank lower than Huaxia University. As for the other students from Qin province, they were all attending top 10 prestigious schools. That's right, boss, we really came here to run for the club president. I heard that your school's principal disagrees with forming clubs? Yushio asked. He said he disagrees. Does that mean we won't form one? Don't worry, boss, we have our own plan. If necessary, we can rent a place off campus. We aren't short on money anyway. We must establish the Qilin Club. We also want to join the Qilin battle team. As they spoke, they glanced at the dark Qilin badge on Linyan and the others' chests, and an envious expression unconsciously appeared on their faces. They were familiar with Linyan. During their earlier chat, they had already learned about the 3 types of badges Yushio had categorized. The dark Qilin badge was a symbol of identity for the Qilin battle team. The 7 of them wearing the dark Qilin badge meant they had already joined the Qilin battle team. Boss, we are not acting impulsively. Before coming here, we consulted our classmates, and not only many freshmen are willing, but also many seniors. So we came here to first elect a president, gain your approval, and then organize the club. Boss, you have to believe us, we definitely won't embarrass you. Yushio nodded. I believe you. Since you have handled things well, I have no reason to refuse. Now let me state the requirements for the presidential election. Strength must be above a first-grade warrior, and secondly, there must be management ability. For those who meet these conditions, I will select 3 deputy presidents from each school. After a month, the 3 deputy presidents will compete for the final position of president. Yang Duling and the others nodded. We have no problem. Yushio said, then those who haven't reached first-grade strength, please leave. Among the dozens of people, half of them left instantly, but they didn't rush away. Instead, they watched from the side. As for disappointment, while there was some, it wasn't much, because their goal was to join the Qilin battle team. Competing for the president's position was secondary. It didn't matter if they couldn't win. You are a first-grade warrior now? Yushio saw Yang Duling still standing in place, then checked and found that Yang Duling had indeed become a first-grade warrior. Previously, in the Seeking Realm, Yang Duling was only a third-grade warrior. Now, in just half a month, Yang Duling had broken through to first grade. Although it wasn't fast compared to himself, it was quite fast compared to ordinary people. One must know that as warriors progress, it becomes increasingly difficult to enhance their vitality. Grandpa helped a lot. Upon hearing this, Yushio remembered that Yang Duling's mother came from the Su family in Kyoto. With the Su family's strength, helping Yang Duling rapidly advance 2 levels was indeed not difficult. However, the hardships endured in the process were not something ordinary people could bear. Previously, Chu Tianjiao also quickly advanced to a first-grade warrior with the help of the Chu family. Even he, a grown man, couldn't help but express his amazement every time he mentioned it. Moreover, the Su family's influence in Kyoto was not as strong as the Chu family's. Therefore, Yang Duling's advancement to a first-grade warrior must have involved more hardships than Chu Tianjiao. In that case, you should hold a competition as a school unit. The final 3 victors can become deputy presidents. Let's begin. As Yusho's voice fell, these people also found their opponents. Among them were a few students who had broken through to the master realm, likely seniors. These students at the master level were guaranteed to become deputy presidents. Yushio didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, it was Yang Duling who caught Yushio's eye, the power of ice and fire. Previously, Yang Duling couldn't display her innate abilities at all. Because her vitality was too low, using her innate abilities would only burden her. But now, as a first-grade warrior, the innate abilities Yang Duling displayed clearly did not belong to her current stage of capability. It seemed that the Su family in Kyoto had indeed invested significant resources in Yang Duling. As her innate abilities were unleashed, the powers of ice and fire enveloped her. Yang Duling had the chilling force of ice in her left hand and the fiery power of flames in her right. Although she couldn't yet condense them into a solid form like Yushio, the elements of ice and fire were indeed present. Moreover, the enhancement of her powers was significant. In just 3 minutes, her opponent was left with no ability to fight back. With Yushio's keen eyes, he could naturally see that the opponent's body had become somewhat stiff. This was the effect of the ice power. Next, Yang Duling sought out her opponent again. Yushio could tell that with Yang Duling's current strength, it was no problem for her to become one of the 3 acting presidents of South China University. So he looked at the others. After surveying the group, he felt somewhat disappointed. The combat abilities of these individuals were not even close to his own back then. But there was nothing to be done. They didn't have any external aids. And so, about half an hour passed, and the 4 schools determined 3 individuals. As expected, Yang Duling emerged victorious. Now you 3 are the acting presidents of your respective schools. During this period, I will assess your management abilities. At the end of the assessment, those who become presidents will receive the Black Qilin badge and officially join the Qilin battle team. Yushio waved his hand, and Lin Yan obediently brought over 12 golden Qilin badges, handing them out to 12 individuals. Now you are all official members of the Qilin Society. After this, when you recruit substitute members and formal members, you can contact Lin Yan to request the society badge. The 12 individuals received the golden Qilin badges, excitedly pinning them to their chests. Boss, we understand what to do. At this moment, they had already become Yushio's subordinates. Although they had not yet reached their goals, they were now qualified to compete. As long as they became presidents, they would truly become Yushio's direct subordinates, known as members of the Qilin battle team. In the future, their families, including themselves, would also qualify to enter the secret realm for living. The matters are settled, and you should return to organize the society's affairs. If you have any questions, you can contact Lin Yan. At this point, Yushio added, Yang Duling, you few stay behind, let's have a meal together. Okay, boss. Now Yang Duling also followed the others in calling Yushio boss. She recalled what her grandfather had said. Yushio was a true dragon soaring through the skies. One shouldn't feel that pursuing a man was inappropriate, nor should one be overly reserved. The first step was to get close to him. Only by getting close could there be a chance to cultivate feelings. This was why Yang Duling wanted to join the Qilin Society. She even had an obsession with joining the Qilin battle team, so she silently vowed to become the president. After a long while, Yushio and the others arrived at the cafeteria of Huaxia University. Naturally, they couldn't sit in the lobby on the first floor. Instead, they went to a private room on the 3rd floor. Here, everyone chatted and drank. They only left Huaxia University in the evening. 2 more days passed, and the military training at Huaxia University officially began. At first, Yushio had no idea how the military training would proceed, so he reviewed the military training situations from previous years at Huaxia University. However, after reading through it, Yushio couldn't help but frown. The military training in previous years was very monotonous. It was nothing more than being taken out to find a forest, hunt fierce beasts, and train teamwork skills. Not only did hunting fierce beasts count as military merit, but it also trained the students' survival abilities. However, in Yushio's view, this was utterly ineffective, and every year it only increased student casualties. This was because the school had not prepared the students' teamwork skills in advance. When they faced fierce beasts, they only began to train their teamwork skills then. Whether the effects were good or not, Yushio was unsure, but there would definitely be casualties. Back when he was in the training camp, those trainees were completely flustered when they first faced fierce beasts. It was only after countless brushes with death that they gradually developed combat abilities. However, not all freshmen at Huaxia University had participated in the training camp. Once the team takes the lead, even students who have attended training camps can become flustered and make mistakes. After all, during the training camp, many students worked solo, with very few opportunities for teamwork. It was just that the training camp was filled with deceit, and the students did not trust each other. Assemble! On the playground of Huaxia University, all the freshmen lined up under the shouts of dozens of mentors. These mentors were arranged by the principal to assist Yu Xiao. How strange! Aren't the freshmen going to the forest for military training this year? And what are those clothes they're wearing? They don't look like martial arts uniforms. Green? Although it looks strange, it seems quite nice and proper. You guys wouldn't understand, would you? This year's chief instructor for the freshmen's military training is Xioshin, and the clothes the freshmen are wearing are called camouflage uniforms, personally designed by Xioshin. So it was designed by Xioshin, no wonder it looks so good. Xioshin is a martial king. The military training he arranged must have deep meaning. In previous years, it was either the forest, and there were even deaths. I think Xioshin's approach is quite good. Conducting military training on the school playground is at least very safe. While the observing students were discussing, Yu Xiao, also dressed in camouflage, stood on the podium and spoke into the microphone. From now on, your military training officially begins, and you are no longer freshmen of Huaxia University, but soldiers of Yu Xiao. Now, remember your identity, you are a soldier. The first item of military training is to stand at attention. I want you to be as steady as a mountain. As a class, if even one person violates the rules, the whole class will be punished. The first time is just a punishment, the second time will result in the cancellation of military training scores, and the third time will result in the cancellation of all military merits and benefits that can be obtained from military training. Remember, I said the whole class. You are now a collective, a team. I do not want anyone's mistakes to cause the entire class to be punished or to lose all military merits and benefits. At this point, Yu Xiao added, you must also know one thing. In my martial arts class, I am currently the only one, so during this military training, I will also select my classmates. Wow! The playground immediately erupted in an uproar. Whispers filled the air. Yu Xiao snorted coldly, did I allow you to speak? Remember, next time you want to speak, you must report first, understood? Understood. I can't hear you. Understood. With the synchronized voices echoing, Yu Xiao finally nodded in satisfaction. Due to your earlier mistakes, now everyone will do 1,000 push-ups. Execute immediately. Upon hearing this, the students on site were momentarily stunned. Some had already dropped down to start, but others were slow to react. I want orders to be followed without question. Those who were slow to react, because of your mistakes, the entire group will do an additional 1,000 push-ups. Hearing this, the students present dared not speak again. They silently began their push-ups. These individuals were martial artists. 2,000 push-ups were not difficult for them. Push-ups? Martial artists doing push-ups? What exactly does Xioshin want? Don't you think Xioshin is very cool? He's simply too imposing. Indeed very imposing. Although I don't know Xioshin's intentions, what use are push-ups for martial artists? Even 2,000 push-ups, let alone 5,000, is completely not a problem for us. While this discussion was happening, the freshmen finished their 2,000 push-ups. After the earlier lesson, they dared not speak a word. Now, mentors, you have half an hour to guide your soldiers in standing at attention. After half an hour, if your soldiers have not mastered the standard posture, the mentors will also be punished to stand at attention. As Yu Xiao's words fell, the mentors immediately sprang into action. Time passed second by second. Soon, half an hour was up. Under the guidance of the mentors, all the freshmen stood at attention in standard posture. However, Yu Xiao remained silent. They were just sitting quietly on the podium. The entire playground was silent. Principal, what's the trick behind Yu Xiao's standing posture? The head of the Martial Arts Academy asked, puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Xiao is training the willpower of these freshmen. Willpower? The head of the Martial Arts Academy was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, saying, I didn't expect it, really didn't expect that Yu Xiao had this skill. On the surface, standing at attention seems easy, but upon reflection, it's not simple at all. Standing at attention is easy, but maintaining that position for a long time is not. Even though martial artists have strong physical qualities, Yu Xiao said to remain immovable, which is not something ordinary people can achieve. To persist, it requires not only physical strength but also willpower. Moreover, Yu Xiao has proposed a collective punishment, which is to cultivate team spirit. Yu Xiao is nurturing the class spirit of each group. The principal nodded with a smile, saying, I really don't know how Yoshio's mind works. Why didn't anyone think of such a simple method before? Though it seems trivial, its significance is profound. Sometimes, details can truly determine success or failure. This kid Yoshio is not simple. No wonder he's a 17-year-old martial king. His thinking is different from ours. Old Jiang, arrange for someone to record the entire military training session. From now on, the military training at Huaxia University must include standing at attention. What a strict order. This is cultivating the military spirit. This kid Yoshio really hasn't disappointed me. The head of the martial arts academy asked, "Principal, how long do you think these freshmen can hold on?" The principal countered, "How long can you hold on?" The head of the martial arts academy was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I'm not sure, but standing for a day should be no problem." The principal chuckled lightly, "These little ones are restless. I suppose they won't last too long." However, since Yoshio is the chief instructor, and considering what he said about selecting students from each class, it should be beneficial for them. In the hearts of these freshmen, Yoshio is no longer just a classmate. He can be seen as a belief, a revered figure. The head of the martial arts academy deeply resonated with this, whether it was during the previous freshman competition or the later club recruitment activities. Yoshio's charisma had been fully displayed. To put it bluntly, even the head of the martial arts academy, or the principal, probably didn't have the same charisma and prestige as Yoshio. Hearing you say that, I'm actually looking forward to their performance more and more. At this moment, whether it was the principal and the head of the martial arts academy or the senior students who came to watch the military training, as 3 hours passed and the sun hung high in the sky, they gradually realized that standing at attention didn't seem so simple after all, because they now understood that standing still like this, even for them, seemed quite difficult to accomplish. The physical exertion of standing at attention might not be much for martial artists, but remaining motionless was too challenging for them. They were just standing on the sidelines watching the military training, moving countless times in 3 hours, changing postures many times. Yet these freshmen on the playground remained completely still. Just thinking about it was astonishing. Moreover, Yoshio had also implemented a collective punishment. Thinking about it in their hearts, they really couldn't say much. Making a mistake would harm the entire class, which was quite offensive. Even if they couldn't hold on, they had to force themselves to endure. Damn, I apologize to Yoshio for my earlier ignorance. This is terrifying. I originally thought the standing posture devised by Yoshio was child's play, but it turns out to be full of hidden intricacies. Yoshio isn't just playing with physical strength, he's playing with psychology. Yoshio truly lives up to his name. While we are still on the first level, he's already on the 10th. Psychology? Are you sure Yoshio is only playing with psychology? You're still too young. Now the sun is out, and even for martial artists, prolonged exposure will make them sweat. Just think about the sweat trickling down from the forehead, into the eyes, and the mouth. TSK, let's not even mention the itch, the feeling of sweat in the eyes. I'm sure you all know what that's like. The requirements for cultivating the mind are unyielding, so one must endure. If it were me, to be honest, I wouldn't have the confidence to hold on. I can only say that cultivating the mind is too extreme. I'd rather go into the forest to hunt fierce beasts than stand in military posture here. It's too terrifying. After a long time of watching, these people finally understood the horror of standing in military posture. Moreover, there were those who understood nearby analyzing the situation. Just thinking about the scenarios that would arise made their scalps tingle. This isn't a matter of physical strength. It's a psychological torment. Class 14. All 50 kilometers, this is your first punishment. During the running, if you can't maintain a straight line, the distance will be recalculated until the line is straight. At this moment, Yoshio's voice rang out. The students of Class 14 glared angrily at a girl in the crowd. It was because this girl couldn't help but wipe her sweat that the entire class was punished. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to, I really didn't. Less nonsense, run. Rest in place for half an hour. While Class 14 was running around the playground, Yoshio's voice sounded again. His purpose was to make these students watch Class 14 run, because at the beginning, it was simply impossible to maintain a straight line. In other words, Class 14 was the target for Yoshio to set an example. It was actually their fault for being the first class to make a mistake. Line not straight, distance recalculated. Line still not straight. Line remains not straight. While Class 14 was running, Yoshio's voice kept ringing out. More than 10 minutes passed. Class 14's distance was still 0. At this moment, not only did the new students look serious, but even the surrounding onlookers felt the same. A class of 100 people, trying to maintain a straight line, was simply too difficult. This is too terrifying. This isn't military training. It's pure torture. A team of 100, trying to be uniform is as hard as climbing to the sky. In my opinion, Class 14 probably won't finish 50 kilometers until dark. Not finishing is secondary, didn't you see? This class has already run 10 kilometers, but it's constantly resetting. At this rate, to finish uniformly, it will be at least over 100 kilometers. The key is, after finishing, they still have to continue standing in military posture. Even for martial artists, their stamina will reach its limit. Fortunately, we're not in the same year as Yushio. Otherwise, with this kind of military training, we might not die but would definitely suffer. However, we can't deny that practicing under Yushio's method will definitely improve both willpower and psychological quality. You should know that the most important thing in martial arts cultivation is willpower, and psychological quality is also closely related to combat ability. After a month of military training, this batch of new students' combat ability will surely improve significantly. Is that true? Can combat ability really improve? Is it that outrageous? I don't know, we'll see later. Practice makes perfect. While this discussion was happening, the students of Class 14 gradually found their rhythm. They mentally chanted left and right. At first, some made mistakes, but slowly, after getting used to it, they no longer made errors, and the line became increasingly straight. Yushio stood on the podium, watching Class 14, whether in their steps or arm movements, all were uniform, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Continue with military posture. With Class 14 as an example, the new students immediately stood up at Yushio's words, their military posture reaching the highest standard. At a glance, every expression was serious, back straight, living up to the saying, stand like a pine, sit like a bell, move like the wind. Time passed by minute. Soon it was noon. Dismissed. Leave in order by class. Those with disorganized lines will continue to stand in military posture. Under Yushio's shout, the freshmen left the playground in an orderly manner by class. It was evident that each class had begun to practice standing in formation. Class 14, continue. If you finish before mealtime, you can eat. If it's after mealtime, you cannot eat. As the words fell, Yushio turned to look at the principal and the dean of the martial arts academy approaching him. Yushio, you really are something. Making you the chief instructor for military training was the best decision I ever made. The principal couldn't help but laugh. Just now, the principal was saying that the standing military posture project you proposed will be added to our military training program at Huaxia University in the future. The dean of the martial arts academy chuckled lightly. In my opinion, future military training should all be conducted according to Yushio's method. Yushio's expression remained calm. He did not feel smug about this praise, only saying, Principal, it's mealtime. Yes, we won't disturb you while you eat. The two exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. That afternoon, videos of Huaxia University's military training appeared on the school forum. Students from other schools learned about the Standing Military Posture Project through Huaxia University students. Because Yushio was the chief instructor, Huaxia University's military training attracted a lot of attention. The Standing Military Posture Project, along with the collective punishment proposed by Yushio, instantly became a sensation in universities across China. Various military training videos appeared on their respective school forums, with comments that were very similar. Xioshin is really amazing. Xioshin is truly abnormal. Xioshin really knows how to torture people. Meanwhile, leaders from major universities also watched the videos due to Yushio's reputation. As a result, after watching, they fell silent. Some students couldn't grasp the essence of standing military posture, but these leaders understood it very well. Willpower, psychological quality, team collaboration. Such depth emerged from a simple standing military posture. This left the presidents of various universities in awe, praising Yushio as a genius. I propose we emulate Huaxia University's military training program and immediately arrange for people to observe Huaxia University's military training and record videos. Whatever Huaxia University does, report back at any time, and we will follow suit. The president of Jinghai University made a decision on the spot and arranged for school mentors to go to Huaxia University that very day, carrying cameras with them. We must emulate. Yushio is truly a great talent. In an instant, the Standing Military Posture Project stirred up a huge wave across major universities in China. Many universities arranged for mentors to go to Huaxia University to learn and observe. Even that same day, half of the universities in China temporarily modified their military training projects to include standing military posture. Dad, my brother is on TV. Far away in Jiangtan City, Yu Chanshan suddenly saw a news report on television, which discussed Yushio's major reforms in military training at Huaxia University as the chief instructor. The news also featured videos of Huaxia University's military training. Isn't your brother in military training? How did he end up on TV? Yushio's parents, aunt, and others rushed over upon hearing this, including Chensihai. The news said my brother is now the chief instructor for military training at Huaxia University, and he has reformed the military training there, leading many universities across Huaxia to follow suit. The news also said that the military training project my brother reformed is epic making. Everyone was taken aback by this. Epic making? That term was too grand, so they all sat down to watch the news. After a long while, Chen Sihai was the first to speak. The term epic making is indeed not an exaggeration. In previous years, military training at major universities focused on hunting fierce beasts, but they never told students how to unite. Everything relied on the students figuring it out themselves. Now, what Yushio is doing is telling these students how to unite and how to hone their willpower. I can guarantee that not only will major universities follow suit in the future, but the military will also adopt the military training program proposed by Yushio. You must understand that when facing fierce beasts, our Huaxia has always fought with teams in numbers from the very beginning. Now, with the military training program proposed by Yushio, teams can become even closer and truly enforce orders. As a result, the power of the team will increase several times. It's not an exaggeration to say it's epic making. The next day, Huaxia University welcomed mentors from various universities, all arriving with cameras, and unsurprisingly, they were there to learn. Impossible. Who gave them the face to come and steal our knowledge? This matter is non-negotiable. Drive them all away. From now on, no one from other schools is allowed to enter Huaxia University, whether they are mentors or students. The principal was naturally very aware of the value of the military training program proposed by Yushio. He was certainly unwilling to allow other schools to come and steal knowledge. Also, inform our students that all military training activities in the future are not to be recorded on video, otherwise, they will be expelled. This time, even the dean of the martial arts academy strongly agreed with the principal's words. He also felt that it should not be leaked. What Yushio proposed belonged to Huaxia University. Other schools wanting to steal knowledge had no chance. Principal, what if the higher-ups say we can't keep it to ourselves? The dean of the martial arts academy said, last night, Yushio's military training program made the news, and I heard it has already attracted the attention of the military. The principal snorted coldly, I know we can't hide it, but what we have at Huaxia University is not for free stealing. If they want to learn, they should exchange something for it. This is something Yushio put a lot of thought into. At the very least, we should charge a patent fee. We don't lack anything, but Yushio does. He will definitely need a lot of resources to form a team later. The dean of the martial arts academy chuckled, Principal, you are still the clever one. Of course. The principal scoffed, why do you think I'm the principal and you're the dean of the martial arts academy? Don't you know in your heart? The dean of the martial arts academy smiled and asked, so what do we do now? Are we just going to let those mentors stand at the school gate? If they just stand there, people will think our school is so unkind. The principal thought for a moment and said, arrange for someone to bring some tea to those mentors, with disposable cups. As guests, we should at least offer them a cup of tea, right? The dean of the martial arts academy was taken aback. Principal, what I mean is, let them into the school conference room. If you do that, it won't look good on the surface. The principal snorted, what's there to not look good about? Are they guests? They are here to take advantage and steal knowledge. In ancient times, such behavior would be a deadly feud. Offering them a cup of tea is already quite merciful. Do as I say, we will wait for the higher-ups to speak before we can negotiate terms. At this point, the principal suddenly laughed heartily. I told you Yushio is a genius. Just a small military training program, and he can make it so remarkable. In all my years as principal, this is the first time I've seen military training make the news. Yushio truly is the pride of Huaxia University. There are two decisions in my life that I can boast about forever. The first is having the great foresight to recruit Yushio into Huaxia University. The second is appointing Yushio as the chief instructor for the new students' military training. This shows that I am definitely not wrong in being principal. I know how to use people well. If it were ancient times, I would be a wise ruler. While the principal was feeling proud, at the entrance of Huaxia University, the mentors who came to steal knowledge were each holding a cup of tea. They looked at each other in confusion. What is this? Not allowed to enter the school gate, each with a cup of tea. They were quite polite, huh? At this moment, these mentors from other schools found themselves in a dilemma, unsure whether to sip the tea or throw it away. It was incredibly uncomfortable. August in the north is the hottest time of the year. Although they were all grandmasters, sitting in the sun like this surely made them uncomfortable. But there was nothing they could do. After all, they were here to learn. They needed something from others. What should we do now? What else can we do? Contact the principal and explain the situation here. With our status, we have no right to talk to the principal. We came here to ask for help, so we have to endure our discomfort. Hey, why isn't Yoshio one of our school's people? If the principal had been a bit more supportive back then, Yoshio might have been one of us. Now it's not us asking for help, but others coming to seek us out. The mentors from the top 10 universities lamented not having recruited Yoshio, while those from ordinary universities just grimaced and made phone calls. No matter where Yoshio was, they were all the ones asking for favors. Thinking this way made them feel a bit more at ease. And so, until noon, these mentors from other schools continued to wait at the school gate. Dear mentors, please come in. Our principal is inviting you. Just as these mentors were following inside, several military vehicles appeared behind them. Looking at the license plates, it seemed they came from various provincial military districts. The military is here to learn too? These mentors were not fools. Seeing these military vehicles, they clearly understood the purpose of their visit. They were even more shocked. They hadn't expected that a military training project proposed by Yoshio would actually mobilize military districts from various provinces. They recalled the phrase from last night's news, epic making. It seemed to indeed have some significance. In this way, Yoshio would be remembered in history. No matter how many years passed, as long as someone used this method for military training, they would think of Yoshio's name. Moreover, future freshmen, if they stood at attention, would probably secretly curse Yoshio in their hearts. The more they thought about it, the more interesting it became. Everyone, please take a seat. After the mentor from Huaxia University led everyone into the conference room, he arranged for someone to serve tea. Moments later, the principal of Huaxia University and the dean of the Martial Arts Institute entered the conference room. We already understand the purpose of your visit. As for the military training reform proposed by Yoshio, I believe you all recognize its value. It's just a standing military posture project, but there are significant intricacies involved. Therefore, you should also understand that our Huaxia University is willing to share this military training project out of selflessness. The dean of the Martial Arts Institute, listening to the principal's words, had already begun to scoff internally. How shameless! If it weren't for the higher-ups agreeing to provide resources for Yoshio, how could you possibly agree? Selflessness? How could you even say that? But despite his thoughts, the dean still agreed with the principal's approach, though he looked down on the principal's behavior of acting like a prostitute while wanting to maintain a facade of virtue. Thank you, Principal Shen. Whether it's Yoshio's contributions or your selflessness, we will remember it in our hearts. This is not only an epoch-making advancement for Huaxia University but also an enhancement for all major universities in Huaxia. Indeed, our provincial military districts are also very grateful for Yoshio's contributions. Listening to everyone's flattery, the principal couldn't help but smile and said, "This is only right. Striving for the prosperity of our country is something every citizen should do. After this, we will also arrange accommodation for you. As for meals, you may need to solve that on your own. The school has its regulations, and even as the principal, I cannot violate them. We understand. Principal Shin arranging accommodation is already the greatest help for us. We will handle the meal issue ourselves." After this was settled, the principal also informed Yoshio about the matter and mentioned the resources. This surprised Yoshio. He hadn't expected that merely copying a military training method from his past life would cause such a stir. Most importantly, he had unexpectedly gained a resource. According to the principal, as long as this military training method was popularized nationwide in the future, he would be etched in history. Yoshio didn't mind, not to mention the military training methods. Just his current strength, a 17-year-old martial sovereign. No, the outside world said he was a 17-year-old martial king. Although Yoshio had not yet broken through to martial king, his combat power was comparable to that of a martial king. As long as the military training ended, and the team was registered, his strength would immediately break through to martial king. Just like that, 10 days passed in a flash. Not only at Huaxia University but also at other universities, they stood in military posture for a full 10 days. Facing the August sun, the students generally got a bit darker. However, strangely, while the students privately cursed the school leaders, no one blamed Yoshio. Military training exchange competition? On this day, the principal found Yoshio and told him that the principals of the top 10 universities proposed to come to Huaxia University for a military training exchange competition. What's there to exchange? The principal said angrily, "These ungrateful old fools learned our military training methods and think they can do it too. Moreover, these old fools specifically emphasized that you are now the chief instructor of military training and are not allowed to participate in the exchange competition. This is clearly taking advantage of your position as chief instructor to retaliate against us in advance." Yoshio suddenly thought that after the military training, there would be a new student exchange competition among the major universities. Now the top 10 universities were deliberately looking for an opportunity to retaliate in advance while he was the chief instructor. I can't do anything about this. Yushio said, they've said it clearly, this is a military training exchange competition, and I am the chief instructor, so I really can't step down. The principal snorted coldly, I'm not angry about that. Even if you don't step down, their school shouldn't think they can win. Do they really think our Huaxia University's top ranking is just handed to us? First is first, the overall strength of our new students is much stronger than that of other schools. The reason I'm angry is that they are being deceitful. It's infuriating. They are using the name of a military training exchange competition, and the subsequent 20 days of military training will be held at our school. In other words, while retaliating in advance, they also want you to help train their students. It's simply shameless. Yushio smiled and said, Principal, it shouldn't be as complicated as you think, right? It's not that I think it's complicated. The key is that those old fools are just that dirty. The principal said angrily, you don't know, those old fools were dirty-minded when they were young, using all sorts of disgusting tactics. I understand now. Yushio chuckled, no wonder you hate those principals so much. It turns out you were bullied by their disgusting tactics when you were young. What do you mean bullied? The principal's old face flushed, and he retorted, when I was young, I bullied them. Even if they used disgusting tactics, they could never make me suffer losses. Absolutely impossible. Yushio chuckled lightly, I understand. The principal was suppressing an era when he was young, unmatched by anyone. The principal couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think I'm as perverted as you? Suppressing an era? How embarrassing. Alright, I don't want to talk about those old fools anymore. You prepare, they will bring people to our school tomorrow. You are now the chief instructor of military training, so prepare in advance, those old fools won't succeed. If they want to retaliate in advance, no way. Yushio asked, how will the military training exchange competition be conducted? The principal said, by the duration of standing in military posture, and also team battles, with 100 people in a team, competing against each other. Yushio nodded and said, I know what to do now. In the afternoon, Yushio went to the playground. After observing and understanding during this time, he had also selected students from his class, and the list was already prepared. Originally, he planned to report these people after the military training ended. Now that there was a military training exchange competition, with 100 people competing against each other, he decided to find them in advance. Now, those whose names I call, step forward, Lin Yan, Shen Xiaoshu, Zhang Hua. Yushio called out a total of 99 names. According to the rules of the military training exchange competition, it had to be 100 people, so another one was added. In other words, the 99 people mentioned earlier were all students of the martial arts class. With himself included, the 100 slots for the martial arts class were now filled. The additional one was mainly to prepare for the upcoming military training exchange competition. The names I just read will participate in the military training exchange competition of various universities, and you 100 will be personally trained by me. As for the others, starting today, each group of 10 will begin paired practice, requiring equal strength, and can only use basic martial skills for practice. Yushio said, for each practice match, winning once will earn 1 point in military training. I believe you understand that military achievements are rewarded based on the final military training points. I won't say much more. I hope you can understand on your own. As his words fell, Yushio led the 100 to the other side of the playground and asked, you should all have practiced basic boxing techniques, right? Let's start demonstrating them now. Upon hearing this, the 100 quickly distanced themselves and began to practice basic boxing techniques. Yushio glanced over and found that their basic boxing techniques were quite good. Although they hadn't reached the highest level, they were all at a proficient stage, just varying in depth. Stop! After 10 days of standing in military posture, these students had gradually developed a sense of tacit understanding and teamwork, no longer acting independently. Whether in formation or standing straight, they would subconsciously pay attention to those around them. This was indeed a good habit. Now I will teach you a battle formation called the Mandarin Duck Formation. After the military posture training gained popularity, Yushio began to ponder. He thought of ancient battle formations and conducted countless simulations. In the end, he had to admire the capabilities of the ancestors. These formations were truly terrifying. Especially in team battles, they could exponentially amplify the team's strength. Battle formation? Mandarin duck formation? They had never heard of this term before. However, after 10 days of military training, they had developed the habit of not casually asking questions and instead waited for Yushio's further explanation. I will first explain the principles of the Mandarin duck formation and how to change it. Half an hour later, Yushio had detailed the Mandarin duck formation and how to change formations. Now you will train on your own, and you also need to practice various formation changes. Teamwork and tacit understanding are very important, otherwise, the formation's effectiveness cannot be realized. Thanks to the foundation of standing in military posture and the strong physical qualities of the martial artists, the 100 quickly found their synergy. Including the formation changes Yoshio described, the 2-element and 3-element formations also became gradually proficient. However, Yoshio made adjustments between defense and offense. This way, it could perfectly match the Mandarin duck formation, balancing both attack and defense. It wasn't until evening that Yoshio nodded in satisfaction, allowing the 100 students to leave. What kind of routine is this? The principal and the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, who had been observing all afternoon, approached. This is a battle formation. It's called the Mandarin duck formation. It's prepared for the military training exchange competition. Yoshio's answer made the principal furrow his brows. Battle formation? Did you come up with this yourself? Not exactly, I just rethought it while standing on the shoulders of giants. Shoulders of giants? The principal asked, but it seems there has never been a Mandarin duck formation in our ancient Chinese history. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy smiled and interjected, Principal, Yoshio is being modest, this Mandarin duck formation was created by him. The principal nodded, agreeing with the dean's words, and then asked, is this Mandarin duck formation very powerful? Under equal strength, winning with fewer people is not a problem. If the strength difference is not too great, winning with weaker strength is also feasible. Yoshio was very confident about this. After all, this was the exclusive battle formation of the Qi family army, which had achieved continuous victories in the past. The wisdom of the ancients should never be underestimated, especially since what has been passed down through history has undoubtedly been validated by time. Is it really that impressive? The principal looked shocked, but after observing for an entire afternoon, he still couldn't see what was so special about this Mandarin duck formation. It's very impressive. Yoshio explained, the strength of the Mandarin duck formation lies in its ability to change. As for how it changes, I can't explain it to you right now, but you'll understand when the military training exchange competition happens. I even believe that after the military training exchange competition, the army will be very interested in the battle formations. The principal should know what to do, right? The principal laughed heartily and nodded, understood. If this Mandarin duck formation is truly as powerful as you say, I will definitely get you a good price for it later. The next day, universities from all over arrived at Huaxia University as scheduled, totaling more than 30 institutions. Not only that, but military representatives from various provincial military districts also came to Huaxia University, all to participate in the military training exchange competition. Form ranks. As Yoshio's voice fell, the new students of Huaxia University quickly lined up, appearing as orderly as blocks of tofu from above, without a hint of deviation. Fight! 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 With a wave of his hand, the new students' loud voices immediately echoed across the playground. Whether it was the roaring momentum or the orderly formation, it all demonstrated their attitude. Of course, this was also Yoshio's attitude. When friends come, there is fine wine. When enemies come, there are shotguns. Since you come with a provocative attitude, Huaxia University will never shy away from battle. There is only one way forward. Good, good, good. This is the spirit that my Huaxia sons should have. The colonel accompanying the military district couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the spirit of Huaxia University, his mouth full of praise. If I didn't know they were just teenagers, I would think they were a battle-hardened elite force. Such fierce momentum is worthy of my Huaxia sons. The principal of Huaxia University, with a proud expression, responded, I remember Yoshio once said, if the youth are strong, the country is strong. They are not only the pride of Huaxia University but will also be the pride of Huaxia in the future. What a great saying, if the youth are strong, the country is strong. With just this one sentence, Yoshio should be regarded as a sage. The colonel felt a surge of blood and emotion upon hearing this. If it weren't for the record showing that Yoshio is only 17, I would really doubt his age. In his youth, his mind is like that of an old man. His every word and action has already surpassed his peers, and of course, his achievements are the same. The martial king at 17, I was not as good as him in my youth, and I am still not as good now. The local colonels in Huaxia hold high ranks, yet they are already in their 40s, making it indeed impossible to compare with Yoshio. In this era, with Yoshio around, everyone must avoid his brilliance. The principal laughed twice and then provocatively looked at the other university principals. Since you all came to Huaxia University, shouldn't we let your students show their faces too? The principal of Jinghai University snorted coldly, without Yoshio, Huaxia University is ultimately just a toothless tiger, not to be feared. Jinghai University, form ranks. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100 students from Jinghai University immediately lined up on the spot, shouting at the top of their lungs, fight to the end, invincible. After 10 days of military posture training, these students had tanned skin and their formation was sufficiently neat, but they lacked a bit of momentum. They did not possess the fierce spirit of Huaxia University, which was the difference. The existence of Yushio was the catalyst for Huaxia University. His presence ignited the passion of the new students. However, the students from other schools were forced to undergo a series of military training, lacking the drive. The new students of Huaxia University persevered desperately to uphold their beliefs, to get closer to the gods in their hearts. The other schools did not have that. Missing one person can lead to a 1,000-mile difference. As the students from various universities lined up to complete their formation, Yushio spoke up. In the endless battles of the yellow sand, I wear golden armor. I will not return until I conquer Lulon. Today, other schools have come to provoke you. Can you endure it? No! The new students roared in unison, their gazes fierce like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Very good. Maintain your momentum. Yushio's face was stern as he nodded. Today there is no military training exchange competition. Anyone who provokes us is an enemy, understood? Understood. Listening to the new students' roars, both the newcomers from other schools and the seniors from Huaxia University were momentarily stunned. Regardless of gender, their eyes on Yushio were filled with fervor and admiration. Wow, Yushio is so imposing. Even as a man, my heart is racing. Am I going to change my sexual orientation because of him? So what if I change my orientation? If I could be with a man like Yushio, I'd be willing to undergo gender reassignment surgery immediately. That's true. A man like Yushio has such strong charisma. I have a bad feeling. What feeling? From now on, we might not be able to find girlfriends at our school. Having seen a man like Yushio, not just women, even I, as a man, have lost the desire for romance. What a loser. Talking about romance. I only have one goal now. To join the Qilin battle team and be Yushio's little brother. That makes sense. With a man like Yushio around, even dogs wouldn't be in the mood for romance. As soon as this was said, the boys present nodded in agreement. No woman could compare to Yushio's allure. Here, I present you with a poem. At this moment, Yushio's voice suddenly rose. With hair bristling in anger, I lean on the railing as the rain lightly stops. I look up and let out a long howl to the sky, my heart filled with passion. 30 years of fame are but dust and dirt. 8,000 miles of road are clouds and moon. Do not wait idly, lest your youth turns gray, leaving only empty sorrow. I encourage you with this. Let us all strive together. As the last lines of the poem fell, many students present did not understand its meaning, but they could not contain the boiling blood within them. Although they did not comprehend, it did not affect their excitement. Among those who understood, their faces were filled with exhilaration. Yushio is a great talent. Do not wait idly, lest your youth turns gray. Let us all strive together. Yushio is amazing. Yushio is amazing. Not understanding it did not stop them from feeling that Yushio was incredibly impressive. Do you understand? What's with all this shouting? It's precisely because I don't understand that I think Yushio is amazing. Exactly, even though we don't understand, it just makes us feel passionate. In short, Yushio is amazing. Alright, you make a good point. Yushio's poem is indeed impressive. Meanwhile, the new students on the playground felt their blood surge, shouting at the top of their lungs, Yushio! Yushio! The sound echoed through the sky, and the surrounding students were influenced by the atmosphere, joining in the roar. The name Yushio crashed over them like a wave, and even students from other schools who had come to participate in the military training exchange could not help but shout, this kid. Ha, impressive, really impressive. The president of Huaxia University understood the meaning of the poem and was so excited he could hardly speak, only able to express his current feelings with loud laughter. Without extensive battlefield experience, one could never write such verses. The senior colonel's face was also flushed with excitement, unable to help but exclaim, this kid Yushio truly is unfathomable. If someone said he was a deity incarnate to experience tribulations, I would believe it. Although the surrounding principals were envious and jealous, their gazes toward Yushio were filled with admiration, mixed with regret. Why didn't they invest more back then? If Yushio were at their school, 100 years later, they would still share in the glory, while that dog named Shin would benefit. Let the military training exchange competition begin. The senior colonel noticed the strange looks from several principals and quickly spoke up, fearing that if this continued, jealousy would drive them to madness. If several principals were to fight in front of so many students, it would surely be a laughingstock. Yushio, let's start the military training exchange competition. The principal nodded and called out to Yushio. Then they walked up to the podium. Representatives from each school, come up to draw lots. Huaxia University had prepared the drawing activity in advance to ensure a fair and just competition. After the mentors from each school drew lots, Yushio called out again, representatives from each military district, come up to draw lots. Yushio glanced at the military district teams and found that their strength was slightly stronger than that of the freshmen from the major universities. but there were also masters among the military district teams. Of course, Yushio knew that the military district teams that had come this time were all new recruits. By this calculation, they were equivalent to second-year students or above from the major universities, as students could enlist in the military after their second year in college. It was not surprising to have masters among the new recruits. There were definitely fourth-year students and new recruits trained internally by the military district. In the competitions among the major military districts, they must have selected the best among the new recruits. Now I announce the competition list. Huaxia University vs. Jinghai University. Huanan University vs. Nanwo University. Jizhou Military District vs. Xin Province Military District. Xinzhou Military District vs. Tongzhou Military District. As Yushio finished speaking, the principal said, "Let the military districts compete first, so the students can broaden their horizons." Yushio had no objections to this. Jizhou Military District vs. Xin Province Military District. Although Yushio was from Qin Province, he was not very familiar with the Qin Province Military District. At this moment, he wanted to take the opportunity to see how the combat strength of the new recruits from the Qin Province Military District was. Fight! The two sides of new recruits roared and charged at each other. There was no formation, just a chaotic brawl. Seeing this scene, Yushio couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the military district had no formations? Speaking of formations, it should be 10 people in a small team, working together and supporting each other. It did seem like there was some teamwork involved, but in Yushio's view, the effectiveness was far from satisfactory. They completely failed to demonstrate the spirit of teamwork and remained very chaotic. However, there was one thing Yushio greatly appreciated. Even though the team from the military district was made up of new recruits, their physical fitness was generally very strong, giving off a sense of solid martial arts. Moreover, they were mostly using military district exclusive martial arts techniques, engaging in hard-hitting combat. It was indeed quite thrilling to watch. The combat strength was just SOSO. Yushio, you seem quite dissatisfied with the battle between these two military districts? A colonel, seeing Yushio frowning, asked with a smile. There's no such thing as satisfaction or dissatisfaction. It's just a matter of different perspectives. Then what's your perspective? Yushio hesitated for a moment and said, there is teamwork, but it's insufficient. They haven't fully unleashed their combat strength. They give me the impression that it's not a battle of soldiers, but rather like street thugs fighting. Although there are 10 in a team, supporting each other, it's still very chaotic. The colonel nodded and asked, if it were you, how would you train them? Yushio shook his head, saying, I'm not familiar with the military system, nor do I understand the physical condition of these new recruits, so I can't evaluate. The colonel instantly became interested and asked, so you have targeted training for the students of Huaxia University? Yushio still shook his head, not really, this is military training. I don't have to conduct special training for individuals, but I do provide guidance to the students participating in the military training exchange competition, teaching them how to fight as a team. The colonel nodded, then I'd like to see their combat style. I believe the soldiers you train, Yushio, will definitely not be lacking. Just as they were conversing, the new recruits from the two military districts determined the winner. Jizhou Military District wins. In this battle, there were still 13 members of the Jizhou Military District standing. On the other hand, at the Qin Province Military District, 100 new recruits were all exhausted and collapsed on the ground. At a glance, the new recruits from both military districts were basically bruised and battered. This shows that the battle was quite fierce, with some recruits even having broken ribs. This kind of hard-hitting combat style made the students' blood boil. Whether they were martial artists or men, they all liked this aesthetic of violence in combat. Yushio was no exception. He indeed liked the aesthetic of violence, and even in his personal battles, he was the same. However, he did not have a favorable view of this approach in team combat. Team collaboration was not a chaotic brawl. Next, it was still the military district battles. Yet the combat style remained chaotic. Watching the bruised faces of the new recruits from various military districts, including the proud expressions of those from the victorious military district, Yushio maintained a blank expression throughout. He could not agree with this kind of combat style that harmed 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 damage on oneself. Now the freshman teams from major universities will begin to battle. Just as Yushio was about to announce the first team, the colonel suddenly interjected, let Huaxia University start the battle. After talking with Yushio earlier, his mind was filled with Yushio's words, itching with impatience. After the battles among the major military district teams concluded, he immediately spoke up. He had no doubt about Yushio's abilities, and thus he became increasingly curious about Huaxia University's team collaboration skills. Huaxia University versus Jinghai University. The conversation between Yushio and the colonel was heard by all the principals present. They were also very curious, especially the principal of Jinghai University, who asked, "Old man, what's so special about your school's team?" The principal of Huaxia University snorted coldly, "You should know, this is a team trained by Yushio for an entire afternoon. Defeating your Jinghai University is a piece of cake." Although he knew about the Mandarin duck formation, he couldn't see through its intricacies. However, he had confidence in Yushio. Since Yushio said the Mandarin duck formation was powerful, it must indeed be very formidable. So, facing the principal of Jinghai University, he displayed his arrogance to the fullest. "I advise you to surrender early, or else it will test your mathematical skills as a principal." "Nonsense!" The principal of Jinghai University snorted, "With your Huaxia University's rookies, we will crush them to death." "And what nonsense are you talking about, testing my mathematical skills? TCH, truly uncultured." The principal of Huaxia University said disdainfully, "I'm just afraid your school's little ones will be psychologically scarred, and then you'll have to ask for their psychological shadow area." Put. As soon as this was said, the principals present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Asking for the psychological shadow area? What kind of nonsense was that? "You." The principal of Jinghai University opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to retort, only able to snort coldly, "Let's wait and see. I don't believe that after teaching for an afternoon, Yushio can produce an invincible army. Our students from Jinghai University are not to be underestimated, their strength is on par with yours. If you want us to surrender, don't even think about it. Even if we can't win, my students can still leave your students bruised. That might disappoint you." The principal of Huaxia University, disregarding everything, began to boast, "I'm not afraid to tell you, your little ones won't even get close to my students, let alone leave them bruised. I will let you know what it means to have faith in the God of repair, what it means to have soldiers trained by Yushio." Faith in the God of repair? Yushio listened to the principal's words, his expression becoming strange. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, the students from Huaxia University and Jinghai University had already taken the stage. The two teams stopped 5 meters apart. "Let's begin." Seeing that both sides were ready, Yushio shouted. As Yushio's voice fell, the team from Huaxia University immediately formed the Mandarin duck formation. In contrast, the students from Jinghai University rushed forward like a swarm of bees. Faced with this situation, the team from Huaxia University remained completely calm and instead advanced steadily. "Change formation." A voice suddenly called out from within Huaxia University's ranks when they were less than 2 meters away. The Sankai formation appeared, and it was a Mandarin duck formation composed of 11 people. 100 individuals quickly changed formations, surrounding the students from Jinghai University. Yushio looked on, his face filled with satisfaction. Because over here at Huaxia University, not only was the Sankai formation used, but the Airkai formation was also employed. The inner circle's Sankai formation focused on offense, while the surrounding Airkai formation prioritized defense. After one attack, they immediately switched from Sankai to Airkai. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Yushio's face, because next, Jinghai University would only be on the receiving end of the beating, with no power to fight back. In fact, Yushio was quite pleased. He had discovered that there was someone in the team who was exceptionally skilled at using formations. The alternating use of Sankai and Airkai formations made the offense and defense unpredictable. "I didn't expect that Lin Yen kid actually has such abilities, quite impressive." Yushio was already thinking about passing down various battle formations to his own team in the future. If every team leader could perform like Lin Yen, invincibility would not be a dream. "Stop hitting! Stop hitting, we concede." In just 3 minutes, the students from Jinghai University, under the overwhelming pressure of the Mandarin duck formation, found their space for survival shrinking. Any attempt to counterattack would only injure their own teammates. Gradually, they could only huddle together and take the blows. Even while taking the hits, they still thought about finding an opportunity to fight back. But as seconds passed, they fell into despair. All they could do was endure the beating, with no ability to retaliate. "Disperse." Upon hearing Jinghai University call for surrender, Lin Yan immediately spoke up. However, as they dispersed, the team from Huaxia University once again returned to the Mandarin duck formation. It wasn't until they retreated 3 meters that the original Mandarin duck formation disappeared, transforming into a rectangular formation. Neat. With straight backs, the momentum was restrained. Huaxia University wins. As Yushio's voice fell, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Among them, the most frustrated and with the worst expression was the principal of Jinghai University. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes had passed, and his school's team was defeated. He had watched the entire process. It was more than just a defeat, it could be described as a one-sided massacre. From the moment they charged, it was already over. There was no ability to fight back from start to finish. Ha ha ha, I told you. You still want our school's kids to be bruised and battered, and they didn't even touch you? Are you throwing a fake match? I'm not bragging. From the moment you charged, you had already lost. The principal of Huaxia University laughed heartily, his face full of pride. Although the other principals present looked displeased, they were helpless. They had witnessed the battle just now. This was not a match of equal levels, it was simply an adult beating a child. Yu Xiu, what formation were they using? Was it a square formation? At this moment, the colonel looked excited, as if he saw hope for the military district's rise, eagerly looking at Yu Xiu and asking, "Not a square formation. I call it a battle formation," Yu Xiu explained. What they used just now was a type of battle formation called the Mandarin Duck Formation. Mandarin Duck Formation? The colonel sighed. No wonder you look down on these kids from the military district. Compared to Huaxia University's battle just now, these kids from the military district really do look like street thugs in a brawl. Why Yu Xiu? The colonel spoke so excitedly that he began to stutter. Yu Xiu, can you teach this Mandarin Duck Formation to the military district? By the way, I hope you can consider taking on the role of chief instructor for the military district. I will select a group of elite soldiers from various provinces to form a 10,000-man army, and I hope you can serve as the chief instructor. Please. Saying this, the colonel immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to Yu Xiu in earnest. The colonel's excitement was something that all the principals present could understand. The surprises that Yu Xiu brought to them were simply too many. It was no longer just a matter of strength and talent, but a benefit for all. Whether it was the military training projects or the current Mandarin Duck Formation, these were all excellent things that could enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the entire school. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Yu Xiu would come up with other good things in the future. In short, to them, Yu Xiu was like a shining treasure. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to take on the role of chief instructor right now because I have many things to do afterward. Yu Xiu pretended to think for a moment and then said, however, the Mandarin Duck Formation can be taught to the military district. But, just as Yu Xiu was about to speak, the principal suddenly interjected, "You silly child, the Mandarin Duck Formation is your hard work. Have you forgotten the effort you put into creating it? You can't just give it away because someone asks for it. I can understand doing it for the country's strength, but you shouldn't be wronged, right?" The colonel naturally understood the principal's meaning and quickly nodded. Indeed, the military district will definitely not take it for free. It's still the old rule. We will exchange resources. The principal laughed heartily. What resources? The power of the Mandarin Duck Formation benefits the country and the people. If the army learns it, their combat effectiveness will surely improve. Besides, this is just one Mandarin Duck Formation. Since Yu Xiu can create one, he will definitely create more in the future. Actually, the principal suddenly glared at the dean of the Martial Arts Academy and scolded, "What military merit do you want? They are willing to provide resources. How can you still ask for military merit? Isn't that being greedy?" The dean of the Martial Arts Academy looked confused. "I don't think I said anything. This old man is setting me up again." Nevertheless, the dean chose to cooperate, saying with a resentful expression, "Principal, this is a battle formation. Yu Xiu has delayed his training to create the Mandarin Duck Formation. The experts in the research institute have patents for what they develop. They need status and resources, and they have military merit and glory. The Mandarin Duck Formation created by Yu Xiu should be no worse than what those experts create, right? Why be so stingy? Just giving Yu Xiu a little resource to brush him off? Isn't this bullying?" The principal sighed, "Old Jiang, I know you care about Yu Xiu, but practicing martial arts for the rise of Huaxia is our ideal, and I believe Yu Xiu feels the same way. If he suffers a loss, then so be it. After all, Yu Xiu will be very busy later. With so many things to do, taking resources to train hard is just a good opportunity for him to rest." The people around watched the two perform their duet with disdain on their faces. However, when the colonel heard the principal's last sentence, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. This is a threat. Scholars really have dirty hearts. But there was nothing to be done. Who told us to value battle formations? The Mandarin Duck Formation is so powerful, which shows Yu Xiu's talent. Surely there will be even more powerful formations in the future. If, as the principal said, he stops creating formations, that would be a huge loss. So he quickly added, "Principal Shin, Dean Jiang makes a good point. The Mandarin Duck Formation created by Yu Xiu benefits the country and the people, so giving resources is indeed not enough. Military merit must be given. I've made up my mind about this. I will report to the higher-ups shortly, and we must give Yu Xiu a generous reward." The principal pretended to be helpless and said, "Yu Sai, since that's the case, once Yu Xiu receives the resources in military merit, I will immediately have him teach the Mandarin Duck Formation seriously to the military district." The colonel was taken aback but had no choice but to nod. "That's fine." On the other hand, Yu Xiu was skeptical throughout. thinking that the principal's shamelessness was simply remarkable, but he liked it very much. Since it's all agreed upon, let's continue with the military training exchange competition, the principal said with a hearty laugh. After that, the military training exchange competition resumed. However, after the display of the Mandarin duck formation at Huaxia University, the battles from other schools could no longer capture the attention and interest of the crowd. Instead, I found this chaotic battle method quite crude, lacking any sense of spectacle. Even the winning school's principal showed no signs of joy. Everything was due to the Mandarin duck formation. The battle ended in 3 minutes, and not a single person was injured. With such a record, no matter how well the subsequent teams performed, it was still unsatisfactory. An hour later, all the schools had finished their matches. At this moment, the principal of Huaxia University suddenly said, "Everyone, since the military training exchange competition has concluded, you can go back now. Our school still has many matters to attend to, so I won't be hosting you." He knew that these principals were merely trying to take advantage of Yu Xiu's training. Moreover, after witnessing the Mandarin duck formation during the military training exchange, they were even more eager to keep these students for Yu Xiu's training. In fact, they had also realized that although they imitated Yu Xiu's military training projects in their own schools, the results were completely different. The same military training method produced students at Huaxia University who were like wolves, fierce wolf packs, while their students were merely a flock of sheep, albeit a somewhat spirited flock. Just a single word from Yu Xiu, and the momentum displayed by Huaxia University's students left these principals in shock. They were even fiercer than the new recruits from the military district. In comparison, they were not fools. The main reason lay with Yu Xiu. Principal Shin, since this is a military training exchange competition, we can't just hastily conclude with a team battle, can we? The subsequent military training projects should be conducted together to promote exchanges among several schools. Moreover, with multiple schools training together, there will be a competitive spirit among the students. This way, it will benefit both the students and the schools. That's right, Principal Shin. Principal Lee makes a good point. The reason we hold this military training exchange competition is to promote interaction. If we just come over to have a match, it truly goes against the original intention of the exchange competition. The colonel actually wanted to speak up. He also wanted to keep these new recruits at Huaxia University for Yu Xiu's training. However, thinking of the benefits just received in having been tricked by the principal of Huaxia University, he dared not interject. Although he willingly accepted being tricked for the Mandarin duck formation, being tricked still left a sour feeling. What nonsense about the original intention of the military training exchange competition. The principal of Huaxia University snorted coldly, "You come over for a match, and then you want to take our students to eat and stay with us? Where do you think this is? Anyway, our school has limited space and can't accommodate so many of you." The other principals naturally understood the implication of his words but continued to play dumb, hoping to gain some moral high ground in the face of numbers. However, they clearly overlooked the principal of Huaxia University's thick skin. "I don't care about your moral high ground. In short, there's no way to take advantage of us. We are willing to provide resources. For everything at Huaxia University, we will exchange it for resources. Not only that, but we are also willing to give Yu Xiu a training fee." Upon hearing this, the principal of Huaxia University finally smiled. Too kind, we are all on the same side. Isn't it just about training together? Such trivial matters, how could I take your resources? At this point, he shifted his tone and turned to glare at the dean of the martial arts academy. "Look at you, you have no vision at all. It's just training together. What resources do you want? You really have no humanity, asking for 10,000 S-grade spiritual materials right off the bat, and the most outrageous part is that you said 10,000 S-grade spiritual materials in 10 days, that's simply insane." Upon hearing this, the faces of the other principals turned ugly. The dean of the martial arts academy was internally cursing. "Damn it, am I your scapegoat? Do you have no shame? Dean Jiang, isn't asking for 10,000 S-grade spiritual materials in 10 days a bit too little?" Although the principals all understood, they had to ask for favors under the current circumstances. "Don't be too greedy, we are all on the same side." Before the head of the martial arts academy could speak, the principal interjected, "Don't go too far. 10 days for 10,000 S-grade spirit materials is already more than we should offer. Yu Xiu is at least a martial king, stronger than us old folks. Let him train, although the price is high, we still need to maintain some face." A martial king? Yes, Yu Xiu is indeed a martial king. Such strength is invincible in the Huaxia mainland, except for the known martial king, Old Master Chu from Qin province. It seems there are no others on the surface. Whether there are any hidden ones, they do not know. but even if there are, it has nothing to do with them. A martial king wouldn't come to train these students. The price of a martial king? We agree, 10 days for 10,000 S-grade spirit materials is not excessive. Principal Shin, you don't need to blame Dean Zhang. His conditions are quite fair. Indeed, Dean Zhang's conditions are very fair. We agree. We also agree. Previously, these principals were so focused on Yoshio's talent that they overlooked his strength. Now that they think about it, it's truly frightening. Logically speaking, Yoshio's strength should be the most important highlight about him, yet they subconsciously ignored his strength because of his talent. This is simply terrifying. It can be seen that both Yoshio's talent and strength are points that cannot be ignored. Principal Shin, we are willing to pay for the spirit materials. Do you think we could let our new recruits from the military district train together? A colonel suddenly spoke up as he saw everyone had settled on the terms. No problem, we're all on the same side. Then let's train together and build some camaraderie. In the eyes of the Huaxia University principals, herding one sheep is the same as herding a flock. This way, they could also gain additional resources, so why not? Yoshio, these spirit materials are your training fees, the school won't take a single cent, you just have to work hard. Once the deal was settled, the principal immediately made a promise to Yoshio. To the other principals, the Huaxia University principal was clearly trying to win hearts. Using such a small amount of resources to gain Yoshio's loyalty was simply too cost-effective. They also thought about it, but there was no opportunity. On the contrary, they felt increasingly annoyed with themselves. When they went to Jiangtan, why couldn't they go all in? Why couldn't they invest everything to recruit Yoshio? Regret. If they had known Yoshio was a gold mine, no matter how many resources they spent before, they could have earned it all back now. All of it went to that cunning old man, curse him for having a son with no anus. In the following days, people from various universities donned Huaxia University's camouflage uniforms. During daily military stances and practical drills, a week quickly passed. It was on this day that the national training camp concluded. Chu Tianjiu and the others returned. When they learned that Yoshio was now the chief instructor for the new military training at Huaxia University, they immediately asked the principal for camouflage uniforms. More than 100 people gathered on the playground. With so many from the national training camp, all from prestigious families, they did not apply to Huaxia University because of Yoshio's presence. Only Chu Tianjiu and those close to Yoshio applied to Huaxia University. For example, the young talents from the capital. They had a psychological shadow from Yoshio, completely frightened by him. Now hearing that Yoshio had broken through to the martial king realm, they were even more afraid. In short, it was best to keep their distance from Yoshio. Report. Huaxia University freshman Chu Tianjiao reporting to the chief instructor. Huaxia University freshman Zhang Yanping reporting to the chief instructor. Huaxia University freshman Zhang Zui reporting to the chief instructor. Huaxia University freshman Qin Fei reporting to the chief instructor. Loud voices echoed across the playground. Yoshio glanced over and noticed that Chu Tianjiao had already broken through to the master level, and both Zhang Yanping and Zhang Zui had also reached the master level. The rest were mostly first-grade martial artists. A uniform high-level combat team. These were all future members of his combat team. The stronger their strength, the happier Yoshio naturally felt. Seeing Chu Tianjiu and the others safe and sound, their aura contained, Yoshio knew they had grown a lot during the national training camp. The fact that they could break through to the master level in just over 2 months showed that they had not only endured a lot of hardship in this secret realm but also received abundant resources. Form ranks. Let's start with standing at attention. Yes, chief instructor. Chu Tianjiu and the others maintained a serious demeanor throughout, standing straight, clearly having understood the situation of military training from the principal. It seems the first class will need to be reselect. These guys are quite good. A satisfied expression appeared on Yoshio's face. Chu Tianjiu and the others were his direct subordinates, and from now on, he could teach them what he obtained in the scripture building, especially the spirit guiding technique. And so it went on until evening. The military training ended, and Yoshio gathered Chu Tianjiu and the others at the club's location. I'm glad to see you all return safely. I'm also pleased to see your rapid progress in strength. However, this is not the end. You will progress even faster from here. After the military training, Yoshio planned to take Chu Tianjiu and the others to the Seeking Stone, letting them soak in the Chi Pavilion. With the martial arts techniques and the spirit guiding technique from the scripture building, their strength would surely soar. Yoshio didn't know how much they would improve, but he could guarantee that all the first-grade martial artists present could break through to the master level in a short time. He had confidence in the Chi Pavilion. The things there surpassed the martial arts products of this era, despite being quite mysterious. Boss, we've all heard that you formed a club and named the battle team Qilin. Lin Yan and the others already have their badges. Chu Tianjiao said excitedly. Boss, hurry and help us wear the black Chilan badge. Yushio chuckled, don't rush, after military training ends, we'll gather all the brothers from other schools together to distribute the badges. At that time, our battle team will be officially registered. That night, Yushio met with Chu Tianjiu and the others on the third floor of the cafeteria. Due to military training, everyone was more restrained with their drinking. Afterward, Yushio selected the 99 strongest individuals among Chu Tianjiu and the others. He reported to the principal, and the list of members for the martial arts class was officially released. As the principal entered it into the system, a system prompt sounded in Yushio's mind. Total Chi and Blood, 9426. The total martial skills instantly elevated all of Yushio's basic martial skills to the peak realm, especially the Chu family fist technique, which also reached the pinnacle, indicating that Chu Tianjiu had grown rapidly during this time. As for talent, it hadn't changed. Now that Yushio's strength was formidable, even with the accumulation of talent, it didn't increase much. However, Yushio's strength had broken through to the 2-star martial sovereign level this time. But the increase in realm didn't matter much to Yushio now. His combat power was equivalent to that of a martial king. The overall improvement of the university class could no longer keep up with Yushio. What Yushio cared about now was the battle team. The moment the battle team was registered, he would instantly break through to the martial king level, with combat power rivaling that of a martial emperor. More importantly, the 200 death warriors had already begun practicing the spirit guiding technique and the martial arts techniques from the scripture building, which were what Yushio truly cared about. With these enhancements, Yushio's combat power would likely become even more terrifying. Next, he just needed to stabilize the development of the battle team, enhance the strength of its members, and earn military merits to increase the number of team members. It wouldn't be long before Yushio's strength could break through to martial saint, or even martial god. Today we will practice formations. The Mandarin duck formation, I have already assigned to you. Next, you need to coordinate with the formation to practice the Mandarin duck formation. With only about 10 days left until the military training ended, Yushio summarized the military training projects based on his past life. What was useful for these students was merely standing at attention, formations, and finally, the 5-day forest hunt, seemingly for the sake of nostalgia. Yushio also decided to give the new students a chance to relax with a military training performance. After all, once the military training was over, they would be busy chasing after resources and military achievements. There would be little leisure time left, and some might even choose to enlist by their sophomore year. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The new students had already become proficient in teamwork, formations, and the Mandarin duck formation. Next up was the forest hunt. Under the principal's arrangement, buses headed straight for the forest in Wushan. It was a place teeming with fierce beasts. From now on, you will participate in the forest hunting project. During this time, you will have no food, no water, and no outdoor survival gear whatsoever. The only thing you have is your teammates. In 5 days, collect the left ears of the fierce beasts. The team that collects the most will receive military achievement rewards, and the individual with the most will also receive military achievement rewards. Of course, if anyone in the team is injured or dies, all military achievement rewards and resource rewards will be cancelled. Now, you may set off. As Yushio's words fell, students from Huaxia University and other schools rushed into the forest as teams. I am very much looking forward to this year's new students' forest hunt, said the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, who accompanied Yushio, while the mentors from other schools led their students. The principal had already returned, as the forest hunts for other students also needed to take place, all heading to the forests surrounding their respective cities. The new recruits from the military district were also led back to their respective military districts by their team leaders. Before leaving, the colonel once again invited Yushio to be the chief instructor, but he declined. Yushio had many things to attend to next. He simply had no time to be the chief instructor of the military district. His primary goal now was to enhance the strength of his team members and to acquire as many military achievements and resources as possible, then seize the secret realm city to ensure the safety of his family and the families of his team members. The more he learned, the more Yushio felt the dangers of the homeland, especially since he had too many enemies. Through Yushio's training, these students have undergone a complete transformation. They now understand the importance of teamwork. Moreover, with the Mandarin duck formation, they should be able to easily defeat master-level fierce beasts. Indeed, I heard that since the Mandarin duck formation was introduced, many second and third-year students have started practicing it as well. You probably don't know, but high schools across the country have also introduced military training to foster students' team spirit. This is a good thing. As a result, the overall strength and unity of the students can be thoroughly promoted. While several mentors discussed this, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy wore a proud expression, not for any other reason, but because Yushio was his student. Although Yushio was stronger than him, it did not change the fact that he was still his student. As Yushio's achievements grew and his reputation expanded, the prestige of the dean of the martial arts academy also rose. Thinking of this period, his little granddaughter, upon learning that Yushio was his student, looked at him with admiration, which made him feel quite pleased. Yushio, shall we take a break at the training camp? The provincial training camp was located in the forest, and Yushio was naturally familiar with it. The previous camp commander, Chen Sihai, had started his retirement life after following Yushio. Every day, he either drank tea with Yushio's father or found a place to play chess with others. From Go to Chinese chess, Yushio's father and Chen Sihai had become the chess masters of the Jiangtan area. Many people were unwilling to play chess with them, not for any other reason, but because they always played dirty. Their chess skills were indeed superb, but their cheating always left people feeling frustrated. Thinking of the scene where a martial arts master like Chen Sihai was spitting words with a group of old men who weren't even martial artists, Yushio couldn't help but laugh. Let's go! Yushio nodded, and the other instructors naturally followed suit. Moments later, Yushio arrived at the entrance of the training camp. Although there were no students present at the moment, everything was still in operation. The instructors were still around. Yushio? The guard became tense upon seeing Yushio. Is there something you need? It was clear that the guard was being very cautious in front of Yushio. The students are here for military training and hunting. We came to take a break. I see. Please come in. I'll contact the commander right away. Yushio nodded. Not long after entering the training camp, he saw a middle-aged man running towards him, accompanied by several instructors in uniform. The middle-aged man was Wu Zun, presumably the new commander. However, Yushio took a second glance at a few of the instructors because one of them was his old acquaintance, Nightingale. Initially, Jiang Zuiyi had used the Chu family's connections to bring Nightingale here, but not long after, the training camp was shut down early due to Yushio's reasons. Nightingale, long time no see. Seeing Yushio speak to Nightingale first, the commander showed no displeasure. Instead, he stood by with a smile, waiting. The commander had heard about some of the relationship between Yushio and Nightingale. The Chu family had used their connections to transfer Nightingale's position, clearly looking out for Yushio. Thus, the commander speculated that the relationship between Yushio and Nightingale was not ordinary. This was also the reason he had always treated Nightingale well, and now that he heard Yushio had arrived, he quickly sent someone to find Nightingale to accompany him. Observing Yushio's attitude and the way Nightingale looked at him, the commander guessed that their relationship was more than just friends. He resolved to pay extra attention to Nightingale in the future. The news of Yushio breaking through to Martial King was now known throughout the upper echelons of Huaxia. It should be noted that in the Huaxia mainland, Martial King was an invincible existence. Naturally, the commander wanted to be close to such a powerful ally. After all, the former commander of the training camp, Chen Sihai, was now under Yushio. With the authority to form teams, Yushio could be considered a new noble in Huaxia, the youngest lord. Currently, the battle team had 700 members, and it would only grow in the near future. In his view, with Yushio's Martial King strength, gaining military achievements would be easy. Long time no see. In response to Yushio's inquiry, Nightingale suppressed her emotions. Her red lips slightly parted as she replied with 4 words to the man she had been thinking about day and night. You must be the new commander? Nightingale's gaze expressed many emotions, which Yushio understood but chose not to dwell on, instead turning to the middle-aged man beside him. Hello, Lord Yushio, I am Zhang Wenyuan, the new commander of the training camp. Please, come inside. Zhang Wenyuan introduced himself and then invited Yushio into the training camp. Along the way, he listened to Yushio explain his purpose. Without hesitation, he quickly instructed one of the instructors to prepare a villa. Currently, there were many empty villas in the training camp since there were no students present. Even giving each instructor who came with Yushio a villa was quite casual. After settling the accommodation issue, Zhang Wenyuan arranged for a banquet. During the banquet, Zhang Wenyuan expressed his desire to follow Yushio. However, Yushio did not directly agree but rather hinted that he was not yet qualified, though he could get closer. Zhang Wenyuan was already very satisfied with this. Now, Yushio's status was noble, equivalent to a lord in the Huaxia mainland. After registering the battle team and seizing the secret realm as a base, once everything was resolved, Yushio would officially complete his tribulation and truly step into the upper class. 5 days quickly passed. During this time, Yushio visited the forest multiple times, firstly to check on the students' training conditions, and secondly to ensure their safety, preventing anyone from recklessly entering the forest. However, in the forest, Yushio saw many instructors from the training camp. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhang Wenyuan had arranged for them to guard the forest to prevent outsiders from entering and posing a threat to the students. For this reason alone, Yushio felt a bit more favorable towards Zhang Wenyuan. Whether Zhang Wenyuan's actions were flattery or sycophancy, Yushio was quite satisfied. Moreover, during this time, Nightingale had visited Yushio's villa multiple times. Her intentions were clear, but Yushio remained indifferent. As long as Yushio spoke, Nightingale would willingly do anything. Unfortunately, Yushio was too steadfast, resolutely maintaining his composure. After several attempts, seeing Yushio's demeanor, Nightingale couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. If it weren't for her low strength, she would have really wanted to give Yushio a taste of his own medicine. Are you leaving? Will you come to see me? No. Then can I come to see you? No time. Today, Yushio was returning to school, and Nightingale approached him to ask. However, their back and forth left those around them exchanging glances. Even the dean of the martial arts academy, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but internally scoff. This guy is such a typical straight man. A group of Chu Tianjiu and others gathered together, all looking helpless. The boss's condition had worsened again. There was no remedy. Seeing this, he even lost the courage to call her sister-in-law. I won't give up. I know. After their final exchange, Yushio waved for everyone to get in the car. As Yushio left, the commander walked up to Nightingale and sighed. When facing a man like Yushio, you need to be more proactive. That morning, upon returning to Huaxia University, Yushio summarized the forest hunt, selecting the best team and the best individual. As expected, the best team was led by Chu Tianjiao, and the best individual was also Chu Tianjiao. When Yushio had gone to the forest to observe, he noticed that the cooperation and rapport among Chu Tianjiu and his group were quite impressive. Clearly, they had honed their skills during the national training camp. This was also the reason why Chu Tianjiu and the others returned unscathed. As for the other teams, only a few had sustained minor injuries, but there were no fatalities. Afterwards, Yushio arranged for the evening military training performance. That night, the new students let loose completely. They sang in chorus, compared formations, and put on various joyful performances. Even at the request of the new students, Yushio sang loyalty to the country and borrowing 500 years from heaven again. The new students were left dumbfounded, shouting that he was not human. Not only was he skilled in poetry and lyrics, but he could also write his own songs. Both loyalty to the country and borrowing 500 years from heaven again were grand and magnificent. The principal immediately decided to designate these two songs as the school anthem and even posted them on the school forum. In no time, the two songs spread to other schools. Because of Yushio's presence, the active participants on the Huaxia University forum were no longer just students from Huaxia University. Many students from other schools were now active on the Huaxia University forum. Whenever there was any news about Yushio, it would immediately appear on the forums of major universities. Once these two songs were released, they exploded on the forums of various universities. Countless students commented that Yushio was not human. Not only was he powerful, but he was also so talented in poetry and lyrics. They had originally thought that this was Yushio's limit, but now he had released original songs. How can someone be so versatile? How can he be so competitive? He was already so outstanding, yet he had hidden skills. Even Chu Tianjiu and the others sighed. Since getting to know the boss, they had discovered that he always had hidden talents, whether it was strength or talent. Now, with the emergence of the Mandarin duck formation, poetry, and original songs, they expressed that if one day someone said the boss would have a child, they would absolutely not have the slightest doubt. What's wrong with a man having a child? That's our boss. Any incredible thing that happens to him, it's not a rumor, it must be a moment of witnessing a miracle. Don't doubt it, because he is a god cultivator. He is that man. On the third day after military training ended, the principal called for Yushio and entered his identity information into the system. He also entered the information of the battle team. When inputting the name of the battle team, Yushio decisively entered Qilin class. The principal was beside him, persuading him to remove the word class and just use Qilin as the name. However, Yushio shook his head, indicating that the name entered into the system must be Qilin class. It didn't matter if it was casually referred to as the Qilin Society, but the name had to be this way. The principal was very puzzled by this. Yushio stated it was a personal preference. Then, Yushio entered the information of 200 9-star grandmasters and 5 martial sovereign warriors into the battle team member information. He then added Chu Tianjiu and a group of over 300 people to the team. In an instant, Yushio's Qilin battle team already had over 500 members, still needing more than 100 to reach the full capacity of 700. These extra spots were reserved for members of the Qilin Society. Ding dong! Detected that the host has established a class, with a total of 512 students. The system is calculating the total, please wait. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yushio's mind. This proved that he had successfully exploited the system loophole, and the moment to welcome a surge in strength was approaching. Total calculation completed. Vitality value is 1,886,200 points. Detected martial arts techniques: yellow level spirit summoning technique plus 205, yellow level fist technique plus 205, yellow level sword technique plus 205, yellow level palm technique plus 205, yellow level shadow step plus 205, Shen level thunder fist plus 121, Shen level lightning step plus 98, Shen level shadowless sword plus 145, Shen level. Detected talents: Mind Master, Strength level, Meditation, Godspeed, Blood Rage. Would you like to grant immediately? Grant! The system prompt was overwhelming, leaving Yashio dizzy, especially with the martial arts techniques and talents, which felt like a small essay. However, he was very satisfied with the vitality value, which exceeded 1.88 million. Moreover, it seemed that the spirit summoning technique and martial arts techniques given to the warriors had been successfully cultivated. It must be said that these warriors were truly talented. Unfortunately, they currently had no future on the martial path. But now it seemed that these warriors could be kept to practice martial arts techniques. Congratulations, host. Vitality value has reached 1.9 million, strength has broken through to 1-star martial king, and mind master level has broken through to level 3. As for the subsequent martial arts techniques, without any surprises, Yashio had reached the pinnacle of mastery in all of them. Whether it was the spirit summoning technique or the yellow level martial arts, they had all reached the peak. As for the talents that had been stacked, Yashio could only verify them later. Then, Yashio felt a bit and simply used the spirit summoning technique to mobilize his vitality, discovering that the peak spirit summoning technique was far stronger than the initial glimpse of the technique he had used at the Seeking Stone. It was like comparing day and night. After roughly estimating, using the current spirit summoning technique to mobilize vitality and then enhancing the yellow level martial arts, Yashio's strength would at least triple. If all the talents were combined, he could truly contend with a martial emperor. The enhanced strength would be at least 10 times more, which was simply terrifying. Roughly estimating, it would be at least 1 billion kilograms of force. Yashio couldn't imagine that with all his might, he could probably collapse a mountain. What is that aura? As Yashio tried to mobilize his vitality, the aura he had obtained from the Chi Pavilion began to undergo a transformation. Is this a change? With a thought, that aura suddenly appeared outside his body, transforming into a purple long sword, though the sword's body was somewhat illusory. Immediately after, Yashio seemed to sense something and attached the Mind Master ability to the purple long sword. Just a slight activation, and the purple long sword vanished in the blink of an eye. This speed? Yashio was stunned. When he activated it, the purple longsword disappeared in an instant to the naked eye, but in his mind, the purple longsword still existed. It was just moving too fast for the eye to catch. It should be noted that he was now at the Martial King level, and not just any ordinary Martial King. After the transformation of the Chi Pavilion, Yashio's body and internal cells and organs were no longer comparable to those of an ordinary Martial King. If he couldn't catch a glimpse of the purple longsword, others certainly couldn't. Change again. Change again. After that, Yashio manipulated the chi to change into various forms, whether it was a flying knife or a large sword. As long as he wanted to change it, it could all be transformed. Right, can I? Yashio's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a possibility, and he tried it out. The next moment, a 5-clawed divine dragon appeared before him, but it was purple instead of gold. Yashio was overjoyed and jumped onto the body of the 5-clawed divine dragon, controlling it with his mind. Isn't this just flying? Previously, at the Seeking Stone, Yashio had used the shining silver flying knife to walk through the air, but the speed was too slow. However, now using this chi-transformed divine dragon, not only was the speed fast, but it was also much easier to control. It felt as if this chi was a part of his body, which was truly marvelous. Transform into a phoenix. Transform into a vermilion bird. Transform into wings. For a moment, Yashio was having a blast, completely like a child who had just received a new toy. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, Yashio stopped, and the chi transformed into a goblet. He used his mental ability to pour a glass of wine. He then sat on the sofa, with the goblet filled with red wine floating in the air. He tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, pondering, I should give you a name. Let's call you Purple Chi comes from the east, and your nickname will be Little Purple. After a moment, Yashio went to the basement of the villa. There were specialized instruments for measuring strength here. Yashio finished the wine in one gulp. Then Little Purple transformed into a purple long sword, and under Yashio's control, it executed the Shen-level shadowless sword technique, further enhanced by his talent. Bang! After one strike, Yashio was instantly dumbfounded. This is too terrifying. At that moment, the measuring instrument in the basement was sparking and had split in half, clearly rendered completely useless. This is an instrument capable of measuring the strength of a martial emperor. How could it be destroyed with just one strike? Does that mean my previous strike already reached the combat power of a martial emperor? In fact, Yushio could feel that using the long sword transformed by Little Purple had elevated his power. Both speed and strength seemed incomparable to other weapons. It could only be described as terrifying. What exactly is Little Purple? According to the introduction on the wall of the Chi Pavilion, Little Purple is the source of Chi. The more Yushio thought about it, the more shocked he became. Because of Little Purple's existence, he grew even more curious about the so-called Seeking Stone, which was the sacred tomb. It was simply too mysterious. Now, the power he exhibited through Little Purple was extraordinarily transcendent. He could also clearly feel that his body, along with its internal cells and organs, had long since changed from the past. How to say it? It was indescribable. His body had a feeling of sublimation. Are you kidding me? After Yushio had destroyed the strength testing instrument with a single strike, he called the principal, wondering if he could get a more advanced one. You mean you destroyed the strength testing instrument with one strike? The principal clearly didn't believe it. Although your strength is already at the martial king level, that instrument can measure the strength of a martial emperor. Don't tell me you're just at the martial king level, but your power is already comparable to a martial emperor? Or even stronger than an ordinary martial emperor? Do you think I should believe you? Alright, stop talking nonsense with me. The freshman exchange competition has already started. Get ready to go challenge. Hearing that the principal didn't believe him, Yushio said seriously, Principal, I'm not joking with you. It's really scrapped. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Since you're so insistent, I will come and take a look. You better make sure you're not joking, or else. Or else what? Nothing. See you later. At this moment in the office, the principal looked quite embarrassed, which made the dean of the martial arts academy unable to hold back his laughter. What are you laughing at? The dean said while laughing, or else, I'll beat you to death. Ha, I'm going to die laughing. Why not just say your catchphrase? Having worked together for decades, the dean knew the principal quite well and naturally understood what he wanted to say. Mind your own business. Not willing to duel? The dean had indeed hit the nail on the head. The principal had just wanted to say that. However, he suddenly remembered that Yushio was at the level of a martial king, and he couldn't possibly win. So he quickly stopped. I admit defeat. I can't beat you. The dean shrugged, appearing very casual. Why not go find Yushio and give it a try? You can only grow in adversity. You've been a 9-star martial master for so many years. Maybe you have a chance to break through to the martial king realm? The principal sighed. It's tough. Right now, if I want to break through to the martial king, relying on my own abilities is obviously impossible, unless I get my hands on some supreme-grade spiritual materials from the uninhabited zone. At this point, he smiled bitterly. But who would be willing to let me use supreme-grade spiritual materials? Supreme-grade spiritual materials are above SSS grade, and even in the uninhabited zone, they are rare resources. Although he is the principal of Huaxia University and holds a high position in Huaxia, in the uninhabited zone, he is nothing. Isn't Yushio around? Maybe he can help you. The principal shook his head with a smile. Yushio is indeed my student, but we are mutually beneficial. He doesn't owe me, and I don't owe him. If I mix these things in, my original intention would change. I am his principal. Even if Yushio is stronger than me, it should be me helping him, not the other way around. I can't help him with fighting, but I can still fight for resources and military merits for him. This old bone of mine can still manage that. In short, as long as I'm Shin Tianyang here, no one in the Huaxia region can take advantage of Yushio. Otherwise, I won't agree to it. The dean of the martial arts academy said helplessly, others say you, the principal of Huaxia University, are thick-skinned and slick, but after all these years, you're still so stubborn. But thinking about it, if it weren't for your stubborn character, those students who have gone out wouldn't respect you so much. The higher-ups wouldn't trust you like this. These are what you deserve. But this way, you have to walk 10 more years of detours than others. Just as he said, the principal indeed had outstanding talent back in the day. Although he wasn't as crushing as Old Master Chu against his peers, after Old Master Chu, the principal was the one who dominated in that regard. It's just a pity that later the principal took this position, fulfilling his teacher's last wish, and gave up the thought of venturing into the uninhabited zone. This was already a self-destructive choice. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go visit Yushio. The principal returned to his playful demeanor. That kid Yushio just called me bragging, saying he scrapped the force measuring instrument in the villa with one sword. That thing can even be used by a martial emperor. How can he, a martial king, possibly defy the heavens? Come with me, let's have a good laugh at Yushio and let him brag. The dean of the martial arts academy chuckled. Young people, maybe Yushio has something important to say that he can't disclose. deliberately using this excuse to get you to come over. The principal nodded. That makes sense. Otherwise, with Yushio's character, he wouldn't possibly brag about something like this. It doesn't fit his personality. Moments later, the two arrived at Yushio's villa. As soon as he walked in, the principal asked with a look of disdain, "Didn't you say you smashed the martial emperor level measuring instrument with a single sword strike? Where is it? Let this old man have a look, so I can brag about it later." The head of the martial arts academy couldn't help but chuckle beside him. "Stop being so sarcastic." He then asked, "Yushio, do you have something to say?" Yushio noticed their attitudes and knew they didn't believe him. "Nothing else. It's just about the measuring instrument being destroyed. You should come with me to take a look." Yushio didn't want to explain, so he directly led the two to the basement. Seeing is believing. Holy crap! Damn it! Upon entering the basement and seeing the pitiful state of the measuring instrument, the two instinctively cursed. You really smashed the martial emperor level measuring instrument with a single sword strike?" At that moment, the principal's eyes widened like saucers, his face filled with disbelief. He quickly walked over and found that the notch in the measuring instrument was indeed very smooth, clearly cut by a sharp weapon. How is this possible? The head of the martial arts academy was also shocked, as if he thought of something, and turned to ask, "Yushio, are you hiding your strength? Are you actually a martial emperor?" The principal gasped in surprise. He also recalled the rumors about Yushio. A bottomless pit. This was how many people evaluated Yushio. You never know what else he might be hiding. You think he's just a martial venerable. In a fight, he turns out to be a martial king. You think he's just a martial king. Now he has smashed a martial emperor level measuring instrument with a single sword strike. You brat, you really live up to the name of a bottomless pit, breaking through to the martial emperor realm without anyone noticing. The principal, though shocked, still tentatively asked, "Yushio, tell me honestly, are you already at the martial god realm?" "Principal, are you joking?" Yushio said helplessly, "If I were a martial god, would I still need to waste time here, desperately earning military merits and resources? And why would I waste time forming a battle team? With a wave of my hand, I don't know how many martial saints and martial emperors would be willing to be my underlings. Actually, I only have the strength of a martial king, but my combat power is just a bit stronger." The principal scoffed, "You brat, just admit it, you're a martial emperor. I've gotten used to any bizarre events that happen around you, I'm numb to it. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone else that you're a martial emperor." At this point, the principal glanced at the measuring instrument. Here in Huaxia, a highest level of measuring instrument is the martial emperor level. With your strength, it doesn't really matter whether you get a new one or not. Even if you get a new one, it would just be martial emperor level, which can't withstand your single sword strike. For you, the measuring instrument is no longer important. The strongest in Huaxia is just a martial king, and they are no match for you anyway. Next time you want to measure your strength, just wait until you get to the uninhabited area. After a lengthy explanation, the principal chuckled. "Whether to replace the measuring instrument or not is not important. I will arrange for someone to come and clean up this scrap metal later. Right now, your most important task should be the new student exchange competition. I heard that the major prestigious schools have taken a series of countermeasures to deal with your challenge to the rankings. Although these countermeasures seem useless to me, to be precise, the principals of those prestigious schools know they are useless, but they still want to struggle a bit. Once the rankings are slaughtered by you, they will lose all face. In short, it's just one thing, slapping their faces while taking their school's resources and military merits. Just thinking about it is quite satisfying." Yushio smiled. "I don't know about the satisfaction, I can't really feel it. Similar things have happened to me too many times, I've long been numb to it. However, I do really like resources and military merits." Upon hearing this, the principal and the head of the martial arts academy paused, their faces showing disdain. "Are you trying to show off to us? We acknowledge that you are strong and impressive, but do you really have to be so hurtful with your words? We have struggled and worked hard since we were young, finally reaching our current position and strength. Yet you achieved in 17 years what took us half a lifetime to strive for. Alright, that is indeed impressive, but you shouldn't be so pretentious. We are both old men." "Old Jiang, look at Yushio, he's already numb to this kind of pretentiousness. By the way, do you have any shining moments? Share them with us." The principal turned to the head of the martial arts academy. "Me, should I have any shining moments?" The principal nodded heavily, saying, "I think you should, so let's go back to my office and help you recall them." The head of the martial arts academy frowned. "Is it really necessary?" "It is absolutely necessary." The principal pulled the head of the martial arts academy's arm and calmly walked out of the villa. Just as the villa door closed, the principal suddenly asked, "Wasn't it calm? Did you not show any awkward expressions?" At that moment, the head of the martial arts academy finally reacted and chuckled. Olshin, is it really necessary to care so much about face? The principal rolled his eyes. Is this a matter of face? It's a matter of dignity. That brat Yushio really makes people jealous. Even a casual remark of his is full of pretentiousness. How am I supposed to respond? Although my strength is not as good as his, I am still the principal. Running away in disgrace is a matter of dignity. It absolutely cannot be done. The head of the martial arts academy shrugged helplessly and asked, now that we are calm, shouldn't we go to your office and help me recall my shining moments? You have no shining moments at all. If it weren't for me protecting you back then, you would have been beaten into a level 8 cripple long ago. The principal looked at him with disdain and then left the head of the martial arts academy behind. Old man, if it weren't for me back then, you would have been schemed against and killed. Now you come to me with this ungrateful act. The head of the martial arts academy felt indignant, muttering a few angry words before following after him. At noon, Chu Tianjiao and the others arrived at Yushio's villa. They were ready to accompany Yushio to various universities for the freshman exchange competition. Rather than just accompanying Yushio, they wanted to witness him sweep through the major universities across the country, climbing to the top of the rankings. They could not bear to miss such a pretentious spectacle. Boss, I think our first step should be to sweep through the major universities in Kyoto. Next, we draw lots. Wherever we draw, we go to that city. No, I think the boss should directly announce to all the universities nationwide that I am going out, and you better be sensible. Schools willing to offer benefits can be placed later in the order. That makes sense. I think we can hold an auction, ranking by bidding, with higher bids getting lower ranks. Chu Tianjiao and the others excitedly discussed, occasionally giving Yushio meaningful glances, clearly hoping he would do so. Just participate in the freshman exchange competition properly, don't do these flashy things. What are you doing with this auction? Isn't that just slapping faces? Yushio scanned the crowd and smirked. Once it provokes public anger, I won't worry, but if you get surrounded, I absolutely won't step in. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly shook their heads. What the boss said makes sense. We should let it go when we can. We are all compatriots, and there's no need to make things too stiff. Going to their school to compete for rankings is already a very face-slapping thing. If we hold an auction, that would be excessive. Xin Fei, you little brat, your heart is really dark. How can you have such thoughts? Seeing the few of them throwing blame at each other, Yushio directly stood up and walked towards the villa door. Where is the boss going? Before participating in the freshman challenge, I need to go over our school's rankings first. The boss makes a good point. The rankings of Huaxia University are actually identical to those of other schools. They are divided into 4 lists, collectively known as the Combat Power Rankings. These are the rankings for freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. There are 100 spots on the Combat Power Rankings. Anyone who makes it onto the list is a standout in their respective year. Whether for military recruitment or team recruitment, the Combat Power Rankings are referenced, as they are based on actual battles fought in the arena. The martial arts arena has arrived. At this moment, Yushio and the others arrived at the martial arts arena, where the Combat Power Rankings are located, so it is always crowded. The resources and benefits from the rankings accumulate over days. Being on the list for 1 day earns 1 day's reward, and if one stays on the list for 5, 10, 15 days, a month, there are consecutive rewards at each stage. This is why the martial arts arena is so crowded. People come here to challenge each other at all times, and anyone on the Combat Power Rankings receives challenges daily. God of Cultivation. God of Cultivation. With Yushio's arrival, the previously noisy martial arts arena instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to greet Yushio. The proud expressions on the faces of Chu Tianjiao and the others following him reflected the envy directed at them from those around. It was all due to the dark-colored Qilin badge on their chests. After Yushio announced the identities of the 3 types of Qilin badges, surely no one was unaware that the dark-colored Qilin badge was exclusive to the Qilin team. Previously, after Yushio officially registered in the team system, the official Huaxia Martial Arts website had already announced Yushio's team. The Qilin class team was established, consisting of 700 members. The member information is confidential. However, this news has clearly made more people envious and yearning. As for the secret base, in the eyes of the crowd, with Yushio's strength as a martial king, it was completely effortless. Yushio, are you here to challenge the Combat Power Rankings? The mentor in charge of the rankings approached Yushio to ask. As for face, it was not important at all. In this era, strength is respected. Although Yushio is just a freshman, he is a genuine martial sovereign. Therefore, this Grandmaster level mentor really has no qualification to act superior in front of Yushio. If he dared to act superior, he would receive a resignation greeting from the principal the next moment. No need to challenge. The principal has already given the word. you are the top of all 4 combat power rankings. The mentor seemed worried that Yushio might misunderstand and hurriedly explained, this was suggested by the principal, and all the mentors collected opinions from the entire student body. The entire faculty and student body of Huaxia University unanimously believe you should be ranked first, and it is well deserved. There are so many students present, and they all agree. Hearing the mentor's words, the students present immediately echoed, God of Cultivation, we have no objections to you taking the top spot. Are you kidding? The God of Cultivation is a martial king, an invincible presence throughout Huaxia, let alone in this small area of Huaxia University. It is well deserved. At this moment, the mentor added, the principal said that your main goal should be the freshman exchange competition, and there is no need to waste time on such trivial matters. Yushio, we may need your verification for the rankings shortly, so please wait a moment. As the mentor finished speaking, he hurried to the control room, found Yushio's student ID and information in the system, and then entered it into the combat power rankings. After scanning Yushio's face, the 4 top spots on the combat power rankings changed to Yushio. Alright, Yushio. Thank you. Yushio nodded and then turned to leave the martial arts arena. Chu Tianjiu and the others maintained serious expressions, closely following Yushio. After exiting the martial arts arena, Chu Tianjiu suddenly spoke, Boss, the custom martial arts uniforms we ordered have arrived. Martial arts uniforms? Yushio asked, puzzled. Chu Tianjiu explained, this is the uniform of our Qilin battle team, which I specifically had my grandfather help me customize. We believe that the badge and the uniform are symbols of our Qilin battle team and represent our identity. When my grandfather formed the team, they all had their own uniforms and flags. Right now, we have only customized the uniform. The flag needs your decision, boss. Yushio nodded and asked, where is the uniform now? At the club. Then let's go take a look. Yushio turned and walked towards the Qilin club. Moments later, they arrived at the club. Chu Tianjiu was the first to walk over and took out the customized uniform. Boss, this is yours, primarily white, with gold thread at the cuffs and collar, and the collar has black Qilin marks on both sides. I originally thought about embroidering a black Qilin on the uniform, but my grandfather disagreed. He said you prefer a more understated style. Moreover, the uniform represents a battle team, and a simpler design conveys seriousness and authority. Grandpa Chu is right. Yushio then asked, what about the uniforms for the others? The others' uniforms are black, distinguishing them from yours. The difference is that the collar has a black Qilin embroidered on it, using dark silk thread with some shiny threads, so it won't blend in with the black of the uniform. Yushio was quite satisfied with the design of the uniform, mainly because it was understated and looked serious. Very nice. Since the uniforms are ready, let's make the flag primarily feature the black Qilin. Chu Tianjiu nodded with a smile. Since the boss is satisfied, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the uniforms to the brothers at other schools. Yushio nodded, and also deliver the badges to them. I was originally thinking of gathering everyone to distribute the badges together, but since you all have already put them on, there's no need for a unified distribution. Chu Tianjiu smiled awkwardly, boss, we just couldn't help ourselves. But I think the badges should still be distributed by you personally. We won't mention it here, but at our Huaxia University, your reputation is already very high. However, at other schools, it's still a bit lacking, especially regarding the battle team issue. I suggest you take this opportunity during the freshman exchange competition to personally award the badges to the brothers. It would be best to do it right after the challenge on the leaderboard. This way, students from other schools will yearn for our battle team even more, and we can take the opportunity to build our reputation. The Qilin clubs at other schools will also become more popular, which will greatly benefit our future reserve members. Yushio agreed with this. In fact, he was not an introverted person. Being low-key was not his character. He had no objections to the suggestions made by Chu Tianjiu. Since he had decided to form a battle team, he naturally wanted to make it bigger and stronger. Being timid and pretending to be low-key was something Yushio looked down upon. In this world, strength is paramount. Since he had strength, there was no need to hide or be modest. This would create deterrence and avoid many troubles. Since we are going to do this, let's not send the uniforms over for now. After the challenge on the leaderboard, we will wear the uniforms and badges together. In fact, Yushio also had a sense of revenge in his heart. Although the principals of various universities had prohibited the formation of Qilin clubs, which did not affect the Qilin club much, he still felt displeased. At the club, arrange for the second and third year members to take charge for now. As for the freshmen, those who should participate in the freshman exchange competition will still participate. Yushio said, for the first stop, Let's start with the schools near Huaxia University. Chu Tianjiu and the others nodded with smiles. Brothers, change into the uniforms. Next, Yuxiu walked into his exclusive office, while the others found their own places to change into the uniforms. Moments later, Yuxiu put on a white team uniform, while the others wore black uniforms, all adorned with dark-colored Qilin badges on their chests. At a glance, the group's aura instantly changed, reserved yet serious. Let's go! Yuxiu waved his hand and was the first to walk down the stairs. The substitute members in the club couldn't help but show envy on their faces upon seeing Yuxiu and the others' outfits. They already knew that the clothes worn by Chu Tianjiu and the others were the Qilin battle team uniforms. So impressive! I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to wear this uniform in my lifetime. Keep working hard. Now that we've joined the club, we've taken the first step earlier than others. I believe that in the future, we will definitely wear this uniform, and Yuxiu will personally give us the dark-colored Qilin badge. As Yuxiu and the others appeared on the campus of Huaxia University, the rate of people turning to look at them skyrocketed. Students standing by, upon seeing the dark Qilin emblem on Yuxiu's collar, along with the dark Qilin badge on their chests, had already guessed that this was the Qilin battle team's uniform. Many instinctively took out their communicators to take photos of Yuxiu and the others. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia University forum, photos of Yuxiu and the others also appeared. Students from other schools lingering on the Huaxia University forum immediately shared these posts back to their own school forums, captioned, "That man has left Huaxia University, sweeping through the countdown." Huaxia University is located in the Kyoto University city, surrounded by 4 martial arts universities, with only Kyoto University being among the top 10 prestigious schools. The other 3 martial arts universities are quite ordinary. Boss, are we going straight to Kyoto University? As they exited Huaxia University's gates, Chu Tianjiu immediately asked with excitement. Kyoto University is located southeast of Huaxia University, only about 4 to 5 kilometers away. Then let's go to Kyoto University. Yuxiu nodded and waited a moment as the 2 buses arranged by the principal drove out of the school. This was Yuxiu's exclusive treatment. As for the other students going to challenge the freshman exchange competition, they had to go on their own. Yuxiu, please get on the bus. The bus driver turned out to be a mentor from Huaxia University, which surprised Chu Tianjiu and the others. Boss, the principal treats you really well, not only arranging a special vehicle but also having a mentor as the driver. Exactly, the principal really knows how to handle things. Working with the boss is just different, it's impressive. At this moment, the mentor added, Yuxiu is the pride of our Huaxia University. After the freshman exchange competition, our university's reputation will reach an unprecedented level, benefiting not only you students but us mentors as well. I had to put in a lot of effort to secure this driver position. Witnessing the rise of a god is an honor. To the mentor's flattery, Yuxiu merely smiled faintly and beckoned Chu Tianjiu and the others to get on the bus. First, let's go to Kyoto University. No problem. The mentor grinned, stepped on the gas, and headed southeast. About 4 to 5 minutes later, the bus arrived at the entrance of Kyoto University. We are here to challenge. This is our Huaxia University team. Please open the gate, the mentor said cheerfully to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, a middle-aged man, looked up at the people in the bus and said sternly, vehicles from other schools are not allowed to enter. When did this rule come into effect? The mentor frowned and replied, in the past, vehicles could enter directly for the freshman exchange competition. Our principal just issued an order that students coming to challenge must register and walk into the school. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? The mentor's face immediately darkened. Normally, even walking in wouldn't matter, but now it was during the freshman exchange competition, which concerned the school's reputation. Moreover, in previous years, vehicles could directly enter the school. This is the rule. The gatekeeper's tone was rigid, and he occasionally glanced at the bus. The expression was somewhat strange. Get out of the car. Yuxiu glanced at the entrance. With his perceptive abilities, he could sense the emotional shifts of the other party, clearly indicating a deliberate targeting. Boss, this is obviously aimed at us. Chu Tianjiu and the others were not foolish and had also noticed the oddity of the entrance. I know. Yuxiu chuckled lightly. The principal told me before that various universities had their countermeasures. I originally thought it would be something more sophisticated, but I didn't expect it to be so childish. At this point, he looked at the entrance and asked, are you sure this order was issued by the principal of Kyoto University? During military training, Yuxiu had met the principal of Kyoto University. Although they were not on good terms with Huaxia University, it was unlikely they would make such a tasteless and foolish decision. It was completely child's play. The principal of a prestigious top 10 university should not stoop to such antics. Yes, it is our principal. Yuxiu smirked. If someone else did this, I would understand. Since you insist it's the principal's order, I hope you can bear the consequences. Register. Yushio stepped forward, writing down his name and his affiliation with Huaxia University. Then, Shu Tianjiu and the others took turns to register, including their mentor. I really don't know if you are foolish or just clever in a petty way, playing such tricks. It only embarrasses Huaxia University, but the only one losing face will be Kyoto University. The mentor glanced at Yushio, who had already entered the school, and snorted coldly, "You shouldn't have provoked him. It's not just you from Kyoto University who will be standing there to take the hits, other schools will too. But your actions today will only make your school take the hits. Tell the person behind you to take care of himself." Principal Wu would never issue such an order. As soon as he finished speaking, the mentor quickly chased after Yushio and the others. Yushio? So he is Yushio. At this moment, the entrants glanced at the names on the registration form, then thought of the dark-colored Qilin badge worn on the chests of Yushio and the others, finally confirming Yushio's identity. This shouldn't concern me, right? I'm just following orders, blocking the vehicles of Huaxia University. Sighing, the entrant muttered to himself, indeed, the principal wouldn't do this. It must be the tactics of those families in Kyoto. They probably just want to take the opportunity to humiliate Yushio. Unlike other schools, Kyoto University could be said to be the stronghold of the various families in Kyoto. Huaxia University is indeed the top-ranked school, but Kyoto University is referred to as the University of the Wealthy. At Kyoto University, any student with a bit of fame comes from a prominent family. It's the Dark Qilin. That's Yushio. I just saw a post on the forum. These people are all members of the Qilin team, and the one in white is Yushio. I didn't expect their first stop to be our school. I heard that the four major families seem to be targeting Yushio. Just now at the school gate, the vehicles from Huaxia University didn't even get in. I really don't know what those people are thinking. Yushio is a martial king level expert. What's the use of playing these petty tricks? It will only make Yushio angrier. It was the idea of the presidents of a few clubs in the senior year. I heard from a friend that they are deliberately humiliating Yushio, and in the end, it's us from Kyoto University who will take the blame. Just yesterday, there was a major shakeup in our school's power ranking. Those at the top voluntarily lowered their ranks. A bunch of trash, only capable of scheming behind backs, without the courage to face Yushio. Let's go, let's follow and see. Yushio is clearly going to be ruthless this time. Wherever the Qilin team uniform went, the students of Kyoto University knew Yushio had arrived, so they followed closely behind. They made their way to the martial arts arena. Boss, what should we do? Naturally, we sweep them away. Yushio said coldly, let's change the entire power ranking of Kyoto University, and let our people take all 4 spots. Change to our people? Shu Tianjiu and the others looked puzzled. However, Yushio smiled and walked to the center of the martial arts arena, declaring loudly, new students of Huaxia University, Yushio challenges the 100th place on the freshman combat power ranking, no surrender allowed. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianjiu and the others suddenly understood. It should be noted that during the freshman exchange competition, the challenged party could only surrender if they received the challenger's consent. Boss's move is too brilliant. This is preparing to go through all the ranked students of Kyoto University one by one, and then let us take over these 4 combat power rankings. During the freshman exchange competition, students from other schools who are on the ranking list cannot be challenged within a month. In other words, we can lie on the Kyoto University combat power ranking for a month. This is truly a heart-wrenching move. Challenge the 100th place? With Yushio's strength, shouldn't he directly challenge the first place? Idiot, Yushio is taking revenge. Clearly, those rich kids have angered him, and he wants to sweep the combat power rankings. Sweep the combat power rankings? Of course, during the freshman exchange competition, if students from other schools successfully challenge the combat power rankings, they cannot initiate a challenge within a month. If Yushio sweeps the combat power rankings and lets his subordinates get on the list, can they just stay for a month? If that's the case, then we, Kyoto University, will lose all face. At this moment, the students of Kyoto University clearly understood the meaning of Yushio's actions. Each of their faces turned extremely ugly. Although they complained about those rich kids, now the one losing face was the entire Kyoto University, and they felt very displeased. But there was nothing they could do. Yushio's strength was too formidable. Even if the principal came out, he would not be his match. Yushio, is it really necessary to do this? The mentor in charge of the combat power rankings looked at Yushio with a flattering expression. If Yushio did this, he would be implicated afterward. The principal wouldn't care why Yushio acted this way. Isn't it a shame for a student on the Kyoto University combat power ranking to lack the courage to accept a challenge? Yushio completely ignored the mentor and coldly shouted, with such a mindset, what is the point of practicing martial arts? It's better to go home early, marry, and have children, rather than waste the country's resources. As soon as these words came out, not far away, Chu Tianjiu and the others burst into mocking laughter. The boss is right, students on the combat power ranking lack the courage to accept challenges. Our Huaxia University is also one of the top 10 prestigious schools. It's simply embarrassing. What martial artist fears a battle? Moreover, the freshman exchange competition has rules to limit it. It won't endanger lives, it's just a matter of getting injured. To not even dare to step onto the stage is pathetic. Nonsense Kyoto University, nonsense top 10 prestigious schools, it's simply not worthy of the name. Don't you know? Kyoto University is also known as the University of Kyoto's aristocracy. Those rich kids are so cowardly, they were already scared out of their wits by the boss during training camp. That's true, a bunch of trash holding resources 1,000 times more than others, yet so timid. If the country were in trouble, these people would probably be the first to defect. While Chu Tianjiu and the others were insulting Kyoto University without restraint, suddenly, angry shouts came from the crowd. You are going too far. This is just a personal action. Why insult our Kyoto University? We are going too far? Chu Tianjiu sneered. How did your Kyoto University guards insult us when we entered just now? Your Kyoto University principal ordered that if we wanted to challenge in the freshman exchange competition, we had to walk into your school. May I ask, when did the freshman challenge competition have such a rule? You are deliberately targeting our Huaxia University, deliberately insulting us. Now that we are retaliating, you say we are going too far. Isn't that ridiculous? Many people in the crowd actually knew about the difficulties faced by the Huaxia University team. Now that Chu Tianjiu spoke out, those who didn't know also became aware. Kyoto University had insulted them first. Now they were fighting back. It is only natural. But someone opened their mouth to explain that this was not the principal's order. But just as the words were about to come out, they were swallowed back down. There was no way he couldn't provoke those wealthy heirs. Although many knew this was the doing of those privileged youths, once he spoke up, he would face their retaliation. But what? Chu Tianjiu sneered. Enough with the nonsense. Let the one ranked 100 on your combat power list come out to accept the challenge. If you want to prove that your Kyoto University is not trash, then come out and accept the challenge. Even if you get hurt, I will still think a little higher of your Kyoto University. If you don't dare to come out and accept the challenge, then don't say any more useless words. Let me see. The 100th on the freshman combat power list is this guy named Zhang Tailei. Come out. Anyway, you're not the only one who will get hurt. There are hundreds of others who will accompany you. If you don't step forward, it means you alone have brought shame to Kyoto University. Just think about it. Afterwards, whether it's the students or the principal, how will they punish you? There's no need to take the blame for a few hundred people on the combat power list. It's not worth it. As soon as Chu Tianjiu finished speaking, a medium-built boy stepped out from the crowd and walked to the center of the martial arts arena. It was clear that the boy was filled with fear, especially when he glanced at Yushio, his eyes quickly darting away. He didn't even have the courage to meet Yushio's gaze. Kyoto University freshman, Zhang Tailei accepts the challenge. Are you ready? Yushio asked, looking up. Why yes. As soon as the student named Zhang Tailei finished speaking, he was suddenly sent flying backward. He flew more than 10 meters away, directly out of the martial arts arena. With a loud bang, the students present finally reacted. They looked up in shock. They saw that the student named Zhang Tailei spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground unable to get up, clearly with several broken ribs. What is going on? It seems Yushio didn't even make a move. Why did Zhang Tailei suddenly fly out? It looks like Zhang Tailei is seriously injured, but why didn't I see Yushio make a move? Could it be some kind of supernatural technique? This is too terrifying? I heard Yushio has the talent of a mind master. Could it be a mind master ability? Nonsense, a mind master still needs to control weapons to attack. Do you think a mind master can injure someone from a distance? Did you see Yushio controlling any weapons? This is definitely not a mind master ability. At this moment, not only were the students of Kyoto University shocked and confused, but even Chu Tianjiu and the others wore expressions of disbelief. They all knew Yushio possessed mind master abilities, and usually, he would use those abilities to control the shining silver flying knives at his waist. But now, there were no shining silver flying knives at Yushio's waist, so they were very curious. However, what they didn't know was that Yushio had indeed used his mind master ability to attack. It was just that Yushio transformed Xiaozi into a fist, and when he used the mind master control, the speed was so fast that no one present could see it with the naked eye. During previous experiments, even with Yushio's martial king strength, he couldn't detect Xiaozi's traces, let alone these students. Including the instructors present, their highest strength was merely that of a grand master. To discover Xiaozi's traces was simply wishful thinking. The 99th one, come out. As soon as Yushio said this, there was a stir in the crowd. The the students of Kyoto University had already developed a psychological shadow regarding Yoshio. Especially with Yoshio's mysterious and unpredictable attack methods, it was too bizarre. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying, and at this moment, Yoshio's attack methods were unknown to those present. Naturally, they felt a deep fear. The 99th one, come out. Yoshio's voice was soft, but it sounded like thunder in the ears of all the Kyoto University students, making them tremble. I concede. Amidst the crowd, a boy's voice trembled with tears as he shouted while retreating. Our leader said, "We must not concede. Are you deaf? I say that Zhang Tailei from earlier is a real man," standing up boldly. "It's just an injury." Exactly. What's the big deal? It's just an injury. As martial artists, who hasn't been injured before? Hurry up. Don't force us to insult Kyoto University again, said Chu Tianjiu and others. The mentor in charge of the combat rankings had a stern expression and turned to the boy ranked 99th, Li Kai, "Step up immediately. Have you forgotten our Kyoto University motto? Do not fear battle. If you do not step up within 10 seconds, I will report to the school and impose severe punishment according to the motto, at best, a warning, at worst, expulsion." Think carefully. Li Kai's face changed drastically, and not only him, but some others in the crowd also looked grim. I accept the challenge. Li Kai trembled as he took slow steps toward the martial arts arena. In that short distance of less than 5 meters, Li Kai wished he could walk for a lifetime. Thud! As soon as he stepped into the arena, Li Kai felt the gaze of Yoshio and, in a moment of carelessness, fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, could it be that the leader can attack with just a look? This is a member of the Kyoto University combat rankings. It's simply hilarious. You don't know? Our leader has an incredible talent called the Celestial Demon Eye. Once activated, with just one glance, it can turn enemies to ashes. That Zhang Tailei from earlier was taken down by the leader using the Celestial Demon Eye. But due to the rules of the freshman exchange competition, the leader didn't go all out. Celestial Demon Eye? Upon hearing this, Li Kai, who had just gotten up, suddenly collapsed back to the ground. Why, you can use demon magic? I won't fight anymore. I don't want to die. This scene once again made Chu Tianjiu and the others burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the students from Kyoto University were flushed with anger. Everyone present knew that the so-called Celestial Demon Eye was just a joke, but Li Kai believed it. It was utterly embarrassing. The challenge begins. The mentor in charge of the combat rankings, unable to watch any longer, shouted. Yoshio looked over in confusion. The mentor replied, I am the mentor in charge of the combat rankings and can also serve as the referee for the martial arts arena challenge. Now I am fulfilling my duties and responsibilities as a referee. The challenge has already begun. Yoshio nodded slightly, and the next moment, the student named Li Kai was sent flying again. Since Li Kai was already getting up to run away, he had his back to Yoshio. With this strike, Li Kai fell face first to the ground, flying out of the arena. After flying outside, he lay on the ground, sliding forward for a distance. When everyone looked over, Li Kai was wailing and crying, his entire front covered in blood, his face a mess. Take him to the infirmary. Wait! Just as the mentor instructed the surrounding students to take Li Kai away, Yoshio signaled, and Chu Tianjiu immediately pushed someone out. Now that Li Kai has lost, it means he is now ranked 100 on the combat rankings. This classmate of mine wants to challenge Li Kai. Upon hearing Chu Tianjiu's words, the pushed-out boy immediately understood, that's right, I want to challenge the 100th on the combat rankings. As soon as this was said, all the students and mentors from Kyoto University showed expressions of anger. This was clearly an attempt to occupy all positions on the combat rankings. Li Kai had completely lost the ability to compete, utterly powerless. By the way, unlike our leader, we allow conceding here. Chu Tianjiu chuckled, scanning the crowd with a mocking expression. That's right, conceding is allowed. The members of the Qilin battle team also spoke with faces full of sarcasm, their eyes as provocative as possible. Li Kai concedes. The mentor's face was grim as he pronounced those 4 words, each syllable heavy with meaning. Since I am now ranked 100 on the combat power list, I would appreciate it if this mentor could help me verify this. The mentor snorted coldly and took the student ID handed over by a member of the Qilin team. Moments later, the title of 100 on the Kyoto University combat power list was changed to a certain suffix of Huaxia University. At that moment, all the students from Kyoto University felt a deep sense of shame, an overwhelming humiliation. However, in the eyes of Chu Tianjiu and the others, what was anger? What did it matter? The humiliation would continue. Number 98, step forward. As Yoshio's voice fell, the mentor turned to a boy in the crowd, his face cold as he shouted, come out immediately, don't make me repeat the school motto. The boy, upon hearing this, did not attempt to run away or show fear. He was decisive, walking to the edge of the martial arts arena and directly stating, since I have to fly out anyway, I don't need to walk in again, right? The mentor replied, challenge begins. In the next moment, the student ranked 98 flew out again, clearly having lost his combat ability. I challenged the one ranked 99. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the crowd of Kyoto University students. They had already guessed what would happen next, so Chu Tianjiao spoke up first. After shouting, the other party provocatively taunted Chu Tianjiao. During the freshman exchange competition, students from our school can also challenge the combat power list, right? It seems I'm not violating any rules by doing this. Chu Tianjiao smirked, looking at Yushio. Boss, leave these trivial matters to me. You don't need to waste your breath on these trash people and trash matters, lowering your status. Yushio nodded. He didn't want to waste words on such trivial matters. It was better for Chu Tianjiao to handle it. You're quite clever. With Yushio's approval, Chu Tianjiao looked at the boy and mocked. You are indeed smart, but not very much. Have you forgotten one thing? During the freshman exchange competition, only students from outside schools who make it onto the combat power list cannot be challenged. Moreover, it seems there's no rule during the freshman exchange competition that our boss cannot challenge students ranked lower. Are you sure you still want to challenge the student ranked 99? At this point, Chu Tianjiao said with a mocking smile, while you still haven't stepped into the martial arts arena, I advise you to reconsider. Upon hearing this, the Kyoto University student who had just called out the challenge suddenly looked grim. What are you so arrogant about? You're just relying on Yushio's strength. If you have the ability, step up and fight me one-on-one. Chu Tianjiao disdainfully replied, Are you stupid? Why should I step up? There's nothing to be proud of in beating you. Fighting you one-on-one is just a waste of my boss's time on the list. Besides, I can flaunt my boss's strength, that's my skill. May I ask, you trash, do you have such a powerful boss to rely on? If you do, please call him out to fight my boss one-on-one. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Qilin team burst into unrestrained laughter. You do have a bit of cleverness, but really not much. With trash like you still want to come out and pick up cheap wins? In this world, strength is ultimately what matters. We have our boss to rely on, we are proud, we are honored. Do you accept that? Moreover, among all the universities in Huaxia, who knows how many people want to follow our boss? To be honest, even you must be envious of us in your heart, wanting to follow our boss and show off. It's just a pity you don't have the qualifications. Indeed, not to mention other schools, just Kyoto University alone, there were certainly many people present who wanted to follow Yushio, but they simply lacked the qualifications. When Kyoto University secretly formed the Qilin Society, many people present must have sneaked over to participate in the recruitment. Alright, there's no need to waste words with them. The boss's time is very valuable. Chu Tianjiao waved his hand to interrupt the words of the member beside him, then looked at the student who had spoken up to challenge. Do you still want to challenge? I won't challenge anymore. Just as Chu Tianjiao had said, even if he ranked 99th on the strength leaderboard now, in the next moment, he would be knocked down by Yushio. More importantly, there was no benefit to it, and he would end up seriously injured. It was not worth it at all. After saying this, the person hurriedly turned and fled as if escaping. Clearly, it was too embarrassing to stay here. Since this student has given up the challenge, then it's our turn, right? Chu Tianjiao grinned and looked at the people around him. Who wants to go up? I'll go. A person stepped out from the crowd, walked directly onto the martial arts stage, and shouted, I challenge the 99th on the strength leaderboard. I can concede. Concede. The instructor clearly did not want to say much. As soon as this member of the Qilin Society stepped out, he immediately responded. Then he registered the information, and the 99th on the strength leaderboard once again appeared with a suffix from Huaxia University. 97th, come out. As Yushio spoke again, under intense pressure, a student ranked 97th on the strength leaderboard from Kyoto University stepped out. Then he was sent flying. Because of what Chu Tianjiao had said earlier, no one else dared to step up to take advantage. And so it went. Yushio fought his way to the top. At this moment, the freshman strength leaderboard of Kyoto University was entirely filled with students from Huaxia University. Seeing this scene, the Kyoto University students present had long since become numb, their faces cold, not wanting to say a word. Such humiliation. They were helpless. Sophomore strength leaderboard, 100th place, come out. Just as Yushio shouted again, a person walked out from the back of the crowd. This person was the president of Kyoto University, whom Yushio had seen during military training. Yushio, one should spare others when possible. There's no need to be so ruthless, right? Yushio looked at the president of Kyoto University, his expression still calm. I don't know if you've heard a saying? Respect those who respect you, and you will be respected in return. Humiliate others, and you will be humiliated in return. Since the president first insulted my Huaxia University, why must it be like this now? The president frowned and sighed. Yushio, you should be very clear about the intricacies of this matter. So just back off. Yushio shook his head slightly and said coldly, since the president wants to take the blame, then just keep taking it. No need to explain anything to me. I only know that your school's gatekeeper insulted my Huaxia University in the name of the president first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushio shouted again, sophomore strength leaderboard, 100th place, come out. Yushio! The president shouted with a cold face, you are powerful, but there are many who are stronger than you. Don't go too far, or you might find it hard to stop later, harming both yourself and others. Are you threatening me? Yushio scoffed. Calling you president is because my parents taught me to respect my elders, that's my upbringing. But what are you? A mere 9-star martial master, a dog-like thing. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? Answer me. As soon as Yushio said this, Xiaozi suddenly flew out, and the president was sent flying backward. At that moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. They never expected that Yushio would actually take action against the president. Oh dear, this is truly going against the tide. When did a 9-star martial master dare to threaten a martial king powerhouse? It's simply ridiculous. Isn't this just asking for death? I really don't know how some people think. In this era where the strong are respected, the weak actually dare to threaten the strong. Is this what they call relying on age to bully the young? In any case, my grandfather wouldn't dare to do this. Although he is also a martial king powerhouse, he treats my family's leader as an equal and with respect. Some people are about the same age as my grandfather, yet their brains are so far behind. At this moment, Chu Tianjiao suddenly spoke up. He even brought up his own grandfather. The members of the Qilin battle team beside him immediately understood and grasped Chu Tianjiao's meaning. It is evident that Chu Tianjiao is doing everything to protect Yushio's reputation. Although Yushio is a strong fighter, he is still a student, and having attacked the president of Kyoto University, this matter is bound to end poorly. Moreover, Kyoto University is one of the top 10 prestigious schools, and many strong fighters have graduated from there. Even if those graduates are unwilling to become enemies with Yushio, they would have to act out of concern for their mentor's honor. However, the situation is different now. With Chu Tianjiao's words and the mention of his grandfather, even if this matter spreads, public opinion will shift. It also provides a good way out for the graduates of Kyoto University. What kind of person is old Master Chu? He treats Yushio as an equal and with respect. You, a 9-star martial venerable, how dare you threaten a martial king, going against the heavens? Indeed, our old man is not young anymore. He refers to my family's eldest as a junior. However, our eldest is benevolent and well-educated, addressing my family's old man as a junior. Our eldest may be well-educated, but that doesn't mean some people can use their seniority to go against the heavens. Strong fighters are ultimately strong fighters, their dignity cannot be insulted, and strength has nothing to do with age. Some people are simply failing as presidents. They don't even understand this basic principle. Do Kyoto University graduates dare to act arrogantly and threaten martial kings, martial emperors, or even martial saints they encounter outside? If that's the case, then I truly admire you. The students of Kyoto University really have guts. It's rare for students taught by such an impressive president to not be completely wiped out. Could it be that one of Kyoto University's mottos is that the weak threaten the strong? The members of the Qilin battle team exchanged remarks, causing the students from Kyoto University present to look extremely grim. If such rumors spread, Kyoto University's reputation would be ruined. This is the dignity of the strong, especially those martial kings, martial emperors, and even stronger fighters. If they hear these rumors, they will likely have no good feelings towards Kyoto University. This kid is really clever. Yushio understood Chu Tianjiao's intentions and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Although he didn't care about these matters, it was indeed pleasing that his brothers considered everything for him. Yushio, you are too reckless. A group of people hurriedly arrived from Kyoto University, seemingly high-ranking officials, quickly arranging for someone to take the president to the infirmary. Then, one of the clearly high-ranking leaders coldly reprimanded Yushio. Reckless? Are you sure? Feeling Yushio's gaze, this person's expression became serious, and for a moment, he didn't dare to respond. The president was injured because he threatened Yushio, and Kyoto University had already gained a reputation for the weak provoking the strong. If he continued to speak, that reputation would likely be solidified. Of course, he also felt fear towards Yushio, worried about being struck hard. Yushio, you came to Kyoto University to participate in the freshman exchange competition. This person quickly changed the subject. Yushio coldly replied, since you know why I'm here, then let the student ranked 100 on the combat power list come out. The mentor in charge of the combat power list looked at this so-called leader, who was actually the dean of the Martial Arts Institute at Kyoto University, a person of high authority. According to the rules, you are fully responsible here, as long as you don't violate the regulations, Kyoto University can afford to lose. I'll go see the president first. After saying this, the dean of the Martial Arts Institute hurriedly turned to leave. Jin Hanchang, take the stage. During the freshman exchange competition, students on the combat power list from various universities must be present. So this mentor glanced at the name of the student ranked 100 and called out. To be honest, he didn't hate Yushio for sweeping the combat power list. Strength is paramount. Moreover, the reason Yushio acted so ruthlessly ultimately stems from the causes created by his own school. Now it is merely repaying the debt. Accept your fate. What else could be done? With Yushio's strength, no one at Kyoto University could resist, not even the principal. Next, the 99th contestant, step forward. The outcome was decided in just a few seconds as Yushio's voice rang out. The mentor urged the student ranked 99th to take the stage immediately. Since there was no way to change the situation, what he wanted most now was to speed things up and end this challenge as soon as possible. Next. As Yushio finished his challenge, members of the Chilan team also continued to challenge one after another. Unsurprisingly, they all conceded defeat. By the time it was nearing noon, all 4 major rankings of Kyoto University had been replaced. Yushio was at the top. The remaining positions were all filled by members of the Chilan team, with some even appearing on 2 lists. In short, every member of the Chilan team who came with Yushio was on the strength ranking. Are there any brothers from our team at Kyoto University? After the challenge ended, Yushio stepped down from the martial arts arena and asked Chu Tianjiao. No! Chu Tianjiao chuckled lightly. How could our team's brothers possibly apply to such a shameless school? Kyoto University was a prestigious school, but it was a prestigious school for the families of Kyoto. The people from Chin province were already traditional enemies of Kyoto, so naturally, no one would apply to Kyoto University. Then let's go. Yushio nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the entrance of Kyoto University. Chu Tianjiao and the others followed closely behind. At that moment, the Chilan team's uniforms were imprinted in the hearts of all Kyoto University students. Powerful, domineering, shocking. A variety of emotions filled their hearts. Perhaps there was anger, but more was a sense of emotion and envy. The principal was inexplicably severely injured, and what could they do about it? As Yushio approached, these students immediately made way, stepping aside to keep their distance. Until Yushio and the others walked far away, a heavy sigh emerged from the crowd. They looked up at the 10-meter high strength ranking board, which had once been a place they aspired to, a symbol of glory. But now, they saw the strength ranking board filled entirely with students from Huaxia University and felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Huaxia University, principal's office. What Yushio did at Kyoto University reached his ears immediately. Damn, you mean that kid Yushio wiped out the 4 major strength rankings of Kyoto University? Is this kid crazy? Seeing the principal hang up the communicator, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy chuckled. Isn't it normal for Yushio's strength to wipe the rankings? If you ask me, who in all of Huaxia's universities can withstand Yushio's ranking wipe? The principal looked up and said, it's not the kind of ranking wipe you think. What do you mean? The dean of the Martial Arts Academy asked in confusion. What other tricks can there be in wiping rankings? The principal nodded. This time, the new student exchange competition was indeed played out in a new way by Yushio. Now, all 4 major strength rankings of Kyoto University are filled with our Huaxia University students. The 10-meter high strength ranking board, at a glance, is all Huaxia University this and that. You can surely imagine such a scene. At this moment, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy was not just imagining, he was completely shocked. Damn, how did this happen? Our school's new student quality is good, but it absolutely can't reach this level of ranking wipe. What exactly happened? Quickly tell me in detail. The principal nodded and then explained, it's like this. The reason Yushio was angry was mainly due to the previous insult from Kyoto University. Just get to the point. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy interrupted urgently. I want to know how they occupied the entire ranking list. It's all because of Yushio. Then, the principal recounted how Yushio severely injured everyone on Kyoto University's ranking list and how Chu Tianjiao and others took advantage of the situation. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy widened his eyes in shock. I can't believe there's such a move. According to the rules of the new student exchange competition, if students from other schools occupy the rankings, they cannot be challenged within a month. That is to say, our students will occupy the top 4 power rankings at Kyoto University for a whole month. This is making history. Awesome, really awesome. That kid Yushio is something else. At this point, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy frowned and said, logically speaking, with Yushio's personality, he shouldn't be doing something so excessive. The principal couldn't help but roll his eyes. I was just about to say that, but you old man wouldn't let me speak. Now you want to know? The dean of the martial arts academy scoffed. Is there even a need to guess? Yushio has always been the type to not provoke others unless provoked. If he can do this, it must be because Kyoto University did something. The principal nodded. The gatekeeper of Kyoto University must have required Yushio and the others to enter on foot. Their bus was not allowed inside, and they had to register detailed information to enter the campus. The dean of the martial arts academy frowned. Since when did the freshman exchange competition have so many rules? This is clearly targeting them on purpose. Besides, although the principal of Kyoto University is arrogant, he wouldn't do something so brainless, right? While this humiliates Yushio and the others, it also angers him. The principal sighed. So, this is clearly not that old man's order. Someone is using his name to do this. Such clumsy and childish tactics. I bet it's those little brats. They want to target Yushio but lack the ability, so they can only use these petty tricks to humiliate him a bit, satisfying their own petty desires. The dean of the martial arts academy nodded slightly. Indeed, it's probably only those little brats who would do this. With the character of the principal of Kyoto University, he wouldn't expose them in the end. Ultimately, Kyoto University will take the blame. It's quite cunning. The principal chuckled bitterly. You're right, that old man indeed did this. If he wants to take the blame, let him, but he still has to threaten Yushio. As a result, Yushio severely injured him with a mysterious move in one encounter. The dean of the martial arts academy exclaimed, Yushio injured the principal of Kyoto University? This has escalated. Once this matter gets out, those graduates from Kyoto University will definitely take action. Although they know very well that Yushio is not to be trifled with, for the sake of face and reputation, they will still force themselves to act. There's no need to worry about this matter. The principal explained that kid Chu Tianjiu is quite clever. He brought up Chu Yunchang. After a round of explanation, the dean of the martial arts academy finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. As expected of the Chu family, their thinking and perception are indeed much more outstanding than ordinary people. Yushio comes from a commoner background. In this regard, he is indeed not as good as Chu Tianjiu. This time, he was too impulsive. The principals of the top 10 universities are not like high school principals. They can hit however they want. The principals of the top 10 universities are all influential figures. The principal laughed. Old Jan, do you really think Yushio couldn't think of this? You underestimate him too much. Yushio has grown up all the way. We have been witnesses and have always been paying attention. How could a person who usually acts like a cunning old fox suddenly be impulsive? The dean of the martial arts academy nodded instinctively. What you said makes sense. Yushio's previous style of handling things wasn't like this. So, the principal chuckled lightly. Think carefully. How did Yushio extort those wealthy families during the training camp? And how did the outside world discuss it? They all said Yushio was finished. And what happened? Chu Yunchang stood up. That kid suddenly revealed his martial sovereign strength and then appeared with multiple talents. Now, think about this time. Everyone believes Yushio only has martial king strength, but the two of us know that Yushio's strength is martial emperor, or even higher. So, this kid is not impulsive. He simply doesn't care about the so-called principal of Kyoto University. What kind of confidence is this? We won't speculate on how strong Yushio's true abilities are for now, but the strength of the martial emperor is undeniable. Even if he is just a martial emperor now, Yushio is confident he can break through to a higher level. Do you remember what Yushio said during military training? He said his goal is to become a martial god. In my opinion, that's a statement that shows Yushio's confidence. If anyone else said that, I would definitely laugh at their youthful arrogance. But when Yushio says it, I feel it's only natural. Although it's absurd, and the martial god is a legend, my intuition tells me he can achieve it. At this moment, the dean of the martial arts academy suddenly realized, nodding and sighing, you're right. It's not that Yushio is impulsive. He really doesn't care about these things. I feel quite defeated now. In fact, Yushio is already on a different level from us. His handling style and confidence in martial arts are beyond our understanding as ordinary people. Using the mindset of an ordinary person to guess the style of a genius is indeed laughable. The principal chuckled lightly. Whether it's laughable or not is secondary. Although Yushio doesn't care, we can't just sit back and do nothing. No matter how strong Yushio is or how domineering his approach, he is still our child. If our child is bullied outside, even if we, as parents, are not as strong as him, we absolutely cannot remain silent. The principal snorted coldly. Immediately send a message to our graduates from Huaxia University, informing them of everything that has happened, using the excuse of the weak threatening the strong, turning the heavens upside down. Also, send a message to the Hall of Fame members, whether in the local area or the uninhabited zones, and get them to take action. If the graduates from Kyoto University want to cause trouble, then they better be prepared to fight back. As if anyone else is not a principal, I am the principal of the top-ranked university in Huaxia. If they bully my child, no one should expect to have it easy. I like your fiery temper." The dean of the martial arts academy laughed twice, suddenly remembering something, and asked seriously, "If those little madmen find out, they might escalate the situation." "You know those little madmen have always seen you as a father figure and only listen to you." The principal smiled proudly. "Those little madmen, ha, shouldn't I be their father? How much trouble did they cause when they were young? Wasn't it me who had to step in and plead for them? For their petty issues, I exhausted decades of goodwill and ended up with a mountain of debt. In the past, when those little madmen wanted to stir up trouble, I would rein them in. But this time, I won't hold them back. Let them make a scene. You show as their junior brother. If their junior brother is bullied, how can they, as senior brothers, not make a fuss? That would be embarrassing. Besides, it will help strengthen their brotherly bond. In the future, when Yusho goes to the uninhabited zones, it will benefit them as well. Our Huaxia University will also rise to a higher level because of Yusho. Helping each other among brothers is not a bad thing." The dean of the martial arts academy nodded slightly. "You make a good point. With Yusho's strength, he can indeed become the leader of our Huaxia University group when he goes to the uninhabited zones in the future. Mainly, this kid's handling style is not one to be bullied, and besides, he can be quite cunning. He is not just a simple brute. When he gets scheming, he is indeed not human. Alright, I will go send a message to our kids now." The dean of the martial arts academy laughed twice and was about to get up to leave when the principal suddenly said, "By the way, send a message to the principals of other schools, asking them to help. If they refuse, let Yusho redo the Kyoto University incident. Also, tell them not to haggle. Yusho occupies the top spot on their list. This matter is non-negotiable. Either let Yusho sweep through, or he only occupies the top position on the list." The dean of the martial arts academy frowned. "Isn't what we're doing a bit inappropriate?" The principal snorted coldly. "What's inappropriate about it? Do you think those old folks are any good? If they had the means to develop such secret weapons, they would only do worse. Especially against us at Huaxia University. It would definitely be harsher than what they did to Kyoto University. Old Jiang, we're all 1,000-year-old foxes. There's no need to play games with them. Now that we are strong, we must be straightforward and suppress them, making it so they can't lift their heads. If one day they become strong and try to suppress Huaxia University, I won't have too many complaints. Falling behind means getting beaten. I understand that principle very well." As the dean of the martial arts academy left the office, the news of what Yusho was doing at Kyoto University had completely spread across major universities in Huaxia. On various school forums, a picture appeared. It was the list of the 4 major power rankings of Kyoto University, all dominated by Huaxia University. Not only that, the posts detailed what had happened at Kyoto University, including how the president of Kyoto University was severely injured by Yusho's mysterious methods in a single encounter. In an instant, it went completely crazy. Opinions were divided. Both students and mentors at Huaxia University supported Yusho. "God Shio is so powerful. Looking at the 4 major rankings of Kyoto University filled with Huaxia University, I just downed 3 bottles of liquor. God Shio is awesome. God Shio is invincible. The Qilin team is unbreakable. Unfortunately, my cultural level is too low, so I can only evaluate it like this. Is there anyone cultured downstairs who can come out and say something? Lastly, I wish to join the Qilin team. The great teacher and General Mo Zilio, 1,000 troops avoid the black robe. I'm not cultured. This line of poetry I beg the boss to say. I can only say, the boss is invincible, the boss is omnipotent, the boss is my reborn parents. The great teacher and General Mo Zilio, 1,000 troops avoid the black robe. God Shio is indeed all-powerful. Hearing this line of poetry, now when I see the Qilin team uniform, I'm so pumped. Forget it, from today on, I'm only wearing black martial arts uniforms, and my everyday clothes must also be black. I'll never have a chance to join the Qilin team in this lifetime, but at least I want to do something related to the Qilin team. Great idea upstairs. I'll go get clothes later, they must be all black. My girlfriend complained about me buying so many black clothes, saying I have no taste. In a fit of anger, I beat her up, and after 7 years, my girlfriend broke up with me. I don't feel a bit sad, to hell with love. This is the only chance in my life to be this close to God Shio. If she doesn't support me, fine, but to say I have no taste? Brothers, judge for yourselves, isn't that asking for a beating? Brother, I support you. We have a saying here, to hammer you to death is the last romance of us from the Northwest. Awesome upstairs. From now on, this saying is my sacred motto. To hammer you to death is the last romance of us from the Northwest. While the Huaxia University forum was fermenting, other school forums were also continuously buzzing, especially that saying from the Northwest. which had already appeared on the forums of major universities and was pinned at the top. Let's not talk about anything else. That brother from Huaxia University is a real man. Ah, to hammer you to death is the last romance of us from the Northwest. The saying is simply legendary. This saying is impressive, but I still think your God show's line of poetry is even more impressive. The great teacher and General Mozilio, 1,000 troops avoid the black robe. It sounds so domineering. I've already found a tattoo artist to ink that line on my body. By the way, aren't you worried? Godshio slaughtered the rankings at Kyoto University. If he does the same at our school, that would be really embarrassing. Relax upstairs. Kyoto University is also known as a prestigious school. Who in Huaxia doesn't know that Godshio has a grudge against the Kyoto elite? Moreover, it was the president of Kyoto University who deliberately humiliated Godshio first, and then he can't let Godshio retaliate? Furthermore, having brought this upon himself, he still has the audacity to threaten the god of cultivation. Just like what Chu Tianjiao said, the god of cultivation is polite to you, the principal, because of his good upbringing, but that doesn't give you, a weakling, the right to provoke a stronger opponent. What era is this? In the martial arts era where the strong are revered, a weakling threatening a strong one? I can only respectfully call him a master of self-destruction. You old fool, why don't you go threaten other martial kings? You think just because we are younger, we are weak? But being young also means we are martial kings. We are not weaklings to be threatened. If it were me, I would definitely kill him. The god of cultivation is being merciful. Aren't I practicing martial arts to stand out and earn respect from others? If everyone acted like that idiot principal from Kyoto University, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? Just like the god of cultivation said, it would be better to go home and marry and have children early. You all need not worry. According to rumors, the god of cultivation only takes the top 4 from each school's strength rankings, and the rest of the rankings are earned by the Qilin battle team based on their own strength. I understand, the god of cultivation still has a battle team to support. Only taking the top is already very merciful. If I had the god of cultivation strength, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would sweep through all the college rankings nationwide. That makes sense. The god of cultivation is indeed very merciful. Moreover, the new student strength rankings are meant for the new student exchange competition. It's normal for students from other schools to make the list in previous years. As long as they don't wipe out the senior rankings, it's not embarrassing. Indeed, Kyoto University brought this humiliation upon themselves. All 4 strength rankings were wiped out by the god of cultivation. They deserve it. As this matter was brewing, Yushio finished lunch and had already brought the members of the Qilin battle team to another school. This school was not one of the top 10 prestigious schools, but barely belonged to the top 100 martial arts universities in Huaxia. God of cultivation. God of cultivation. At this school, there was no incident like that at Kyoto University, as the bus Yushio was on drove straight into the parking lot. When Yushio arrived at the martial arts arena, the students in the audience erupted in excited cheers. This shows that Yushio's reputation among the major universities in Huaxia is terrifying. Boss, we are late. The new student strength rankings have already been taken by students from other schools. There's nothing we can do. After all, this school ranks quite low, and the overall strength of the new students isn't impressive. In previous years, the new student strength rankings were completely occupied by students from other schools. These schools are not like the top 10 prestigious schools. Even the new student strength rankings must be fiercely defended, as it concerns their face. Yushio nodded, naturally clear about the rules of the new student exchange competition. Anyway, his main target is the rankings of the top 10 prestigious schools and some schools that rank very high. The higher the ranking, the more resources and military merit rewards the school receives. The rewards for rankings in schools like this one are actually very minimal. The reward for the top position might not even be as generous as that for the 100th position in the top 10 prestigious schools. God of cultivation, the top position on the rankings is being saved for you. It has now become an unspoken agreement. No matter which school students come over, they will only challenge the second place at most. That's right, everyone knows you, God of cultivation, are going for the top, so they are all leaving it for you. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Yushio and the others looked up and understood. It wasn't that the top student of this school was strong enough to hold the position, but that everyone was intentionally avoiding the top. God of cultivation, I am a new student challenging the top of the rankings. Can I concede? Yushio smiled and nodded. This isn't Kyoto University. Of course you can. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present burst into laughter, and the students began to discuss. So the god of cultivation is this humorous. His personality is really good, not at all pretentious. God of cultivation, I concede. God of cultivation, I concede too. I concede as well. Me too. At this moment, 4 students stepped forward. They were the top 4 of the strength rankings. When he arrived at this school, although the top of the combat power ranking seemed to be within Yashio's grasp, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The act of relinquishing the top spot was something Yashio had never anticipated. From what these students implied, it seemed to be a tacit agreement among all the freshmen across the country. But this was fine, it could save him a lot of time. Boss, we also want to challenge the combat power ranking. At that moment, Chu Tianjiao stepped forward. With his master-level strength, even some second-year students in this school couldn't compare to him. Moreover, all the members of the Qilin battle team were at least first-grade martial artists. There were even a few masters among them. Go ahead. Yushio nodded and stepped aside. Chu Tianjiao walked onto the martial arts arena, glanced at the second-year combat power ranking, and ultimately set his sights on the student ranked second. The opponent was a first-grade martial artist. However, in this school, having a second-year student as a first-grade martial artist was quite impressive. I challenged the second place on the second-year combat power ranking. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianjiao revealed his master-level aura. I concede. The student ranked second realized the gap at that moment. The difference between a first-grade martial artist and a master was enormous, and it couldn't be compensated by mere martial skills. Moreover, Chu Tianjiao was a member of the Qilin battle team, so his martial skills were certainly not lacking. Thus, conceding was the wisest choice. Thank you for your guidance. Chu Tianjiao smiled and then turned to leave the martial arts arena. Not going to challenge anymore? Yushio glanced at the third-year combat power ranking. With Chu Tianjiao's strength, he could easily make the list. Not going to challenge anymore, Chu Tianjiao shook his head. I want to save my strength for the top 10 universities combat power ranking. Even if I make it to the third-year ranking here, the rewards are minimal. Yushio nodded slightly. Just as Chu Tianjiao said, in such ordinary universities, even if one were to rank up to the third-year combat power ranking, the rewards were far less than those of the top 10 universities freshman combat power ranking. You all go and give it a try. Yushio then looked at the others. Alright, boss, I'll give it a try. This person smiled and walked onto the martial arts arena, shouting, I challenged the third place on the second-year combat power ranking. He was also a first-grade martial artist. Please give me your guidance. As the opponent stepped onto the stage, the 2 first-grade martial artists began their battle. After just the first exchange, Yushio already knew the outcome. It was clear that his subordinate would win. Although the opponent was also a first-grade martial artist, in terms of combat experience and proficiency in martial skills, there was a significant gap. Moreover, the opponent lacked the fierce determination of the Qilin battle team member, clearly having never experienced life-and-death battles, fighting timidly. You lost. As expected, after just 10 moves, the opponent was left with no ability to fight back. I lost. The second-year student looked dazed, momentarily unable to accept it. He could feel that the Qilin battle team member was also a first-grade martial artist, and his vitality was definitely not higher than his. Yet despite this, he had been completely suppressed and had no ability to counterattack. Furthermore, it was evident that the other party had held back. Students who haven't participated in the training camp really have a significant gap in strength. The Qilin battle team member watched as his opponent dejectedly left the martial arts arena, unable to help but shake his head slightly before also stepping down. Do you want to challenge again? No more challenges. After the previous battle, the members of the Qilin battle team had lost their desire to fight. The strength of these students was too far apart. Then let's go. Yushio waved his hand. The freshman exchange competition was originally meant to hone the combat power among freshmen. Clearly, in this school, it was impossible for the members of the Qilin battle team to gain any training. Moreover, the rewards for making the list were pitifully small. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to seek challenges from the top 10 universities and those ranked higher, as that would at least serve the purpose of training. They made their way to the parking lot. Just before getting on the bus, Yushio suddenly turned around and said to the members of the Qilin battle team present, Now I will teach you a martial skill and technique. Originally, Yushio thought that after the new student exchange competition ended, he would teach them the spirit guiding technique and the martial skills from the scripture tower. But now it seems better to teach them earlier, allowing them to practice well during the competition. I'll go drive the car first. The mentor, hearing Yushio's words, was very clever and knew that what came next was not for him to know. So he said a word and turned to walk towards the bus not far away. This is the spirit guiding technique. It is a type of martial art that not only accelerates the enhancement of one's vital energy but also has an additional effect of mobilizing the practitioner's own vital energy. As soon as Yushio said this, the members of the Qilin battle team showed expressions of confusion. They were shocked by the idea of a technique that accelerates the enhancement of vital energy, but Yusho had created so many miracles that they had become numb to it. In short, even if Yusho presented a cultivation technique, the members would not be overly surprised. In their hearts, their leader was all-powerful and capable of anything. Boss, what does it mean to mobilize vital energy? Can vital energy really be mobilized? Even Chu Tianjiao, a scion from a top-tier family, had never heard of it, let alone the other students from Qin province. Although their families were well off, they were still far behind Chu Tianjiao. Of course, Yusho explained, let me put it this way. When I was fighting at the Seeking Stone, my true strength was only that of a martial sovereign, but the combat power I displayed surpassed that of a martial king. The main reason for this is the spirit guiding technique and some special martial skills, and of course, there are also the innate talents I possess. Once you cultivate the spirit guiding technique, you may not be able to fight across a major realm, but at least you can challenge those at a higher level. Challenge across levels? The crowd was instantly shocked. In their understanding, only those with extraordinary talent could truly achieve such feats. Moreover, only those with powerful martial skills and high proficiency could do so. But now, their boss said that as long as they practiced the spirit guiding technique and special martial skills, they could challenge across levels. This left them astonished and even excited. If someone other than Yusho had told them this, they would probably have exploded in anger, cursing the person for treating them like children. After all, the idea of challenging across levels was beyond their comprehension. Boss, I heard that you entered the Seeking Realm before. Could it be that this technique called the Spirit Guiding Technique was obtained there? Chu Tianjiao asked seriously. Yusho nodded slightly. Indeed, it was obtained in the Seeking Realm. However, upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao shook his head and said, Boss, I admit that challenging across levels is tempting, but I still hope you won't pass the Spirit Guiding Technique to us. Why? Chu Tianjiao's response truly puzzled Yusho, prompting him to ask. The things from the Seeking Realm are not only precious to the brothers but also to myself, Chu Tianjiao explained. Although we are now following you and have joined the Qilin battle team, the spirit guiding technique is too precious. I hope to treat it as a reward for assessments. What I mean by this is not that the brothers are unreliable, but mainly because the spirit guiding technique is too valuable. You can generously give it to us, but we cannot accept it. Hearing this, the members of the Qilin battle team understood the meaning and echoed, Boss, I think Tianjiao is right. We shouldn't take the spirit guiding technique. It can be treated as a reward for team assessments, establishing a point system. After we contribute to the team, we can use the points we earn to exchange for it. That's right, boss. We know you care for us, but without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I also agree with Tianjiao's statement. Boss, we agree too. So do we. Seeing everyone say this, Yusho smiled with satisfaction. You really think that what I've gained in the Seeking Realm is just these things? You underestimate me too much. Yusho chuckled lightly. The spirit guiding technique is being taught to you now mainly to enhance your strength. To be honest, your current abilities are really poor. Once you encounter a stronger enemy, you won't even qualify to step onto the battlefield. As for the team assessment system you proposed, I have already made plans in my mind. The things you can exchange for with points later will only be more precious. I can clearly tell you that as long as your points are sufficient in the future, you can exchange for a spot to enter the Seeking Realm. A spot in the Seeking Realm? This thing can be exchanged? They all came from decent families and naturally understood what the Seeking Realm represented. Even their family's elders had never obtained the qualification to enter the Seeking Realm. Among the hundreds of millions of people in Qin province, only the old master of the Chu family had ever entered the Seeking Realm. This shows how difficult it is to enter the Seeking Realm. Boss! Chu Tianjiao took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he asked, Boss, you haven't already obtained control of the Seeking Realm, have you? Although this question seemed absurd, after following Yusho for so long, Chu Tianjiao felt that while this might be ridiculous for others, it was quite ordinary for their boss. Boss! Tianjiao wouldn't have guessed right, would he? This is too terrifying. I feel like I'm dreaming. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, eagerly looking at Yusho, waiting for his next answer. Not yet. Not yet? Chu Tianjiao instinctively swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly from excitement. Not yet? He was asking about obtaining control of the Seeking Realm. The fact that his boss used the word not yet meant what? It meant that he could control it soon. Chu Tianjiao opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Although he subconsciously guessed that this would be the result, hearing his boss's answer made it feel different. At this moment, not just him, but all the other members felt a suffocating sensation. Their boss was becoming something else. If this word got out, it would probably immediately spark a nationwide war. No, not just a nationwide war, it could very well lead to a world war. B-Boss, I heard from my grandfather that the Seeking Realm is actually a special secret realm, filled with all kinds of resources, as well as techniques and martial arts. Chu Tianjiao said, according to my grandfather, the things inside the Seeking Realm have already surpassed our world. Is that really true? Our Chu family's Chu Fist technique was obtained by my grandfather in the Seeking Realm. At that time, my grandfather said that because his strength was too weak, he could only obtain the most basic and incomplete martial art at the edge. But even this incomplete Chu Fist technique has increased my grandfather's combat power several times, allowing him to sweep through his peers in his youth. However, the other members of our Chu family cannot learn the Chu Fist technique at all and can only learn the simplified version created by my grandfather. Just the simplified version, and I've already practiced 3 forms, which are already quite advanced martial arts. If I learn all 12 forms, it will be high-level martial arts. Yushio thought for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, the reason the other members of the Chu family cannot learn the Chu Fist technique is that they haven't practiced the spirit guiding technique. Although Grandpa Chu didn't learn the spirit guiding technique in the Seeking Realm, the rod of his vital energy was clearly marked when he learned the Chu Fist technique. So Grandpa Chu only needs to practice the Chu Fist technique, and the rod of his vital energy will automatically flow. But since you haven't practiced the spirit guiding technique and don't know the rod of the vital energy in the Chu Fist technique, you cannot successfully practice it. When Chu Tianjiao was explaining just now, Yushio had already guessed the reason. The martial arts techniques he obtained from the scripture building also had their own operation routes. The more complex the blood and chi operation route, the higher the level of the martial arts technique. This was something Yushio discovered while browsing through the martial arts and cultivation methods on each floor of the scripture building. The same applied to the spirit summoning technique. There were also differences in levels. The level of the spirit summoning technique depended on the amount of blood and chi mobilized, the purity of the blood and chi, and the sublimation of the blood and chi. These 3 stages represented 3 levels. Currently, both Yushio himself and the 200 Death Warriors were practicing the beginner spirit summoning technique. The difference was that Yushio's beginner spirit summoning technique had already reached the highest level. The amount of blood and chi he could mobilize was much greater than that of the 200 Death Warriors. As for the subsequent qualitative change resulting from the increase in blood and chi, Yushio had not practiced the intermediate spirit summoning technique. Rather than waste time himself, it was better to wait for the system to calculate the total. Boss, are you saying that if I practice the spirit summoning technique, I can learn our Chu family fist technique? Chu Tianjiao asked excitedly. No, Yushio explained, you still need to know the blood and chi operation route of the Chu family fist technique. However, in Yushio's view, there was no need for Chu Tianjiao to practice the Chu family fist technique at all. He had previously learned the Chu family fist technique through the system's total calculation. Although it was just a simplified version, Yushio could feel that the real Chu family fist technique was at most a yellow-level martial art. He had plenty of yellow-level martial arts here, as well as many mysterious level techniques, and even earth-level and heaven-level martial arts. What was the point of learning a mere incomplete yellow-level Chu family fist technique? It was a complete waste of time. Still not good enough. Hearing this, Chu Tianjiao's face immediately fell. It seems I have no chance to learn it. The real Chu family fist technique is very powerful. Sigh, it seems it's all fate. Upon hearing this, Yushio's expression suddenly became strange. Why so downcast? Yushio asked teasingly. Actually, my grandfather has always regarded me as the hope of the Chu family and has been nurturing me. I also know the difficulties of the Chu family, and I don't want to disappoint my grandfather, Chu Tianjiao explained. After I witnessed the power of the Chu family fist technique, I have always wanted to learn it, but, Chu Tianjiao sighed. He did not continue with the rest of his words. The members of the Qilin battle team nearby felt heartbroken seeing Chu Tianjiao like this, especially Jiang Zui. She understood the situation of the Chu family best and was aware of Chu Tianjiao's efforts and ambitions. Although they had some unpleasantness due to the last incident, they were still family, and there were no knots that couldn't be untied. Useless. Yushio chuckled lightly. You're usually very smart. How did you suddenly become foolish now? Your Chu family fist technique was obtained by Grandpa Chu after entering the Seeking Realm, and it was acquired in the marginal area. Do you think that the martial arts techniques in the hands of someone like me, who is qualified to obtain control of the Seeking Realm, are inferior to your Chu family fist technique? The Chu family fist technique is just an incomplete yellow-level martial art. I have complete yellow-level martial arts here, as well as mysterious level techniques. If you want to become strong, are the martial arts techniques I give you not enough? Moreover, Grandpa Chu did not practice the spirit summoning technique. When he performed the Chu family fist technique, the blood and chi were passively operating. If you practice the spirit summoning technique later, then when you perform martial arts, you can actively operate the blood and chi route. Don't you understand who was stronger? As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Tianjiao suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide open like copper bells. The others were the same. Right, boss, I I seem to have been foolish. Chu Tianjiao reacted at this moment, excitedly saying, the boss is the future controller of the Seeking Realm. The martial arts techniques in your hands must be stronger than the Chu family fist technique. Once I learn the martial arts techniques from the boss, I will definitely go show off in front of Grandpa. Let him scold me all day for being stupid, saying he learned the Chu family fist in just one day, and that I'm practicing a simplified version of it and still so foolish. I'm going to rise up. Yu Xiu asked teasingly, didn't you just say you didn't want to learn? Did I say that? Chu Tianjiao feigned confusion, looking seriously at Yu Xiu. Boss, did you mishear? I guarantee I never said that. If I did say that, then let. Chu Tianjiao scanned the crowd around him. Let Qin Fei not find a girlfriend. Why me? Qin Fei, who was already chubby, now looked furious, his eyes squinting. With you being this fat, it's absolutely impossible for you to find a girlfriend on your own, Chu Tianjiao explained. If I introduce you to a girlfriend, you won't have to find one yourself, then it won't be a problem, right? Qin Fei was taken aback, feeling that what Chu Tianjiao said made some sense. He then looked himself up and down, sighing. It seems to be the case. What good girl would look at someone like me? If they're after my family's money, I wouldn't want them. If they're not pretty or sexy, I wouldn't want them either. If I want to find one myself, indeed, there's no hope in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Qin Fei said with a flattering smile, Brother Tianjiao, you have so many girlfriends, why not have them introduce their friends to me? Chu Tianjiao patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll take care of this. If I, Chu Tianjiao, have 10 girlfriends, I'll definitely find you, Qin Fei, 5 girlfriends. How about that? Just say I'm a good brother. Qin Fei nodded heavily. Brother Tianjiao is indeed a good brother. Then, Chu Tianjiao looked at Yu Xiu. Boss, Qin Fei has no objections. Qin Fei echoed, Boss, I have no objections. Watching the two of them play off each other, Yu Xiu had a strange expression. It must be said that Chu Tianjiao's ability to fool people was truly remarkable. In just a few words, he had Qin Fei's head spinning. But then again, upon reflection, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Chu Tianjiao said to Qin Fei. Although it felt off somehow, he just couldn't pinpoint why, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed reasonable. Besides, what did it have to do with Qin Fei? What did it matter whether he had objections or not? Yu Xiu smiled helplessly, too lazy to continue chatting nonsense with Chu Tianjiao. Boss, you're already a master of the Seeking Realm, so you must have quite a few good things. This mere spirit summoning technique probably isn't anything special. Chu Tianjiao flattered, as long as the resources for our team's assessment are still available, this mere spirit summoning technique doesn't matter. Boss is wise and mighty, he definitely wouldn't look down on these small things. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Xiu was too lazy to pay attention to Chu Tianjiao and turned to everyone. The spirit summoning technique also has levels, and so do martial skills. So the beginner spirit summoning technique I'm giving you now is the foundation for higher level spirit summoning techniques. Afterward, if you want to obtain higher level spirit summoning techniques and martial skills, you will need to exchange them with team points. Saying this, Yu Xiu took out a book on beginner spirit summoning techniques, as well as yellow level fist martial skills and yellow level movement martial skills. Biting off more than you can chew. The fist martial skills and movement martial skills are something each of you must master. If someone manages to cultivate these two to a superb level, they can come to me for other types of martial skills. By the same token, the faster you cultivate, the more martial skills you can master, and your combat power will increase. Yu Xiu handed the martial skills and spirit summoning techniques to Chu Tianjiao, saying seriously, the spirit summoning techniques and martial skills must not be taught to anyone, not even to other members of the team. If anyone teaches them privately and I find out, I will personally take action to cripple them and then expel them from the Qilin team. Do you understand? Everyone nodded heavily. We understand, boss. We absolutely won't spread it. Then, Yu Xiu's expression returned to calm, and Chu Tianjiao suddenly asked, Boss, if according to Grandpa, the Seeking Realm is a special secret realm, then once you master the Seeking Realm, can we turn it into our base? Yu Xiu nodded and said, You're right, the Seeking Realm is indeed a special secret realm, but it's not a singular secret realm. Instead, it's a combination of multiple secret realms. Moreover, the Seeking Realm is also a movable secret realm. Unlike other secret realms, where anyone can enter freely if there are no guards, if I don't agree, no one can enter the Seeking Realm. In fact, Yu Xiu had already figured this out earlier. The Seeking Realm is a sacred tomb, composed of many burial sites, containing the legacies of many powerful beings. Old Master Chu had only entered one of the burial sites and called it a secret realm. This shows that each burial site is very vast. Thus, in the future, Yu Xiu could completely divide the living areas according to the battle team hierarchy. He could also designate some areas as public trading places and establish martial arts academies for training the descendants of battle team members. Boss, is what you said true? That would be amazing. The more I think about it, the more it resembles a magical artifact from the world of cultivation. Exactly, a recognized magical artifact. Facing the members' inquiries, Yushio did not elaborate further, as mastering the Seeking Realm required the strength of a martial emperor. Currently, he was only a martial king, 3 major realms away from a martial emperor. Alright, you'll all know about these things later. Now, let's head to the next school. Yushio waved his hand and walked towards the bus. Once all the members boarded, the bus started moving. However, this time it was different from before. After getting on the bus, the members did not discuss the upcoming freshman exchange competition. Instead, it was surprisingly quiet, with everyone focused on memorizing the spirit guiding technique and 2 martial skills. Especially the blood and chi operation routes of the 2 martial skills, the members were very serious. Because if there was any mistake in the blood and chi operation routes, it would not only cause the martial skills to lose their intended power but could also lead to personal injury. So the members were very meticulous about it. Soon after, the bus arrived at another school. As Yushio entered the martial arts arena, all 4 leaders of the strength rankings stood up and admitted defeat. As for the members of the Qilin battle team, they were entirely focused on memorizing the spirit guiding technique and martial skills, having no desire to challenge the strength rankings of this ordinary university at all. In the following time, Yushio moved on to several schools near Huaxia University, and the results were the same, with the 4 leaders of the strength rankings admitting defeat one by one. Thus, they did not waste too much time. It was only around 2 in the afternoon. After leaving Kyoto University at noon, the challenge against the strength rankings took at most half an hour, with the remaining hour spent on the road. Yushio, all the schools in Beicheng have been challenged. There are still 13 schools in Kyoto, with 4 ranked higher, but these 2 schools are in Nanchang and Dongcheng respectively. Where are we going next? Yushio thought for a moment. There were more schools in Nanchang, totaling 9. Let's go to Nanchang first, and finish challenging all the schools in Kyoto today. Tomorrow we will go to other cities. There are still 8 top universities. These are the main events. Alright, the mentor nodded slightly and started the bus towards Nanchang. After more than an hour, the bus arrived at the 4-school joint university, which ranked 14th. Apart from the top 10 universities in Huaxia, it was also considered a top university. This school was formed by the merger of 4 universities during the early martial arts era. The god of cultivation has come to our school. As Yushio's bus entered the 4-school joint university, the students immediately received the news and rushed towards the martial arts arena. It's a pity the god of cultivation came late. Those spineless guys in our school feel embarrassed just being in the same school as them. Who says otherwise? This is the freshman exchange competition, and Kyoto University has already violated the rules with such disgusting tactics. Our school's leaders won't stop it. The leaders won't intervene. The wealthy families in Kyoto have given too much. It can only be said that those with power and influence can do as they please. Even our principal has started to play dumb. If everyone behaves this way, what meaning does the freshman exchange competition have? While these students were discussing, Yushio and others had already arrived at the martial arts arena. Upon seeing that the first and second rankings on the 4 major strength lists were both Kyoto University students, everyone furrowed their brows tightly. Boss, this isn't right, Chu Tianjiu said coldly. The joint university of the 4 schools is still a top university ranked 14th. The strength of the senior students isn't bad. If someone from Kyoto University could defeat the top of the freshman strength list, I would believe it. Perhaps the second-year top could too. But the top of the third and fourth-year strength lists, they definitely cannot be defeated. The first in the third-year strength list is already a 6-star master, and the first in the strength list must be at least a 9-star master. As for the fourth-year strength list, there's no need to mention it. They must have the strength of a grandmaster. I know those students from Kyoto University very well. They are basically all participants of the national training camp. When they returned, the strongest among them was only a 3-star master. There must be something fishy going on. Those from Kyoto University are definitely using underhanded tactics. This is clearly another violation. Yushio nodded, walked onto the martial arts arena, glanced at the strength list, and said coldly, in the prestigious joint university of the 4 schools, the 4th-year strength list is actually occupied by a group of low-level masters. If someone didn't know better, they might think their strength is greater than mine. Yushio, is the joint university of the 4 schools colluding with Kyoto University to openly violate the rules? This mentor, can you answer my question? Is it that your joint university of the 4 schools strength list is too fake, or are your students generally trash? If they are all trash, then how is your joint university of the 4 schools ranked 14th among Chinese universities? As Yushio's words echoed, the students present felt their faces flush with embarrassment. thinking it was too shameful. The top of the fourth-year strength list is supposed to be a grandmaster's strength, yet it was defeated by low-level masters. Isn't that a slap in the face? Sigh. The mentor from the joint university of the four schools, faced with Yoshio's inquiry, couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling very embarrassed. But he was also powerless. These were all deals made by the wealthy families in Kyoto with the principal and the top students. He was merely a mentor responsible for managing the strength list. Tenjio. Seeing no one respond, Yoshio turned to Chu Tianjiu at the side and asked, "Does the joint university of the four schools have our Qilin society?" "Yes, boss." Chu Tianjiu nodded. "From now on, cancel the Qilin Society's formation rights at the joint university of the four schools." Yoshio said coldly, "Our Qilin battle team does not need such a substitute society with a corrupt school culture. Perhaps many students in the joint university of the four schools are innocent, but with such school leaders and such unprincipled top students, they will eventually be influenced. More importantly, under such school leaders, many students will be shackled. For the sake of resources, they will definitely do things they don't want to do. The dragon slayer eventually becomes the evil dragon. This principle, I believe everyone present understands." Hearing Yoshio's words, those students from the joint university of the four schools who wanted to speak found themselves unable to open their mouths. As Yoshio said, they couldn't guarantee that under the constraints of the school leaders, they could still maintain their original intentions for the sake of martial arts resources. They didn't know, nor did they dare to guarantee. "Boss, I will arrange for someone to come to the joint university of the four schools to collect the Qilin badges. From now on, the joint university of the four schools will no longer have the qualification to form our Qilin society." As Chu Tianjiao's words fell, Yoshio spoke again, "Since the four schools joint university doesn't follow the rules, then we have no need to spare their dignity. From now on, we, the Qilin battle team, will take over the combat power rankings of the four schools joint university." With this statement, it was clear that they would dominate the combat power rankings just like Kyoto University. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the teachers and students present changed dramatically. They never expected that what happened at Kyoto University would occur to them as well. "Tianjiao, the freshman rankings are up to you. If there are any students from the four schools joint university on the list, replace them all." "Understood, boss." Chu Tianjiao replied coldly with a smile, then walked to the other side of the martial arts arena and shouted, "Freshman rankings, come up in order from the bottom." Although Chu Tianjiu had not yet learned the spirit summoning technique or the two martial arts skills, his own combat power was already formidable. He was among the top geniuses even among the freshmen of the top 10 universities. Not to mention in the four schools joint university, which ranked 14th. For the sophomore combat power rankings, let the students from the four schools joint university come up too. On the other side, Yoshio also spoke. "Remember, no one is allowed to concede." Chu Tianjiao reacted and shouted, "I won't accept defeat either." The students from the four schools joint university looked at each other, their faces filled with anger. But they were helpless. Their own school leaders had violated the rules first, so what was there to complain about? "Xiao Shun, what our school leaders have done this time has indeed disappointed us. Since you want to dominate the rankings, we won't complain, we just hope you go easy on us." At this moment, a sophomore student from the combat power rankings stepped onto the martial arts arena, looking somewhat dejected. "After this, I will immediately join the army. This school is not worth me continuing to uphold its glory. We used to strive for a place among the top 10 universities, always believing that our school leaders were genuinely working for the four schools joint university to enter the top 10. But today I realize I was wrong. Wealth can corrupt the heart, even our school leaders are not exempt. The four schools joint university, which once exhausted its resources to fend off fierce beasts, no longer exists." The students' words brought expressions of sorrow to many present. The reason the four schools joint university existed was that, in the early stages of martial arts, these four schools had exhausted their resources to resist fierce beasts. The school's teachers and students suffered heavy casualties and could no longer be reformed into a university. The upper leadership of the country decided to grant the honor of merging the four schools. Naming it the Four Schools Joint University was to commemorate those teachers and students who sacrificed themselves in the fight against fierce beasts. But today, the actions of the Four Schools Joint University have lost the bloodline of their predecessors. Many students applied to the Four Schools Joint University because of that bloodshed, coming with admiration. Now that admiration has collapsed, the leaders of the Four Schools Joint University, how foolish you are. How can you bear to disappoint these passionate youths for the sake of some wealth? Yoshio's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing many students and mentors showing disappointment, with many students even having red-rimmed eyes. Despite this, Yoshio did not soften his heart in the slightest. Here today, he could not afford to be lenient. The noble families of Kyoto acted this way to block him from gaining more resources and military achievements, to hinder the rise of his Chilean battle team. If he showed weakness here, those schools still hesitating would follow suit. At that time, the unruly behavior of the noble families in Kyoto would only lead to more imitation. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He intended to carry the domination of the rankings to the end, leaving these schools with no face. Of course, this was not enough to make these schools fear or hurt. He had another move to make. I promise you. Yushio glanced at the sophomore student, and the next moment, the student was sent flying out. Compared to his time at Kyoto University, Yushio had shown restraint. He only incapacitated his opponents without leaving too many hidden injuries. Next, with each strike, the names on the power rankings of the 4 joint universities changed, with all but Kyoto University replaced by Huaxia University. Go take a break. Yushio turned to look at Chu Tianjiao, who was now panting heavily. Despite his formidable strength, after dozens of intense battles, even Chu Tianjiao was feeling the strain. Still caring for me, boss, Chu Tianjiao smiled, then dragged his heavy steps out of the martial arts arena. Next, it was Yushio's turn. In just 3 minutes, he completely reshuffled the freshman power rankings. Witnessing this, the teachers and students from the 4 joint universities lost the courage to even meet Yushio's gaze. Now, just when everyone thought Yushio was about to leave, he stood in the martial arts arena and declared loudly, "Now, in the name of the Kirin battle team leader, I challenge the Huaxia Martial Arts General Association. I believe it is unreasonable for the 4 joint universities to hold the 14th place among Huaxia universities. The top of the senior power rankings cannot defeat a low-level master. I believe the students of that school are merely superficial, relying on spiritual medicines to enhance their strength, with unstable foundations. Moreover, the 4 joint universities have not corrected this, which violates educational ethics. I now suggest that the Martial Arts General Association reassess the rankings of the 4 joint universities." Upon hearing this, the teachers and students present were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Yushio. At that moment, they finally realized. Yushio led the Kirin battle team, a legally recognized team by the upper echelons of the country, equivalent to an independent military unit. As the leader of the Kirin battle team, Yushio held the highest command, comparable to the commanders of major military districts. He indeed had the authority to question the 4 joint universities and propose a ranking reassessment. Once the reassessment was initiated, the matter of the 4 joint universities' power rankings would become a liability. Although everyone knew that the leaders of the 4 joint universities had taken bribes, the Martial Arts General Association would not concern itself with such matters. Their assessment criteria were based on the school's power rankings and the total strength of the students. The 4 power rankings represented the overall strength and highest power of the students at that school. The top power holder of the senior rankings could not defeat a low-level master. If reassessed, the rankings of the 4 joint universities would plummet instantly. They could very well fall out of the top 100. Instructor Lin, please contact the principal and have him, in the name of Huaxia's highest institution, also challenge the Martial Arts General Association, suggesting a reassessment of the 4 joint universities' rankings. The instructor from Huaxia University was initially very angry, but upon seeing Yushio's actions, his expression turned to one of surprise. He had forgotten about Yushio's authority as a team leader. This was a complete turnaround. The principal of Huaxia University and the principal of the 4 joint universities were only half a rank apart, so the principal of Huaxia University did not have the authority to propose. If it were a high school or an ordinary university, the principal of Huaxia University would have the right to propose. But now it was different. According to team leader ranks, Yushio's rank was higher than that of the principals of the top 10 universities. This was still considering that Yushio was only the leader of a 700-member team. As the team grew, his rank would rise even higher. Don't worry, Yushio. I'll contact the principal immediately. Everyone could see that Instructor Lin had a somewhat gloating expression. However, the members of the Kirin battle team were also pleased to see this scene, because they too were reveling in the misfortune. Letting you play your little tricks. Did you really think no one could hold you accountable? When the 4 joint universities fall out of the top 100, the resources and military merits they could receive would drastically shrink. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would be a cliff-like drop. At that time, the resources of the 4 schools' joint university are even less than those of some well-known high schools. This is a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. For some small benefits, they have completely ruined the future of the 4 schools' joint university, which was originally expected to be among the top 10 prestigious schools, now utterly wasted. Student Yushio. At this moment, a group of middle-aged men hurried over, led by an elder who appeared to be in his 50s. Student Yushio, we hope you can show some mercy. We indeed made a mistake this time, but it was also out of helplessness. Their power is too strong for us to provoke. They threatened our families, and we dared not disobey. Upon hearing this, Yushio couldn't help but smile and asked, "If you can't provoke them, does that mean you can provoke me? They threaten your family. Do they think I, Yushio, am too merciful to do anything ruthless?" At this point, Yushio said coldly, "I am 17 this year, at the martial king level, invincible within the borders of Huaxia. They don't dare to provoke me directly and can only resort to some petty tricks behind my back. And you? Who gave you the courage to dare to provoke me? Answer me." The leaders of the four schools' joint university looked grim, unsure of how to respond. Just as Yushio said, those noble families in the capital now avoid his sharpness and do not dare to provoke him head-on. What right do they have? After all, they still hold on to a fluke mentality, thinking that Yushio is young and, despite his formidable strength, would not act too ruthlessly. They believe that because Yushio is young and has not experienced much, he would follow the rules in handling matters. That is why they could not resist the temptation of wealth and agreed to the demands of the noble families in the capital. "Student Yushio, we know we were wrong, and we hope you can spare us for the sake of so many students at the four schools joint university. Once the ranking of the four schools joint university drops, resources and military achievements will also shrink, and the students will lose their resources. They have worked hard for so many years, practicing martial arts, and finally got into the four schools joint university. They came for the ranking, for the resources of the four schools joint university. Once the ranking drops, they will also lose the resources and military achievements they should enjoy, which is unfair to them. Yushio, you also come from a humble background. You should understand the hardships of martial arts students. I implore you, do not let these hard-working children lose their future." Hearing this, Yushio did not soften his heart. Instead, he wore a mocking expression. "Now you care about the students' futures? When you were taking the generous resources given by the noble families in the capital for your own selfish desires, why didn't you consider these?" At this point, Yushio sneered, "Everyone knows I am a martial king expert. Targeting me would require substantial resources, right? Of course, you are not fools. If the resources weren't substantial, you wouldn't agree to target a martial king expert. So, what about it? Did you share the resources you received with the students of the four schools joint university? You keep saying it's for the students of the four schools joint university. But what about the resources given to you by the noble families in the capital? You took these resources to nurture your own children, each of them growing fat and prosperous. And now that something has happened, you suddenly remember these students. Playing the emotional card, standing on the moral high ground, you really know how to play. If I, Yushio, let you go today, the world will laugh at me as a fool. Everyone will think I, Yushio, am easy to bully. What will my brothers in the Chilean battle team do then? Their families and loved ones will also be humiliated because of my momentary decision. Do you think I should let you go?" After Yushio said this, the members of the Chilean battle team behind him all showed cold expressions, glaring at the president of the four schools joint university, shouting, "We cannot let them go." Just as Yushio said, they and their family members are now closely related to Yushio. When one suffers, all suffer. Moreover, they have put in so much effort to join the Chilean battle team, just to stand at the peak and become legends. How could they possibly be willing to help a garbage principal who disregards students for his own selfish desires? Furthermore, they would be losing their own interests because of this scum. Do you see? My brothers won't agree. Yushio sneered, "So, do you have anything else to say now? Which moral high ground are you going to plead from this time?" At this moment, the president of the four schools joint university and the school leaders present fell silent. They didn't even dare to show a hint of complaint or resentment. "Yushio, the principal has responded. The Martial Arts General Association has accepted your proposal and has now arranged for investigators to come to the four schools joint university. Once verified, the ranking of the four schools joint university will be rearranged." At this point, Mentor Lin chuckled. The principal said that the top of the senior battle power list of the four schools joint university was defeated by a low-level master. In such a situation, he predicts that the ranking of the four schools joint university will at least drop out of the top 100. The principal also lamented the plight of the students of the four schools joint university. The greed of the school leaders ultimately harms these students. So the principal said that the best way out for these students now is to join the army. Even if the freshmen cannot join the army temporarily, they can still sign up for the reserves. While the ranking of the four schools joint university has not yet fallen, their military records will still reflect that they once attended a university ranked 14th. Hearing Mentor Lin's words, the students of the four schools joint university began to lower their heads and discuss among themselves. This was the word of the president of Huaxia University, and the students naturally found it very credible. Moreover, the president's words were not baseless but rather factual. The principal is really bad. However, Yushio wore a smile. The two were only a meter apart, and since Yushio was a martial king, he could hear Mentor Lin clearly, no matter how softly he spoke. Yet Mentor Lin insisted on shouting it out loud, which was clearly intentional. In Yushio's view, Mentor Lin definitely didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve. It was obvious that the principal had instructed Mentor Lin to do this. This was a bottom fishing strategy. One had to admit that the principal was truly scheming. Not only did he want to bring down the four schools' joint university, but he also wanted to drive the students away. Once these students left to join the army, the four schools' joint university would drop out of the top 100, making it impossible to recruit students of similar quality. In this way, the four schools' joint university would never have a chance to turn things around. The status and treatment of the school leaders of the four schools' joint university would also plummet completely. Are you trying to wipe us out? You are really so vicious. The president of the four schools' joint university looked pale at this moment. Mentor Lin's earlier words were clearly aimed at undermining the four schools' joint university. From now on, the four schools' joint university would have no chance of recovery, and he himself, whether in identity or status, would also sink to the bottom. I refuse to accept this. Why should you be so ruthless to me? I just accepted a little benefit. Why should you treat me like this? I refuse to accept it. The president of the four schools' joint university glared angrily at Yushio. Aren't you powerful? Why don't you dare to target the noble families of Kyoto? Bullying me, a small fry, is nothing impressive. 17-year-old martial king? The youngest martial king in Huaxia? Heh, nonsense, you are just a cowardly, timid piece of trash. It was all those noble families in Kyoto who instructed me to do this. You only bully the weak and fear the strong. Yushio wore a mocking expression. Do you think that by using some provocations, you can get me to help you take revenge? Should I praise you for being smart? Or should I call you foolish? If the head of a school only has this little cunning, then you should be at your end. At this point, Yushio coldly smiled. Since you have now revealed the mastermind behind this, I will naturally settle accounts with the noble families of Kyoto. Now, I will say this, the Kyoto families involved in this matter. In 2 days, if I do not receive an explanation, I, Yushio, do not mind personally stepping in to play with you. By the way, isn't the relic assessment on the night of the full moon about to begin? So, I advise you to show some sincerity, otherwise, during the relic assessment, the bright moon may very well turn into a blood moon. Chu Tianjiao chimed in, Boss, our Qilin battle team has just been established, and we indeed need a lot of resources, right? Oh, this principal, you are truly a good person. If it weren't for you personally revealing the mastermind, we really wouldn't have known it was those noble families of Kyoto. Now that we have both witness and material evidence, isn't it reasonable for our boss to ask for an explanation? Yushio smiled, secretly praising Chu Tianjiao's cleverness. The implication was clear, we need a lot of resources, and if you give us little, we will absolutely not be satisfied. This statement not only trapped the noble families of Kyoto but also ensnared the principal of the four schools joint university. The principal of the four schools joint university finally reacted. It turned out Yushio had been guiding him with words all along, leading him to reveal the mastermind. Now, in his anger, he had directly implicated the noble families of Kyoto. Without evidence, those families could still deny it to the death. Now that he had acted as a witness, if the noble families of Kyoto did not want to provoke Yushio, they could only swallow their anger and compensate. Regardless of the final outcome, he was finished. If he had previously relied on his status as the principal of the four schools joint university to negotiate terms, now that the university had fallen from the top 100, he was likely to be ousted. At that time, the noble families of Kyoto would certainly not let him off. Pact. The principal of the four schools joint university suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. Sitting on the ground, he looked utterly desolate and tragic. However, none of the school leaders around him stepped forward to help. The expressions that had once been flattering and obsequious had completely vanished, replaced by disgust and disdain. The drop in ranking for the four schools joint university meant a decrease in their status. Although they had received some benefits from the noble families of Kyoto, they would not care about that now. The looks directed at the principal were filled with blame. In their eyes, it was because of the principal that they had fallen to such a state. How pitiful! A failed scheme leads to loss. Indeed, my grandfather was right. One must never harbor ill intentions towards others. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianjiao wore a look of glee. Grandpa Chu can be a sage, this saying is spot on. Only those without strength would use insidious means to harm others. Our boss would never harm anyone. Once offended, he would strike you down on the spot. Revenge does not wait for the night. This is a symbol of strength. Our boss is amazing. The members of the Qilin battle team chimed in with their teasing. Finally, one added, brothers from the four schools joint university, our principal's words are indeed golden advice. Hurry up and take action, or else, you won't be worth anything. Meanwhile, as Yushio and the others left, the students of the 4 schools joint university hurriedly left the school, clearly contacting various military districts to begin their enlistment. The news about the 4 schools joint university spread like the wind. All the universities were aware. Those schools that had received benefits from the noble families of Kyoto were now filled with fear, hoping Yushio would not come to their school. Meanwhile, those schools that had refused were secretly relieved. Schools currently in negotiations also decisively rejected any offers. I have to say, Yushio's methods this time were very effective, serving as a warning to others. Not only that, but the noble families involved in this matter are now furious. Of course, their anger is directed at their own kin, because the main instigators behind this incident are the younger members of those noble families, not the heads of the families themselves. Did I not say that until the issues in the no man's land are resolved, we should not provoke Yushio? Did I not say that? You bunch of bastards, it's one thing to target Yushio, but to use such clumsy methods, how embarrassing is that? When it comes to Yushio, either don't provoke him, or use overwhelming force to strike him down so he can't lift his head again. But what about you? What kind of nonsense is this? Is this how you target Yushio? Do you want him to have no resources to support his team? Where are your brains? Yushio is a martial king. Is it really that hard for him to get resources? Don't you know that the Huangquan Tower is all Yushio's support? Plus, with the Chu family backing him, do you really think Yushio will lack resources? Can a mere 700-man team really challenge a martial king? Now look, you tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. Not only did you fail to stop Yushio, but you also ended up providing him with a lot of resources. Are you all stupid? Similar incidents are currently happening among the noble families in Kyoto. It can be seen that this incident was orchestrated by the young heirs of Kyoto University, without the involvement of their elders. We won't compensate. What can Yushio, do? This is the heart of Huaxia, not a no man's land or a secret city. Even if Yushio is strong, he wouldn't dare go too far. No compensation? Haven't you heard what Yushio said? In the relic assessment on the night of the full moon, life and death depend on oneself. This is a relic for gaining talent. Who among you wouldn't want to go in? Answer me. On the bus, Mentor Lin chuckled. Yushio, the principal sent word that the noble families in Kyoto have called off this matter. The principal also said that the main instigators of this incident are not the heads of those noble families, but rather some younger members. Their goal is to stop you from gaining resources and military achievements, to hinder the development of your Qilin team. Fortunately, your methods this time were brilliant, otherwise, they would have succeeded, and it wouldn't be good for your team's development. Yushio smiled and said nothing. If such things could truly hinder the development of his team, that would be too ridiculous. Mentor Lin, being merely a grandmaster and coming from a humble background, had limited experience, so he thought this way, which Yushio could understand. Although he is a mentor at Huaxia University, his knowledge of the secret cities in the West is certainly not extensive. He might not even have heard of the crises in the secret cities. This is the difference in perspective determined by one's level. In the following time, Yushio visited other martial arts universities in Kyoto one by one. It wasn't until evening that he took the bus back to Huaxia University. During this period, facing those schools that had already occupied the top of the combat power rankings, Yushio used overwhelming force to dominate the rankings. He also suggested starting a ranking assessment. It was precisely this action that not only greatly enhanced Yushio's reputation but also spread the fame of the Qilin team. Even students from some cultural universities were discussing Yushio's deeds. Especially many students from the martial arts theory department hoped to join the Qilin team and become their logistical members. Which province are you planning to go to tomorrow? At this moment, in the principal's office of Huaxia University, Yushio was chatting over tea with the principal and the dean of the martial arts academy. Let's go to Jizhou province, Yushio said. Jizhou is right next to Kyoto, and besides, Jizhou University is also one of the top 10 universities. After finishing things in Jizhou, we'll head to Jinghai University. Next is Jiangnan University, then South China University and North China University. The principal nodded and said, your actions today have certainly elevated the reputation of Huaxia University, especially for the joint university of the 4 schools, which already had a great reputation. Now it has plummeted. Of course, it is precisely this behavior that has made many understand the authority of the team leader. This is a form of deterrence, and it is also beneficial for you. By the way, you should start paying attention to the students in the theory department. You will need their help for your future secret realm construction and team logistics. However, you don't need to include these people in the team roster. There is no specific requirement for the logistics team. In short, as long as you can afford to support them, you can recruit as you wish and make adjustments. Just don't take up team spots. Yushio nodded and said, I had overlooked that before. I will pay attention to it from now on. The principal waved his hand and said, you don't need to waste time on such trivial matters. I see that Chu Tianjiao kid is clever, let him handle it. Right now, you are in a situation where the Chu family rises and falls together with you. You can fully trust the Chu family, especially since that old guy Chu Yunzhang is indeed quite invested in you. Of course, this is just my suggestion. Once you seize the secret realm, it would be best to let the Chu family settle in as well, especially that old guy Chu Yunzhang. With his strength overseeing the secret realm, ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any ideas. Moreover, even if other members of the Chu family have thoughts about your secret realm, with Chu Yunzhang around, he will help you handle it. Yuxiu nodded. I understand. Grandpa Chu has indeed helped me a lot. In fact, Yuxiu had already considered having the old man from the Chu family oversee the secret realm. After the matter of the Seeking Stone, Yuxiu was even more certain of this idea. The Seeking Realm was his most valued base, and the secret realm could serve as a branch. By the way, when you go to other universities, you might encounter some senior brothers and sisters. You can build some rapport with them. In the future, when you enter the uninhabited zones, there will also be many senior brothers and sisters inside. Your reputation is not only significant in Huaxia but also quite large in the western regions and even in the uninhabited zones. Those senior brothers and sisters of yours are very curious about you. Yuxiu looked at the principal with a strange expression and chuckled. This isn't your usual style, just get to the point. The principal smiled wryly and glanced at the dean of the martial arts academy. I told you, this kid is too sharp. He's as cunning as a fox. The dean of the martial arts academy paused, rolling his eyes. Do I have to take the blame for this too? Yuxiu couldn't help but laugh. The dean of the martial arts academy had indeed taken too many blame for the principal. If I have to take the blame, then so be it. The dean sighed. Speaking of which, your senior brothers and sisters are also very loyal. Regarding the incident at Kyoto University, you beat up their principal, and the graduates from Kyoto University also caused quite a stir. The reason it didn't escalate was that your senior brothers and sisters were helping. However, their situation isn't great. They are too straightforward, all taught by that old man, talking about serving the country and the people, raising a bunch of fools. On the front lines, they are suppressed in various ways, a bunch of stubborn heads, only knowing how to charge into battle, which has led to many of your senior brothers and sisters sacrificing themselves. Of course, another reason is that our Huaxia University doesn't have a battle team. Without a battle team, it means there is no main base. Why are we talking about this? The principal interrupted. Isn't it good that I taught them well? Practicing martial arts is for serving the country, right? Serving the country and the people is not wrong. Even if many graduates from Huaxia University have sacrificed, I am proud. They are all good people. At least they are upright, wholeheartedly serving the country on the front lines, unlike those wealthy families who only see profit. In their eyes, Huaxia has long ceased to be their compatriots. The disconnect is too severe, and the time of disconnection has been too long. The locals of the secret city see each other as compatriots, while the natives of Huaxia, sigh, it's the same in every country. Let's not talk about these disgusting things. So, Yuxiu, I'm not forcing you. I just hope that when you go to the uninhabited areas in the future, if you can help, lend a hand. Your senior brothers and sisters aren't without brains, they just disdain to fake things in matters like this. Of course, there are many like your senior brothers and sisters on the front lines, who also disdain to mix personal interests in serving the country. Yuxiu fell silent for a moment, then grinned. You two old fellows, are you putting on a show for me? It seems I won't dare to come drink your tea here anymore. Others have a banquet of treachery, but you two have set up a tea of treachery for me. I'm leaving. If I stay any longer, I might get sold by you too. With that, Yuxiu stood up and walked towards the office door. As he reached the door, he suddenly said with a serious face, Don't worry. Although they are foolish, I actually like these stubborn people. If they are to die, it should be on the battlefield, not in schemes and tricks. The next day, as dawn broke, Yuxiu was already on a bus leaving Huaxia University. This time, the destination was Jizhou province. The distance between the two places wasn't far, just about 400 kilometers. At 11 in the morning, the bus Yuxiu was on pulled into Jizhou University. Boss, Yuxiu. In the parking lot, as Yuxiu got off the bus, hundreds of students shouted in unison. Yuxiu glanced around and saw many familiar faces in the crowd. They were all members of the Qilin battle team, students from Qin province who had followed him through the training camp. As for the other students, they all wore silver Qilin badges on their chests, clearly indicating they were reserve members of the Qilin Society at Jizhou University. What are you pretending to be serious for? I thought you were some big shot. Yuxiu laughed and scolded, causing the group to burst into laughter. "Boss, we heard about your exploits at Kyoto University and the Joint University. It's simply amazing. Because of this, several mentors at our school got into a fight. It was quite a fierce fight, both ended up seriously injured and hospitalized." Yushio frowned. Mentors fighting? What exactly happened? In fact, Yushio had already vaguely guessed that these mentors were likely graduates of Huaxia University and Kyoto University. The reason the principal mentioned connecting with these senior brothers and sisters last night was probably because he knew about the situation here. "I heard these mentors are graduates of your Huaxia University and Kyoto University. I heard from our mentor that it was because you seriously injured the principal of Kyoto." Yushio nodded and asked, "How did your school handle this matter?" "Of course, there were punishments, but it was fair. All the mentors received appropriate penalties." Hearing this, Yushio asked, "Are they all in the school hospital now?" "They're all in the school hospital. Given their injuries, they'll probably be bedridden for several months." Yushio turned to Chu Tianjiao, "Prepare some S-grade healing materials, and also some materials to boost vitality." Chu Tianjiao replied, "Boss, I have plenty in my storage device, and if it's not enough, the brothers have some in theirs too. When we participated in the national training camp before, we obtained a lot in the secret realm." Yushio nodded. "Note down how much S-grade material was used, and later go to the society to retrieve it and return it to the brothers." "Understood." Chu Tianjiao nodded. Currently, the resources of the Qilin battle team were all in the society's dedicated warehouse, which the principal had specially built for Yushio for convenience. Of course, some resources were still with the Chu family. The training fees provided by various universities during the military training were also in the society's warehouse. Go to the school infirmary. In Yushio's view, these senior brothers and sisters were all seriously injured because of their own matters. Whether directly or indirectly, he should take responsibility for this. Just like he said when he left the principal's office last night, he liked this group of stubborn senior brothers and sisters. Moments later, Yushio and the others arrived at the school hospital. A line of hundreds of people had scared the doctors at the hospital half to death. His first reaction was that the hospital hadn't treated the injured properly, and these students had come to cause trouble. "You all, this is the school hospital, don't act recklessly, otherwise, the school will punish you." Yushio asked, "Hello, may I ask which ward the injured mentors are in?" "You all." The doctor looked at the people behind Yushio, hesitating to speak. "Everyone from the club, go back." "Yes, Master Shio." With the call from the club's reserve members, the doctor immediately reacted. You are Yushio?" "I am Yushio." Yushio nodded. "Can you now tell me the wards of the mentors?" "Yes, of course." Upon learning Yushio's identity, the doctor quickly nodded. "I'll take you there." "Thank you." Yushio nodded, and under the doctor's guidance, they walked up to the 4th floor of the school hospital. "The ward in front is it?" The doctor pointed and continued to lead the way, but when they reached the door of the ward, they heard arguing inside. "Yushio seriously injured our principal. What kind of student is this? How dare you defend him? Your Huaxia University is just a den of filth." "Shut your damn mouth. With your principal's character, it's already merciful that our junior brother you didn't kill him. With just a martial respect level, who gave him the guts to threaten a martial king? Bullying our junior brother you because he's young? Don't even think about it. Our junior brother you is young, but we senior brothers and sisters are not. I'll tell you straight, if I hear you insult our junior brother you again, I'll have to fight you." "What trash? Just like our junior brother you said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What kind of trash principal you have? What kind of trash students you get? You, a dog-like thing. Aren't you just a dog of those wealthy families? What are you barking about in front of me? When you call me a dog, aren't you all just Yushio's dogs, just because you see his strength and want to lick his boots?" Crack! At that moment, the ward door opened. Yushio stepped inside and looked at the mentor who had just spoken, coldly saying, "My senior brothers and sisters don't need to lick my boots. In fact, every student at Huaxia University values loyalty and righteousness. Every student is like family. Do you know why? Because we have an upright principal, a principal who thinks of us students in every way. He has spent his life fighting for Huaxia University, working hard for the students. And what about your principal at Kyoto University? He's just a dog for the wealthy." As his words fell, Yushio turned to a few senior brothers and sisters. "Please help me find the best doctor in your hospital. I need him to come and treat my senior brothers and sisters right now." The leading doctor said, "Their injuries require rest. Even if the best doctor comes, the answer will still be the same." Yushio turned to look at Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao understood immediately and took out a large pile of S-grade spiritual materials from his storage device. "Your hospital probably hasn't used spiritual materials, which is why our senior brothers and sisters need to rest. Their time is very precious. They need to improve their strength every day. and they don't have time to waste in bed. S-grade spiritual materials? The doctor was taken aback, glancing at Yushio, then hurriedly left the ward. Just as Chu Tianjiao said, if there were S-grade spiritual materials to assist, these mentors could fully recover by tomorrow. But who would be so extravagant as to use S-grade spiritual materials for injuries like fractures? Junior brother Yu, there's no need. Yushio interrupted with a smile. Senior brother and senior sister, when I came here, the principal specifically told me to build a rapport with you. Do you want me to stay by the bedside and build rapport with you? Besides, junior brother, I'm here at Jizhou University to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Don't you want to watch from the sidelines and cheer for us juniors? Of course we do, but these minor injuries don't require S-grade spiritual materials. I say it can be used, so it can be used. I'm strong, just listen to me. Pact. One of the senior sisters couldn't help but laugh. Our little junior brother is really domineering. But what can we do? He's a martial king, stronger than our principal. Stop it. You all tease the principal in the group chat every time. The principal hasn't spoken in the group for a long time, but just thinking about the principal's embarrassed look is quite satisfying. S-grade spiritual materials? On the adjacent hospital bed, several mentors who graduated from Kyoto University looked uncomfortable. It was clear that their eyes were filled with envy and intense jealousy. They fought for Yushio, and he personally brought S-grade spiritual materials to visit. But when they fought for the principal, would the principal bring S-grade spiritual materials to visit them? Without thinking, they already knew the answer. The principal would definitely be reluctant to use S-grade spiritual materials to help them heal their injuries. Hello, Yushio. At this moment, several doctors around 60 years old entered the ward, heading straight for Yushio. I am the vice president of the school hospital, and this is the head of our hospital's trauma department. Yushio nodded and smiled in return. I heard you want to use S-grade spiritual materials to treat their injuries? That's right. Yushio nodded, signaling Chu Tianjia to take out the S-grade spiritual materials. Cinnabar fruit? Fish tooth grass? The vice president was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the spiritual materials Chu Tianjia brought out, explaining, their injuries don't require such high-grade spiritual materials, and we won't need a whole plant. Just 1/3 of the fish toothgrass will allow all 7 of them to recover by tomorrow. 7 people? Yushio was taken aback and turned to ask, senior brother and senior sister, are there other senior brothers and sisters in other wards? No, it's just us 3. At this moment, the doctor who had brought Yushio over looked embarrassed and explained, Vice President, Yushio is only treating these 3 mentors. The Vice President was stunned, then looked at the 4 mentors who graduated from Kyoto University. Coming back to his senses, he said, sorry, if it's just 3 people, 1/5 is enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 mentors from Kyoto University felt extremely embarrassed, lowering their heads, losing even the desire to speak. This was like being hit with a big move right in the face. After Yushio came, they had already lost enough face. Now the Vice President pulled this stunt, and they felt utterly humiliated. Vice President, I insist on using 2 S-grade spiritual materials. I must ensure that my senior brothers and sisters won't have any after effects. Moreover, they are martial artists, and their bodies must have hidden injuries. I hope to use these 2 S-grade spiritual materials to repair their hidden injuries and enhance their physical condition. The 3 mentors who graduated from Huaxia University immediately refused. Junior brother Yu, there's no need to waste like this. We know you have formed a battle team and have many places to use resources. That's right, we only have minor injuries. There's no need to waste S-grade spiritual materials. This is indeed too wasteful. Although these 3 mentors graduated from Huaxia University, they all came from humble backgrounds. Having practiced martial arts to this point, they had reached the Grand Master level, and it could be said that they had never used S-grade spiritual materials in their lives. Over the years, although they could afford S-grade spiritual materials, they would never buy them, as B-grade spiritual materials offered better cost-effectiveness for them. Occasionally, they might indulge a little and buy 1 or 2 A-grade spiritual materials to enhance their strength. However, they would never do something like using S-grade spiritual materials for treatment like Yushio did, and they probably would never do it in their lifetime. They would rather take a little longer to recover from their injuries than waste the S-grade spiritual materials. Yushio, they are right. There's really no need to waste these 2 S-grade spiritual materials. Even the vice president felt that this behavior was somewhat extravagant. He himself was the vice president of the school hospital, and the ones receiving treatment were mostly students. Jizhou University was not like Kyoto University, which mainly consisted of children from wealthy families. Jizhou University was similar to many other universities. with a relatively higher number of students from humble backgrounds. So every time a student was injured, he would try to minimize the treatment costs as much as possible, allowing these students to treat their injuries with minimal expenses. No need. Yushio waved his hand, saying firmly, "Do as I say." The vice president, helpless, could only nod and say, "If we use the 2S grade spiritual materials, I can guarantee they will recover in half an hour. We can use the medical box to assist in the accelerated absorption of the spiritual materials, during which their internal injuries can also be quickly repaired. However, the cost of the medical box is quite high, requiring 100 points per hour. The faster, the better, I will cover the points." Yushio had a lot of points on him, as the points from major universities in Huaxia were interchangeable. Of course, if he used points at another school, a certain handling fee would be charged. For example, Yushio's current 100 points consumption might require 102 points for an hour of medical box usage. "No problem. Please wait here for a moment, they will be sent back in an hour." Yushio nodded slightly. He wasn't very familiar with the treatment of the medical box, so after the vice president took the 3 seniors away, he asked a young doctor beside him, "Could you please tell me the specifics of the medical box?" The medical box can actually be explained as a capacitive box, using temperature and electric therapy to accelerate the patient's absorption rate, similar to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. When a person is hot, the capillaries expand, and blood circulates more quickly. The medical box enhances this effect 100-fold. That's why the president just said they would send a few mentors back, because during this time, the mentors will fall into a state of sleep, losing their self-control ability without consciousness, and their functions will become more active. After they are sent back, the 3 mentors will wake up within 10 minutes. Yushio suddenly understood and gained a general understanding of the medical standards in the martial arts world. When his sister was treated for her legs, he vaguely remembered the doctor mentioning a medical acceleration device, but at that time, his sister Yu Chanxian was not a martial artist and was too weak, so they could only use spiritual materials for a slow recovery. Moreover, since Yushio arrived in this world, he seemed to have never heard of anyone suffering from cancer. It was probably due to the practice of martial arts. Practicing martial arts was meant to enhance bodily functions and elevate organs and cells. With that in mind, the likelihood of a martial artist suffering from cancer was indeed quite low. "Hello, Yushio." Just as Yushio was pondering, a few people walked in from outside, and a middle-aged man approached him, smiling lightly. "I am the president of Jizhou University, my surname is Wu. We met during military training." Yushio had already met the presidents of the top 10 universities twice. The first time was in Jiangtan City when these presidents came to recruit him. The second time was during military training at Huaxia University. "Hello, President Wu." The president of Jizhou University smiled lightly. "I heard you came to our school. I originally thought you would go directly to the martial arts arena, so I arranged for someone to host you there, but I didn't expect you to come directly to the school hospital." Yushio nodded. "Thank you, President Wu. I just heard that the 3 seniors were seriously injured, so I came right away. You don't need to trouble yourself for me, President Wu. I'll just connect with the 3 seniors and then head to the martial arts arena." President Wu smiled, but inside he was anxious. He didn't dare to leave him here. Who knows if you will get angry because of these 3 senior brothers and sisters, and in a fit of rage, wipe out the battle power rankings of our Jizhou University. I don't want to repeat the mistakes of Kyoto University and the joint universities. That's only right, the president of Jizhou University chuckled. "Even though you are here as a student of Huaxia University for the freshman exchange competition, but you are also the team leader, which means you are actually 1 rank higher than me." At this point, the president couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. After decades of hard work, he found himself outranked by a 17-year-old boy. Moreover, this 17-year-old was the youngest martial king in Huaxia. With multiple talents, his battle power was certainly not something an ordinary martial king could compare to. He was probably at the mid-level of martial kings. Huaxia University students are truly united, even the graduates are like this. Sometimes I can't help but admire Old Shen. The president of Jizhou University sighed and continued, "Since these 3 mentors are familiar with student Yushio, I will take responsibility for some of their treatments." Saying this, he looked at the young physician beside him. "Please inform Dean Hu that the treatment costs for these 3 mentors will be charged to me, and they do not need to pay for themselves." The young physician was taken aback, then hesitantly glanced at Yushio, and then at his president, opening his mouth but unsure how to speak. "What? Is there something else?" Seeing the young physician's hesitant demeanor, the president immediately showed an unhappy expression, but he still patiently asked. He didn't want to upset Yushio over such a trivial matter and risk a ranking massacre. He inwardly blamed the young physician for being inconsiderate. Are all the points and spiritual materials paid by Yoshio to be charged to you? The young physician continued, just now, Yoshio took out 2S grade spiritual materials, and the vice dean is currently using the medical box for treatment. 2S grade spiritual materials? The president of Jizhou University was taken aback. He remembered that the injuries of these 3 mentors weren't that serious. It shouldn't require S-grade spiritual materials for treatment. Jusha fruit and yuyak grass. The president of Jizhou University couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon receiving the young physician's confirmation. Jizhou University wasn't lacking in S-grade spiritual materials. However, he had just said he would pay for it himself. Although he could afford 2 S-grade spiritual materials, it still pained him. Despite being the president of a top 10 university, he still had descendants to consider. Moreover, his own cultivation consumed a significant amount of resources. Furthermore, he had never enriched himself during his years as president of Jizhou University. He was known for his integrity. It hurt. At this moment, the president couldn't help but curse himself for acting like a big shot. He opened his mouth, and just like that, 2S grade spiritual materials were given away. He also inwardly blamed Yoshio. Such extravagance. Didn't you just form a battle team? Don't you need resources? Besides, you are now a martial king. The resources needed for martial arts must be more than mine, so why not be frugal? Although he knew Yoshio had extorted from 2 wealthy families, once during the provincial training camp hostage deal and once yesterday, plus the training fees during military training, he acknowledged that Yoshio could earn resources. But this wasn't the way to spend them. Logically speaking, after Yoshio broke through to martial king, he must have consumed a lot of those resources. How could he still be so extravagant? President Wu, there's no need to be so polite. The 2S grade spiritual materials are my token of appreciation for my senior brothers and sisters. You don't need to spend on them. Yoshio also sensed the change in the president's emotions. Providing treatment for the 3 mentors was his own idea, and indeed, there was no need for the president of Jizhou University to step in and take responsibility. Moreover, he didn't need any resources for his own martial arts practice. The resources he had accumulated were already quite abundant. The members of the Qilin battle team, led by Chu Tianjiao, are all at most at the master level, and they don't consume much in terms of resources. Moreover, there are inheritances from the Seeking Realm and the Water Pool in the Qi Pavilion to consider. Any one of these would be enough to significantly enhance the strength of Chu Tianjiao and the others. Therefore, at this moment, Yoshio doesn't have much desire for resources. He only seeks military merit. With enough military merit, he can upgrade the team's rank and increase its numbers. An increase in numbers translates to an enhancement of his own strength and combat power. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Since I have made a promise, I will never go back on it. Besides, the 3 mentors are also instructors from Jizhou University, and their injury should be considered work-related. The president of Jizhou University said with a smile, so I should treat them. However, while the president of Jizhou University was saying this, the 4 mentors who graduated from Kyoto University not far away wore expressions of grievance. The 3 of them are instructors at Jizhou University, and so are we. We don't expect to use S-grade spiritual materials for treatment or to heal internal injuries. We only ask for A-grade spiritual materials. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? President, you should treat everyone equally. President, we. Unable to hold back any longer, the 4 mentors from Kyoto University spoke up. However, they were interrupted by the president of Jizhou University, who had a dark expression, as he looked at the young physician and asked, "Who are they? How did they end up here?" The young physician was taken aback for a moment but quickly understood and hurriedly explained, "President, these 4 are my relatives. They are in a tough situation, and I thought to bring them to the school hospital for treatment. I'm sorry, President, I shouldn't have done this, but they really are in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, the president of Jizhou University's eyes lit up with a hint of appreciation, then sighed, "This is the last time. Considering you are also an elder of the school, I won't punish you this time. However, this is a mentor's ward. Take them to a regular ward." The young physician nodded quickly, then called over several medical staff to push the 4 mentors from Kyoto University out of the ward. They were bewildered. What is the president trying to do? Just as they were about to explain their identities, they were met with the president's cold gaze. At that moment, they understood everything. The president was unwilling to help them pay for their treatment and was pretending not to know them. It was a grievance, an endless grievance. Is this really the benefit of having powerful connections? President Wu, you are truly kind. If it were me, I would have immediately kicked out people trying to take advantage of the school. Seeing the 4 mentors from Kyoto University looking so aggrieved, Chu Tianjiao struggled to suppress his laughter and spoke up. "President Wu, you are truly a good person. just a bit better than our President Shun. No wonder you can become the president of one of the top 10 universities. I admire you." The quirky members of the Qilin battle team immediately followed up on Chu Tianzhao's words, showering praises on the president of Jizhou University. However, the president of Jizhou University endured the embarrassment and smiled in agreement. He only wanted Yushio to be satisfied. As long as Yushio didn't slaughter the rankings, spending these 2S-grade spiritual materials would be worth it. An hour later, the 3 mentors who graduated from Huaxia University were personally brought back by the vice president. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw the president of Jizhou University. "President Wu, you are here too." The president of Jizhou University waved his hand. "Don't mind me, just arrange for the patients first." The vice president nodded, then turned to Yushio and said, "Their injuries have healed, and all internal injuries have been eradicated. I have also helped consolidate and enhance their physical strength with the excess medicinal effects." The 3 of them were already at the peak of the 7-star Grand Master level. After this repair and consolidation, it won't be long before they can break through to the 8-star Grand Master level. Now we just need to wait about 10 minutes, and they will wake up. Yushio nodded and said thank you, then fell silent. Because of his silence, the entire ward was unusually quiet at that moment. Time passed second by second. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the 3 senior brothers and sisters gradually woke up. Upon sensing the changes in their bodies, surprised expressions appeared on their faces. They were very familiar with their own bodies, having reached the level of Grand Master. After a slight perception, they realized that all the hidden injuries they had previously suffered had been healed, and their physical condition had also improved somewhat. "Junior brother Yu, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Although our strength is low, we may not be able to help you much, but as long as you ask, we will do our utmost to assist you," one of the senior brothers said sincerely. Feeling their genuine emotions, Yushio smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to be so polite, we are all brothers." The principal also said that on the front lines, we, the brothers from Huaxia University, should look out for each other, so those of us on the Huaxia mainland should unite as one. At this point, Yushio waved his hand towards Chu Tianzhao. Chu Tianzhao then took out the S-grade spiritual materials he had prepared in advance and handed them over. "Another S-grade spiritual material?" The principal of Jizhou University and the vice president couldn't help but narrow their eyes at this scene. Especially the principal of Jizhou University, who began to curse Yushio in his heart. "Not a good son. You say I'm paying for the treatment, but you don't need to bring out S-grade spiritual materials again, do you? Are you trying to fleece me to death? Not a good son. Really not a good son." However, he had no choice. To prevent Yushio from dominating the rankings, he could only force a smile. Yet, Yushio was unaware of the principal's inner thoughts. Moreover, he never intended for the principal of Jizhou University to pay for 2S-grade spiritual materials, let alone these few. "Junior brother Yu, what is this?" Yushio smiled and handed each of them 3 S-grade spiritual materials. The vice president just said that after eliminating the hidden injuries, it won't take long for you seniors to break through to the 8-star Grand Master. These 3 S-grade spiritual materials are just to help you seniors break through to the 9-star Grand Master sooner. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I do have a request. The 3 of them were taken aback, and even the principal of Jizhou University looked puzzled. In his view, Yushio was already a martial king. If he couldn't handle it, then these 3 wouldn't be able to break through to the 9-star Grand Master, let alone the martial sovereign. "Seniors, I hope that the next time we fight, it will only be the students from Kyoto University who end up in the hospital, and you can mock them proudly. Anyway, I've been unhappy with the students from Kyoto University for a long time, so seniors, just consider it my personal revenge. This request, you seniors wouldn't be unwilling to agree to, right?" The 3 of them smiled. Feeling a wave of emotion, they naturally understood that Yushio's words were just a pretext. The principal of Kyoto University had already been severely injured by Yushio, let alone these students. If he wanted revenge, he only needed to lift a finger. Those people would have no way out. Of course, they also knew they couldn't refuse, as Yushio didn't give them a chance to decline. Thus, they decided not to dwell on it any longer. "Don't worry, junior brother Yu, once I break through to the 9-star Grand Master, I will go find them every day to spar and beat them up. That's right, 365 days a year, leaving them half the time to teach classes, and the rest of the time they can stay in the school hospital." The 3 senior brothers and sisters responded to Yushio in a joking manner. Although it was said in jest, in the following time, the 3 of them indeed put it into action. Even the principal of Jizhou University turned a blind eye to this matter afterward. Whenever someone complained, he would just perfunctorily say, "It's just normal sparring between mentors." "Alright, I'll be waiting for good news from you seniors. If you break through to the 9-star Grand Master, be sure to have the principal let me know. Yushio smiled and said, since the senior brothers and sisters have all recovered, we should go to the martial arts arena to challenge the strength rankings. With that, Yushio was the first to walk out of the hospital room, followed closely by the president of Jizhou University. He wanted to stay with Yushio the entire time, worried that Yushio would dominate the rankings. It was truly a shame for the president of one of the top 10 universities to be forced into such a situation. However, thinking about the fate of the president of Kyoto University and the president of the Joint Four-School University, I felt that no matter how wronged he was, it was worth it. Hey, where are those 4 people? Once Yushio and the others walked out of the hospital room, the 3 mentors who graduated from Kyoto University finally noticed that the 4 mentors from Kyoto University were missing. They had only been in the medical room for about an hour. How could they just disappear? Senior brothers and sisters, those 4 were outsiders who wanted to take advantage of Jizhou University and were kicked out of the mentors room by the president, explained Chu Tianjiao beside them, suddenly unable to hold back a laugh. Outsiders? Taking advantage of the school? The 3 senior brothers and sisters looked puzzled, not understanding what this meant. Although the 4 were detestable, they were still mentors of Jizhou University. It was their right as mentors to receive treatment in the mentor's room of the school hospital. Senior brothers and sisters, here's the thing, Chu Tianjiao detailed everything that had happened earlier, including the president of Jizhou University's every word and action, painting a vivid picture. After listening, the 3 senior brothers and sisters looked strange. Who are you? How did you end up in our Jizhou University mentor's room? The president is too amazing. I've been working at Jizhou University for 10 years, and I never expected the president to have such a humorous side. In my opinion, this is still because those 4 were too greedy. They were still thinking of having the president pay for their medical expenses, not to mention that junior brother you had given 2S grade spiritual materials. Although 2S grade spiritual materials aren't much for the president, the expenses for practicing martial arts are also quite significant. If the president had to take out 2 more S-grade spiritual materials for no reason, it would be strange if he didn't feel pained. In the end, it's still because those 4 were too greedy, wanting to take advantage. That's true. I guess the reason the president acted this way is probably because he's worried about junior brother you dominating the rankings at our Jizhou University. With the examples of Kyoto University and the Joint Four-School University, it would be strange if our president wasn't worried. They arrived at the martial arts arena. Because the president was personally accompanying them, and due to Yushio's original reputation, the martial arts arena was already packed with people, a sea of heads moving in every direction. Yushio, with your strength, there's no need for you to compete. I can just have the 4 top-ranked fighters concede. As soon as the president of Jizhou University arrived at the martial arts arena, he immediately spoke up, clearly worried that Yushio might say, let the one ranked 100 come up, and so on. President Wu, I don't think that's necessary. I still want to compete in a couple of matches. Yushio noticed the president's thoughts and said this on purpose, wanting to tease the president of Jizhou University. No need to compete. President Wu quickly waved his hand. Your strength is known throughout Huaxia, even I am not your match, let alone these students. The best among them is only at the Grandmaster level, far too different from you. Although he said this, President Wu was secretly thinking, I can't let you compete. At Kyoto University and the Joint Four-School University, you could take one look and severely injure someone. My students can't withstand even a glance from you. Yushio, the freshman exchange competition is meant to train the newcomers. In my opinion, this training is of no use to you at all. Since you're here, resources and military merits will definitely not be lacking for you, so there's really no need for you to compete personally. Yushio turned his head and said, what is President Wu afraid of? I'm also a freshman at Huaxia University. It's only natural for me to participate in the freshman exchange competition. What am I afraid of? I'm afraid you'll dominate the rankings. The president of Jizhou University had already cursed Yushio countless times in his heart within just a few seconds, but he still had to greet him with a smile on his face. Our students at Jizhou University really can't withstand your blows. Please show some mercy. The president of Jizhou University, now disregarding his own dignity, spoke frankly, Yushio, just tell me, what can I do to avoid a complete slaughter of the rankings? I can agree to anything. Yushio remained expressionless and silent. The president of Jizhou University gritted his teeth. As long as you don't slaughter the rankings and only occupy the top 4 spots, I'll give you double the resources and military merit for the top spot. Yushio continued to say nothing. The president of Jizhou University helplessly said, 3 times, it absolutely cannot be more. At this moment, Yushio chuckled lightly, Principal Wu, I came to Jizhou University without the intention of slaughtering the rankings. However, I understand the principle of not refusing a gift from an elder, so I will accept the 3 times resources in military merit, and I thank Principal Wu for supporting our Qilin team. The members of the Qilin team, including Chu Tianjiao, listened to the conversation between Yu Shou and the president of Jizhou University from start to finish. They knew their leader was deliberately teasing the president. Originally, they just wanted to see the president's embarrassed expression. Who would have thought there would be an unexpected delight? Thank you, Principal Wu, for supporting our Qilin team. Chu Tianjiao immediately echoed Yu Shou's words, followed by the other members of the Qilin team. At this moment, the president of Jizhou University finally realized, looking at the members of the Qilin team trying to hold back their laughter, he knew Yu Shou had been teasing him all along. However, he also knew it was too late to backtrack now. He could only curse inwardly while smiling and saying, "No need to thank me. Your Qilin team is the pride of our Huaxia, and Yu Shou is our outstanding talent. Supporting your development is the right thing to do. I hope your future development gets better and better, and you can serve our country." Oh no, my 3 times resources in military merit. This little brat is too cunning. How can someone so young have the mind of an old fox? Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. This little brat is just like that old Shin with his rotten heart, so dirty-minded. My 3 times resources in military merit. Damn it, I can't be the only one to suffer losses. It's better to enjoy together than to suffer alone. I absolutely cannot be the only one at a disadvantage. At this moment, the president of Jizhou University had already made up his mind to take advantage of the other university presidents as well. With this thought, he felt much more balanced inside. Then he looked at Yu Shou and asked, "Can we challenge now?" The president of Jizhou University just wanted Yu Shou to finish quickly and leave Jizhou University as soon as possible. Having Yu Shou at Jizhou University felt like a ticking time bomb, or rather, a nuclear bomb. Then let's begin. Yu Shou nodded, and the president of Jizhou University immediately shouted to a mentor not far away, "Let the top 4 of the rankings come out and concede." Upon hearing this, both the mentor and the students present all breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 top spots conceding meant that Yu Shou was not planning to slaughter the rankings. This was tremendous news for Jizhou University. If Yu Shou occupied the top 4 spots, it would show great strength and not be embarrassing. If the members of the Qilin team occupied all the rankings, it would not just be a matter of strength, it would be an embarrassment to the extreme. Now, a saying was circulating among major universities, and they were also comparing strengths. What were they comparing? It was nothing but Yu Shou's potential to slaughter the rankings. Everyone was watching to see which school Yu Shou would target next. Any school that suffered a slaughter of the rankings would inevitably become a laughingstock. As Yu Shou left Kyoto, all martial arts universities in Huaxia panicked. They did not want a repeat of the situation with Kyoto University and the 4 schools joint university. God of repair, we concede. Boss, I concede too. Among the 4, the freshman top spot was surprisingly still a member of the Qilin team. The Qilin team, aside from the 200 Death Warriors, has over 100 members at Huaxia University, with the remaining 200 distributed among the top 10 prestigious schools. After all, they are all talented members who participated in the provincial training camp, so it makes sense for them to be spread across the top 10 schools. Do these little guys behind you still want a challenge? Seeing Yu Shou top the 4 major rankings, the president of Jizhou University let out a sigh of relief and then smiled at Chu Tianjiao and the others. In his view, Yu Shou's strength was formidable, and it was normal for the students to be no match for him. However, the members of the Qilin team are all talented students, and even those from Huaxia University would not be afraid. They indeed have the strength to fight. What do you think? In recent days, the members of the Qilin team have been practicing spirit summoning techniques and martial skills. Although they haven't reached a very advanced level yet, they can still perform them without issue. Moreover, they need to continuously improve and hone their skills in actual combat. Only then can their spirit summoning techniques and martial skills be applied more proficiently. However, even so, the Qilin team members, who can easily mobilize their vital energy and blood, are not comparable to ordinary students. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The martial training directions of the 2 sides are no longer on the same level. Furthermore, Yu Shou has a vague suspicion that as a martial artist's realm deepens, it seems that it's no longer just about enhancing vital energy and blood. Rather, it's about the essence and blood. Vital energy and blood are not a whole but rather components of essence and blood. Thus, spirit summoning techniques are already adapting to the application of essence and blood in advance. Additionally, Yu Shou has a feeling that his current martial training direction has begun to deviate. It has gradually formed a stark contrast with the martial arts of this world, currently positioned between the realm of chi refiners and martial arts. Boss, we definitely want to have some fun, after all, this is training. Chu Tianjiao looked at the president of Jizhou University with a half-smile. Although the other party's provocative gaze was not very obvious, it indeed carried some meaning. They were also eager to try the power of spirit summoning techniques after mobilizing their vital energy and blood. Boss, let me go first. With Yushio's nod, Chu Tianjiao stepped onto the stage first, but his gaze did not go to the freshman combat power ranking. Instead, it was directed at the sophomore combat power ranking, 74th on the sophomore combat power ranking. The student chosen by Chu Tianjiao also possessed the strength of a one-star master. In response, the people present were not curious. When Yushio left Kyoto, the information about the Qilin team members had already been circulated, especially the main members like Chu Tianjiao, Zhang Zui, and Zhang Yanping, all of whom had broken through to become masters. Even Zhang Yanping's mind master talent had been uncovered, including the mechanisms of the chubby Qin Fei. Fight! As the opponent stepped onto the stage, he roared and charged at Chu Tianjiao. Faced with this situation, Chu Tianjiao immediately used the spirit summoning technique. As he mobilized his vital energy and blood, he felt as if he had been reborn. His entire body's strength surged significantly. During these days of training, Chu Tianjiao had become accustomed to this feeling. Bang! In the face of the attack from the sophomore student of Jizhou University, Chu Tianjiao simply threw a punch to meet it head-on, without using any martial skills. Yet, such an unremarkable punch forced the opponent to retreat repeatedly. You are not a one-star master. The sophomore student's expression changed, no longer daring to clash with Chu Tianjiao head-on. In the previous exchange, he had used martial skills, yet he was still no match. Thus, he speculated that Chu Tianjiao was definitely not a one-star master. His strength was far greater than his own. Indeed, Tianjiao has already grasped the basics of the spirit summoning technique. Yushio nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, Chu Tianjiao had managed to cultivate the spirit summoning technique to the entry level. His talent was indeed impressive. Want to play guerrilla warfare? Chu Tianjiao sensed his opponent's intention, smiled faintly, and then used the yellow-grade martial skill Shadow Step. As he mobilized his vital energy and blood through the spirit summoning technique, he executed the Shadow Step according to its movement route. The speed displayed by Chu Tianjiao shocked even himself. This speed! The sophomore student was momentarily stunned, and before he knew it, Chu Tianjiao was already behind him. What are you dazed for? Chu Tianjiao didn't attack. Instead, he tapped the other person's head. Oh no! Realizing that Chu Tianjiao was behind him, the sophomore felt a chill run down his spine and quickly dashed forward, creating distance between them. What realm are you at? At this moment, the sophomore looked at Chu Tianjiao not far away, cold sweat breaking out on his back. That last move had indeed startled him. Just a bit stronger than you, Chu Tianjiao smiled. Although he felt the power of the spirit guiding technique and martial skills, he also realized his lack of familiarity with them, especially the circulation route of his vital energy and martial skills, which was still quite unrefined. Otherwise, his speed just now could have been even faster. I'm going to attack now. Chu Tianjiao wasn't in a hurry to defeat his opponent. Instead, he used this opportunity to hone himself and improve his proficiency in the spirit guiding technique and martial skills. Time passed second by second. Those watching from the sidelines had already noticed the gap between Chu Tianjiao and his opponent, an old man playing with a child. The president of Jizhou University couldn't help but sigh. With his keen insight, he could naturally see Chu Tianjiao's intentions. No wonder he is the grandson of Chu Yunchang. This strength is indeed not to be underestimated. With a sigh, the president looked at Yushio. You are truly fortunate to have a subordinate like Chu Tianjiao. His future achievements will surely be limitless. Yushio nodded. Tianjiao is indeed very talented and works hard enough. However, the members of the Qilin battle team beside him did not share the same view. In their eyes, it was all due to the spirit guiding technique and exclusive martial skills. As they continued to practice, they increasingly understood their powerful aspects, especially the spirit guiding technique, which multiplied their strength, speed, and reaction ability, particularly in the use of vital energy. Focusing the vital energy on a single point using the spirit guiding technique would enhance their power even more. For example, gathering all the vital energy in the right hand would make a punch incredibly terrifying. Concentrating it in the legs would result in a speed that reached a frightening level. The members of the Qilin battle team had witnessed Chu Tianjiao's use of vital energy. Due to his lack of proficiency, when Chu Tianjiao used the yellow-level martial skill Shadow Step, he did not concentrate the vital energy in his legs. Otherwise, his speed would have been even faster. Of course, such a rapid transformation of vital energy was something Chu Tianjiao couldn't achieve at the moment. Currently, Only Yushio could perform it with such mastery. You lost. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, Chu Tianjiao no longer continued to practice his martial skills and spirit guiding technique against his opponent. He decisively defeated him. It was clear that this opponent could no longer provide him with the training effect he needed. Come out, number 43. Chu Tianjiao glanced at the battle power rankings and decisively chose a 3-star master as his opponent. Based on his understanding of his current strength, only a 3-star master could provide him with some pressure. Of course, this was also the early stage of martial arts, where the gap between small realms was not very significant. If it were at the levels of Martial King or Martial Emperor, a small realm could mean a world of difference. But it was of no use to Yushio. Due to the existence of the source of energy, Yushio's battle power was clearly unfathomable. Please give me guidance. The two entered the arena, and after a brief initial probing, Chu Tianjiao quickly understood his limits. A 3-star master was not enough to leave him without the ability to fight back, while also allowing him to hone his skills better. As the battle dragged on, Chu Tianjiao became increasingly proficient in the use of the spirit guiding technique and martial skills. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Chu Tianjiao's battle power was continuously increasing. What was once an evenly matched fight had now turned into him overpowering his opponent. You people from Huaxia University are all old schemers, just like you. Seeing this scene, the president of Jizhou University believed that Chu Tianjiao was deliberately hiding his strength. Just like the rumors outside that Yushio was an endless pit, impossible to reach the bottom. Why must President Wu be like this? It's just a sparring session between students, Yushio thought. He was well aware of the reasons behind Chu Tianjiao's increase in combat power and did not elaborate too much. After all, the spirit guiding technique was superior to the current martial arts of this world, and it was understandable that the president of Jizhou University couldn't comprehend it. What a dirty trick! Deliberately hiding strength, playing the pig to eat the tiger, this move is really underhanded. The president of Jizhou University originally wanted to find some face from the members of the Qilin battle team. As a result, his sophomore student was toyed with by Chu Tianjiao, like bullying a child, which was why he felt displeased. President Wu, actually, it's just that Tianjiao was a bit stronger, the others are still quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, the president of Jizhou University's eyes lit up. It made sense. Chu Tianjiao was from the direct line of the Chu family, and whether it was resources or martial skills, they were certainly the best, so it was normal for him to be powerful. He didn't believe that everyone in the Qilin battle team had strength comparable to Chu Tianjiao. Face could still be regained. While the president of Jizhou University was calculating in his mind, Chu Tianjiao had already defeated his opponent and started a new challenge. This time, the opponent was a student ranked 17th on the combat power list, a 4-star master. However, this time, Chu Tianjiao felt pressure. A mid-level master was indeed very strong, and with his current proficiency in the spirit guiding technique and martial skills, it wasn't easy to defeat his opponent effortlessly. Next, Chu Tianjiao had no intention of continuing to hone his skills and directly used the Chu family fist technique. Although he didn't know the blood flow route of the Chu family fist technique, he could enhance its power by using the spirit guiding technique to mobilize his blood energy. During this time, Chu Tianjiao also switched his blood energy back and forth, using shadow steps to evade attacks. It echoed the old saying, martial arts are unbreakable only when strong, and unassailable only when fast. Now, Chu Tianjiao's speed made it difficult for his opponent to hit him easily. Just like that, about 10 minutes passed. Chu Tianjiao managed to win by a stroke of luck. However, he collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted. If it weren't for the little trick he played at the end to lure his opponent into making a mistake, he might have been the one to lose. After several battles and continuously honing his spirit guiding technique and martial skills, it was only natural for Chu Tianjiao to be exhausted. It seems I must take them to the Qi Pavilion soon. Their physical condition is too poor, Yushio thought as he looked at the exhausted Chu Tianjiao, having made up his mind. Rest easy. Who's next? Yushio patted Chu Tianjiao's shoulder and then looked at the other members of the Qilin battle team. I'll go. Zhang Zuyi could no longer hold back. Seeing Chu Tianjiao use the spirit guiding technique and martial skills to defeat his opponent by 3 levels, she was also eager to try. After stepping onto the stage, Zhang Zuyi directly challenged the master student at the top of the sophomore combat power list. Is she the granddaughter of Chu Yunchang? Yes, it's her. Upon receiving the answer, the president of Jizhou University sighed helplessly. It seemed that if he wanted to regain face, he would have to wait for the next person. Although Zhang Zuyi was the granddaughter, the president of Jizhou University knew that in the heart of the old man Chu, she was no different from a granddaughter. The resources that Chu Tianjiao enjoyed, Zhang Zuyi would certainly have access to as well. Sure enough, after 3 consecutive matches, Zhang Zuyi defeated the 3-star master. Another victory against a higher level. However, Jiang Zui was a girl, and her stamina was far inferior to Chu Tianjiao's. After fighting to this point, she was also exhausted and turned to leave the martial arts arena. "Boss, I'm going." Next, another member of the Qilin battle team stepped up. At this moment, the president of Jizhou University's eyes brightened. This member was clearly not a well-known one, and their combat power was certainly quite average. "Young people, it's a good thing to challenge more." The members of the Qilin battle team couldn't help but stifle their laughter upon hearing the president's words. In fact, they all knew what the president of Jizhou University was thinking. He just wanted to regain some face since his own leader couldn't win, then bully the subordinates. It's a pity. The president of Jizhou University will be disappointed. If they hadn't practiced the spirit summoning technique and those 2 yellow-level martial arts beforehand, perhaps they could have fought back and forth with the students on Jizhou University's combat ranking list. But after practicing, it's clearly not on the same level anymore. Although their proficiency in the spirit summoning technique is still insufficient, as long as they can mobilize their vital energy, they cannot be shaken by those of the same level. Just now, Chu Tianjiao and Jiang Zui were examples of this, without a doubt. Sure enough, after this member of the Qilin battle team took the stage, they continued to defeat opponents of higher levels. The president of Jizhou University was already numb, his old face flushed. Now, more than half of the new student combat ranking list has turned into names from Huaxia University. If this continues, what difference is there from slaughtering the rankings? So dirty. They're all hiding their strength. The president of Jizhou University glared at Yu Xiu. "Are you trying to slaughter the rankings?" Yu Xiu chuckled. "President Wu, this doesn't count as slaughtering the rankings, does it? We haven't touched the other 3 combat rankings of Jizhou University." The president of Jizhou University snorted coldly. "Yu Xiu, you little rascal are playing tricks on me. You let them hide their strength to bully my students. Isn't that cheating me out of S-level spirit materials? You said you wouldn't slaughter the rankings, and now you're no different from slaughtering them. So dirty-hearted, heartless." Yu Xiu laughed. "President Wu, the S-level spirit materials I mentioned before were just a joke. I never intended to ask you for them." The president of Jizhou University pouted. "I actually hope you take the spirit materials and hurry up and leave our school with your people. Your Qilin battle team members are all cut from the same cloth as you, heartless." Watching the president of Jizhou University complain, not just Yu Xiu but also the members of the Qilin battle team couldn't help but laugh. All right, President Wu, we won't challenge anymore, is that okay?" "You mean it?" "Of course." Only then did the president of Jizhou University put away his aggrieved expression and chuckled. "If you say it counts, then it definitely counts. The previously promised 3 times the resources and military merits still stand." Yu Xiu was taken aback and asked, "President Wu, if I continue to challenge, will those 3 times the resources and military merits disappear?" The president of Jizhou University laughed heartily. "How could that be? I am very trustworthy. If I say 3 times, then it's 3 times. I absolutely won't go back on my word." Yu Xiu smiled faintly. He was sure that the president of Jizhou University had such thoughts before. "I believe in President Wu's credibility," Yu Xiu said with a light smile. "The last person who deceived me was from those noble families in Kyoto, but they were afraid during the full moon night assessment when I killed people in the ruins. President Wu, actually, I am quite kind. As long as people don't offend me, I will never take the initiative to offend others. Of course, I also have a small heart. Wouldn't you agree?" The president of Jizhou University's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Yu Xiu with a resentful expression. "This little rascal is threatening me. He is intimidating me. Damn it, but I have no choice. If I really anger this little rascal, Jizhou University might have to withdraw early from the full moon night ruins assessment. Damn it, that's not worth it. To offend such a killing god over some resources and military merits is indeed not worth it." "What are you talking about?" "Yu Xiu, I, Old Wu, am the most trustworthy. If you don't believe it, you can ask Old Shin. My character has always been good." Yu Xiu nodded with a smile. "Of course, I definitely believe in President Wu's credibility." At this point, he smiled. "Since I've already promised President Wu, then there's no need to continue challenging. By the way, Principal Wu, I wonder if we have the honor of having a meal at your Jizhou University before we leave. It's already past noon." Although the principal of Jizhou University was very reluctant and wished for Yu Xiu to leave quickly, his face was full of smiles. "No problem, it's on me." After the meal, Yu Xiu did not hurry to leave but instead returned to the martial arts arena. "Yu Xiu, didn't we agree? No more challenges." Following Yu Xiu to the martial arts arena, the principal of Jizhou University was furious, his face darkening. In his view, Yushio's arrival at the martial arts arena seemed to indicate he had no other business but to continue challenging. He felt that Yushio was about to slaughter the rankings, making him both angry and anxious. Yushio, you set the terms. What will it take for you not to slaughter the rankings? As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree to it. Yushio shook his head. Principal Wu, I didn't come to the martial arts arena to challenge the strength rankings. I have other matters. Other matters? The principal of Jizhou University was taken aback, then snorted coldly, Don't try to fool me. What other matters could you have at the martial arts arena? They are here. Yushio pointed to the students walking over not far away, and the principal of Jizhou University looked over as well. The students coming over were all freshmen from Jizhou University, numbering around 30 to 40. What exactly do you want to do? The principal of Jizhou University recognized that these were his school students but couldn't understand the reason, making him increasingly anxious. Boss, principal. The students approached, first excitedly looking at Yushio, then greeting the principal of Jizhou University. They already knew in advance what they were doing at the martial arts arena and were very excited. Heavenly pride. Yushio smiled and nodded, then called out softly. Soon, Chu Tianjia led a group of people, each holding a black Kirin team uniform, with a dark Kirin badge displayed on it. Principal Wu, do you mind if I present them with the team badges here? Yushio looked over, and the principal of Jizhou University finally understood what he was doing. Although he felt very displeased, it was still much better than slaughtering the rankings. I don't mind. The principal of Jizhou University forced a smile, shaking his head in resignation. Allowing Yushio to hold a badge presentation ceremony in his school's martial arts arena was quite embarrassing for him. However, he didn't dare to offend Yushio now. In the martial arts arena, a slight misstep could lead to a ranking slaughter, which would be even more humiliating. Compared to the two, the principal of Jizhou University chose the former. At least it looked better than slaughtering the rankings. You must already know why I brought you to the martial arts arena? We know. In that case, I won't say much more. The moment you join the Kirin team, we are brothers. You call me boss, and I will naturally be responsible for you. No matter how difficult the future may be, no matter how arduous the road ahead, I, Yushio, will accompany you to face it. Are you ready? Ready! The members of the Kirin team responded, then shouted loudly, I revere the god of repair, in the name of Kirin, slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all enemies. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Tianjiu and the others shouted in unison, I revere the god of repair, in the name of Kirin, slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all enemies. At the same time, the members of the Kirin Society at Jizhou University also joined in the shouting. At that moment, the sound soared to the sky. Whether it was the principal of Jizhou University beside them or the surrounding students, they all felt their blood boiling. This is the taste of youth. The principal of Jizhou University took a deep breath, looking at the members of the Kirin team with envy and longing. The other students of Jizhou University felt the same. They watched the scene from a distance, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. How they wished that one day they could also become part of them. Zuofei! At this moment, Yushio shouted loudly. A young man stepped out from the crowd, standing tall and proud, his face solemn, yet unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Are you ready? Always ready. Yushio smiled, took the dark-colored Qilin badge handed over by Chu Tianjiao, and personally pinned it on the young man's chest. He then handed over the black Qilin battle team uniform to him. Chen Xiaoxiu. With another name called out, the young man excitedly stepped forward. Just like that, 37 members of the Qilin battle team successfully wore the dark Qilin badge and received their own Qilin battle team uniforms. As everything came to an end, Yushio turned to the president of Jizhou University and said with a light smile, Thank you, Principal Wu, for providing the venue for my Qilin battle team. No need to thank me. Principal Wu waved his hand, his expression no longer as grim as before. Now, his gaze towards Yushio was filled with admiration. The fact that you can have so many people follow you wholeheartedly is enough to prove your charm and character. I hope there can be more people like you and your Qilin battle team members, so that our Huaxia can become even more prosperous. At this moment, Principal Wu had long forgotten about his pride. Seeing the passionate side of the Qilin battle team members made him feel a deep sense of emotion. As the head of a school, he also cared for Huaxia. If there could be more people like Yushio and Huaxia, how could it not thrive? I remember you said a phrase, when the youth is strong, the nation is strong. You are right. Yushio nodded, not wanting to dwell further on the topic. Principal Wu, now that everything here is settled, I should take my leave. The next time we meet might be during the full moon night relic assessment. Principal Wu chuckled, I now have a love-hate relationship with you. Let's go. I'll see you off. Principal Wu waved his hand and followed Yushio towards the parking lot. After a long while, Yushio and the others, accompanied by Principal Wu, left Jizhou University. Watching the bus slowly drive out of Jizhou University, Principal Wu finally let out a long sigh of relief. This living Yama has finally left. Principal Wu sighed and muttered to himself, I really don't know how those kids in the Qilin battle team train. How can each of them be so strong? He had always thought that the members of the Qilin battle team were deliberately hiding their strength, but in the end, he realized that the issue seemed to be something else. He discovered that the members of the Qilin battle team appeared to be fighting above their level, and terrifyingly, each of them had the ability to do so. This was no longer just a matter of talent. Yushio, what exactly have you hidden that allows your subordinates to all possess the ability to fight above their level? Principal Wu sighed deeply, then took out his communicator, dialed a number, and said, immediately announced that Jizhou University promises to give Yushio 10 times the resources and military merit to prevent him from dominating the rankings. After saying this, he hung up the phone. I suffered a loss here, and you all better not think you can have it easy. I'll offer 3 times, and you all must give me 10 times. On the bus leaving Jizhou University, Yushio turned to ask, Tianjiao, have you passed everything to them? Chu Tianjiao nodded. I scanned the items with the communicator and sent them completely to the brothers at Jizhou University. Yushio nodded and said no more, closing his eyes to rest. As for the members of the Qilin battle team, they immediately began practicing the spirit guiding technique and the blood circulation routes of the 2 martial arts techniques. Their main shortcoming now was still in the mobilization and application of their blood energy. Therefore, they were constantly practicing the spirit guiding technique to improve their proficiency. As for the blood circulation routes of the 2 martial arts techniques, they were also practicing continuously. Previously at Jizhou University, they have already experienced the benefits of fighting beyond their level, and now they are increasingly focused on and valuing the spirit summoning technique. Through battle, they have identified their shortcomings. They also understand the power of mobilizing their vital energy in combat. Now, they just need to practice continuously and improve their proficiency, and their combat strength will rise constantly. Compared to the enhancement of their vital energy, they are now more focused on combat power. Only those who have attempted battles beyond their level can truly understand the temptation and beauty within. It can indeed become addictive. Time passed second by second. Yushio and the others arrived at other universities in Jizhou province. However, aside from Jizhou University, which is one of the top 10 prestigious schools, the other universities have only one that ranks in the top 20. Therefore, Yushio did not feel much about the upcoming challenges. It felt almost like a formality. Whenever they reached a school, the top 4 combat power rankings would all concede. Moreover, the principal of that school would grant Yushio 10 times the resources and military merits of the top rank. At first, Yushio was somewhat puzzled by this, but eventually realized that it was all part of the principle of Jizhou University's scheme. These schools had invested heavily to prevent Yushio from dominating the rankings. However, Yushio was happy to accept it. After all, it was resources and military merits being offered to him, and he did not blame the principal of Jizhou University. Whether the principal was cunning or scheming, as long as it did not harm his interests, he would not care. Thus, in 2 days, Yushio challenged all the martial arts universities in Jizhou. The reason it took so long was mainly due to the members of the Qilin team, who experienced countless battles during this time. Of course, all of this was to hone their spirit summoning technique and martial skills. In these 2 days, Yushio could clearly feel the improvement in the combat power of the Qilin team members, especially in their flexible application of the spirit summoning technique and the 2 martial skills vital energy operation routes. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. The next day, Yushio and the others drove to Jinghai, where there is Jinghai University, ranked 3rd in China, and South China University, ranked 8th in China, along with some other martial arts universities in the top 20. Boss! By the time Yushio arrived at Jinghai University, it was already afternoon. The members of the Qilin team studying at Jinghai University were already waiting at the entrance. Yushio, let's have a chat. Just as Yushio arrived at the martial arts arena, he was led aside by the principal of Jinghai University. Is there something you need, Principal Zheng? Regarding the challenge, I know your rules. 10 times the resources and military merits. I have no problem with that. I will have the 4 top combat power rankings concede, said the principal of Jinghai University. I also know that your Qilin team members are quite formidable. Their battles in Jizhou province have been recorded and shared by many. Yushio nodded but did not speak. He suspected that the principal of Jinghai University was not merely stating the achievements of the Qilin team members. There was clearly another purpose. I can help legitimize your Qilin society at our Jinghai University, and I can arrange the best venues for them. However, I have one condition. I hope you can take good care of the students from Jinghai University who join the Qilin Society and give them priority to join your team. Although Jinghai University ranks third in China, I can assure you that our students' combat power is much stronger than that of Kyoto University. At this point, the principal of Jinghai University showed a disdainful expression. Kyoto University is just a group of wealthy heirs. Most of them rely on various spiritual materials to enhance their strength. Don't be fooled by their high realms, they are merely sheltered flowers, and their actual combat power is far lacking. Without experiencing the trials of life and death, it is impossible to become a strong person. Their combat experience is also severely lacking. Of course, I'm not saying that all of them are like that. I admit that there are some truly talented individuals in Kyoto University, but compared to overall combat strength, our Jinghai University is definitely not weaker than theirs. Those noble descendants from Kyoto University who rely on spiritual materials to enhance themselves, I call them blood warriors, they're simply trash. Blood warriors? The president of Jinghai University's description is indeed very apt. Principal Zhang, I'm very curious. When I established the Qilin Society, you seem to be strongly opposed. Why have you suddenly changed your mind and want to develop the Qilin Society extensively at Jinghai University, even hoping that Jinghai University students will join the Qilin battle team? The president of Jinghai University chuckled lightly. I won't beat around the bush with you. I've been paying close attention to the battles of your Qilin battle team during this time. I watch every battle they have, and I've noticed their combat strength is terrifyingly increasing, seemingly growing every day. At first, I thought they were influenced by you and were deliberately hiding their strength. But the more I watched and researched, the more I realized they weren't hiding their strength, they were genuinely improving their combat power every day. Moreover, every time they start a battle, their power surges dramatically, and the two martial skills they use are basically identical. I guess all their martial skills come from you, Yushio. Not only that, but through observation, I found these two martial skills to be strange yet exceptionally powerful. Previously, at Jizhou University, that brat Chu Tianjiao used the Chu family fist, and I could tell that what he used was just a simplified version of Chu Madman's technique. Even though it was a simplified version, I have to admit, it was indeed very powerful. After all, the Chu family fist was brought out by Chu Madman from the Seeking Realm. At this point, the president of Jinghai University suddenly looked at Yushio. You've also been to the Seeking Realm, and your talent is far superior to Chu Madman's. There's simply no comparison. So I believe what you obtained is definitely stronger than what Chu Madman got. As it turns out, that's indeed the case. Those two martial skills are indeed more powerful than Chu Madman's Chu family fist. I'm not referring to that brat Chu Tianjiao's simplified version, but to what I once saw with my own eyes when Chu Madman performed the Chu family fist. Of course, the main issue is that you're willing to share what you obtained in the Seeking Realm with your subordinates. The president of Jinghai University took a deep breath, looking at Yushio with admiration and emotion in his eyes. He felt he couldn't quite see through the young man before him. Only 17 years old, whether in ambition or vision, he was not comparable to ordinary people. Of course, Yushio's ruthless methods and his way of handling matters were also not something an average person could achieve. Even he himself could not do it. In his view, if Yushio cannot become one of the most elite in this world in the future, he would probably lament the unfairness of the world. This is the point I admire you the most, because if I were in your position, I admit I couldn't do this. No wonder the members of the Qilin battle team are so devoted to you. You deserve their support. Yushio remained silent throughout. He was not surprised that the president of Jinghai University could see this, because when he was teaching the Qilin battle team members the spirit summoning techniques and martial skills, he had already guessed that such a day would come. Moreover, it was during the freshman exchange competition, and it was not an exaggeration to say it was under the spotlight, because he is Yushio, the youngest martial king in Huaxia. He was confident that wherever he went, he would attract everyone's attention, and because of him, it was expected that the members of the Qilin battle team would become the focus. I am a principal. I hope my students can have a better future. When you unhesitatingly took out your gains from the Seeking Realm and shared them with the members of the Qilin battle team, I had already made my decision. I believe my students following you will definitely have a better future. The president of Jinghai University suddenly smiled. Everyone thinks there is a rivalry among the top 10 prestigious schools, a struggle among the aristocratic families. However, they are wrong. I can guarantee that, apart from Kyoto University, the other 9 prestigious school presidents will not have such thoughts. Don't be fooled by our daily squabbles. It's all for the sake of our students having a better future and resources. Unlike that fool from Kyoto University, who would rather be a dog for a wealthy family, we disdain to do so. From ancient times to the present, families that seek to control a nation will ultimately meet a bad end. Yushio nodded. Those who are righteous have many allies, while those who are not have few. Well said, that's exactly the point. The president of Jinghai University suddenly slapped his thigh, excitedly saying, "You kid truly has astonishing poetic talent. Your ability to speak in verse is not something ordinary people can compare to, especially your poem Man Jiang Hong. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I specifically asked a calligraphy master to write it out and hang it in my office. Later, I will also have that line written and hung up. You kid, if you have more good verses like this in the future, come up with a few more, and I will have them all written down and hung in my office." Yushio smiled, momentarily unsure how to respond. After all, his poems were also copied. This isn't a historical dynasty world where plagiarizing poetry can earn fame. In a martial arts world, no matter how well he copied the verses, it wouldn't bring any benefits. Let's not talk about this. The president of Jinghai University seemed to sense that Yushio didn't want to dwell on the issue and immediately changed the topic, asking, "Have you considered my suggestion from earlier?" Yushio replied, "I allow them to join the Qilin battle team, and I will absolutely not treat them differently. Our assessment standards at Huaxia University are what they are, and they will be treated equally. As long as they are excellent enough, I won't deliberately hold them back. Once they enter the battle team, regardless of which school they come from, they will be my brothers in life and death. The resources they deserve will not be lacking, including everything I gained in the Seeking Realm. They will be treated equally." Yushio intentionally mentioned the Seeking Realm at the end, which was a way of acknowledging that the combat power of the Qilin battle team members was enhanced because they practiced the martial skills he obtained in the Seeking Realm. Of course, there was nothing to hide. People are not fools. The two martial skills practiced by the Qilin battle team members are exactly the same. Moreover, they can fight above their level. With a little thought, people would realize that it was Yushio who taught them what he gained from the Seeking Realm. This way, it could also earn Yushio some reputation. No one dislikes a leader who is completely open with their subordinates. Just like the current president of Jinghai University, who is trying to push his students onto Yushio because of this matter. "Deal," the president of Jinghai University said happily. "I am already very satisfied that you can say this. As long as you do not treat our Jinghai University students differently and regard them as your own brothers, I have nothing more to say. I also believe you can do it." In the eyes of the president of Jinghai University, someone willing to impart everything gained from the Seeking Realm without reservation to their subordinates has already proven their character. Such a person would never deceive themselves over trivial matters. This is the vision. This is also why the president of Jinghai University believes the Qilin battle team will achieve extraordinary success in the future. A leader willing to invest in their subordinates, along with a group of loyal followers, makes it hard for such a battle team not to stand out. It echoes the saying, a legendary figure, as long as their vision is broad, the team they build will surely be legendary. After you finish challenging the combat power rankings, you should also personally wear the badge, right? I can announce this matter at that time. The Qilin Society will officially settle in Jinghai University, and at the same time, I will give the Qilin Society all the green lights and support. Yushio nodded. He then returned to the martial arts arena with the president of Jinghai University. As Yushio arrived, 4 young men immediately stepped out from the crowd. "Shoshin, we admit defeat." It was obvious that this had been arranged in advance by the president of Jinghai University. With Yushio's strength, these 4 top students on the leaderboard certainly had no objections. Rather than being beaten and lying in a hospital bed for months, it was better to admit defeat honestly. Good. The president of Jinghai University had already hinted at this matter, and Yushio was not surprised at all. He merely nodded slightly to accept the 4's concession. Next, the positions of the 4 major leaderboard spots at Jinghai University were replaced with Yushio's name from Huaxia University. Next, let your Qilin team go up and have some fun. Seeing the name change on the combat power leaderboard, the president of Jinghai University said to Yushio, "Go ahead." Yushio had already seen the fighting spirit in Chu Tianjiu and the others' eyes, so he naturally would not refuse. Previously, when they were in Jizhou province, apart from Jizhou University, the strength of students from other schools was not impressive, which led to the Qilin team members not having a thorough battle. Now, facing Jinghai University, they were already itching to fight. "Damn, Tianjiao, do you have to be so quick?" "Yeah, it's always you who goes on first. It's our turn this time." No wonder Tianjiao has so many girlfriends. It turns out it's because he's fast. As Yushio's words fell, Chu Tianjiao immediately rushed onto the martial arts arena. However, facing the words of the Qilin team members, Chu Tianjiao just grinned. "You guys can just be envious and jealous. You think you can provoke me? Don't even think about it." After Chu Tianjiao took the stage, the president of Jinghai University immediately became serious, carefully observing Chu Tianjiao's battle. He nodded while watching. Yushio turned to glance at the president of Jinghai University, saw his expression, and merely smiled faintly without saying anything further. Time passed second by second. After Chu Tianjiao achieved 7 consecutive victories, he stepped down, and then the members of the Qilin team eagerly rushed onto the martial arts arena to challenge. Without exception, the members of the Qilin team all ended with consecutive victories. If it weren't for their exhaustion at the end, they would have continued to challenge. As the sky gradually darkened, the challenges finally came to an end. Ah, I really envy Ulchin. He has such a group of students like you. The members of the Qilin team who just took the stage were all freshmen from Huaxia University. The president of Jinghai University watched very seriously. In his view, each of these young guys had the ability to fight beyond their level. This was a very terrifying power. Currently, the strength of the Qilin team members was still relatively weak, but once they grew, if each of them possessed the strength of a martial sovereign, combined with their ability to fight beyond their level, it would be simply too frightening. The president of Jinghai University dared not think any further. Of course, he was also very glad for his wisdom, having discovered the secret of the Qilin team early, allowing his school's students to seize the opportunity first. The earlier one joined the Qilin team, the faster they could learn good things and gain the ability to fight beyond their level. They are really excellent. The battles I saw through the video had many discrepancies. Now that I have witnessed it in person, I finally understand how stunning the things you taught them truly are. The president of Jinghai University sighed and smiled. The challenges are over. Is it time to start awarding them the Black Qilin badge of the Qilin team? Yuxiu nodded and then signaled for Chu Tianjiao to start preparing. After a moment, the members of the Qilin team studying at Jinghai University walked onto the martial arts arena one by one. After Yuxiu personally awarded the Black Qilin badge, he also distributed the Qilin team uniforms. Once everything was completed, the president of Jinghai University walked to the center of the martial arts arena with a serious expression and said, "I am now announcing something. Starting today, we at Jinghai University officially allow the Qilin Society to settle in. We will provide the Qilin Society with exclusive venues and various benefits. Of course, we will facilitate all activities of the Qilin Society and compensate for the losses incurred previously. From now on, the school will also help the Qilin Society to develop vigorously. I urge all students to join the Qilin Society." As the president's words fell, the students and mentors present were all dumbfounded. They were well aware of the strong resistance Jinghai University had shown towards the Qilin Society before, but now, suddenly calling for students to join the Qilin Society, it had completely become legalized at Jinghai University. The main reason was the conclusion of the freshman exchange competition, which indicated that the president's sudden change of attitude was definitely related to Yuxiu. They were very curious about what Yuxiu had done to make the president change his mind. Of course, some people present were very excited. These were members of the Qilin Society at Jinghai University, as well as the president of the society. They had secretly formed the Qilin Society, and although they rented a venue outside the school, many other societies at Jinghai University often caused trouble under the guise of the school's resistance. Because of this, the Qilin Society had many conflicts with other societies, suffering more defeats than victories. After all, there were many 3rd and 4th year students in the other societies. Previously, because the Qilin Society was not recognized by Jinghai University, many 3rd and 4th year students wanted to join but were worried it would affect their graduation. This led to the Qilin Society having mostly freshmen and a few older students. As a result, their overall strength was naturally not a match for the combined forces of other societies, and suffering was inevitable. But now, after enduring hardships, they understood the reason for the president's sudden change of attitude must be because of their leader. They all excitedly shouted in their hearts phrases like "Our leader is amazing." Thus, the Qilin Society would rise. Completely rise. Yuxiu, it's getting late. I have arranged accommodation for you. You can set off tomorrow, the president of Jinghai University said to Yuxiu as he approached him in the martial arts arena. As for dinner, I won't arrange that for you. I won't disturb you young people. With that, the president of Jinghai University smiled and turned to leave. Boss, let's go hang out. Okay. After Yuxiu nodded, everyone headed straight for the university's cafeteria. Student Yuxiu, the president has arranged a dining place for you. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, a middle-aged man approached them with a light smile and said, "Please follow me." "Thank President Zhang for me." Yuxiu nodded and followed closely behind. Moments later, all members of the Qilin team entered a very large private room. There were over 20 tables set up, each adorned with various delicacies. And spirit wine? Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the wine jars on the table. "Boss, it seems the president is quite friendly towards you." When they first arrived at the cafeteria and heard that the president of Jinghai University had prepared a dining place for them, they were actually quite surprised. Throughout their journey, whenever they arrived at a school, they were usually the targets of disdain from the principals. But it was understandable. They came to challenge and compete, clearly intending to slap the school in the face. The fact that the principal didn't angrily scold them on the spot was already quite polite. However, the president of Jinghai University was different. Not only did he arrange a place for them to eat, but he also prepared spirit wine. Boss, the president of Jinghai University truly has vision. He deserves to be the principal of the second-ranked prestigious school. Isn't it ranked third? TCH, although Kyoto University is ranked second, no one acknowledges it. The outside world believes the second place belongs to Jinghai University. I won't speak for others, but I only acknowledge that Jinghai University is the second-ranked prestigious school. Upon hearing the words of the Qilin team member, the middle-aged man who had brought them in immediately wore a broad smile, and his gaze towards everyone became much friendlier. Classmate Yushio, I won't disturb your meal any longer. If you need anything, just have the waiter outside find me. Thank you. Yushio nodded, and the middle-aged man turned and left the private room. Boss, we toast to you. After a drink, everyone wanted to continue, but Yushio waved his hand and said, let's not rush to drink. Tianjiao, send them the spirit summoning technique and martial skills. Chu Tianjiao nodded and sent over the diagrams he had specially prepared. Boss, is this the reason why Tianjiao and the others can fight above their level? Yushio nodded and chuckled. With hard work, you can also challenge above your level. The members of the Qilin team from Jinghai University nodded, just in time. We are going to challenge other schools in a couple of days, so this is a good opportunity to hone our skills. The next day, after leaving Jinghai University with the members of the Qilin team, Yushio immediately headed towards South China Martial University. The main goal of coming to Jinghai this time was these two top 10 prestigious schools. Upon arriving at South China Martial University, he also met Yang Duling. When the Qilin Club was formed at South China Martial University, Yang Duling became one of the 3 vice presidents. Boss. Hearing Yang Duling call him boss made Yushio feel a bit strange, and he waved his hand, saying, just call me by my name. No way. Let's stick to the rules. I am now a member of the Qilin team, so it's only right to call you boss, Yang Duling replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao next to her gave her a thumbs up. Ever since being beaten up by Yushio last time, Chu Tianjiao no longer dared to call Yang Duling's sister-in-law in front of Yushio. Of course, the main reason was that Chu Tianjiao felt that her cousin Zhang Zui was not worthy of Yushio. After the last incident, the relationship between Chu Tianjiao and Zhang Zui had also become less close, creating a rift between them. Although they were now both part of the Qilin team, Chu Tianjiao's attitude towards her cousin Zhang Zui was more of a teammate than a relative. Zhang Zui was also aware of this and knew that it couldn't be rushed, it would take time to mend. After that incident, Zhang Zui was also scolded by Old Master Chu, who advised her not to speak out of turn and to follow Yushio closely, as her main identity now was a member of the Qilin team. Do as you wish. Yushio didn't say much about it. After entering South China Martial University, they headed straight for the martial arts arena. As expected, the top of the 4 major rankings conceded again. Next, the members of the Qilin team began to challenge and hone their martial skills. By noon, Yushio presented the members of the Qilin team at South China Martial University with dark-colored Qilin badges and distributed the Qilin team uniforms. Most importantly, he imparted the spirit summoning technique and 2 martial skills to them. After that, leaving South China Martial University, Yushio and his team swept through the entire Jinghai Martial University. Soon, more than 10 days passed. Yushio had swept through 5 provinces' martial arts universities, including top 10 prestigious schools like North China Martial University and Jiangnan Martial University. However, during this period, Yushio had not made a single move. At every school he arrived at, the principal promised Yushio 10 times the resources and military merits to spare their school from being wiped out. Yushio, the principal has sent a message. The day after tomorrow is the full moon night. He wants us to stop the new student exchange competition and return to Kyoto, Instructor Lin said after finishing a call with the principal. Time flies. It's already the end of September in the blink of an eye, Yushio sighed and then said, get in the car, we're going back to Kyoto. As Yushio returned to Kyoto, all factions learned the news and began to express their sentiments. With Yushio's presence during the relic assessment on the full moon night, it would probably be difficult to handle, especially those noble families in Kyoto. They are all extremely worried now. Although they managed to avoid the crisis on the night of the full moon last time by being extorted by Yushio, they do not dare to truly trust him. Who knows if Yushio will enter the ruins and start killing? In previous years' assessments of the ruins, the strength of the various forces entering the ruins was generally similar, and even the children of these noble families from Kyoto were usually a bit stronger. But now, because of Yushio's presence, they have to start worrying. The day after tomorrow is the assessment of the ruins on the night of the full moon. Should we discuss with Yushio, or offer him some benefits to ensure he doesn't target our family members? At this moment, in a courtyard in Kyoto, dozens of elderly men over 50 were seated, all of whom were the leaders of the major noble families in Kyoto. They had gathered together to discuss due to Yushio's return. I think it's feasible. Although Yushio is ruthless, he at least keeps his word. If we can get him to agree not to target us, things shouldn't be that bad. I agree. Let's offer some benefits to Yushio, and we can all contribute from our families. The Secret Realm City will also participate in the ruins assessment. Do you think we could unite with them to target Yushio? An old man beside them snorted coldly. Secret Realm City? Although their strength is more formidable than ours in Huaxia, they are not strong enough to match Yushio. You must understand, one can only enter the ruins assessment once in a lifetime. Even those who have already entered the ruins are not Yushio's match, let alone these younger generations. To put it bluntly, among us, who can match Yushio? Relying on Secret Realm City, don't end up losing everything while trying to gain something. Unless someone from the Secret Realm City in the No Man's Land comes, otherwise it's all just talk. But will the Secret Realm City from the No Man's Land come to Huaxia? In their eyes, we are all slaves. The old man who had just suggested seeking cooperation with the Secret Realm City explained, I know that the geniuses from the Secret Realm City are not Yushio's opponents, but the Secret Realm City has martial emperors. They must know about Yushio's strength, and to ensure the safety of their younger generation, they will definitely provide many life-preserving treasures. Even though Yushio is a martial king, he is still an ant in front of a martial emperor. I think we can cooperate. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the elderly men present fell silent. Seeing this scene, an elder sitting at the front asked, since everyone has differing opinions, let's vote by raising hands. Families willing to seek cooperation with the Secret Realm City, please raise your hands now. The elder scanned the room and nodded. 17 families are willing to seek cooperation with the Secret Realm City. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, the family leaders who had raised their hands showed difficulty on their faces and asked, Elder Wu, do you also want to give benefits to Yushio? The elder replied expressionlessly, whether I want to or not is my business. Since you have already decided, you may leave. While there's still time, hurry and contact the people from the Secret Realm City to seek cooperation. The others were momentarily stunned. Ultimately, it was the elder who had proposed the idea earlier who coldly snorted, since you, Old Wu, are willing to bow to a junior, we are not. Yushio is just a lowly commoner from a poor family. Because of some opportunities, his strength has increased. How dare he oppose us noble families? He is seeking death. Your spines have been broken by Yushio, but ours have not. Which family here lacks foundation in the Secret Realm City? No matter how strong Yushio is, he is still just a martial king. Even if there is the madman from the Chu family, what can he do? That madman is still just a martial king. They can only be arrogant in Huaxia now. Let's not forget there is still the Secret Realm City, and we have martial emperor ancestors. Indeed, Yushio's strength has risen rapidly, but I don't believe he can quickly reach the martial emperor realm. Let's go. A group of people left. The elderly man with the surname Wu just spoke, truly foolish, utterly foolish. Does the Secret Realm City have any depth? To them, our families from the Huaxia homeland are nothing but slaves. When the higher-ups targeted our families, the Secret Realm City did not step forward to help, treating us as cannon fodder. The main family of the Secret Realm City only sees their own interests. They are solely focused on securing a place in the uninhabited zone. How could they care about us? Martial Emperor powerhouses? The strong martial emperors in their prime are all in the uninhabited zone, and those who are about to wither, do they dare to leave the Secret Realm City? Do you think it's possible for them to take action against Su? As these words were spoken, the others present sighed deeply, unable to help but nod in agreement. Elder Wu makes a point. In the past, we only supplied geniuses to the Secret Realm City and provided resources. But in recent years, the pressure from above has become increasingly severe. Even during the last training camp reform, we were forced to comply. In the end, it is always us, the children of these great families, who suffer, while we take the blame. The higher-ups are digging at our foundations, and we can only endure in silence. Those main families in the Secret Realm City, when have they ever cared about us? They only arranged for some blood god cult to help, but has it really helped us? Nowadays, the blood god cult is also being suppressed by the higher-ups, completely like a mouse, not daring to act at all. What happened to the promised assassination of Su? Back when Su was a grandmaster, the blood god cult said they would take action, but now that Su has become a martial king, have they ever made a move? It would have been better for us to arrange for someone to assassinate Su. Things wouldn't have developed to this point. Elder Wu waved his hand. There's no need to complain now. Previously, the higher-ups valued Sue and specifically warned our families that anyone who dared to act would be killed as an example. The only thing we could do back then was to choose to trust those from the main family of the Secret Realm City to believe that the Blood God cult could kill Sue. However, things have turned out contrary to our expectations. Hearing these words, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. Did they not understand? Not to mention their past selves, even now, they were still shackled. Therefore, I suggest we befriend Sue. Of course, I know this is difficult, but we must do it. Elder Wu said, even if we cannot succeed, at least it will prevent Sue from deliberately targeting us, and of course, it also shows an attitude to the higher-ups. The main family of the Secret Realm City thinks that the higher-ups are solely focused on the uninhabited zone and have abandoned the Huaxia homeland. This is simply naive. This is the strength of a nation. The higher-ups face not only fierce beasts in the uninhabited zone but also the united targeting of other countries. If the higher-ups truly had no capability, the Huaxia civilization in the uninhabited zone would have long since collapsed. How could it have persisted until now? We really need to consider ourselves. We cannot end up as cannon fodder. Everyone, do you still want to rely on the main family of the Secret Realm City to save us? We need to save ourselves. The crowd fell silent for a long time. Then someone spoke up and asked, Elder Wu, we agree to befriend Sue, but how much resources should we offer to befriend him? As soon as this was said, everyone looked towards Elder Wu. Half of our assets. Elder Wu's face showed a decisive expression as he looked up at everyone and said solemnly, we have no way out now. If we cannot be ruthless, what awaits us is the disaster of extermination. Half of our assets? Everyone present was stunned. They had thought they would have to offer a lot of resources this time, but they never expected Elder Wu to propose half of their assets. This made them feel quite pained and very reluctant. At this moment, Old Wu spoke again. Of course, this is the condition we offer. Our Wu family is prepared to give up all our assets to support Yuxiu, hoping that some of our family members can join Yuxiu's Qilin battle team. Hiss! Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in disbelief, looking incredulously at the elder at the front. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. After a long pause, someone broke the silence. Old Wu, has the situation really become this serious? Old Wu sighed and said, I don't want to hide it from you. Based on some information from the No Man's Land, I have deduced a piece of news. The higher-ups may want to support Yuxiu and unify the entire Huaxia territory. There is even a possibility that they will grant Yuxiu the title of marshal, a national commander. You should understand what this means. Since the beginning of the martial arts era, there have been a total of 17 marshals in Huaxia, but they were mostly appointed for their great contributions in the early days of the martial arts era against the ferocious beasts. Has there been any marshal since then? Yuxiu is very likely to be the only person in modern times to be granted the title of marshal, and he may also be the youngest marshal in the history of Huaxia. The people present exchanged glances, all showing a dazed expression. Marshal! They were well aware of what this meant. Moreover, this was under the condition that Yuxiu had his own battle team. Once he became a marshal, it would mean that Yuxiu could form an army of 100,000, and it would be a very special marshal. Because the soldiers of other marshals belong to the state, they only have command authority. But Yuxiu is different. This would be an army of 100,000 under the name of a battle team, solely belonging to Yuxiu, with even the state having no power to deploy them. In ancient times, this was equivalent to the treatment of a prince, an independent army. This is more terrifying than a prince, equivalent to a feudal lord. Old Wu, is this news true? Are the higher-ups really going to grant the title of marshal? I really can't understand. Although Yuxiu is powerful and talented, he shouldn't be at the level of a marshal. An army of 100,000, and in the form of a battle team, this is completely the treatment of a feudal lord. How could the higher-ups be willing to let Yuxiu have such power? Isn't this decentralization? Once Yuxiu has ill intentions, the entire Huaxia will fall apart. I believe this is a rumor. The higher-ups would never do such a thing. Old Wu sighed and said, I have said that the higher-ups have this idea and are supporting and cultivating Yuxiu in this direction. Currently, the higher-ups cannot grant Yuxiu the title of marshal. It would not be accepted, and those big families in the No Man's Land would definitely not agree. They cannot tolerate someone from a humble background surpassing them. Of course, I also have my speculations. The higher-ups may be using Yuxiu as a tool to counter those powerful families in the No Man's Land. However, whether as a tool or genuine support, it makes no difference to us. I only know that in the coming years, Yuxiu's power will reach a terrifying level. Even if Yuxiu ends up being a tool for the higher-ups, we will not be implicated. People like us, small fry, they wouldn't even bother to target. That said, even if those big families in the No Man's Land want to target us, that would be a long time from now. But now, how much longer can our families exist? How much longer can we hold on? Old Wu's words immediately made the expressions of those present serious. they understood the urgency of the situation. Their families had reached a stage of survival. A slight misstep could lead to their annihilation. Old Wu, if we also offer all our assets, can it really give our family members the opportunity to join the Qilin battle team? The people present were not fools. They understood what a battle team meant, especially one formed by a powerful warrior with the strength of a martial king. Moreover, with what Old Wu had said earlier about the higher-ups intending to support Yu Xiu as a marshal, if this matter is true, then Yu Xiu will have a place in the uninhabited zone in the future. If the members of their family can successfully join the Qilin battle team, then these people will also have the opportunity to settle in the uninhabited zone. I can't be sure, nor can I give you any guarantees, Old Wu shook his head and said, but it all depends on human effort. Regardless of whether there is an opportunity or not, we must first take action. If we don't take action, then don't even mention opportunities, we will only be waiting for death. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and then someone immediately spoke up, Old Wu, I am also willing to offer all my family assets to gamble on this opportunity. I am willing to take a gamble too. We are willing as well. As everyone present began to speak, Old Wu nodded and said, in that case, once Yu Xiu returns to Kyoto, I will represent all of you to visit Huaxia University and have a talk with Yu Xiu. Thank you, Old Wu. Thank you for your trouble, Old Wu. Everyone stood up to express their gratitude, and Old Wu also got up and walked out of the courtyard. It wasn't until Old Wu got into a black luxury car that the others began to disperse. Hey, Old Shen. As the vehicle started, Old Wu took out a communicator and dialed. A few seconds later, Old Wu burst into hearty laughter. You old rascal, using the relic assessment on the night of the full moon, those people were indeed scared. It's already been implemented according to plan. Among the third-rate families in Kyoto, more than half are willing to offer all their assets to Yu Xiu. You old rascal, you promised me that those few kids in my family could join the Qilin battle team. If you dare to go back on your word, I will definitely fight you to the end, even if the higher-ups blame me. I won't let it go. Alright, I'll go to Huaxia University tomorrow. You just arranged the specific matters. After hanging up the communicator, in the office of the president of Huaxia University, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy asked, has this matter really been settled? The president of Huaxia University sneered, you should know who I am. Under my planning, they are just cornered beasts, they have no choice but to agree. Old Wu said that among the third-rate families in Kyoto, most have already expressed their willingness to offer all their assets to Yu Xiu. This time, not only can we complete the task from above, but we can also help Yu Xiu make a fortune. It's simply perfect. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy frowned and said, this is a task from above. Helping Yu Xiu gather wealth, won't there be any objections from above? Objections? The president of Huaxia University snorted coldly, do they really think they can let Yu Xiu help for free? The Qilin battle team is also Yu Xiu, and entering the relics to do work is also Yu Xiu. If they don't mention benefits, we will take the benefits ourselves. Do they really think we are fools, letting them take the benefits while we work for nothing? The dean of the Martial Arts Academy sighed. Is this really okay? Won't it affect Yu Xiu? The president of Huaxia University snorted. What the hell is the impact? They are just local leaders in Huaxia, executing orders from above. If Yu Xiu does all the work, they will take the credit without contributing anything. Impact? Yu Xiu is the martial king. No, Yu Xiu is now the martial emperor. If they have the ability, let them find trouble with Yu Xiu. Do you think they have the guts? With these people, what ability do they have? If it weren't for a few big shots in the cabinet laying out plans in Huaxia before leaving, with their abilities, Huaxia would have long become the territory of those wealthy families. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy nodded. I understand what you mean. I'm just worried that the cabinet might have some dissatisfaction with Yu Xiu. Don't look at Yu Xiu saying he only wants to protect his relatives and family now. But with his character, if he wants to break through to a higher realm, he will definitely go to the uninhabited zone in the end. Once the cabinet has some dissatisfaction with Yu Xiu, he will find it difficult to move in the uninhabited zone. The president of Huaxia University chuckled lightly. You, old Jiang, do you really think I wouldn't consider these things? Let me tell you secretly, the cabinet intends to support Yu Xiu. If Yu Xiu performs well afterwards, he might be granted the title of general. Right now, Yu Xiu is the darling of the cabinet, would they blame him? Let me put it this way, the cabinet has placed all their guilt over Chu Fingzi onto Yu Xiu, understand? Yu Xiu is now tied to Chu Fingzi, they rise and fall together. The cabinet is helping Yu Xiu because they see his potential, and also to indirectly make up for Chu Fingzi. General? The head of the Martial Arts Academy was immediately taken aback, his face showing disbelief. Yu Xiu now has his own battle team. If he is granted the title of general, with both identities combined, it means Yu Xiu could have an independent army of 100,000. And this independent army would not be subject to the cabinet's command. This power would be immense. Indeed, it would be immense. The president of Huaxia University nodded gravely. Immense power means many will be envious and jealous. Although Chu Fengzi is currently restrained in Qin province, he has many enemies. Now that Yuxiu is tied to Chu Fengzi, once Yuxiu gains immense power, there will be plenty of trouble. Of course, opportunity and danger coexist. You understand this principle, right? If this kid Yuxiu's strength increases rapidly, when he steps into the uninhabited zone with the strength of a martial saint or martial emperor, the crisis will pose little threat to him. If paired with this immense power, Yuxiu will surely become a regional lord. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for Yuxiu to occupy a domain in the uninhabited zone. Domain? The head of the martial arts academy gasped. A domain is a small world. People often speak of martial gods. However, one of the breakthrough conditions for a martial god is to merge with the heart of the world. The god of a domain is the source of the martial god. With a domain as a foundation, developing power, the members of the Qilin battle team would also improve rapidly. An independent army of 100,000? If people like Chu Tianjiao can break through to martial saint or martial emperor, what kind of immense power would Yuxiu possess? The head of the martial arts academy dared not think further. You make a valid point. The head of the martial arts academy steadied himself and sighed. This kid Yuxiu is deeply hidden. Perhaps even the martial emperor is not his true strength. Although there are plans above to use Yuxiu as a tool, his strength is the foundation for gaining opportunities. When a tool rises and becomes a giant, that will be interesting. The president of Huaxia University said, the cabinet has this intention as well. They hope Yuxiu can become a giant. In fact, the cabinet is also betting on Yuxiu's future potential. That night, Yuxiu and the others finally returned to Huaxia University. Due to the late hour, they did not seek out the president but returned to their own places. Until the next morning, the president arrived early at Yuxiu's villa, accompanied by the leader of the Wu family from Kyoto. President, who is this? Yuxiu glanced at old Wu, a look of confusion on his face. This old man is the current leader of the Wu family in Kyoto. The president of Huaxia University chuckled lightly and explained. But old Wu is one of us. You can think of him as an undercover. The reason he could become the leader of the Wu family is also due to help from above. Over the years, old Wu has been working for them. Do you remember when the major families in Kyoto proposed changing the training camp rules? It was old Wu who pushed for it behind the scenes. Yuxiu nodded, his expression still emotionless. Clearly, he had no good feelings towards old Wu or those above. Regardless of whether their actions were for the greater good, Yuxiu simply did not like them. Just speak plainly, President. Yuxiu cast a faint glance at old Wu and then looked at the president of Huaxia University. He knew the president had brought this person over early in the morning for a reason. Then I'll get straight to the point. The president of Huaxia University chuckled. Old Wu, there are many families in Kyoto willing to offer their entire fortune, just to have their children join the Qilin battle team. Yuxiu frowned slightly and asked, all the family members? The president of Huaxia University shook his head with a smile. Of course not, 5 from each family. As he spoke, the president subtly gestured to Yuxiu. Seeing this, Yuxiu secretly smiled to himself. It seemed the president was trying to pull a fast one. 5 people is impossible. Yuxiu shook his head and added, I'll give each family 10 spots. Upon hearing this, not only was old Wu dumbfounded, but even the president of Huaxia University looked bewildered. Mr. Are you serious? Old Wu asked, his face filled with excitement. Serious? Yuxiu replied, these 10 spots are up to you, but I can't guarantee that each of them will be able to join the Qilin battle team. I assume you've all heard about the achievements of my team members during this time. I won't hide it from you. The reason they can fight above their level is that I taught them the mysterious martial arts I obtained in the Seeking Realm. You should understand what my actions imply. Anyone who joins the Qilin battle team is a brother of life and death to me, Yuxiu. I will never hide anything from them. Of course, to join the Qilin battle team, they must pass my assessment. If your family members can pass the assessment and successfully join the Qilin battle team, I will naturally teach them what I obtained from the Seeking Realm without hesitation. Not only that, but I will also impart even more precious things to them. Upon hearing this, old Wu was already visibly excited. They had suspected something before, but now that Yuxiu had personally confirmed it, old Wu could hardly imagine it. A person was actually willing to unconditionally teach treasures obtained in the Seeking Realm to those without blood ties, even if they were his subordinates. Old Wu knew he couldn't do that. In this world, perhaps only Yuxiu could achieve such a mindset and vision. Old Wu believed his decision was correct. When the president of Huaxia University first mentioned this matter to him, old Wu was very hesitant. Although he had to complete the task from above, the task did not state that he had to give up his entire fortune. So this decision was one he made with determination. Mr. What if none of the 10 spots pass? Then I can't help you. Yushio shook his head. My Chilan battle team does not need useless people or those with ulterior motives. As for whether you want to continue the transaction, it's entirely up to you. At this moment, the president of Huaxia University also chimed in. Old Wu, you've seen what Yushio has done for the Chilan battle team. Of course, you don't have to worry about Yushio deliberately blocking your family members. As long as they genuinely want to join the Chilan battle team and work hard enough, I believe Yushio will definitely not reject them on purpose. I still have great faith in Yushio's character. Once this opportunity is missed, it won't come again. Think about it, even if Yushio agrees to take in 5 of your family members and then marginalizes them or relegates them to logistics without giving them resources or treasures from the seeking realm, would that be good? The fact that Yushio can offer you such conditions means he doesn't want to take your family's wealth for nothing. Old Wu, your descendants will have their own fortunes. If you want them to be mere cogs in the logistics of the Chilan battle team, I can persuade Yushio to agree to your conditions. But if you want them to become dragons, how can they succeed without undergoing some trials? These family members of yours have used the best resources since childhood, their foundations are solid, but they lack experience in trials, leading to their inflated strength, being called blood warriors by outsiders. In my opinion, having them undergo the assessment of the Chilan team is a good opportunity for Yushio to hone his skills and abilities. I don't think I need to say much more. What he did during military training shocked the entire nation, and the military department even took the initiative to request Yushio to serve as the chief instructor. Yushio's abilities are beyond doubt, and trusting those young ones from your family to him will surely be the right choice. Old Wu, you must remember that Yushio will eventually head to the uninhabited zone. If those young ones from your family do not succeed, it will only lead to their untimely demise. At this point, the president of Huaxia University deliberately sighed. Old Wu furrowed his brows tightly. He remained silent for a long time before finally nodding and saying, Our Wu family agrees to Mr. Yu's request. However, I cannot guarantee whether the other families will agree. I am not sure. Of course, I will try my best to persuade them. Olshin, you are right, those young ones are the future of our families. If they cannot succeed, it would be better for them to stay at home in peace. Enjoy a moment of wealth until the day of reckoning for our families arrives. Although the Wu family is acting under orders from above, once the matter is exposed, our future will also be in jeopardy. With that, Old Wu stood up and said, Old Shin, arrange for someone to come with me to the Wu family to settle all the family assets. The president of Huaxia University chuckled lightly. Old Wu, just hand over the resources. As for those mundane possessions, we can leave some for you. After all, such a large family still needs to survive. In fact, being a wealthy man in peace is not a bad thing. Old Wu nodded. I understand your meaning. After Old Wu left, Yushio couldn't help but give the president of Huaxia University a thumbs up. President, your silver tongue can indeed debate with the scholars. It's nothing. The president of Huaxia University smiled lightly. These families are already in deep trouble. The higher-ups have already started taking action. Old Wu and the others are considered smart people. Perhaps later, out of respect for you, the higher-ups will leave them a way out, allowing them to live comfortably as wealthy men. As for the other fools who think they can use the remnants of the secret realm city to resist you, I can only chuckle. Martial emperors, huh? As if anyone isn't one. Yushio smiled and pretended to be surprised as he asked, President, aren't you a 9-star martial venerable? When did you break through to martial emperor? Have you been hiding your strength all alone? The president of Huaxia University was taken aback and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you have no conscience? I've helped you acquire so many resources, and you're still teasing me on purpose? Are you trying to break this old comrade's heart? You ungrateful kids. Those young ones in the group tease me every day, and now you do too. Do you think this old comrade is easy to bully? Yushio knew that those young ones in the group were definitely seniors from other universities. Through chatting with these seniors, he had learned some of the president's past. This was also something Yushio admired. No wonder these seniors were so close to and respectful of the president. Who wouldn't respect a good principal who always thinks of his students? In fact, Yushio understood that the president had helped him a lot. While the president couldn't assist him in terms of strength, he was always helping him acquire resources. Knowing that he had a team to support, the president was doing his utmost. Various schemes and tricks. Although his time with the president was short, Yushio had already come to regard him as family. Faced with this principal, who would go to great lengths to help him acquire resources, it was hard for Yushio not to feel affection. Old Shin, don't be sad. Yushio smiled lightly. Once I go to the uninhabited zone, I will definitely get you many supreme-grade spiritual materials to help you break through to Martial Emperor. Little Martial Emperor, how could he possibly trouble our great president of Huaxia University? Don't you think so? No respect. The president of Huaxia University was taken aback, snorted coldly, "Did you just call me old Shen? Don't follow the bad examples of your seniors. Besides, do I need you to break through? That's a piece of cake." At this point, he rolled his eyes and said, "To be honest, I don't want a breakthrough. I'm worried that after I become a martial king, those old geezers above will send me to the Secret Realm City. In the Secret Realm City, it's all about fighting and killing every day, not suitable for an old comrade like me. I prefer teaching and nurturing. With me around, those old geezers from other schools can forget about surpassing Huaxia University. So, mind your own business and let me handle mine." Yushio smiled and said, "All right, old Shin, you are a man with dreams. I won't interfere." Although he said this, Yushio still saw the loneliness in the president's eyes. Through those seniors, he knew the president had an obsession with breaking through. But now that he was older, ordinary spiritual materials could no longer help him break through. With the decline of his vitality, the president was getting further away from a breakthrough. "Old Shun, I have a few martial arts techniques that I can't quite understand. Can you help me take a look?" The president of Huaxia University scoffed, "Is there anything you don't understand?" Yushio pouted, "Isn't it your fault? I just started my freshman year and haven't learned martial theory yet, and you already made me do labor. You need to take responsibility for this." The president of Huaxia University chuckled, "Show me, I'll let you see what a martial theory encyclopedia looks like." Yushio smiled and then took out a book on spirit summoning technique and 2 yellow-level martial arts techniques, one being shadow step and the other a sword technique. Yushio knew the president specialized in sword techniques, so he deliberately brought them out. "Spirit summoning technique? What kind of technique is this? I've never heard of it." The president of Huaxia University glanced at the name and couldn't help but frown. However, he maintained his composure to avoid letting Yushio catch on, then opened the spirit summoning technique and began to examine it. Beside him, Yushio suppressed his laughter and remained silent. As the president became more engrossed, he occasionally frowned and gasped in surprise. "Wonderful, wonderful. The vitality can actually be mobilized. I've never heard of this. Such a cultivation method has already surpassed the original realm of martial arts." After the president finished reading, he still wore a shocked expression. He looked up and saw Yushio's expression. The president finally reacted, "You little rascal, is this the treasure you obtained in the Seeking Realm?" Yushio nodded, "I got it in the Seeking Realm, old Shin. Isn't it shocking?" "Indeed, very shocking." The president sighed, "Have those kids from Chu Tianjiu also started practicing the spirit summoning technique?" Seeing Yushio nod, he helplessly said, "Sai, you shouldn't have taught them these techniques, it will bring you trouble. Fighting beyond one's level is an opportunity exclusive to high-level talent holders. But now everyone in the Qilin battle team can fight beyond their level. Doesn't that make others suspicious of you?" Yushio chuckled, "Old Shen, have you forgotten my strength? Do you think there's anyone in Huaxia or even in the Secret Realm City who can defeat me? Of course, I have my reasons for doing this, I must do it. I can't explain it to you." Yushio thought to himself, "I can only strengthen my power by spreading this knowledge, so I won't have to worry about others keeping an eye on me." "You little brat." The president of Huaxia University laughed, "I know you're powerful, but 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. You need to be careful. Those little guys from Chu Tianjiu haven't grown up yet. They can't be your support, so you need to be even more cautious. After the relic assessment on the night of the full moon, go seize the secret realm as soon as possible. With our own base, the strength of Chu Tianjiu and the others can improve faster, and your family can be safer." Yushio nodded and said, "I understand. Old Shun, I've brought everything out. You should learn all of it." The other 2 martial arts techniques are even more exquisite than the spirit summoning technique, and the spirit summoning technique and martial arts complement each other. The president of Huaxia University smiled and, without further pretense, opened the other 2 martial arts books. Upon seeing them, he was astonished. "So that's how it is. That makes a lot of sense. Qi and blood should be used this way, unlike our martial arts, which rely solely on brute force and skill, completely upside down." The president of Huaxia University sighed while flipping through the pages, his expression exceptionally vivid. It wasn't until the afternoon that the president finally comprehended the spirit summoning technique and the 2 martial arts. Compared to Chu Tianjiu and the others, the president's comprehension speed was remarkably quick. In just a few hours, he had already reached the initial understanding of the spirit summoning technique and the 2 martial arts. "Kid, you must have practiced the spirit summoning technique and these 2 martial arts as well?" The president of Huaxia University looked at Yushio and chuckled. "People say you have extraordinary talent. I calculate the time, and since you left the Seeking Realm, it should have been about 2 months. What level have you reached with the spirit summoning technique and the 2 martial arts now? Let me exchange ideas with you, but let's be clear, we are only discussing martial arts techniques, and I won't enhance my own strength." The president knew that Yushio currently had the strength of a martial emperor, and if there were any level enhancements, he, as a 9-star martial sovereign, would surely be at a disadvantage. Are you sure you want to exchange with me? Due to the system, everything Yoshio had taught had already reached the highest level. Peak mastery. The president of Huaxia University had only just reached the first level of initial understanding. Sparring with Yoshio would be purely self-inflicted suffering. Of course, I want to exchange. The president of Huaxia University was resolute. In his view, although Yoshio was powerful, his training time was short, and he could not compare to an old martial artist like himself who had decades of experience. The president believed that in terms of pure combat experience, he far surpassed Yoshio. He guessed that in 2 months, Yoshio might have reached the second level of minor achievement, but he was not worried at all. Experience could make up for these gaps. In that case, let's go to the basement, and you can have a good exchange with the president. Yoshio looked at the president of Huaxia University with a half-smile, secretly amused. He understood the president's intention to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, the president's little scheme was about to fall apart. A novice at initial understanding actually wanted to exchange with a peak master. It was definitely a recipe for self-inflicted suffering. Kid, are you ready? The president of Huaxia University took out a sword from his storage device and looked at Yoshio with a smile. I can start any time. Kid, where's your weapon? No need, old Shin. I can just use my fists. The president of Huaxia University scoffed. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Kid, don't think that just because your fist technique has reached a minor achievement level, you can fight me barehanded. Today, I'll let you see what a swordsman's combat experience is. As soon as he finished speaking, the president immediately activated the spirit summoning technique and then mobilized his chi and blood power, channeling it through the swordsmanship's chi and blood route. Kid, take this. Yoshio smiled and deliberately suppressed his martial arts level to the initial understanding stage. As the president of Huaxia University thrust his sword, Yoshio punched down on the blade. Kid, are you doing this on purpose? Initial understanding level fist technique, are you messing with me? The president immediately noticed that Yoshio's fist technique level was off. Just playing around. Yoshio grinned, secretly elevating the spirit summoning technique to the 3rd level of mastery, his chi and blood surging violently, and the speed of his movements increased several times. Let you underestimate me. The president of Huaxia University was immediately infuriated, no longer holding back with the long sword in his hand. Every step and every attack point of the sword was aimed at the weaknesses in Yoshio's martial arts. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The president utilized the advantages of the long sword, thrusting it forward and then quickly counterattacking. He then used shadow step to create distance, starting a blitzkrieg tactic. Throughout the entire process, Yoshio was on the defensive. Due to the spirit summoning technique, the president of Huaxia University had no effect on Yoshio, and instead, he was being outperformed by Yoshio. Yoshio deliberately made his steps chaotic and disordered, and the president immediately boasted, Kid, you were so arrogant, now you know the consequences of arrogance? I've been a hard-trained martial artist for decades, and you think you can surpass me in combat experience? Don't even think about it. Kid, give it your all. Otherwise, in a bit, you'll have a bruised face, and I'll whip your butt with this long sword. As the president of Huaxia University was feeling proud, he began attacking Yoshio's lower body with the long sword. Old Shen, you're not following the martial ethics. The dignified president of Huaxia University is sparring with his student and using such despicable tactics. The president of Huaxia University smiled smugly. I said it, I'm going to whip your butt hard with the long sword, and I'll keep my word. Alright. Yoshio was also laughing in anger. If you don't follow the martial ethics, don't blame me for being ruthless. Saying this, Yoshio immediately elevated the spirit summoning technique to its peak level. At the same time, his martial arts also instantly reached the pinnacle. Damn! Noticing Yoshio's blood energy surging to a terrifying level, the president's expression changed drastically, unable to hold back a curse. Kid, you're playing dirty. I'm not fighting anymore. You really are a sneaky bastard, at the peak level. Damn! While cursing, the president of Huaxia University rushed towards the basement exit, even using the strength of a 9-star martial sovereign. However, Yoshio was always on guard, and seeing the president move, he immediately blocked his path. With a whip kick, he struck the president's butt. Kid, you don't respect your elders or care for the young, you don't respect your teachers. I'm older than your dad, how can you bear to hit me? Damn, you're coming again? At this moment, the president was dodging and running wildly in the basement. However, he could never avoid Yoshio's whip kicks, getting hit every now and then. Kid, can you change the place you're kicking? Yoshio landed several whip kicks, all hitting the president's butt, making him furious. Old Shin, have you forgotten what you just said? Who was it that wanted to whip my butt hard with the long sword? I'm just returning the favor, no problem, right? Yushio chuckled, then continued to kick the presidents but with whip kicks. After a dozen kicks, the president angrily shouted, "Kid, I still have to receive the family fortunes of those wealthy families in Kyoto later. Are you sure you want me to meet them with a hurt butt? Everyone else is sitting, do you want me to lie down?" Yushio chuckled lightly, "No worries, old Shin, I have S-grade spirit materials here, guaranteed to keep your butt intact in 10 minutes. You little brat." The president cursed angrily, "Are you a spendthrift? A mere flesh wound, with my 9-star martial sovereign strength, I can recover overnight without needing any S-grade spirit materials. You don't know how expensive diesel salt is until you're in charge, you're about done. I won't communicate with you, this sneaky bastard, again, I'm a dog. Old Shin, remember next time not to think about taking the opportunity to teach me a lesson, you'll regret it." Yushio laughed, as the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit, right? The president of Huaxia University angrily shouted, "I just said it. If I ever have to deal with you, you damn thing again, I'm a dog." Yushio shrugged and scoffed, "This isn't my fault, who told you to scheme? What do you call this? You can't steal a chicken and end up losing rice." The president of Huaxia University rubbed his backside and coldly snorted, "Thing." Yushio smiled, took out an S-grade spiritual material from his storage device, and tossed it to the president, "Hurry up and use it. We still have to meet those aristocratic families from Kyoto. We can't lose face for Huaxia University." The president of Huaxia University received the S-grade spiritual material and grinned, "This is your compensation to me. This beating was worth it. I got an S-grade spiritual material for free." Saying this, the president put the S-grade spiritual material into his storage device. Seeing this, Yushio couldn't help but chuckle. "That's for treating your injuries, not treating." The president of Huaxia University rolled his eyes, "In all of Huaxia, only you would be so extravagant. Who the hell uses S-grade spiritual materials for mere flesh wounds?" Saying this, the president took out a C-grade spiritual material from his storage device. "I know you don't have anything below S-grade in your storage device, you big shot." The president cursed, then swallowed the C-grade spiritual material. "Damn, can the spirit guiding technique be used like this?" In the past, when consuming spiritual materials, one had to absorb them autonomously. However, after the president of Huaxia University swallowed the C-grade spiritual material, he used the spirit guiding technique to channel the medicinal power to his backside. The spirit guiding technique can also channel medicinal power? Yushio was puzzled. "You don't know your own technique?" The president of Huaxia University looked at him in disbelief. Yushio shook his head, "I really don't know. I've never been injured, and I have no place to experiment." The president fell silent, rolling his eyes at Yushio. "Show some shame." After thinking carefully, the president realized that Yushio indeed had never been injured. Even when surrounded by thousands at the Seeking Stone, he had swept through without sustaining any harm. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that no one in all of Huaxia could hurt Yushio. "Have some dignity." The president rolled his eyes again and ignored Yushio, focusing on channeling the medicinal power to treat his backside. About 10 minutes later, a look of joy appeared on the president's face. "This damn C-grade spiritual material is as effective as S-grade." In the past, with C-grade spiritual materials, it would take at least 10 hours to recover from such injuries. But now, using the spirit guiding technique to channel the medicinal power only takes a few minutes. The difference is too great. In the future, if there are serious injuries, the effect of S-grade spiritual materials will be even better. I'll try other things later to see if I can channel other powers. No wonder it's a technique from the Seeking Realm. It's truly amazing. The president of Huaxia University smiled excitedly and then turned to leave the basement. After the two sat down in the living room, the president asked, "How the hell did you cultivate? In just 2 months, you've elevated the spirit guiding technique and martial skills to the pinnacle." Yushio smiled, "Could it be that my talent is just too high?" The president of Huaxia University snorted, "Is this high? Your comprehension is completely monstrous, it's terrifying. The spirit guiding technique, I took a quick look, is equivalent to our advanced martial skills in Huaxia. To elevate an advanced martial skill to the pinnacle, it takes at least 3 to 5 years, it's simply impossible otherwise. Some people even lack the comprehension to reach the pinnacle in their entire lives. You, kid, damn." At this moment, the president of Huaxia University suddenly reacted, "I almost forgot, you brat not only have your spirit summoning technique perfected, but the martial arts you just displayed have also reached the pinnacle. Honestly, how many martial skills of yours have reached the peak level?" Yushio chuckled lightly, "If I say that all the martial skills and techniques I possess have reached the pinnacle, would you believe it?" "I believe you, my foot." The president of Huaxia University was taken aback and asked again, "Including those martial skills obtained in the Seeking Realm, Have they all reached the pinnacle? Yushio scoffed. Old Shin, weren't you just skeptical? I wasn't skeptical. The president of Huaxia University pouted. I was just expressing my shock. That was just a figure of speech, okay? Anyway, I've long understood that anything impossible, as long as it happens to you, must be reasonable. Now I've learned to be smart. With a freak like you, there's simply no point in reasoning. Whoever tries to reason with you is definitely a pure fool. Yushio smiled and said nothing more. Instead, the president of Huaxia University asked, your swordsmanship should have reached the pinnacle too, right? Yushio nodded. Give me some pointers, old man. The president of Huaxia University snorted coldly. What kind of expression is that? As the ancients said, the accomplished lead, and among three people, there must be a teacher for me. I do not disdain to ask questions. I am just eager to learn. Stop with the yin-yang expressions, just answer yes or no. Yushio was speechless. Who is seeking guidance from whom? If you weren't the president, I would really give you a couple of good punches. Speak. What do you not understand? In the following time, the president of Huaxia University asked all the things he didn't understand, as well as some questions about the spirit summoning technique's manipulation of vital energy. Not only that, but Yushio also explained the flexible manipulation of vital energy in the spirit summoning technique. Additionally, he discussed the combined routes of martial skills and the flexible cross-usage of vital energy. I understand now. You really are a genius. The president of Huaxia University listened while trying Yushio's methods. Not only that, but he was also able to draw inferences from one instance to another. Even Yushio had to admit that the president's experience was rich, and his comprehension was extremely strong. He was not just a little better than Chu Tianjiu and the others, the gap was simply too vast. If Chu Tianjiu and the others had the same experience and comprehension as the president, Yushio estimated that it wouldn't be long before all his profound-level martial skills could reach the highest pinnacle at an extremely fast pace. Ding ding ding! At this moment, the president of Huaxia University's communicator rang. Seeing that it was a call from the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, he answered and said a couple of sentences. Then he looked at the time. It's already 4 in the afternoon, time flies. Get ready. The heads of those prestigious families in Kyoto have arrived. According to old Zhang, they want to have a detailed chat with you. Moments later, Yushio and the president of Huaxia University arrived at the university's large conference room. Mr. Yu, President Shun. As the two entered the conference room, the heads of the prestigious families in Kyoto immediately stood up. From now on, we are all our own people. There's no need to be so polite. Please sit down. The president of Huaxia University waved his hand with a smile and then walked to the main seat with Yushio. Mr. Yu, regarding your request, our Wu family has no objections, but they have some questions they would like to ask. At this time, old Wu spoke up. Yushio nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He could actually understand their thoughts quite well. After all, they were about to spend their entire family fortune. Being cautious is only natural. Moreover, Yushio had previously been in opposition to these prestigious families in Kyoto, unlike old Wu, who was originally an undercover agent and didn't worry about Yushio tricking him. What do you want to ask? Yushio opened his mouth, and someone immediately responded, Mr. Yu, old Wu has already informed us of the specific situation. We can understand your meaning, of course. We also do not wish for our children to enter the Qilin battle team only to become the most marginal logistics personnel. We parents know the personalities of those children. They are proud and arrogant. If they were to join the Qilin battle team as logistics personnel, they would definitely refuse to do it. Upon hearing this, Yushio nodded. He had some understanding of the character of these aristocratic youths from the capital. They felt superior, treating the children from humble backgrounds as commoners. They enjoyed the best resources but had absolutely no combat experience. To put it bluntly, they lacked training. Of course, it couldn't be generalized. Some aristocratic families did have true geniuses, whether in combat experience or other areas, comparable to the former Chu Tianjiao, and many were even stronger than him. Otherwise, the previous training camps wouldn't have been dominated by students from the capital. However, that was the former Chu Tianjiao. The current Chu Tianjiao, even among the true geniuses of the capital's aristocracy, would probably not find any rivals. The members of the Qilin battle team could now completely crush these aristocratic youths from the capital. Share your thoughts, Yushio said, looking over the group. Mr. Yu, we saw the combat videos of the Qilin battle team members this morning, as old Wu had shown us. Our children are indeed far behind. The speaker couldn't help but sigh deeply. We hope that before the assessment, Mr. Yu can train our family's children. Otherwise, with their abilities, they are too far from the members of the Qilin battle team. they simply cannot pass the assessment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Clearly, they did not want to invest their family fortunes only for their children to fail the assessment. They were unwilling to engage in such a futile endeavor. Impossible. Yushio shook his head. I do not have the time to train them, nor am I obligated to train them. If you want to continue this deal, I can allow your family's children to train alongside the Chilean battle team. As for whether they can endure hardship or what kind of training they will undergo, it all depends on themselves. This is my bottom line. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the aristocratic families present showed difficulty in their expressions. Yushio's approach clearly left them with no guarantees. If they offered all their family wealth and still did not join the Chilean battle team, failing to gain the martial skills and techniques that Yushio obtained in the Seeking Realm, it would all be in vain. In the morning, Old Wu had shown them the combat videos of the Chilean battle team members, and they had carefully watched each one. From the major universities in the capital to Jizhou province, Jinghai, and then to Jiangnan, the combat power of the Chilean battle team members was constantly improving. Through observation, they also discovered that each member of the Chilean battle team possessed the ability to fight above their level. In the past, this was exclusive to high-level talent holders, as they received significant enhancements from their talents. This was innate, something no one could hope for. But now it was different. Because of Yushio, all members of the Chilean battle team possessed the ability to fight above their level, which was mass production. It was equivalent to each member of the Chilean battle team having high-level talent. This made the leaders of the aristocratic families in the capital envious to the point of drooling. Clearly, they did not want to miss out. Everyone, let me say a few words. At this moment, the president of Huaxia University suddenly spoke up. In my opinion, you really don't need to be entangled in whether Yushio will personally train them or not. Even if he personally trains them, can he really pass on the techniques and martial skills obtained in the Seeking Realm to your family's children? They have not yet joined the Chilean battle team, so there's no need to even think about it. In my opinion, it's best to let them train alongside the members of the Chilean battle team. Young people are always eager to prove themselves and love to compare. In the past, you children from wealthy families would bully kids from other provinces. Now let them see the combat power of the Chilean battle team members. Just imagine, a group of people who were once bullied by you, now any one of them can easily overpower you. What do you think your family members will do? They will definitely feel indignant, holding back their frustration, and train like crazy, wanting to surpass the members of the Chilean battle team in everything. Of course, there will also be some who willingly give up, thinking they can't measure up and are unwilling to put in the effort. These people certainly don't qualify to join the Chilean battle team, and your families wouldn't want such people to bring glory to the family, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of the wealthy families present nodded in agreement. Naturally, they wouldn't hold out much hope for those without perseverance, who retreat in the face of challenges. If they can give up, they will, let alone bring glory to their families. So, I suggest letting them train with the members of the Chilean battle team. At that time, Yushio can remind the members of the Chilean battle team to deliberately humiliate and suppress these family children, to stir up their wolf-like instincts. Previously in the training camp, they were all suppressed by Yushio, but his strength was too overwhelming, and they had no desire to fight back, which we can understand. However, the members of the Chilean battle team are different. They are all on equal footing. Once humiliated and suppressed, it will definitely awaken their wolf-like instincts and rebellious mindset. If you ask me, you family children have had it too easy. Let them experience what it feels like to be bullied and suppressed. Only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. You all understand this principle, right? To succeed, one must endure suffering. Completely push them into the abyss, and let them climb out step by step. Anyone who manages to climb out will not have a poor future. As for passing the Chilean battle team's assessment, as long as they have no ulterior motives, I believe they can still pass. The president of Huaxia University's words left the heads of the families present in silence. In fact, they were well aware that what the president of Huaxia University said was correct. They had been oppressing others for so long that they had never weighed the pros and cons like this before. For a moment, they felt somewhat unaccustomed, even uncomfortable. However, thinking of Yushio's strength, that discomfort vanished in an instant. We will educate the children in our families to ensure they have no ulterior motives and are truly sincere in joining the Chilean battle team. As this person finished speaking, the other family heads nodded in agreement. At the same time, they took out a bag, and upon opening it, it contained hundreds of storage devices. This is the entire wealth of all the families present. At this moment, the president of Huaxia University quietly nodded slightly to Yushio. The president's gesture was to inform Yushio that there was no problem with this wealth. Previously, the president had arranged for someone to check on it specifically, so it could be guaranteed that these storage devices were filled with various resources. Old Jiang, take it. The president of Huaxia University turned to glance at the dean of the martial arts academy, then smiled at the heads of the families present and said, "Since we are all family now, then for tomorrow's relic assessment, everyone should come to Huaxia University to gather." When it was mentioned to hand over all their wealth, one of the points was to follow Yushio into the relic assessment. Mr. We have received news that those families have contacted the major secret realm cities in the west. Because of your presence, the one leading the team this time is a martial emperor, specifically a 2-star martial emperor, but the opponent is already old, and their combat power is roughly that of an ordinary 1-star martial emperor. After this person spoke, the other family leaders present showed expressions of concern. Although they were willing to follow Yushio, they were only optimistic about his future. It is well known that Yushio's strength is at the martial king level, and he is only 17 years old, but the future is ultimately just the future. Now, a martial emperor has been sent from the secret realm city to lead the team, clearly targeting Yushio. No matter how strong the talent, a martial king is still just a martial king and cannot be compared to a martial emperor. Because of the martial skills and techniques obtained in the seeking realm, the family leaders present also knew that Yushio had the ability to fight beyond his level. The members of the Qilin battle team had already proven this. However, the difference between fighting beyond one's level as a martial king and as a grandmaster is different. The gap between each small realm of a grandmaster is not particularly large. Some strong members of the Qilin battle team might be able to defeat opponents 3 to 5 small realms above them, but the martial king realm is different. The gap between small realms is like the difference between heaven and earth. The combat power could be a difference of dozens of times. Even if Yushio is formidable, they only believe he can at most fight one small realm above. He simply cannot contend with a martial emperor. What of a martial emperor? Seemingly sensing the concerns of the family leaders present, the president of Huaxia University snorted coldly, revealing a look of disdain. This expression immediately caught the attention of the family leaders, and their eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief as they looked at the president. Even the dean of the martial arts academy beside him wore a look of disdain, which made them even more curious. Could it be that Yushio has some hidden means to contend with a martial emperor? Thinking of this, they shook their heads again. The gap between a martial king and a martial emperor is too great. It is not something that mere means can bridge. What does a mere 2-star martial emperor matter, especially one who is old and in decline? Their true combat power is only that of a 1-star martial emperor, which is hardly to be feared. The family leaders frowned, seeing the disdain on the president's face, which seemed genuine rather than feigned. This made them even more puzzled. What confidence does a 9-star martial venerable have to look down on a martial emperor? Is he arrogant, or does he truly possess means to counter a martial emperor? Principal Shin, please stop keeping us in suspense. What kind of miraculous means do you have to resist a martial emperor? This matter is of great importance. The secret realm city sending a martial emperor is clearly aimed at Mr. You must know that the people from the western secret realm cities have always viewed us locals of Huaxia as ants. In their eyes, we are merely ants that can be crushed at will. Now, the situation in the no man's land is severe, and the cabinet has no time to deal with the secret realm cities. They are now lawless. Even in Huaxia, if that martial emperor kills us, no one would dare to intervene. The strongest officials in Huaxia are only at the martial king level. Even if they intervene, they cannot withstand a martial emperor. The president of Huaxia University said with a half-smile, "I understand what you mean. The official side has stationed 3 martial kings in Huaxia, but they are ultimately just martial kings. Even if the opponent is a declining martial emperor, they are still not their match. Are you worried that this martial emperor will forcibly act during the relic assessment?" The family leaders nodded heavily. They were indeed worried that this martial emperor, in order to eliminate the great enemy Yushio, would ultimately disregard the official's obstruction and kill him. Once Yushio is dead, then those families following Yushio, as well as their scattered wealth, would likely all go to waste. Moreover, these families would also face retaliation from other families. With the secret realm city as their backing, they would certainly not be opponents. Death might be their only destination. Ha ha ha. The president of Huaxia University laughed loudly. Who told you that Yushio's strength is that of a martial king? Could he not be a martial emperor? As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of the families present widened their eyes in disbelief. Principal Shin, did you just say that Mr. Yu is also a martial emperor? Did I hear that wrong? The president of Huaxia University scoffed. Of course, I really don't know the specifics of Yu Xiu's strength. This kid is just a sly one, always hiding his true abilities. Old Jiang and I have always believed that this kid Yu Xiu likely possesses strength beyond that of a martial emperor. To tell you the truth, the instrument capable of detecting martial emperor strength was destroyed by Yu Xiu with a single sword strike. You can think for yourselves. The president of Huaxia University shrugged and spread his hands. In any case, Yu Xiu's strength is definitely above the martial emperor realm. I don't know exactly to what extent. At this moment, the president of Huaxia University thought of the spirit guiding technique and those martial arts with blood circulation routes, his face filled with resentment. Glancing at Yu Xiu, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. It should be known that Yu Xiu had already cultivated to the peak of the highest realm. The president of Huaxia University, who had also practiced the spirit guiding technique in martial arts, knew very well how much combat power they could enhance. Just by himself, having only just begun to grasp the basics, his combat power had already increased by more than double. As for Yu Xiu, who had cultivated to the peak, who knew how much his combat power had increased. An instrument capable of detecting martial emperor strength was destroyed with a single sword strike? The heads of the families exclaimed in shock, instinctively looking at Yu Xiu, as if trying to glean some clues from his expression. Unfortunately, Yu Xiu remained expressionless, even when the president of Huaxia University stated that his strength was that of a martial emperor. Of course, Yu Xiu knew that his strength was only at the martial king realm, but his true combat power had indeed reached that of a martial emperor. In short, a mere 2-star martial emperor was someone he could easily handle without any impact on his operations. Therefore, he didn't bother to explain anything. Is realm really that important? Combat power is the true path. Principal Shun, did Mr. Yu really destroy the martial emperor instrument with a single sword? The heads of the families exchanged glances, wanting to ask Yu Xiu, but not daring to. They could only look at the president of Huaxia University. Nonsense! Do I need to lie to you about such matters? The president of Huaxia University rolled his eyes. Do you want to join forces and practice against Yu Xiu? You'll know if you try. Don't worry, I'll remind Yu Xiu to go easy on you. He definitely won't kill you. At most you'll just be lying in bed for a few years. At this point, the president of Huaxia University chuckled. Don't miss this opportunity. Being able to practice against a martial emperor is a privilege, a once-in-a-thousand-year chance. Injuries are temporary, but the insights gained from practicing against a martial emperor will last a lifetime. You must not miss it. Upon hearing this, the heads of the families couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. To hell with the practice insights. Why don't you go practice yourself? Lying in a hospital bed for years? Unless we are out of our minds. Knowing that Yu Xiu is powerful, yet still wanting to step forward to get beaten up is foolish behavior. No need, we trust Principal Shin, and of course, we believe in Mr. Yu's strength. They didn't dare to argue with the president of Huaxia University, only shaking their heads and waving their hands. A bunch of cowards. The president of Huaxia University snorted coldly. With cowards like you, don't even think about breaking through the martial king realm in this lifetime. Martial arts is about going against the heavens. With your timid nature, your future path in martial arts will stop here. The heads of each family merely smiled awkwardly, not daring to speak. Alright, with Yu Xiu here, sending a martial emperor from the secret realm city is just that. Keep your thoughts to yourselves. If tomorrow the damn martial emperor dares to act up, Yu Xiu will definitely kill him. Following Yu Xiu is the wisest choice you will ever make. The president of Huaxia University waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Remember to gather at Huaxia University tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the heads of the families stood up one after another. Mr. Yu, we take our leave. Principal Shin, Dean Jiang, see you tomorrow. After the heads of the families left the conference room, the president of Huaxia University immediately stepped forward to check the storage devices, counting hundreds of them. Goodness, these aristocratic families in Kyoto are really damn rich. After taking a look, the president of Huaxia University couldn't help but curse. Yu Xiu, take a look, your Qilin battle team won't lack resources now. Don't say a mere 700-person team, even a 1,000-person team can be supported. Yu Xiu took the storage device handed over by the president of Huaxia University and checked it. He was also somewhat shocked. The storage device in his hand was the product of the highest technology in Huaxia. It had an area of 3,000 to 4,000 cubic meters, filled to the brim with various resources. If the other storage devices were of the same size, with hundreds of them, the total amount of resources would indeed be terrifying. We've hit the jackpot, we've hit the jackpot. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy glanced at the storage device and couldn't help but exclaim. These aristocratic families in Kyoto are truly wealthy. Old Shin, do you want to use some more tricks to deal with the other aristocratic families in Kyoto as well? It would be best to get all their family assets too. That way, Yushio's Qilin battle team won't have to worry about resources for the next few years. If we can also seize undeveloped great secret realms afterward, then we won't have to worry at all. By then, it would be enough for the members of the Qilin battle team to cultivate to the martial sovereign realm. The president of Huaxia University rolled his eyes, looking at the dean of the martial arts academy with disdain. Do you think I'm so shameless as to catch someone just to scheme against them? I still have my bottom line. The dean of the martial arts academy curled his lip and muttered, if you have a bottom line, even dogs can do push-ups. Sure enough, the next moment, a lewd smile appeared on the president of Huaxia University's face. They're really damn rich. We must do something about them later. Yushio, tomorrow make sure to kill that martial emperor. Just injure the other family heads, make sure to leave one alive. Otherwise, these resources will really go to waste. Remember, we are the good guys, the righteous side. Don't provoke them in front of so many people. We must let them provoke us first. We are merely victims, ultimately forced to resist. You better remember that, keep your bad temper in check, and strike when it's time. At this point, the president of Huaxia University pursed his lips and thought for a moment. How about this? Tomorrow I'll secretly provoke that martial emperor. Once he makes a move against me, Yushio, you strike immediately to kill him. But you need to pay attention to me, that's a martial emperor. If I'm not careful, I might lose my life, so you must be very careful. The dean of the martial arts academy looked at the president of Huaxia University helplessly and said, Old Shin, do we really need to make it so dramatic? Besides, with the temper of those people from the secret realm city, they will definitely jump out to provoke Yushio. That makes sense. The president of Huaxia University suddenly interrupted the dean of the martial arts academy. Old Jiang, I knew you cared about me the most. You also know that Huaxia University cannot be without a president. Since you are so thoughtful, if those people from the secret realm city don't provoke us tomorrow, then you can provoke them. Don't worry, Yushio is quite reliable when it comes to getting things done. He will definitely take action in time. On what basis? The head of the martial arts academy was just about to speak when he was immediately interrupted by the president of Huaxia University. Old Jiang, think about those students of ours in the no man's land, they are so pitiful. If Yushio can't develop quickly, how much more suffering will they endure? The no man's land is so dangerous. With just a little carelessness, someone could lose their life at any moment. Old Jiang, tomorrow, it's all up to you. Whether those kids in the no man's land can suffer less and keep their lives depends entirely on you. You know, those kids are too straightforward, they sigh. The head of the martial arts academy looked completely bewildered. No, what are you saying? Old Jiang, I know you think of those kids as your own. The president of Huaxia University said with a face full of sorrow, Old Jiang, do you remember that little brat who often stole your tea leaves? How tragic it was when he sacrificed himself. If Yushio had been there back then, he wouldn't have been torn apart by the beast. He wouldn't have died without a complete corpse. Old Jiang. Hearing this, the head of the martial arts academy suddenly had red eyes. Yushio watched the scene and couldn't help but frown. He originally thought the president was trying to trick director Jiang again, but it seemed to be getting more and more emotional. Both of them had red eyes. It was clear they were sincere. That little brat. The head of the martial arts academy's voice choked. That little rascal used to steal my tea leaves a lot. He was really a little bastard. He was truly worthless. He stole so many of my tea leaves, and when he graduated, he said he would definitely repay me with even better tea in the future. But damn it, he was just a liar, wasting my tea. The president of Huaxia University sighed, Old Jiang, to prevent more little brats from appearing, shouldn't we help Yushio get more resources so he can go to the no man's land earlier and give our kids a support? The head of the martial arts academy nodded heavily. Indeed, we should get more resources. The president of Huaxia University continued, do you think we should take the initiative to provoke tomorrow? Yes. Should you? Yes. Great. The president of Huaxia University suddenly slapped the table and quickly wiped his eyes. Old Jiang, the matter of taking the initiative to provoke the martial emperor tomorrow is up to you. Saying this, he got up and walked over to the head of the martial arts academy, patted his shoulder, and smiled mischievously. Old Jiang, I believe in you. As soon as he finished speaking, the president of Huaxia University gave no chance for the head of the martial arts academy to respond and hurriedly walked out of the conference room. Is this acting? Seeing this scene, Yushio was completely dumbfounded. Just now, he really thought the president was being sincere, but the reversal was so big? When it comes to cunning, I only bow to our president. The head of the martial arts academy patted Yushio's shoulder. Do you know why Old Shin left so quickly? Yushio replied, isn't it because he was worried you would refuse? The head of the martial arts academy shook his head. he was worried we would see him crying. That old guy, I know him best. He always uses the most unserious attitude to cover up his inner pain. Do you know? The reason that little brat died was that a small team from Kyoto University assigned him the task of covering the rear. Military orders are like a mountain. The little brat was schemed against, and we were helpless. Back then, Olshin rushed to Kyoto University, risking half his life, and beat the president of Kyoto University and a bunch of mentors half to death, forcibly tearing down an administrative building. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, that old guy would have been bedridden for the rest of his life. Later, that old guy often found deserted places to cry secretly. I discovered it a few times, but he just didn't want to talk about it. Yushio was stunned and asked, "Is there really such a thing?" The head of the martial arts academy nodded, then stood up and said, "Let that old fool find a place to cry for a while. He'll come back on his own later." With that, he walked out of the conference room. Yushio shook his head and smiled, then left with a storage device filled with bags. Afterward, he found Chu Tianjiu and handed him the bags. "Boss, don't tell me all this is the family wealth of those noble families in Kyoto?" Yushio nodded. Chu Tianjiu grinned. "They really are loaded, richer than our Chu family. Tsk, this will benefit our Qilin battle team. The brothers won't have to worry about resources anymore." Yushio chuckled and then mentioned the training of the children from the noble families in Kyoto. Chu Tianjiu smirked. "Don't worry, boss. We brothers don't need to act. Humiliating those noble kids from Kyoto will be completely genuine. Just watch. I guarantee we'll beat those dogs so badly they won't even recognize their own mothers." Yushio naturally understood what Chu Tianjiu meant by genuine performance. Currently, the members of the Qilin battle team mostly came from Qin province. The enmity between Qin province and the children of the noble families in Kyoto needed no elaboration. By the way, you've attended the national training camp. Are there any real geniuses among the children of those noble families in Kyoto? Of course, but they must also have good character. Chu Tianjiu nodded. There are indeed some who are very strong and have good character. The only flaw is their arrogance, but that can be understood. After all, they come from noble families in Kyoto and have enjoyed the best resources since childhood, so their martial arts foundation is very solid. It's normal for them to be a bit arrogant. Boss, leave this matter to me. If there are any good candidates, I will report their names to you later. Yushio nodded, reminding Chu Tianjiu to keep some spare resources, then stored the rest in the club's warehouse. The next day, as dawn broke, the noble families from Kyoto had already arrived at Huaxia University with their people. At a glance, there were at least several thousand people, mostly young people around Yushio's age. Of course, there were also some sophomores and juniors, clearly those who had not participated in the previous relic assessment. The relic assessment required qualifications. The assessment token was one such qualification. Additionally, there was testing. Only those who passed the relic testing were qualified to enter the relic. Although many people were heading to the relic, not everyone would be able to enter. Mr. Yu. At this moment, Yushio and a few others approached the president of Huaxia University. The leaders of the noble families in Kyoto hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. However, the noble youths behind them remained silent. Although they feared Yushio and usually avoided conflict with him, they were now aware of certain matters. All the family wealth had been offered to Yushio. Moreover, among them, the 10 individuals who performed the best in this relic assessment would qualify to participate in the Qilin battle team's assessment. Furthermore, the family elders had explained why the Qilin battle team could fight above their level and mentioned that Yushio had imparted the martial skills and techniques obtained from the Seeking Realm. Although these noble youths longed to acquire the martial skills and techniques from the Seeking Realm and desired to fight above their level, they were simply displeased, purely proud. In their view, offering all their family wealth only exchanged for 10 spots in the Qilin battle team's assessment was not just a matter of face but also implied submission. Various emotions made it difficult for this group of self-proclaimed nobles to accept. Seeing the children of the noble families from Kyoto, the members of the Qilin battle team instantly lit up with malicious glee. It was clear that Chu Tianjiu had already shared Yushio's words with everyone. They were now on a mission to humiliate. Originally, I was quite displeased with the offspring of the noble families in Kyoto, and now that they have donned their golden robes, they will only become more reckless. You little brat, what are you looking at? Are you looking for trouble? On one side, Yushio was chatting with the leader of a noble family in Kyoto, while on the other side, a member of the Qilin battle team immediately began to provoke. Impudent! You guys! Just as the noble youth from Kyoto opened his mouth, a member of the Qilin battle team rushed up and kicked him away. Impudent, your grandpa! You little brat! What kind of noble demeanor are you trying to play? My boss is a god repairer, the youngest martial king in Huaxia. Not convinced? You better shut up too. This scene immediately darkened the expressions of the noble youths from Kyoto. The member of the Chilean battle team was not just kicking an individual, he was kicking all of their faces, a direct slap in the face. Damn it! The kicked noble youth from Kyoto got up, cursed angrily, and quickly charged at the member of the Chilean battle team. Both were first-grade martial artists, but the Chilean battle team member, due to his training and spirit drawing technique, had combat power that was infinitely close to that of a master. Oh ho! This little brat has some spirit. The Chilean battle team member sneered coldly and immediately activated the spirit drawing technique, mobilizing his internal energy. He didn't even use any martial skills, fighting like a street thug, completely unmethodical. The only difference was the mobilization of his energy, sometimes focusing it on his legs, sometimes on his fists. Bang! 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 After a series of over 10 moves, the noble youth from Kyoto didn't even touch the corner of the Chilean member's clothes. Instead, he was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and swollen. In the end, the noble youth from Kyoto slumped to the ground, curled up, hands clutching his head. Stop! Someone from the Kyoto noble youth side couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, anyone with eyes could see that the noble youth from Kyoto had no strength to fight back. From the very beginning, he had been completely suppressed and beaten by the Chilean member. Chu Tianjiao, what do you want? As this person stood up, Chu Tianjiao immediately stepped forward to block his path. The noble youth from Kyoto who stood up was a 2-star master, while the Chilean battle team member was just a first-grade martial artist. Even with the ability to challenge beyond his level, he couldn't defeat the other. What else? Naturally, I'm here to beat you up. Chu Tianjiao grinned and, without saying more, charged forward. Bang! 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 Chu Tianjiao threw 3 punches, pushing the noble youth from Kyoto back 3 times. At this point, the noble youth looked shocked. How can your strength have become so strong? Could this be the power of the Seeking Realm techniques and martial skills? Idiot! Chu Tianjiao sneered. Did you see me using any martial skills? Using martial skills to beat you would be a waste. I can't afford to lose face. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianjiao immediately transferred his energy to his feet, dramatically increasing his speed. At the same time, he again mobilized his energy to his fists. Still, his attacks were completely unmethodical. In short, it was one thing, to beat you. For a time, this 2-star master from the noble families of Kyoto could only defend himself, occasionally getting punched a few times. Brother Tianjiao, it feels so good to just use my fists without any martial skills. At this point, the first-grade martial artist from the noble families of Kyoto had already passed out. The Chilean battle team member also stopped and laughed at Chu Tianjiao. Is it really enjoyable? At this moment, not only was Chu Tianjiao filled with anticipation, but the other members of the Chilean battle team also lit up with excitement, eyeing the noble youths from Kyoto. That idiot, let's practice. Now, the members of the Chilean battle team began to look for their opponents, and once they found a match, they charged straight in to fight. For a time, the members of the Chilean battle team and the group of noble youths from Kyoto were locked in a chaotic battle. Many members of the Chilean battle team were also facing multiple opponents. However, despite this, the Chilean battle team still held the upper hand. Should we go help? Help with what? Just look at the insane combat power of the Chilean battle team. Although the children of those prestigious families in Kyoto are numerous and not weak, facing that group of freaks from the Chilean battle team, they are still bound to be crushed. Let's not make things worse. It's better to just watch the show here. The students from Huaxia University, who were watching, looked on with shining eyes, filled with envy as they observed the battles of the Chilean battle team members. Videos of the Chilean battle team challenging opponents beyond their level had spread across various universities, flooding the forums. Therefore, the students at Huaxia University understood that this was due to Yushio imparting the techniques and martial skills he had acquired in the Seeking Realm to the members of the Chilean battle team. The Chilean battle team, sigh, I really envy them, but unfortunately, I will never have the chance in my lifetime. I don't even have the qualifications to join the Chilean society, let alone the Chilean battle team. As expected, those trained by the cult of the divine are all freaks. On the other side, the leaders of the prestigious families in Kyoto looked at the chaotic battle not far away, their faces showing helplessness. With their keen eyes, they could see that their family members were completely being dominated by the Chilean battle team members. In fact, many members of the Chilean battle team weren't even using their full strength. Just like Chu Tianjiao, who still hadn't used any martial skills, relying entirely on spirit guiding techniques to channel his blood and energy in battle. Even in a 1-against-4 situation, he still fought with ease, his combat power terrifying. Mr. You, isn't it about time? We still have to enter the ruins tonight. As soon as the leader of the Kyoto prestigious family spoke, the president of Huaxia University immediately chimed in. Don't worry, the members of the Qilin battle team are very measured in their actions. At most, they'll just suffer a few superficial injuries. It won't be anything serious. Have you all forgotten what we agreed upon yesterday? If you want your family members to succeed, you must be ruthless. While they are still young, they need to be tempered early. Upon hearing this, although the leaders of these prestigious families felt reluctant, they still nodded slightly. They were also very envious of the combat power of the Qilin battle team members. The Qilin battle team members were completely dominating their family members in the fights. Looking around, every member of the Qilin battle team was a formidable freak. They knew that this was the reason Yoshio had imparted the techniques and martial skills from the Seeking Realm. This kind of gap made them yearn for it even more. The more they yearned, the more resolute they could be in their hearts. For the sake of their family members becoming like the Qilin battle team members, everything was worth it. About half an hour passed. The children of the prestigious families in Kyoto were now all bruised and battered, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Boss! At this moment, Yoshio walked over, followed by the leaders of the Kyoto prestigious families and the president of Huaxia University. Those who are injured, step forward. Yoshio's gaze swept over the children of the prestigious families lying on the ground. Then he looked at the members of the Qilin battle team. In an instant, more than 30 out of over 100 members of the Qilin battle team stepped forward. Shameful. Over 100 people against more than 500 useless ones, and you still get injured? Yoshio snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the injured members of the Qilin battle team. If you don't have the ability to avoid injury, then use your martial skills. This is the consequence of your arrogance. I will increase your training volume tenfold as punishment. If you 30-some people are at the bottom next time we check your martial skills, I will personally spar with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the more than 30 members of the Qilin battle team changed dramatically. Last time, when Yoshio trained them in the society, he was truly ruthless. They really didn't want to experience that again. Boss, we were wrong. We promise to train harder and won't be arrogant next time. Nearby, upon hearing Yoshio's conversation with the members of the Qilin team, their faces were filled with rage. This was humiliation. Winning against more with fewer, and just because they got injured, they had to accept punishment. What about the more than 500 useless ones? What right do you have to humiliate us? If it weren't for them practicing the martial arts and techniques you brought from the Seeking Realm, they definitely wouldn't be our opponents. That's right, during the entire training camp, Chu Tianjiu was like a mouse hiding from us. If you hadn't taught them the martial arts and techniques obtained from the Seeking Realm, the members of the Qilin team would absolutely not be our opponents. Hearing this, Yoshio suddenly laughed. You really are pathetic. Sounds like you're not convinced? The young masters of the Kyoto aristocratic families immediately responded, we are not convinced. Yoshio said coldly, if you weren't born into the major aristocratic families of Kyoto, they would have no difficulty beating you. You have enjoyed resources far beyond many since childhood, using the best spiritual materials to build your martial arts foundation. You were already standing at the finish line of many people's lives at birth. Now you say such things, it's simply ridiculous. Just like the members of the Qilin team, they never complain about their inferior backgrounds, they only think about working hard and then working even harder. Now their strength is all earned through their own efforts. Even if my influence is part of it, they deserve it. In this world, there has never been fairness or unfairness. Defeat is defeat. Do you think you are qualified to reason with me? Even the leaders of your families are not qualified to reason with me. As his words fell, Yoshio turned and walked towards the bus not far away. The president of Huaxia University smiled and waved. All those participating in the relic assessment from Huaxia University get on the bus immediately. As the members of the Qilin team left, the leaders of the Kyoto aristocratic families, as if they had discussed it in advance, walked with gloomy faces to their family members. You have disappointed me. As Mr. You said, so what if you lose? Just work hard to catch up. And what about you? Instead, you are here complaining. You have enjoyed various precious resources since childhood, is that fair? The achievements and lives you have now are because you enjoyed the efforts of your parents. No one can say anything about this, it is earned through your parents' hard work. Similarly, the members of the Qilin team also enjoy Mr. Yu's efforts. Are you only allowed to enjoy the fruits of your parents' labor, while the members of the Qilin team are not allowed to enjoy Mr. Yu's efforts? What kind of logic is that? At this moment, the young masters of Kyoto lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Just as the family elders said, they enjoyed the fruits of their parents' labor, and the members of the Qilin team were also enjoying Yoshio's efforts. It was fair and reasonable. But what right did they have to complain? We know we were wrong. Defeat is defeat. We can afford to lose, but we will definitely not keep losing. That's right, we won't keep losing. We will defeat the Qilin team. Someone in the crowd took the lead, and the others immediately echoed. Good, this is the momentum that our family's talents should have. I believe you can defeat the members of the Qilin team. Of course, I also hope you can join the Qilin team through your own efforts. With Mr. Yu's help, you will only become stronger in the future. I warn you here, do not have any crooked thoughts. Since you have made a choice, then honestly join the Qilin team. Mr. Yu is not someone you can provoke, and his strength is not something you can comprehend. I hope you can be a bit smarter. Regarding Yoshio's strength, the leaders of these prestigious families in the capital had no intention of revealing it to their family members. Since Yoshio chose to keep it a secret, they naturally wouldn't speak out either, fearing to provoke him. We understand. We will work hard. Seeing the attitude of the family members, the leaders of these prestigious families continued, you must strive, but you are also competitors with each other, as each family only has 10 slots, you should understand this. I won't say much more, I just hope you can be true to yourselves. At this point, the person waved his hand and said, get on the bus. What about our injuries? Someone in the crowd asked. Just minor injuries, do you really need spiritual materials for treatment? From today on, all your training resources must be obtained by yourselves. If you lack the ability to acquire training resources, then consider yourselves lost in the sea of people, and don't harbor any fantasies of becoming strong in the future. These young members of the prestigious families were used to luxury, and even minor injuries usually required various precious spiritual materials for treatment. Of course, this was also due to their elders, who always felt that if injuries were not treated promptly, they might accumulate and leave hidden wounds. They themselves were martial artists and understood the issue of hidden injuries affecting future realm advancements. However, they ultimately made too much of a fuss, leading to the current habit among the family members. Weak willpower, weak combatability. If it weren't for experiencing today's scene, they wouldn't have realized how serious the problem was. Compared to the members of the Qilin battle team, their own family members were far behind. The members of the Qilin battle team all came from Qin province, and most of them were born into wealthy families, including Chu Tianjiao, who was also born in the Chu family of Qin province. Although the resources and influence of the Chu family were not as strong as those of the capital families, they were certainly not lacking. In contrast, compared to Chu Tianjiao, their own family members were worlds apart. The bus slowly drove out of Huaxia University, heading straight for Wushan. Previously, when attending the provincial training camp, Yoshio had indeed been deep into Wushan. He had killed some people in the No. 9 ruins. It was also in Wushan that he encountered Chu Tianjiao. However, this time they did not take the route of the training camp. According to the rules, others were not allowed to enter the training camp area. Of course, this rule was merely a formality for Yoshio. He had attended military training before, and the new commander had no objections whatsoever. Old Shin, is this relic assessment in the No. 1 ruins? Yoshio thought of the reaction of the assessment jade pendant when he entered deep into Wushan last time, which seemed to have come from the No. 1 ruins. No! The president of Huaxia University shook his head and said, the name of the relic assessment is the Qilin ruins, and its specific location is right next to the No. 1 ruins. To be precise, the Qilin ruins are situated between the No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 ruins. When you get there, you will find that the so-called Qilin ruins is just a Qilin statue, with the entrance located at its brow. At this point, the president of Huaxia University chuckled and said, after you see it, you might experience a visual error. The No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 ruins are 3 peaks of varying sizes. The Qilin ruins are merely the Qilin statue wedged between the 3 peaks. Although the Qilin ruins look small, the internal space is actually larger than the combined space of the other 3 ruins. Yoshio nodded slightly and asked, Old Shin, I saw in the database that someone said the Qilin ruins are actually the transformed body of a divine beast Qilin after its death. Partly right, partly wrong. The president of Huaxia University explained, you should know that many of our current secret realms and ruins possess internal spaces. In fact, these internal spaces are merely manifestations of spatial rifts. You should understand black holes. The so-called entrances to ruins and secret realm cities are actually black holes that lead from our world to another small world. The World Research Institute recognizes the emergence of this black hole form as a spatial rift. When we step into the spatial rift, we blink and enter another small world. Many people believe these small worlds exist within our own. Not at all, said the president of Huaxia University, shaking his head. In fact, these small worlds do not exist in our world. On the contrary, they are very far away from us, so far that we cannot find any traces of them. And the so-called Qilin ruins are actually a small world unique to the divine beast Qilin, which you can understand as the Chilin's lair. However, the divine beast Chilin in the ruins has long since died. What remains inside are the Chilin's corpse and some divine aura, and we human warriors enter it. The so-called assessment is to obtain the things left behind by the deceased Chilin. Now do you understand? Yu Xiu nodded slightly. So, these ruins and secret realms we have are actually the living worlds of other beings, including ferocious beasts. They originally existed in their own worlds, but due to the opening of the martial Dao era, these worlds have created spatial rifts with our world. The president of Huaxia University nodded. Indeed, but in some worlds, there are no longer any living beings, while in others, there are. On the other side of the no man's land, many worlds not only have ferocious beasts but also other beings, and of course, there are external humans who appear no different from us. Of course, these external humans are now our allies, fighting together against the ferocious beasts and other beings in their worlds. The reason why the war is difficult on our side of Huaxia's no man's land is that there are too many hostile beings in the numerous worlds that have appeared. Among the external human worlds bordering us, there are only 3, 2 of them are not on good terms with us, and only one world is our ally. In fact, this is also the fault of those wealthy families in the no man's land. They, for their own interests, have been meddling in the other 2 external human worlds, trying to occupy them. As a result, the 2 external human worlds have become hostile to us. Yu Xiu suddenly understood and asked, so, there are also many large and small worlds without living beings on the other side of the no man's land? The president of Huaxia University nodded. Indeed, this is also why we have built secret realm cities and domains in Huaxia. Domains? Yu Xiu was immediately puzzled. The so-called domain is actually a large world similar to ours. Worlds also have levels, and the specific names will become clear to you once you reach the no man's land. The president of Huaxia University explained. Now you just need to understand one thing. No matter how powerful you are, never provoke the master of the domain within the domain. Yu Xiu asked, what does the master of the domain mean? The master of the domain is someone who is fused with the heart of the domain. In that world, the master of the domain is an invincible existence, equivalent to a god. Yu Xiu was suddenly stunned. Isn't this something that only happens in a fantasy world? You tell me this is a martial arts world? This was already the second time Yu Xiu questioned this world. The first time was in the Seeking Realm, and this time it was regarding the no man's land. And one more thing, just as Yu Xiu was lost in thought, the president of Huaxia University spoke again. To achieve the form of a martial god, one must become the master of the domain. Of course, the size of the domain will directly affect the combat power of the martial god. Yu Xiu took a deep breath and asked, Old Shin, are there martial gods in the no man's land? The president of Huaxia University shook his head. I don't know either. Martial gods are taboo, and I am not qualified to know, nor is anyone else qualified to discuss it. Yu Xiu nodded slightly. Seeing Yu Xiu's dazed expression, the president of Huaxia University did not say more but let him digest it himself. In fact, the reason he told Yu Xiu all this was to pique Yu Xiu's curiosity. Talented prodigies like Yu Xiu are very curious about the unknown and the secrets of the martial god, even possessing a strong desire for exploration. Yu Xiu's previous attitude was clearly one of reluctance to venture into the uninhabited zone. He only wanted to stay in his own little corner of Huaxia, protecting his loved ones and family. Therefore, the president of Huaxia University shared this information, hoping to ignite Yu Xiu's desire to explore the uninhabited zone. In the president's mind, if Yu Xiu did not venture into the uninhabited zone, it would be a tremendous waste of his prodigious talent. Yu Xiu, if you want your family and loved ones to have no worries, I suggest you become the master of a domain. Because in your own world, you are invincible. Even other domain masters would never trouble you or fight you in your world. Of course, there's also the matter of lifespan. There is a mystery of longevity in the uninhabited zone. A mystery of longevity? Yu Xiu's expression tightened, feeling as if a heavy hammer had struck his mind, stirring up immense waves. The term longevity was something Yu Xiu had never dared to hope for, not even to think about. Now, it was suddenly brought to the forefront by the president of Huaxia University. Was he moved, shocked, skeptical? He felt all these emotions. However, Yu Xiu ultimately calmed himself, refusing to let his thoughts run wild. Longevity might not be real. The future is for the future to discuss. Do you have no thoughts on longevity? At first, the president of Huaxia University saw Yu Xiu's dazed expression and thought to himself how clever he was, but after the daze, Yu Xiu's expression returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Thus, the president couldn't help but ask again, Old Shin, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Yu Xiu smiled faintly, his deep-set eyes, with their phoenix-like shape, gazing at the president of Huaxia University. You are merely a 9-star martial venerable. The talk of longevity is just hearsay for you. Should I have thoughts on such an ethereal matter? If there truly is talk of longevity, you should at least name a few figures to convince me. What do you think, Old Shun? The president of Huaxia University was momentarily at a loss for words. The mystery of longevity in the uninhabited zone was indeed something he had not deceived Yushio about. He had merely heard some high-ranking individuals mention it during an accidental conversation. All along, he had been half-believing, after all, the notion of longevity was too elusive. Now, Yushio asked him to provide examples, which indeed put him in a difficult position. How could hearsay convince anyone? The reason he had mentioned it earlier was simply to hope that Yushio would venture into the uninhabited zone. In his view, with Yushio's talent, it would be a tremendous waste to remain in this corner of Huaxia. Of course, he also had his own selfish motives, hoping that once Yushio reached the uninhabited zone, he could look after the graduates of Huaxia University. I cannot provide examples. The president of Huaxia University shook his head slightly, raising his gaze. His eyes, which had previously seemed somewhat murky, were surprisingly clear at this moment. I just hope you can step outside and not be bound by the mundane. With your talent, the realm of the martial god is within great hope. What may be an insurmountable peak for others could be merely a long road of 30,000 miles for you. Your future, my expectations. At this point, the president of Huaxia University breathed slightly faster, staring intently at Yushio, his eyes filled with hope. Yushio remained silent. A long road of 30,000 miles? The so-called realm of the martial god, due to the existence of the system, was within his grasp. Whether in Huaxia or the uninhabited zone, it ultimately had no impact on Yushio. Others ventured into the uninhabited zone only to pursue richer resources and opportunities. But for Yushio, the uninhabited zone was merely a stop on the journey of life. The future is for the future to discuss. Perhaps in the near future, I will go to experience the mysterious uninhabited areas, or perhaps I will settle in a corner, living long in the land of Huaxia. I cannot guarantee, nor can I promise. Yushio suddenly raised his eyes and smiled. Of course, there is another possibility. I will pursue eternal life for my parents and loved ones. At this moment, the president of Huaxia University was in high spirits and couldn't help but laugh heartily. If my prayers were to be blessed with divine power, I would truly pray for decades to ensure that eternal life exists in the uninhabited areas. I appreciate your good words. Yushio smiled in return. At this moment, there was a tacit understanding. About 2 hours later, Yushio and the others entered the territory of Wushan. The number of travelers on the road increased, and the closer they got to the depths of Wushan, the more crowds gathered everywhere, setting up trading spots. At a glance, the vendors were as numerous as fish crossing the river. For the relic assessment, all local forces from Huaxia would be present, including people from the secret realm cities, competing for this opportunity. The more people that came, it also meant that there were numerous dangers. That is the team from Huaxia University. As the bus arrived, everyone present stopped to look. The Huaxia University team attracted attention solely because of Yushio's name. Recently, due to the performance of the Qilin battle team members in the freshman exchange competition, Yushio's name had become even more prominent than before. This relic assessment might see the legendary divine beast talent appear. Are you referring to Yushio? Who else could it be? The youngest martial king in Huaxia, a unique figure in the history of martial arts for 300 years. I have a different opinion. It is well known that the relic assessment places great importance on luck. I heard that only those with the assessment jade pendant have the possibility of obtaining divine beast talent. Have you heard that Yushio possesses the assessment jade pendant? Whether Yushio even knows about the assessment jade pendant is still debatable. With Yushio's strength, even without the assessment jade pendant, wouldn't he still seize it? You are truly ignorant. Everyone knows the importance of the assessment jade pendant. Until the last moment, who would easily reveal it? If it were you, would you reveal it in advance? Do you really think everyone is a fool? While the crowd was discussing, Yushio and the president of Huaxia University had already gotten off the bus. At the same time, as the major families from Kyoto got off behind them, the scene suddenly erupted in an uproar. Traitor! Not far away, another group of Kyoto families, seeing this scene, coldly scolded. It was clear that these people were already aware of the situation where they had squandered their family fortunes to ally with Yushio. Be cautious in your words and actions. Before the secret realm city arrives, do not provoke trouble. If we provoke Yushio, it will only implicate all of us present. Once these words were spoken, the leaders of the Kyoto families present restrained their emotions and stepped back a bit, clearly unwilling to attract Yushio's attention. However, the surrounding crowd was shocked by this scene. Who doesn't know that Yushio has repeatedly suppressed the major families in Kyoto, with deep-seated grudges? Now, seeing the positions of these Kyoto families, it was evident that they were submitting, which inevitably puzzled those who were unaware. What is going on? Have these Kyoto families submitted to Yushio? Aren't they enemies? How could this happen? I know a bit about this. I heard that the Kyoto families have split. This batch of Kyoto families has offered all their wealth to ally with Ushio. Offered all their wealth? My goodness, the Kyoto families are incredibly wealthy. If so many families offered their fortunes, wouldn't Ushio become rich enough to rival a nation overnight? Indeed, this is the benefit of strength. Nonsense. The reason these Kyoto families allied with Ushio is not just because of his strength, but more so because they see his potential for the future. You must know that Ushio is only 17 now and is already a martial king. What will he be at 27 or 37? Perhaps a martial sage or even a martial emperor. As long as one is not a fool, they can understand that Ushio's potential for the future is limitless. Ushio paid no attention to the discussions around him and simply walked to the exclusive camp of Huaxia University. Although it was called a camp, it was merely a resting place set up with tents. Of course, not everyone could set up a resting place here. Besides the top 10 prestigious schools, there were also some wealthy families. If it weren't for those people's discussions, I would have almost forgotten something very important. After sitting down in the tent, the president of Huaxia University suddenly asked, "You know, I won't say much about the existence of the assessment jade pendant. Let's talk specifically about its effects." Effects? Ushio showed a look of confusion. Previously, he only knew that the assessment jade pendant was beneficial for assessments within the ruins, but he did not know its specific effects. The president of Huaxia University nodded and said, "Before talking about the effects of the assessment jade pendant, I must first tell you what the assessment jade pendant is. Some say the assessment jade pendant is made from the flesh and bones of the divine beast Qilin, containing the essence and blood of the divine beast Qilin. Others say the assessment jade pendant merely has the blood of the divine beast Qilin on it. Both of these claims are unverifiable. Regardless of which is true, they all point to one issue, which is the essence and blood of the divine beast Qilin. This is the first effect of the assessment jade pendant because it is stained with the essence and blood of the divine beast Qilin. It is very sensitive to the remains of the divine beast Qilin and possesses sensing abilities. It is said that if there are remains of the divine beast Qilin nearby or anything related to the divine beast Qilin, the assessment jade pendant will react. Due to its sensing capabilities, the assessment jade pendant is essentially a treasure hunting device, specifically designed to find treasures related to the divine beast Qilin. At this point, the president of Huaxia University became serious. As for the second effect, I actually don't know its truth, as no one has ever verified it. The second effect is rumored to be able to store the divine soul of the divine beast Qilin within the jade pendant, but over the years, no one has truly seen the remains of the divine beast Qilin, making it hard to discern its truth. The reason I am telling you this is that I hope you will closely observe which people possess the assessment jade pendants once you enter the ruins. You must seize them. There are a total of 9 assessment jade pendants, each of a different color. Ushio nodded. I know what to do. He did not elaborate on his possession of the black Qilin jade pendant. Regardless of whether he had the assessment jade pendant or not, once he entered the ruins, Ushio would try to seize as many assessment jade pendants as possible. Although he already had one, who would refuse to have more assessment jade pendants? The extra ones could be given to Chu Tianjiu and others. If Chu Tianjiu and the others obtained opportunities related to the divine beast Qilin through the assessment jade pendants, he would naturally benefit as well. Boss. At that moment, Chu Tianjiu walked in. My grandpa is here. Ushio was taken aback. Grandpa Chu is here? The president of Huaxia University smiled and seemed not surprised, clearly having guessed the reason for old man Chu's visit. He probably knows that the secret realm city has sent a martial emperor, and he has come to fight for you. The president of Huaxia University scoffed. Although it doesn't matter much whether he comes or not, the title of Chu Madman is not unfounded. Now, those martial emperors in the secret realm city are either his descendants or old folks he has beaten up. Don't be fooled by his strength as a 9-star martial king. His deterrent power still exists, and many martial emperors are quite wary of him. As the president of Huaxia University spoke, a strong voice came from outside the tent. Old Shun, gossiping behind someone's back is not a good habit. As old man Chu's voice rang out, he had already walked into the tent. Chu Madman, what if I gossip about you? Can you bite me? The president of Huaxia University immediately looked displeased upon seeing old man Chu. Bite you? Not to that extent. Old Master Chu chuckled lightly. If I were a few years younger, I would still beat you to death like I did back in the day, you dog. Among that group back then, only 2 were the most treacherous. One was the old guy managing Huaxia affairs, and the other was you. But both of you were beaten by me back then. Hearing this, the president of Huaxia University turned pale. Being exposed in front of his own students was certainly not pleasant. So what if you beat me? As if you haven't been beaten before, we're all in the same boat. Old Master Chu scoffed. Am I supposed to be proud that you beat me? Your pride is useless. I've never been beaten by you. What nonsense about being in the same boat. The people who beat me back then are now at least Martial Emperor level, and some have even broken through to Martial Saint. And you, the president of Huaxia University angrily retorted, "Chu madman, you came here just to stir trouble, right?" The old man won't mention past glories. Old Master Chu sneered in disdain and ignored the president, turning to Yushio. "It's been a while since we last met. You've already reached Martial King level. I believe you'll surpass me soon." Put. The president of Huaxia University suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Chu madman, this time you've really overstepped. To be honest, Yushio is not even at Martial King level. His strength is at least Martial Emperor level. Do you think someone who can shatter Martial Emperor instruments with a single sword strike would be at Martial King level? And you still have the audacity to say he'll surpass you soon. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and take over as president of Huaxia University? A single sword strike to shatter a Martial Emperor instrument?" Old Master Chu was taken aback, looking at Yushio with disbelief. He knew the president of Huaxia University couldn't be lying about this. The shock was just too intense. "You brat. Ha ha ha." Old Master Chu couldn't help but laugh heartily at Yushio. "It seems my trip here was not in vain. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. Truly incredible. No wonder everyone says you're an endless pit. That description fits perfectly." Yushio smiled. "Actually, it's nothing much, just luck." Beside them, Chu Tianzhou exclaimed in shock, "Boss, you really have reached Martial Emperor level?" Slap. Old Master Chu suddenly slapped Chu Tianzhou on the head. "What a disgraceful thing. What business do you have in adult conversations? Your boss is already a Martial Emperor, and you're still just a little master. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that out loud? The martial arts and techniques you got from Yushio in the Seeking Realm are all wasted on you." Old Master Chu snorted coldly. "Not long ago, you were bragging to me about cultivating the unparalleled techniques and martial arts of the Seeking Realm. What good is that when you're still just a rookie? If you weren't my grandson, just for your audacity to brag about being on par with a 9-star martial king, I would have slapped you dead already. You dog, if you haven't broken through to Grandmaster level in a year, watch out for your legs, I won't spare you." "TCH, who do you look down on?" Chu Tianzhou raised his head defiantly. "A year to break through to Grandmaster? Do you think that's my level? With my boss helping me, I will definitely break through to Martial Venerable level in a year. In 3 years, I'll break through to Martial King level, and in 5 years, I'll surpass you. By then, I will challenge you fairly. From then on, we won't care about being grandfather and grandson. Whoever backs down is the grandson." Slap. Old Master Chu slapped him again, furious, his beard bristling. Then came a flurry of punches and kicks. "Boss, save me. Boss, help me beat this old man. Now that you're a Martial Emperor, how dare this mere 9-star Martial King hit your top subordinate? That's a slap in your face. Boss, beat." "Ouch, Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. It hurts so much." "Grandpa, ouch, Grandpa." In no time, Chu Tianzhou was already bruised and battered, his body covered in footprints. "I'll let you know why Grandpa is Grandpa, and why a grandson is a grandson, you little dog." Turning against the heavens, after Chu Laode stopped, he coldly snorted, "Let me tell you, even if you break through to Martial God in the future, I will still be your grandpa. You little dog, I'll let you turn against the heavens." Saying this, he kicked him again. "Deserved it." Yushio glared at Chu Tianzhou, showing no sympathy at all. If he were Chu Laode, he would definitely hit harder, absolutely not using any clever tricks, only letting Chu Tianzhou suffer some skin injuries. The grandson even wanted to take the position of grandpa. Any grandpa wouldn't tolerate that. "Boss, you're amazing. You actually discovered the spirit summoning technique to mobilize the medicinal power. It's simply too useful." At this moment, Chu Tianzhou was already full of energy, having consumed a B-grade spiritual material, and in just a few seconds, his flesh wounds were completely healed. His bruised face had also fully returned to its original state. "It wasn't me who discovered it, it was the principal," Yushio said. "I wasn't even injured. How could I discover this?" As soon as he said this, the gazes of Chu Laode and Chu Tianzhou immediately turned to the principal of Huaxia University. "What are you two looking at me like that for?" The principal of Huaxia University looked puzzled. "Olshin, did that kid Yushio beat you up?" Chu Laode suddenly asked. "No way, how could that be?" The principal of Huaxia University shook his head decisively. "I could take on Yushio with both my hands and feet. He wouldn't be my match." Chu Laode clearly saw through everything, looking at the principal of Huaxia University with a half-smile. Instead, it was Chu Tianzhou who suddenly interjected, "Principal, my boss is a Martial Emperor level expert. Are you sure you can play with him using just your hands and feet? Why don't you demonstrate it now? The students would really like to learn from you how to bind their own hands and feet for a battle that exceeds 2 major realms." Could it be that the principal also knows my boss's trick of glaring at the opponent and sending them flying? Bang! The principal of Huaxia University, not one for many words, kicked him directly, and the next moment, Chu Tianjiao flew out of the tent. Then, they heard the principal of Huaxia University shouting at the top of his lungs, "Chu Tianjiao, you little bastard, we adults are discussing matters here, and you little dog, actually farted, and it was 3 or 5 times." As soon as this was said, the expressions of the onlookers outside the tent, which had been surprised, instantly turned into laughter. "Brother Tianjiao, I'm not saying you, but that's just too ungracious. We're at least masters, and you're so bad that you can't even control your farts? With your control ability, if you can't even control your own farts, how can you better control your own power? Don't blame the principal for hitting you, it's lucky that our boss didn't hit you." The members of the Qilin battle team teased Chu Tianjiao one after another. They certainly didn't believe that Chu Tianjiao was kicked out for farting. In any case, seeing Chu Tianjiao suffer, they didn't mind adding insult to injury. "Get lost. You're the one who can't control your own farts." Chu Tianjiao's face turned dark. He didn't mind getting beaten up, not even minding 10 beatings. But the principal of Huaxia University was too sinister. Once this was said, Chu Tianjiao would have to carry the stain of not being able to control his farts for the rest of his life. The main issue was that this stain was witnessed by the members of the Qilin battle team. This matter would definitely be laughed about for a lifetime. Old sinister bastard. Too ruthless. Such a dirty heart. Chu Tianjiao got up, snorted coldly, and turned to walk away. However, the members of the Qilin battle team certainly wouldn't let Chu Tianjiao off so easily and followed closely behind. Inside the tent, after a farce, Chu Laote's expression also became serious. Then he took out a deep purple Qilin jade pendant from the storage device. "The reason I rushed over this time is to guard against the martial emperor experts sent by the secret realm city, and to bring you this." The president of Huaxia University, seeing the purple Qilin jade pendant, immediately became excited. "Chu madman, you are truly a timely reign. Just now, I was worried that Yushio hadn't obtained the assessment jade pendant and would fall behind. Now all problems are easily resolved. With Yushio's strength, he will definitely reap a lot in the ruins this time. If he can obtain the talent of the divine beast Qilin, that would be perfect." Old Master Chu nodded and said, "Indeed, the most important thing in the Qilin ruins is still the talent of the divine beast Qilin. Yushio, once you enter the ruins, you must do everything possible to seize all 9 Qilin jade pendants. Back then, I discovered some strange things in the Qilin ruins, but I have been unable to verify them, because to do so, I needed to gather all 9 Qilin jade pendants, and I didn't have that ability at the time. However, now you have that ability. I suspect that once all 9 Qilin jade pendants are gathered, something very different will happen. As for whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, I am not sure. You will have to consider that yourself." The president of Huaxia University, however, was dissatisfied and said, "Chu madman, are you deliberately trying to harm Yushio by revealing useless information? Isn't that just putting him in danger? This is the Qilin ruins, the former habitat of the divine beast Qilin. Although Yushio is powerful and has already broken through to the martial emperor realm, that is a divine beast Qilin, a legendary entity. Who knows if it is dead or if it still possesses some terrifying abilities? This is simply too dangerous." Old Master Chu did not refute the president of Huaxia University this time, but nodded and said, "I understand this point as well. It is precisely because this matter involves the divine beast Qilin that I chose to bring it up. Opportunities and crises coexist, everything still needs to be considered by Yushio himself." The president of Huaxia University sighed, "But this is about the divine beast Qilin." At this moment, both of their gazes turned to Yushio, waiting for his response. "Let's see when we enter the ruins. Perhaps I won't be able to gather all 9 Qilin jade pendants. We'll take it one step at a time." Upon hearing this, Old Master Chu and the president of Huaxia University both nodded slightly. Everyone who enters the Qilin ruins knows the importance of the assessment jade pendant, and they will definitely keep it well hidden, making it impossible to expose easily. Once exposed, not only would Yushio try to seize it, but others would definitely do the same, ultimately leading to a situation where everyone attacks together. Therefore, gathering all 9 Qilin jade pendants is indeed not an easy task. Unless one can detect the existence of the assessment jade pendants and determine which person possesses them, this matter indeed cannot be forced. We can only take it one step at a time. Old Master Chu said, "But you only need to know about the 9 Qilin jade pendants." At this point, Old Master Chu sighed. There was once a Qilin jade pendant that appeared in the area of the city-level training camp, but that brat Tianjiao was too useless and couldn't find it when he took people there. Otherwise, you could have 2 Qilin jade pendants by now. As soon as Old Master Chu said this, Yushio suddenly recalled that when he met Chu Tianjiao at Wushan, he seemed to be looking for something. Looking back now, Chu Tianjiao was indeed searching for the Qilin jade pendant at that time. That was a black Qilin jade pendant, but unfortunately, it was never found in the end. At this moment, Old Master Chu's voice rang out again, and Yushio chuckled. Grandpa Chu, is it possible that this black Qilin jade pendant is with me? With you? Old Master Chu was taken aback, then exchanged glances with the president of Huaxia University, and they both reacted immediately. The black Qilin badge? Yushio smiled and nodded. You brat! Old Master Chu chuckled. No wonder when Tianjiao asked me to design the Qilin battle team's uniform, I found it strange that the pattern on the uniform was so similar to the Qilin jade pendant. At first, I thought it was that brat Tianjiao's suggestion since he had seen the Qilin jade pendant. I just didn't expect it was you who brought it up. The ink-colored Qilin jade pendant has actually been with you all along. At this moment, Yushio also took out the ink-colored Qilin jade pendant from his storage device. Old Master Chu examined the material and the Qilin pattern on the pendant, happily saying, "That's right. It is indeed a genuine ink-colored Qilin jade pendant. No wonder Tianjia couldn't find the ink-colored Qilin jade pendant at Wushan. If it's in your hands, it makes sense, proving that brat isn't particularly foolish." Yushio asked in confusion, Grandpa Chu, could it be that there are fake Qilin jade pendants? Old Master Chu nodded. Indeed, there are fake Qilin jade pendants, and quite a few of them, all coming from the black market. You should understand the value of the Qilin jade pendant. It's inevitable that some people want to make a fortune using the Qilin jade pendant. Currently, there are not less than 800 Qilin jade pendants on the market, if not 1,000. Especially during this period leading up to the relic assessment, the number of fake Qilin jade pendants is increasing, and many people are getting scammed. Hearing this, Yushio could understand. It was reasonable that some unscrupulous people were making money by producing fake Qilin jade pendants. The imitation skills of the Chinese people are among the best in the world. Grandpa Chu, actually, this ink-colored Qilin jade pendant was given to me by someone. Yushio thought of Xiaowan. Since the city-level training camp, Xiaowan had completely disappeared. Even Xiaowan's parents had already concluded that she had died in the training camp. It was Yushio's father who accompanied Xiaowan's father to the household registration office to cancel her registration. Someone gave you a Qilin jade pendant? Old Master Chu immediately showed a surprised expression. Anyone who understood the value of the Qilin jade pendant would never give it away as a gift. This was beyond luxury. It was outright wasteful behavior. It was Xiaowan. When Old Master Chu and the president of Huaxia University heard this name, both of their faces immediately showed a strange expression. They already knew about the relationship between Xiaowan and Yushio. However, they never expected that Xiaowan would give away a Qilin jade pendant. You brat hit the jackpot. The president of Huaxia University scoffed. I guess Xiaowan must not know the value of the Qilin jade pendant. She probably just thought of it as an ordinary jade pendant to give to you. Yushio did not respond, because when Xiaowan gave him the ink-colored Qilin jade pendant, she had mentioned that this pendant was related to the secrets of Wushan. At first, Yushio thought it was about the Wushan of the city-level training camp, until later he realized it was related to the Qilin relic assessment. He just couldn't understand how Xiaowan obtained the ink-colored Qilin jade pendant. At that time, Xiaowan's strength was only using the blood god potion, having just broken through to a martial artist. Outside the forest, Chu Tianjiao was frantically searching with a group of masters and grandmasters. Could it really be just that Xiaowan was lucky? For a moment, Yushio couldn't figure it out. But it didn't matter. After all, the ink-colored Qilin jade pendant was in his hands now, and he had fulfilled his promise to help Xiaowan's parents. For him, this was just a transaction, a fair and just transaction. In any case, this kid Yushio is indeed blessed with great fortune. Now that he has the ink-colored Qilin jade pendant, this is a good thing. So why bother entangling in these questions? While Old Master Chu spoke, the president of Huaxia University also slightly nodded, clearly in agreement with his statement. Let's have some tea. There is still quite a bit of time before the Qilin relic opens, so let's drink and wait. Old Master Chu took out a set of tea-making tools from his storage device. The Qilin relic opens at night. The reason it is on the night of the full moon is closely related to the full moon. Meanwhile, outside the tent, a group of people dressed in precious martial arts uniforms arrived. Each of them wore an arrogant and indifferent expression, looking at the surrounding crowd as if they were facing a swarm of ants. The leaders of the prominent families from Kyoto, who had previously been hiding from Yushio, hurriedly approached this group of people, their attitudes exceptionally respectful. My lord! They bowed to the elder at the forefront and then knelt on one knee. Get up! As the elder spoke, the onlookers around revealed shocked expressions. It should be noted that those who knelt were the leaders of the prominent families in Kyoto. Even in the face of Yushio, they would never kneel. Who are these people? The leaders of Kyoto's prominent families are actually kneeling to them. They must be from the secret cities in the west. No wonder the leaders of Kyoto's prominent families are kneeling. It makes sense now. Just as the crowd was discussing, one of the leaders of a Kyoto family bowed and said, "Lord Martial Emperor, the tent has been prepared, please move over." Martial Emperor? Upon hearing the words of the Kyoto family leader, a gasp of astonishment filled the air. I didn't expect that this time the secret city from the west would send a martial emperor. Could it be that this assessment of the Qilin ruins is different? I don't know what is different about the Qilin ruins, but I am certain that the involvement of the martial emperor from the secret city in the west is closely related to Yushio. We must remember that Yushio is a genuine martial king, and those prominent families in Kyoto have deep grievances with him, so it must be related to him. Do you think the martial emperor from the secret city in the west intends to eliminate Yushio, this great enemy? As this person finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically, because the speculation just made was very likely true. Yushio's martial arts talent is too monstrous. In my opinion, those from the secret city in the west are indeed implying this. It is well known that Yushio's rate of improvement is famously rapid. If he continues to grow like this, I fear that even if all the people from the secret cities in the west come together, they may not be able to contend with Yushio. What do you think? If the martial emperor from the secret city in the west really intends to act against Yushio, will those people above intervene? Intervene? With what? The local managers of Huaxia are merely at the martial king level now. Do you think there are many people in the world willing to do that? Especially for an outsider with no blood relation. The people around nodded in agreement. Although those above were local managers of Huaxia, they were merely martial kings. Currently, the officials in the cabinet were in uninhabited areas, and there was no one in Huaxia who could contend with them. Indeed, no matter how strong the talent, it ultimately cannot compare to the 3 generations of accumulation from a powerful family. It's just a pity for Yushio, coming from a humble background, to have come this far is already remarkable. In my opinion, he is worthy of being called a legendary figure. Since the era of martial arts began, no child from a humble background has ever possessed talent and strength like Yushio. Even those from prominent families could not break through to the martial king level at Yushio's age. Heaven is jealous of exceptional talent. The world is inherently unfair. Everything still relies on strength. While this discussion was ongoing, Shu Tianjiu had already entered the tent at the Huaxia University camp. People from the secret city have arrived. The leader is an old man, and the leaders of the prominent families from Kyoto refer to him as Lord Martial Emperor. While speaking, Shu Tianjiu had an excited expression on his face. "Boss, should we go out now and take care of that old thing? You didn't see the way those people looked at us, it was infuriating. Their arrogant demeanor makes me want to rush up and stomp on their faces." The president of Huaxia University chimed in, "I think we can do this. Those people from the secret realm cities must have other Qilin jade pendants on them. We won't even need to search for them. Isn't this a fat piece of meat delivered right to our door?" Qilin jade pendant? Shu Tianjiu naturally knew of its existence and was now filled with enthusiasm. The black Qilin jade pendant? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of 2 Qilin jade pendants laid out on the table. The purple Qilin jade pendant must have been brought over by his grandfather from the Chu family. But the black Qilin jade pendant, he had searched for it for so long on Wushan and found no clues. Now it appeared here. "Grandpa, how did the black Qilin jade pendant end up here?" Chu Tianjiu asked in confusion. "Did you send someone to find it afterward?" Old Master Chu snorted coldly. "Find what? This was taken out by Yushio. When you were searching on Wushan, this black Qilin jade pendant was already with Yushio." Shu Tianjiu chuckled. "So that's how it is. I searched everyone who entered and exited Wushan back then, yet I didn't find the black Qilin jade pendant. Turns out it was always in the boss's hands. It's perfectly normal that I didn't find it." Back then, Shu Tianjiu had searched everyone on Wushan, but he had never searched Yushio. The one person he didn't search just happened to possess the black Qilin jade pendant. It was indeed fate playing tricks. "Boss, as expected of you, you truly have great fortune. Just participating in a small city-level training camp allowed you to obtain the black Qilin jade pendant. In my opinion, the divine beast Qilin's talent in this Qilin relic must be yours for the taking, boss." The president of Huaxia University could no longer listen and rolled his eyes, scolding, "Brat, stop flattering here." He then looked at Old Master Chu and Yushio, asking, "So, what do you think? Should we go out and do something now? I guarantee that those people from the western secret realm cities have Qilin jade pendants on them." Old Master Chu nodded as well. He actually thought the same. Because over the years, every time people from the western secret realm cities came, they always had Qilin jade pendants on them. Sometimes it was one, sometimes several. Although every time the Qilin relic closed, the Qilin jade pendants would return to the relic and then scatter across Huaxia. Every time, people from the western secret realm cities would find a few. This had become a routine, an unspoken understanding. As long as the Qilin relic opened, everyone would believe that the people from the Western Secret Realm cities must possess the Black Qilin Jade Pendant. Of course, these people from the Western Secret Realm cities had never denied it or hidden it, because in their view, the local Huaxia people didn't dare to snatch it, nor did they have the qualifications or strength to do so. It was always these Secret Realm city people who snatched from others, never the other way around. Anyway, I've already had old Jiang prepare. Just let him provoke that martial emperor. The president of Huaxia University chuckled. As long as that martial emperor dares to fight back, Yushio, you just go ahead and kill him. Once that martial emperor is dead, those other people from the Secret Realm cities will be at our mercy. No matter how many Qilin Jade pendants they have, they will all belong to us. As the president spoke, a sly smile appeared on his face. President, why do we have to let Dean Zhang provoke him? Just let the boss go up and sweep them away. The boss is stronger. So why bother with all this nonsense? Shu Tianjiu said, looking displeased. You don't want fame, your boss wants fame. Besides, there are still martial arts laws in Huaxia. Although the local managers in Huaxia are only martial kings, there is still a cabinet in the uninhabited area above them. Some things, if you can take advantage of them, you absolutely cannot let people think of Yushio as arrogant and overbearing. I don't understand this. Shu Tianjiu shook his head and said, I just want to know when the boss will kill that martial emperor, old man. Those guys are too arrogant. After that martial emperor is killed by the boss, I want to meet the younger generation of those Secret Realm cities and see how strong they really are. At this moment, old Master Chu interjected, you are not their opponent. Even if you now possess the martial skills and techniques brought out by Yushio from the Seeking Realm, the innate conditions have already created a gap. Those little guys were born in the Secret Realm, enjoying the benefits of body refinement from a young age, along with many precious spiritual herbs and various martial arts training. Among the young generation present, only Yushio can crush them, the rest have no possibility at all. Of course, there are also some powerful families that arrange for their offspring to live in the uninhabited area's domain after they are born. How can you compare? Shu Tianjiu snorted coldly, maybe I am not their opponent now, but in the future, they definitely won't be my opponent. My boss is going to become a martial god, and as his number one little brother, I should at least be a martial emperor powerhouse. Old Master Chu laughed, you kid really dare to talk nonsense. You should break through to Grand Master within a year before talking. Otherwise, I will definitely beat you, you little brat. Just as the few were chatting, the head of the Martial Arts Academy suddenly rushed in. You three, go out and see, those Kyoto aristocratic families relying on the martial emperor's backing are causing trouble for Old Wu and the others outside. As soon as the head of the Martial Arts Academy finished speaking, the president of Huaxia University immediately exploded with rage. These dogs relying on power, we haven't even made a move, and they jumped out to find trouble. Yushio, Shu madman, we are in the right now, let's just go for it. Old Master Chu stood up and said, let's go out and see what's going on first. Yushio also nodded and stood up. When they walked out of the tent, the head of the Martial Arts Academy suddenly asked, now that those dogs are actively looking for trouble, do I not need to provoke that martial emperor anymore? Although he had previously decided to provoke the martial emperor, when the situation truly unfolded before him, he still felt a bit scared upon seeing the martial emperor's strength. Even though he knew Yushio was by his side and would definitely not let him get hurt, that was still a martial emperor. He was merely a martial venerable, a full 2 major realms apart. It would be strange if he wasn't intimidated. Old Jiang, this is not your style. When did you become so timid? The president of Huaxia University sneered, that old thing is a martial emperor, and we have Yushio here who is also a martial emperor, and his combat power is definitely stronger than that old thing. What are you afraid of? If Yushio weren't here, I could understand your timidity, but now, before the president of Huaxia University could finish, the head of the Martial Arts Academy immediately interrupted, if you're not afraid, then you go provoke the martial emperor. Anyway, with Yushio beside you, what are you afraid of? The president of Huaxia University sighed, Old Jiang, your thinking is problematic. Who am I? I am the president of Huaxia University, representing the face of Huaxia University. Huaxia University is the top martial arts university in our Huaxia, and as the president, indirectly, I represent the face of Huaxia. You say, with such an unstable persona actively provoking a martial emperor, do you think it should appear on me? The head of the Martial Arts Academy snorted coldly, you were originally. I know. The president of Huaxia University immediately interrupted, not giving the head of the Martial Arts Academy a chance to finish his sentence, continuing, I know you understand me, and you know I'm not that kind of person, but for the face of Huaxia University, for the face of our homeland, even if I have to endure humiliation, I must disguise myself. I live every day wearing a mask. Do you think it's easy for me? I also want to be my true self, but I can't. I have to fight for the face of Huaxia University and even for our homeland. Old Jiang, I believe you understand me, right? Seeing the feigned sorrow on the president of Huaxia University's face, the head of the martial arts academy couldn't help but roll his eyes, already too lazy to respond. He admitted that he wasn't good with words, so he simply stopped talking. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. After all, whether he spoke or not, the final result would be the same. It would all be his fault. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to similar situations, saying so much, "Isn't it just to cover up your cowardice?" At that moment, Old Chu suddenly chimed in, and the previously silent head of the martial arts academy immediately cast a grateful glance. "Chu madman, this is a family matter of Huaxia University. It has nothing to do with you. Do I care?" Old Chu scoffed. "You weren't like this when you were young, were you? I remember when you were young, aside from not being tough with your words, your bones were all strong. Now it's the exact opposite. Except for your mouth being tough, there's not a single hard part left." Watching the two argue, Yushio couldn't help but rub his temples. In the past, when Old Chu wasn't present, it was always a one-man show for the president of Huaxia University, and in the end, it was always the head of the martial arts academy who got hurt and took the blame. But now, it was a fierce confrontation. There was no equal footing. Observing the president of Huaxia University in a fit of rage and Old Chu's calm and teasing expression, the outcome was clear. In this round, the president of Huaxia University was utterly defeated. "We still have serious matters to discuss, Grandpa Chu, Old Shin, let's calm down for a moment." Yushio couldn't help but speak up. For your sake, Yushio, I won't argue with you today." Upon hearing Yushio speak, the president of Huaxia University immediately took the opportunity to back down, not dragging it out at all. He knew that if they continued to argue, he would definitely have a heart attack. It was simply infuriating. Old Chu's mouth was truly venomous. However, Old Chu merely looked at the president of Huaxia University, smirking, and didn't say another word. Yet, just like that, he managed to infuriate the president of Huaxia University to the point where he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Old Chu is amazing. The head of the martial arts academy watched this scene, his eyes shining. The current Old Chu was the image he had once dreamed of. The noise subsided. The group had already arrived at the camp of Old Wu and the other prominent families of Kyoto. At this moment, Old Wu and the others had gloomy expressions, and there was a sense of frustration in their eyes. It was clear that these leaders, including Old Wu, had suffered a great deal of grievance, but because they had the support of the martial emperor behind them, they could only endure. Although they also knew that Yushio had the same strength as the martial emperor, whether Yushio would help them was still uncertain. This was also the reason they didn't dare to resist, as they lacked confidence. "Mr. Chu madman? Yushio?" The leaders of another group of prominent families in Kyoto, upon seeing Yushio arrive, instantly changed their expressions, instinctively feeling the urge to flee. But then they thought, now that they had the martial emperor backing them, what was there to fear from Yushio, who was merely a martial king? "Yushio, are you here to meddle in our affairs?" The leader of the prominent family, surnamed Li, was from the Li family, which was previously a top-tier family like the Wu family. South Wu, North Li. The Wu family was the largest in the southern part of Kyoto, while the Li family was the largest in the northern part. As for the western city of Kyoto, it is a concentration camp for commoners, where almost all the common people of Kyoto are gathered in that area. The eastern city, on the other hand, is the territory of the local rulers of Huaxia, including the Kyoto military district, which is located on the outskirts of the eastern city, and some secret departments also have their headquarters concentrated in that area. The Wu family has betrayed our alliance of noble families in Kyoto. This is our family matter. The leader of the Li family seemed somewhat worried that Yushio would take action, instinctively retreating several steps, and his voice lacked confidence. "Mr. Our Wu family is willing to become your vassal family, serving you forever as your most loyal servants." The leader of the Wu family immediately knelt down. This action left a group of young Wu family members behind him dumbfounded. They never expected that their elder would do such a thing. Kneeling before a young man of similar age, even though this young man was powerful, it was still too much. They were, after all, one of the top noble families in Kyoto. Even if they chose to pledge loyalty, it shouldn't be with such a humble attitude. This left them quite perplexed. However, the leader of the Wu family did not think so. He realized that the Li family clearly wanted to use the power of the martial emperor from the western secret city to take the opportunity to swallow the Wu family. He originally thought that the Li family would not be so decisive, considering the two families had a kinship relationship. There were at least a dozen children from both families related by marriage. Now it seemed he had overestimated the Li family. They appeared to have been ambitious from the very beginning. "Mr. I beg you to agree. Seeing that Yushio did not respond, the leader of the Wu family suddenly knocked his head to the ground, and his originally fair forehead began to show traces of blood, which quickly spread, with some blood trickling down. Witnessing this scene, the other noble families of Kyoto around the Wu family leader also showed signs of struggle. Clearly, they were also conflicted, but they were not as decisive as the Wu family leader. They could not let go of the glory of Kyoto and their high status. Once they became Yushio's servants, their families would be subject to him. But if they did not serve him, the people from the Li family were aggressive, clearly intending to swallow their families, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Mr. Yu, our He family is also willing to become your vassal family, to be your most loyal servants. At this moment, a middle-aged man from the back of the crowd squeezed through and knelt down before Yushio. At this moment, the previously hesitant leaders of the noble families also made up their minds. They comforted themselves in their hearts. Yushio was now a powerful martial emperor, and he was so young, his future achievements might surpass those of the martial saint or martial emperor. If that were the case, they, as servants, could also hold a high status. Not just in the western secret city, but even deeper into the uninhabited areas, these vassal families could also have status. As the saying goes, the prime minister's door has 3 ranks of officials. They would be those 3 ranks of officials. If Yushio could become a martial god in the future, occupying a domain and becoming the lord of that domain, then they would be subordinates of the emperor. The more they thought this way, the previous worries and reluctance gradually turned into excitement. Mr. Yu, we are also willing to become your vassal families, to be your most loyal servants. At this moment, all the leaders of the noble families knelt down on both knees. Only a group of young noble family members behind them looked on in disbelief. However, some family disciples wore thoughtful expressions, occasionally glancing at the Li family side and then at Yushio's direction. Clearly, they had already guessed why their elders were doing this. Do you think that by serving Yushio as your master, your families will survive? At this moment, the leader of the Li family snorted coldly. Although Yushio is indeed powerful and possesses the strength of a martial king, we have Lord Martial Emperor. Do you really think a martial king can surpass a martial emperor? Even though Yushio has the ability to fight above his level, does he really think he can defeat Lord Martial Emperor? At this time, Old Master Chu moved slightly, clearly about to speak, but the leader of the Li family suddenly retreated, shouting sternly, Yushio, what are you doing? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback, including Yushio. He hadn't even moved. This is the leader of a top aristocratic family in the capital, timid as a mouse. The president of Huaxia University laughed, pointing at the leader of the Li family with a face full of mockery. At this moment, the leader of the Li family also looked embarrassed. Ever since Yushio arrived, he had been pretending to be calm. Although he was speaking with the leader of the Wu family, his peripheral vision had been focused on Yushio's movements. It was precisely because of this that when Old Master Chu moved slightly, the leader of the Li family reacted so strongly. He thought Yushio was about to make a move. We have Lord Martial Emperor behind us. I came here this time under the orders of Lord Martial Emperor to make the Wu family submit. The Wu family also has subordinates in the Western Secret City, and there is also a Martial Emperor present in the Wu family of the Secret City. If you defy Lord Martial Emperor's orders, do you know what the consequences will be? The leader of the Li family said sternly, as long as Lord Martial Emperor moves a finger, all of you will instantly turn to ashes. Do you understand? When the leader of the Li family warned, the leader of the Wu family and the aristocratic family leaders kneeling beside him all wore expressions of disdain, because they knew that Yushio was also a martial emperor level expert, and he was capable of destroying the martial emperor's strength testing instrument with a single sword strike. Moreover, Yushio had once entered the Seeking Realm, where he obtained martial skills and techniques, and he possessed the ability to fight above his level. Not only that, but Yushio also had various innate talents. Once all these were combined, how powerful would Yushio's combat strength be? This was also the reason why the leader of the Wu family was willing to become Yushio's servant, and it gave him confidence. In times of peace, power and money are the foundation for a person or a family's confidence. But in the era of martial arts, combat strength is the foundation for a person and a family's confidence. Yushio was a combination of super high strength and super strong combat power. Why aren't you speaking? The leader of the Li family, seeing the mocking expressions of the Wu family leader and the others, felt a mix of curiosity and anger. Aren't you afraid that Lord Martial Emperor will come and wipe out all of you present? Once you die, your families behind you will also be devastated. And we, the Li family, along with our families behind us, will definitely devour you and completely erase you from this world. Your hundreds of years of foundation will turn to bubbles. Don't you worry, you are dishonoring your ancestors. At this moment, the previously silent Old Master Chu impatiently scolded, Can you shut up? Chattering away, it's so noisy. I was just about to speak, and you scared me. If you keep babbling, I'll slap you." The leader of the Lee family shrank his neck, clearly very afraid of old Master Chu. After all, the reputation of the Chu madman was not to be taken lightly. He had once terrorized an era. "Just a 9-star martial king. We have Lord Martial Emperor behind us." The leader of the Lee family cautiously glanced at old Master Chu, then couldn't help but mutter a few words. However, upon noticing old Master Chu looking over, he was immediately too scared to continue muttering. Seeing this situation, old Master Chu snorted coldly and then turned to Yoshio, saying, "Our Chu family is also willing to be your most loyal servants. I, the old man, represent the Chu family, whether it is the Chu family in Huaxia or the Chu family in the Western Secret City." As he said this, the old man of the Chu family chuckled. "By the way, I shouldn't have to kneel like they do, right?" Upon hearing this, Yoshio couldn't help but laugh. "Grandpa Chu, saying that is just teasing me. My relationship with the Chu family is well known throughout the whole of Huaxia. When I was still weak, it was you who protected me. If it weren't for you, those noble families in the capital would have dealt with me long ago. Besides, Tianjiao and I are brothers. We don't need to discuss these things." The old man of the Chu family smiled. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "On this matter, I must make my stance clear. Although the Chu family has helped you in the past, that was an investment from the Chu family in you. Our relationship is mutual. To be precise, our Chu family needs to rely on you to get out of this predicament. So, before that, I must clarify our subordinate relationship. The Chu family will always be your subordinate family, Yoshio, for generations to come. The reason I say this now is to prevent future generations of the Chu family from taking advantage of the past help we provided you, acting arrogantly because of some small favors. Yoshio, you don't need to say much. I'm doing this not to say nice things, but for the sake of the entire Chu family. I don't want the descendants of the Chu family to face extermination because of this matter after I die." At this moment, both the president of Huaxia University beside Yoshio and the head of the Wu family looked at the old man of the Chu family with admiration. Because not only the old man of the Chu family, but even they understood well that after a family flourishes, its members often display a sense of superiority. This is an unavoidable flaw in any noble family. Just as the old man of the Chu family said, he specifically mentioned the subordinate relationship to tell future generations that the Chu family will always be Yoshio's subordinate family. Furthermore, the old man of the Chu family had high hopes for Yoshio's future. Perhaps others were unaware of Yoshio's growth trajectory and way of handling matters, but the old man had watched him rise from obscurity. If anyone could claim to understand Yoshio, it would be the old man of the Chu family. No one else could dare to claim the first place, not even Yoshio's parents. "Kneel." The old man of the Chu family kicked Chu Tianjiao's leg, causing him to stagger. "Oh, all right." At this moment, seeing his grandfather's serious expression, Chu Tianjiao dared not be mischievous anymore and obediently knelt down on both knees. "Damn it, I told you to kneel to Yoshio." The old man of the Chu family shouted angrily. Chu Tianjiao obediently turned around and knelt facing Yoshio. Then, the old man of the Chu family said, "I won't kneel to you to avoid tarnishing your reputation. Let Tianjiao kneel on my behalf. This kid is the next generation leader of the Chu family. His kneeling to you and pledging loyalty is reasonable and sufficient to represent the Chu family." Chu Tianjiao, understanding the situation, looked up at Yoshio and said, "Boss, although we are brothers, let's get down to business. I am now representing Grandpa and the entire Chu family. This kneel is my duty, and I am willing. As your little brother, I have followed you all the way. We all understand your attitude towards me and the brothers, and your sincerity. In short, I, Chu Tianjiao, am willing to die for you in this lifetime." At this moment, the members of the Qilin battle team behind them also spoke up. "Boss, at first, we indeed approached you because of the orders from our elders. But as we got to know you, none of the brothers felt discontent. Although you can be quite arrogant and show off sometimes." "Hey, boss, don't hit me yet. Let me finish these heartfelt words first. Since Tianjiao has started to get emotional, we also want to share our feelings." Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Qilin battle team around him burst into laughter. Even Yoshio couldn't help but smile. "You brat, you say I'm arrogant and pretentious, but come find me for a spar later." One of the Qilin team members scoffed, "TCH, it's just getting beaten up, not like you haven't done that before." "Boss, don't interrupt me, let me finish my thoughts. Right now, I also want to act a bit pretentious, speak from the heart." He chuckled and continued, "Boss, do you remember the last time at the provincial training camp? Because one of our brothers was bullied by those aristocratic kids from Kyoto. You wiped out that group of aristocratic kids from Kyoto, and in the end, you charged into the ruins and killed so many people. That was like going against the entire aristocracy of Kyoto, the brothers were all shocked back then. Li Shan was even crying, and I helped him wipe his tears. It was at that moment that the brothers truly trusted you. Before, it might have been because of your strength that the brothers respected you, but after that, their attitude changed. Then there was the second time when you taught the brothers the martial arts and techniques you brought back from the Seeking Realm. Boss, to be honest, even my own dad wouldn't be able to pass on the martial arts and techniques from the Seeking Realm to me so decisively. Seriously, even though we are your little brothers, we are still outsiders with no blood relation. You could do that, and the brothers were almost in tears. Just like Tianjiaogu said, in this lifetime, the brothers are willing to die for you. You once said you were a legend, and we want to become legends too. At that moment, the other members of the Qilin battle team nodded in agreement. Boss, we are willing to die for you in this lifetime. You treat us brothers better than our own parents. We really have nothing to say. And we really want to accompany you in becoming a legend. No matter what, just thinking about becoming a legend feels incredibly cool. As their words fell, Yushio remained silent for a long time before suddenly smiling faintly. So emotional, do you want to bow to me too? You treat us better than your own parents. Don't talk nonsense. If your own parents are willing to die for you, I certainly am not. Chu Tianjiao interjected. Boss, please don't jinx it. Quickly spit 3 times. If our brothers ever need you to die, that means our Qilin battle team is in trouble. If it really comes to that, boss, you must turn around and run. The brothers are still waiting for you to take revenge. Don't be foolishly hot-blooded. As long as you are alive, our sons can rebuild a brand new Qilin battle team and have a chance to rise again. Hearing Chu Tianjiao say this, the other members of the Qilin battle team nodded in agreement. Boss, promise us. Yushio smiled but did not respond to them. If that day really came, who the hell knew what it would be like? Yushio didn't want to think too much about it. Thinking about it was useless. Grandpa Chu. Yushio turned to look at Old Master Chu and said, I accept your Chu family's loyalty. Yushio understood Old Master Chu's concerns, so he agreed. As for the aristocratic families in Kyoto, Yushio said, you are not yet qualified to pledge loyalty to me, but I can give you a chance to do so. Upon hearing this, the head of the Wu family looked delighted and hurriedly said, Master, rest assured, our Wu family will definitely become your most loyal servants. Master, so will we. The heads of the other aristocratic families in Kyoto chimed in from behind. Get up! Yushio nodded slightly and then looked at the head of the Li family. Yushio, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. I came here under the orders of Lord Martial Emperor. Don't do anything reckless. Yushio said coldly, the people who bullied me must at least give me an explanation. Regarding that Martial Emperor? Go find him. The leader of the Li family was taken aback by this. You want me to find the Martial Emperor? Are you deaf? The president of Huaxia University snorted coldly. Yushio told you to find that old Martial Emperor, can't you understand? As he said this, the president's eyes were filled with excitement. That was a Martial Emperor. He was fortunate enough to witness the death of a Martial Emperor. How honored he must feel. All right, just don't regret it. The leader of the Li family initially wanted to escape immediately, but thinking about how embarrassing it was just now, he couldn't bear to flee in such a disheveled manner. So he deliberately left a parting remark, forcing himself to appear calm as he walked out of the tent. Hurry up! As soon as he stepped out of the tent, the leader of the Li family immediately took small, quick steps, like an exceptionally skilled racewalker, moving at an astonishing speed. The people around him were momentarily stunned and hurriedly jogged after him. Meanwhile, just as the leader of the Li family was leaving, 4 old men approached. Among them, 2 were acquaintances of Yushio. Previously, during a provincial training camp, Yushio had detained a few young heirs from a prominent family in Kyoto, and these 2 old men had come to negotiate with Yushio. What brings you here? As the 4 old men entered the tent, Old Master Chu's face immediately darkened, his tone unfriendly. Clearly, Old Master Chu held a grudge against these 4. Old Chu, why must you be like this? The leading elder shook his head helplessly and said, so many years have passed, and you still blame the higher-ups. You should know in your heart that what they did back then was also out of necessity. At that time, the situation in the uninhabited zone was urgent, and those prominent families were involved, with even some foreign influences behind them. It was really difficult back then. Old Master Chu interrupted. What does that have to do with me? I only know that the higher-ups abandoned me, almost leading to the destruction of the Chu family, and I could only confine myself to Qin province, living like a rat. At this point, Old Master Chu said mockingly, 20 years ago, when I broke through to Martial King, you were still a trash Martial Venerable. Now you've broken through to 9-star Martial King, and I'm still a 9-star Martial King. Now you want me to let it go. Do you think you have the face to say that? Not just you, even those bastards in the uninhabited zone have no right to speak. I just can't let it go. What can you do about it? The leading elder said sternly, Old Chu, be cautious with your words and actions. Old Master Chu snorted, cautious with my words and actions? I openly curse them, those bastards in the uninhabited zone. The leading elder snorted as well, not wanting to dwell on the issue any longer, and said, I'm not here to argue with you. The higher-ups have given orders for us to handle the matter regarding that martial emperor. They said you Shio must not encounter any problems. Old Master Chu snorted, just you? A bunch of trash. Even if you've broken through to 9-star Martial King, it's only because you've used a large amount of precious spiritual materials above the level of respect. But in my eyes, you are ultimately trash. With just you, I can take on 10 of you and remain unscathed. The leading elder took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his anger. We indeed cannot make the martial emperor feel apprehensive, but we are carrying out orders from above. Even if he is a martial emperor, he must be wary of the higher-ups. Of course, to ensure that Yushio has no worries, we hope that Yushio can take the initiative to soften his stance towards the martial emperor. Apologize to that martial emperor and promise that once he enters the Qilin ruins, he will not deliberately target the heirs of the secret realm cities. Old Master Chu suddenly cursed, I'll go to hell with your apologies and softening. The higher-ups asked you to ensure that Yushio doesn't have any problems, and this is how you do it? Does Yushio have no face? Besides, where the hell is Yushio wrong? You want Yushio to apologize? You really have no guts. It was like this before, and it still is now. A damn martial emperor has you all like this. You really are embarrassing the ancestors of Huaxia. The reason Huaxia has become like this is because of you useless managers. Old Master Chu trembled with anger, cursing, I'll say it here today, although I'm not a match for that martial emperor, I can still injure him severely with all my might. I dare to fight. Do you think that martial emperor dares to fight me? The leading elder's expression changed, and he said sternly, Shu Yunchang, you are just a reckless man, never knowing how to consider the bigger picture. The bigger picture? Old Master Chu sneered, to hell with your bigger picture. Back then, I focused too much on the bigger picture, and that's why it turned out like this, living like a human but not quite human, like a ghost but not quite a ghost. If I hadn't considered the bigger picture back then, you wouldn't even have the right to stand in front of me now. What a load of nonsense, always talking about the bigger picture, but it's always you cowardly bastards who profit, while the real heroes are shamed. If it weren't for my concessions back then, you'd be rotting in your grave now, and you still dare to stand in front of me, acting all high and mighty with the title of Martial King? The leading elder said angrily, Shu Yunchang, you are going too far. Old Master Chu coldly snorted, I'm going too far? Don't think I don't know how many benefits you've received behind the scenes. If it weren't for those bastards in the secret realm city promising you benefits, would you have come here to meddle in these affairs? With that time, you should be looking at what kind of life the people of Huaxia are living now. You're spouting nonsense. The leading elder's face turned pale. Shu Yunchang, you need to be responsible for what you say. I'm telling you clearly, we came here mainly to complete the task from above. Old Master Chu sneered, alright, I've decided to fight that bastard, at least to injure him severely. If that's the case, Yushio can take the opportunity to kill that bastard, then your task will also be completed, right? The leading elder coldly snorted, Shu Yunchang, you are simply unreasonable. With us here, you can forget about disrupting the bigger picture. If you insist on this, don't blame us for being merciless. Old Master Chu laughed loudly, is this your so-called bigger picture? Is this your so-called task? Do you really think everyone else is a fool? Today, I'll see how you plan to stop me. I'll show you why others call me Chu the Madman. Without saying much, Old Master Chu moved his hand towards the opponent. Retreat quickly. The leading elder saw this situation and immediately called for the other three to retreat. At the same time, Old Master Chu chased after the four and burst out of the tent. The commotion was noticed, and more people rushed over. What is Chu the Madman trying to do? Not far away, the fleeing leader of the Li family was stunned at the scene. What does it matter? We should hurry and inform the martial emperor about the important matter. Someone beside urged. The leader of the Li family glanced at the person fighting Old Master Chu and then turned to leave. Moments later, the leader of the Li family arrived at the tent where the people from the Western Secret Realm City lived and successfully met the Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor, we originally went to persuade the Wu family according to your instructions, but suddenly a Yushio and Chu the Madman appeared out of nowhere. The leader of the Li family lamented, both Yushio and Chu the Madman are Martial King powerhouses, and I really had no way. If I hadn't run fast, I might have lost my life there. Upon hearing this, the Martial Emperor was not surprised. He simply waved his hand and said, someone is dealing with Chu the Madman now, let's go out and see the excitement. This person sneered and then stood up. walking towards the tent's entrance. Behind him followed a group of young people from the Western Secret Realm cities, along with the leader of the Li family. That must be Yu Xiu, right? The martial emperor looked up at a distance. Indeed, very young. If we can recruit him for our family, that would be quite good. Lord Martial Emperor, those four over there seem to be leaders from the Management Bureau. How could they suddenly start fighting with Chu the Madman? The leader of the Li family asked cautiously. People are always chasing after their interests, especially in this martial world where strength reigns supreme. The martial emperor chuckled lightly. Who wouldn't want to climb to a higher realm of martial arts? Now that the cabinet's management of the homeland of Huaxia is lax, some people have already developed ulterior motives. The temptation from the martial emperor is not small. The leader of the Li family suddenly understood. From the martial emperor's words, he guessed that the other party had promised benefits to the people from the Management Bureau. Although he didn't know what those benefits were, they must be very precious resources or conditions related to breaking through to the martial emperor level. With that, he understood. Although the leaders of the Management Bureau were the apparent managers, they were still overshadowed by the likes of the old man of the Chu family, a 9-star martial king. Those people must feel uncomfortable about it. Moreover, the old man of the Chu family had been so glorious in the past, and now that he was mired in difficulties, there were still those who wanted to step on him. Naturally, there were also many who wished to surpass him, and the people from the Management Bureau were among them. What you say is true. The leader of the Li family quickly agreed, then respectfully stood by in silence. On the other side, the four from the Management Bureau joined forces and were no match for the old man of the Chu family. When Yusho taught the 200 death warriors the spirit summoning technique and martial skills, he had not concealed anything from the old man of the Chu family. Now, looking on, the old man of the Chu family was easily overpowering the four. Grandpa Chu is really mischievous. Yusho glanced over and noticed that the old man of the Chu family was not using the spirit summoning technique. He was simply toying with the four. Of course, Yusho also understood that the old man was doing this mainly to hide his true strength. After all, the old man of the Chu family was too special. Although he was currently bound in Qin province, there were still many eyes on him. Once the old man of the Chu family strengthened or broke through to the martial emperor level, many would immediately emerge to suppress him. This was also the reason why the old man of the Chu family had not practiced for so many years. He was very clear about his situation and understood that as long as he did not act, both the Chu family in the homeland of Huaxia and the Chu family in the Western Secret Realm cities would be safe. However, after Yusho emerged, the old man's unwilling heart gradually began to heat up. After being bound for decades, how could the man once known as Chu the Madman willingly accept this? If it weren't for his family and these younger generations, the old man of the Chu family would never have compromised. Chu Yunchang, do you really want to go against our Management Bureau? The leading elder also realized the gap between the four of them and the old man of the Chu family, unable to help but threaten. Although the higher-ups have always felt guilty towards you, if you harm us, that guilt will completely vanish. Once that happens, without the higher-ups' restraint, those who want to destroy your Chu family will immediately come out. You better think it over. Is it worth it to remain so stubborn? The old man of the Chu family snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of cowards, threatening when you can't win. This is all you amount to in your lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man of the Chu family swiftly retreated. At least you know your place. The leading elder saw the old man retreat and couldn't help but snort coldly. Then the four of them stepped aside, gasping for breath. Grandpa. Chu Tianjiao approached the old master Chu, originally wanting to say something, but was interrupted. I understand what you want to say, but now is not the time. Yusho's foundation is still unstable. We cannot let him attract trouble. There were too many people involved in the events of that year, and now, decades later, those who were once on par with him have likely long since broken through to martial emperor, or even reached martial saint. Although Yusho is currently a powerful martial emperor, his rise can indeed be said to be unprecedented, but in the end, he is still only at the martial emperor level. Since he has already endured for decades, Chu Yunchang is not afraid to wait a few more years. As long as he does not completely pull Yusho into his own affairs, Yusho will have enough time to develop. In the future, not to mention martial saint, even martial sovereign is a great possibility. I understand, Grandpa. Chu Tianjiao nodded, saying no more, and stepped aside. At this moment, due to the old master Chu's intervention, those present truly witnessed his strength, which shocked many. In the past, they only knew that the old master Chu from Qin province was powerful, but they did not understand how powerful. Now they completely understood. The looks directed at the old master Chu were filled with respect and awe. Yusho, Chu Yunchang is indeed very powerful, but he is ultimately only at the martial king level. You must know that there is a world of difference between martial emperor and martial king. The elder from the Management Bureau, who had regained his composure, looked at Yusho and said, I am not afraid to tell you that 100 martial kings are absolutely no match for a single martial emperor. Moreover, as you just saw, with the Chu family as his burden, he cannot truly fight to the death. Once he dies, the entire Chu family will vanish in an instant. If you think you can rely on Chu Yunchang to block the wrath of the martial emperor, I can only say that your calculations are likely to come up empty. We came here for your safety, so you should listen to us and apologize to the other party. Upon hearing this, the onlookers understood the situation, and many showed expressions of as expected. They had already guessed that the Western Secret Realm City sent a martial emperor here specifically targeting Yushio. Now, hearing the words of the elder from the Management Bureau, they completely understood. At the same time, they felt sympathy for Yushio's predicament. At this moment, no one in the audience spoke. They all silently watched Yushio, waiting for his next response. Apologize? At this moment, Yushio spoke, a mocking expression on his face. This action made all the onlookers shake their heads and sigh inwardly. After all, he was still too young and impetuous. They thought Yushio was foolish. Between life and face, who wouldn't know how to choose? As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Yet, Yushio did not understand this. What is he? Does he deserve an apology from me, Yushio? Yushio's tone was icy, and the crowd gasped in shock. Good heavens, this was a recipe for disaster. Not only did he refuse to apologize, but he also dared to insult and provoke the martial emperor. At this moment, not only did the onlookers not understand, but even the four from the Management Bureau were the same. They could not comprehend where Yushio found the courage to publicly insult a martial emperor. Was it just because of his martial king strength? Or his status as the youngest martial king in Huaxia? Or something else? Regardless, the four from the Management Bureau all thought Yushio's actions were extremely foolish. Outside the entire relic, only the old Master Chu and his group maintained their calm demeanor. They knew that Yushio was a martial emperor and such a young one at that. With his innate talent and the techniques and martial skills brought from the Quest realm, Yushio indeed had the pride and qualifications to say such words. Of course, the old Master Chu did not yet know that Yushio's true confidence came from Shaozi, the source of energy he brought from the Quest realm. You are simply foolish. There is no cure for you. The elder leading the Management Bureau pointed at Yushio and, after a long pause, angrily scolded him. Do you know the consequences of this? I admit your talent is monstrous, but the gap between a martial king and a martial emperor is like heaven and earth. One is in the sky, the other underground. Although we came with a mission, if you seek your own death now, we can do nothing about it. Even if we are blamed later, we have already done our best. Yushio coldly smiled, disdainfully glancing at the other party, then turned to look not far away and said, having watched for so long, shouldn't you step forward now? The crowd followed Yushio's gaze and found that he was looking at the martial emperor elder sent from the Western Secret City. The elder had silver hair, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp. Everyone present felt a sense of intimidation and quickly averted their eyes. Nevertheless, a storm of emotions surged within them. Yushio was attempting to provoke the martial emperor right in front of him. In their view, if the martial emperor got angry, Yushio would be completely finished. Interesting. The martial emperor elder smiled faintly and took a few steps to approach Yushio. This technique of shrinking the distance left the onlookers dumbfounded. Is this what a martial emperor is like? Terrifying. A mere parlor trick. To the spectators, the martial emperor's display was frightening. But to Yushio, it was just the use of the martial emperor's extraordinary speed. Although it looked like he had only taken 2 or 3 steps, he had actually covered a much greater distance, all of which did not escape Yushio's eyes. Young people should be more humble. The martial emperor clearly heard Yushio's words and felt very displeased, unable to suppress a cold snort. Your strength and talent are indeed strong, but they are just decent. In the secret city and even deeper in the uninhabited zones, there are many young prodigies stronger than you. In the uninhabited zones, young martial emperors are everywhere, and the apostles of the gods are as numerous as cattle. This little talent of yours may impress in this Huaxia homeland, but outside, you are merely slightly stronger than ordinary people, ultimately just a frog in a well. When the martial emperor said this, everyone present was shocked. They had known that the younger generation of the secret city was strong, but they never expected it to be to this extent. A 17-year-old martial king like Yushio was merely an ordinary young prodigy. How powerful could those young martial emperors be? They didn't even dare to think about it. Yushio! The martial emperor also noticed the change in the expressions of the onlookers and smiled with satisfaction. His goal had been achieved, and now he could proceed with his recruitment. Yushio, considering your decent talent, as long as you are willing to become a servant of our family, I guarantee that you will have the chance to become a true young prodigy in the future. Although I cannot guarantee that you will reach the level of a young martial emperor, at least I can ensure you stand on equal footing with those young prodigies and become someone like them." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent old Master Chu suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. This left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. On the contrary, the martial emperor's expression darkened, his face gloomy. He inwardly cursed, "How could I forget this old fool? Chu Yunchang, you are being outrageous." The martial emperor coldly looked at old Master Chu and said in a chilling voice, "If you know what's good for you, you'd better keep your mouth shut, otherwise, I won't hesitate to send people to suppress your Chu family in the secret city." Hearing this, old Master Chu restrained his smile and disdainfully replied, "Haven't you always been suppressing us? What's the use of saying such nonsense now? Besides, my mouth is mine. If you don't want me to speak, I simply won't." As he said this, old Master Chu sneered coldly, "If it were something else, I might not bother with you, but your bragging is just too much, isn't it? You say Yu Xiu's talent and strength are only average in the Western Secret Realm City? You must be joking. If this is considered ordinary, then how strong must the younger generation in the Secret Realm City be? If that's the case, why hasn't China dominated the world yet? And why was I able to beat you bastards down back in the day? I admit I'm not as good as Yu Xiu. I wouldn't even measure up to a tenth of him. You really are shameless." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded, showing expressions of doubt. However, they didn't dare to reveal their skepticism towards the martial emperor, only lowering their heads and sneaking glances. But even so, it made the martial emperor's face darken. "As for the uninhabited areas, I spent too little time there. Perhaps I didn't have the chance to meet those true geniuses." At this moment, old Master Chu spoke again. "As for those young martial emperors you mentioned, and the apostles of the gods, such figures probably only exist among the top-tier domains. So, I'm curious. My talent back then was many times stronger than yours. I didn't even remember your name, so you can imagine that back then, you didn't even catch my eye. Even someone like me didn't qualify to enter the top-tier domains back then. What qualifications do you have to enter the domains? Although I haven't been to the top-tier domains, I dare to guarantee that Yu Xiu's talent, even placed among the top-tier domains, is still the best." Old Master Chu scoffed, "You think you can deceive Yu Xiu into becoming a servant of your family with such tricks? You think you deserve it? Trash is ultimately trash, and the methods you use are beneath contempt." This tirade of insults left the martial emperor feeling utterly humiliated, his face already as cold as frost. "Chu Yunchang, while I can't kill you, I can certainly make you half paralyzed." Saying this, the martial emperor charged towards old Master Chu. However, old Master Chu subtly signaled to Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu understood. The president of Huaxia University beside them also immediately understood, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. He hadn't expected that provoking a martial emperor could be so exhilarating when done like old Master Chu. If he had known, he would have provoked them himself. Bang! Yu Xiu, grasping the situation, immediately transformed the source of his energy into a massive hammer, which he controlled and smashed towards the martial emperor. With this strike, the martial emperor was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. What the hell? Old Master Chu couldn't help but curse upon seeing this scene. He had just seen a purple object fly out at an incredible speed, and the next moment, he saw the martial emperor being sent flying. Even though old Master Chu had seen a lot, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened or how Yu Xiu had made his move. Most importantly, with just that one strike, the martial emperor was sent flying. How could this not shock old Master Chu? What happened? The martial emperor was sent flying? Could it be that he encountered something unclean? That's too terrifying. What the hell? That was a martial emperor. What kind of unclean thing could do this? It's too frightening. As for the onlookers with low strength around them, they couldn't see Yu Xiu using the source of his energy to send the martial emperor flying. Even the 4 martial kings from the management bureau didn't see any of this. It could only be said that their strength had improved too slowly, far from the level of old Master Chu, who had honed his skills through life and death experiences. At this moment, as more and more people began to discuss, everyone thought it was something unclean. In an instant, anxiety spread among the crowd. They all feared that the unclean thing would come for them. If a martial emperor was injured in an instant, then what would happen to them? They would surely die in an instant. Only Chu Tianjiu and his group knew that Yu Xiu had a deadly technique that could kill with a glare. They understood that it was Yu Xiu who had made a move. Yet, despite knowing this, when they witnessed the scene with their own eyes, they still found it hard to suppress their excitement and shock. Lord Martial Emperor, the leader of the Li family and the younger generation from the Secret Realm cities, snapped back to reality and rushed towards the direction where the Martial Emperor had been sent flying. Moments later, the Martial Emperor looked at Yu Xiu with a face full of terror, and he naturally saw the hint of purple emanating from Yu Xiu's body. What kind of strength do you possess? The Martial Emperor asked. All eyes in the crowd turned to Yu Xiu, and through the words of the martial emperor, they began to piece together some of the situation. Yet, they remained in shock. What? What did I just hear? Could it be that I misheard? The one who sent the martial emperor flying just now was Yushio? But Yushio didn't even move. Not even a finger. Damn, I remember now, a while back, when Yushio challenged the combat power rankings at the Capital University, he used a technique that sent people flying with just a glare. I recall that Chu Tianjiao mentioned that Yushio's technique seemed to be called the Eye of the Immortal Demon. I never believed it before. I thought Chu Tianjiao was just talking nonsense. Indeed, I just witnessed Yushio glance at that martial emperor, and then the martial emperor was sent flying. Combined with what the martial emperor said, it's clear that it was Yushio who made the move. Could it be that Yushio really possesses the Eye of the Immortal Demon? Just as everyone was in shock, Yushio looked up at the martial emperor. Didn't you want to take me as your servant? Here's your chance. If you can make me move even a step, I will agree to you. As soon as Yushio said this, the martial emperor's expression changed drastically. He had lost all courage. The fact that Yushio dared to say such a thing was enough to prove that his strength was terrifying. Coupled with that hint of purple earlier, the martial emperor dared not gamble anymore. He was truly terrified. The unknown was the most frightening. Even if he was a martial emperor, it was the same. Lord Yushio, I was wrong. It was all their instigation. I really don't dare to fight you, and I hope you can spare me this time. The martial emperor hurriedly expressed his stance, pointing at the 4 members of the management bureau. At this, the 4 members of the management bureau turned pale. Now they understood that Yushio's strength had likely already surpassed that of a martial emperor, and he could send a martial emperor flying just by standing still. His methods were too mysterious and unpredictable. Faced with such a figure, they were also filled with fear and quickly retorted, Lord Yushio, it wasn't us, it was him who forced us. You know we only have the strength of a martial king, and he is a martial emperor. We really have no ability to resist. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor's face flushed red with anger. It was you who came to me first, saying you had a way to help me subdue Lord Yu. After I agreed, I promised to give you a batch of precious spiritual materials to help you break through to the martial emperor realm, and now you dare to slander me. Saying this, the martial emperor looked at Yushio, raised 3 fingers, and declared loudly, Lord Yu, I swear to the heavens that everything I just said is true. If I utter a single falsehood, I would rather my strength regress, be plagued by misfortune, and let my descendants suffer a terrible fate. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd gasped in shock. Such a vow was indeed severe. Since the era of martial arts began, humanity had become increasingly cautious about making oaths. Even fierce beasts could speak. Who knew if there were truly deities in the heavens? Now, a martial emperor dared to make such a vicious oath, which indeed took some courage. The old man from the management bureau never expected that the martial emperor would use such a method to prove his innocence in order to save his life. For a moment, he opened his mouth, wanting to swear an oath, but he didn't dare to speak. Yushio, I am the head of the management bureau. If you dare to kill me, the higher-ups will not let you go. This is a provocation against the cabinet, a provocation against the highest authority of Huaxia. Once you do this, you will be a traitor to the entire nation. Seeing his precarious situation, the old man had no choice but to threaten with the cabinet. A traitor to the Huaxia nation? Yushio snorted coldly. If killing a parasite that harms the Huaxia people makes me a traitor to the nation, then I have to consider whether this nation is still a nation. At this point, Yushio immediately summoned the source of his internal energy, transforming it into a sharp sword, and with a wave of his hand, the purple blade shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, a line of blood appeared on the old man's neck. Realizing that his life was slipping away, the old man's face showed an expression of disbelief and terror. Save, save. He desperately opened his mouth trying to call for help, but blood kept pouring out, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. You all go too. Yushio turned to the other 3, and the purple blade struck again, the same scene repeating, and the 3 died on the spot. Lord Yu, spare me. At this moment, the martial emperor was already terrified, his face pale, constantly bowing his head. Hand over the Qilin jade pendant. Yushio's voice was soft, but it was like a holy decree. The martial emperor hurriedly took out his storage device, and presented it to Yushio with both hands. Lord Yu, the Qilin jade pendant is in the storage device. The other items are what I humbly offer you. Yushio raised his head, activating his mind master ability, and the storage device flew into his hand. He then bound his identity and took out a blue Qilin jade pendant from the storage device. Only one piece? Just as Yushio was putting the blue Qilin jade pendant into his storage device, something very strange happened. 3 Qilin jade pendants suddenly pieced together, emitting a 3-colored glow, purple, black, and blue. Just as Yushio was puzzled, he noticed not far away, a young man from a secret realm city was also emanating a faint white halo. Although it was very faint, Yushio could keenly sense it. At the same time, on the other side, another person also had a red halo appearing. Yushio speculated that this was likely a response between the Qilin Jade pendants, and that only when 3 Qilin Jade pendants were pieced together would it occur. I only have one piece, as for the others, I don't know. The martial emperor glanced at the group of young people behind him and ultimately shook his head. After all, those young people had their own families behind them. Although the martial emperor knew that they must have Qilin Jade pendants, he didn't want to completely offend them. If he did, many families would unite against him, and his family couldn't afford that. However, he wasn't lying. He truly didn't know who had them. He only knew that these people did. You, hand over the Qilin Jade pendant. Yushio looked at the boy with the white halo, his tone icy, commanding. I don't have a Qilin Jade pendant. I don't want to say it a second time. Yushio suspected that the white Qilin Jade pendant was in the boy's storage device. Although he could go and seize it, he wouldn't be able to open the storage device afterward. This wasn't like the storage rings in fantasy novels, where one could erase the soul imprint. It was a matter of procedure. If forcibly opened, it would self-destruct. I really don't. The boy hadn't finished his sentence when Yushio suddenly looked up, activating his mind master ability, and grasped the boy's neck from a distance, lifting him into the air. Think carefully before you speak. In 3 seconds, if you don't hand over the white Qilin Jade pendant, you will die. When the boy heard Yushio mention the white Qilin Jade pendant, his face changed dramatically, and he turned to look at another boy in the crowd. You sold me out. The meaning in the boy's eyes was self-evident. Yet that boy wore a face of confusion, but he did not dare to ask, because Yushio was present. I'll hand it over. The boy suspected he had been betrayed. Rather than lose his life, he decided to surrender decisively. Why bother? As the boy struggled and took out the white Qilin Jade pendant from his storage device, Yushio snorted coldly and flung the boy away. The white Qilin Jade pendant quickly floated towards him. Everyone present, seeing the white Qilin Jade pendant drifting overhead, felt a surge of excitement, but no one dared to reach out to snatch it. It had already been confirmed that Yushio's strength surpassed that of the martial emperor realm, slaughtering martial emperors as easily as one would slaughter dogs. Moreover, his methods were mysterious and unfathomable. No one dared to provoke him. Just as I thought. When the white Qilin Jade pendant was placed into the storage device and automatically connected with the other 3 Qilin Jade pendants, Yushio had already formed a guess in his heart. At this moment, he turned his gaze to another person. You too, hand it over. The red Qilin Jade pendant. As Yushio spoke the color of the pendant, the person immediately deflated, not daring to resist at all, and obediently took it out. He had witnessed the fate of the previous boy, who nearly lost his life and ultimately surrendered the Qilin Jade pendant. Rather than suffer such physical pain, it was better to hand it over honestly. As the red Qilin Jade pendant was placed into the storage device, it automatically connected again. Now Yushio possessed 5 Qilin Jade pendants. The purple Qilin Jade pendant given by Old Master Chu, his own black Qilin Jade pendant, and the blue Qilin Jade pendant given by that martial emperor. Additionally, there were the 2 white Qilin Jade pendants and the red Qilin Jade pendant he had seized. Now, there were still 4 Qilin Jade pendants outside, and after learning that the connected Qilin Jade pendants had such effects, Yushio scanned his surroundings. However, at a glance, he did not see any other Qilin Jade pendants. Despite this, Yushio was not disappointed. He believed that those who possessed Qilin Jade pendants would definitely enter the Qilin ruins. Otherwise, when the Qilin ruins closed again, the Qilin Jade pendants would disappear along with it, and he believed no one would be foolish enough to lose such an opportunity. Spare my life. At this moment, Yushio turned to look at the martial emperor, who also sensed the purple aura approaching. In a moment of panic, just as he shouted, his head flew off. After doing all this, Yushio turned and walked towards the camp of Huaxia University. There was still some time before the moon rose, so he could only wait patiently. As evening approached, Yushio saw some familiar faces. There were members of the Qilin battle teams from other schools, as well as some fellow townsfolk from Qin province. What surprised him the most was that President Liu of the Martial Arts Association from Jiangtan City had actually brought a group of people here. President Liu, you also came to participate in the Qilin Ruins assessment? President Liu nodded and said, our Jiangtan City was able to secure this quota thanks to you. It's all because of your efforts. Although Yushio did not know the specifics, he did not ask too much. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my son Liu Hong. He works at our Jiangtan Martial Arts Association. This time, he also benefited from your influence and secured a quota from our Jiangtan City. President Liu smiled, then pointed to the young woman next to his son, beaming, this is the mayor's daughter, but now she is our Liu family's future daughter-in-law. By the way, Xiao Jing is your mentor at Huaxia University. Yushio greeted the two. However, from their behavior, it was clear that they were in a romantic relationship. Evidently, the bet made back then had ultimately caused the mayor to lose his daughter. Sister Xiaojing is also entering the Qilin ruins? Yuxiu thought that since she was a mentor at Huaxia University, she should have entered before. Although I graduated from Huaxia University, my ranking was too poor during my time there, and I never secured a quota to enter the Qilin ruins. Until becoming a mentor, I never got a spot, but this time, thanks to you, I secured a spot from Jiangtan City. Yuxiu suddenly realized. After chatting with a few people, they each went their separate ways. After leaving the Huaxia University camp, Lu Huizheng's son, Lu Hong, asked, "Dad, why don't you let Yuxiu take care of us in the Qilin ruins? I just heard others discussing it. Yuxiu killed a martial emperor this afternoon, which means his strength is at least at the martial emperor level. Moreover, he also obtained several Qilin jade pendants. If we could follow Yuxiu, it would be very beneficial for me in Shaojing." Hearing this, Lu Huizheng's expression suddenly turned cold. "I hope you won't say such things again in the future. Yuxiu doesn't owe you anything, nor does he owe Jiangtan City. On the contrary, we Jiangtan City, and you, owe Yuxiu. Without Yuxiu, you would never have the chance to enter the Qilin ruins in your lifetime. Opportunities have their owners, some things are not for you to touch. Entering the Qilin ruins, based on your own abilities, take as many opportunities as you can. Don't think about gaining any benefits from Yuxiu, do you hear me?" Lu Hong frowned. Although he was unconvinced, he still nodded. "I understand." Lu Huizheng snorted coldly. "You better remember your words and not do anything that Yuxiu would dislike. You should know that just knowing Yuxiu is already enough for you to gain a lot in the future." Saying this, Lu Huizheng looked at the young woman beside him. "Xiaojing, uncle knows you are meticulous. You need to keep an eye on Lu Hong and not let him do anything foolish." "I understand." Lu Huizheng nodded with satisfaction and then turned to leave. Lu Hong complained, "My dad is really something. He's always so rigid. Yuxiu is originally from Jiangtan City, and now that his strength is so strong, he could definitely take care of us. This way, our gains in the Qilin ruins would be even greater, and we might even obtain some divine beast Qilin's talents. If we become stronger, Jiangtan City can truly become strong. The strength of a city cannot rely solely on Yuxiu, it must be the overall strength that grows." Hearing this, Xiaojing frowned. "Lu Hong, I think what uncle said makes sense. Knowing Yuxiu is already our greatest benefit, and it will help us a lot in the future." She recalled how many colleagues had specifically approached her at school to inquire about Yuxiu. Once they learned her father was the mayor of Jiangtan City, their attitudes changed instantly. It was all because the mayor had a close relationship with Yuxiu, and as the mayor's daughter, she benefited from it. Including her grade director and some leaders, their attitudes changed significantly. Whenever there were benefits, the school leaders would think of her first. Over the past year, the benefits she received were more than in the previous 10 years combined. This was all because of knowing Yuxiu. "Listen to my dad's nonsense." Lu Hong clearly disagreed, shaking his head. "In the future, Yuxiu will definitely leave the Huaxia mainland. Don't you know the saying, when the person leaves, the tea cools? Yuxiu's help to us won't be significant in the future. From our perspective, we must take advantage of Yuxiu while he is still here and gain as much benefit as possible." After saying this, Lu Hong walked ahead, while Xiaojing's frown deepened. After hesitating for a long time, she took out her communicator and dialed. "Dad, I want to cancel my engagement with Lu Hong. I don't think he is a good match." Then, she recounted everything Lu Hong had just said. In the end, the mayor on the other end of the communicator nodded without hesitation and said he would contact Lu Huizheng to clarify the matter. At this time, the night was deep. The moon in the sky was just a small angle away from being completely round. Everyone had gathered outside the Qilin ruins, waiting for the ruins to open, all because of Yuxiu's presence. The members of the Qilin team had created a vacuum around their position. "Yuxiu, it's me, I'm Lu Hong." At that moment, Lu Hong ran over but was stopped by the members of the Qilin team. "Don't stop me, I'm good friends with Yuxiu. My dad is the president of the Jiangtan City Martial Arts Association, and I have something to discuss with Yuxiu." Faced with the obstruction from the Qilin team members, Lu Hong initially thought of forcing his way through. However, he was only a third-tier martial artist, and against a lineup of first-tier martial artists and some masters, he naturally couldn't push through. In the end, he had no choice but to mention his father. Upon hearing this, the Qilin team members' expressions softened, and they were no longer as rude as before. Most of the Qilin team members were from Qin province and knew that their leader had a good relationship with the mayor of Jiangtan City and the president of the Martial Arts Association, especially since their leader's father was like a brother to both. "Let him through." Seeing Lu Hong's demeanor, Yuxiu couldn't help but frown, but out of respect for President Lu, he allowed Lu Hong to come over. "Lu Gu, you need something from me?" When Lu Hong heard Yuxiu call him Lu Gu, he felt elated and looked at the Qilin team members with a provocative expression. "You Laudi, I came here hoping to enter the Qilin ruins with you," Lu Hong said excitedly. "You know, our Jiangtan city is slowly getting better, but our overall strength is still too weak. In the future, I will definitely take over my dad's position, so I thought that if my strength were stronger, it would be better for the development of Jiangtan city. Don't you think so? When the time comes, I will enter the Qilin ruins with you, and all those small opportunities you don't need will be given to me to help me improve my strength. Once I take over as the president of the Martial Arts Association, I will definitely develop Jiangtan City into a super city that surpasses the provincial capital." Give you the small opportunities? Help you improve your strength? Everyone present turned grim at these words, and their gazes towards Lu Hong became increasingly unfriendly. However, they did not speak up but looked at Yu Xiu instead. "Is this your own idea? Or is it President Lu's idea?" Yu Xiu had not shown any expression from the beginning but instead asked back. "Of course, it's my dad's idea. He said you have a good relationship, and you call Uncle Yu your brother. As long as he says a word, you will definitely agree." Lu Hong's eyes darted, and he began to speak nonsense seriously. After his words fell, seeing that Yu Xiu remained silent, he hurriedly added, "You Laudi, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Could it be that my dad is bragging? Oh, I really believed it. I didn't expect that his relationship with you wasn't that good at all. I was deceived by him. Previously in Jiangtan, Uncle Yu even came to my house for dinner, and I met that little girl Chanshan. You Laudi, that little girl Chanshan is very polite. I was thinking that when she gets a bit older, I could introduce her to one of my cousins, and we would be even closer." Listening to Lu Hong's words, Yu Xiu, who had been expressionless, furrowed his brows at this moment. Especially when Shanshan was mentioned, Yu Xiu's expression darkened suddenly. "Are you sure this is President Lu's idea?" Yu Xiu said coldly. "I advise you to speak the truth." At that moment, everyone around knew that Yu Xiu was angry, and their expressions turned cold. On the contrary, Lu Hong seemed unaware of this, still pretending to be angry. "You Laudi, are you doubting me? Could I joke about something like this? It must have been said by my dad." At this moment, Chu Tianjiu said coldly, "I advise you to speak the truth. Do you know what kind of person President Lu is? I know better than you, the boss. I just didn't expect that President Lu would have such a foolish son." Lu Hong, hearing this, said coldly, "What is your identity? I am brothers with your boss. What qualifications do you, a little brother, have to interrupt? Apologize to me immediately, or I'll have Yu Xiu expel you." Chu Tianjiao suddenly laughed. "What is my identity? Listen well, I am Chu Tianjiao, from the Chu family of Qin province." Chu Tianjiao? Lu Hong's expression suddenly stiffened. "You are the prince of the Chu family in Qin province? Whether I am a prince or not, I don't know, you should ask my grandfather." Chu Tianjiao smiled faintly, turned to look at old Master Chu, and asked, "Grandpa, am I the prince of our Chu family? Get lost. Do you think I'm the emperor? What a disgrace." Old Master Chu blared fiercely at Chu Tianjiao, and only then did Lu Hong realize that the old man before him was actually the old master of the Chu family. His legs went weak with fear. While people from other provinces might not have as much fear of the Chu family, those from Qin province certainly did, along with a measure of respect. I. Lu Hong cautiously glanced at old Master Chu, stammering and unsure of what to say. It was at this moment that President Lu and Xiao Jing arrived. Yu Xiu was already the center of attention, and President Lu had discovered Lu Hong sneaking over without his knowledge. From a distance, he had also heard his son's words in Chu Tianjiao's sarcastic tone. He was almost dumbfounded. He never expected his son to be this foolish. At this moment, even Xiao Jing beside him looked at Lu Hong with disgust. "Yu Xiu, I." President Lu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Yu Xiu waved his hand and said, "No need to explain. I know this isn't your intention." Chu Tianjiao also stepped in front of President Lu, draping an arm over his shoulder and teasing, "Old Lu, I still trust your character, no need for more explanations." When they lived in Jiangtan, President Lu and the mayor often visited Yu Xiu's home. As they interacted more, Chu Tianjiao became increasingly familiar with the two. So when Lu Hong said this was President Lu's intention, not only did Yu Xiu not believe it, but even Chu Tianjiao didn't. But, saying this, Chu Tianjiao glanced at Lu Hong and said sarcastically, "Have you been so busy with Jiangtan's affairs that you haven't had time to go home?" President Lu nodded. Jiangtan had been teetering on the brink of collapse, and any misstep could lead to its merger. Therefore, President Lu and the mayor had been busy with the development of Jiangtan for years. "That makes sense." Chu Tianjiao chuckled. "Lu Hong doesn't resemble you at all. Besides, if you're often busy and not home, who knows?" Chu Tianjiao paused, then with a half-smile said, "Don't you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the others present understand the implication, but President Lu also grasped it and immediately scolded, Shu Tianjiao, you bastard, stop spreading rumors. Lu Hong is my own son, just spoiled by his mother and not raised properly, stop talking nonsense. Shu Tianjiao glanced at President Lu, seeing that he had lost his earlier cautious demeanor, and chuckled lightly, why get so angry, old Lu? You're being too petty, I was just joking. Besides, we call each other brothers, and Lu Hong is also my nephew, right? I wouldn't want him to not be your biological son, would I? Bang! As a result, before Chu Tianjiao could finish his sentence, Yu Xiu kicked him out. Boss, what are you doing? Chu Tianjiao looked over with an innocent expression. What do you think I'm doing? Yu Xiu snorted coldly, President Lu is on brotherly terms with my dad, and you call him brother too. Are you trying to be my uncle? As soon as he said this, Old Master Chu kicked him again. Chu Tianjiao was completely dumbfounded. Grandpa, why again? You still know to call me Grandpa? Old Master Chu snorted coldly, I also call you Xiu's father brother. What do you want? To turn things upside down and call me your little brother, making your dad my uncle? Hearing this, Chu Tianjiao's face turned green. How could this even be related? If you two want to beat me, just say so. I can't fight back anyway, but you don't have to use this kind of excuse, right? President Lu also showed a gloating expression and looked at Chu Tianjiao. Chu little brother, you really are careless. How can you still be rolling on the ground like a child at your age? President Lu particularly emphasized the words, Chu little brother. Chu Tianjiao trembled at the words, cautiously glancing at Yu Xiu and Old Master Chu. With a bitter face, he said, Uncle Lu, please don't set me up. We're about to enter the Qilin ruins, and I really don't want to get hurt. President Lu laughed heartily and didn't bully Chu Tianjiao anymore. Instead, he walked over and kicked Lu Hong's leg. A cracking sound was heard. Lu Hong's legs broke instantly. Yu Xiu, I know you're giving me face regarding Lu Hong's matter, but it should be dealt with as it should be. If he did something wrong, he should be punished. Yu Xiu waved his hand, there's no need, it's just a small matter. President Lu nodded, don't worry, he won't enter the Qilin ruins again. He doesn't have the qualifications to take the spot you worked hard for to gain opportunities. As for whether Lu Hong would continue to enter the Qilin ruins, Yu Xiu didn't pay much attention. Although the quota for Jiangtan City was obtained because of him, Yu Xiu wouldn't interfere too much. After chatting with President Lu for a while, President Lu took Lu Hong away. However, the people present looked at President Lu with a hint of envy. Now, Yu Xiu's strength as a martial emperor was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even the martial emperors of the secret realm cities would be defeated by Yu Xiu. This kind of awe was not just due to Yu Xiu's strength but also his decisive style of handling matters. The moon is full. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted after an unknown amount of time. Everyone looked up and saw the moon in the sky, round like a disc, with a beam of silver light reflecting on the top of the Qilin statue. At the same time, a silver illusory portal appeared on the Qilin statue. The Qilin ruins have begun, you can enter now, said the president of Huaxia University, glancing up before speaking to Yu Xiu beside him. At this moment, although the crowd was excited and anxious, no one rushed directly towards the portal of the Qilin ruins. Instead, they stood still, looking at Yu Xiu, waiting for him to enter first. Let's go! Yu Xiu looked up, and the source of his energy transformed into a large purple ship. The members of the Qilin team and some students from Huaxia University were all dumbfounded. Get on the ship! Seeing that everyone was unresponsive, Yu Xiu finally reminded them. Although everyone was confused, they still followed Yu Xiu's words and stood on the purple ship, but standing on it felt no different from standing on the ground. This action puzzled not only the president of Huaxia University but also the onlookers. They had no idea what Yu Xiu was doing. Shouldn't they be entering the portal of the Qilin ruins? What was the purpose of conjuring a purple ship? Only Old Master Chu had some guesses. Connecting it to the purple light that killed the martial emperor of the Western Secret Realm City, he speculated that this purple light might be related. However, he wasn't clear on the specifics. Rise! As everyone boarded the purple ship, Yu Xiu urged it, and the purple ship floated up, flying towards the portal above the Qilin statue. Holy crap, boss! What kind of amazing trick is this? We're actually flying in the sky. Isn't this amazing? Boss, can you teach me this skill? I could use it to show off in the future. Not bad, with this skill, you'll definitely have no trouble finding a partner. This clearly gives you the priority in choosing a mate. While the members of the Qilin team were in shock, the crowd below was no better. They stared at the purple ship soaring into the sky, mouths agape, completely at a loss for words to describe this feat. Shock, just shock. After a long while, someone finally spoke up. Could this be some divine technique? To conjure a purple ship out of thin air and then fly into the sky? Flying into the sky, I've only seen that in history textbooks. I remember it was 300 years ago, before the martial arts era began. Back then, technology was quite advanced, and there was something called an airplane that could carry people through the sky. I know about airplanes too, but after the martial arts era began, the world's gravity changed, and airplanes became ineffective, leading to their eventual discontinuation. At this moment, the president of Huaxia University looked at the old man Chu beside him and asked, "Old Chu, you have seen so much. Have you ever encountered such a technique?" Old man Chu shook his head and said, "I've only heard that reaching the martial saint realm grants the ability to fly, but Yushio is only at the martial emperor level, which is a significant gap. Besides, even a martial saint wouldn't have the ability to carry so many people flying in the sky. I can't make sense of it, I really can't. In any case, I've grown accustomed to the strange things happening to this kid." The president of Huaxia University suddenly asked, "Old Chu, is it possible that Yushio's current strength has already reached the martial saint realm? You know, this kid is the best at hiding his true abilities. If it weren't for him breaking the martial emperor's strength testing instrument with a single sword strike, I probably wouldn't have known he was a martial emperor." This old man Chu was also taken aback by this remark, and his expression changed dramatically. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "That should be impossible. After all, Yushio is only 17 years old, he can't possibly be a martial saint. Even if I hadn't wasted those years, it would still be difficult for me to break through to the martial saint level now." Old man Chu thought for a moment. Although he was currently at the 9-star martial king level, considering the years he had wasted, it was unlikely he could break through to the martial saint level. If Yushio were indeed a martial saint now, he found it hard to believe. "What you said makes sense." The president of Huaxia University nodded. "I almost forgot. Yushio is only 17 this year. Damn, I actually forgot his age because of his strength. This kid is too confusing." Old man Chu was also stunned, then smiled and looked up at the purple ship. At this moment, the purple ship had approached the silver portal of the Qilin ruins. Under Yushio's control, the purple ship entered the silver portal. "What are we waiting for? Hurry and enter the Qilin ruins." As Yushio and the others disappeared, someone in the crowd shouted, prompting everyone to start moving. However, they didn't have the same abilities as Yushio and could only climb the Qilin ruins. It's worth noting that the Qilin ruins were 100 meters high. The silver portal leading into the Qilin ruins was located above the head of the Qilin statue. Even though they were martial artists, climbing up the 100-meter-high Qilin statue was no easy task. "Old Chu, when you entered the Qilin ruins back then, you also climbed up, right?" Seeing everyone climbing the Qilin statue, the president of Huaxia University suddenly turned and asked, "Of course, as if you didn't climb up back then." Old man Chu rolled his eyes, thinking about how Yushio entered the Qilin ruins, feeling a pang of envy. When he entered the Qilin ruins, he was also around 18 or 19 years old, without the strength of a master, and like this group of people now, he had to painfully climb upwards. "Yo, isn't that the leader of the Li family? Your family's young ones still want to climb the Qilin statue, huh? TSK, how interesting." In the crowd, the leader of the Wu family spotted the leader of the Li family approaching with a group of family members, and he immediately began to mock them. "You're right. The leader of the Li family originally wanted to avoid the leader of the Wu family, but now that he had been discovered, he could only respond humbly. After all, his martial emperor backing had died, and now it was Yushio who held the power. In this land of Huaxia, Yushio was undoubtedly the king. No need to be like this. When the Li family deals with us, we will definitely return the favor. Let's wait and see." The leader of the Wu family sneered coldly and no longer paid attention to him. As for the Li family and the families behind them, they would certainly face retribution when Yushio emerged from the Qilin ruins. At this moment, Yushio and the others had already entered the Qilin ruins, and the purple ship remained suspended in midair. From their elevated position, the members of the Qilin battle team immediately displayed expressions of amazement. "Boss, is this Qilin ruin really this beautiful? Shouldn't ruins be desolate and devoid of life? Why does this Qilin ruin look so vibrant and not at all decayed? Not only is the scenery beautiful, but there's also a strange energy in the air." Strange energy? The students from Huaxia University and the young heirs from the capital displayed looks of confusion. They hadn't felt any so-called strange energy at all. Could it be that their talents were too poor? At that moment, they suddenly began to doubt their own abilities. There is indeed some strange energy. Yushio felt it most strongly, though he himself didn't know what this strange energy was. As the purple ship landed on the ground, the source of energy returned to Yushio's body. "Why didn't we feel the strange energy you mentioned?" At this time, a student from Huaxia University finally couldn't help but ask, "You didn't feel it?" Chu Tianjiao frowned and turned to look at Yushio, clearly inquiring. Yushio asked, "Anyone who felt the strange energy, raise your hand." As soon as Yushio finished speaking, all the members of the Qilin battle team raised their hands. At that moment, Yushio clearly guessed the reason, and Chu Tianjiao also thought of it. It was because of the spirit summoning technique. The members of the Qilin battle team had all practiced the spirit summoning technique. Previously, they could mobilize their vital energy, and later discovered they could harness medicinal power. Now, in this Qilin ruin, they could feel the strange energy that others could not. Strange. Yushio tried to activate the spirit summoning technique to absorb this strange energy, and he found that mist gradually appeared above his vital energy. Not only that, as he mobilized his vital energy, this mist would also blend into it. Then Yushio activated his vital energy to run his martial arts techniques. This operation shocked Yushio. He discovered that the vital energy infused with mist seemed to be even more powerful. The strength of his martial arts also increased. Although the enhancement wasn't much, it might be related to the small amount of energy he absorbed. You can try to absorb this strange energy. After feeling the benefits, Yushio immediately urged the members of the Qilin battle team to try absorbing it. About 5 minutes later, Yushio asked, "What do you feel after absorbing this energy?" Chu Tianjiao replied, "Boss, I feel like my vital energy has strengthened. How should I put it? It's not that the quantity of vital energy has increased, but it seems like the quality of the vital energy has improved. I don't know if it's just my illusion." Yushio asked again, "Did mist appear above your vital energy?" Chu Tianjiao shook his head and said, "No." Yushio then asked the others, and the results were all the same, no mist. For a moment, Yushio was even more puzzled. His situation seemed to be different from the others. Could it be because he had cultivated the spirit summoning technique to its highest realm? Unable to figure it out, Yushio decided not to dwell on it. While on the road, absorb as you go, Yushio reminded, then walked ahead. However, Yushio did not feel any response from the Qilin Jade Pendant. This proved that they were still quite far from the place of opportunity. Why can't we feel it? I heard them say that this energy can enhance the quality of vital energy. An improvement in the quality of vital energy means an increase in combat power. I am still 700 kilograms away from the standard vital energy. If the quality of vital energy can be enhanced, I can make up for this deficiency, and my foundation will be more stable. Who says otherwise? The higher the quality of vital energy, the easier it is to improve one's realm later on. Unlike those vital energy warriors, who find it difficult to break through to the martial sovereign level in the end. This place is indeed good for making up for the foundation of vital energy, but unfortunately, we can't feel that wonderful energy. The students from Huaxia University looked at the Qilin team members absorbing energy as they walked, their faces showing envy. Especially when they mentioned vital energy warriors, the young heirs from the capital revealed ugly expressions. This title was originally used to describe them. Many among them took shortcuts when breaking through to the master level. This was also because after Yushio broke through to the master level, various prominent families in the capital used precious spiritual materials to help enhance the strength of their descendants. Of course, Chu Tianjiao also used precious spiritual materials to enhance himself, but he stopped at the first grade warrior level and did not take shortcuts to break through to the master level. However, these young heirs from wealthy families were different. Many of them took shortcuts to break through to the master level. This led to their poor foundation and low quality of vital energy. Their own strength differed greatly from the standard vital energy, with some even differing by thousands of kilograms. For example, the standard vital energy for a master is 10,000 kilograms, while some of these young heirs from the capital have their own strength at 8,000 kilograms. In comparison, their own strength is equivalent to that of a second-grade warrior's standard vital energy. Could it be that our talent is really that inferior compared to those in the Qilin team? Among the young heirs from the capital, some attributed their inability to feel the wonderful energy to their talent, their faces showing a sense of despondency. Additionally, with the previous title of Vital Energy Warriors, many of the young heirs displayed unnatural expressions, with regret evident in their eyes. Don't belittle yourselves. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke up. Among the members of the Qilin team, there are indeed many with stronger talent than us, like Chu Tianjiao and Zhang Yanping, but it is absolutely impossible that all of them have stronger talent than ours. Although some among us took shortcuts using spiritual materials to enhance ourselves, there are also those who broke through to the master level relying on their own abilities. Could it be that the bottom members of the Qilin team have stronger talent than those who broke through to the master level on their own? I certainly don't believe that. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at the speaking youth and asked, "Wu Lei, then what do you think is going on? Why can they feel the wonderful energy while we cannot?" The youth named Wu Lei pondered for a moment before speaking. "I guess it might be because those martial skills and techniques are the ones that Yushio brought from the Seeking Realm. As far as I know, all members of the Qilin team have cultivated. Now that they can feel the wonderful energy, it is very likely because of this." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, their faces showing longing. Especially those vital energy warriors, their expressions of yearning were even more intense. Ever since they broke through to the master level using precious spiritual herbs, they could only bully ordinary people. When facing members of the Qilin team, they truly had no power to fight back. Previously, during the chaotic battle at Huaxia University, even the first-grade warriors of the Qilin team could suppress them, which left them feeling humiliated and deeply regretful. Now the opportunity to make up for the foundation and enhance the quality of their vitality is right in front of them. How could they not yearn for it? Even if that's the case, we are not members of the Qilin battle team, and we can't possibly obtain those martial skills and techniques. Someone suddenly sighed helplessly. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, especially for those martial artists with vitality. Their faces turned ashen. With their strength, it was impossible for them to successfully join the Qilin battle team. In other words, the chance to make up for their foundation was already out of reach for them. Now that we know this situation, I will definitely do my best to join the Qilin battle team. Wu Lei looked around and said, no matter what, we must try hard. As for whether we can join the Qilin battle team, at least we will have tried. If we don't put in the effort, then we have no chance at all. Upon hearing this, the group of elite youths from the capital was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Just as Wu Lei said, at least they would have tried. However, there was still a group of people who remained dejected, and they were the martial artists with vitality, because they knew that no matter how hard they tried, they would ultimately not be able to join the Qilin battle team. Of course, Wu Lei and the others also noticed this situation but chose not to say much. They had taken the wrong path initially, opting for shortcuts for temporary gains, and now they naturally had to bear the cost of taking those shortcuts. Southeast direction? After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yushio suddenly stopped. He sensed through the Qilin jade pendant that there was an opportunity related to the divine beast Qilin in the southeast direction. He then turned back and said, now that we have entered the Qilin ruins, you can each go and seek your own opportunities. Staying by our side is actually not beneficial for you. Upon hearing this, the students from Huaxia University and the elite youths from the capital began to ponder. Indeed, with Yushio and the others' formidable strength, even if there were opportunities, they would certainly not be theirs. Shoshin, we will take our leave first. Shoshin, see you deeper in the ruins. We will definitely reach the Qilin temple. The students from Huaxia University bid farewell to Yushio and headed off in different directions. As for the elite youths from the capital, one of them stepped forward. Yushio, we hope the team assessment can start here. Yushio asked, give me a reason. Because of the mysterious energy, we also want to enhance the quality of our vitality. Upon hearing this, Yushio chuckled lightly, you are quite clever. Since you have made a request, I can agree. But the assessment here will be much more difficult than outside. Perhaps none of you present will pass the assessment. Have you thought this through? Wu Lei and the others nodded heavily. We have thought it through. Yushio nodded. In that case, I agree to your request. The assessment will take place at the Qilin temple, and everything will be based on strength, provided you can successfully reach the Qilin temple. Although there are no ferocious beasts in the Qilin ruins, there are still many strange existences, and in previous years, many have perished here. Good luck to you. With Yushio's affirmative response, the elite youths from the capital all showed determined expressions. Then they dispersed. For a moment, only the members of the Qilin battle team remained on site. Boss, did you discover something? Chu Tianjiao asked with a smile. Are you the only clever one? Yushio snorted coldly and then ordered, quickly head southeast. This action had already confirmed Chu Tianjiao's speculation. The members of the Qilin battle team were not fools and naturally guessed that their leader had made a discovery. After all, their leader possessed several Qilin jade pendants. About half an hour later, Yushio and the others arrived in front of a large tombstone, which stood over 10 meters high, but there was no grave behind it. It was just a bare tombstone standing there. Boss, is it here? Chu Tianjiao looked at the tombstone in front of him, circling around it but finding nothing. Yushio was also puzzled. However, the 5 Qilin jade pendants in the storage device were emitting a strong light at this moment. It was clear that this tombstone was indeed the right one. You all search around again, Yushio said, and then took out the 5 Qilin jade pendants from the storage device. At that instant, the light from 3 of the Qilin jade pendants suddenly illuminated the top of the tombstone. Seeing this, Yushio immediately shouted, come back, no need to search anymore. All the members of the Qilin team returned to Yushio's side upon hearing this. They looked at the scene with expressions of anticipation. Thus, the 3 beams of light continued for 30 breaths. Suddenly, the tomb, which was over 10 meters high, made a sound. The tombstone is moving, someone exclaimed. Yushio watched as the 10-meter-tall tombstone slowly descended, as if sinking into the ground. Soon, the tomb was completely buried underground. A staircase appeared on the ground, leading directly down. Follow me. Yushio glanced at the increasingly bright 5 Qilin jade pendants, called out, and then led the way down the staircase. In fact, Yushio was quite curious. This was the habitat of the divine beast Qilin. How could there be such a staircase? Logically speaking, the Qilin's size was enormous, as evidenced by the height of the tombstone before him. Yet, after the light from the 3 Qilin jade pendants shone, such a small staircase appeared on the ground, which was indeed very strange. But curiosity aside, the light from the 5 Qilin jade pendants indicated that there was an opportunity related to the divine beast Qilin here, and even if there was danger, he would not let it pass. Crack, crack, crack. As everyone stepped into the ground, a sound came from behind. The tombstone had risen again. In an instant, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Turn on the communicators for light, Yushio ordered, and all the members of the Qilin team immediately took out their communicators to illuminate the area. With so many people, the passage was lit up, resembling daylight. Continue forward. Yushio waved his hand and continued down. After walking down thousands of steps, they finally reached the ground. This is a Qilin pattern. At this moment, they stood in a spacious hall, where a large Qilin pattern covered the floor, and there were various sizes of Qilin patterns on the surrounding walls and stone pillars. Everyone looked around and found that this was just a large hall. Apart from the Qilin patterns everywhere, there was nothing else. Boss, there's a door here, one of the Qilin team members shouted, and Yushio walked over. In front of them was a stone door over 10 meters high, adorned with Qilin patterns. Boss, how do we open this door? Everyone looked at Yushio. He examined it and found a groove on the body of the Qilin pattern. Upon closer inspection, it matched the pattern of the Qilin jade pendant perfectly. Yushio glanced at the 5 Qilin jade pendants he held, then reached out to take down 2 of them. He then rose into the air and placed the 3 assembled Qilin jade pendants into the groove in midair. At the same time, the stone door slowly opened. Seeing this scene, Yushio realized something. The 3 beams of light from the Qilin jade pendants at the tombstone, and now 3 Qilin jade pendants here, indicated that this opportunity required 3 Qilin jade pendants to open. The sound of cracking echoed as the heavy stone door slowly opened. Unlike the hall outside, inside, as the stone door opened, glowing giant stones lit up one after another from the outside in. Yushio and the others looked up, and behind the stone door was a wide, straight passage. Stone pillars lined both sides of the passage, each adorned with various Qilin designs. It was a spectacular sight. This is so shocking. At this moment, the members of the Qilin team stared in awe at the scene before them. Boss, do you think this is something that should exist in the human world? People used to say that the divine beast Qilin was just a legend, likely a ferocious beast that was mistakenly passed down as the divine beast Qilin. But now, looking at the scene before us, I really have some doubts about the existence of the divine beast Qilin. At this point, a member of the Qilin battle team looked at Yushio and asked, Boss, do you think there really are gods in this world? As soon as this question was asked, the members of the Qilin battle team collectively gasped, because the scene before them truly did not seem like something that could be created by human effort. As for whether there are gods, does it really matter? Yushio turned to the members of the Qilin battle team and chuckled. If there really are gods in this world, we should be happy about it. If the gods stand against us, then we will slay the gods and establish ourselves as gods. Without challenges, how can we truly stand at the pinnacle of martial arts? Upon hearing this, the members of the Qilin battle team were first taken aback, then suddenly laughed. Boss, you are our god, regardless of the passage of time. Everyone smiled in agreement. Yushio also smiled. Stop flattering me, Yushio jokingly scolded, then turned and walked into the stone door. Upon entering the stone door, Yushio and the others felt their insignificance, as if gods were looking down on ants. The giant stone that merely provided illumination was equivalent to 4 or 5 large buses, not to mention the stone pillars surrounding them. The illuminating giant stone was merely a decorative piece embedded at the top of the stone pillars. Boss, look at the stone walls around us, there seem to be characters on them. Someone suddenly pointed at the stone walls on both sides of the passage, where there were not only illustrations but also many unfamiliar characters. Is that small seal script? When Yushio saw the characters on the stone wall, he was suddenly jolted, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The previous sacred tomb in the Seeking Realm was like this, and now this place was the same. Could it be that places related to tombs all have the presence of small seal script? Boss, do you recognize these characters? Shu Tianjiao heard Yushio's exclamation and turned to ask him. I do. Yushio nodded gravely. However, the stone wall was too high, and the characters on it were particularly large, making it impossible to see what was specifically written from the ground. So, with a thought, the source of his chi appeared beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Qilin Plan Land? Holy War? Fleeing? Annihilation? Based on the small seal script on the stone wall and the illustrations above, Yushio roughly understood the meaning. It recorded the Qilin clan's experience of the Holy War and their eventual fleeing and annihilation. Born with horns? Yushio looked at the illustrations, each depicting a Qilin battling humanoid monsters with horns. Among them were images of these horned humanoid monsters tearing apart Qilins and devouring their flesh. The more he looked, the more shocked Yushio became. In his consciousness, Qilins were divine beasts, synonymous with invincibility. Yet they were being torn apart and devoured by these horned humanoid monsters. It was simply horrifying. Qilin's secret technique? On the last stone wall, he saw such a name. Meridian Operation Diagram? This last stone wall had no content but rather a diagram of the human body's meridians and acupoints. It recorded the flow routes and the order of the acupoints. Seeing this scene, Yushio was even more astonished. The illustrations on the previous stone walls clearly depicted the battle scenes of the Qilin clan. However, this last diagram was exclusively about human meridians and acupoints. Yushio truly couldn't make sense of it. He continued to look down. Below the meridian operation diagram, there was a passage written in small seal script. Qi and blood give birth to life, spirit gives birth to great power. Spirit travels through the meridians, the Qilin finally appears. The Qilin blood pool assists it. This sentence left Yushio in a fog, completely unable to grasp its meaning. He understood Qi and blood, but when put together, it became confusing. Forget it, I'll study it later. Yushio repeatedly examined the diagram of the meridian flow until he had memorized it completely, without making a single mistake, before returning to the surface. As for the so-called Qilin blood pool, Yushio speculated that it should be deeper within the passage. From his understanding of the diagram, Yushio guessed that this place was built by humans, seemingly to commemorate the Qilin clan. Especially the small seal script made Yushio's mind brim with mysteries. Boss, how is it? What is recorded on this? Chu Tianjiao asked impatiently. It's a record of the Qilin clan's great battle, and not only that, it also contains a Qilin secret technique, though I don't know the specifics, Yushio briefly explained, then added, let's go deeper and take a look. As they walked, the passage was long, probably several thousand meters. Until they reached a blood pool, Yushio and the others encountered no danger. This indicated that this place was intentionally left by predecessors as an opportunity for future generations, without any assessments or trials set up. However, the more it was like this, the more Yushio felt that the Qilin blood pool before him was not simple. It smells so good. Boss, this thing that looks like a blood pool doesn't seem to be blood? Members of the Qilin battle team stood at the edge of the blood pool, a fragrant aroma wafting towards them. Just a whiff made their blood surge and spirits lift. Boss, do you think this could be some unknown treasure? Just smelling the fragrance makes me feel completely at ease. It's simply amazing. Watching the members of the Qilin battle team discuss among themselves, Yushio spoke up. This is a treasure, and it is blood, but it is the blood of the divine beast Qilin. Yushio wasn't sure whether to believe the words on the stone wall, but he still explained what he knew to everyone and recounted the meridian flow diagram of the Qilin secret technique. Now, recalling the content on the stone wall, it was clear that cultivating the Qilin secret technique required the assistance of the Qilin blood pool. I'll go down and take a look first. As soon as Yushio's voice fell, he was immediately stopped by Chu Tianjiao beside him. Boss, let me go. Chu Tianjiao explained, you're the strongest here, and whether this Qilin blood pool is dangerous is still unknown. If I run into trouble, you can immediately come to my aid. If you run into trouble, none of us will have the ability to save you. The other members of the Qilin battle team also nodded in agreement. Boss, you can't go down. We should go down first to test the situation. Shut up, Yushio scolded, his face serious. The situation below is unclear. I still have the ability to save myself if I go down. If you go down and things get critical, you might not even wait for me to act before problems arise. But boss, Chu Tianjiao wanted to say something, but Yushio immediately snorted coldly. If you still recognize me as your boss, then shut up. Alright, you're the boss, I'll be quiet. Chu Tianjiao suddenly grinned. Boss, remember to save me. Saying this, under Yushio's anxious gaze, Chu Tianjiao suddenly jumped into the Qilin blood pool. Chu Tianjiao, you idiot. Seeing this scene, Yushio was so angry that he cursed directly. Then he also jumped into the Qilin blood pool, grabbing Chu Tianjiao and throwing him back onto the shore. Look at that bastard and see if he has any problems. As soon as Yushio's words fell, he immediately sensed a strange feeling. At that moment, it felt as if his pores had completely opened, and a warm current surged into them. This sensation was reminiscent of when he had used the spirit summoning technique outside to absorb special energy. Qilin's secret technique? Thinking of this, Yushio no longer pondered and immediately followed the meridian flow diagram of the Qilin secret technique, moving through the acupoints in order. At first, he was cautious, but eventually found no issues, and instead, his body felt very comfortable, as if his own strength was continuously increasing. This discovery filled him with great joy. It can be proven that the secret technique of the Qilin on the stone wall can be cultivated. It seems a bit slow. Try the spirit summoning technique. Without hesitation, Yushio began to actively absorb the energy from the Qilin blood pool using the spirit summoning technique. The gentle warmth that had originally flowed into his pores now surged in waves. Just like that. As the energy from the Qilin blood pool continuously flowed into his acupoints and traveled through his meridians, Yushio discovered that the mist above his vital energy had increased. Vital energy giving birth to spirit? The energy absorbed outside seemed to be enhancing the quality of my vital energy. Mist has appeared above my vital energy, combined with that phrase about vital energy giving birth to spirit? Could it be that when the quality of vital energy reaches a certain level and breaks through its limits, it undergoes a qualitative change and becomes something called spirit? Spirit gives birth to great power? Is it that after the quality of spirit is enhanced and undergoes a qualitative change, it can become something called great power? The more Yushio thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. As for the other members of the Qilin team, there was no mist above their vital energy. Yushio speculated that it was because their vital energy had not yet reached the critical point. His own vital energy had reached the critical point of qualitative change, which was why mist appeared above it. With this thought, Yushio revealed a look of surprise. If this were true, then the enhancement from this Qilin secret technique for the members of the Qilin team would be earth-shattering. Suddenly, Yushio returned to the shore. I just experimented, and the Qilin secret technique can indeed be cultivated. Not only that, but I discovered that vital energy can also undergo a process of qualitative change. After the quality of vital energy is enhanced, it can transform into something called spirit. After the quality of spirit is enhanced, it can transform into something called great power. Yushio explained, earlier, I asked you if there was mist above your vital energy because the quality of my vital energy had reached the breakthrough critical point. The members of the Qilin team were momentarily stunned. Soon, they became excited. Yushio's explanation was very clear, and they understood. In short, whether it was this Qilin secret technique or the enhancement of vital energy quality, it was a tool for them to increase their combat power. That was enough. Boss, if that's the case, then the strength of our Qilin team will probably increase exponentially. I can't wait to see if we can really enhance the quality of our vital energy to the point of qualitative change. I can't imagine how powerful my combat ability will become. Boss, I can't wait to jump in and soak for a bit. Seeing that someone was about to jump into the Qilin blood pool, Yushio said, Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking. Everyone stopped and looked at Yushio. I haven't taught you the Qilin secret technique yet. Why the hurry? However, I must remind you that when you practice the Qilin secret technique later, you must not be too hasty. It's still like when we practice the spirit summoning technique in martial skills. It has a meridian operation diagram, but it's more complex than the vital energy operation route. The meridian operation diagram involves many acupoints in the human body, and it must be followed in order. You must not make mistakes. Of course, there's one more important point. Practicing the Qilin secret technique in the Qilin blood pool can not only enhance the quality of vital energy but also increase the quantity of vital energy. Increase quantity? What does that mean? Could it be that they could cultivate and level up? The members of the Qilin team were all first-grade martial artists. If they could increase the quantity of vital energy in this Qilin blood pool, it would mean they could break through the master realm here without any side effects. Because the Qilin blood pool itself is a formation of vital energy, even higher than the level of vital energy cultivated by the members of the Qilin team themselves. Therefore, there would absolutely be no situation of an unstable foundation leading to poor quality of vital energy. Using precious spiritual materials would help accelerate the birth of vital energy in the body. But this self-generated vitality was too ethereal and unstable. Over time, it would lead to a decrease in the quality of the vitality, resulting in insufficient personal strength. Now, however, it was different. The vitality born from the Qilin blood pool was of high quality, and moreover, the members of the Qilin battle team had the existence of spirit summoning technique. So I have one condition: take this opportunity to use the spirit summoning technique to absorb the vitality energy from the Qilin blood pool, and do not rush to break through to the master realm. I require you to continuously compress your vitality. Compress it until it is sufficiently stable. Compress it until it cannot be compressed any further. Only in this way can you resolve the drawbacks of the spiritual materials you consumed before, and afterwards, your foundation will become increasingly solid. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the members of the Qilin battle team were all aglow. They were not fools and could naturally understand the meaning behind Yushio's words. If they did this, their future achievements would only be higher, their foundations would be more stable, and their combat power would naturally be stronger. Understood. With the response from the Qilin battle team members, Yushio smiled and nodded. In fact, he was doing this for himself as well. The higher the quality of the vitality of the Qilin battle team members, the more solid their foundations, the feedback to him would be exponentially multiplied. Now I will begin to teach you the Qilin secret technique, as well as the meridian operation diagram. All of you listen carefully. If anyone fails to meet the standards later, you will not be allowed to enter the Qilin blood pool. It was unclear how much time had passed. Yushio thoroughly explained the meridian operation diagram and the sequence of acupoints. Then he went through each person, providing guidance and assessments, not stopping until everyone was flawless. You can go down now. As Yushio spoke, the members of the Qilin battle team all entered the Qilin blood pool. Wow! Damn! So refreshing! So awesome! As the cultivation of the Qilin secret technique began, the exhilarating feeling immediately made the members of the Qilin battle team unable to contain their ecstatic cries. Shut up and focus on your cultivation, Yushio scolded, and the more than 300 members of the Qilin battle team finally stopped their howling. To this, Yushio merely smiled, then jumped into the Qilin blood pool himself. The Qilin blood pool was large enough, so Yushio naturally did not have to worry about the Qilin blood being insufficient. Although the cultivation of the Qilin secret technique by the members of the Qilin battle team would also have a cumulative effect on him, his own simultaneous cultivation would certainly speed up the process. This feels so good. While cultivating the Qilin secret technique, the system notification sound in Yushio's mind kept ringing. The total cultivation of the Qilin battle team members was continuously accumulating on Yushio. Eventually, Yushio became annoyed and directly muted the system notification sound. However, feeling the increasing mist of vitality above, Yushio was very pleased. Just like that, unknowingly, 4 or 5 hours had passed. At this moment, Yushio suddenly felt a wave of heat throughout his body. Just as he was about to check his body, a sudden roar echoed. The members of the Qilin battle team, who had been concentrating on their cultivation, all opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the roar. But upon looking, they were all terrified. Damn! El leader, what's going on? Could it be that the leader is the reincarnation of the divine beast Qilin? Damn, it's really so cool. At this moment, a blood-colored phantom of a divine beast Qilin appeared behind Yushio, and the roar came from this blood-colored Qilin. Could this be what they call a small success in the Qilin secret technique? Yushio also noticed the blood-colored Qilin phantom behind him. He then immediately jumped out of the Qilin blood pool, but with this jump, he soared over 10 meters high. Damn! Yushio was also taken aback. He had only jumped with his usual strength, yet he jumped so high. This feeling was somewhat familiar. He remembered that the last time he had just emerged from the Seeking Realm, it was this kind of feeling, somewhat unfamiliar with the power of his body. Speed? Is this speed? Arriving at the shore, Yushio merely tested his speed slightly, and in an instant, he was at the other side of the stone pillar. Although this speed was not as terrifying as the speed derived from the source of chi, it was still quite impressive. One could say that Yushio's current speed was at least 5 times his usual. Next, Yushio tested his strength and physical resilience. He discovered that after using the Qilin secret technique, all aspects of his body had increased exponentially, at least 3 times or more. Only speed was an exception, having increased by more than 5 times. Now, even without using the source of chi, I can crush a martial emperor with just my physical strength, without using any martial skills. Moreover, this is only the result of the Qilin secret technique at a minor completion stage. If I were to reach the pinnacle of perfection, Yushio really dared not imagine. If he reached the pinnacle of perfection, he speculated that his strength in all aspects might increase to more than 10 times. In that case, Yushio wondered if he could fight against a martial sage if he went all out. The answer was unknown, because he had never witnessed a martial sage in action, nor had he seen one. All of this was merely speculation based on the strength of a martial emperor, but he also knew that this was unrealistic. The further one progressed in martial arts, the greater the gap became. Even small realms could represent a vast difference between a master and a martial emperor. Boss, what was that just now? Could it be that you're the reincarnation of the divine beast Qilin? That's terrifying. No, it should be awesome. When that divine beast Qilin appeared behind you, it was just too cool. Seeing Yushio walk back to the shore, the members of the Qilin team immediately inquired. That was the result of the Qilin secret technique at a minor completion stage. A blood-colored Qilin phantom appears behind me, Yushio explained. As for what will happen later, I don't know yet, as I'm still in the exploration phase. The Qilin secret technique? The members of the Qilin team were shocked. They were also stunned. For a long time, their faces were filled with excitement. Wow, boss, You mean that was the appearance of the Qilin's secret technique at a minor completion stage? The blood-colored divine beast Qilin Phantom appearing behind you is simply too cool. Does that mean I can also have a blood-colored Qilin Phantom behind me in the future? I can't wait any longer. I need to work hard on my training. Just thinking about having a blood-colored divine beast Qilin Phantom behind me in the future makes me unable to contain my diligence. At that moment, Chu Tianjiao suddenly laughed. Boss, now that the Qilin's secret technique exists, our Qilin team has truly solidified this title. Just imagine, during battles, when the brothers unleash the Qilin's secret technique, and blood-colored divine beast Qilin Phantoms appear behind them. I can't wait to see that scene. As soon as Chu Tianjiao said this, the members of the Qilin team were all dumbfounded, their minds already conjuring the image. The blood-colored divine beast Qilin Phantom appeared, roars erupted, and that scene, just the intimidation alone, could probably scare the opponents to death. It was simply too showy. Is this a coincidence? Yu Xiu was also momentarily stunned by Chu Tianjiao's reminder. Such a scene appeared in his mind, and he had to admit that even he felt a surge of excitement. So what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and continue your training, Yu Xiu said coldly. The members of the Qilin team no longer spoke, closing their eyes and beginning to practice the Qilin's secret technique. It was evident that they were now even more focused than before. This is what I want. Standing by the shore, Yu Xiu could also feel the quality of the blood and chi power, as well as the intensity of the Qilin's secret technique, rapidly accumulating. This feeling was even faster and more exaggerated than before. It was clear how great the allure of the blood-colored divine beast Qilin Phantom was for the members of the Qilin team. Moreover, there was Chu Tianjiao's words. The imagery was too strong. I want to see what the Qilin's secret technique will be like when it enters the second realm. With the earlier situation, Yu Xiu was now even more curious about the Qilin's secret technique. Entering the Qilin blood pool, he became increasingly focused on cultivating the Qilin's secret technique. Since his spirit summoning technique had already reached the pinnacle of its highest realm, the speed at which he absorbed the energy from the Qilin blood pool was much faster than that of the other members of the Qilin battle team. Coupled with the system's cumulative enhancements, the rate of improvement was simply unimaginable. In the underground, time was irrelevant. Yu Xiu and the others had not experienced the alternation of day and night and had no idea how long had passed. Until Yu Xiu suddenly trembled, and a blood-colored phantom of the divine beast Qilin appeared behind him once again. However, this time, the Qilin phantom was more solid than before. Yu Xiu speculated that the Qilin phantom might become increasingly solid and real. After sensing for a moment, he realized that his current strength had doubled compared to before, meaning that the second realm of the Qilin secret technique was a twofold enhancement over the first realm. Roar! At that moment, a Qilin's roar echoed from not far away. Yu Xiu looked up and found it was Zhang Yanping, not the Shu Tianjiao he had imagined. Among the entire Qilin battle team, Shu Tianjiao had the highest talent and the most stable foundation. After all, being born into the Chu family in Qin province and personally taught by Old Master Chu, it was only natural for his foundation to be solid. Roar! Just as Yu Xiu was pondering, another Qilin roar sounded. This time it was Shu Tianjiao. Boss, I've also made a small breakthrough. Shu Tianjiao and Zhang Yanping retracted the blood-colored Qilin phantom behind them and approached Yu Xiu, their faces filled with excitement as they whispered, "Continue cultivating." Yu Xiu took out his communicator and glanced at it, saying, "It's 10 o'clock at night, we'll leave here tomorrow morning." Shu Tianjiao and the others nodded and then moved aside to enter a state of cultivation again. According to Yu Xiu's request, Shu Tianjiao was now continuously compressing the blood energy of the one-star master realm to improve its quality. What about this Qilin blood? Yu Xiu looked down at the Qilin blood pool. After a day of consumption by the Qilin battle team, there were no obvious signs of depletion in the Qilin blood. System, is there a way to collect all this Qilin blood? Yu Xiu tentatively communicated with the system in his mind. The host possesses a system space and can collect the Qilin blood. System space? Yu Xiu was taken aback. Why didn't I hear about this before? The system space has always existed. It's just that the host has not discovered this function. Yu Xiu couldn't help but complain in his mind and then asked, what other functions does the system have that I haven't discovered yet? The host needs to explore them on their own. Yu Xiu gritted his teeth, no longer wanting to waste words with the system. It had been a year since awakening the system, and he had not even known about the existence of the system space. If he had known about this function, there would have been no need to use storage devices. Fortunately, I discovered it early. It seems that in the future, if I need anything, I must ask the system. There might be hidden functions. Just as Yu Xiu was pondering this in his mind, he suddenly felt a change in his body. He hurriedly checked. This discovery shocked him. Within his original blood energy, many golden light spots had appeared. Confused, he did not do anything else but continued to observe. Soon, another golden light spot appeared, seemingly formed from mist wandering above the blood energy. Could this be what is called spirit? Yushio thought for a moment and immediately used the spirit summoning technique to channel his blood energy. The next moment, his face showed shock. The power seems to exceed the standard of blood energy? Although he did not use a power detection device, Yushio was very clear about his own strength. He had already reached the limit of the standard blood energy. Now that his power had increased again, it was evident that it had surpassed the standard blood energy. This discovery left Yushio puzzled once more. The previous spirit summoning technique had already exceeded the realm of martial arts in this world. The transformation of the power of chi and blood has once again surpassed the realm of martial arts in this world. Is the ultimate goal of martial arts really the path of immortals? Previously, Yushio had concluded that chi and blood were not one entity, but separate. Now, the transformation of chi and blood has made him increasingly curious about the path of martial arts. I remember the principle saying that the wasteland hides the secret to longevity. Could it be that the ultimate goal of martial arts is indeed the path of immortals, which can grant one longevity? At this moment, Yushio couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had previously thought that the principle's mention of the secret to longevity was just a joke, mere hearsay without any factual basis. But now he was wavering. If the wasteland truly hides the secret to longevity, Yushio sighed. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. He decided not to delve deeper into the secret of longevity, instead focusing his thoughts and closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. Now that the blood of the Qilin could be stored in the system space, Yushio had no more concerns. After the members of the Qilin battle team left this place, they could still enhance their Qilin secret techniques, which would serve as a foundation for the future of the Qilin battle team. Even members who joined later could cultivate the Qilin secret techniques and similarly use the spirit guiding technique to improve the quality of their Qi and blood. Roar! It was unclear how much time had passed. The sounds of Qilin roars continued to echo from the Qilin blood pool, and Yushio merely opened his eyes to take a look without intervening too much. Because the members who had achieved minor success in the Qilin secret techniques, upon waking, immediately retracted their Qilin phantoms to avoid disturbing others, and once again closed their eyes to enter cultivation. They had only achieved minor success in the Qilin secret techniques, but their realms had not yet broken through. The members of the Qilin battle team were unaware that Yushio had a way to take the Qilin blood with him. To them, entering the ruins held other opportunities, and it was impossible to remain here cultivating until the end of the Qilin ruins. Therefore, they cherished this opportunity even more. Outside, they relied on themselves to reach the master realm, needing to ensure both their foundation and the quality of their chi and blood. The speed of reaching the master realm would undoubtedly take a long time, but here, they only needed to use the spirit guiding technique to absorb wholeheartedly. Even the dullest members of the Qilin battle team understood the importance of the moment and were unwilling to waste time. Cultivating was the way to go. Time passed second by second. As the roars sounded, some began to break through to the master realm. After such a long period of cultivation, the quality of their chi and blood had reached its limit. Many people's chi and blood began to show mist, moving towards a transformation into spirit. Meanwhile, Yushio's progress was even faster. Originally, there were only a few golden specks in his chi and blood, but now they were densely packed, like a sky full of stars. Boss, all of us have now broken through to the master realm, said Chu Tianzhou. I can also see mist appearing above my chi and blood, moving towards a transformation into spirit. Yushio then looked at the others. Boss, we are the same, mist has appeared above our chi and blood. Us too. Yushio nodded and smiled lightly. Now try using the spirit guiding technique to mobilize your chi and blood. The members of the Qilin battle team seemed to have guessed the meaning behind Yushio's words, all showing excitement as they began to use the spirit guiding technique to mobilize their chi and blood. In the next moment, all the members of the Qilin battle team were shocked. Boss, my power seems to have exceeded the standard power of chi and blood. Boss, I think mine has too. I just tested my power when I entered the ruins, and now I can clearly feel that my power has surpassed the standard power of chi and blood. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the Qilin battle team members, Yushio smiled broadly. Boss, does this mean we have created history in the martial arts world? That's right. The martial arts theories taught in school have never mentioned that a martial artist's own power can exceed the standard power of chi and blood. Once others know our situation, won't we become legends? Seeing the members of the Qilin battle team starting to overthink, Yushio called a halt. Put away those messy thoughts. In fact, the martial arts world is far more complex than you imagine. What you learn in school is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Yushio waved his hand. Now everyone leave the Qilin blood pool. We should be leaving here. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qilin battle team showed reluctant expressions. Are we really leaving? This Qilin blood pool is such a treasure. It's a pity to just leave it behind. If I had known this, I should have brought some containers when I came in, at least to take some Qilin blood with me. Although the members of the Qilin battle team were filled with reluctance, they still left the Qilin blood pool one by one. In their hearts, although the Qilin blood pool was precious, it was still not as important as Yu Xiu's orders. After everyone walked out of the blood pool, Zhu Tianjiao pretended to be sad and said, "Boss, let me touch the Qilin blood one more time. I'm afraid I won't have another chance." As soon as he said this, the other members of the Qilin battle team echoed, "Boss, I have a bottle here, I can take some out." Looking at the members of the Qilin battle team, Yu Xiu laughed and scolded, "Stop being ridiculous. All of you, get lost." Everyone sighed and ultimately distanced themselves from the Qilin blood pool. Yu Xiu smiled, then thought to himself, "System, start collecting." The next moment, the Qilin blood pool suddenly made a crack sound. This commotion stunned not only the members of the Qilin battle team but even Yu Xiu. Before he could be curious, he witnessed a truly astonishing scene. The Qilin blood pool uprooted itself. What the hell is going on? Why is the Qilin blood pool rising from the ground? Could it be a one-time opportunity? After we use it, the Qilin blood pool is going to leave this hall? Leave your grandma, take a good look, are you blind? At this moment, everyone realized that the rising Qilin blood pool was slowly moving to a position above Yu Xiu's head. Then it instantly disappeared. Boss. Even the slowest members of the Qilin battle team understood that the Qilin blood pool rising was related to their boss. They looked at Yu Xiu in disbelief, stammering and unsure of what to say, just staring blankly, waiting for Yu Xiu's explanation. However, Yu Xiu was also shocked. "System, I asked you to collect the Qilin blood, why did you take the Qilin blood pool as well?" Returning to the host, the Qilin blood pool is made from Qilin bones. To ensure the efficacy of the Qilin blood, this is the only way. Yu Xiu suddenly understood, secretly relieved to have the system. If it were him, he would probably have foolishly taken the Qilin blood away. If that happened, by the time they left the Qilin ruins, the Qilin blood would likely have lost its effectiveness. The Qilin blood pool has been taken by me. Feeling the gazes of the Qilin battle team members around him, Yu Xiu explained. But this explanation caused the expressions of the Qilin battle team members to change again, like a boulder crashing into their hearts, stirring up huge waves. Taken? I heard taken, right? But how was it taken? Not explaining was better. But with this explanation, the members of the Qilin battle team were even more confused. "Boss, answer me honestly, you aren't really a reincarnated deity, are you?" Zhu Tianjiao swallowed hard, looking at Yu Xiu with a serious expression. In his view, such a method could only belong to a deity. What deity nonsense? You need to believe in science, understand? Yu Xiu clearly didn't want to explain too much, because he couldn't explain. Some methods of the system could be revealed, but the system itself must never be exposed, not even to the closest people. Believe in science? Zhu Tianjiao said helplessly, "Boss, the age of science has passed for hundreds of years, now we are in the age of martial arts, and you still want to use science to fool us." Speaking of which, Zhu Tianjiao grinned, "Boss, I don't ask for much, how about teaching me this move of yours?" As soon as he said this, the other members of the Qilin battle team looked at Yu Xiu with eager expressions, clearly wanting to learn the technique of collecting the Qilin blood pool as well. "I can't teach you even a bit. Hurry up and leave this place." Yu Xiu himself didn't even know what method the system used to collect the Qilin blood pool from afar, let alone teach it. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the stone door. Another billion missed. Zhu Tianjiao turned to glance at the spot where the Qilin blood pool had been, which had now turned into a huge pit. He sighed deeply and chased after Yu Xiu's figure towards the stone door. Sigh, missed 10 billion, missed 100 billion, missed 1,000 billion, missed 1,000,000,000,000, missed 10 trillion. The members of the Qilin battle team sighed one by one. What unit comes after trillion? Let me miss that too. Illiterate. Illiterate. Hearing the words of the Qilin battle team members passing by, that person was completely dumbfounded. Am I the only one getting hurt? He turned to look, and finally glanced back at the location of the Qilin blood pool, cursing arrogantly, rotten pit. This wave isn't a loss. Saying this, he grinned and quickly chased after the members of the Qilin battle team towards the stone door. Crack, crack, crack. When Yu Xiu removed the 3 Qilin jade pendants embedded in the stone door began to slowly close. At the same time, as the stone door closed, the illuminating giant stones on the stone pillars inside the hall gradually extinguished from the inside out, until the stone door was completely closed. The members of the Qilin battle team took out their communicators to illuminate the area. Soon after, Yu Xiu and the others followed the original path, heading upwards, arriving at the tombstone they had seen before. Before Yu Xiu could react, the 3-spliced Qilin jade pendants emitted light again, shining on the tombstone. The tombstone then began to descend. Meanwhile, outside the tombstone, a small team was resting when they suddenly saw the tombstone falling. They were immediately startled and quickly moved away from the tombstone's range. "This is our opportunity. There must be good things behind this tombstone." Suddenly, someone in the team spoke up, and the others were taken aback, their faces showing excitement as they stared intently at the tombstone. The 10-meter-high tombstone seemed to be falling slowly at that moment. It felt as if centuries had passed. Ants seemed to be biting at their hearts, anxious, but they didn't dare to approach the tombstone, worried about danger. "It's coming down. Finally, it's coming down." They watched with anticipation as the tombstone finally fell. Just as they were about to step forward, they suddenly saw a group of people inside. "Holy crap, there are people. It seems to be Yushio?" These people were first startled, and when they recognized the faces, they were even more dumbfounded. Although they knew the Qilin battle team had gained an opportunity, they didn't dare to harbor even a hint of greed. After all, that man was Yushio, the one who could kill a martial emperor with a single glare. Crack, crack, crack. As the members of the Qilin battle team walked out of the passage, the tombstone began to rise again. As for the people in front of them, Yushio merely glanced at them indifferently before turning and walking away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Until the members of the Qilin battle team walked far away, these people finally gasped for breath, their foreheads already drenched in cold sweat. "I don't know if you guys feel it, but the members of the Qilin battle team are so." One person was about to speak, but when he turned to see his teammates drenched in cold sweat, he could only smile wryly and stop talking. The expressions of the crowd no longer needed to be questioned. They were clearly intimidated by the aura of the Qilin battle team members. The pressure was too strong. It must be said that after cultivating the Qilin secret technique, the temperament of the Qilin battle team members had undergone a great change. Not only that, but due to the Qilin blood, the physical strength of the Qilin battle team members had also undergone a tremendous transformation. Perhaps it was due to the absorption of the Qilin's blood, but the members of the Qilin battle team exuded an intense sense of oppression. When they looked over, it felt as if they were being watched by an ancient ferocious beast, which was quite terrifying. "Let's go take a look," the leader said as he walked towards the tombstone. They searched around the tombstone for a long time but found no clues at all. They had no idea how Yushio and the others managed to make the tombstone fall. "It seems some opportunities are not meant for us, even though we know there are good things beneath this tombstone." They sighed helplessly, their faces filled with disappointment. "Boss, it seems like those people have all gone that way." At this moment, Yushio and the others had already moved far away from the tombstone. When they encountered passers-by, they found that everyone was running in the same direction. "Boss, should we go take a look too?" Chu Tianjiao turned and asked. Yushio sensed the Qilin jade pendant and found that there were no opportunities related to the Qilin in that direction. However, since everyone was heading there, it was likely that something remarkable awaited. "Let's go take a look." Yushio nodded and followed the crowd in that direction. After walking about a mile, they finally reached a place where people were gathered. For stone tablets stood there, very tall and wide, measuring at least 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide. King Seal Tablet? Human Respect Tablet? One of the stone tablets had the words King Seal Tablet carved in flamboyant script at the top, while the other three bore the words Human Respect Tablet in elegant characters. Yushio looked up at the names on the tablets. Not only did they indicate martial arts realms, but they also specified locations. For example, the first-ranked person on the King Seal tablet was Zuofei 9-star Martial King Qinglong Ruins Zhuo Xianwang. The second-ranked was Liang Boi 9-star Martial King Zhuke Ruins Zhang Wang. As for the other three on the Human Respect tablet, the names were basically the same, except they ended with respect. "Boss, I heard from my grandfather that the Zhuke ruins are over in the uninhabited area," Chu Tianjiao said at this moment. "I guess the Qinglong ruins are also in the uninhabited area." Yushio nodded. This shows that the rankings on these tablets are interconnected. Chu Tianjiao smiled and nodded. No wonder they are called the King Seal tablet and the Human Respect tablet. It seems that obtaining a title is not simple. It's a pity that you are already a martial emperor, otherwise, I believe you could definitely take the first place on the King Seal tablet. Yushio smiled but said nothing. His strength was originally at the martial king level, it was just that his combat power had reached the martial emperor level, which led everyone to misunderstand. However, he indeed had no interest in this so-called King Seal tablet. "Boss, let's try the Human Respect tablet for the Master Realm." Chu Tianjiao smiled, looking forward as he walked towards the Master Realm's Human Respect tablet. At that moment, those attempting at the Master Realm Human Respect tablet saw a group of Qilin battle team members approaching and all stopped their attempts, making way. "Tianjiao, you go first." Chu Tianjiao nodded, then followed the instructions on the Human Respect tablet. using the spirit summoning technique to channel his vital energy and strike the tablet forcefully. 10 seconds later, Shu Tianjiao's name unexpectedly appeared as the first on the Master Realm Human Respect tablet. Please give yourself a title. At this moment, a line of text appeared on the Human Respect tablet, which stunned everyone. Yusho frowned, pondering, isn't this something that only happens in a fantasy world? Could it be that the tablet has a spirit? As for the crowd watching, upon seeing Shu Tianjiao's name appear as the first on the Human Respect tablet, they all displayed expressions of shock. They had tried many times here, and not to mention first place, they hadn't even qualified to have their names inscribed. Shu Tianzuan. Shu Tianjiao thought for a moment and then wrote these characters on the tablet. In the next moment, the tablet changed. Shu Tianjiao, 1-star master, Shilin Ruins, Shu Tianzuan. As the name appeared, Shu Tianjiao's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately closed his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly felt an unusual heat rising within his body. From the inside out. Gradually, Shu Tianjiao's face turned bright red. Seeing this, Yusho instantly moved to Shu Tianjiao's side. Using his mind master abilities, he sensed Shu Tianjiao and found that he wasn't experiencing any major issues, which relieved him. Tianjiao is fine. Yusho speculated that Shu Tianjiao's condition was likely related to the person's respect monument before him. The specifics were unclear. Everything could only be discussed once Shu Tianjiao woke up. Time passed second by second. The members of the Qilin team surrounded Shu Tianjiao. Until 3 minutes had passed, Shu Tianjiao suddenly opened his eyes, and it was clear that his face was filled with excitement. Boss! Before Yusho could ask, Shu Tianjiao immediately exclaimed, Boss, I have obtained a talent from the Divine Beast Qilin. The talent of the Divine Beast Qilin? Yusho showed a look of confusion. However, the next moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Yusho's expression changed in surprise. The fire of the fire attribute Qilin? At that moment, Shu Tianjiao also raised his hand, and a crimson flame appeared in his palm. Boss, this is Qilin fire. This is incredible. Shu Tianjiao said excitedly. Obtaining a title can grant a talent from the Qilin through the Respect Monument. The surrounding members of the Qilin team showed shocked expressions upon hearing this. The talent granted by the Respect Monument to the Divine Beast Qilin was simply astonishing. Shu Tianjiao, with the strength of a 1-star master, had risen to first place, pushing down the 9-star masters. This showed that the assessment of the Respect Monument was not just about strength, but also other factors. Thinking this way, the members of the Qilin team all gained confidence. They had compressed their vital energy in the Qilin blood pool and had raised the quality of their vital energy to the limit, already showing traces of spirit. After Shu Tianjiao, the other members of the Qilin team began to step forward for testing one by one. In an instant, the Respect Monument became a stage for the Qilin team members to showcase their skills. The onlookers around had long since gone numb, their faces filled with shock. What are they doing? Could it be that the Respect Monument is broken? How can every member of the Qilin team go up? Is a 1-star master stronger than those 9-star masters? What on earth is going on? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, the members of the Qilin team continued to step forward to test their punches one after another. Soon, the top 100 at the Respect Monument for the Master Realm were all replaced by members of the Qilin team, and they all obtained the Qilin talent. Some gained the lightning element, others obtained the Qilin's listening talent, in short, the elements of the 5-element Divine Beast Qilin. There were even those who received the power enhancement of the Ink Qilin, a 200% enhancement, unaffected by basic attribute limitations. Of course, on Yushio's side, the system prompt in his mind kept sounding. Whatever talent the members of the Qilin team obtained, Yushio received as well. At this moment, Yushio had already gathered all the elemental talents of the Divine Beast Qilin, a series of elemental talents including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. There were also the listening talent and power enhancement talent. Among them, what surprised Yushio the most was Zhang Yanping, who unexpectedly received the enhancement and protection of the Divine Beast Qilin's soul. Zhang Yanping was originally a mind master, and with this, his attack power as a mind master doubled. He also possessed a deterrent ability, especially against fierce beasts, which was doubled. It seems the Qilin blood pool has given the members of the Qilin team a significant advantage. Yushio looked at the achievements of the Qilin team members and found that each one could go up to the monument. He then speculated, it seems the Respect Monument targets the foundation, combat power, and future achievements in various aspects. Otherwise, with the strength of the 1-star masters of the Qilin team, it would be absolutely impossible to surpass the 9-star masters, especially since many of them came from the uninhabited areas among the 9-star masters. However, what Yushio did not know was that, let alone the geniuses in the uninhabited area, even among the top geniuses in various supreme domains, none could achieve a qualitative change in the quality of their vital energy and blood at the Master Realm. Those so-called young martial gods were merely extraordinary geniuses with high-quality vital energy and a strong comprehension of martial arts. The current members of the Qilin battle team had already surpassed the young martial gods in terms of vital energy. Of course, the so-called young martial gods also possessed particularly rare and powerful talents. Compared to the singular elemental talent of the divine beast Qilin, they were certainly much stronger. However, compared to Yushio, they were far inferior. After all, Yushio had gathered all the talents of the divine beast Qilin within himself. Thus, about half an hour passed. The names of the members of the Qilin battle team had completely filled the Master Realm's honor tablet, and they had each received their titles along with the talents of the divine beast Qilin. Some of the talents were undoubtedly the same. At first, they were quite excited about their titles, but as more and more people received honorific titles, the novelty gradually wore off. Instead, the Qilin talents they obtained made them very excited. "Boss, our Qilin battle team's overall strength has once again improved," Chu Tianjiu said excitedly. "As long as our brothers can grow, with our solid foundation, in the future, won't we be able to kill gods and slay demons?" Yushio smiled, clearly very pleased. As long as the members of the Qilin battle team grew stronger, he would also become stronger. After all, he hoped more than anyone for the members of the Qilin battle team to become stronger. "Since you all have made it onto the honor tablet, I should also go and make my mark." Hearing Yushio's words, Chu Tianjiu was taken aback and asked, "Boss, you're already at the Martial Emperor realm, but there's no honor tablet here?" "I don't need the honor tablet." Yushio smiled and then walked up to the king tablet. At that moment, not only was Chu Tianjiu confused, but even the other members of the Qilin battle team were bewildered. Their boss was already a martial emperor. What was he doing standing in front of the king tablet? "Look, why did Yushio go to the king tablet? Isn't the king tablet only for those at the martial king realm? Yushio is already at the martial emperor realm. It shouldn't be of any use for him to go there, right? Who knows? We might as well just be honest and watch. Whether it's Yushio or the members of the Qilin battle team, they're all freaks." Those who doubted the honor tablet earlier have already been checked. This shows that the honor tablet is not malfunctioning. The problem lies with the members of the Qilin battle team. Could you have imagined that all the members of the Qilin battle team would make it onto the tablet? That's true. Let's just be honest and watch. Just as everyone was discussing, Yushio had already thrown a punch. Bang! With a loud explosion, Yushio's name appeared on the king tablet, and he was in first place. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. A martial emperor can go on the king tablet? What is going on? Logically, the king tablet shouldn't malfunction. But how do we explain this now? Yushio is a martial emperor. How could he possibly ascend the king tablet? Unless someone in the crowd showed a shocked expression, their face filled with disbelief. From the wide-eyed look on that person's face, it was clear how shaken they were inside. Unless what? Unless Yushio was originally at the martial king realm, not the martial emperor realm. Nonsense! Have you ever seen a martial king kill a martial emperor as easily as killing a dog? On the other side, the members of the Qilin battle team were also stunned. Especially Chu Tianjiao, who exclaimed, "Damn, the boss isn't at the martial emperor realm, but rather, he's at the martial king realm." The other members of the Qilin battle team also understood the reason for the martial king realm, their faces filled with shock. "Damn, the boss is actually at the martial king realm. This is just too unbelievable." Martial king realm? But before, outside the ruins, that martial emperor from the secret city couldn't withstand the boss's move. What does that mean? It means the boss has the power to slay a martial emperor at a higher level, and he did it in one strike. How did our boss train? Is he human or a ghost? Ghost? What ghost? Now I really kind of believe the boss is a reincarnated deity. Meanwhile, on Yushio's side, a line of text also appeared on the king's tablet. It prompted him to name his royal title. For this so-called royal title, Yushio merely smiled faintly. In fact, when the members of the Qilin team were testing the human respect tablet, he had already thought of his royal title in his mind. Then, without hesitation, Yushio wrote down 2 characters, and when these characters appeared before the members of the Qilin team, they all howled in excitement. "Damn, our boss is the most impressive, this royal title is explosive. Why didn't I think of such a royal title before? So regretful, I wonder if the human respect tablet can modify one's title." Ayura! These were the 2 characters Yushio wrote. As Yushio finished writing, the first position on the king's tablet, next to Yushio's name, appeared the 3 characters Azura King. Yushio, 2-star Martial King, Qilin Ruins, Azura King. Previously, everyone had speculated about this matter. But when Yushio's strength level appeared on the king's tablet, the entire venue ultimately erupted in gasps of shock. So Yushio really isn't a martial emperor, he's just at the 2-star Martial King level. But before, outside the Qilin ruins, he first glared to death a few Martial Kings from the Management Bureau, and then one-shot killed a Martial Emperor. What kind of serious person can leap over an entire major realm and still one-shot? Now that I see Yushio's true strength, I really feel like a waste. Yushio is at the Martial King level, leaping over an entire major realm to one-shot a Martial Emperor. And I'm at the Martial Artist level, a third-grade martial artist who can't even beat a third-grade martial artist. Leaping over levels is simply a luxury and a legend for me. The members of the Qilin team gathered around. Chu Tianjiao asked, "Boss, are you really at the Martial King level? You're not using any special means to deceive the King's tablet?" Yushio chuckled. "Do you think I have the ability to deceive the King's tablet?" "You do." Whether it was Chu Tianjiao or the other members of the Qilin team, they all nodded heavily, their eyes filled with determination. Chu Tianjiao continued, "Earlier underground, you collected the Qilin blood pool and said you had no mysterious means." Hearing this, Yushio was momentarily speechless, only shaking his head helplessly, explaining, "I really am just at the Martial King level." "Martial King level?" Chu Tianjiao scoffed. "What kind of serious person leaps over an entire major realm to fight, and still one-shots, with the Martial Emperor having no chance to fight back?" Yushio's face darkened. "Are you saying I'm not a serious person?" Chu Tianjiao was at a loss for words. "Boss, can you focus on the main point? Is this not the main point? I said you one-shot a Martial Emperor while leaping over a major realm is the main point, right?" The other members of the Qilin team nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Chu Tianjiao's words. "Boss, can I ask you a small question?" Chu Tianjiao spoke again. "Go ahead. What level have you reached in your spirit summoning technique?" For some reason, when Chu Tianjiao asked this question, he seemed to already have an answer in his heart, wanting to verify his guess. "Peak? That's insane." Chu Tianjiao was speechless. "Boss, you shouldn't have been out of the seeking realm for long, right? Considering you've only been practicing the spirit summoning technique for about a month. I'm still lingering at a small achievement, and you've already reached the peak. Boss, do you have some secret to quickly improving martial skills and techniques?" "A secret?" Yushio pondered for a moment. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The secret naturally lies in relying on you tools to compete with each other. However, he would never say this out loud. Come on, boss." The members of Chu Tianjiao looked at Yushio with eager expressions, waiting for his answer. "Maybe it's because of my exceptional talent." As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Tianjiao and the members of the Qilin battle team couldn't help but roll their eyes. Clearly, they found Yushio's answer to be ridiculous. They thought Yushio was just showing off, but there was no evidence to prove otherwise. If one were to say he had exceptional talent, it was indeed true. At the age of 17, Yushio had raised his strength to the Martial King realm, which could certainly be considered exceptional talent. In the Martial King realm, Yushio could kill a Martial Emperor in an instant, crossing an entire major realm. Could anyone deny his talent? Since he began cultivating, every martial skill and technique he practiced had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Wasn't that exceptional talent? Yushio had many talents at his disposal, which further proved his exceptional abilities. Because of this, both Chu Tianjiao and the members of the Qilin battle team felt speechless. "Boss, you haven't mastered all your martial skills to perfection, have you?" Chu Tianjiao asked again. "Exceptional talent," Yushio replied. Chu Tianjiao's mouth twitched, and he immediately slapped himself twice. "I shouldn't have asked." Now Yushio suddenly recalled that the last time was also a similar situation. Others learned from their mistakes, but what about Chu Tianjiao? Every setback was different, and none of them learned anything. Slap. The members of the Qilin battle team also slapped themselves, looking at Yushio with resentment. "Sorry, boss. We deserve to ask more. We really are too foolish." Faced with this situation, Yushio felt speechless. Why do you have to? Many people strive to become geniuses, or are born geniuses. But genius is just a ticket to see me. Your efforts are merely the starting point of my journey. The members of the Qilin battle team twitched their mouths again. This was a bit too much for them to handle. Chu Tianjiao gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and suddenly smiled. "Brothers, we should be happy about this statement. The boss acknowledges that we are geniuses. Think about it, since the boss debuted, has he ever acknowledged anyone else as a genius? We shouldn't be depressed, we should be happy." Hearing this, the members of the Qilin battle team nodded in agreement, gulping down Chu Tianjiao's self-comforting toxic positivity. It may taste bad, but at least it quenched their thirst. By the way, after a moment of playful banter, Chu Tianjiao suddenly asked, "Boss, what talent did you gain from reaching the peak of the King Monument?" "Divine Soul." "Divine Soul?" Chu Tianjiao asked in confusion. "Boss, What does that mean? The soul of the divine beast Qilin, Yushio chuckled lightly. Just now, after I obtained the soul of the divine beast Qilin, my level as a mind master has already risen to level 6, which is the martial emperor realm. As for what other uses the soul of the divine beast Qilin has, I'm not sure yet. I need to explore it myself. Chu Tianjiao and the others were once again dumbfounded. Boss, are you sure you just said level 6, martial emperor realm? Especially Zhang Yinping. He was originally a mind master, and now his level was still at the first level of the martial artist realm. So he was very clear about how difficult it was to level up as a mind master. The higher the level, the harder it became to improve. This is why some say that if a mind master can reach the later stages, their potential could even surpass many SSS level talents. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Yushio looked at Zhang Yinping, who was trembling, and lightly nodded with a smile. You heard correctly. I am indeed a level 6 mind master, which is the martial emperor level. Yushio could now imagine that his mind master abilities, combined with the source of qi, would be at least 10 times more powerful. Previously, he could easily kill a martial emperor with a wave of his hand. Now, he couldn't even imagine it. Let me say something unpleasant. Right now, even Yushio himself is unclear about how strong his combat power can be when he gives it his all. It's just that he hasn't encountered an opponent that can make him go all out. The ones he has faced so far have all been easily defeated with a single move. Boss, you're too discouraging, Zhang Yinping said, looking at Yushio with a face full of despair, as if he might cry at any moment. Yinping, your talent is not bad to begin with. You just received the blessing of the divine beast Qilin's soul. Although you didn't obtain the divine beast Qilin's spirit, the effect of the blessing is still quite good, Yushio comforted him. So, you shouldn't compare yourself to me, you should focus on others, understand? Zhang Yinping twitched his mouth. Boss, who comforts people like you do? After you said that, it was clear you were telling me I'm trash and that I shouldn't try to associate with you. Yushio was taken aback and asked, was that really what I meant? Yes. At this moment, not only did Zhang Yinping nod heavily, but even the other members of the Qilin team nodded in agreement. Boss, after hearing your comforting words, we now know we are trash. A member of the Qilin team emphasized the word comfort with particular weight. For a moment, Yushio was at a loss for words. He really didn't mean it that way. Then you all should work hard? The expressions of the Qilin team members fell again, and Chu Tianjiao quickly interjected, Boss, I think we should continue looking for opportunities. Although the Qilin ruins will be open for a month, the area is still quite large, and we need to seize the time. Mentioning the search for opportunities, the members of the Qilin team were immediately drawn to the grand hall beneath the tombstone they had encountered earlier. Thinking of the benefits of the Qilin blood pool, excitement spread across their faces. Boss, finding opportunities is important, the members of the Qilin team urged. Yushio nodded in agreement. Then he chose a direction and continued to delve deeper into the Qilin ruins. 3 days passed without any response from the Qilin Jade Pendant, which meant they had not found any opportunities. However, the good thing was that they had collected many S-level spiritual materials, as well as SS and SSS level materials, making their haul quite rich. Especially in these ruins devoid of life, spiritual materials were still abundant. However, the Qilin ruins open every year, and compared to other ruins that no one has entered, they still fall short. Wait! At that moment, Yushio suddenly sensed a reaction from the Qilin Jade Pendant. Follow me! Yushio checked the 5 pieces of the spliced Qilin Jade Pendant. This time, the reaction was different from when they encountered the Grand Hall beneath the tombstone. It seemed to sense other Qilin Jade Pendants. Speculating on this, Yushio quickly dashed in the direction of the sensation. After entering the Qilin ruins, Yushio did not forget what Old Man Chu had said about gathering 9 pieces of the Qilin Jade Pendant. Although he didn't know what would happen after collecting all 9, Yushio was certainly unwilling to miss this opportunity. Previously, outside the Qilin ruins, he had not sensed any trace of other Qilin Jade Pendants. Now, suddenly, one appeared, which surprised Yushio. An orange Qilin Jade Pendant? Soon, Yushio saw a flash of orange light ahead. It was a group of people wrapped in black robes, numbering about a dozen. Something's up. Prepare for battle. As Yushio swaggered closer, the group of black-robed individuals noticed him and immediately got ready for a fight. However, when they saw Yushio's face, their expressions turned ugly. It's Yushio. No one is allowed to show hostility without my command. If you don't want to die, listen to me, understand? With that, Yushio was already in front of them. He scrutinized the black-robed individuals before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He sensed a familiar aura from these people. After thinking carefully, his expression darkened. That's right, it is the aura of the Blood God Potion. However, the aura of the Blood God Potion on these black-robed figures seems different from what he encountered earlier in the training camp. It is even different from what he found in the underground base of the Blood God sect in Zhengtan City. how to describe it. The blood god potion he felt before was evil, making him instinctively repulsed. Yet, the aura of the blood god potion on these black-robed figures did not repel him. Instead, it gave him a sense of mystery and nobility. Are you people from the blood god sect? As Yushio spoke, the expression of the black-robed figures opposite him changed drastically. They were aware of the events in Jiangtan City, where the blood god sect had previously acted against Yushio's family. This led to Yushio's furious retaliation, eradicating the foundation of the blood god sect in Jiangtan City. To this day, Jiangtan City remains a forbidden zone for the blood god sect. As Yushio's achievements grew stronger and his deeds spread, the blood god sect dared not enter Jiangtan City any longer. Thus, they were very clear about how much Yushio despised the blood god sect. Now, they were all trembling in fear, worried that Yushio might kill everyone present at the slightest provocation. Yushio, although we are from the blood god sect, we are not like those who ambushed your family before. Please believe me, the leading black-robed figure hurriedly explained. However, while explaining, his gaze remained cautiously fixed on Yushio. Blood god sect? At this moment, members of the Qilin team also rushed over, and upon hearing the name blood god sect, Chu Tianjiao's face immediately revealed a fierce expression. The blood god sect deserves to die. The Chu family of Qin province has always had a zero-tolerance policy towards the blood god sect, so whenever Chu Tianjiao encounters members of the blood god sect, he will inevitably strike to kill, even to the point of turning them to ashes. Chu Tianjiao? Qilin team? The leading black-robed figure, upon seeing Chu Tianjiao and the members of the Qilin team arrive, immediately showed a look of shock. Previously, during the freshman exchange competition, he had heard about the combat power of the Qilin team members and knew that they all possessed the ability to fight above their level. However, when he saw the members of the Qilin team with his own eyes, he found that their strength was far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. He was a genius cultivated within the blood god sect, living for years in the secret city. It could be said that the resources and training he received were far beyond what the members of the Qilin team could compare to. Logically speaking, being at the same master level, his combat power should be several times that of the Qilin team members. But now, facing the members of the Qilin team, he inexplicably felt a sense of fear, as if the members before him were not a group of people, but a pack of ancient ferocious beasts. Soul-stirring. It made one tremble with fear. To be honest, this was something he could not accept. He forced himself to calm down, but he could not manage to do so. Boss, it can't just be a bunch of rats, just give me one person, and I guarantee I'll kill them all within 10 minutes. Chu Tianjiao looked at the dozen or so black-robed figures, his face filled with a fierce expression. Don't rush. Yushio stopped Chu Tianjiao. Yushio had heard from the principal that there were distinctions within the blood god sect. He also knew that these people were deliberately cultivated cold-blooded disciples from above, specifically to counter those from the aristocratic families placed within the blood god sect. Of course, the aristocratic families referred to here are not local forces from Huaxia, but rather the wealthy families in the western secret city. How did you get into the Qilin ruins? This was the question that puzzled Yushio. Logically, people from the blood god sect should never be able to enter through the entrance, as the old man Chu outside would never allow them in. Clearly, the people from the blood god sect had other methods to enter the Qilin ruins. Faced with Yushio's inquiry, the black-robed figures from the blood god sect fell silent. They clearly did not enter the Qilin ruins through normal channels. If you don't speak, you die. As Yushio's words fell, his face was filled with indifference, as if the group of black-robed figures from the blood god sect were not living beings at all. Not only that, Yushio secretly used the deterrent power of the divine beast Qilin's soul. At that moment, the black-robed members of the blood god sect trembled violently, and then felt their body hair stand on end, their bodies shaking irregularly. Noticing that the leading black-robed man seemed to be resisting, Yushio snorted coldly, and the deterrent effect of the divine beast Qilin's soul increased again. Thud! In an instant, the black-robed members of the blood god sect collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with terror, lacking even the courage to meet Yushio's gaze. We came in using the Qilin jade pendant, through the gaps in the ruins, the leading black-robed man stammered. Gaps in the ruins? Yushio frowned. The leading black-robed man hurriedly replied, I'm not sure of the specifics. It's a method left behind by the sect. Yushio nodded slightly. Such a secret matter as the gaps in the ruins was likely unknown to these people. Judging by the aura of the blood god potion on them, these individuals should be the ones sent down from above. The martial arts era had been open for hundreds of years, and with the blood god sect backed by the state, it didn't seem impossible to learn some hidden matters. Or rather, the leaders of the blood god sect might very well be the higher-ups from above. How many of you came in? More than 700. Yushio asked. Are all 700 like you? This question left the leading black-robed man momentarily stunned, as he clearly caught the implication in Yushio's words. At this point, he also realized that Yushio understood the internal situation of the Blood God sect. It made sense. After all, Yushio was someone valued by the cabinet. Knowing some secrets that others did not was quite normal. 200 of them are not. The fact that 200 were not meant that these people were traitors arranged by noble families. Hand over your orange Qilin jade pendant, Yushio said calmly. The leading black-robed man was once again taken aback. He hadn't expected Yushio to know that he possessed a Qilin jade pendant. The key point was that he could accurately state the color of the Qilin jade pendant. This was unexpected for him. Despite his surprise, his body was honest, and he obediently took out the orange Qilin jade pendant. You can go. After obtaining the orange Qilin jade pendant, Yushio also withdrew the deterrent effect of the divine beast Qilin soul. Once the black-robed members of the Blood God sect returned to their normal state, they hurriedly got up and fled. Boss, are we just letting them go? Shu Tianjiao looked at the departing members of the Blood God sect, a look of confusion on his face. They are different from the members of the Blood God sect we encountered in Jiangtan City. Yushio glanced at Shu Tianjiao and chuckled. You will understand in the future. Shu Tianjiao nodded. Although he still felt puzzled, he had no doubt about Yushio's words. If Yushio said they were different, then they must be different. There must be deeper meaning. He immediately stopped dwelling on the Blood God sect members and excitedly said, Boss, now you have 6 Qilin jade pendants, you're not far from gathering all 9. Hee, I get to witness something that the old man didn't see. I must show off in front of him when I go back. Yushio chuckled. You brat, haven't you had enough of the old man's beatings? Just some flesh wounds. Shu Tianjiao waved his hand dismissively. Boss, compared to my mental joy, the physical pain is nothing. I just love the old man's look of discontent, yet he can't do anything to me. He can only give me a beating. It hurts, but I'm happy. But the old man should still be unhappy, that's beyond doubt. Speaking of which, I'm the one who benefits. Yushio was taken aback, giving a thumbs up. Your logic is very clear. Of course. Shu Tianjiao smiled proudly. This is the experience I've summarized from being beaten for over a decade. Yushio shook his head with a smile. Then he pieced the orange Qilin jade pendant together with the other 5 Qilin jade pendants. It was at this moment, the 6 pieces of Qilin jade pendant, pieced together, suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The 6-colored light that burst forth seemed to illuminate a map. Yushio immediately took out the 6 pieces of Qilin jade pendant that were joined together. The light projected a map on the ground, and on the map, various colored light spots flickered. This is the map of the Qilin ruins, Yushio's voice rang out, and Shu Tianjiao and the others immediately leaned in to examine it closely. Boss, it really seems to be the map of the Qilin ruins. Here is the entrance to the ruins we came from, and there is the location of the underground Qilin hall of the tombstone we entered before, Shu Tianjiao exclaimed. Boss, what do these flickering light spots mean? They indicate the locations of the Qilin jade pendants. Yushio realized the meaning of the map the moment he saw it. Cyan Qilin jade pendant, green Qilin jade pendant, yellow Qilin jade pendant. Yushio pointed to the flickering light spots on the map. Look, these 3 colored light spots are moving, which proves that there are 3 Qilin jade pendants here. Shu Tianjiao's eyes lit up, fully agreeing with Yushio's statement. Boss, there are also cyan light spots here. What does that mean? Yushio chuckled lightly. That means there is a chance for the wind Qilin here. Wind Qilin? Shu Tianjiao was completely puzzled. Boss, is there really such a thing as a wind Qilin among the divine beasts? Yushio had seen the legends of the Qilin in the Shanhai Jing in his previous life. At that time, he thought the Shanhai Jing was not real, but now he could confirm that the divine beasts and creatures recorded in it were likely all real. Indeed, there is a distinction, Yushio explained. Do you remember the talents you obtained earlier at the Human Respect Steel? Yours is Qilin Fire, a crimson flame, while Han Yu has an orange flame. Actually, this is the Fire Qilin, but there is a distinction between red and orange. As for cyan, it is the Wind Qilin, purple is the Thunder Qilin, and blue is the Water Qilin. As for the other yellow and green ones, I am not sure for now. We need to explore ourselves. Shu Tianjiao nodded slightly and then pointed to a spot on the map. Boss, according to your explanation, this place gathers various colors. Doesn't that mean it is the Qilin Temple? Yushio nodded. Yes, this is very likely the Qilin Temple. Saying this, Yushio put away the 6 pieces of Qilin jade pendant and smiled lightly. Now that we have this map, we can gather the 9 Qilin jade pendants in advance. With 6 pieces of Qilin jade pendant pieced together, a map of the Qilin ruins has appeared. I am even more curious about what will happen with 9 pieces. That makes sense, boss. Shu Tianjiao and the others showed excited expressions upon hearing this. Now that we have the map of the Qilin ruins, isn't this like having a cheat code? The members of the Qilin battle team also wore joyful expressions. Having the map of the Qilin ruins meant they had opportunities to seize, and seizing those opportunities meant an increase in strength. Cheat code? Yushio smiled faintly, thinking to himself, it seems I have always been using a cheat code. He thought but did not say it out loud. Damn, boss. In order to gather the 9 Qilin jade pendants as soon as possible, Yushio summoned the source of Qi, transforming into a dark Qilin. This scene immediately stunned all the members of the Qilin battle team. To this, Yushio merely smiled lightly. Previously, when he reached the top of the King's Steel, he was granted the soul of a dark Qilin. Just now, he suddenly felt inspired and thought to try adding the dark Qilin soul into the source of Qi. As a result, this attempt brought a surprise. Because of the dark Qilin soul, the originally purple source of Qi transformed into a dark color at that moment. After adding the dark Qilin soul, the Qilin that the source of Qi manifested now had a bit more agility, and even carried a hint of the divine beast Qilin's charm within it. Especially the dark-colored Qilin with 4 hooves stepping on the ink-colored clouds, radiating a faint ethereal light, majestic yet imposing, looking utterly handsome. Boss, where did you get this dark Qilin? Since when can divine beasts like the Qilin be kept as pets? It's simply too cool, the members of the Qilin battle team said, wanting to step forward and touch it. However, when they reached out, their hands passed right through the body of the dark Qilin. This scene left them in shock. Boss, what's going on? Did you learn some kind of illusion technique again? Actually, this isn't a divine beast Qilin, it's just an illusion you cast on us? While everyone was puzzled, Yushio softly said, there's no illusion, this is the soul of the divine beast Qilin I obtained from the King's Seal. Yushio didn't explain the source of the Qi, he merely used the soul of the dark Qilin to deflect the question. So that's how it is. I knew it. Who could keep a divine beast Qilin as a pet? But it's still very cool. It can be used to scare people. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with fondness as they looked at the dark Qilin. By the way, boss, you brought out the soul of the dark Qilin, you're not just showing off, are you? Shu Tianjie asked. However, knowing Yushio, he definitely wouldn't do something so trivial. There must be a deeper meaning. Write it to travel. When Yushio said this, all the members of the Qilin battle team were dumbfounded. Boss, don't joke around. This thing looks cool, but we can pass our hands through its body. How are we supposed to write it? Yeah, boss, why don't you transform that purple ship we used outside the Qilin ruins again? The image of them flying into the sky on the purple ship outside the Qilin ruins appeared in their minds, especially that feeling of being the center of attention, which was incredibly addictive. Of course, it was more about the thrill and excitement of flying into the sky. Don't worry, I guarantee you can stand on it. Yushio smiled and then mounted the dark Qilin. It was Yushio manipulating the source of Qi that supported his body. It looked as if he was truly riding on the dark Qilin. When the members of the Qilin battle team reached out to touch it earlier, he hadn't manipulated it. If he had, the sensation they felt would have been solid. Wow, boss, this dark Qilin can really be ridden. I'm not exaggerating, boss, after you rode the dark Qilin, your aura and looks have risen by hundreds of dimensions, like a celestial being. Boss, as long as you go out like this, you will definitely be the dream lover of countless girls. At this moment, among the crowd of the Qilin battle team, whether it was Jiang Zhuai or Yang Dueling, the way they looked at Yushio had already started to change. Yushio was already handsome, and now he was riding the dark Qilin. The white Qilin battle team members paired with the dark Qilin he rode made him look like a celestial being. Boss, but this dark Qilin is so small, it can't fit all of us 300. Shu Tianjie was the first to come back to his senses. Unable to help but mutter, if only we could have over 300 Qilin souls. If each of us in the Qilin battle team could ride one, that would be truly impressive. The symbolism and mystery of the Qilin battle team would be completely elevated. Yushio suddenly froze. Tianjiao, what did you just say? I didn't say anything. Shu Tianjiao looked at Yushio, puzzled. You're a genius. Yushio's eyes lit up. Previously, the source of Qi could transform into so many flying knives, which Yushio had tried during the last battle. This meant that it was entirely possible to split the source of Qi into over 300 divine beast Qilins. However, he wasn't sure if the split source of Qi could maintain the agility and form of the dark Qilin. After all, there was only one soul of the dark Qilin. He didn't know if it could be split. Thinking of this, Yushio decided to give it a try. He then jumped down from the dark-colored Qilin and began to attempt to split. In fact, enlarging the source of Qi and splitting the source of Qi did not consume any of his energy at all. The source of Qi was like an independent existence. He just needed to manipulate it without any loss. However, he was unsure about the soul of the dark-colored Qilin. As one dark-colored Qilin after another appeared, the members of the Qilin battle team went wild, especially Chu Tianzhao. At this moment, he stood there dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had only muttered a few words. He never expected it to become a reality, right before his eyes. Wow, it really appeared. Chu Tianzhao couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Xiu was also quite surprised. The split source of qi actually carried the soul of the dark-colored Qilin. After a brief investigation, Yu Xiu realized that the soul of the dark-colored Qilin he obtained was like a drop of water, capable of continuously splitting into more and smaller droplets. However, the more it split, the less agile the dark-colored Qilin would become. But this did not matter, as he only needed the dark-colored Qilin as a mount and did not require it to fight independently. Moreover, he only needed to control the source of qi for the battle. Thinking this way made him even more delighted. As the number of dark-colored Qilins continued to increase, over 300 had appeared in the blink of an eye. What are you waiting for? Seeing the members of the Qilin battle team still standing there in a daze, Yu Xiu smiled and reminded them, "Aren't you going to ride the dark-colored Qilin and feel it out?" Yes, definitely. Boss, love you to death. Boss, if you need it, I'll leave the Qilin ruins and get a sex change. I guarantee I'll give you a few big fat boys." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiu felt a chill. With a cold face, he threatened, "If you say one more word, while others ride the divine beast Qilin, you can just run along on the ground." Boss, I'll shut up. The Qilin battle team members smiled obsequiously, then hurriedly found a dark-colored Qilin to ride. At this moment, under Yu Xiu's control, all the members of the Qilin battle team mounted the dark-colored Qilin. It was clear that they were very excited. Boss, how do we make this dark-colored Qilin move? Chu Tianzhao was now also full of excitement, eager to make the dark-colored Qilin gallop, and impatiently asked Yu Xiu. It doesn't move. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the Qilin battle team members, Yu Xiu added, "It flies." The members of the Qilin battle team were stunned, looking at Yu Xiu with confusion. The dark-colored Qilin clearly had no wings. How could it fly? Boss, don't joke around. Qilin doesn't have wings. How could it possibly fly? Yeah, boss, I can't wait to ride the divine beast Qilin and run a couple of laps. Hurry up and make it run. I can already imagine the expressions of others when we meet them later. Definitely filled with confusion, envy, and shock. Yu Xiu chuckled lightly. Who said you can't fly without wings? Didn't you see the dark-colored clouds under the hooves of the dark-colored Qilin? That thing is more useful than wings. The true divine beast Qilin relies on clouds to fly, and its speed is incredibly fast. With that, Yu Xiu stopped hesitating and controlled the dark-colored Qilin to take off. Wow, it really can fly. I'm suddenly a bit scared. What if we fall, won't we die? Boss, fly a bit slower first, let us get used to it. I'm worried about falling. If it gets out that I fell off the divine beast Qilin, how embarrassing would that be? Yu Xiu laughed. Don't worry, you won't fall. Because the source of qi was under his control, he could also use the source of qi to protect the members of the Qilin battle team. As long as we don't fall, that's good. Boss, fly on. I can't wait to see the shocked expressions of others. Yu Xiu nodded. The ink-colored Qilin soared into the sky at an incredible speed, but concerned that the members of the Qilin battle team might not be able to handle it, he slowed down. Otherwise, at the speed of the source of qi, they could fly 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. This feels amazing. Hurry up and take out the communicator to take a selfie. This is a great bragging point for the future. Next time I chat with my parents, I'll tell them I rode a divine beast Qilin. They definitely won't believe it, so I'll send them a photo right away. Hearing this, Chu Tianzhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately took many selfies. He planned to show off these photos of himself riding the divine beast Qilin to old Master Chu. He snapped dozens of pictures. It's a pity there's no signal in the Qilin ruins. Otherwise, I would send it to the old man right now so he could be envious. Listening to Chu Tianzhao, Yu Xiu chuckled. You really are incorrigible, always wanting to show off in front of old Master Chu. Besides, even if there was a signal in the Qilin ruins, you still couldn't send it out. This place is already a different world from our Huaxia. Ruins and secret realms are inherently part of their world, connected to other worlds like a black hole. That's true. Although Chu Tianzhao felt a bit disappointed, his face quickly filled with smiles again. But it doesn't matter. Showing it to the old man early or late makes no difference. The final result is the same. Chu Tianzhao smiled and then immersed himself once more in the joy of taking selfies. However, as the members of the Qilin battle team rode the ink-colored Qilin across the sky, everyone on the ground noticed. After all, over 300 ink-colored Qilins flying through the sky would be hard to miss. What is that? It looks like a Qilin? Ink-colored Qilin? Yes, that's right. It's definitely an ink-colored Qilin. I saw illustrations of Qilins in the database before. What the hell? Didn't they say there were no living creatures in the Qilin ruins anymore? How could there be ink-colored Qilins? And so many of them? What's going on? Are you stupid? Didn't you see that there are people on those ink-colored Qilins? As soon as this was said, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? That's an ink-colored Qilin. That's a divine beast. What kind of person is so awesome that they can ride an ink-colored Qilin? And there are so many. It looks like at least several hundred ink-colored Qilins, right? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and chase after them. I never thought I'd have a chance in my lifetime to see a living ink-colored Qilin. We must take photos for keepsakes, ink-colored Qilins. The legendary divine beast. It's just too cool. But that's an ink-colored Qilin. Won't it be dangerous if we chase after them? Are you stupid? There are people on the ink-colored Qilins. What are you worried about? That's true. Let's hurry and catch up. I want to see who is so amazing that they can ride an ink-colored Qilin. At this moment, similar scenes were happening all over the ground of the Qilin ruins. Many people were running towards the direction the ink-colored Qilins had flown. Boss, it seems those people below are chasing after us. At this time, the members of the Qilin battle team also noticed the situation on the ground. Ignore them. Yu Xiu glanced down indifferently. It was Chu Tianjiu who responded. Are you stupid? If you saw the legendary ink-colored Qilin, and there were so many of them, plus there were people on the ink-colored Qilins, could you suppress your curiosity? That makes sense. If it were me, I would definitely chase after them to take a look. The Qilin battle team member chuckled. After all, this is the divine beast Qilin, which has always existed in legends. Seeing the real divine beast Qilin flying in the sky is something to be curious about. The members of the Qilin battle team looked at the crowd chasing on the ground and nodded in agreement. It's human nature, driven by curiosity. Prepare to land. At this moment, Yu Xiu had already discovered the location of the yellow Qilin jade pendant, which was right below them. He then controlled the black Qilin and dove towards the ground. At this time, the members of the Qilin battle team no longer laughed, but instead each wore a cold and serious expression, maintaining their composure. Another black-robed person? Yu Xiu looked down and found that the location of the yellow Qilin jade pendant was a group of people wrapped in black robes. It was clearly the blood god sect again. Qilin? Black Qilin? As Yu Xiu approached, this group of black-robed individuals also noticed him and his companions. However, when they looked up, their faces showed horror. Their eyes widened in disbelief. You are from the blood god sect? Yu Xiu controlled the black Qilin to land on the ground, and over 300 black Qilins surrounded this group of black-robed people. Yu Xiu? How is this possible? The black-robed members of the blood god sect changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the black Qilins beneath Yu Xiu. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. They were naturally familiar with the black Qilin, even more so than others. The blood god sect's research on the Qilin ruins had far surpassed that of many. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the Qilin ruins through the jade pendant. No, this doesn't seem to be the real divine beast Qilin. The leader of the black-robed individuals stared at the black Qilin for a long time, noticing it lacked some spirit, almost like a puppet. Yet, despite this, she was still very shocked. Since the Qilin ruins had appeared, the blood god sect had been studying them. They were well aware of the terrifying nature of the divine beast Qilin. Anything related to it was a priceless treasure, unattainable by ordinary people. But now, Yu Xiu possessed over 300 black Qilins, a fortune beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. Moreover, this was Yu Xiu's first time entering the Qilin ruins, and he had such a harvest. Meanwhile, the various teams of the blood god sect had spent a long time studying in the sect's library before entering. Yu Xiu, I know Xiaowan, she and I are both team leaders of the Dragonflame banner. The leader of the black-robed individuals clearly knew of Yu Xiu's disdain for the blood god sect and, like the previous black-robed person, wanted to save her life. She just brought up Xiaowan. And then? Yu Xiu's gaze turned cold. Since you know Xiaowan, don't you know about my relationship with her? I know about your relationship, and I also know you have the black Qilin jade pendant. The leader of the black-robed individuals hurriedly explained. In fact, the black Qilin jade pendant was entrusted to you by the leader of the Dragonflame banner through Xiaowan. Leader of the Dragonflame banner? Yu Xiu frowned. He had previously been puzzled about how Xiaowan could possess the black Qilin jade pendant, and she also knew its secrets. It seemed that this leader of the Dragonflame banner was manipulating this matter from behind the scenes. Indeed, it was our Dragonflame banner leader's doing, the leader in black explained. Our leader borrowed Xiaowan's hand to gain your friendship. Please, considering the black Qilin jade pendant, spare us. Yu Xiu did not respond immediately. The members of the blood god sect all looked at him cautiously, their faces filled with anxiety. Hand over the yellow Qilin jade pendant. After a long while, Yu Xiu finally spoke slowly. The leader in black was taken aback, momentarily unable to react. Until Yu Xiu's voice rang out again, are you seeking your own death? And no. The The leader in black shivered all over and hurriedly took out the yellow Qilin jade pendant. Upon receiving the yellow Qilin jade pendant, Yusho said, "In the Qilin ruins, not killing your blood god sect team will offset the gift of the black Qilin jade pendant." The leader in black nodded, "Understood. After leaving the Qilin ruins, I will inform the leader of this matter." Yusho slightly nodded. The 300 black Qilins, under his control, soared back into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Yusho and the others left, the members of the Blood God sect finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Captain, is this Yushio? He's really terrifying." The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the others echoed, "When I saw the black Qilin just now, I almost collapsed on the ground." What a coward. If being a coward is what it is, then so be it. That's a divine beast, the Qilin, and there's Yushio. He single-handedly wiped out all the terrifying blood god cultists in Jiangtan City. When I saw him just now, I thought we were doomed for sure. I didn't expect the captain to hold back and we managed to escape with our lives. The leader in the black robe sighed and said helplessly, "Actually, Yushio never intended to kill us from the beginning." Never intended to kill us? How is that possible? Captain, have you forgotten that the dragon blood flag was aimed at Yushio's family? You have to know that it was an order given by the squad leader of the dragon blood flag in the training camp. Although the dragon blood flag is not on our side, Yushio doesn't know that. The leader in the black robe smiled bitterly. "Did you not hear what Yushio said just now? He won't kill the blood god cultists in our squad." Yushio knows much more about the blood god cult than we imagined. Not only did he replace a personal favor, but he also lost the yellow Qilin jade pendant. This deal, no matter how you think about it, is a loss. Upon hearing this, the black-robed people exchanged glances. Through the squad leader's words, they finally realized Yushio was completely pulling a fast one, a typical free ride. "Captain, Yushio is too cunning, right? He's already that strong, yet he still comes here to pull a fast one." "Exactly, he doesn't have the demeanor of a strong person at all. It's really too cunning. But to be honest, Yushio riding the black Qilin looks really cool. If I could have a boyfriend like Yushio, I would never look at another man for the rest of my life. I could definitely do that." I really don't understand how Captain Shao could bear to abandon Yushio back then. At this moment, through the conversation of these black-robed people, it was discovered they were actually a group of girls. "You all, it's not that Yushio is cunning, it's just the result of strength." The squad leader chuckled. "Even if our flag master were here, he would make such a decision, even to please Yushio. After all, there are more than 300 black Qilins. Who wouldn't feel uneasy seeing that?" Suddenly, the squad leader looked up and saw a figure in the distance. Someone's coming, let's leave first." Just as they were about to slip away, a large group of martial artists arrived. "I just saw someone. The Qilin has already flown away. We still came too late. I saw the person on the divine beast Qilin from afar just now. It seemed to be Yushio and his Qilin battle team members." So it was Yushio. That's not surprising. Yushio is capable of instantly killing a martial emperor. If he rides the divine beast Qilin, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That's true, after all, it's a divine beast Qilin. I want to join the Qilin battle team now. Just thinking about riding the divine beast Qilin feels so cool. Do you think you're the only one who wants to join? The premise is that the Qilin battle team is willing to take us. While this group was discussing, the blood god cult members who had just left also vaguely heard their conversation. Instantly killing a martial emperor? The leader in the black robe's expression changed drastically. Isn't Yushio at the martial king level? When did he break through to the martial emperor level? And to instantly kill a martial emperor means his strength is at least at the mid-level martial emperor stage. This guy is really abnormal. However, the teammates beside him all showed fear, not daring to say a word. Remembering what they had just said about Yushio being cunning, they couldn't help but feel anxious. They glanced around, seemingly worried that Yushio might hear them nearby. On the other side, after Yushio obtained the yellow Qilin jade pendant, he headed straight for another Qilin jade pendant. During this time, he encountered the blood god cult members once again, but this time they were from the dragon blood flag. They were puppets of a wealthy family. After Yushio arrived, he immediately sensed the aura of the inferior blood god potion. Kill them! When Shu Tianjiu and the others heard this, they thought they had misheard. But when the dark-colored Qilin under them charged towards the group of blood god cultists, Shu Tianjiu and the others realized it was real. Excitement spread across their faces. "Brothers, the boss has ordered, let's take down this bunch of bastards," Shu Tianjiu shouted, and as he got closer, he leaped into the air, heading straight for the leader of the blood god cult. Divine beast Qilin? The black-robed leader was still stunned by the sight of the dark Qilin when Shu Tianjiu had already rushed over, swinging his fist. Bang! After a punch from Shu Tianjiu sent him flying far away, he finally reacted and shouted, "Engage! Engage!" However, before he could finish, Chu Tianjiao was upon him again, delivering a punch to his chest. The sound abruptly stopped. He died on the spot. Engage? Chu Tianjiao scoffed. You think you can engage? Damn it, slow down. Our Chu family has a blood feud with the blood god cult. Leave a few for me. When Chu Tianjiao looked up again, he found that the blood god cultists had already been slaughtered by the Qilin team members. His face immediately showed a look of urgency. It's like we have no blood feud with the blood god cult. Seeing Chu Tianjiao charging towards him, a team member quickly kicked in midair, striking the opponent's neck. Damn it, I told you to leave some for me. You're really not being fair. You still want to steal. The team member just smiled and then rushed over to take the kill from others. Chu Tianjiao was also anxious. Unfortunately, these blood god cultists were no match for the Qilin team members. By the time Chu Tianjiao arrived, another blood god cultist had fallen dead. With this bunch of trash, if you steal my kill, the boss will definitely punish me. You know how the boss operates. As soon as this was said, the other Qilin team members shivered and immediately stopped their playful antics, quickly dispatching their opponents within 2 moves. No joke. Who wants to experience the boss's methods? You guys are so unfair. Chu Tianjiao's face twisted in anger. Hee, Tianjiao, if you're willing to take the boss's punishment for us, next time we encounter the blood god cult, I would be very happy to let you have the kill. The others looked at Chu Tianjiao, teasingly saying, yeah, Tianjiao, just like Liang Yunlei said, if you're willing, we would be very happy to let you have the kill. The corners of Chu Tianjiao's mouth twitched as he cursed. Do you think I'm an idiot? 1 kill in exchange for the boss's punishment. Do you really think I'm that kind of big fool who drools on his clothes? You all better not think about it. It's impossible for the rest of my life. I'd rather not have the kill. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, Yushio's voice suddenly came over. It takes so long to kill a bunch of trash using the blood god potion. Training will be doubled afterward. Also, after the battle ends, if you don't collect the spoils, training will be doubled again. As soon as this was said, the faces of the Qilin team members changed. They all looked at Chu Tianjiao with resentment, clearly blaming him. They admitted they had been playing around, which made them slow in killing the enemies. They deserved the punishment and were willing to accept it. But the punishment of not collecting the spoils was clearly Chu Tianjiao's fault. If he hadn't come over to talk to everyone, they wouldn't have forgotten to collect the spoils. My bad. After we leave the Qilin ruins, I'll treat you all to make amends. Chu Tianjiao awkwardly smiled, then took the lead and ran off to start searching the black-robed man's body, especially the leaders. Suddenly, Chu Tianjiao's heart trembled. I forgot to collect the Qilin jade pendant. Chu Tianjiao looked at the approaching figure in the black robe and silently prayed, Big brother, please let it be an iris unlock, otherwise, I'm done for. If you are an iris unlock, I will make sure to give you a proper burial later. Absolutely won't let you rot in the wilderness. With a heart full of anxiety, Chu Tianjiao walked over. At this moment, the other members of the Qilin battle team shared the same thoughts, all feeling uneasy. Seeing this scene, Yushio sneered, if you don't learn your lesson this time, you'll probably float next time. In fact, during the earlier battle, Yushio had already discovered that the storage devices of these blood god cult members were iris unlocked. An iris unlock can be accessed as long as the binder has not been dead for more than 10 minutes. Otherwise, when the Qilin battle team members killed these blood god cult members, he would definitely intervene to stop them. It's an iris. Ha ha. Thank heavens. When Chu Tianjiao saw the storage device, he felt as if he had won a jackpot worth millions, filled with gratitude. Unlock. After using the iris of the black-robed person to unlock the storage device, Chu Tianjiao immediately took out all the items inside, including the Qilin jade pendant. At the same time, the other members of the Qilin battle team also showed expressions of deep gratitude. After a long while, the members of the Qilin battle team returned. Yushio sneered, wasn't it quite torturous just now? The members of the Qilin battle team were taken aback. Chu Tianjiao responded, Boss, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't it be those blood god cult members who were tortured? Our strength is so formidable, just a mere late-stage master, and a trash master who has taken the blood god potion, not worth our torment. Brothers, don't you agree? I'm not wrong, right? However, Chu Tianjiao noticed that no one was responding to him, all heads were bowed. So, he turned to look at Yushio. At that moment, Chu Tianjiao's heart trembled, because Yushio was wearing a half-smile, half-mocking expression. This expression was well understood not only by Chu Tianjiao but also by the other members of the Qilin battle team. Every time before punishing them, Yushio always had this kind of expression. Boss, I was wrong. Chu Tianjiao suddenly lowered his head. His attitude of admitting fault was sincere. But inside, he was cursing the other members of the Qilin battle team. A bunch of bastards. No loyalty. I said this for whose sake? Wasn't it to prevent you from being punished? And you sold me out. Truly, brothers stab each other in the back. Knowing your mistake is good. Yushio chuckled lightly. Now answer me, was it torturous just now? I'll give you a scoring system. If your answer gets 3 points, I'll practice with you for a week. If it gets 2 points, I'll practice with you for half a month. 1 point, 2 months. Chu Tianjiao raised his head and said, Boss, you calculated it wrong. 1 point is 1 month. Is that so? Yushio pretended to be puzzled and smiled. You're right, I indeed calculated it wrong. 3 points for a month, 2 points for 2 months, and 1 point will barely be 3 months. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. The other members of the Qilin battle team kept their heads down, suppressing their laughter, not saying a word. Only Chu Tianjiao was first stunned, then choked up. Boss, in our Chu family, I'm the only one with a handle. The Chu family still needs me to carry it forward. At this moment, Jiang Zui, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head and said, Boss, I have 6 cousins, 2 younger male cousins, and 6 cousins and another younger male cousin over in the secret city. Hearing this, Chu Tianjiao paused slightly, then looked at Jiang Zui in disbelief. Cousin, I grew up with you, I've taken the blame for you many times. Do you really want me to die young? The term cousin held a special meaning only for Jiang Zui. A tear glimmered in her eyes. She knew that Chu Tianjiao no longer blamed her. That barrier had disappeared. Can't deceive the boss. Jiang Zui suddenly raised her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, The boss is our spiritual pillar, the faith of our Qilin battle team. Even if I deceive myself, I absolutely cannot deceive the boss. Brothers, what do you think? Should I expose the noble righteousness of Tianjiao that betrays his kin? Faced with such flattery, the members of the Qilin battle team were naturally very willing, quickly raising their heads to say, Sister Zui is right. Even if I deceive my parents, I would never deceive the boss. I'm afraid of being struck by lightning. Anyway, I remember the story the boss told before, called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I am just like Su Chu, the tiger warrior by Cao Cao's side. That's right, I am Dian Wei, the fierce warrior by Cao Cao's side. I think Tianjiao looks most like Su Yu from The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Come on, hit me. Come on, you hit me. One member of the Qilin battle team imitated Su Yu so vividly that the others burst into laughter. You bastard, you are Su Yu. I am the loyal and righteous Guan Er-yi. Chu Tianjiao cursed angrily and retorted, Guan Er-yi is called Guan Yun Chang. My grandfather is called Chu Yun Chang, so I must be Guan Er-yi. Who? The members of the Qilin battle team began to cheer, and Yushio smiled and asked, So, is that your answer? Chu Tianjiao was taken aback and quickly said, Boss, you are my reborn parents. Boss, Yushio suddenly interrupted, I don't want to be your reborn parents. 0 points for the answer. Chu Tianjiao was stunned and asked, Boss, I haven't finished speaking yet. Besides, how can there be 0 points? You didn't say anything just now. I just added it. Do you have a problem with that? Yushio stared at Chu Tianjiao and asked. No. Chu Tianjiao asked pitifully, then how long is the 0 points for? Half a year. Half a year? Chu Tianjiao's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Just kill me directly. In half a year, if you want to cut off the future of our Chu family, just say it. Add another half year? Yushio looked at Chu Tianjiao with a half smile. Boss, I can take it. Even if I can't, I will endure it with all my might. Chu Tianjiao struck a righteous pose, puffing out his chest and said, Boss, I am willing to accept the punishment. I can endure it for half a year. We were indeed too excited just now. When we encountered the blood god cult, we forgot your teachings. If this were on the battlefield, it would be a great taboo. The suffering we endure now will reduce bloodshed on the battlefield in the future. Boss, all members of the Qilin battle team are willing to accept punishment. We will definitely pay attention next time and will never kill the opponent directly before obtaining the spoils, or before confirming that the opponent is using an iris storage device. As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the Qilin battle team were dumbfounded. What is this? Hurt the enemy 1,000, self-damage 800? Just now, they were collectively setting up Chu Tianjiao, and before they could revel in their success for a few minutes, the punishment fire had already burned onto themselves. However, the fire had already come. If they did not admit their mistakes, once the boss spoke, the punishment would definitely be heavier. Boss, I am willing to accept punishment. Boss, I am willing to. Boss, me too. Boss. One by one, the members of the Qilin battle team spoke up, but the looks they gave Chu Tianjiao were filled with murderous intent. The kind of gaze that wanted to stab someone was vividly displayed. Not bad. Yushio grinned. I wasn't planning to punish you, but since you brought it up, let's practice for half a month. The members of the Qilin battle team were all taken aback. Then Yushio waved his hand and said, Everyone, take your positions, let's continue. Now Yushio already had 8 Qilin jade pendants in hand. As long as he found the remaining one, he would have them all. He was also very curious about what would happen after gathering all 9 Qilin jade pendants. Bastard! Shu bastard! Bastard! Every member of the Qilin battle team would throw a comment as they passed by Chu Tianzhou. However, Chu Tianzhou was not the least bit angry. Instead, he was quite pleased. That shameless expression of his once again stirred the members of the Qilin battle team's desire to take him down. TCH. As the Dark Qilin took off again, Chu Tianzhou provocatively swept his gaze over the other members present. This action made the Qilin battle team members grit their teeth in anger. If it weren't for being on the back of the Dark Qilin, they would definitely find a place without the boss and take Chu Tianzhou down right then and there. Later, I will give you time to settle personal matters. At that moment, Yushio suddenly spoke up. Whether you want to take down Chu Tianzhou or whatever, you can go all out. I can approve 10 S-grade spirit materials for Chu Tianzhou's treatment. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qilin battle team immediately cheered. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. Love you, boss. After the members of the Qilin battle team shouted excitedly, their gazes towards Chu Tianzhou were filled with cold smiles and provocation. Boss. This time, Chu Tianzhou's face turned completely green. He never expected Yushio would pull such a stunt on him. Boss, look at their eyes. Is that the gaze of someone wanting to take me down? That's the gaze of someone wanting to cut off my lineage. Boss, S-grade spirit materials can't achieve limb regeneration. Yushio said calmly, don't worry, while S-grade spirit materials can't achieve limb regeneration, they can achieve finger reattachment. It's just the length of a thumb. You all have practiced the spirit guiding technique, and now your blood quality has undergone a qualitative change. Trust me, it will definitely be fine. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianzhou was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding what it meant. Finger reattachment? Why would we need finger reattachment? Boss, you're insulting people. When Chu Tianzhou saw Yushio's half-smiling expression, he immediately realized. He looked down, then raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Boss, after we go back this time, I think it's necessary to invite you to take a bath, so you can see if the honest Chu Tianzhou is missing a finger. The thumb is Qin Fei, I saw it with my own eyes, no rebuttals accepted. Qin Fei, who had been silently watching from the side, instinctively turned his head, looking aggrieved. Tianzhou, didn't you promise me not to mention this? Doing this makes it hard for me to find a girlfriend in the future. Chu Tianzhou was not the least bit embarrassed about revealing Qin Fei's little secret. Instead, he smiled mischievously. Didn't you hear what the boss just said? Qin Fei instinctively looked up, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, the boss just said Tianzhou is a thumb, and there's finger reattachment. Shut up. Chu Tianzhou shot Qin Fei a glare, his face showing displeasure. You definitely wouldn't score any points in reading comprehension in middle school. Can't you focus on the main point? The key point in the boss's words is the qualitative change in blood quality, and that S-grade spirit materials paired with the spirit guiding technique can achieve finger reattachment. Don't you understand yet? Qin Fei stared blankly at Chu Tianzhou, his eyes filled with confusion. What a mess! Qin Fei's expression and demeanor already indicated the answer, and Chu Tianzhou couldn't help but facepalm. Cut it off. Then replace it. Chu Tianzhou made a downward cutting motion with his palm, then performed some other gestures, guiding Qin Fei to think in that direction. However, Qin Fei still looked around in confusion. Don't listen to his nonsense. At this moment, Yushio, with a dark expression, shot a fierce glare at Chu Tianzhou, then explained to Qin Fei, while the spirit guiding technique can mobilize S-grade spirit materials for quick repair, its repair also has conditions. If you really cut off a finger, relying solely on S-grade spirit materials is not enough for repair, let alone reattachment. Don't mess around. Although Qin Fei didn't understand what they were referring to, he believed that listening to the boss was definitely the right choice. Boss, I'll listen to you. Qin Fei nodded heavily, then looked at Chu Tianzhou. Since the boss has spoken, Tianzhou, are you trying to trick me again? Chu Tianzhou quickly shook his head. I promise, I absolutely don't mean to trick you. What I'm asking you to do is something only a saint would do. Once you succeed, you will be a saint to the whole world, and you will save the dignity of countless people like you. At that time, they will definitely build a statue for you and worship you. This is a great achievement that will last through the ages. Yushio really couldn't listen any longer. He truly admired Chu Tianzhou's way with words. If this guy were the leader of the Blood God sect, the sect would probably have unified the world by now. He really had a knack for deceiving people. Knowing he was being deceived, yet it still seemed quite reasonable. That was the most terrifying part. The sense of self-identity. Shut up. If Qin Fei really does something bad because of your misleading, I will definitely make you accompany him. Chu Tianzhou shrank his head and then awkwardly smiled. Boss, I was wrong. Just treat me like a fart. At this moment, Qin Fei finally showed some intelligence and angrily pointed at Chu Tianzhou. Tianzhou, you really are trying to trick me. Fei Zi? It's all a misunderstanding. Shu Tianjiao's gaze darted away, not daring to look directly at Qin Fei, only repeatedly explaining, it's all a misunderstanding. Qin Fei's face showed displeasure. Tianjiao, I will never trust you again. Last time you promised to help me find a girlfriend, and now I'm still single. And that time at Jizhou University, you promised to introduce that girl to me, saying we would each have one. In the end, why did both girls call you Brother Chu and not me? Seeing Qin Fei's angry expression, the members of the Qilin team were all stunned, looking at Shu Tianjiao with beastly eyes. This is introducing a girlfriend? This is two kings meeting. As a result, Qin Fei, foolishly unaware, took the blame. Damn, Tianjiao, you're not being fair. Even if the two girls accidentally met and asked Qin Fei for help, you could have just said it directly. You're being too much with this deception. Exactly, you're too beastly. You're just trying to trick Qin Fei to death. At this moment, Shu Tianjiao also looked embarrassed. He didn't expect this matter to be exposed. Last time I knew I wasn't being fair. Later, I did introduce Qin Fei. It's just that he didn't have the experience and couldn't persuade the girl. Saying this, Shu Tianjiao looked at Qin Fei with a serious expression. Fei Zi, I'll introduce you to a few more later. 10 or 8, absolutely no problem. You can go and charm them one by one. As soon as this was said, the members of the Qilin team were once again dissatisfied. Shu Tianjiao, what are you trying to do? Qin Fei is already foolish, and you're still bullying him like this, making him charm them one by one? You're eating fine food yourself, but you're making Qin Fei eat chaff and not even giving him a bite of coarse grain. Tianjiao, teaching Qin Fei to be a licking dog is really a bit unfair. Shu Tianjiao rolled his eyes, dissatisfied. What do you guys know? A bunch of love novices. Don't you know that the highest level hunters appear in the guise of prey? Licking one is a licking dog, but licking 10 or dozens, can that still be a licking dog? You guys are nothing. At this moment, not only were the members of the Qilin team dumbfounded, but Yushio was also. Licking one is a licking dog. Is licking dozens still a licking dog? The answer seemed to be negative. Tianjiao, I forgive you. Saying this, Qin Fei took out his communicator and placed it in front of Shu Tianjiao. What does this scan mean? Shu Tianjiao looked down at the communicator interface, then showed a puzzled expression. To add the girl's contact information. Qin Fei smiled foolishly, looking seriously at Shu Tianjiao. I think what you said makes sense. I want to be a licking dog. Shu Tianjiao was immediately dumbfounded. I'll find you more later. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei shook his head and pouted, saying, Tianjiao Ge, you're not trying to trick me again, are you? Shu Tianjiao was momentarily at a loss for words, watching as Qin Fei's eyes gradually turned red, and he sighed helplessly. He opened his chat app, revealing contact information for one girl after another. Every time Qin Fei scanned one, Shu Tianjiao felt a pang of pain. This is all I have for now. When I get back, I'll introduce you to more. Tianjiao Ge, you're the best. Qin Fei nodded, looking at the communicator in his hand as if it were a treasure. Just then, Yushio glanced at Qin Fei, then at Shu Tianjiao, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Shu Tianjiao, you two have a day of being the prey. Qin Fei's disguise was completely transparent to Yushio. From start to finish, Qin Fei had been acting as the prey. Boss, I beg you. At this moment, Qin Fei also sensed Yushio's gaze, realizing that his disguise was ineffective, and hurriedly cast a pleading look, silently mouthing the words. In response, Yushio merely smiled and nodded. Tianjiao Ge, I was just joking with you earlier. We also want to be the ones who fawn over others. Seeing Qin Fei scan the contact information of over 10 girls, the other members of the Qilin team watched enviously. Yeah, Tianjiao Ge, we're all brothers. To be honest, I've had a dream since I was a kid to be a fawning admirer. Tianjiao Ge, enough! Shu Tianjiao coldly interrupted, raising an eyebrow and scoffing. You all ride divine beasts like the Qilin and shout about wanting to be fawning admirers. It's people like you who tarnish the team's reputation. If anyone dares to say they want to be a fawning admirer again, I guarantee I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the boss. Upon hearing this, the Qilin team members stopped pretending. Seeing that flattery wouldn't work, they decided to take a harder approach. Tianjiao Ge, have you forgotten something? The boss gave us the right to use knives on you. If you cooperate, we might go easy on you. Otherwise, you know what I mean. Who would have thought that Shu Tianjiao was a tough nut? He lifted his head, nostrils flaring, and coldly huffed. If you want my girls, you might as well take my life. Don't even think about it. Besides, with so many excellent girls in the top 10 universities, Can't you Qilin team members find one? Unless you're as dumb as pigs. As soon as these words were spoken, the Qilin team members turned to look at Qin Fei. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, even Qin Fei, who had been disguising himself for a long time, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was truly a heart-wrenching blow. Where's the brotherhood? Where's the loyalty? It seems all the loyalty has been directed at the brothers. I'm short and chubby. Is it really surprising that I can't find a girlfriend as a member of the Qilin team? Qin Fei steeled himself and put on a self-deprecating act. The Qilin team members exchanged glances. Should they keep staring at Qin Fei? Isn't that rude? That would be disrespectful to themselves. They couldn't take the blame for that. At least Qin Fei had his weight to hide behind. They weren't fat. And then what? At that moment, the Qilin team members all turned away from Qin Fei, falling silent. Chu Tianjia was a bomb, but Qin Fei was a nuclear bomb. Stop messing around. Facing the awkward expressions of the Qilin team members, Yushio also reined in his smile, his expression serious as he said, I don't oppose you dating, nor do I oppose you using your identity as Qilin team members to attract the attention of the opposite sex, but absolutely no deceiving feelings is allowed. If you want to date, then do it honestly and seriously. Having one Chu Tianjiu in the Qilin team is already embarrassing enough. If anyone dares to imitate him, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Yushio looked at Chu Tianjiao. I won't interfere in your romantic matters, but you need to know your limits. And you, Qin Fei, keep your own limits in mind, understand? I don't mind if you have multiple girlfriends, nor will I pry into your private lives, but the Qilin team does not allow playing with emotions. If you have the ability to make several girlfriends willingly accept you, willingly share one husband, I bless you. Among the crowd of the Qilin team, Yang Dueling looked at Yushio with eyes full of resentment. However, she said nothing. Yushio had already clearly rejected her before, it was just that she was unwilling to let go. Boss, we understand. The members of the Qilin team nodded in agreement, and Yushio did not say anything more. After flying for a while on the Black Qilin, Yushio confirmed the location of the last Qilin Jade Pendant. However, the location of this Qilin Jade Pendant coincided exactly with a blue light point of a Qilin opportunity. It was evident that the person holding the last Qilin Jade Pendant was currently at the site of the Qilin opportunity. Water Qilin? The blue light point indicated a water Qilin. Yushio only glanced at it, then put away the Qilin Jade Pendant, and controlled the Black Qilin to fly for a moment before diving down. Soon after, the members of the Qilin team arrived above a lake. The color of the lake was strange, a deep blue with hints of red. Moreover, the area around the lake was filled with basins and mud pits, leaving no place to land. Boss, is there no one here? Chu Tianjiao looked around and did not find a single figure. A look of confusion appeared on his face, because he knew that if Yushio could come here, it meant the last Qilin Jade Pendant was here. But now there was no sign of anyone. So, there was only one explanation. This lake held hidden secrets. The last Qilin Jade Pendant is in that lake. Yushio pointed to the lake below. There must be secrets here that we haven't discovered. Let's all search for them. The person who can go in will definitely leave traces around. We have the Black Qilin and can fly in the air. He doesn't have that ability and can only enter the lake from the ground. Chu Tianjiu and the others nodded. Then, Yushio controlled 300 Black Qilins to fly in different directions. More than 300 Black Qilins spread out, searching inch by inch from west to east. Time passed second by second. After about 10 minutes, suddenly a member of the Qilin team shouted, "Boss, there are traces here." Hearing the shout, Yushio controlled the Black Qilin to head towards that member of the Qilin team. Boss, look here, although they deliberately erased the footprints, it can still be seen that the soil here is new. Yushio nodded, then followed the traces left by the other person and moved forward. Before long, he entered the range of the lake, but the next moment, he was puzzled. He had already arrived above the lake, and here, he completely lost all traces. Could it be that those people jumped into the lake? Chu Tianjiao wondered beside him. The traces stopped at the lake's edge. Beyond that was the lake. It was reasonable for Chu Tianjiao to have such a thought. They did enter the lake, but they didn't jump into it. At this moment, Yushio thought of a possibility. That was the barrier and illusion that could only appear in a fantasy world. As he experienced more, Chu Tianjiao no longer viewed this world as a simple martial arts world, because many things he had discovered before had already exceeded the scope of martial arts. Therefore, seeing this lake and the traces of those people disappearing at the lake's edge, the words barrier and illusion immediately appeared in Yushio's mind. Coupled with the fact that they had just ridden the Black Qilin to the lake's surface, it was clear that to verify whether this lake had a barrier or illusion, the Qilin Jade Pendant was the key. It should be noted that the location indicated by the last Qilin Jade Pendant was precisely in the lake. Thinking of this, Yushio decisively took out the Qilin jade pendant. The next moment, holding the Qilin jade pendant in his hand, he flew towards the lake. Stay close to me.